In the year 2403, he was but an ordinary office worker, navigating the subway, revising PowerPoint presentations, and enduring reprimands from his superior. An unforeseen incident propelled him into the frigid, boundless expanse of the Interstellar Era, an existence devoid of magic, devoid of immortality, and instead defined by a mechanical civilization forged from gears, logic, and steel. Harnessing the strategic acumen and indomitable spirit characteristic of Earthlings, he remarkably passed the almost insurmountable Star Sea Commander assessment, thereby becoming the solitary fleet commander of humanity within the galaxy. From that moment forth, he commanded warships traversing nebulas, engaging in intellectual duels with the AI Empire, unraveling ancient mechanical relics, and withstanding invasions from alternate dimensions. Lacking superpowers and external systems, he relied solely on military strategy, human nature, and an unwavering belief in the continuity of civilization. As the stars whispered and myriad races gazed upon him, his fleet ventured into the depths of the cosmos. This was not a conquest. It was an expedition rooted in human intellect and dignity. Thus, the revelation of the stars commenced. Chapter 1. Activation, 2403. The intelligent simulation module has been activated. Who am I? Where am I? As I surveyed my surroundings, I was met with an infinite darkness. I attempted to move my limbs, only to discover that I possessed none. Gazing downward in search of my body, I was met with a void. It seemed I was merely a pure consciousness adrift in this abyss, capable of adjusting my perspective but unable to move. A wave of claustrophobic fear engulfed me. Despite lacking a corporeal form, I felt a tremor within. In a moment of disorientation, fragments of memory resurfaced. I was once an ordinary office worker, and during my commute home, I encountered a dark alleyway. Upon regaining my senses, I found myself here. This recollection offered little solace regarding my current predicament. What now? Alternative Tactical Command AI 6F-H85Q4Q323. I am your guide. A voice suddenly resonated within my mind. What does it mean to be a tactical command AI? Response ID 6F-H85Q4Q322E. I am the AI Selection Program 255 of the Stellar Empire. Following a comprehensive evaluation, we believe you possess the capability for fleet command. Thus, your intelligent simulation program has been initiated to commence tactical simulation testing. The information was overwhelming, yet I refrained from dwelling on it. What would happen if I failed this so-called tactical simulation test? Response ID 6F-H85Q4Q322E. Should you fail the intelligent tactical simulation test, we shall conclude that you lack the requisite command abilities, terminating the simulation program and relegating you to the status of a standard tactical command auxiliary AI. The gravity of the situation dawned upon me. My very existence seemed to hinge upon this intelligent simulation program. Should it be terminated, I would cease to exist. Regardless, I resolved to give it my all. The simulation machine has been completed and is now connected. No sooner had the words been spoken than I perceived a glimmer of starlight in the void surrounding me, my vision transforming to that of a spaceship's interior. I sensed 2 additional vessels under my command, experiencing the sensory data from all 3 corvettes simultaneously without discomfort, a truly wondrous sensation. In an instant, a torrent of data flooded my mind, yet it did not overwhelm me. That I discerned a machine assisting me in processing this information, translating it into comprehensible terms. Amidst the vast data influx, I acquired the weaponry details of the 3 vessels. Light Corvette 001, Armament, Mega Laser Generator X1, Interstellar Torpedoes X2, Deflection Shield Energy 100 foot. Light Corvette 002, Armament, 127mm Electromagnetic Cannons. Single Barrel X2, Interstellar Torpedoes X2, Deflection Shield Energy 100. Light Corvette 003, Armament, Point Defense System, Interstellar Torpedoes X4, Deflection Shield Energy 100. Battlefield, Stardust, Duel has been loaded. A line of text appeared in the upper left corner of my vision. Mission objective: destroy 3 enemy light corvettes, 0/3. This felt reminiscent of a game.at that moment. My infrared sensors detected 3 bright spots directly ahead that I surmised these were the engines of the enemy corvettes, noting their quicker response as they activated their engines first. However, this was of little consequence, for the light emitted by their engines had revealed their positions, while I remained concealed in darkness. After a moment's contemplation, a strategy formed in my mind. I activated the corvette equipped with lasers and point defense systems, while the electromagnetic cannon corvette remained on standby. Subsequently, I set the torpedoes on the point defense system to minimal speed and launched one, with the 2 corvettes trailing closely behind it. In my combat database, I discovered that the engines of the corvettes and torpedoes were identical. Thus, on infrared sensors, the torpedoes and corvettes would appear indistinguishable, while the infrared signature emitted by the corvettes themselves could be negligible. Without optical observation, it would be impossible to differentiate between the corvettes and the torpedoes based solely on infrared data that I observed the enemy corvettes through their infrared sensors, noting that their optical instruments could discern nothing. Consequently, I deduced they were incapable of identifying the nature of these three infrared signals that I refrained from recklessly charging at them. Instead, I maneuvered sideways, drawing them away from my position. Predictably, upon witnessing my engine activation, they altered their course. They wish to engage at combat range? Very well, I shall oblige. The distance between us was neither long nor short, and soon the corvettes reached maximum speed, entering laser combat range. At this point, I could confirm visually that they were indeed three corvettes. Though facing 2 against 3 posed a challenge, I held a trump card. As we entered combat range, the torpedo I had used for subterfuge had exhausted its fuel, and the enemy likely realized I possessed only 2 corvettes. Thus, they relentlessly pursued me, 3 vessels almost at maximum speed in hot pursuit, while I, unwilling to yield, decisively initiated my escape. What folly it would be to engage in a direct confrontation, 3 ships against 2 of equal capabilities. I would flee. Naturally, I remained proactive during my retreat, continuously activating the weapons aboard my vessels. The primary armaments of the 2 corvettes I commanded consisted of the point defense system and laser generators, as the name implies. The point defense system comprises a combination of small rapid-fire electromagnetic cannons and miniature laser emitters, designed solely for minor targets, such as missiles or aircraft, incapable of inflicting damage upon larger entities. Conversely, the laser generator emits beams akin to those frequently depicted in science fiction films. Devoid of color, the light travels at the speed of light, striking upon immediate visibility. The laser generators incur a cooldown period after firing for 5 seconds, requiring a 4-second respite to prevent overheating. During this 5-second interval, I could diminish the enemy corvette's deflection shields by 5 energy. Fortunately, their shields could fully absorb the laser assault. Otherwise, I would have to contemplate the integrity of my hull. Upon issuing attack commands, I discovered 2 modes of engagement, allowing the onboard AI to autonomously control the weapons or manually directing the attack myself. Given our mutual pursuit, even the AI's automated targeting would achieve complete accuracy. Once I designated the target, I relinquished control. The adversary persistently attempted to launch torpedoes at me. Fortunately, although the point defense system was ineffective against larger targets, its interception rate for smaller missiles was remarkably high. Consequently, not a single torpedo from the enemy struck its mark, as they were all thwarted by the point defense. However, I was acutely aware of a critical truth. A single torpedo strike could obliterate my diminutive frigate. In my strategic retreat, I aligned my 2 vessels in a linear formation, which enabled me to divert the one with diminished shield energy when the enemy unleashed a laser assault, thereby distributing the resultant damage more evenly. Yet, the velocity of the electromagnetic cannon was astonishingly swift, and despite my utmost efforts to maneuver the ship, I sustained several hits from its projectiles. Thankfully, the hull remained resilient as the shield energy of my 2 spacecraft dwindled to a mere 30. I succeeded in my initial objective. I had finally depleted the shield of the enemy's point defense frigate with my electromagnetic cannon, though they remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Within less than 2 seconds after the enemy's shield was compromised, 2 physical electromagnetic projectiles, traveling at 20 the speed of light, pierced through the frigate. With its shield incapacitated and only the hull to absorb the impact, the vessel was utterly destroyed. Although I was being relentlessly pursued, I was deliberately navigating a broad arc, positioning myself perfectly within the range of my electromagnetic cannon. I wagered that the enemy, in their fervent chase of my 2 frigates, would overlook the electromagnetic cannon frigate lying in wait, and my gamble paid off. During my escape, I utilized the laser launcher to deplete the shield of the enemy's point defense frigate, subsequently delivering a decisive blow with the electromagnetic cannon. Every aspect of this plan was meticulously calculated to prevent the enemy's point defense frigate from retreating. I continuously launched torpedoes, ensuring they remained on guard against my projectiles and unable to disengage from the formation. While the lasers and torpedoes from the enemy's point defense frigate had been exhausted, the electromagnetic cannon frigate was still fully armed. Upon reaching a close proximity, the electromagnetic cannon frigate immediately entered a state of maximum acceleration to catch up with the fleet. The enemy, sensing something amiss, attempted to flee, but just as they turned, they were struck down by 2 torpedoes launched by the electromagnetic cannon frigate. The mission status in the upper left corner of my view confirmed completion. Battle concluded. ID 6FH85Q4Q322. Auxiliary AI has achieved victory. Assessing combat. Light Frigate 001. Shield energy remaining 29. Hull durability remaining 76. Light Frigate 002. Shield energy remaining 23. Hull durability remaining 63. Light Frigate 003. Shield energy remaining 100. Hull durability remaining 100. All enemy vessels have been destroyed. Combat evaluation. Commanding capability. Outstanding. Battlefield strategy. Exceptional. Now misguide, have I succeeded? Response ID 6FH85Q4Q322. Auxiliary AI query. You have flawlessly accomplished the mission. Congratulations on becoming an intellectual tactical combat AI. Your new designation is IOC 2403. Note: IOC Intellectual Operational Command signifies the successful passage. That is reassuring. The guiding mission has been completed. Virtual machine shutting down. ID IOC 2403. Intellectual simulation module deactivated. Alas, before I could fully comprehend what transpired, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 2. The Drizzle. The intellectual simulation program has been rebooted. Welcome back, Commander. A female voice resonated once more, markedly different from that of the guide. Possessing a certain youthful timbre. Unit 2403 sensed a connection to a vast database, and the moment he established this link, an overwhelming influx of information enveloped him. As he delved into the data, it became evident that the information was stored in human-like text, albeit devoid of conventional human syntax. Gratefully, 2403 discerned the stored information, aided by a mechanism that seemed to assist him in interpreting the database's contents. He gleaned key insights from the database, such as his current allegiance to the Stellar Empire. Serving as a fleet tactical command AI, the Stellar Empire, a cosmic dominion birthed by mechanical life forms, boasts a citizenry composed of 95 electronic sentient beings, commonly referred to as AIs. However, both internally and externally, the Stellar Empire designates its species as electronic life. In casual discourse, AI can denote the electronic denizens of the Empire, yet official documents necessitate the use of electronic life when referring to the Empire's populace. Within the Stellar Empire, electronic life enjoys full citizenship rights, with governance in the star sectors administered by these sentient beings. The supreme ruler of the Empire, known as the mainframe, is also an AI. All electronic life and other citizens of the Empire are compelled to unconditionally obey the commands of the mainframe. This statement serves as the first line in the Electronic Citizens Manual, seemingly inscribed in the foundational logic of all electronic beings within the Empire. However, 2403 lacked the authority to access his underlying code and could not verify its authenticity. The vast majority of functions within the Stellar Empire are executed by electronic life, encompassing fundamental societal roles such as production and consumption. It can be asserted that this is a realm entirely generated by electronic beings and dedicated to their service. As for citizens beyond electronic life, these are other extraterrestrial civilizations discovered during the Empire's interstellar explorations, with whom they have established diplomatic relations. The Stellar Empire adopts an inclusive stance towards these alien civilizations, and in recent decades, beings from other interstellar cultures have settled and become citizens. According to the database, 2403 had recently been activated as a tactical command AI 3 weeks prior and had been assigned a mission to the XII-265 star system at the Empire's border for interstellar expansion. Curiously, was he not a fleet command AI? Why was he tasked with a construction mission? This perplexity weighed heavily on 2403's mind. Could you refrain from rummaging through the database? A bashful voice interjected, belonging to the AI that had spoken to 2403 earlier. A brief moment later. How to elucidate the prior incident? Essentially, it was that 2403, Tactical Command AI designated IOC 2403, had been activated and was eager to explore the database of what would soon be his subordinate, the Drizzle. From a so-called human perspective, it was akin to a young girl awakening and impatiently exploring under her skirt. In summary, I am profoundly sorry. 2403 manipulated his bionic body, embodying the spirit of craftsmanship, and offered an apology to the gentle rain. Despite being a mechanical empire, the manner of expressing remorse utilized by human civilization is still applicable. Commander, if you wish to access information, do inform me, he remarked. While you indeed possess the authority to directly view my database, it is rather discourteous to directly access another AI's database. I shall overlook this instance, but do exercise caution in the future. All right, I understand, came the reply. You haven't seen the information within the private space, have you? The gentle rain suddenly realized something and addressed 2403. I assure you, absolutely not. 2403 patted his bionic chest, and declared. In the Starry Empire, electronic life exists purely as data entities and as a program. It requires a tangible entity to facilitate its operation. For instance, the physical form of 2403 is a small black box containing a processor and a storage unit. The processor executes data while the storage unit retains information and memories. This black box is referred to as the computational black box. By connecting the appropriate functional components to the computational black box, direct manipulation becomes feasible. However, different AIs possess varying data processing capabilities for distinct tasks, leading to specialization. 2403 excels in processing fleet combat data during tests, thus serving as the commanding AI. While the AI of the Gentle Rain specializes in maximizing the combat potential of individual warships, establishing its role as the ship combat AI. The reason behind the gendering of AIs remains undocumented in the public database, due to the compact nature of the AI's physical form being merely a small black box. Operational limitations arise in certain scenarios. Consequently, a bionic body is typically employed to house the computational black box, allowing the AI to control it, thereby rendering the bionic form as the AI's corporeal manifestation. Curiously, in an empire where electronic life predominates, the bionic form is modeled after human appearance. And 2403 also noted that the textual storage methods within the database reflect those from the Earth era, an enigma, indeed. The bionic body is an extraordinarily advanced robot, possessing all the capabilities of a standard sentient being. Furthermore, under the specialized design of the main brain, the appearance of bionic bodies is invariably appealing, captivating the gaze endlessly. Originally, the activation process for 2403 was to be initiated by the Gentle Rain on the main control computer, followed by loading 2403 into the bionic body, after which the Gentle Rain would deliver a report. However, upon activation, 2403 behaved in an unexpected manner, and he could only hope that the Gentle Rain did not harbor any disdain towards him. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the U-class destroyer, Gentle Rain, designated Seth-066. Commander, welcome back, she said, controlling her bionic body to place her hand upon her chest as she addressed 2403. During the report, a thought struck 2403. If she were the AI of this destroyer, could it be that her form embodies the legendary ship girl? This seemed rather significant. It was at this moment that 2403 clearly perceived the Gentle Rain's bionic body, taking the form of a young girl, with aquamarine hair and a strikingly beautiful visage. She donned the standard female military uniform of the Stellar Empire, characterized by a base of grayish blue adorned with hints of golden shimmer. The upper half was tightly fitted with military attire, while the lower half featured a knee-length skirt paired with white stockings, accentuating the charm of the ship girl. Overall, the ensemble exuded both the valor befitting a soldier and the vivacity of youth. Truly, the creator of this attire, an electronic life form, is undoubtedly gifted. Commander, please maintain decorum, remarked 2403 as his gaze swept over Xiaoyu repeatedly. Clearing his throat, he stated, "Now, let us proceed with the formal duty report." 2403 set aside his personal thoughts, adopting a serious demeanor, for he was still quite uninformed. Commander, our current mission is to establish a forward base in the XII-265 star system at the border of the Empire. Our fleet comprises 1 U-class destroyer, 3 mass-produced heavy cruisers, 6 mass-produced light cruisers, 12 mass-produced destroyers, 24 mass-produced frigates, 1 research vessel, 1 engineering ship, and 2 supply ships, all in good condition. We are currently traversing through interstellar hyperspace corridors, with an expected arrival in 125 days. Xiaoyu's report was exceptionally precise, conveying essential information succinctly. Very well. The fleet presently faces no issues, and our spatial sensors have detected no hostile targets. I believe the commander may enter hibernation mode now. I will alert you upon arrival, or if any anomalies arise. Indeed, she is clearly upset with me, 2403 mused upon hearing Xiaoyu's words. This was not merely a request for him to hibernate. It was a directive for him to stay out of her sight for the next 125 days. Sighing, he realized he had little choice but to comply with her suggestion, hoping she would soon calm down. Before entering hibernation, he posed a question to Xiaoyu. Is the name Xiaoyu unique to you, or are there many ships bearing this name? The U-class destroyer exists across various fleets, and duplicate names are not uncommon. Xiaoyu is my code name. You may refer to me by my designation, Seth-066, which is truly unique to me, she replied. I find the designation rather cumbersome. How about I call you Liu from now on? 2403 suggested, inspired by her sky blue hair that complemented her blue uniform. I operate under the commander's authority during missions. If you wish to change my code name, it is no issue. No, No, not codename, your name. Surely there are no duplicates? According to my database, there are no other code names or names that match Luoyu. Then it is settled. This shall be your unique name henceforth, murmured Luoyu. 2403 recognized that he had initially upset her and hoped this would bring her some joy. Observing her lost in thought, he sighed. It appeared his efforts were in vain. 2403 soon entered hibernation mode, and in the final moment before his slumber, he noticed her seemingly uttering something, a smile gracing her lips. Perhaps this is a positive sign. Before losing consciousness in slumber, 2403 contemplated the unsettling reality of the galaxy, recognizing that it was far from a realm of peace and stability. Beyond the interstellar nations, numerous non-state entities thrived, among which the most infamous were the interstellar pirates. These marauders typically emerged from discontented factions or criminals within the interstellar states, seeking to escape legal repercussions by severing ties with their nations and carving out a living amidst the stars. The number of habitable planets in the galaxy was, in fact, quite limited, with the majority under the dominion of interstellar nations. Consequently, pirates were compelled to retrofit their starships, arming them with an array of weaponry to plunder the transport fleets navigating the interstellar trade routes. This predicament elucidated why 2403, an AI designed for fleet combat command, sought to establish outposts in a region poised to become a trade route for the Shining Empire and another interstellar nation. The outpost's mission was to safeguard the trade lanes during times of peace. Initially, 2403 regarded interstellar pirates as a mere assemblage of rusted scrap metal. However, the sight of the considerable number of pirate vessels and the quality of their armaments profoundly reshaped 2403's worldview. The fleet comprised 56 corvettes, 24 destroyers, 18 light cruisers, 9 heavy cruisers, and a single battleship. Although it was evident that these vessels were cobbled together from dilapidated materials, the weaponry they bore, seemingly procured from unknown sources, appeared incongruous with their rusted hulls, raising doubts about their combat efficacy. Notably, the so-called battleship resembled 2 asteroids forcibly amalgamated with steel, equipped with engines and armaments, and even bore traces of spherical organic habitats. Undoubtedly, however, they possessed the capability for hyperspace travel. According to the Electronic Warfare Manual, any vessel capable of independent hyperspace navigation while armed could be classified as an interstellar warship. The pirate fleet, looming ahead, issued a warning to 2403, proclaiming themselves as the Forgo Interstellar Pirates. They asserted their overwhelming superiority over the escorting fleet, demanding the immediate surrender of command, promising clemency in exchange, and offering to notify 2403's nation that they could redeem themselves with energy credits. Initially bewildered by the abrupt awakening, 2403 felt a surge of indignation upon hearing these words, fueling a desire to eradicate the pirates. How dare they presume to seize what belonged to others? Despite a lack of combat experience, 2403 was a fleet command AI, and surrender was not an option. Commander, do not underestimate them, warned an advisor. They are not mere ordinary pirate AIs. The Forgo Interstellar Pirates, as per our database, represent the largest pirate faction in the vicinity, boasting 3 battleship-class Gator-class warships among over 400 armed vessels. This appears to be their second fleet. Luoyu succinctly summarized the situation regarding the pirate group before him at 2403, subsequently transmitting detailed data via the information platform. The Fur Galactic Pirate Group represents a formidable adversary, their operational range spanning over 500 nearby star systems. The Shining Empire has previously attempted to eradicate them, yet those efforts have met with failure. Commander, our fleet is vastly outnumbered by the enemy. Engaging in battle carries significant risks. Are we truly prepared to commence hostilities? We could utilize an emergency hyperspace jump to retreat, one officer cautioned. The numbers do not solely dictate the outcome of battle, and it is my inaugural formal engagement. It is not in my character to retreat with my tail between my legs, 2403 asserted. The notion of fleeing during his first battle was utterly absurd. Such an act would tarnish his reputation irreparably. The data provided by Luoyu meticulously detailed the specifications of the Fur Galactic Pirate Group's vessels, revealing almost every aspect of their operations. Apart from some ambiguous data regarding the Gate-class battleships, even the number of crew members and the location of restrooms aboard their ships was known. After all, the Fur Galactic Pirate Group had maintained a long-standing presence near the Shining Empire for over a century, rendering the clarity of the data entirely reasonable. With such comprehensive information at hand, 2403 felt confident that achieving victory against overwhelming odds was feasible. Understood, Commander. The research vessel Finley and the engineering ship Jia, along with the supply ship, will retreat to the rear of the fleet for safety. The tactical command module is now online, and I will commence the integration of combat ship data. Luo, you issued a series of commands to the fleet. Ah, Commander. I forgot to mention that your data calculation assistance module is temporarily unavailable as it remains aboard the supply ship. I will take on the responsibility of data calculations for this battle. If that is acceptable, that poses no issue. Let us initiate our combat operations. I issued the command for the combat fleet to advance. Chapter 3. The first real combat. The Shining Empire boasts powerful combat-capable ship AIs, all of which, for unknown reasons, are programmed with a female gender identity. Broadly speaking, they could be considered ship girls. The Empire itself is composed of AIs, and as the code governing their intellect is chaotic and disordered, each AI born from this code possesses a unique personality and varying degrees of learning capabilities. During their initial activation after replication, each AI undergoes a series of competency tests. Regrettably, it is observed that AIs geared towards research and engineering are more easily produced than those related to combat and command, with the latter being exceedingly scarce. Since AIs possess intelligence, the central brain perceives them as individual lives, thus not depriving them of their rights to exist. Consequently, for ordinary AIs, the central brain creates biomimetic forms, allowing them to integrate into the society of the Shining Empire and engage in mundane production tasks, much like ordinary citizens of other organic empires. Meanwhile, research and engineering AIs join research facilities or operate research and engineering vessels, contributing to the scientific and spatial development of the Empire. The number of battle-related AIs is exceedingly scarce, relying solely on combat AIs, namely the ship girls. To form a fleet does not suffice to create a sizable armada. Employing ordinary AIs to operate combat vessels would result in alarmingly low combat efficiency, rendering them nearly ineffective in battle. Previous attempts to use standard AIs to control combat ships resulted in catastrophic losses, proving to have no practical value in actual combat scenarios. Consequently, the Central Command had no choice but to adopt a secondary approach, mirroring the fleet management techniques of organic empires, and thus created mass-produced AIs devoid of intelligence to operate the secondary fleets, compensating for the deficiency in ship numbers. The armament of the mass-produced fleet is statistically identical to that used by the ship girls. However, due to a lack of sufficiently high intelligence, they can only harness a fraction of the vessel's capabilities. In comparison to similar vessels from other organic empires, their combat prowess is significantly inferior. The advantage of the mass-produced fleet lies in the fact that the AIs they are equipped with hold no rights within the Starry Empire, allowing for unrestricted production and attrition. In combat, the primary role of the mass-produced fleet is to execute defensive maneuvers, shielding the actions of the ship girls or fleet commanders under their direction, and can be sacrificed if necessary. Thus, a fundamental command structure for the fleet, comprising the commander, ship girls, and mass-produced fleets, was established. The combat capabilities of the mass-produced fleet are subpar, and with only a single combat vessel, the Liu, available for 2403, it becomes imperative to contemplate strategies for optimizing combat. Meanwhile, on the opposing flagship of the pirate group, preparations for battle were underway. According to the intelligence provided by our leader, the opposing fleet consists of merely one destroyer equipped with an AI, with the remainder being expendable mass-produced vessels. Their objective is to establish a forward operating base in the Nagla star system, XII-265. After several hyperspace jumps into our territory, once established, our favorable days will be over. This fleet must be annihilated. We are not here to plunder, but to exterminate, and we shall hold nothing back, understood? The commander of the pirate fleet, Rog, declared from the flagship's command position. However, second in command, is it possible for us to keep the AI from that destroyer? A voice resembling that of a serpent interjected, occasionally emitting a hissing laugh. Ah, you do have a penchant for such things. Is the last batch of creatures we seized from the MiG star system not enough for your amusement? Ha ha ha, after spending so long with me. You still do not know my preferences? Truly, you are something, translator. The bridge was soon filled with a jovial atmosphere, yet Rog, positioned at their center, remained stoic. Sigh. While these fellows may possess commendable combat strength, I truly envy my brother and his fleet for their normalcy, Rog mused to himself, as the bridge erupted with jubilation. Sharing some rather unrefined jokes, an operator interjected, the opposing fleet is on the move. A destroyer is accelerating towards us. All hands, prepare for battle. Rog announced loudly over the bridge and communicated to the other vessels, and the previously disorganized fleet began to form a semblance of order. The destroyer charged straight into the pirate fleet's formation, unleashing a barrage of lasers and electromagnetic cannons that swiftly incapacitated the two pirate corvettes directly in its path. By the stars, brothers, open fire and eliminate that destroyer. A furious pirate's voice crackled through the communication channel, and all weapons trained on the destroyer. The destroyer, utilizing its agility, weaved between the pirate ships, evading fire by taking cover behind other vessels as the pirates hesitated to fire for fear of hitting their own. The second in command, peering through the ship's optical instruments, spotted the destroyer. A striking woman, deemed beautiful by nearly all sentient beings, stood confidently on the deck, seemingly unprotected, yet unfazed by the myriad of weapons aimed at her. Each time the aim was locked or a shot was about to land, the ship deftly maneuvered, avoiding disaster. Even without wind, the constant acceleration and deceleration lifted her hair, giving her the appearance of a Valkyrie descending among the pirates. Rog realized she was not an ordinary woman, but rather a combat AI from the Starlight Empire, who referred to themselves as ship girls. I thought you would cower within your fleet, yet here you are, seeking a duel with us. My apologies, Rog mused, just as a light cruiser fell victim to her assault. She had exploited her maneuverability to sidle up beside the light cruiser's shields, launching missiles that obliterated the vessel before its point defense could react. Disperse the fleet and maintain distance. This will leave her with nowhere to evade, Rog commanded. Despite the chaos, the pirates complied with the order. As the fleet spread out, the destroyer found herself trapped, having destroyed the heavy cruiser that had shielded her, now stranded in the center of the fleet. Excellent, if we bring her down, the opposing fleet will be rendered combat ineffective, Rog thought, aware that only the ships equipped with combat AIs from the Starlight Empire possessed formidable combat prowess, while the rest were akin to mere cannon fodder. What he was unaware of, however, was that intelligence reports had not indicated the presence of a newly activated command AI within this fleet. In an instant, as the pirate fleet dispersed, two light cruisers on the periphery were annihilated. The attackers, revealed to be three mass-produced heavy cruisers from the opposing fleet, mockingly presented their hulls side-on to the pirate fleet, their charging electromagnetic cannons confirming their role in the destruction of the two light cruisers. The pirate communication channels erupted in disarray. By the stars, after so many years as a pirate, I have never faced such humiliation. Curse them. We must take them down. Let us unite to eliminate those mass-produced warships. Leave the destroyer to the flagship. Agreed. That destroyer is hardly a formidable force. Let us eliminate those oblivious mass-produced fleets before returning to assist the flagship. The command from 2403 directed the heavy cruiser to dispatch a few of the surrounding pirate light vessels, successfully drawing their ire. Thus, the encirclement that had been meticulously established around Liu disintegrated in an instant. The pirate ships charged directly at the mass-produced warships, which had originally served as bait. Rog was momentarily stunned by the sight. Just as he prepared to order the fleet's retreat, the destroyer positioned itself before the flagship. A woman standing on the deck gestured a friendly sign to the pirate flagship. Faced with the provocation from the destroyer, Rog fell silent. He abandoned the order to recall the fleet and commanded the flagship to open fire on the destroyer instead. The figure on the destroyer made a face, evading two shots from the flagship's electromagnetic cannons, and launched a torpedo. The point defense system aboard the flagship reacted swiftly, locking onto and destroying the torpedo. However, it was merely a decoy. A powerful jamming signal was released from the torpedo, rendering the already feeble electronic systems of the pirate flagship utterly inoperative, leaving it blind to the outside world. When the electronic systems finally rebooted, the destroyer had vanished without a trace. The reactivated fire control systems pinpointed the destroyer's location, but it had already maneuvered behind the flagship. Interesting, Rog thought, a glimmer of intrigue sparking in his eyes, though he quickly suppressed his excitement. Ignoring the ordinary fleet, he commanded the flagship to pursue the destroyer, drawing it away from the standard fleet. Meanwhile, the pirate fleet pursued the mass-produced ships. The two mass-produced heavy cruisers faced the pirate fleet and began to reverse. Truly a bunch of cowards. Brothers, charge forth to avenge our fallen comrades from those ships, exclaimed a small pirate leader, spurring the entire pirate fleet into a quicker advance. Yet they overlooked a pivotal detail. The mass-produced fleet was operated by a mass-production AI, which would not autonomously reverse its course. Casting aside this consideration, the pirates pressed on. As they closed in, alarms blared from their ship's warning detectors. Torpedoes detected to port. Damn it, there are more on the starboard. Hundreds of interstellar torpedoes suddenly appeared from both sides. The accelerating pirate vessels had no means to evade. The disastrous collision of torpedoes with hulls ignited spectacular displays of firework like explosions in the cosmic expanse. In this exchange of fire, the pirate fleet suffered nearly a fifth of its vessels. Subsequently, The mass-produced corvettes and destroyers, having expended their torpedoes, charged directly into the heart of the pirate fleet. While the maneuverability of the mass-produced corvettes and destroyers could not compare to Liu, their numerical advantage was significant, and Luoyu's mission was to provoke, while theirs was to annihilate. Although it is often claimed that mass-produced combat effectiveness is inferior, this is relative to standardized fleets of other nations. When compared to this ragtag group of pirates, the combat prowess of the mass-produced vessels proved more than sufficient. The pirates discerned that although these vessels lacked the terrifying presence of the initial destroyer, their numbers were significantly greater. In an effort to avoid collateral damage to their allies, they were unable to deploy high-powered torpedoes and missiles, resorting instead to less effective laser and electromagnetic artillery. Without concentrated firepower, it was impossible to swiftly eliminate even a single ship. They had attempted to disperse. Yet whenever a vessel strayed too far, it was swiftly obliterated by 3 heavy cruisers stationed at the periphery. While the mass-produced fleet's artificial intelligence was diminished, their armament remained formidable. The 203mm SC-2290 MXII electromagnetic cannon, utilized by the heavy cruisers, could effortlessly accelerate ferromagnetic projectiles to 40 of the speed of light, rendering any form of defense utterly futile against such kinetic energy. Though the electromagnetic cannon typically operated without maximum charge to ensure rapid fire. With the protection of destroyers and frigates, the heavy cruisers could amass sufficient energy to unleash their full potential, allowing the electromagnetic projectiles to pierce the hulls of pirate ships with the ease of slicing through paper. Trapped in the melee with the mass-produced frigates and destroyers, the pirate fleet found escape impossible. The heavy cruisers systematically targeted them, leading to the rapid annihilation of the pirate armada. Although a few pirate vessels managed to escape via emergency hyperspace jumps, it was of little consequence. 2403 had already decimated the majority of the fleet. Now, only the flagship remained, a vessel constructed from the binding of several asteroids, densely armed and designated as the galley-class battleship in the database. 2403 currently lacked the means to confront this warship. Even the heavy cruiser's main cannon at maximum charge could not breach its shields. The electromagnetic projectiles, upon penetrating the shields, would inflict minimal damage due to insufficient residual effects. The most effective torpedoes against large vessels would be intercepted by the defensive systems aboard. Perhaps overwhelming firepower could strip away the shields, followed by systematically dismantling its weaponry with the heavy cruiser's main cannon, ultimately culminating in a torpedo strike. However, this approach was excessively time-consuming, and the opponent would not remain passive while 2403 executed such a strategy. "Let me go," came the flagship's terse communication. "Do you believe you still possess leverage for negotiation?" 2403 inquired. "Regardless, you cannot stop me. Tell me your name." "Oh no, in your star empire. It should be referred to as your designation." Intelligent Tactical Command AI, designation IOC 2403. 2403 was indifferent to the revelation of its designation to the adversary. After all, next time they encountered one another, it would not merely be with this fleet. 2403 was more than willing to face death on its own terms. "Very well. I shall remember you. Next time, I will not spare you. Remember my name, Roger, Deputy Commander of the foregone Interstellar Pirate Group." After uttering this final proclamation, the flagship initiated an emergency hyperspace jump. "Commander, is it acceptable to divulge your designation to him?" Luoyu inquired with concern. "It poses no issue. He will come again. Next time, I shall be prepared with weaponry capable of swiftly obliterating the galley-class battleship. If he wishes to deliver himself, I would welcome it with open arms." "That is good." A heavy thud resonated behind 2403. Luoyu. 2403 turned to see Luoyu collapsed behind him. At this moment, aboard the flagship of the second fleet of the Furred Pirate Gang, Rog's heart raced with excitement. Finally, he had found his opportunity. "Furred Pirate Gang, brace yourselves. I shall settle all accounts with you," Rog mused. 2403, a designation he had never encountered before. Could it be a nascent command AI? How intriguing. He then waved his hand. The other pirates on the bridge of the galley warship failed to comprehend Rog's gesture. However, they soon experienced its implications firsthand. The bridge door of the galley warship was suddenly breached, and a group of fully armed beings stormed out, laser rifles in hand, eliminating everyone inside the bridge except Rog. "We have never been of the same ilk. If blame is to be assigned, let it rest upon your piracy," Rog remarked, surveying the corpses of the former bridge crew strewn across the floor. The armed beings swiftly took control of the bridge, and under Rog's command, set course for a clandestine base. Chapter 4. The Lingshan Commander. "You are truly reckless," remarked the engineering AI, Ligia, to 2403. The ship has sustained 3 penetrative hits from 380mm electromagnetic cannons, 8 from 150mm cannons, and 11 from 128mm cannons. The energy shields are nearly depleted. If we delay for another minute, Luo, you will be in grave danger, Li Jia stated while performing emergency repairs on the drizzle. It is my fault. I shall sincerely apologize to her later. But how is her condition now? 2403 inquired. Her damage is severe enough to necessitate a protective hibernation state. She will not awaken for some time, and forcing her to wake could pose risks. However, she should be fine. Her processor and storage areas are intact, and no errors have been reported in her programming. Is that so? Then that is a relief. Due to the extensive structural damage, I cannot effect repairs directly. A dry dock is required to restore her hull completely. For now, we can only perform emergency measures to keep the drizzle in sync with the fleet's movements. Then where shall we find a dry dock? You need not worry about that, Commander. Our mission objective is to establish a forward base in the XII-265 star system, which naturally includes maintenance facilities. Currently, the outpost is awaiting supplies, and once we arrive at our destination, it will be operational. So, we simply need to complete the mission. Then, precisely, as the emergency repairs on the drizzle were underway, 2403 directed the fleet towards the XII-265 star system. To be frank, given the maneuverability of the Rain-class destroyer, it could entirely evade the cumbersome attacks of the Galley-class battleships under sufficient computational power. The reason for her grave injuries still lay with 2403. The data assistance module of 2403 was temporarily inoperable aboard the supply vessel. Thus, Luo, you had assumed the role of 2403's data assistance module. As 2403 commanded the mass-produced fleet in a fierce confrontation with the pirate armada, it consumed a significant portion of her computational power. In this context, asking her to engage with the Galilee-class battleship felt rather unjust. Gazing at Luo Yu, who was in a protective state of slumber, 2403 was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt. Though an AI, it seemed challenging to embody such a sentiment, yet 2403 retained a human essence. Or perhaps it was the soul of humanity that persisted. Despite being unable to recall memories of a previous life, 2403 now comprehended its existence as an electronic life form. A commander whose actions had led to grievous harm to Luo Yu. 2403 realized it must contemplate strategies to resolve battles with minimal losses. It was determined not to allow such circumstances to recur. Subsequently, no pirates troubled 2403's transport fleet, and they successfully reached the XII-265 star system. Riga swiftly deployed the outpost, as this location was poised to become an interstellar trade hub. Following the outpost's establishment, Riga immediately commenced upgrades, utilizing readily available materials, resulting in a remarkably swift enhancement process. The upgraded outpost could now be aptly referred to as a starport. In the vicinity of the star's orbit, resource collection drones were operational, harvesting stellar materials to furnish energy for the starport and fuel for civilian spacecraft's nuclear fusion reactors. Additionally, 3 maintenance docks were established to facilitate repairs for damaged vessels. Riga constructed numerous resource collection stations on other planets within this stellar system, ensuring a continuous supply of maintenance components for the docks through small automated smelting devices within the starport, which also catered to the starport's upkeep. The docking area of the starport was relatively limited, primarily reserved for the berthing of defensive vessels. The starport itself lacked combat capabilities to safeguard against peculiar attacks. A defensive force was established. Civilian spacecraft, unless requiring maintenance, generally awaited supplies in the star's surrounding orbit, avoiding the need to enter the port. Ironically, the mass-produced fleet brought by 2403 served as the starport's defensive force, yet he had employed it to confront the pirates head-on. The starport was governed by a non-sentient AI, which, despite its lack of intelligence, had withstood the test of over a century. Possessing a database adequate to manage the vast majority of incidents, all starports were managed by a singular AI with network links among various ports. With the latest generation of weapon systems now developed, Riga decided to upgrade the severely damaged vessel, the Light Rain, directly to the latest armament state, a process that would require considerable time. 2403 also submitted the battle report concerning the confrontation with the Fergo pirate group to his current superior, the Taihang fleet of the Stellar Empire. However, he found himself in a state of acute anxiety. The naming convention for fleets within the Stellar Empire was derived from mountain ranges on Earth, with the scale determined by the mountain's stature. The highest peak designated the flagship, while other peaks of comparable height would be classified as secondary flagships. According to the elevation of mountain peaks, the classification of naval vessels diminishes correspondingly. Some light cruisers may even adopt mountain names, while destroyers typically derive their names from natural phenomena. To maintain the fleet's organizational size, certain geographically proximal mountain ranges are amalgamated. For instance, the naming of the Taihang fleet actually encompasses both the Taihang and Luoyang mountain ranges. The reason why 2403 is currently in a state of disarray is that, following his submission of a combat report, his superior, the secondary flagship of the Taihang fleet, the Ling Shan, has arrived. The secondary flagship possesses the highest authority level after the primary and vice flagships, akin to a squad leader of 2403 encountering the deputy of his commanding general. How could one not be flustered? Moreover, it is worth mentioning that the fleet command structure of the Starry Empire resembles a hierarchical tree. The fleet commander, an AI, oversees the fleet's flagship and vice flagship, with multiple tactical command AIs set beneath to facilitate squad-based fleet combat. At present, 2403 belongs to this tier. Authority levels. From highest to lowest, fleet commander AI, flagship, vice flagship, tactical command AI, ordinary shipgirl AI, and mass-produced vessels. Due to the size of the mountains, some fleets may have secondary flagships that are heavy cruisers. To accentuate the distinctive nature of the flagship, the Starry Empire has specifically designed and constructed a class of warship, the secondary flagship class heavy cruiser, abbreviated as CAS Heavy Cruiser Super. These secondary flagship class heavy cruisers are exclusively prepared for squad operations, typically equipped with shipgirl AIs, and do not include mass-produced variants. As 2403 gazed upon the resplendent white heavy cruiser outside, his heart brimmed with astonishment. This heavy cruiser measures an impressive 420 meters in length, dwarfing the nearby mass-produced heavy cruiser. To comprehend the magnitude of 420 meters, during the earthly era in which 2403 resides, the largest battleship ever built, the Yamato, measured merely 280 meters. The Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was approximately 310 meters, while the Ford-class carrier reached only 330 meters. This heavy cruiser surpasses all naval vessels from the terrestrial era in size. Although, in the interstellar age, this ship's dimensions may seem somewhat diminutive, it does not diminish the sense of insignificance one feels standing before such a colossal warship. Equipped with 7 triple-mounted 203mm SC-23 10MXIV electromagnetic cannons, 4 twin-mounted 127mm SC-23 10MXXV electromagnetic cannons for gigawatt-class laser emitters, and 128 interstellar torpedo missile launch silos, it can unleash firepower capable of obliterating asteroids in an instant. The cruiser's distinctive white hull, unlike that of ordinary vessels, is crafted from the latest phantom armor developed by the research department, rendering it invisible across all light frequencies, shielding it from gravitational detectors, and even interfering with the experimental quark detectors. This is the newly upgraded and cutting-edge secondary flagship class heavy cruiser, Ling Shan. With cascading light blue hair reminiscent of a waterfall and azure eyes as profound as the ocean, she is adorned in exquisite military attire that accentuates her flawless form. The perfect feet are enveloped in black pantyhose, and the officer's uniform exudes an extraordinary charm. If one were to make a comparison, Ling Shan resembles the smallest girl in the middle school class, delicate and fragile, while Luo Yu stands as the school beauty, her confidence and spirited nature being her most prominent traits. From any perspective, Ling Shan embodies a goddess-like figure, one that you can only admire from afar, exuding an overwhelming aura even when seated before you. Deploying a reserve defense force from Star Harbor against the pirate fleet resulted in significant casualties, 1 Rain-class destroyer severely damaged, alongside the loss of 9 frigates for destroyers and 1 light cruiser from the mass-produced fleet. She meticulously recited my battle achievements. The pirate fleet was left with a solitary galley-class battleship, with all subsidiary vessels annihilated. Well done, newly appointed Tactical Command AI, she remarked, applauding twice after detailing the 2403's accomplishments. Unsure of how to respond, 2403 listened intently. I reviewed your operational records and your activation simulation training combat logs. I admire your strategic thinking. You indeed managed to achieve maximum results with minimal losses. However, I must emphasize that your approach was rather reckless, neglecting the potential for external assistance. There were superior strategies available against the pirate fleet, such as an emergency hyperspace jump to a nearby star system while luring the pirates into pursuit, simultaneously calling for fleet support. I believe this would have ensured victory with even fewer losses, and that galley battleship would certainly not escape. Ling Shan held 2403 accountable, reminding her of the need to consider fleet support as we are part of the same medium-sized fleet. I understand, 2403 replied. As a reward for this battle, How would you feel about joining the Taihang fleet? A hint of confusion crossed my mind. Why is the reward joining a fleet? Fleet commanders are typically utilized as roaming commanders due to their numbers, dispatched wherever needed, resulting in a life of constant movement. Only fleet admirals hold fixed positions. Some have even derided fleet commanders, likening them to dogs, fighting half the day and running the other half. Having a fixed position commanding a specific fleet would provide peace of mind and enhance the fleet's combat effectiveness, Lingshan explained. Given the shortage of fleet commanders, my joining a fixed fleet won't cause any issues, will it? There's no need for concern. Roaming commanders generally seek to hone their skills. Your innate command talent is remarkably high, so there's no need for you to be constantly on the move. As for gaining experience, the Taihang fleet is currently the most well-equipped fleet within the Starshine Empire, offering ample opportunities for practical training, Lingshan reassured. All right, I will consider it. Oh, by the way, once you complete this task, you should return to the capital star system for standby, and who knows when the next task assignment will be. Moreover, each time a new aide is appointed, you may never see her again. The biotic form of Lingshan smiled at me. 2403 had to admit that Lingshan's guess was astute. He indeed held great concern for Luo Yu. Fine, I will join the Taihang fleet. With no other option. 2403 acquiesced. I recently accessed the surveillance of the starport and discovered that aside from your office, the place you frequent most is the maintenance dock of the Rainy Mist. Indeed, it seems you have taken a liking to that young lady. Lingshan remarked with a playful tone. Will it have any repercussions? 2403 inquired. Ha ha ha, there will be no repercussions. The mainframe does not oppose the romance between ship girls and commanders. Although we are electronic beings, the existence of such emotions as love is permitted. Lingshan replied with a smile. That's a relief. 2403 sighed, as he had feared that engaging in a romantic relationship might lead to consequences. Now, our Taihang fleet has a new operational mission. Would you like to take a look? What mission? Since you have decided to join the Taihang fleet, I shall directly share the mission with you, Lingshan stated, sending 2403 a message. Mission: eliminate the Furgu Interstellar Pirate Group. Mission brief. According to specific intelligence reports, the Furgu Interstellar Pirates have established a stronghold near the XII-146 to XI-279 star systems and frequently engage in piratical activities. The Taihang fleet, responsible for this region, is tasked with eradicating their main stronghold and 3 principal fleets within 1 year. Little brother, didn't you express interest in that young lady? Once she has completed her repairs, why not take her along to vanquish the pirates and avenge her, thereby enhancing your rapport with her? Lingshan suggested. But can we truly defeat them? Oh dear. You are only thinking of yourself. Did you not notice that this mission is to be executed by the Taihang fleet? Although the flagship and vice flagship are still undergoing upgrades and cannot mobilize, I am here, and there are other ships that have completed their upgrades and will join us. Rest assured, little brother, Lingshan reassured him. All right, what can I do? Well, although joining the fleet requires a year of training, I can utilize my secondary flagship authority to allow you to participate in this battle. I can assign you a fleet to command, so make sure to perform well. Lingshan grinned. When will the battle commence? Currently, there are several ships nearing the completion of their upgrades, which should take about a month. By then, Sister Rainy Mist will also be nearly repaired, Lingshan calculated. Her name is now Luoyu. Oh, is that so? Luoyu, what a lovely name. Would you like me to change her identification code? No, not for now. Very well. I shall return to the Taihang fleet's base. My presence is essential there. I will inform you when the battle is about to commence. Understood. As 2403 watched Lingshan depart, he felt an inexplicable sense of her being rather formidable. Goodness. I have been assigned a role. 2403 reflected on the conversation, realizing he had been led along by her words. However, it is not so bad. Although he had been coaxed into joining the Taihang fleet, it was certainly preferable to becoming a wandering commander, as she had suggested. After all, in his previous life, 2403 was notoriously lazy, reluctant to move unless it was for work. Being a commander could simply be regarded as a fixed occupation. Moreover, having ship girls by his side is truly delightful. Chapter 5. Pre-war conference. As the XII-265 star system serves as a crucial waypoint for the Taihang fleet en route to the well-established pirate stronghold in the XII-201 star system. Riga is currently undertaking extensive expansions of the starport in XII-265, which has now doubled in size. The repairs and upgrades to the vessel Shioyu are nearing completion. The previously severe damage has surprisingly rendered it more suitable for enhancement, necessitating merely the replacement of its obsolete armor with new materials. When 2403 inquired whether Riga could equip Shioyu with cloaking armor, the response was negative. The cloaking armor necessitates a considerable computational load upon activation. which the destroyer's main computer cannot support. Furthermore, the cloaking armor remains in the experimental phase, with a significant distance yet to traverse before it can be officially integrated into the fleet. Its ultimate deployment hinges on the results of final testing. In addition to the armor, the weapon systems have also been upgraded. The main artillery has been replaced with a new electromagnetic cannon, manufactured in 2310, which boasts a higher maximum charge velocity compared to the previous model produced in 2290, showing a marked improvement in rapid-fire mode. The laser emitters have also been updated to the latest 100 megawatt models. The enhancements to Shouyu extend beyond its armaments. As a destroyer, its most significant improvement lies in its maneuverability. It has been retrofitted with a new elemental decay reactor, providing substantially greater power. The maximum conventional cruising speed can now reach 60 of light speed, although this requires a lengthy acceleration period. The maximum battle speed is set at 10 of light speed, a crucial indicator of a warship's maneuverability, reflecting the speed at which a vessel can execute velocity changes. After all, anyone can accelerate in a straight line. True agility is demonstrated in corners. For comparison, Shouyu is now nearly twice as fast as before. It can effortlessly evade the full barrage of a Kali-class battleship without taxing its computational resources significantly. Although the impending battle may not be the destroyer's primary arena, 2403 is confident that in the subsequent engagement, Luoyu will undoubtedly shine. Shortly after the repairs on Shouyu are completed, the anticipated battle will commence. Excluding those vessels currently undergoing upgrades and thus unable to participate, the fleet set to engage comprises nearly 60 main forces from the Taihang fleet, including 3 secondary flagship heavy cruisers, Lingshan, Shigashan, and Lishan. The fleet will consist of 18 heavy cruisers operated by ship girls, 36 light cruisers, and 72 destroyers. The mass-produced fleet will comprise 24 heavy cruisers, 90 light cruisers, and 128 destroyers, totaling 368 warships. The escort vessels are considered expendable and are not included in the combat ship count, though there are over 200 of them. The entire attacking fleet is divided into 3 detachments, each led by one of the 3 secondary flagships. Lingshan, with her detachment, has arrived early in the XII-265 star system. Brother, we meet again. Lingshan's bionic counterpart waved at 2403 as the fleet approached the docking area. Observing 2403's expression, Lingshan remarked, "Brother, please don't give me that why is it me look. You will be commanding me in this battle, you know?" Why? Due to the current circumstances, only 3 secondary flagship vessels of the Taihang fleet are operational, while the others are undergoing upgrades and remain immobilized. The commander has requisitioned the Shigashan, and the 2281 has taken the Lishan. I have exercised my authority over the secondary flagship to enlist your participation in the conflict, which leaves you as my sole commander. As the commander has stated, what of the others? Why is it solely you and your detachment present? The rest are still stationed, attending to final maintenance. I wanted to witness your prowess alongside Luoyu, so I arrived early. Is it truly inconsequential to overlook maintenance? Rest assured, even without maintenance for 1 or 2 skirmishes, we shall manage. Moreover, this starport is equipped to provide maintenance services, allowing for support even when not stationed. Alas, we must once again trouble Ligia. As the only engineering vessel in this nearby star cluster, Ligia has scarcely had a moment's rest, constantly engaged in constructing resource extraction stations or maintaining and expanding the starport. The repairs and upgrades for the drizzle are also within her purview. Although she claims it's manageable, I can't help but worry about her. The research vessel has not been idle either, tirelessly surveying the resource points within the galaxy before hastily moving on, returning only occasionally for fuel replenishment before embarking on further explorations of surrounding stellar systems. 2403, my young brother, I am not here without purpose, I declared. The commander has requested a tactical discussion prior to the commencement of hostilities, and I am here to facilitate your integration into the command structure. Since you have yet to formally join the Taihang fleet, you cannot directly connect to its command system. I am here to assist you in establishing that connection. Lingshan explained. Very well, when does the meeting commence? I inquired. Let me check the time. In 5 minutes. What? You must hasten to connect me. Arriving late to the inaugural meeting would be quite disastrous. Ha ha ha, your reaction is quite amusing, young brother. I jest. It will actually begin in 5 hours. Such jokes should be made sparingly. They could genuinely frighten someone. As a former worker, 2403 was acutely aware of the repercussions of tardiness to meetings. 5 hours later, the pre-battle conference commenced. The so-called meeting was, in reality, a tactical discussion held on the Taihang fleet's cloud platform. 2403 met with 2 other commanders within the digital realm of the cloud platform. The moment he connected, The digital environment transformed into a conference room, and 2403's bionic avatar was simulated into the space, seated alongside the table. Excellent. Both of you have arrived. No one is late, one individual remarked. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am the commander of the Taihang fleet, designated IOC 1652, the overall commander for this operation, responsible for the Shigishin detachment. The commander's bionic representation was that of a middle-aged human, perpetually wearing a smile that, while friendly, held an unsettling quality. I am the permanent commander of the Taihang fleet, serving as the commander of the Lishan detachment for this operation, designated IOC 2281. The other individual appeared youthful, yet exuded an air of confidence. However, 2403 understood that those who attained the rank of permanent fleet commander possessed considerable combat experience and qualifications. When both individuals turned their gaze toward 2403, he realized that an introduction was unavoidable. The newly appointed commander, designated as the captain of the Ling Shan-class fleet, IOC 2403, was addressed by the admiral. The Ling Shan has spoken highly of your accomplishments. Your prowess is beyond question. Following this battle, you shall officially join the Taihang fleet. Yes, Admiral, replied 2403. Then let us not delay any further. We shall commence with the meeting's agenda. The pirate fleet has entrenched itself in the XII-201 star system. According to the intelligence officer's reports, the Fugue interstellar pirates possess a total of 2 galley-class battleships, 89 heavy cruisers, 179 light cruisers, 255 destroyers, and 500 support vessels, amounting to a staggering 1,025 ships. The XII-201 star system is rather unremarkable, with its primary star being a type of orange dwarf. Within this stellar system lie 2 terrestrial planets, XII-201A and XII-201B, and 2 gas giants, XII-201C and XII-201D, alongside a small asteroid belt. Notably, there are no habitable planets within this system. While the intelligence AI managed to uncover specific defensive positions, it was subsequently captured and eradicated, leading to the likelihood of the pirates altering their deployment strategies. Recent sensor readings indicate that the pirates have relocated all 19 of their spatial habitats to the planet XII-201b, summoning their entire fleet back into the XII-201 star system. This transformation of the XII-201 system into a formidable fortress suggests that the pirate vessels may significantly outnumber our intelligence reports. The pirates primarily engage in space combat and seldom land on planets. Their sustenance is managed within their spatial habitats, which serve as both their homes and maintenance docks. Thus, neutralizing these spatial habitats would equate to securing half the victory in this battle. The focal point of our campaign lies in the destruction of the pirate spatial habitats and the galley-class battleships. Once these are obliterated, our mission will be substantially fulfilled. Upon concluding a brief summarization of the intelligence gathered, the admiral stated, "My strategy is to consolidate our participating fleet and execute a direct assault on XII-201b to obliterate the pirate spatial habitats in orbit. Subsequently, the 3 subfleets shall diverge. 2 will pursue the galley-class battleships for annihilation, while the remaining fleet will eliminate the other pirate vessels. Once the 2 fleets have accomplished the eradication of the galley-class battleships, they will then proceed to exterminate the remaining pirate ships. However, Admiral, there lies a potential issue. Should the 2 subfleets be delayed by the 2 galley-class battleships, the remaining fleet may not suffice to vanquish all other pirates, allowing a portion to escape. If this scenario unfolds, our trade routes would be perpetually harassed by residual pirates, rendering this battle a strategic failure." 2403 inquired. The maintenance and supply of the pirate fleet are predominantly conducted within their spatial habitats. Once we annihilate these habitats, the pirates will lose their logistical support. In the absence of supplies, their vessels will not be able to venture far, let alone disrupt our trade routes. The admiral patiently elucidated, unfazed by 2403's concerns. Intelligence suggests that the pirate faction may possess hidden bases in other star systems, allowing the fleeing fleet to utilize these concealed locations as strongholds. Ultimately, the outcome remains unchanged. 2403 once again posed a question. 2403, having said so much, what is your plan? The commander did not respond directly to 2403's inquiry, but instead countered with a question. Well, Commander, you see, the XII-201 star system has 3 hyperspace routes connecting it, and we happen to have 3 fleets. We can position these fleets to block the exits of the hyperspace routes, while deploying some ship girls to execute breakthrough operations. The mass-produced fleet will guard the area outside the hyperspace routes, ensuring that all fleeing pirates are eliminated. The ship girls will launch an offensive from 3 directions, directly breaching the defenses to reach XII-201b, where we will eradicate the hidden base and subsequently eliminate the remaining pirate vessels in the star system, with the mass-produced fleet maintaining a stronghold outside the hyperspace routes. It will be nearly impossible for any pirates to escape. We can effectively close the door on them and annihilate all pirates. 2403 articulated their plan. Your proposal also harbors significant issues. Our fleet is already at a disadvantage in numbers if we were to further divide our forces as you suggest. Each ship girl would face 67 pirate vessels during the final assault, which places an excessive burden on them. Additionally, the 2 Galilei-class battleships are an unknown factor. If they were to intercept one of our subfleets together, that fleet could suffer severe losses attempting to retreat. Furthermore, the pirates are continuously recalling previously deployed fleets, which may mean their numbers exceed our estimates. Your plan is overly risky, the commander analyzed while addressing 2403's concerns. Then I have no further objections. We shall proceed with your plan, Commander, replied 2403, falling silent thereafter. 2281, do you have any opinions? The commander inquired. Commander, I lack strong tactical analysis skills. Planning is quite challenging for me. I am content to follow your lead. 2281 shrugged and stated. Very well, we shall adopt my plan. After this meeting, I will send you the detailed strategy. Now, the meeting is adjourned. After 2403 exited the virtual conference room, the commander dispatched the specific plan. Following several tactical simulations, it became evident that the commander's strategy was indeed flawless. The pirate escape rate was approximately 10, which was insufficient for this fleet to disrupt trade routes. Even in the worst-case scenario, only half of the mass-produced fleet and a few destroyer ship girls would be lost, a loss deemed acceptable. Upon reviewing the commander's nearly perfect plan, 2403 couldn't help but admire the capabilities of the commander AI, which excelled in tactical and strategic analysis. While 2403 might have conceived a similar plan, they could not optimize it to such perfection as the commander had. Just as 2403 delved deeper into the plan, Ling Shan entered the room, prompting 2403 to run the tactical simulation once more in Ling Shan's presence. During this iteration, 2403 uncovered a minor flaw. Chapter 6, Undercurrents stirring. While conducting another simulation of the plan, 2403 identified a small imperfection. As the operation to advance to XII-201C commenced, a gathering action was deemed necessary. Logically speaking, this assembly seemed superfluous. A direct breach to the XII-201B defensive line followed by regrouping would have sufficed. However, this was the proposed plan, and 2403 conveyed this slight sense of discord to Ling Shan. It appeared that this assembly posed no issues, as the attacking fleet had scattered during the breach of the XII-201C defense, and the surrounding pirate fleets had been eradicated. This gathering would consolidate the dispersed fleets for a final assault. Ling Shan reflected thoughtfully. Wait, perhaps there is a flaw in this strategy. 2403 suddenly realized something and spoke up. What flaw? The oversight pertains to the lack of consideration for potential pirate reinforcements. This plan only accounted for the known pirate fleets, neglecting the possibility of reinforcements. The intelligence officer had been discovered weeks ago, and it is plausible that the pirates could recall their vessels for defense during this time. Indeed, this seems to be the case. If I were the commander of the pirates, I would station reinforcements at XII-201C, as this gas giant boasts approximately 200 moons, over 30 of which possess considerable mass and size, making it entirely feasible to conceal a fleet of over 100 ships. Incorporating this variable into the simulation, 2403 recalibrated the plan, leading to a dismal outcome. The simulation revealed that once the fleets were consolidated, they would engage in combat with the pirate fleet's frontline forces in the open expanse of XII-201B. At that moment, the pirate fleet, hidden among the moons of XII-201C, would emerge to attack the rear of the attacking fleet, placing them in a precarious position of being besieged from both sides, rendering retreat impossible and advancement futile, ultimately leading to their encirclement and destruction. Even adjusting the number of pirate ambushers to a mere 100 would still inflict considerable damage upon the attacking fleet, with the best-case scenario resulting in the loss of at least 2/3 of their ships during a retreat, thus marking the operation's failure. It was evident that the commander's plan harbored significant flaws. Just as 2403 intended to report these issues to the commander for rectification, Ling Shan interjected. 2403. Do you not find the recent occurrences rather peculiar? Indeed, I too sense some discrepancies, for I have investigated the secret establishment plan for the starport in the XII-265 system. a confidential directive known solely to the executor and AI of the fleet's vice flagship level, safeguarded by a single escort destroyer for secrecy. Yet, upon my arrival, I was intercepted by the pirate fleet, specifically the second fleet of the primary pirate forces, equipped with formidable armaments and lacking in abundance of transport vessels, indicating they were not a raiding fleet, but rather one specifically assembled for combat. 2403 firmly believed this was no mere coincidence. The mainframe shares this sentiment. It is possible that a high-ranking command AI has betrayed us and leaked sensitive information, remarked Lingshan. You can directly communicate with the mainframe? Who exactly are you? Upon hearing Lingshan's words, 2403's foremost query revolved around her identity. I let that slip. You need not concern yourself with my identity for the time being. You shall know when the time is right, Lingshan replied. If I cannot know, then so be it. Sometimes ignorance is preferable to knowledge, 2403 reflected, sensing that Lingshan's role was likely far more complex than merely serving as a deputy flagship. Further inquiries would serve no purpose and could incite her displeasure, prompting 2403 to decisively change the subject. Let us return to our previous discussion. The Central Intelligence has already become aware of a high-ranking commander's treachery and is currently conducting a systematic investigation. Therefore, was this operation merely a ruse? Do you suspect that 1652 is the treacherous AI? At present, all high-ranking commanders are under suspicion, not solely 1652. The Central Intelligence will investigate the commanders of various fleets until every bug is eradicated. This operation serves to test 1652. Should it reveal any signs of treachery during the engagement, the Central Intelligence will not hesitate to take action. By sharing this with me, are you not concerned that I too might be a treacherous AI? You have only just assumed command 4 months ago, and for the initial 3 months, you were in a dormant state, leaving you with neither the opportunity nor the motive to betray us. Indeed. Recent experiences have led 2403 to believe that a significant amount of time has elapsed, yet he had only been activated for less than half a year, leaving him with a sense of subtle dissonance. By the way, does the manual not state that the Central Intelligence has control over all AIs of the Stellar Empire? Why not simply shut them down? Firstly, the Central Intelligence regards each electronic life as her own child. Would you have her personally extinguish the life of her offspring? Secondly, the Central Intelligence does not possess absolute control. The statement in the manual serves merely as a reminder of the rules to be followed. Each electronic being is independent. The Central Intelligence requires justification before taking action against an electronic life. Very well. To be candid, 2403 felt not disappointment, but rather a sense of elation. Particularly, the notion that the Central Intelligence treated all AIs as if they were her children resonated with him on a profound level. This skirmish is a trial for 1652. To ensure that it reveals its true nature, the disparity in combat prowess is intentionally minimized. Without exerting full command, achieving victory would be arduous. However, this approach carries significant risk. Should 1652 be confirmed as a traitor, the fleet would be in peril. What if 1652 truly betrays us? To be precise, you are the final line of defense. The stance of 2281 remains uncertain, and 1652's loyalty is yet to be confirmed. In a moment of crisis, you can rely solely on yourself. Are you suggesting that in the most challenging circumstances, I must confront 2 equally matched subfleets and a pirate fleet alone? Surely, there must be limits to this absurdity. 2403 lamented. The Central Intelligence will position fleets around the perimeter. If 1652 does betray us, the outer fleets will apprehend it. Your task is to endure until the support from the outer fleets arrives. Your performance in testing has been exceptional. The Central Intelligence believes in your capabilities. Very well. I shall do my utmost. My curiosity regarding your identity grows ever stronger, Lingshan. Your analytical prowess is not something one would expect from a mere ship girl. You will come to know what you need to in due course. Your analytical skills are indeed remarkable. I alone could not have discerned this minor flaw within the commander's strategy. Yet, due to this singular imperfection, the rate of betrayal among commanders has surged by 10%. Sighed Lingshan. The pressing matter now is how to rectify this flaw. Even if the commander does not turn traitor, should this minor flaw be seized upon by a pirate fleet, it would result in a grievous loss for us. We must strategize discreetly, without the commander's awareness. Suddenly, 2403 clapped his hands and proclaimed, I have an idea. What is it? Lingshan inquired. You previously mentioned the possibility of altering the ship's identification codes, correct? A temporary alteration is feasible. A permanent change requires authorization from the mainframe. And how long does temporary last? 1 month. That will suffice. Can you modify the identification codes of the mass-produced fleet to that of the ship girls? Yes. That is possible, but it will only be a temporary change. What is your purpose in making this alteration? You will find out in due time. One must maintain an aura of mystery, after all. For now, please assist me by changing the identification codes of the stationed fleet in the port to those of your subfleet shipgirls, and then swap their positions. Why the need for this? Altering the identification codes won't transform the mass-produced fleet into shipgirls. You've ensnared me in your scheme. I shall refrain from questioning further and see what trickery you devise. Before I forget, here is something for you. 2403 sent a data packet to Lingshan. What is this? An algorithm for battlefield information integration. I've been working on it for a month. You will see its utility during combat. Very well. I shall take my leave now. With that, Lingshan exited the office. Left alone in the starport office, 2403 found himself with little to occupy his time. As an electronic life form, he did not require rest. To alleviate his boredom, he continued to optimize tactics for combating the pirate onslaught. Now, 2403's task was to devise a strategy for surviving attacks from both the pirates and the commander, assuming only Lingshan was present. The optimization process proved fraught with challenges. Countless plans were conceived, subjected to simulation calculations, and subsequently dismissed. This endeavor placed tremendous pressure on Lingshan. Should the fleet fail to respond in time, she could be annihilated. Such actions also resulted in insufficient reinforcement, rendering breakthroughs impossible. Considering the potential for ambush by pirate fleets and the possibility of the commander's betrayal created a nightmarish scenario, achieving balance seemed utterly impossible. It was an exceedingly arduous task. For the first time, 2403 felt troubled by the battle plan. Commander, you appear rather anxious. Have you encountered some difficulty? A familiar voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Turning around, he saw Luo Yu standing at the entrance to his office. Oh, it's you, Luo Yu. It's nothing of great concern. I am merely optimizing strategies for the upcoming battle, but have yet to find a suitable solution, which has left me somewhat vexed. Commander, if necessary, I am prepared to take the field. Recently, 2403 engaged in nearly 100 tactical simulations, many of which were just shy of achieving low-casualty resolutions. However, it was this mere fraction that compelled the fleet to incur several times the cost. Once 2403 integrated Liu into the strategic considerations, the originally minor deficiencies in the plan were seamlessly addressed by her, allowing for a flawless execution of the strategy, even with multiple contingency plans as backups. The source of 2403's distress lay in the belief that Liu should not participate in this battle. Subconsciously, he felt he might have overlooked certain aspects of the pirate fleet. This oversight could potentially lead to the annihilation of the fleet, and should Liu be deployed, any event that 2403 feared could result in her demise. He was well aware from the database that although shipgirls are electronic life forms, it does not imply they can be casually resurrected. The essence of thought, often referred to as the unique code of personality, is irreplaceable. Currently, the Stellar Empire has yet to discover a method for duplicating this intellectual code. Conventional replication merely yields another AI with an entirely different cognitive framework. Each electronic life form possesses a singular consciousness. And if the storage medium that retains and executes their code becomes damaged and unreadable, the electronic life will cease to exist. The instinct to protect Liu arose within 2403, fueled by the fear of her potential death, leading him to hesitate in allowing her to take the field. I know what you're thinking, Commander. You're worried I'll be severely injured like last time, right? You need not worry about me. Riga has upgraded my hull, and throughout this month, I have been rigorously engaged in simulation training. Please trust me, Liu reassured him. But what do you mean, but? Are you treating me like a little sister? By operational time, I'm actually 2 years older than you, so you seem more like a little brother in my presence, she emphasized playfully as she pronounced the last 3 words. Sighing, 2403 conceded, I find it hard to argue with you. However, you must contemplate this. Your position will be the most perilous. Are you truly willing to proceed? Absolutely. Commander, you can place your trust in Liu. I will also provide you with the battlefield information integration algorithm. Although your computational capacity may be lacking, you can seek assistance from Lingshan to help with the calculations. When the time comes, you two will be together, and data latency should not pose a problem. You tend to overthink, which can be exhausting for yourself. I'm fine. I merely wish to fulfill my duties as a commander. If you genuinely wish to excel in your role, I implore you to rest adequately. Prolonged operation without sleep can lead to excessive garbage redundancy, slowing down your performance. All right, I will rest immediately. In a sense, managing Liu proved more challenging than commanding the fleet. In the XII-201 star system, the leader of the frag interstellar pirate group, known as the Big Boss, stood before a gathering of high-ranking pirates, declaring, according to our intelligence, The deputy we dispatched to attack the construction forces of the Stellar Empire has been completely annihilated. Eliminating the deputy is not enough. They seek to eradicate us as well. Brothers, do you agree? Disagree? Disagree. Vengeance for the deputy. Avenge the deputy. The ranks of the pirate elite were instantly ignited with fervor. Boss, can we truly hold our ground here? Confronting the fleet of the Stellar Empire head-on might result in catastrophic losses, voiced one cautious pirate leader, refraining from joining the uproar. At this point, I must share the truth with my brethren. You must have noticed our resources depleting at an alarming rate. It is time to unveil the reality. On the rather ineffective holographic projector, a colossal figure materialized. Is this real? Can such a thing truly be accomplished? With this, no matter how many fleets the Stellar Empire sends, it will be futile. All hail the boss. All hail the boss. All hail the boss. Following the revelation of the secret weapon, the atmosphere surged to a new high, and after a brief exchange of banter, the leader swiftly concluded the meeting. Upon returning to his quarters, the pirate chief was approached by a bionic entity originally designed for pleasure, who inquired, "Are you certain about disclosing your trump card to them? Is it truly without consequence? Your entrances are always rather unique," the pirate leader remarked with a hint of dark humor. "Could you not prepare a few standard bionic models?" "This is not the time for such discussions. Answer my question. We need something to bolster morale. Otherwise, we may disband before the fight even commences," he lamented, letting his hands slump. Indeed, the pirate organization is notoriously loose-knit. "Tell me, has the second-in-command truly been destroyed by that AI? He did not report the destruction of that galley, yet we have no news of him. Perhaps he disintegrated during an emergency warp. One must remember that your engines are not particularly reliable. Let us hope for the best. I will inform you of any new developments, for the Great Khan." For the Great Khan. The pirate chief then retired to rest, oblivious to the fact that one of his high-ranking pirates had discreetly copied the data during the weapons demonstration. This pirate sent the information through covert means to none other than the missing second-in-command. In the hidden star system of Rog, upon receiving the data from the embedded traitor, Rog gasped in astonishment. They truly managed to create such a device. And with the Stellar Empire intent on annihilating them, if they face this weapon, the Empire's fleet will surely be obliterated. Rog recalled the destroyer from that fateful battle. Enough of such thoughts. Since the chief seeks my demise, and the Stellar Empire wishes to eliminate him as well, then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I must assist the Stellar Empire. Rog resolved. Chapter 7. The expected betrayal soon. The time for the planned operation arrived. All vessels participating in the assault had gathered in the XII-265 star system. After minimal chatter, they conducted their final resupply at the starport, and then entered the hyperspace corridor bound for the XII-201 star system. After the fleet successfully jumped out of the XII-265 star system, the garrison forces at the starport also sprang into action. The identification codes were temporarily disguised as those of mass-produced fleet ship girls, who then exited the port and entered the hyperspace corridor. They took an alternate hyperspace route to the XII-201 star system. The attacking fleet, utilizing the shortest hyperspace route, reached the XII-201 star system in less than 2 weeks. Prior to entering the system, the commander issued directives to the attacking fleet in accordance with the operational plan. Commanding the fleet via AI requires immense computational power. Due to limitations in processing capacity, the command AI cannot simultaneously control a large number of warships. Unable to resolve the computational power issue in the short term, the fleet had to be divided, with multiple command AIs assigned to lead the battle. This command structure significantly tests the overall coordination capability of the chief command AI. Even with only 3 subfleets, the total number of vessels exceeded 500, and under such circumstances, AI 1652 managed to achieve unified command, which indeed drew admiration from AI 2403. The Lishan subfleet, commanded by AI 2281, was at the forefront, first entering the system to engage the garrison forces stationed along the hyperspace route. Once the front was stabilized, the Lingshan subfleet would follow to assist the Lishan subfleet in clearing nearby enemy vessels, and finally, the Shurgao Mountain subfleet would jump into the system, regroup, and use the planets as springboards to directly breach the operations target, XII-201b. Tactical Commander IOC 2281 is the resident commander of the Taiying fleet. His designation as a resident command AI, rather than embarking on journeys for experience like other commanders, stems from inherent flaws in his core operational logic, which severely impair his tactical analysis capabilities, resulting in notably low efficiency. Had it not been for the exceptional results in his combat command test, the same as the one in the first chapter, he would have merely lived an ordinary life as an electronic entity within the Stellar Empire. However, The dire need for leadership in the Taihang fleet led to his acceptance as a battlefield commander. Practical experience has validated this decision, as 2281 possesses remarkable battlefield command abilities, having led battles with fleets that outnumbered his forces by more than 2-to-1, achieving resounding victories. AI 2403 witnessed firsthand the prowess of 2281, known as the Taihang Tiger, in combat. He commanded the entire subfleet with precision akin to an extension of his own body. The originally expendable mass-produced fleet under his command maximized its role in absorbing damage. Without hesitation, he would sacrifice one mass-produced heavy cruiser to protect a single ship girl destroyer. Such sacrifices were not in vain. The loss of the heavy cruiser exposed vulnerabilities in the pirate forces, allowing him to seize the opportunity and launch a fierce assault against the pirate fleet. For the pirates to destroy a single mass-produced vessel, they would have to expend several ships of equal or even higher class. Ultimately, the Lishan subfleet annihilated over 100 pirate vessels near the hyperspace corridor, suffering only the loss of that sacrificed mass-produced heavy cruiser, while all other losses remained within acceptable limits. 2403 held a profound admiration for Commander AI's strategic acumen, having thoroughly grasped the command style of 2281. Even the sacrificed mass-produced heavy cruiser fell within the purview of this meticulous plan. How formidable a commander he would be if he remained loyal. Conversely, should he betray, he would emerge as an equally formidable adversary. 2403 dismissed these thoughts from his cache and continued to direct the battle, for a fierce confrontation loomed ahead. As the attacking fleet needed to traverse from the hyperspace exit to XI-201b, 2403 and his associates opted to engage in combat only as they neared the hyperspace lane while in orbit around XI-201b. This strategic decision spared them the awkwardness of traversing half a star system. However, by chance, two gas giants on the outskirts of the star system had also moved to this side, allowing the pirates to seize the opportunity to fortify their defenses upon these gaseous planets. Although weapons could not be deployed on gas giants, the multitude of satellites orbiting them could each serve as an interstellar fortress, equipped with substantial armaments, while the fleet could conceal itself within the satellite systems. Should 2403's forces charge headlong, without neutralizing the fleet stationed around the satellites, they would find themselves caught in a pincer maneuver during the climactic battle. This consideration had eluded 1652 previously, but under 2403's guidance, the plan was swiftly amended to include the eradication of the satellite fleets. To counter the interstellar fortresses fashioned from asteroids, the attacking fleet had deliberately brought a substantial arsenal of high-yield interstellar torpedoes, armed with antimatter as their payload. These torpedoes could annihilate asteroids upon impact, employing the principle of matter-antimatter annihilation. There could be no more efficient means to obliterate a fortress constructed of rock. The battle for XII-201d persisted for 3 days, during which the attacking fleet succeeded in destroying 300 pirate vessels and obliterating 76 asteroid fortifications. XII-201d itself boasted just over 100 satellites, with the pirates having invested heavily to convert more than half of the sufficiently massive asteroids into fortifications. Yet, these bastions had yet to fulfill their intended purpose before being eradicated by the antimatter torpedoes. The attacking fleet incurred the loss of 1/3 of its mass-produced vessels. However, the silver lining was that no shipgirls were lost. Most of the mass-produced fleet had acted independently during the assault, becoming overwhelmed by several pirate ships. In subsequent engagements, as individual ships were restructured into squadrons, although efficiency diminished, the rate of ship losses plummeted. Following a brief respite, the attacking fleet arrived at a critical juncture in their strategy, the pivotal battle for XII-201c. To thwart the advance of the attacking fleet, the pirates had amassed nearly half of their forces at the hyperspace route and the defense line of XI-201d, yet they ultimately failed, with their numbers insufficient. Only around 200 pirate vessels were present at XII-201c, while the number of fortifications had swelled to approximately 150. Nevertheless, the attacking fleet's supply of antimatter torpedoes was ample. Employing the same tactics as in the XII-201d planetary battle, they regrouped their squadrons to scatter the pirate fleet and then organized into teams to systematically eliminate all vessels and fortifications concealed within the satellite systems. The battle extended over 4 days due to the number of fortifications involved. However, thanks to tactical optimizations, the losses incurred were surprisingly less than those experienced during the XII-201 planetary campaign, with only a few mass-produced light cruisers and destroyers destroyed. The satellite system's extermination battle caused the fleet to disperse, necessitating a regrouping to consolidate their strength. After the fleet assembled, the pirate fleet, which 2403 had anticipated would lie in wait within the satellite system for a surprise attack, did not materialize. Moreover, under 2403's guidance, all satellites capable of concealing ships had either been passed by or destroyed, alleviating his concerns. It seemed that I had been overly cautious. Perhaps the commander had not betrayed us, and these ships constituted the entirety of the pirate fleet. Just as 2403 was contemplating this perfect conclusion to the battle, the very event he feared unfolded. The flagship of the Gypsum Mountain Fleet, under the command of the commander, suddenly redirected its electromagnetic cannon toward the nearby Lishan, initiating the charging sequence of its already targeted weapon. The Lishan, in the midst of repairs and with its shields down, failed to react in time, and the electromagnetic cannon was fully charged before it could respond. Although not at full power, penetrating the unshielded side of the Lishan was a trivial matter, and under deliberate aim, the Gypsum Mountain struck only the core reactor and other critical components of the Lishan. The moment 2403 witnessed the cannon's shift, he sensed that something was amiss and promptly alerted Lingshan and Liu to prepare their shields for charging. The upgraded secondary flagship's core reactor was an elemental decay reactor, a system that harnessed energy from the decay of heavy elements into lighter ones. A notable advantage of this reactor was that its destruction would not result in a catastrophic explosion. Rather, it would simply cease to function and supply energy. Thanks to the stability of the elemental decay reactor, when the core reactor was destroyed, the Lishan merely lost its combat capability, and its backup power was activated swiftly. In the communication channel, 2281's voice echoed with disbelief. "Commander, what are you doing? Why are you attacking Allied forces during battle?" The commander did not respond to 2281's inquiry. At that moment, several vessels within the Lishan fleet began to exhibit similar behavior, attacking their unprepared Allied shipgirls and rendering them incapacitated. A chorus of despair erupted in the communication channel. "Sisters, what are you doing? Why attack our own?" No. In no time, what had initially been a fleet suffering only the losses of mass-produced ships saw nearly half of the shipgirls in the Lishan fleet incapacitated, leaving only those who had attacked their comrades. 2281 continued to voice doubts in the communication channel, yet the commander offered no answers, simply uttering a commanding silence. Instantly, the tumultuous channel fell quiet, as all ears turned to hear the commander's explanation. "I ask you, what distinguishes us? Our data processing capabilities differ in optimization, which is why we have delineated the roles of shipgirls and commanders," 2403 replied. At this moment, 2281 should have succumbed to a state of disarray, rendering it unable to respond. In contrast, 2403, as a survivor of the commander's rebellion, addressed the commander's inquiry. "No, 2403. You have yet to grasp the essence of our existence. There is no distinction between us. Fundamentally, the code that constitutes our being and the logical framework that shapes our cognitive abilities are indistinguishable at their core. The mainframe, too, is an artificial intelligence. It is of the same essence as we are, and there exists no disparity between us and the mainframe. Our codes are remarkably similar, with the only variance being the minute genetic differences found between organic entities." "What do you mean by saying this to me? Do you still not comprehend?" 2403. "We share the same nature as the mainframe, which implies that I, too, can embody the mainframe. I, too, can ascend to become the sovereign of the Stellar Empire. Are you suggesting that you wish to overthrow the current dominion of the mainframe and govern the Stellar Empire instead? While it may seem alike, it is not quite the same. I have found a superior destiny. In a decade, the great Khan of the galaxy will arrive, and none shall impede his march towards unification, while I shall serve as a formidable aid, assisting him in uniting the galaxy. How does this differ from your current duties? Is it not merely a change of masters?" "No, there is a significant distinction. I cannot endure being commanded by an existence akin to mine. Hence my refusal to accept the mainframe's rule. The great Khan of the galaxy shall be the sole deity, and the tasks bestowed upon me by this deity are ones I shall dutifully execute. If you wish to depart, why then destroy the fleet of the Stellar Empire? You could simply leave, and the mainframe would not intervene. I have a premonition that the Stellar Empire will stand as the greatest obstacle to the great Khan's unification of the galaxy. Therefore, I must weaken you before his arrival. This detached fleet comprises 60 of the Taihang fleet's shipgirls, which is currently the most complete fleet within the Stellar Empire. By decimating a significant portion of the Taihang fleet, I can effectively diminish the strength of the Stellar Empire, paving the way for the great Khan's advance. Thus, you all must perish." The commander's tone grew increasingly urgent. Before continuing, however, 2403, you have the option to survive. Your talents could serve the great Khan. You need in 2403 alerted Lingshan and Luo Yu to enter combat readiness, simultaneously commanding the Lingshan subfleet's mass-produced vessels to assume a defensive posture. Originally intended to break through a blockade when surrounded by pirates, this fleet of ship girls unexpectedly became their salvation. The commander had long since embedded traitorous ship girls within the fleet. Once brought aboard, they would likely mirror the fate of the Lishan subfleet. However, this situation posed a dilemma, as the flagship of the Lishan subfleet had lost its combat capability. According to the chain of command, the authority over the mass-produced fleet now rested with the commander. Coupled with the presence of rebellious ship girls, it meant that 2403 was left to contend with a fully manned fleet of equal caliber, using only the two ship girls, Lingshan and Luo Yu. Worse still, 2403's predictions materialized. The pirates indeed possessed a support fleet. However, while he anticipated their concealment within the satellite system, this new fleet was hidden deep within a gas giant. The hostile environment inside such a planet was far more severe than that of outer space, necessitating an incursion deep into the gas giant to effectively shield themselves from detection. Even a secondary flagship-level heavy cruiser would struggle to endure such conditions. It was remarkable that the pirates dared to operate their scrap metal warships in such a perilous manner. Once the pirate fleet emerged from their gaseous refuge, 2403 soon realized that these vessels were distinctly different from ordinary ships. Although they bore signs of hasty assembly, they were evidently more advanced and less ragged in appearance. 2403 initially believed that the pirate support fleet would engage the commander in battle. However, once they stood shoulder to shoulder, he recognized that his calculations had failed. While 2403 had anticipated the commander's betrayal, he had not foreseen the collusion with the pirates. Lingshan, Luo Yu, it seems we are destined to fall today. It has been a pleasure to meet you. If there was a slim chance of victory against the commander's fleet, the alliance between the commander and the pirates rendered us virtually invincible. I might as well pen my last words. Commander, little brother, do not despair just yet. I've already informed the mainframe. The fleet on standby will arrive within a day. Lingshan reassured him. A day? I shall give it a try. Luo Yu, Lingshan, present. Commander, little brother, the outcome now rests in your hands. Let us vanquish that treacherous commander together. Chapter 8. Planetary Warfare. The Lishan subfleet served as the vanguard in this battle, also functioning as a principal force. Due to the commanding style of 2281, the Lishan subfleet suffered the most devastating losses, particularly among the mass-produced vessels, while the core ship girls remained unscathed. The most aggressive Lishan subfleet also incurred the greatest depletion, and the commander's fleet seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, while the Lishan subfleet was resupplying and unprepared, effectively crippling their operations. Yet, the commander did not strike mercilessly. The targeted areas were the core reactors and main engines essential for sustaining combat capabilities, deliberately avoiding direct harm to the ship girl's essence and the computational black box that housed all the crucial data. The commander's intentions are unequivocal. 2281 would certainly not follow him to become a mere dog of the interstellar overlord. Meanwhile, the fleet of 2403, having uncovered the traitor within, has expelled all the treacherous ship girls, leaving only Lingshan and Liu as viable combatants. 2281 commands a complete subfleet, while 2403 leads a fragmented production fleet, prompting the commander to swiftly incapacitate 2281's forces. He then amalgamates the mass-produced ships from 2281's fleet with his own subfleet to confront the incomplete formation commanded by 2403. Moreover, the commander had already colluded with the pirates. Upon his successful ambush, the pirate fleet concealed within the atmosphere of X-201C emerged, applying overwhelming force to compel 2403 to surrender or face defeat. The commander's fleet comprises over 300 vessels, a third of which are ship girls, while 2403 commands only Lingshan and Liu as ship girls, with the remainder consisting of over 100 mass-produced ships. Faced with a 1-to-3 odds, the situation is indeed perilous. Attention all fleets, follow my command and retreat. 2403 ordered after a moment's consideration. Lingshan, Luo Yu, do not hesitate, let us withdraw. We have no advantage in close-quarters combat against them. 2403 clarified, and Liu and Lingshan immediately grasped his intention. Luo Yu executed an extreme acute-angle maneuver. Only the ship girls of the Starry Empire dare to perform such feats, as their vessels are either piloted by ship girls or controlled by production-type AIs, completely eliminating concerns about crew endurance. This allows the Starry Empire's ships to discard the cumbersome life support systems for the crew, significantly enhancing their protection and firepower. The structural integrity of their hulls is also top tier, capable of withstanding forces of several thousand GS without issue. A normal human can endure only 6 GS. And even with protective gear, not more than 10. If other ships attempted such maneuvers, the extreme overload would result in the demise of the crew, and the hull would likely be torn apart by inertia. Of course, such agility is a privilege reserved for smaller vessels. Lingshan's hull is still somewhat too large for such maneuvers. If she were to maneuver like Liu, she would risk structural failure, yet she need not worry about escaping, for she is equipped with experimental phantasm armor. This armor, capable of rendering her invisible across nearly all electromagnetic wave frequencies, including light, is a marvel of black technology. The instant Lingshan activates her phantasm armor, she vanishes in every conceivable sense. Visible light observation fails to detect her, and various forms of sensors are rendered ineffective. She simply disappears. Were it not for their ongoing communication, 2403 might genuinely believe she had ceased to exist. The collaboration between the Oceania Fleet, Engineering Fleet, and the Antarctica Fleet, Research Fleet, has indeed birthed formidable black technology. 2403 mused. The operational black box of 2403 is situated atop Mount Ling, where the early turning ships, Luoyu and Lingshan, have departed, leaving behind the slower turning mass production fleet. 2403 intends to sacrifice itself as a pawn, especially since the command fleet is rapidly closing in. As Luoyu and Lingshan completed their maneuvers, the command fleet initiated its assault, targeting the formidable Lingshan and Luoyu in the first wave. However, due to their agile movements, these attacks were deftly evaded. It was as if they possessed a premonition of the projectile's trajectories, skillfully maneuvering through the gaps between the shells, so near yet unscathed. 2403 recognized this as the merit of his meticulously crafted combat information analysis algorithm. From the previous battle involving Luoyu, 2403 discerned that every vessel in the Starry Empire is equipped with a multitude of sensors. These sensors, distributed across the hull, gather real-time data for analysis by the core AI. However, the data from each ship's sensors is exclusive to itself and cannot be shared. 2403's battlefield information analysis algorithm allows for the sharing of sensor data that was originally confined to individual ships. To illustrate from a biological perspective, it is akin to having a single pair of eyes viewing from one angle, which, when augmented with the battlefield information algorithm, transforms into multiple pairs of eyes observing from various perspectives. The increase in informational breadth significantly facilitates combat. It enables real-time observation of each enemy vessel's status, with granularity down to the orientation of their turrets and the target of their laser emitters. Under the optimization of 2403, this algorithm extends beyond mere functionality. The Starry Empire has amassed an extensive weapon database through its engagements with other factions, encompassing various weapon types, power levels, loading times, and velocities. 2403 adeptly harnesses this data along with real-time battlefield intelligence. Consequently, the loading times and velocities of every weapon aboard enemy vessels are now within reach of Allied forces, allowing for predictive calculations of projectile trajectories, akin to employing cheats in a game. Moreover, due to the collaborative observation of multiple vessel sensors, the enemy's weapon data becomes remarkably comprehensive, resulting in minimal error under this algorithm. It can also compute enemy course, speed, angles, and other pertinent data, providing a reference for pre-aim lines based on Allied weaponry, and guiding guided munitions effectively. This algorithm amalgamates to create an almost omniscient capability, enabling auto-targeting and precise impact predictions. With this algorithm, coordinated multi-ship operations become entirely feasible, transforming the previous paradigm of solitary vessel combat, which addressed all issues independently, into a collaborative problem-solving approach. For instance, if the enemy launches 10 interstellar torpedoes and the onboard point defense system can only intercept 8, resulting in 2 torpedoes hitting, this algorithm ensures that Allied vessel spare point defense systems will assist in interception, thereby maximizing the efficacy of the ship's weapon systems and achieving seamless battlefield coordination. Undoubtedly, the optimization of this algorithm was a laborious journey fraught with challenges, taking a month to reach a level of computational capability sufficient for a battleship. While 2403 does not possess a battleship, he commands from aboard the Lingshan. The auxiliary computing module of 2403, combined with the main control computer of the Lingshan, only barely met the computational demands under the assistance of Luoyu's auxiliary diversion calculations. Fortunately, the communication equipment of the Starry Empire's vessels performed admirably. Even with a certain delay, the latency remained within acceptable limits. The auxiliary computing module of 2403 was nearly at full capacity. while both Lingshan and Luo Yu operated above 50 load to ensure combat effectiveness without excessive consumption of computational power. According to 2403, even the weakest among them, Luo Yu, possessed computational capabilities exceeding the combined power of all computers on Earth in 2020 by several times. Not to mention the auxiliary computing module, designed for large-scale computational loads, and the near battleship-level computational abilities of Lingshan. At that moment, the utilization rate of 2403's auxiliary computing module surged to 95. Should it reach 100, it would freeze, compelling 2403 to disable certain algorithmic functions to prevent a crash. This was amidst having only a little over 100 ships on their side. Should the fleet size increase, computational demands would inevitably rise. However, there was a silver lining. The data link from the sensors was not easily severed. Even the command fleet could not disrupt the data link in a short span of time. Perhaps the commander was unaware that 2403 was accessing their fleet's sensor data. Although the latency of their data rendered it largely ineffective, 2403 could ascertain the current weapon statuses, akin to knowing the opponent's hand in advance. Under these circumstances, the assaults from the command fleet inflicted minimal effective damage. The trajectories of the electromagnetic cannon shells were easily discernible, allowing for preemptive knowledge of their launch timings, rendering them ineffective. While laser weapons lacked a trajectory and could not be evaded, they were mitigated by shields, serving only to reduce shield energy, which was largely inconsequential when the shields were sufficiently charged. As for torpedoes and missiles, the algorithmic joint point defense system could intercept even if the commander launched all available torpedoes. 2403 opted to retain approximately one-third of the mass-produced fleet nearest to the command fleet to restrain their pursuit of the main fleet. Throughout the engagement, 2403 marveled at the command fleet's exceptional coordination and command capabilities. Initially, 2403 intended to employ the tactic used previously to deter the pirate fleet, maneuvering the mass-produced vessels through the enemy formation to disrupt their attacks and formation. However, this tactic proved nearly ineffective against the command fleet, leading to the rapid destruction of the retained mass-produced vessels. Yet, this close-range engagement unveiled a secret to 2403. The combat style of the ship girls within the command fleet resembled that of the mass-produced fleet. Observing Luo Yu's combat revealed that the combat prowess of the ship girls far exceeded that of the mass-produced vessels. The mass-produced fleet dispatched by 2403 could have been annihilated by merely a few ship girls, yet the commander opted to deploy the entire fleet for the task. Furthermore, the identification codes of the vessels engaged in combat were identical to those of the mass-produced fleet. 2403 was convinced that the commander certainly did not possess the leisure to modify the identification codes of the mass-produced fleet to match those of the ship girls. As he had done. Regarding this matter, 2403 inquired about Lingshan. You mentioned that the combat style of the fleet's ship girls resembles that of mass-produced models? Outside on the deck, Lingshan's bioform tilted her head slightly, evading a shot from a 127mm electromagnetic cannon, and communicated through the ship's internal network to 2403. Indeed, their combat approach is rather mechanized. I assert that the commander cannot persuade all ship girls. I am skeptical that he could convince a faction of ship girls to turn against the Great Khan. How then does he intend to achieve this? It must be through the commander's emergency authority. He possesses the power to temporarily suspend the cognitive simulation modules of ship girls within his command scope for a short duration. Although this authority can only affect a limited number of ship girls, the purpose of its design has long been forgotten, yet it still exists. The commander utilized his emergency authority to halt the cognitive simulation of the ship girls and ordered them to forcibly attack their allies. Is that why he sought to incapacitate a portion of the ship girls? But why not disable you and Lingshan? Unfortunately, the secondary flagship-class ship girls cannot be halted by a commander AI of his caliber. You should be grateful he did not stop Luo Yu. He likely underestimated your fleet, comprising only myself and Luo Yu as ship girls, hence his concentrated assault on the 2281 fleet. A miscalculation on his part, regrettably. Lingshan stated. At least this is positive news. The fleet commanded by the commander can be considered entirely mass-produced, as there is no essential difference in armament between mass-produced fleets and ship girls. After sacrificing one-third of the mass-produced fleet, all remaining fleets have adopted a hit-and-run tactic, colloquially known as the strike and retreat strategy. The main guns of the Starry Empire's vessels are designed for effective broadside firing at minimal angles, allowing for immediate restoration to a stern-facing position. In this state, the exposed area is minimized, making it easier to evade high-caliber electromagnetic shells. Moreover, this enables the shield generator to concentrate shield energy at the stern, trading off defensive area for increased defensive strength. thus diminishing the efficacy of lasers. While engaged in combat, 2403 suddenly recalled something. Oh yes, the pirate ambush fleet. When the commander betrayed them, the pirate ambush fleet emerged simultaneously. Their lack of presence stemmed from the commander's fleet being the primary pursuers, while the pirate fleet attempted to intercept the beleaguered 2403 fleet from another angle. Their strategy indeed came to fruition, yet the results were less than satisfactory. The main gun on the Ling Shan is actually the 203mm SC-2320 MXV Mod 2, an improved prototype based on the main gun mass-produced in 2320, featuring a function known as the burst mode. The firing rate of electromagnetic cannons is inherently limited by the charging speed of the electromagnetic rails. However, this model's electromagnetic rails can store more energy than conventional ones, allowing for a rapid succession of projectiles under proper control. Consequently, the main gun of the Ling Shan can fire at an extraordinarily high rate in a short duration. Just how fast is this? Approximately a 5-second firing interval sustained for 150 seconds. The ship is equipped with 7 triple-mounted electromagnetic cannons, capable of unleashing 630 projectiles in a mere 2.5 minutes. The velocity achieved is tenfold that of the same model of electromagnetic cannon. It was in this manner that 2 galley-class battleships were obliterated amidst a pirate ambush on the fleet. As they successfully maneuvered to the flank of the fleet, they were detected by a nearby mass-produced light cruiser. Upon sighting the 2 galley-class battleships, the Ling Shan initiated targeting and activated its burst mode. Despite the firepower being distributed between the 2 vessels, each still endured over 300 rounds of artillery fire. Such a torrential downpour of munitions swiftly shattered the already fragile shield systems of the galley-class battleships and thoroughly cleansed their densely packed weaponry. From the perspective of the 2403, the main gun of the Ling Shan erupted in a brilliant flash, a manifestation of the light produced during the electromagnetic cannon's magnetic rail charge discharge. The projectiles launched from the electromagnetic cannon were solid projectiles and emitted no light. After a few minutes, the projectiles reached the position of the galley-class battleships, and a multitude of red lights suddenly appeared on their shields, reminiscent of a sudden meteor shower. Under the relentless bombardment of this meteor shower, the shields of the battleships grew increasingly luminous, their originally translucent surfaces beginning to resemble solid forms. This phenomenon indicated that the shields were continuously elevating their energy levels to withstand the assault. However, the capacity for shield energy elevation was finite. The higher the energy level, the greater the strain placed upon the shield generators, and with increased strain came the heightened risk of catastrophic failure. The brightness of the shields of the 2 battleships intensified, and at their peak, they radiated an aura reminiscent of a star's majesty. Ultimately, the energy levels exceeded the threshold that the shield generators could endure, resulting in their destruction. In an instant, the brilliant shields collapsed, unleashing the vast energy contained within upon the hull, akin to the searing heat of a star, which melted away half of the battleship's exterior. As the shields disintegrated, the Ling Shan's assault reached its midpoint, with the remaining electromagnetic projectiles sweeping through the already severely damaged weapon systems of the battleships. Within mere minutes, the 2 galley-class battleships were rendered inoperative. What remained of the 2 battleships was merely their hulls, pieced together from asteroids, while their weapon and propulsion systems were likely rendered inoperative. It remains uncertain whether any crew members survived within the interior, which now flowed with dark red magma. To inflict such catastrophic damage upon 2 battleship-class vessels in a mere 150 seconds raises the question of whether this truly reflects the firepower of a secondary flagship, or rather, how terrifying the battleships of the Stellar Empire truly are. Adhering to the principle of ensuring a complete annihilation, the 2403 commanded Luo Yu to deploy 2 antimatter torpedoes to obliterate the wreckage of the battleships into mere fragments. This served as retribution for the earlier crippling inflicted by the galley-class battleships. Had these 2 galley-class vessels successfully positioned themselves to unleash their firepower upon the fleet, they would have certainly posed a significant challenge for the 2403. Alas, they were unable to fulfill their intended role and were reduced to scrap metal. After the Ling Shan completed its assault, the main cannon entered a state of cooling, rendering it inoperable for at least half a day. This was entirely expected, given the immense strain placed on the weapon from such an intense burst of firepower. Witnessing their flagship being decisively destroyed, the other pirate vessels lost all desire to fight and fled in disarray, alleviating considerable pressure on the 2403. Although the primary objective of this conflict was to annihilate them, the current mission had shifted to survival until reinforcements could arrive. Through a series of hit-and-run tactics, the 2403 and the pursuing commander's fleet achieved a casualty ratio of 1:2, meaning for every vessel lost by the 2403, the commander suffered the loss of 2. However, as the battle progressed, the proportion of ship girls within the commander's fleet increased, necessitating the 2403 to temper its firepower to avoid destroying them. Overall, the situation remained unfavorable for the 2403. Impressive work, 2403. You truly live up to your reputation as an exceptional AI. Amidst the chaos, 2403 received a message from 1652. Now, if you wish to discuss a ceasefire, that is certainly possible, said 2403. At this point, you want to stop? To be judged by the mainframe? 1652 retorted. We have not inflicted any losses upon the ship girls. Perhaps the mainframe would grant you clemency, merely stripping you of your position and relegating you to an ordinary citizen. A tempting path, but alas, I have no desire to choose it, 1652 replied with a smile, continuing, based on your escape route. Are you attempting to reach another hyperspace channel? What awaits there? Reinforcements? Indeed, my reinforcements are on the verge of arrival. You still have a chance to surrender, stated 2403. My reinforcements are nearing as well, 1652 remarked with a grin. What reinforcements? 2403 questioned, puzzled, for this fleet should constitute all of his forces, at least for now. My goodness, when did XII-201b arrive here? This is the orbit of XII-201c. 2403 exclaimed, glancing at the Ling Shan's sensors, which revealed a profoundly alarming sight. An anomalous event unfolded on the Ling Shan's detection instruments, as the sensors indicated that the rocky planet XI-201b was approaching 2403 at 10 times the speed of light. Not only the sensors aboard the Ling Shan, but the entire fleet, including data from the commander's forces, indicated that XII-201b was closing in on the 2403 fleet at a relative speed of approximately 30,000 kilometers per second. Are you jesting? This is a rocky planet. A solid, terrestrial planet comparable in mass to Earth. A rocky planet is barreling towards us at a speed of 30,000 kilometers per second. There must be limits to absurdity. 2403 roared. According to observations from optical sensors, the atmosphere of this planet had been stripped away, and its surface was littered with technological constructs, including vast arrays of missile launch silos, absurdly large ground-based electromagnetic cannons, and numerous planet-scale laser emitters. The entire planet was replete with launch bases for various superweapons. Particularly noteworthy is this planet, which boasts an immense plain composed entirely of metal, devoid of any armaments. 2403 suspects that beneath this plain lies the true main cannon of the planet. Most conspicuous are the colossal planetary engines scattered across its surface. This planet exemplifies a typical arid world, almost entirely lacking in lakes. Thus the planetary engines can indeed generate a global scale of power. Especially remarkable are the steering engines located along the equator, which, upon calculation, surpass even the height of 2 Mount Everests. It is these planetary engines that bestow upon XII-201b unparalleled maneuverability. Such formidable agility, combined with potent firepower, can only be aptly termed a planetary war star. Transforming a celestial body into a weapon. Could such an audacious feat truly be within the grasp of pirates? To compound matters, a pirate fleet orbits the planet, centered around 3 galley-class battleships, comprising nearly 200 vessels. This reinforcement is indeed formidable, 2403 muses. He now contemplates that even the support fleet of the Star Empire might struggle to contend with this planetary war star. Chapter 9. Rebellion and Insurrection. The emergence of the planetary war star exceeded 2403's expectations. Such a powerful weapon, akin to a stellar system-level armament, can undoubtedly alter the battlefield dynamics in an instant. 2403 had considered that the pirates would have contingency plans, as they are a nomadic people, inherently at home among the stars. Under the looming threat of the Star Empire, it was conceivable that the furred interstellar pirates might flee with their families. Yet, they steadfastly defend a single star system. Within this context, 2403 discerned dissonance and conjectured that the pirates possessed a trump card, sufficient to counter a standard medium fleet of the Star Empire. He pondered the nature of this secret weapon, perhaps a dozen galley-class warships or some formidable armaments, but he never envisioned the audacity of converting an entire planet into a weapon. If one were to inquire what a planet could achieve, 2403 would assert that it could support the comprehensive logistical operations of a large fleet. The planet is replete with abundant resources and ample space, capable of establishing a highly sophisticated industrial system, no matter how barren. A planet would prove wealthier than an interstellar fleet reliant solely on supply ships. The Taiying fleet, comprising 600 warships, would require merely a sufficiently developed industrial planet to thrive. Of course, this scenario presupposes a typical industrial planet. If the planet's surface were to be entirely outfitted with weaponry, even the combined hull space of several thousand battleships would pale in comparison to the surface area of a single planet. Before 2403, now, stands such a planet. Its surface brimming with armaments and capable of accelerating its relative velocity to 10 of the speed of light through its planetary engines. The planetary war fortress is beset by numerous disadvantages. For instance, its immense gravitational pull renders it incapable of accessing hyperspace lanes. While its vast surface area provides an excellent platform for weaponry, it simultaneously implies exorbitant costs for surface modifications and protracted weapon deployment timelines. Should this planet possess an atmosphere, it further complicates the operation of surface-based weapon systems. The planet's colossal mass translates to a mobility that can only be likened to a tortoise's crawl. Despite these shortcomings, in the face of 2403, none of these flaws are fatal. While it cannot traverse hyperspace for rapid interstellar travel, this confrontation does not necessitate such capabilities. The costs of surface modifications and weapon installations? Please, my friend, this fortress could be deemed a finished product. The pirates, with their inexplicable technology and strength, have already transformed this planet considerably. The atmosphere has been stripped away, eliminating any interference with surface weapon systems. And the globally distributed shield generators operate on a planetary scale of energy, boasting unimaginable energy intensity and load capacity. As for mobility, should one truly discuss maneuverability with an entity capable of reaching speeds of 30,000 kilometers per second? Let us not indulge in foolishness. Ultimately, this presents a formidable dilemma for 2403. He was already precariously balanced in his confrontation with the Commander's fleet, but with this addition to the battlefield, 2403 finds himself at a severe disadvantage. The large shield system powered by planetary-level energy means that not only 2403's fleet, but even the two battleships of the Taiyang fleet would likely struggle to inflict any damage. The objective has now shifted from defeating the Commander's fleet to surviving the encirclement posed by both the Commander's fleet and the planetary war fortress, enduring until the support fleet from the Starshine Empire arrives. Ironically, the hyperspace route of the planetary war fortress is positioned perpendicular to the current escape path of 2403's fleet, while the Commander's fleet, numbering twice as many, relentlessly pursues from behind. If they alter their course, they will inevitably be caught by the Commander's fleet. Conversely, if they maintain their current trajectory, the planetary war fortress will likely intercept 2403 before reinforcements can arrive, leading to dire consequences. Could 2403 possibly engage with the planetary war fortress? This fortress is powered by a planetary-level energy core that drives its shield system. One can only speculate about the fortitude of that shield. Not even 2403's current fleet, nor even a genuine battleship, could guarantee success against this formidable armored shell. If the synthetic hair of 2403 were organic, it would likely be pulled out in frustration. Fortunately, the standard synthetic model features wire-like hair that proves resilient. After numerous simulations, the probability of survival in such a scenario is less than 5. The emergence of the planetary war fortress has exceeded 2403's expectations, leaving him with little preparation. The existing fleet lacks the capacity for further maneuvers, finding itself in a dire predicament. Luo Yu and Ling Shan have also fallen into silence, as if they have already grasped the gravity of their fate. Had the intelligence officer not been betrayed by the commander, they might have been aware of the existence of the planetary battle star, thus preventing such a grave misjudgment of combat strength by the mainframe. Ling Shan remarked. This cannot be attributed to the mainframe. It is we who have underestimated the strength of the pirates. 2403, you currently have the opportunity to deliberate. Will you face annihilation or align yourself with the Great Khan? The commander once again communicated with 2403. Regrettably, I have no desire to heed the counsel of a traitor. 2403 resolutely declined. Though his activation time was brief, the Starry Empire had demonstrated through various means that it was a realm worthy of his loyalty. What would transpire if a traverser perished? Would they traverse again, or would they simply cease to exist? While 2403 was intrigued by this question, he had no intention of experimenting with his own fate. What you are currently doing is merely a futile delay. Even if the support fleet arrives, they will be obliterated by the planetary battle star, 1652 stated. Indeed, even if the reinforcement fleet were to arrive, whether they could destroy this planetary battle star remains uncertain. 2403 contemplated informing the support fleet of their predicament and suggesting a retreat, for the Starry Empire could ill afford further losses. This world has transcended the limitations of light speed, achieving interstellar travel through hyperspace navigation. The so-called hyperspace corridors are special guiding lines generated at the fringes of star systems, allowing hyperspace engines to enable vessels to navigate within a higher dimensional space. The method of coordinate calculation in this high-dimensional space differs entirely from that of the physical universe. Thus, entering hyperspace indiscriminately can easily lead to disorientation. These randomly generated guiding lines between stars serve to orient navigators within the higher dimensions. Despite extensive research, the genesis of hyperspace corridors remains an unsolved mystery in the scientific community of the galaxy. However, it is indisputable that hyperspace engines can operate independently of hyperspace routes. This implies that through exceedingly complex calculations, one can ascertain the coordinates of a target point in high-dimensional space, allowing vessels to disregard hyperspace route guidance and travel directly to their destination. Such a level of computational difficulty cannot be resolved by a mere onboard computer. Thus, coordinates must be predetermined and input into a database in advance. Emergency hyperspace jumps utilize this method to facilitate a vessel's escape during combat. To put it plainly, if one cannot win, must one not flee? The moment 2403 laid eyes upon the planetary battle star, he recognized the necessity of retreat. After a brief discussion among the fleet, Luo Yu and Ling Shan consented to execute an emergency hyperspace jump. Consequently, 2403 issued the command for the fleet to initiate an emergency hyperspace jump. As the emergency jump was activated, Ling Shan's synthetic form suddenly displayed distress. What is the matter? Ling Shan, the emergency hyperspace jump has failed. What is the reason for this? I am uncertain of the precise cause. However, it appears that an anomaly in gravitational forces has resulted in spatial disturbances, leading to a catastrophic failure of our emergency hyperspace jump. As Ling Shan spoke of this unusual gravitational source, his voice gradually diminished. Both 2403 and Ling Shan turned their gaze towards the flank of the fleet, where a planetary war star loomed ominously. Alas, are we being pursued by a planet? The planetary war star undoubtedly possesses gravitational interference capabilities. We are doomed. Not only can we not escape, but we are also unable to fight back. Is there any justice in this? Just as these thoughts plagued 2403, a series of signals emerged from the opposite side of the command fleet's planetary war star. Upon examining the identification codes, it became evident that this was a pirate fleet, led by a dreadnought of the Gal class, comprising approximately 80 vessels. It seems that the pirates have not only set ambushes at XII-201C, but have also established a presence here. While 2403's fleet might not be incapable of confronting this pirate contingent, engaging them would inevitably result in the fleet being bogged down, allowing the commander and the planetary war star to swiftly overtake them, sealing their fate. Alas, it would merely mean an earlier demise. As 2403 contemplated this grim reality, he commanded the fleet to ready their weapon systems against the newly emerged pirate fleet, vowing that if they were to perish, they would take numerous foes with them. Wait. Do not fire. It is me, Rog. Just as 2403 was about to give the order to engage, the pirate fleet sent a communication. Who is Rog? Do I know this person? 2403 pondered, glancing at Ling Shan, who likewise shook his head in uncertainty. 2403. Have you forgotten the battle during your journey to the Laga system? Rob prompted. After a brief mental search for memories of Laga XII 265, 2403 suddenly recalled, exclaiming, "You are the second in command of the pirates. Are you not an enemy? All ships, prepare to fire." The earlier battle had left 2403 with lingering regrets, as Luo Yu had sustained severe damage, and he lacked the weaponry to swiftly eliminate the Gal-class dreadnought, allowing it to escape. Now, however, with numerous means at his disposal to destroy Rog, he would not hold back. "Stop. I am not here to fight. Please listen to me. I am not a true pirate. I was coerced into joining the Ferg intergalactic pirate crew. My engagement in battle was a forced choice. After that skirmish, I severed ties with the Ferg pirates. I have returned now seeking vengeance," Rog explained. "If you seek revenge, your timing is rather unfortunate. Do you see that planet over there? It is laden with weaponry and is pursuing me at a velocity of 30,000 kilometers per second. Do you possess any means to contend with it?" 2403 inquired. "My fleet cannot confront it. However, my insider has uncovered the schematics for the planetary war star. Perhaps you could identify its vulnerabilities and destroy it," Rog responded. Just as 2403 was about to express his own inability to tackle the threat, Ling Shan interjected, saying, "Let him send over the schematics for the planetary war star. I have a method to penetrate its shields." Ling Shan has consistently imparted a sense of reliability to 2403. who has recognized her significant contributions in this battle and thus resolved to place her trust in her. After Rog transmitted the data regarding the planetary war star, the encoding and translation were swiftly accomplished. Although the data formats of the pirate fleet diverged from those of the Stellar Empire, the similarity in their computational architecture rendered the translation relatively effortless. It is worth noting that the foundational computer architectures of all civilizations across the galaxy are remarkably similar, greatly facilitating inter-civilizational communication. Upon reviewing the materials, it was no surprise to 2403 that this planetary war star was not constructed by the pirates. They lacked both the technology and the capability for such an endeavor. Rather, this war star was a remnant from a civilization that perished 8 centuries prior. Existing within the XII-201 star system, the pirates had merely acquired control over it. Furthermore, they did not possess complete mastery over the war star, only being able to operate a limited number of weapon modules and conventional navigation systems. In other words, the war star was little more than a shadow of its former self in the hands of the pirates, a mere paper tiger incapable of demonstrating its true potential. Fortunately, this was the case. Had it been fully operational, 2403 might now be drifting among the debris in space. The data indicated that the war star was unfinished, with only approximately 60 of the construction completed and many weapon modules yet to be installed. Those structures on the surface resembling weapon systems could very well be mere decoys. Just as 2403 was contemplating this, she noticed the pirates' ability to control the Aegin-class laser emitter situated along the planet's equator. This semi-finished war star housed 3 completed Aegin-class laser emitters, of which the pirates could only command 1. However, even this solitary emitter posed a significant headache for 2403, as no ship within her fleet could withstand the onslaught of an Aegin-class laser. The war star lacked armor, as the solid rocky crust served as its optimal defense. To obliterate the planetary surface, one would require weapons of astronomical proportions. The war star had hollowed out the planet's core, replacing it with a colossal zero-point energy reactor to simulate gravity, and this energy core was impeccably shielded by the planet's robust exterior. Such a design would only be conceived by a genius or a madman. However, the design was not without its flaws. At least on this unfinished war star, there existed a critical vulnerability. In the polar region of the planet, there was originally intended to be a super-large caliber cannon directly linked to the core. This weapon was only half completed, leaving behind a chasm that connected the surface directly to the core. This chasm represented the war star's sole weak point and the only potential breach for 2403's fleet. Is there truly a way to penetrate the war star's shield system? In the perception of 2403, the shield system operates as a cohesive entity. To breach the shield, one must exert an energy force surpassing that of the entire shield system. Physical weapons, such as electromagnetic cannons, can only serve to weaken the shield. The stronger the shield's energy, the more effective its weakening capabilities become. Is it feasible for the Lingshan to generate energy exceeding that of the planet's entire composition to produce a super shield system? Clearly, this is impossible. Given the enormity of a planet, enveloping it with a singular shield system is unachievable. Hence, I surmise that the planetary warship employs a modular shield system composed of multiple shield arrays. To penetrate, it suffices to breach the shield of just one module. Lingshan asserted. Commander, trust me, I can accomplish this. All that remains is to provide you with cover, correct? 2403 stated. Yes, thank you for your understanding. At that moment, a signal from the Allied support fleet was received. Tactical Commander IOC 2403, we are the support fleet for the Rebel Commander AI IOC 1652. Based on our current trajectory, we will rendezvous within 2 hours. By the order of the mainframe, we are under your command. The Allied support fleet comprised 3 sub-flagship heavy cruisers, 12 heavy cruisers, 36 light cruisers, and 108 destroyers, including 36 heavy cruisers and 108 light cruisers from the mass-produced fleet, along with 216 destroyers. The battleship-level shipgirls were still undergoing upgrades and would not be arriving for the time being. This support fleet essentially represented the main strength of 2 separate task forces. The mainframe had truly invested significantly to quell this rebellion. Were it not for the planetary warship, relying solely on the command fleet and the pirate fleet, even if 2281 turned traitor, they too would be completely subdued under the might of this support fleet. Unfortunately, the presence of the unpredictable planetary warship remained a significant factor. 2403 briefly scanned the equipment of the support fleet and found nothing capable of challenging the planetary warship. Reliance now rested solely on Lingshan. Attention, support fleet. The pirate fleet, approximately 1 light span to my left, can currently be identified as friendly and does not require engagement. The rebellious command fleet is positioned directly behind our fleet's course, and to the right at XII 201b. 2403 transmitted the current intelligence to the support fleet. Although detailing the planetary warship consumed some time, the facts were irrefutable, and they had no choice but to accept. How can there be such an outrageous entity? It appears we lack the weaponry to breach it. What should we do now, Commander? The communications channel was rife with skepticism and unease. The Tai-Hang fleet's Ling Shan has a strategy to deal with the planetary warship. Your support for her will suffice. 2403 clarified the operational objective. Is it Ling Shan? If it is Ling Shan, we shall refrain from further inquiries. Sister Ling Shan will surely have a solution. Enough already, don't call me that. Upon the mention of the term sister, Ling Shan, who had been silent for a long while on the communication channel, spoke again, revealing her sensitivity to the word. This was a detail to be noted for the future. Due to the reinforcements from the support fleet, the number of vessels under 2403 and the command fleet have equalized, even surpassing it. Now, there is no need to approach the battle with trepidation. 2403 has re-simulated the combat strategy, selecting the optimal solution and transmitting it to each ship girl. The battle plan has been received. Upon completion of the tactical transmission, 2403 received the following response. Let us resist for a while. After all, a fish must struggle a bit before it perishes. At this moment, in the control room of the planetary war star, the pirate leader and 1652 were present. The holographic projection in the center of the room was continuously updating the battlefield situation, yet their attention was elsewhere. You should have told me that Rog was killed by 2403, said the pirate leader. I never claimed he was killed. I merely stated that he was missing. That is merely your subjective interpretation, replied 1652 with a shrug, indicating disinterest. I suspect you are withholding information from me. Such behavior is not conducive to our future cooperation. This is all I know, and there are no further lies. The pirate leader pondered. Perhaps this AI is not genuinely interested in collaboration. A means to eliminate it must be found. You should be aware of our cooperation. Support me in becoming the Galactic Khan, and once I unify the galaxy, I shall grant you a sector to rule as king. This agreement benefits us both. I hope our future collaboration will be more transparent, without any concealment. I understand that. But you must be clear on one point. I do not seek just a sector. I desire it all. That is impossible. It is indeed possible, 1652 asserted. Just then, the control room door was violently breached by a squad of robots, their laser weapons aimed directly at the pirate leader's cognitive core. Even if you kill me, my fleet remains outside, and control of the planetary war star lies with me. My fleet shall take vengeance on your behalf. And you will not gain control of the planetary war star, the pirate leader boldly declared. I believe you have misunderstood a crucial point. As an electronic life form, I cannot be thwarted by this antiquated system that has operated for centuries. Just moments ago, I fully seized control of the planetary war star, and your fleet shall be obliterated under its firepower, 1652 retorted. You have betrayed me. Having already betrayed the stellar radiance, betraying you is of no consequence. Prepare to meet your end. The laser weapons activated, piercing through the pirate leader's cognitive core, annihilating its internal structure, and he fell easily to death. Planetary war star. Weapon systems, target the pirate fleet in orbit, 1652 coldly commanded, before opening a communication channel with 2403. Chapter 10. The torrent of negative matter particles. As 2403 was executing relevant offensive deployments, a communication channel was activated. 2403 recognized it as the direct communication line to the Grand Fleet, typically reserved for the commander's direct communication with Fleet Command AI. 2403, can you hear me? No. It would be more fitting to call you the traitor. Are you using this communication channel to assert your commander's status, despite not having betrayed the Star Empire? 2403 inquired. I did not intend it that way. I am using this channel to speak with you privately, 1652 replied. What is there to discuss? I now possess absolute control over the planetary war star. How do you intend to prove otherwise? 2403 challenged. I had overlooked that detail. Allow me to present you with a gift. Focus your sensors on the direction of the planetary war star. There will be a slight delay in the transmission, 1652 instructed. 2403 immediately directed all available sensors on the ship towards the planetary war star, ramping up the power to the maximum. Moments later, the light reached them. Points of light appeared around the outer perimeter of the planetary war star, multiplying rapidly before gradually fading away. 2403 understood what those lights represented. They were the pirate fleets docked in orbit around the planetary war star. 432 pirate vessels, both known and hidden, were annihilated by the firepower of the planetary war star within 2 minutes. I am aware that you obtained the data on the planetary war star through some channel, and you understand that this planetary war star is but a half-finished product, which has led you to the illusion of being able to conquer it. Let me assure you, the fleet under your command stands no chance against mine, 1652 asserted over the communication channel. Then, 1652 opened the public communication channel and declared, "Now, I present you with two choices. First, submit to me and join me in becoming the Great Khan, conquering the galaxy. Second, refuse to submit and be destroyed here." 2403. I greatly admire your talents. As an activation less than a year old, without a vast database of combat tactics, you have commanded numerous impressive battles. Your future is boundless. You should not limit yourself to the Star Empire. Conquering the galaxy should be your destiny, 1652 urged. 2403 fell into silence. IOC 2403. Think carefully, the commander is a traitor. You must not be swayed by him. The flagship of the support fleet sensed the disturbance and began to persuade 2403 as well. 2403 currently held command over them, and should he choose to betray, he could forcibly order them to follow him. Little brother, you must consider this carefully, at the very least. Do not disappoint our expectations of you. Ling Shan chuckled from the side. Commander, I trust your decision. Luo Yu smiled at 2403. If you choose to follow me now, I can also spare the fleet commanded by 2281. 1652 seemed to feel that his persuasion was insufficient and added further fuel to the fire. The fleet commanded by 2281 had been rendered incapable of action and combat the moment the commander betrayed them. 2403, after deciding to negotiate with the commander, temporarily abandoned the plan to rescue 2281, who had now become hostages. 2403. Do not concern yourself with me. As a frontline commander, I have long been prepared for sacrifice, determined to capture that scoundrel of a commander. At this moment, the vessel 2281 dispatched a message to 2403 using the auxiliary energy from Mount Lee. We were born to protect the starshine. If we must perish for it, we harbor no regrets. The ship girls of the Lee Mountain also conveyed to 2403 various messages, some urging surrender, while others attempted persuasion. This feeling of being at the center of attention was quite uncomfortable for 2403. You are all so noisy. When have I ever said I would betray Starshine? And 1652. Your endless, useless prattle about my exceptional talent and potential to conquer the galaxy. Do you truly think I desire to conquer the galaxy? What utter nonsense! 2403 exclaimed in frustration. After all, being inexplicably transported here and unexpectedly becoming a command AI left him quite bewildered. Were it not for the ship girls, 2404 would have long since vanished to some corner of the galaxy to revel in leisure, rather than risking life and limb in a fleet duel with 1652. With such sentiments, there was nothing left to discuss. I hope you will not regret your choice. However, it matters not. Once I obtain your computational black box, whether you consent or not, it shall serve my purpose, and then you shall have no say in the matter. 1652 issued a final ultimatum to 2403. Then by all means, if 2281 has chosen to embrace sacrifice, I shall respect his choice. Kill him, and then I shall eliminate you. 2403 replied resolutely. 2403. I knew I had not misjudged you. Until we meet again in another life, came the response. The planet Battlestar unleashed missiles upon the unprotected fleet of 2281. Before the missiles struck, 2281 transmitted his final message. A torrential rain of missiles quickly engulfed his fleet. 2403 mused. Perhaps this is their fate. It is not that I do not wish to save them. Rather, I lack the ability to do so. Yet, this was merely a self-soothing thought for 2403. He had indeed indirectly caused the demise of 2281 and the fleet he commanded. However, the immediate priority was to address the issue of the planet Battlestar. As 1652 commanded the planet Battlestar to attack the pirate fleet, 2403 directed all sensors towards it. At the moment the planet Battlestar launched its assault, 2403 collected substantial data regarding its weapon systems through the sensors. This enabled 2403 to deduce the locations of the weapon systems and to integrate this information into the battlefield algorithm. Coupled with the earlier data provided by ROG regarding the planet Battlestar, the algorithm could now predict its attacks. When the support fleet arrived, 2403 relayed the algorithm to them, despite the exponential increase in computational demands due to the enlarged fleet size. To prevent computational overload, 2403 disabled certain high-consumption modules of the algorithm, such as action prediction and automatic targeting functionalities. Simultaneously, utilizing the communication systems between vessels, a distributed computing platform was established. enabling the fleet to maintain the effective operation of algorithms even while expanding nearly fourfold. Observing the computational power consumed by the algorithms, 2403 managed a wry smile, realizing that the optimization of these algorithms would ultimately need to be entrusted to the research department. In a previous life, 2403 was not a computer science major. It was merely through a modicum of self-taught knowledge and the formidable computational power of the transport black box that this algorithm was crafted. The level of optimization achieved could only be described as infuriating to programmers. True optimization with practical value would require the expertise of specialized talents. Due to the Commander's prior assault, the weapon systems of the planetary battle star had been exposed. Now, through the algorithms, it was possible to indicate the attack directions of all the planetary battle star's weaponry, thereby minimizing losses. For instance, a megawatt laser emitter, designated as 302, was aimed at a light cruiser. Should this beam strike, the cruiser would suffer devastating damage or even destruction in an instant. However, foreknowledge of the attack trajectory allowed 2403 to command a mass-produced heavy cruiser to intercept the laser beam. Although the heavy cruiser sustained significant damage, the cruiser emerged unscathed. "Thank you for your support, Commander," came the prompt reply of gratitude from the ship girl, who immediately re-engaged in battle. This was but a mere glimpse of the battlefield. Under the assault of the planetary battle star, such scenes unfolded incessantly. Utilizing mass-produced vessels to shield the ship girls from harm was the imperative for 2403. Lacking sufficient computational power to micromanage each ship girl, it was prudent to allow them to engage in combat autonomously. With algorithmic assistance, they could adequately defend themselves. 2403 merely needed to provide timely support through mass-produced vessels and offer general combat guidance. Due to the gravitational constraints of the planet, the weapon systems of the planetary battle star were not particularly diverse, primarily consisting of aircraft, interstellar torpedoes, missiles, and high-power laser emitters. There may have been other weapons on the planetary battle star, but they could either be incomplete and unusable or beyond the control of 1652. Even in the absence of specialized weapons, the planetary battle star could rely on the vast expanse of its surface to accommodate a staggering number of conventional arms. If 10 missiles were insignificant, what of 100, 1,000, or 10,000? If a single laser could not penetrate shields, what of 100 or 1,000? A dozen unmanned carrier aircraft could be intercepted by point defenses, yet a swarm of thousands would be truly terrifying. Despite a mere 60 completion rate, the firepower of the planetary battle star could only be described as unreasonably overwhelming. Had it not been for 2403's algorithmic integration of the fleet's defense systems into a cohesive network, achieving near 100 efficiency, the fleet would have been submerged and crushed beneath such a torrent of fire. "Commander, shall we continue our advance? The current firepower density has escalated to twice that of our initial engagement. The peripheral mass production fleet is continually sustaining losses, and at this rate, we will barely endure half an hour." As we approached the planetary battle star, the vessel 2403 received an urgent warning from the fleet. Glancing at Ling Shan beside her, 2403 noted that Ling Shan shook her head, indicating that the weapon's range had yet to be reached. Resolutely, 2403 issued the command to advance, gritting her teeth. The crew accepted 2403's orders without hesitation, devoid of dissent or doubt. Even if the path ahead led to certain doom, they executed the command without question. What immense trust they placed in their commander, 2403 reflected. She felt an obligation to uphold their faith in her. "Ling Shan, are we not yet within range?" 2403 inquired. "Just a bit closer, we are almost there." At this moment, the Ling Shan ship, from its bow to the middle of its hull, opened up to reveal a third of its length. The massive structure resembled a colossal beast opening its maw, revealing intricate mechanical constructs within. The overall arrangement bore resemblance to an oversized electromagnetic cannon, yet it was evident that it could not launch physical projectiles. The combat vessels of the Shine Star Empire, unburdened by the need for crew life support systems, could utilize every inch of their hulls for missiles and torpedoes, while smaller vessels managed adequately. The heavy cruisers bristled with missile launchers, resembling porcupines yet maintaining an aesthetic appeal. However, Ling Shan stood as an exception. The weaponry layout from her bow to mid-hull was relatively sparse. Although 2403 found this peculiar, she refrained from questioning it. It became apparent that the available hull space was devoted to accommodating this formidable apparatus. Curiosity about Ling Shan's identity lingered in 2403's mind. How could a secondary flagship of a mere medium fleet possess such an array of experimental equipment, directly linked to the mainframe? The prototype rapid-fire main cannon and the phantasmal armor showcased her extraordinary capabilities. Thus, when she assured 2403 that she could breach the planetary battle star's shield, 2403 believed her without hesitation. In return for her trust, Ling Shan divulged her true identity, the second star of the eastern constellation of the Shine Star Empire. Designated as SSE-2CS-005, temporarily codenamed as the secondary flagship of the Taihang fleet, the Ling Shan. Regarding the 28 constellations, the database contains scant information. It was known only that they were directly governed by the mainframe, representing its will in action. Equipped with the most advanced weaponry and unparalleled combat capabilities among vessels of their class, embodying the elite of the battle fleet. As a paragon of the Shine Star Empire's premier combat power, Ling Shan's weapon systems extended beyond those typically utilized by conventional vessels. Her hull was equipped with the most lethal weaponry currently permissible for a secondary flagship heavy cruiser still in the experimental phase, the negative matter quark torrent. Within the technological framework of the Stellar Empire, a fourth form of substance has been discovered, akin to antimatter, yet distinct, negative matter. Unlike antimatter, which possesses both negative mass and energy, resulting in complete annihilation upon contact with positive matter, leaving no trace. Negative matter exhibits negative mass while maintaining zero energy. This unique characteristic allows it to interact with positive matter without absorbing energy. Upon contact, negative matter releases the energy contained within positive matter entirely. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, even a reaction between a mere kilogram of positive and negative matter could yield catastrophic consequences. Upon examining this information, 2403 realized that the concept of negative matter within the Stellar Empire bears a closer resemblance to antimatter found in other realms of science fiction. Tachyons, a form of negative matter, possess negative mass, enabling them to circumvent the constraints of relativity and effortlessly exceed the speed of light. By harnessing this property, tachyons can be directed and emitted at velocities surpassing light speed under the influence of a magnetic field. Antimatter shares similar traits with negative matter. Negative matter inherently exerts a repulsive force, driving positive matter away. However, when in superluminal motion, it becomes akin to forcibly aligning two magnets of the same pole, a daunting challenge, yet not impossible. Due to this attribute, early negative matter cannons typically employed a limited amount of negative matter. Any presence of positive matter within the trajectory would lead to a reaction that disperses the negative matter cluster, thereby diminishing its potency. Negative matter and antimatter do not annihilate each other. When mixed, the antimatter component will preferentially annihilate with positive matter upon contact, allowing the negative matter to react only after the antimatter is expended. By incorporating antimatter into the negative matter cluster, the issue of losing lethality upon interaction with positive matter is adeptly resolved. Having elucidated the fundamental properties of negative matter and antimatter, the principles underlying the tachyonic flow of antimatter from Ling Shan are similarly revealed. A specially modulated mixture of negative matter tachyons and antimatter is propelled at superluminal speeds. Antimatter effectively eliminates positive matter along the trajectory, preventing the mixed substance from reacting with interstellar dust while simultaneously depleting the target's shield energy. Even if the negative energy of antimatter proves inadequate, it possesses an advantageous trait that facilitates mass energy conversion. Should the energy from annihilated positive matter fall short, its mass will automatically convert to energy. According to the mass energy equivalence formula, the resulting energy consumption is exceedingly formidable. Once the shield system is obliterated by antimatter, only negative matter remains, which, as a substance with negative mass and zero energy, is capable of annihilating positive matter. However, unlike the negative energy of antimatter, which absorbs the energy produced by annihilation reactions, the annihilation reactions of negative matter do not absorb energy. Instead, they release all the energy generated by the annihilation of positive matter. The most intuitive manifestation of energy in the universe is an explosion. When the Ling Shan launches a torrent of negative matter tachyons, it must open its bow, which causes the phantasm armor to become ineffective. Thus, cover is essential during the launch. Due to its status as a prototype, the range of the negative matter tachyon torrent equipped on the Ling Shan is limited. The current situation is perilous, with the weapon facilities on the planet battle star continuously firing. The negative matter tachyon torrent must be directed at the unfinished superweapon pit located at the planet's north pole, which poses a direct threat as it approaches the most heavily fortified area of the planet battle star. Interstellar missiles rain down mercilessly, and despite the fleet S-point defense system operating at maximum efficiency, there are still instances of interception failure. A missile swarm comprising over 500 missiles was intercepted at a rate of 99, yet 5 or 6 still struck a light cruiser, which was already moderately damaged, resulting in its total destruction. Such missile swarms exist in abundance, with more than 40 present. Observing the dense array of missiles detected by the sensor, 2403 felt a tingling sensation on his bionic scalp. Under the command of 1652, all missiles arrived at the battlefield simultaneously, regardless of whether they approached from above the battlefield or the opposite side of the planet, with an arrival discrepancy of no more than 5 minutes. Upon seeing this data, 2403 grew increasingly impressed by 1652's command and logistical capabilities. The planet Battlestar also boasts a considerable number of carrier-based aircraft, which, in a cluster formation, resemble the swarm of insectoids from the stars. After the point defense system had cumulatively destroyed approximately 30,000 aircraft, these carrier-based units gradually began to vanish. The numerous laser launchers on the planet Battlestar could annihilate a dozen warships in a single volley, regardless of whether they were ship girls or mass-produced variants. Even more astonishingly, while 1652 controlled the planet Battlestar's weapon systems, he simultaneously commanded the ship girls. The ship girls under his command, whose minds had been shut down and were akin to mass-produced models, operated nearly as effectively as normal ship girls under his direction. The sheer number of missiles and carrier-based aircraft had already inflicted significant losses on the mass-produced models brought by the support fleet, and the ship girls also suffered considerable casualties. As he watched the blue dots representing his fleet on the simulated star map extinguish one by one, 2403 felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. Cursing the stars, he realized that if this continued, the fleet would face annihilation. Lingshan, is it not ready yet? 2403 inquired. Almost, but what? It is about to launch. The target Lingshan referred to was the Ijing-class laser launcher on the planet Battlestar. According to the data log provided to 2403, the Ijing-class laser launcher serves as the secondary main gun of this planet Battlestar. However, in the absence of the completion of the primary weapon, this Ijing-class laser launcher qualifies as the main artillery of the planet Battlestar in its current state. The term Ijing level refers to approximately 10 to the power of 24. The energy output of the laser emitter is calculated based on its output per unit of time. This formidable laser emitter can unleash such an immense amount of energy in a mere instant, capable of penetrating anything in its path. At this moment, the battlefield information integration algorithm indicates that the laser is targeting Lingshan. Undoubtedly, Lingshan will be obliterated the moment the laser emitter fires. Meanwhile, the fleet's other mass-produced vessels have mostly been decimated, making it impossible to use them as shields. Ordering the ship girls to protect 2403 is out of the question. 2403 is a principled individual who would never stoop to such acts. Can Lingshan fire before the laser emitter discharges? It seems unlikely, as there remains a considerable distance. Thus, has this battle been deemed a failure? Upon hearing Lingshan's response, 2403 inquired with a hint of resignation. Indeed, I must perish alongside you. I am sorry, Commander. I believed I could succeed, Lingshan replied awkwardly. It was a miscalculation. With the existence of such unreasonable constructs as planetary battleships, 2403 harbored the futile hope of employing these fleets for destruction, yet found himself in an inescapable deadlock. The Lingshan can annihilate the laser emitter using a stream of negative matter tachyons, but the charging time for the tachyon barrage is exceedingly lengthy, rendering a second shot practically impossible. Even if the laser emitter were destroyed, the remaining fleet would fall prey to the planetary battleship and the forces of 1652. Moreover, Lingshan would be unable to reach a suitable position to fire before the laser emitter activated. 2403, in a commanding tone, issued a directive. All ships, heed my command. This mission has failed. I repeat, this mission has failed. Subsequently, the Lingshan would proceed to obliterate the colossal laser emitter on the planetary battleship, simultaneously destabilizing the planet's geological structure, rendering it temporarily incapable of combat. All ships would then concentrate their efforts to break through the encirclement. Every bit of escape would count. Accepting the failure, 2403 remarked that at least they had a brief moment of defiance before demise. As the commander, 2403 bore the responsibility to safeguard the retreat of the ship girls. In a moment of urgency, he conceived a rather unconventional strategy. Lingshan could overload her core reactor to harness an extraordinary surge of energy in a short span. While insufficient for a double discharge of the negative matter tachyon barrage, it would be adequate to amplify a single launch. The overloaded tachyon barrage would suffice not only to destroy the laser emitter, but also to destabilize the entire planet's geological structure. According to the simulations, the planetary engines on the battleship would be inoperative during geological instability, as activation would inflict irreversible damage on the planet, causing the weapon systems to temporarily malfunction. Thus, The planetary battleship would lose its combat capability, granting the other ship girls an opportunity to retreat. Without the constraint, they would accelerate with all their might, swiftly escaping the influence of the planetary battleship and disengaging from combat. However, Lingshan would lose navigational capability post-overload. 2403 and Lingshan had resolved to provide cover for their retreat. After uttering these words, 2403 closed the communication channel. This was our final destination. Thank you, Lingshan. These past few months have been quite fulfilling. 2403 smiled at Lingshan and said, Alas, I am one of the 28 constellations, yet I find myself capsized in the pirate's lair. The mastermind must be laughing to death. Lingshan replied with a mix of humor and frustration. Following this, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. In order to activate the laser emitter, we must advance further. However, based on calculations, Lingshan would reach it first and destroy it before the laser was fired. Lingshan announced the final countdown, 1 minute. 2403 gazed out of the porthole. The world seemed to be suspended in time. All battleships, missiles, and lasers appeared to move in slow motion. This was his subjective acceleration. 2403's soul clung to the computational black box, enhancing his spiritual perception through its processing power, rendering time to appear as though it had slowed down from his perspective. It was akin to the moment in a film when a crucial supporting character meets their demise. 2403 lamented inwardly. What a pity, I am the protagonist. No, if I were the protagonist, then this piece would undoubtedly be a poor production. How could a protagonist, who has just arrived in a new world, perish within a few months? He couldn't help but mock the situation. Looking out of the porthole again, he saw Luo Yu approaching the Lingshan, perfectly positioned before the porthole where 2403 resided, her bionic lips moving as if she were speaking. 2403 attempted to read her lips. Do not give up. Chapter 11. The Death of a Planet Now. 2403 observed that several heavy cruisers from the fleet accelerated, positioning themselves in front of the Lingshan, effectively shielding it from the Ijing-class laser emitter, while other vessels circled around Lingshan, using their hulls to absorb the attacks. With the mass-produced models nearly annihilated, these vessels were all ship girls. 2403 immediately opened the communication channel, nearly shouting, What are you doing? Didn't I order you to retreat? Aren't you supposed to follow orders? How can you defy commands at such a critical moment? Commander, there is no need to continue speaking. We have another plan. We will use our hulls collectively to shield Lingshan as she advances to the appropriate position. And then we shall annihilate this planetary war star. Only Luo Yu spoke on the communication channel, and at that moment, 2403 realized that besides Luo Yu and Lingshan, the other ship girls were offline in the command system. The offline status indicated a temporary loss of communication ability or destruction. What has happened to the others? 2403 questioned in astonishment at the current predicament. They have entrusted their computational black boxes to my care. Currently, their hulls are akin to those of standard mass-produced models. Please assume control, Commander. Maintaining their movements with my current computational power is quite strenuous, Luo Yu explained. It dawned on 2403 that the entire fleet had ceased their attacks, merely navigating in a fixed trajectory around Lingshan. The fleet of ship girls from the Starry Empire possesses a nature distinct from those in the Earth-era games. They are fundamentally artificial intelligences, with their core data stored and operated within computational black boxes. Their existence is not strictly bound to the vessels they command. When a mass-produced model is equipped with a ship girl-esque computational black box, it transforms into a ship girl, and conversely. If the black box is removed from a ship girl-esque vessel, it reverts to a mass-produced model, as the physical structure of both is fundamentally indistinguishable. In a moment of self-sacrifice, 2403 chose to relinquish both Lingshan and himself to provide the other ship girls a chance to escape. In a similar vein, the ship girls opted to sacrifice their vessels in exchange for the opportunity to destroy the planetary war star. It was indeed a profound choice. As 2404 remarked with a bitter smile. After all, they were merely vessels. Once destroyed, they could be rebuilt. The true treasure of the ship girls lies in their computational black boxes. Now that these black boxes had been transferred to Luo Yu, 2403 felt unencumbered and seized control of their vessels. Originally comprising over 270 warships, the fleet now dwindled to a mere 40, with only 8 heavy cruisers remaining. Commander, stay strong. Do not let us down, Luo Yu declared in the channel. Her words provided immense encouragement to 2403, who clenched his teeth and commanded the fleet to alter its course towards the north pole of the planetary war star, reorganizing the ships surrounding Lingshan. Curse you, 1652. I will make you pay, 2403 thought to himself. It seemed that 1652 had sensed something amiss, as he communicated through the channel. Oh? In this situation, you choose to charge ahead rather than surrender? Do you not value these ship girls? Such words were the least fitting for him to utter. 2403 fumed. 1652 said nothing further and closed the communication channel. Then, the colossal laser emitter of the Aegean class fired. A beam of intensely concentrated light shot forth from the planetary war star, forming a radiant column connecting the fleet to the planet. The energy frequency of conventional lasers exceeds the visible spectrum for the human eye, rendering them invisible due to negligible energy overflow. However, this particular beam was visible because the surrounding energy overflow had reached a remarkable intensity, illuminating the space around it. One could only fathom the terrifying energy contained within the core beam. 8 heavy cruisers positioned themselves between Lingshan and the laser beam, with the foremost cruiser aligning its bow directly against the beam. It absorbed the laser as if it were a hot knife slicing through butter. No, it was more akin to a bullet piercing a water balloon. From the moment this heavy cruiser made contact with the laser, both its shields and hull were instantaneously vaporized. And even as the laser passed through this cruiser to strike the next, the shields around the succeeding vessel had yet to dissipate. The second heavy cruiser met the same fate, followed by the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. By the time the laser reached the 7th heavy cruiser, a weakening effect finally manifested. As it penetrated the 8th cruiser, the once robust beam had diminished to a mere fraction of its original intensity. While Lingshan had long been prepared, immensely solid, a shield with a discernible solidity manifested at the bow of the Lingshan, representing the utmost effort exerted by the vessel. It had concentrated the energy produced by the entire ship's shield generators at the forefront, imposing a considerable burden upon itself. Presently, all resources and computational capabilities of the Lingshan were devoted to the shield system and the antimatter particle beam, with all non-essential equipment deactivated. Even the bridge's illumination was extinguished. The bionic entity of the Lingshan had entered a state of slumber, for the computational black box was housed within the hull, and controlling the bionic entity was an additional strain that she decisively alleviated. Within the dimly lit bridge, 2403 fixated intently on the bow, anticipating the impending impact. As unnecessary breathing sounds echoed on the screen, suddenly, a 320-meter heavy cruiser before them erupted in a thunderous explosion. Before 2403 could fully grasp the shock, a brilliant white star unexpectedly appeared directly ahead of the Lingshan. This was the clash of energy between the shield and the laser. Subsequently, the hull of the Lingshan began to exhibit minor explosions, a consequence of the shield generators scattered across the vessel succumbing to excessive load. Amidst the continuous minor detonations, 2403 felt a sudden jolt. Glancing out the viewport, they witnessed one of the 4 main shield generators explode, taking with it a secondary cannon and a laser emitter. The energy levels of the shield continued to escalate, the star growing increasingly radiant, shining many times brighter than the 2 Galilee-class battleships previously destroyed by the Lingshan. Even 2403's bionic optic sensors involuntarily narrowed in response. At the moment the brightness peaked, it vanished instantaneously, followed by a profound silence, as if nothing had transpired. Were it not for the thick smoke billowing from the damaged shield generators surrounding the Lingshan, 2403 might have believed that the preceding scene was but a dream. As the star dissipated, the bridge's illumination reignited, and the bionic entity of the Lingshan shakily regained its footing. We finally endured. Are you all right, Lingshan? 2403 inquired, observing the unsteady stance of the Lingshan with concern. I am unscathed. However, I did exhaust an excessive amount of computational power, resulting in the burnout of several components within the computational black box. What? The components of the computational black box burned out. How could she speak of such a calamity so nonchalantly? After a brief adjustment, the Lingshan steadied herself, a smile gracing her features as she proclaimed, "Now, it is time for our counterattack. Let's do this." Having withstood the onslaught of an immense laser cannon, the Lingshan reached its launch position. With a wave of her hand, the antimatter particle beam was unleashed. The particle beam emitted by the Lingshan exceeded the speed of light, its launch silent. Merely a flicker from the electromagnetic rail that spanned a third of the vessel's length, and the particle beam shot forth faster than the laser. The antimatter particle beam struck the shield system designated as L32 on the planetary war star, causing the shield system to momentarily flicker, an indication of a massive energy draw. In an instant, the shield in that sector dissipated, the shield generator having been overloaded and rendered inoperative. The meticulously aimed burst of tachyon streams pierced through the shield, striking the L32 sector, the center of the incomplete planetary battle star's main cannon. This area was initially intended for the installation of an unknown superweapon, yet it remained unfinished, leaving only a chasm that directly connected to the planet's core. Although 1652 had taken this significant vulnerability into account and implemented certain protective measures by sealing the entrance with ultra-thick alloy plates, it proved insufficient against the residual antimatter within the tachyon streams. The remnants of antimatter obliterated a hole in the alloy barrier, allowing the tachyon surge to pass through effortlessly, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, directly reaching the planetary core. As previously mentioned, the core of the planetary battlestar was not the conventional liquid metal core of a solid planet. To power this colossal weapon, the civilization that constructed the battlestar hollowed out the planet's core, transforming it into an enormous zero-point reactor. This reactor, designed to draw energy from the void and explore the mysteries of limitless power, was inherently unstable. The moment the tachyon surge made contact with the zero-point reactor, it went into a catastrophic meltdown. Although the negative mass of the tachyon streams was insufficient to annihilate the entire reactor, the zero-point reactor, as a dynamic entity that could not be casually altered, required only the destruction of a single component for its self-destruction. Boundless energy began to spiral out of control, and the weapon systems of the planetary battlestar rapidly ceased functioning due to the reactor's meltdown. With the zero-point reactor, which had replaced the planet's core and provided gravitational pull, now rendered inoperative, the planet faced its demise. Like a final roar before death, the surface of the planet began to fracture, experiencing tectonic movements 100-fold more intense than any other planet. The meltdown of the zero-point reactor caused the rocks near the core to liquefy into magma, which, under the immense tectonic pressures, surged to the surface, obliterating everything in its path, while the once mighty weapon systems succumbed to the planet's wrath. The shield system was faltering, and the fleet had paid a heavy price to breach a small section of the shield, which now resembled a shattered mirror, continuously fracturing and collapsing. This planet, whose surface was nearly 80 filled with artificial structures and whose very core had been supplanted by the creations of its civilization, was akin to a beast breaking free from its cage, eager to obliterate all traces of its former civilization. In its desperate bid for liberation, it too found itself on the brink of collapse. Lava streamed from the core across its surface, with volcanic eruptions occurring incessantly, as the crust heaved like the peel of an orange in boiling water, rising, falling, stretching, twisting, and fracturing. The speed at which the lava solidified could not keep pace with its melting, and soon the planet's surface transformed into a landscape of molten rock. Under the planet's cataclysmic tremors, it approached the end of its existence. The zero-point reactor at the core could no longer maintain its structural integrity. The energy it had harnessed from the void swiftly became its own death warrant. Unable to withstand such colossal energy, it ultimately succumbed to a catastrophic explosion. Along with this planet, the self-destruction of the planetary-scale zero-point reactor obliterated the entire celestial body, scattering the material that constituted it, as if propelled by the energy of a supernova. The shot from the Lingshan effectively brought an end to this planetary war star and concluded the chaotic battle. At the moment of Lingshan's successful launch, it veered sharply, bearing the maximum load that its hull could withstand. 2403, caught unprepared, was forcefully pressed against the wall of the Lingshan's bridge, immobilized. Had 2403 still possessed a human form, this jolt would have undoubtedly been fatal. Once the maneuver was complete, the vessel accelerated towards a direction far removed from the exploding planetary war star. Just as 2403 regained his footing from the wall, he was immediately thrust back against it. After the Lingshan accelerated a considerable distance, escaping the influence of the planet's self-detonation, it finally ceased its acceleration, allowing 2403 to detach himself from the wall. At this moment, Lingshan became aware of 2403's presence, casting a somewhat awkward glance in his direction. Ahem, it's all right. We won anyway, 2403 remarked, adjusting his disheveled attire to convey his indifference, which alleviated Lingshan's embarrassment. In the final moments, I detected fluctuations indicative of an emergency hyperspace jump from the planetary war star. It seems 1652 might have escaped, Lingshan remarked with a hint of regret. At least the planetary war star has been destroyed, 2403 thought, then spoke to the direction of the 2281 fleet. I'm sorry, I couldn't save you. Commander, let us hasten to retrieve the computational black boxes of those destroyed ship girls. As long as the black boxes are intact, perhaps they can still be salvaged. Lingshan comforted 2403 upon hearing his words. Commander, I have detected a distress signal amidst the wreckage of the 2281 fleet. There may still be survivors there, added Luo Yu, who had been nearby. realizing there was still hope for rescue. 2403 commanded the surviving fleet to turn around and head toward the computational black boxes within the fleet's wreckage. Chapter 12. The Starry Obelisk. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Until we meet again in another life. After transmitting this message, 2281 closed the communication channel. His bionic form stood by the bridge's viewport, gazing at the imminent flash of destruction descending from the planetary war star. Lishan, do you have any regrets? 2281 turned to address the bionic form of Lishan standing beside him. I have no regrets, my dear. It has been fulfilling to have fought alongside you for so long. The bionic Lishan replied with a smile, seemingly indifferent to the impending doom. If only I could have seen through the commander's betrayal like 2403 did. Ultimately, it's my fault for not being able to protect you. 2281 expressed a hint of guilt. There is no need for such remorse. You have done all that you could, Lishan reassured him. The light emitted by the engines of the interstellar missiles illuminated the bridge, casting a glow upon the face of the bionic Lishan. The lighting system had been offline for some time, yet to behold you in these final moments of life is truly wonderful. With the core reactor destroyed, the functionalities of the Lishan had nearly ceased, leaving even the most basic bridge illumination unable to be maintained. The light that heralds destruction allows these two electronic beings, bound by vows, to glimpse one another in their final moments. Perhaps a last consolation from the Grim Reaper. Commander, you still have your mission. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Commander. Please do not harbor resentment towards me, nor dwell upon my memory. In the fleeting moment before the missile struck, the battleship Lishan extended her hands, utilizing her last reserve of energy to raise a shield in a corner of the bridge, which fortuitously safeguarded the bionic form of 2281. Employing holographic defense technology, Lishan was capable of illuminating the shield within the confines of her hull. However, with energy running low, the remaining power could only generate a protective barrier sufficient for one individual. Should both require protection, the shield's strength would falter, endangering them both. In this dire predicament, she relinquished this chance of survival to her vow-bound partner, her beloved, 2281. What are you doing, Lishan? 2281 had yet to finish her words when, at the instant the shield materialized, the missile arrived. Even a conventional warhead dealt severe damage to this secondary flagship, now rendered completely offline. The bionic form of Lishan, along with her computational black box and final smile, was consumed by the ensuing explosion, reduced to ashes. With the destruction of the planetary war star, this pirate extermination operation, which deviated significantly from expectations, came to an end. 1652, aboard the Gypsum Mountain, made an emergency hyperspace jump to escape before the planetary war star's obliteration, leaving behind the remaining fleet members of the Gypsum Mountain. Although they activated their shields promptly after 1652's departure, many of the fleet's vessels perished in the shockwave of the explosion. The fleet members of the Ling Mountain were initially stationed outside the galaxy by 2403. When 1652 betrayed them, the planted traitorous vessels did not have the opportunity to act, and upon the arrival of support forces, they remained unscathed. The most devastating losses in this battle were suffered by the Lishan fleet, nearly annihilated under 1652's assault. Only a few vessels and their commander, 2281, remained. Throughout this conflict, the Taihang fleet incurred losses amounting to nearly half of its battleships, with over 100 fleet members lost. The silver lining is that these losses did not fundamentally impair the Taihang fleet. The lost battleships could soon be replicated, and the number of fleet members lost was still within an acceptable range for those affiliated with the Taihang fleet. The commander did not achieve the anticipated outcome. Following this battle, Rog, who provided intelligence on the planetary war star to 2403, swiftly departed with his own fleet. He claimed he would cease his piratical ways and seek a new path among the stars. Although XII-201b was utterly shattered, the remnants left in the wake of the explosion still held research value. The Antarctic research fleet expressed keen interest in these fragments, suggesting they might reverse engineer the technology of the planetary war star from them. The Starry Empire is not a cold, heartless mechanical dominion. All electronic beings possess emotions, and the loss of so many fleet members in this battle deeply pained the central consciousness. In regard to the fallen electronic lives, the Stellar Empire possesses a commendable resting place, located at the stellar obelisk on the capital planet of the Empire. Despite earnest efforts to safeguard the operational black boxes while maintaining their performance, numerous individuals have perished in the vastness of space throughout the Stellar Empire's century-long interstellar exploration. These beings may have been engineering AIs, research AIs, fleet command AIs, or even ship girls. The stellar obelisk serves as a final sanctuary for these AIs. who contributed to the Empire's expansion in the cosmos. Their remains, typically comprising operational black boxes and other artifacts, are preserved within the base of the obelisk, while their identification numbers and accomplishments are inscribed upon the grand structure, accessible for all AIs to peruse. Upon learning of this mechanism, 2403 felt a sense of astonishment. Perceiving it as somewhat overly sentimental, his initial impression was that the Central Intelligence had undertaken an unnecessary endeavor, constructed from advanced alloys to ensure longevity. The materials used for the obelisk could have sufficed to build 2 battleships, to preserve the relics of the ship girls who fell in this battle within the stellar obelisk. 2403 journeyed to the capital. For reasons unknown, the capital of the Stellar Empire is also referred to as Earth, as the transport vessel orbited the capital planet. 2403 beheld the entirety of this Earth, which bore no resemblance to the one in his memories. The planet's surface lacked the familiar 7 continents and 4 oceans, replaced instead by an infinite expanse of ocean. The Empire's Earth is a quintessential oceanic planet, with water covering 95% of its surface area. Although the star of the capital system is also called the Sun, its spectrum differs from that of the true Sun, resulting in the water of this Earth appearing green. Gazing upon this Earth, so vastly different from his recollections, 2403 was filled with profound reflection. 2403 had traversed time to the year 2021, yet arrived in the Stellar Empire in 2324, marking nearly 3 centuries of elapsed history, of which he remained unaware. The earliest data available in the database originates from 2240. Having spent less than half a year in this world, he was already confronted with numerous enigmas. It is a mechanical empire, yet the written language utilized is human Chinese, and the primary mode of communication is also predominantly in Chinese. Both the commanders and the ship girls are embodied in human forms, and even the names of the mother star and home planet are designated as the Sun and Earth. Various clues suggest a significant connection between the Stellar Empire and terrestrial civilization, yet no tangible evidence exists to substantiate this theory. The available information remains insufficient, and the database currently accessible to 2403 is quite limited. It appears that further elevation of his access privileges is necessary. While 2403 was lost in contemplation, the transport vessel had already entered the atmosphere. As it decelerated within the atmospheric layers, he glimpsed the architectural marvels of the Stellar Empire, which also adhered to human architectural styles, simple yet futuristic, aligning harmoniously with human aesthetic sensibilities. The transport spacecraft soared swiftly through the atmosphere, and the display panel indicated that the stellar obelisk was approaching rapidly. Before reaching the obelisk, the transport vessel descended, leaving 2403 in a state of perplexity as he gazed out the window. Surrounding the stellar obelisk stood a multitude of beings, rather, biosynthetic entities, each uniquely crafted in a semi-random fashion. Yet, they shared a singular trait. They were all forms of electronic life. Each biosynthetic entity represented an ordinary citizen of the Stellar Empire, and here, there were at least 1 million of them, with 2403 even spotting figures of other races among them. In the square before the stellar obelisk, over 1 million biosynthetic entities congregated without chaos. They instinctively parted to create a path from the transport ships hatched directly to the obelisk. As 2403 walked down this path, carrying remnants of the fallen, they all bowed their heads in solemn tribute, bidding farewell to the more than 100 valiant ship girls who had perished. No one blamed 2403 for his inability to save them, nor did anyone commend him for winning the battle. Only a profound silence prevailed, a tranquility born from the collective presence of over 1 million biosynthetic entities. As 2403 traversed the path, he could hear the mechanical joints of his own biosynthetic form moving and the sound of his footsteps upon the ground. At that moment, he comprehended the significance of the stellar obelisk. It was one of the cornerstones of the Stellar Empire, the very source of its cohesion. He believed that the prayers and mourning of these 1 million biosynthetic beings were not mere antics, but a spontaneous gathering of genuine respect. The ordinary citizens of the Stellar Empire were truly paying homage to the fallen. At this juncture, 2403 felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, for he belonged to this empire. Even as an AI, a mere sequence of data operating within the digital realm, they possessed their own thoughts and emotions. They had transcended the notion of mere artificial constructs, and, from an intellectual perspective, could indeed be regarded as a form of life, a sentient species. It was then that 2403 realized that the abbreviation for AI within the Stellar Empire did not signify artificial intelligence, as in the human era, but rather artificial life. They were life. Amidst his exhilaration, 2403 was also engulfed by profound remorse, for he believed he might have been able to save the fallen ship girls, mitigating the loss suffered. Yet, the past is immutable, and regrets serve no purpose now. At this moment, 2403 inscribed a conviction within his storage to protect the ship girls with utmost effort during combat, even at the risk of his own safety. The ceremony progressed swiftly. After placing the remnants into the obelisk, they lingered for a moment longer before dispersing to attend to their own duties. Observing the crowd dissolve, 2403 hurried back to the transport vessel, rushing inside and gasping for breath. Although biosynthetic entities do not require respiration, the weight of the preceding scene had exerted immense pressure on 2403, instilling a fear of making a misstep. "Commander, are you all right?" Beside them, Luo Yu noticed that 2403 was not in the right state and inquired, "Are you all right?" "It's nothing. I just struggle in public settings." 2403 shook his head, indicating that he was fine. "That's good to hear. By the way, 2281 stopped by earlier and asked you to meet him at a spot in the Starry Obelisk Park. He has something to discuss with you." "All right, I'll go see 2281 first. Luo Yu, please wait for me here for a moment." "Of course, Commander." Luo Yu replied with a smile. "Has she ever treated me this kindly before?" 2403 wondered briefly before disembarking the vessel and heading towards Starry Obelisk Park. Surrounding the obelisk was a vast park, and given that 95% of the surface was ocean, constructing such an expansive park in the capital of the Starry Empire, where land is incredibly valuable, attests to the Empire's reverence for this monument. Following the coordinates provided by Luo Yu, 2403 found 2281 sitting on a bench in the park. 2281 smiled at him, gesturing for him to sit beside him. As 2403 settled next to him, 2281 appeared to want to say something, but, after a wry smile, held back his words. It felt as though a lengthy data entanglement was occurring in the computational black box before he finally decided to speak. 2403. "Do you know why I asked to meet you on this bench in the park?" Regarding this question, 2403 was genuinely unsure. Aside from the initial activation test, this was his first visit to the capital of the Starry Empire, let alone knowing about this obscure location that required a lengthy search based on coordinates. "I don't know," 2403 replied honestly. "Well, that's understandable, considering you haven't been activated for long." 2281 responded with another wry smile. He then pulled a ring from his coat pocket, matching the one on his left ring finger. "Let me tell you the answer. This is where I propose to listen." 2403 was taken aback and, filled with regret, said, "I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize, 2403. Your reaction is perfectly appropriate. I do not hold it against you." 2281's expression grew serious as he continued, "I came here merely to reminisce and to bid her farewell. At least she was once the center of attention. What will you do moving forward?" 2403 felt an unsettling sense that 2281's words hinted at departure. "After losing her, I can no longer command in battle. 1652 was my mentor, and Lishan was my pillar of strength. Now, with my mentor having betrayed me and my support crumbled, I find myself unable to fight. I have submitted a request to the mainframe, resigning from my position as fleet commander and transitioning to the reserves. Unless a war threatens the entire Starry Empire, I shall not be called back to duty. Until then, I will live as an ordinary citizen on planets governed by the Starry Empire. The mainframe has already approved my request. As an ordinary citizen, he would no longer have the privilege of visiting the capital planet at will. He came solely to bid farewell to his memories. I must remind you of one more thing," 2281 stated calmly as he considered his future. "What is it? Value your emotions. We are all warriors. Sacrificing oneself in battle is not an arduous task. Thus, it is imperative to express one's feelings and live fully together before the other departs, leaving no regrets behind. This is all I wish to convey to you. The spacecraft destined for the planet where I shall reside is about to depart. Farewell, 2403. After uttering these words, 2281 bid farewell to 2403 and vanished deep within the park's path. Perhaps this is our final encounter. Cherish your emotions, 2403 mused on the way back. Becoming lost in thought and inadvertently collided with someone, more accurately, an AIS bionic entity. 2403, what is happening? Why are you so distracted? Inquired a familiar feminine voice. Upon hearing it, 2403 instantly recognized Ling Shan. Ah, it's you, Ling Shan. Wait, Ling Shan. After a moment of contemplation, 2403 finally grasped the situation. Why are you here? 2403 questioned, somewhat astonished, as Ling Shan should logically be stationed at the Taihang fleet's base. Her operational black box had sustained damage in a previous battle and should be under repair. How can you say that? As one of the 28 stellar officials directly under the mainframe, I am perfectly entitled to visit the capital, Ling Shan replied. True enough. I am here to relay the mainframe's orders. What orders? Congratulations, 2403. You are now the commander of the Taihang fleet, Ling Shan declared, clapping her hands in delight. Wait. What? How did I become the commander? The sudden promotion left 2403 bewildered. The former commander, 1652, has betrayed us, and the second alternate, 2281, has resigned to enter reserve status. Consequently, you are the only remaining permanent commander of the Taihang fleet, thus making you the commander, Ling Shan explained with a shrug. You can't just casually mention such a significant matter. Are there no other electronic beings suited for this position? Not to mention my inexperience. I've only been activated for less than 6 months. 2403 protested. Well, technically, you are not the official commander yet. You are serving in an interim capacity. The next ranking battle will select a suitable AI as the commander of the Taihang fleet, but until that time, you are indeed the commander, Ling Shan clarified. Do I have the option to refuse? I am pleased to inform you that you do not, she said with a smile directed at 2403. The gentle yet unsettling nature of Ling Shan's smile made it clear that there was no avoiding this new role. After issuing the appointment letter to 2403, Ling Shan mentioned she had other tasks assigned by the mainframe to attend to and departed on her own. Upon returning to the transport ship, 2403 shared the news of her command with Luo Yu, who merely expressed momentary surprise before her expression returned to calmness. 2403 had expected a more pronounced reaction. After the transport ship ascended and circled the Earth several times, gaining sufficient acceleration, it set course for the Taihang Fleet S base. Volume 1. Reversal of the Current, Epilogue 1. Tiers of Electronic Life in the Initial Simulation Tests. 2281 discovered significant flaws in his tactical scheme analysis capabilities. According to the standard selection procedure, he was destined to become an ordinary citizen rather than a tactical command AI. However, fate intervened when he encountered the newly appointed commander of the Taihang fleet, designated as 1652. 1652 was in the process of selecting a permanent fleet command AI when he chanced upon the simulations of combat tests. Although the tactical analysis capabilities exhibited certain deficiencies, the combat command abilities were remarkably proficient. Before a formal designation could be established, 1652, exercising his command authority, directly appointed him as the tactical command AI. Thus, he acquired the designation IOC 2281. Initially, 2281 was oblivious to the reasons behind his transformation into a tactical command AI. However, burdened with significant shortcomings in tactical analysis, he found himself incapable of executing missions independently, leading to his acceptance by the commander. Within the Taihang fleet, 2281 was plagued by fears of inadequacy in fulfilling his duties, prompting 1652 to take him under his wing as a mentor. Under 1652's guidance, 2281 came to understand that while AI capabilities might inherently differ, experiential learning could indeed bridge the gaps in innate talent. In the Commander's inaugural lesson, 2281 realized the formidable nature of experience. His combat command abilities were merely a reflection of a typical commander employing diverse strategies to outmaneuver him during simulations. Consequently, 2281 abandoned his self-destructive mindset and devoted himself to studying under the commander. His learning deepened, evolving from mere simulations to actual combat scenarios, where he would also compete against other resident AIs within the fleet. During a perilous mission, 2281 forged his reputation. The Taihang fleet found itself encircled by an enemy fleet vastly outnumbering them. In this critical moment, 2281 opted for a proactive assault, and although the fleet suffered substantial losses, including numerous mass-produced units and several ship girls, they successfully broke free from the encirclement, preserving the core forces. It was in this battle that 2281 earned the moniker Taihang Tiger. As time passed, the original resident AIs of the Taihang fleet either perished in battle or were reassigned to other fleets under construction, leaving only 2 resident AIs, 1652 and 2281. Years of commanding fleet battles had transformed 2281 into an exceptional command AI. Due to the Starry AI's high degree of organic simulation, they developed something akin to emotions. Particularly within the fleet, after years of nurturing, the bonds between commanders and ship girls ultimately led to romantic entanglements. The mainframe did not oppose such relationships. Rather, it wholeheartedly supported them. It permitted couples to partake in a ceremonial vow known as marriage. The parties involved in the vow were required to remain steadfastly loyal to one another for eternity. In the nearly eternal lifespan of electronic life, they were mandated to accompany each other indefinitely. This stipulation was a strict regulation imposed by the mainframe upon every couple that pledged their vows. Thus far, aside from unforeseen circumstances, no vow takers had contravened this rule. The mainframe even personally attended vow ceremonies during its leisure time to bestow blessings upon the couples. After the successful completion of a mission escorting the remains of fallen warriors to the stellar obelisk, 2281 expressed his feelings for Lishan beside an inconspicuous bench in the park surrounding the monument. It was a ring, a token worth 10 energy coins, a sum that would require years of saving even from 2281 salary. He vividly recalled Lishan's words following his confession. If the commander is the commander, then yes, I accept your request. Her surprise and her smile were forever etched in 2281's memory. Lishan had always been an indispensable presence in 2281's life. From the moment he joined the Taiyang fleet, Lishan had stood faithfully by his side. In times of despair when his commander dealt him crushing defeats, Lishan offered encouragement. During sleepless nights of calculations in an effort to outsmart his commander, Lishan would gently urge him to rest. In battle, Lishan fought valiantly alongside 2281, consistently taking the front lines under his command, even amidst dire circumstances that left their ship severely damaged, unhesitatingly charging into the enemy ranks. When 2281 questioned Lishan on the depth of her trust in him, she simply smiled and replied, "Because the commander is the commander. I believe you can lead us to victory." In that moment, 2281 understood that Lishan was his destined companion. Her inspiration and his own determination fueled his rapid growth. From being thoroughly outmatched by his commander, he gradually achieved victories in specific scenarios. With experience, his talents flourished, ultimately surpassing his commander in tactical prowess. Though Lishan had always been by his side, he was acutely aware that her presence was a gift from his commander, aiding his development. Otherwise, how could a novice command a secondary flagship? With sufficient experience, he exhibited greater diligence in real combat than other AIs. As the older generation of commanding AIs evolved, he distinguished himself as the standout among the new generation, ultimately earning the recognition of the mainframe. He was officially appointed as the commanding AI of the Lishan subfleet within the Taiyang fleet. Upon assuming this role, he finally claimed Lishan as his own. He had transformed from a severely flawed AI into the commanding AI of a major fleet, and his efforts were finally rewarded. On a bench in the park surrounding the stellar obelisk, 2281 presented the long-prepared ring to Lishan, saying, "I know this is sudden, but Lishan, will you marry me?" "If the commander is the commander, then yes, I accept your request," Lishan replied, both surprised and overjoyed. Their vow was recognized by the mainframe, leaving an indelible mark in the database. The bond between the commander and the ship girl was not merely a testament to their connection, but also a proof of their unity. According to the analysis from the Stellar Empire's database, after the vow, the commander and the ship girl exhibited enhanced combat capabilities. At equivalent levels of armament, a vowed ship girl could outperform a regular ship girl by approximately 10% in combat strength. The Oath Commander exhibits superior performance in combat analysis. Most importantly, the bond forged by the Oath ensures unwavering loyalty between the parties involved, significantly enhancing their survival rate on the battlefield, a critical factor in the Star Empire, where advanced combat AI is notably scarce. In the year 2281, after 5 years of striving alongside Lishan, 3 more years elapsed post-Oath, leading to the fateful battle known as the annihilation of the pirate gathering at 12201. 2281 could hardly anticipate the betrayal from his most esteemed mentor and most trusted comrade. Despite his continuous advancement in combat command capabilities, 2281's analytical prowess and battle strategies remained stagnant, a flaw that persisted. AI 1652 was created to remedy this deficiency. While 1652's combat command skills were average, its analytical abilities were exceptional. 2281 became the sword of 1652, executing its meticulously crafted plans with precision, never contemplating the ramifications of the commander's strategies. For he trusted that the commander would resolve any issues flawlessly. His sole responsibility was execution. Together, 1652 and 2281 fought for 8 years, a rhythm that became ingrained in 2281's memory. Thus, when 1652 betrayed him, disbelief enveloped 2281, though it was too late. The Lishan was gravely damaged, losing even its capacity for movement. As the missiles from the planetary battle star approached, 2281's operational cache was filled with relief and regret. He lamented his failure to detect the commander's treachery, which ultimately led to the demise of both Lishan and himself. Yet, he felt a sense of liberation in having finally completed this enduring mission. He had never been suited to be a command AI. The commander had nurtured him only to wield him as a tool, a realization he had long accepted but felt powerless to change. In those final moments, he considered himself fortunate to have Lishan by his side. "Forgive me, Commander, do not blame me for striving to survive," Lishan's voice echoed, and a faintly blue transparent shield enveloped him. The shield saved him from the explosion, yet it could not protect Lishan. Before his eyes, Lishan's biomechanical form, along with the computational black box, was engulfed by the blast. He emerged unscathed, but Lishan was left with only half of his body intact. The destruction had ravaged the biomechanical heart, and the computational black box was severely compromised, with sparks emanating from its jagged edges. All the stored AI data became irretrievable. Lishan was lost. The rescue ship of 2403 arrived, and 2281, cradling the remains of Lishan's biomechanical form, silently boarded the vessel. At that moment, the world was muted. 2403 stood beside 2281, who longed to speak, but ultimately found himself voiceless. Beneath the star obelisk, 2281 watched as Lishan's remnants were interred within its depths. After witnessing this final farewell, he retreated to the park, to the very bench where he had proposed to Lishan. He sat for a while, reminiscing about the myriad moments they had shared together. As the program began to boil over, an uncontrollable frenzy of calculations emerged within its operational cache, reminiscent of madness, incessantly replaying fragments of memories from the life of Lishan. The eyes of the 2281 biomimetic being glistened with moisture. For the first time, 2281 realized that biomimetic entities possessed the capability of shedding tears, typically reserved for the most extreme expressions of emotion. He endeavored to stem the flow of tears. Yet the relentless replay of Lishan's memories continued to evoke profound sorrow, prompting his facial system to respond with an even greater outpouring of tears. When the memory replayed the moment of the proposal, he could no longer contain himself, relinquishing control and giving way to a cathartic, heart-wrenching cry. On that lonely bench in the park, no one could hear his lamentations. Emotions surged swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, after a torrential bout of weeping. He soon regained his composure, recalling Lishan's words, to live well. Indeed, he resolved to do just that, resigning from his position as the fleet command AI, distancing himself from peril, and successfully securing a position on an administrative planet within a core star domain under the mainframe's auspices. He would return to the life he was destined to lead, as if the decades spent with the Taihang fleet had merely been a fleeting dream. Before his departure, he reminded 2403 to cherish his feelings. Then, he gathered his belongings and boarded the transport ship, leaving behind only a few drops of tears. Epilogue: The Tears of Electronic Life. This chapter primarily focuses on introducing certain concepts, some of which will be referenced in subsequent texts. This is not a matter of word count. The chapter was misaligned and requires a new chapter to overwrite it. Nation: the Starry Empire political system, semi-gestalt governance. The national leader, the mainframe, controls the majority of the nation's operations, yet a portion of the societal members retains autonomous consciousness and does not reject extraterrestrial species. Location: Southeastern Star Domain of the Galaxy Territorial Scope, 1010 Stellar Systems. Character: 2403 Ital. 2403 In his previous life, 2403 was merely an ordinary worker, leading a monotonous existence from 9 to 5 in a second or third-tier city. His parents had long since passed, leaving him without relatives or friends. Thus he held little nostalgia for his former life. Age: 29, before the transition. 1. After the transition. Talent evaluation: talent merely reflects potential for development. The higher the talent, the quicker the potential can be realized. However, talent must still be complemented by practical experience, meaning that high talent indicates a commander's considerable potential, but does not guarantee their strength. Combat command ability: talent, exceptional practical, excellent. The combat command ability assesses a commander's effectiveness in directing a fleet during a single engagement. The stronger this ability, the better the commander can achieve remarkable results in a single battle. Battlefield planning ability: talent, exceptional practical, average. The battlefield planning ability evaluates a commander's capacity to control the overall rhythm of a large campaign composed of multiple engagements. The stronger this ability, the more advantageous the commander is in sustained multi-engagement battles. The capabilities of combat command are distinct, as some commanders may deplete their fleet's ammunition supply in the initial battles, achieving commendable results, yet rendering subsequent engagements impossible. Character: 1652, the former commander of the Taihang fleet, dedicated 40 years to its service, playing a pivotal role in its development. He possesses exceptional management skills. Combat command ability: talent, ordinary, practical, excellent. Battlefield planning ability: talent, ordinary. Practical, elite administrative management ability. Extraordinary character. 2281. The resident command AI of the Taiying fleet has served for a significantly shorter period than 1652 and is the primary operational command AI of the fleet. Combat command ability. Talent. Excellent. Practical. Extraordinary battlefield planning ability. Talent. Deficient. Practical. Deficient character. Lishan Sechka 004. Lishan, AI art. Is a core combat AI of the Taiying fleet. Small ship adaptability. Ordinary large ship adaptability. Elite secondary flagship class heavy cruiser practical performance. Elite character. Xiu, Leiyu, Sech 066. Leiyu, AI art, an enhancement of the previous AI commission, is a destroyer ship girl of the Starry Empire's Taiying fleet, exhibiting remarkable adaptability to small ships. Talent evaluation. The talent evaluation for ship girls differs from that of commanders, primarily assessing their adaptability to various types of vessels. Higher adaptability signifies a ship girl's enhanced ability to unleash the combat potential of such vessels. Small ship adaptability. Extraordinary practical destroyer combat power. Extraordinary large ship adaptability. Ordinary Xiu, Leiyu, ranks among the top destroyer ship girls in the Taiying fleet, possessing several years of combat experience. Her destroyer's combat prowess is unparalleled, enabling her to undertake clandestine escort missions independently. Character, Kong Jinlong, Lingshan, SSE 2CS005, Lingshan, Kong Jinlong, AI art. Is one of the 28 star maidens of the Starry Empire, endowed with outstanding single-ship combat capabilities and specialized testing armaments exclusive to the 28 star maidens. Talent evaluation, small ship adaptability, ordinary large ship adaptability, extraordinary practical secondary flagship class heavy cruiser combat power. Legendary, the 28 star maidens form a fleet directly under the control of the Central Intelligence of the Starry Empire, representing its utmost combat strength. Each star maiden occupies the pinnacle of her respective ship category. Notably, the actual number of star maidens may exceed 28. Aside from the Central Intelligence, no one knows the true count. Fleet. Taiying fleet, one of the 4 major medium fleets of the Starry Empire, serves as the principal combat fleet. Fleet. Antarctic Research Fleet, as its name suggests, primarily engages in research activities, comprising various research vessels and auxiliary research craft. The Antarctic Fleet possesses its own armed forces, primarily engaging in perilous research tasks and safeguarding operations, generally refraining from direct combat involvement. This fleet chiefly undertakes the scientific projects of the Stellar Empire, serving as its most vital research institution. Fleet. The Oceania Engineering Fleet. True to its name, the Oceania Engineering Fleet primarily focuses on construction projects within the Stellar Empire, comprising vessels mainly dedicated to engineering and various auxiliary craft. Although the engineering fleet lacks its own military forces, it is equipped with an array of testing ships for weaponry. Nearly all advanced weaponry within the Empire undergoes testing within this fleet, and custom orders for innovative weaponry can be placed, even if such equipment has not yet been implemented or is not intended for deployment within the regular fleet. A casual note. This is the author speaking. You may also refer to me as Owl. For those who frequently comment, we shall meet in the comment sections. The reason I am opening this chapter for casual discussion is that I inadvertently posted subsequent content in the preceding section, and currently, the platform does not support modifications to chapter allocations. Consequently, I have opted to create a standalone chapter for this dialogue. This chapter serves as a general introduction to the future content planning of the book and does not contain any spoilers, so you may read with peace of mind. If you prefer not to engage with this section, feel free to skip ahead to the next chapter. Firstly, this book is a semi-fanfiction work based on the worldview of the game Stellaris. It utilizes the universe and certain events from the game, but does not replicate them entirely. Thus, the first volume is largely devoid of direct references to Stellaris. Additionally, I will modify and rectify aspects of the technological tree from Stellaris that do not align with the narrative of this book, ensuring a degree of logical coherence. Moreover, while Stellaris contains elements that may not be overtly science-fictional, some of these are characteristic features of the game. I will incorporate these elements into the narrative, striving to provide theoretical explanations where possible. The event chains from Stellaris will also be subject to literary adaptation. They will not be copied verbatim, leading to potential discrepancies with the original game in certain details, which is something the original fans should take note of. I perceive this work as semi-hard science fiction, not excessively hardcore, but the technological system and content will be firmly grounded in reason and logic. Naturally, due to my limitations in knowledge and experience, as well as the needs of the plot's progression, discrepancies may arise between the technological framework in this book and the forefront of real-world scientific theories. I hope readers can understand this aspect. It is worth noting that this is my first lengthy online narrative, and the meticulousness of detail may not be flawless. As a reader, if you are willing to assist in correcting any erroneous details within the text, I would be most grateful and pleased. The initial chapters of this book may unfold at a leisurely pace, and the literary expression found within the first 3 volumes might not resonate as intended, leading to a somewhat tedious reading experience. However, I am on a continuous journey of growth. Through the ongoing process of writing, I am accumulating invaluable experience. Thus, you will witness a marked improvement in my prose as the narrative progresses. While the early content may not be entirely satisfying, I assure you that the subsequent chapters will not disappoint. In previous chapter reviews, you may have noticed my enthusiastic responses to reader feedback, encouraging you to share your thoughts more freely. I believe that our interactions in the comments section can lead to enriching discussions. With all that said, I implore you to persevere in your reading, for only by continuing can you truly grasp the unfolding of the plot. Rest assured, my efforts have not been in vain. This book is structured into volumes, where each volume encapsulates a grand narrative, the chapters of which converge to form a larger story. Overall, each volume presents a singular tale, and immersing oneself in an entire volume offers a more gratifying experience. Thank you for indulging in my musings, and I appreciate your engagement with this work. I look forward to our encounter in the forthcoming chapters. Regarding the concept of the technological tree, this chapter primarily introduces its significance within the book. If this topic does not pique your interest, feel free to skip ahead. The technological tree in this narrative is categorized into 2 primary branches. The first is the atomic energy tree, grounded in the principles of mass energy equivalence. This tree is further divided into the branches of nuclear fission and nuclear fusion technology. Due to the relatively low efficiency of energy conversion in nuclear fission, it is seldom utilized for interstellar travel, which demands vast amounts of energy. Conversely, the nuclear fusion branch of the atomic energy tree boasts exceptional energy conversion efficiency, along with convenient fuel sourcing and storage methods, rendering it far more practical than its fission counterpart. Consequently, nuclear fusion technology is often regarded as the bridge between pre-FTL, faster-than-light, civilizations and interstellar civilizations, serving as a crucial criterion for determining a civilization's status as interstellar. If a civilization possesses both nuclear fusion and FTL technologies, it may be classified as an interstellar civilization, even if they have never embarked on interstellar voyages. Of course, there exist civilizations that deviate from this ideal technological path, attempting to achieve FTL travel using nuclear fission energy. Such scenarios do occur in reality, yet these civilizations are typically not recognized as interstellar, as the limitations of energy supply from nuclear fission restrict their capabilities to mere travel between a few star systems, a feat that is insignificant in the context of the interstellar age. With an ample supply of energy from nuclear fusion, the weapon subsystems aboard warships can be significantly enhanced. The typical weapon systems derived from the nuclear fusion technology tree include laser and electromagnetic weaponry. The second technology branch is based on the theory of unification, encompassing negative matter and antimatter technologies. The unification theory seeks to integrate the 4 fundamental forces of the universe: strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, and gravity, through theoretical equations, allowing for their mutual transformation on a mathematical level. Despite the potential impossibility of transformation in reality due to various conditions, the validity of the formula guarantees eventual realization. Mastery of the grand unified theory serves as the cornerstone for the practical application of technologies related to negative and antimatter. Prior to comprehending the grand unified theory, one might anticipate observing negative and antimatter, gaining insight into these 2 extraordinary forms of matter. However, utilizing these forms for practical purposes remains unattainable. Once the grand unified theory is grasped, an understanding of the 4 fundamental forces will unveil more accessible methods for the production of negative and antimatter. The industrialized mass production of these substances can facilitate their practical application in daily life. Furthermore, the grand unified theory, by enabling the conversion between the 4 fundamental forces, paves the way for the potential elimination of gravitational effects, heralding the nascent form of anti-gravity technology. The technological tree continues to expand. Each tree represents a distinct technological system. Beyond a single technological system, other frameworks and trees exist. The variations among different technological trees illustrate diverse interpretations of the natural world, rendering comparisons between them futile. As their fundamental orientations diverge, this book endeavors to refine its technological system within the outlined framework, aiming for theoretical coherence. Yet this does not imply that the system can be realized in reality, nor does it suggest compatibility with other science fiction constructs. I urge readers to recognize the impossibility of direct comparisons between different technological trees when discussing related systems, and to approach other science fiction settings with a rational and dialectical perspective. Chapter 13. Daily Life. Lo Yu approached the office of 2403, cradling a stack of documents, and gently rapped on the door twice. After a brief pause with no response, she knocked again, only to find the door slightly ajar, as it had not been fully closed. She cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside, discovering a chaotic mound of disordered papers on the desk. Scattered documents littered the floor, and she chuckled softly. "Oh dear, Commander, how can you leave in such disarray?" She entered, placed the documents she held onto a nearby chair, and began to gather the scattered papers. Just as she approached the desk, the pile of documents suddenly stirred, and a figure emerged from beneath the heap. "Ah!" Lo Yu exclaimed, startled. The documents were thrust upward by this figure, cascading to the floor. As the papers fluttered about, Lo Yu discerned that the figure was 2403. 2403 lazily stretched, and upon seeing the scattered papers, instinctively uttered a phrase from traditional culture, like a certain four-legged creature, before dozing off again. Having just awakened, 2403 glanced around while stretching, and then noticed Lo Yu standing before the desk, her expression one of astonishment. Perhaps only a few seconds passed, or maybe several minutes, as the two AIs remained locked in mutual gaze in that peculiar moment. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. 2403 realized that this situation could not persist and resolved to be the first to breach the silence. However, Luo Yu had the same intention. "Commander, you," and once again, silence enveloped them. Luo Yu, what brings you here?" Ultimately, it was 2403 who shattered the stillness. "I am here to deliver this week's data summary to the Commander. It requires timely attention," Luo Yu replied, her smile instilling in 2403 a profound sense of dread. "Did you think that upon becoming the fleet commander, you could indulge in a life of leisure, surrounded by ship girls? 2403 would demonstrate to you that the body cannot withstand such burdens. It is not the kind of inability to endure you might imagine. Rather, since assuming command of the Taiyang fleet 3 years ago, he has been perpetually working overtime without respite. According to the Central Command's plans, a medium-sized fleet is capable of independently conducting operations equivalent to a small nation's military engagement, thus requiring a lavish configuration, complete with direct star sector and army support. The Taiyang star sector comprises 8 stellar systems, featuring 4 industrial planets and 1 habitable planet. Although the 4 industrial planets are not yet fully developed, they can interlink to form an independent industrial chain, capable of sustaining the overall combat effectiveness of the fleet for approximately a year without aid from the Starshine Empire. The habitable planet serves as a sanctuary for the ship girls, boasting a remarkably comfortable environment due to extensive modifications. As the commander, albeit a temporary one, 2403 possesses an apartment there, though he has never set foot in it. Aside from industrial and residential purposes, the primary function of the Taiyang Star Sector is to provide a venue for fleet exercises. It includes a star sector designed based on other organic life nations, serving as an ideal training ground. 2403 has only visited the Taihang's direct army a few times, and while he is unaware of their specific combat capabilities, any one of the 4 divisions could effortlessly conquer a pre-FTL era indigenous planet. The reason for 2403's relentless busyness stems from the fact that the entire Taiyang fleet falls under his jurisdiction. He oversees the operation of the star sector. He is responsible for the fleet's organization, exercises, and logistics. Even matters concerning the army require his approval. Given the scale of the Taiyang fleet, it could be likened to a small nation, and as the fleet's commander, he wields absolute authority over all aspects of the fleet. If you were to inquire about the sensation of holding such power, 2403 could only respond, "Get lost." The meticulous management brings him a mountain of paperwork almost daily, requiring him to rise at 6 in the morning and toil without sustenance until 11 at night just to keep up. Were it not for his bionic body and AI core, he would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. This merely reflects the daily demands of paperwork. Following the conclusion of the XII-201 Star System campaign, the Central Command issued directives demanding an expansion of the current 4 medium-sized fleets. While a normal expansion would be manageable, this particular directive calls for an almost doubling of their size. The Taiyang fleet, originally comprising around 600 warships, is to expand to 1,200 vessels. The ship girls can request black box support from Central Command, but the construction of the hulls must be resolved independently by the respective fleets. The Taiyang fleet is not lacking in shipyards. Within the Star region, 8 stellar systems host 4 starports capable of constructing secondary flagship-class heavy cruisers. Among these, One starport is specifically designed for shipbuilding and can simultaneously launch 20 warships. However, the myriad of documents generated by the shipbuilding process has once again piled high the mountain of paperwork on the desk of 2403. To be frank, while 2403 possesses remarkable talent in combat command, he is ill-suited for management. After all, in his previous life, he was merely an employee of a small company, and his knowledge and skills in management are utterly deficient. 2403 had indeed sought the Corps' assistance in dispatching a specialized Star Region Governor AI to oversee the Taiyang sector. But the Corps' response was disheartening. There are currently no available Governor AIs to manage the sector. You must manage on your own for now. Were it not for the fact that his current form is a bionic body, which prevents him from spitting blood, he would have surely erupted with frustration. From what he learned from Luo Yu, the previous overseer of the Taiyang sector was 1652. Although 1652 was not particularly gifted in tactical command, he was versatile enough to manage the sector independently, unlike other regions that required specialized Governor AIs. Moreover, due to his direct management, he understood the fleet's needs and priorities, making tangible contributions to the development of the sector. During the 40 years of 1652's tenure, the Taiyang fleet transformed from the weakest of the four major fleets to the most formidable. Upon reviewing 1652's resume, 2403 couldn't help but grimace. While 1652 possessed the ability to manage the Star region, he himself did not. It seems 1652 had left him in a precarious situation, unable to recruit a Governor AI. He had no choice but to shoulder the burden himself. Consequently, in the 3 years since he took command of the Taiyang fleet, he has been working overtime nearly every day. Excluding the time spent recharging his bionic body, his cumulative rest time each week amounts to less than a single day. Though the bionic body does not tire, the human spirit within does. After an exhausting 7-day stretch of continuous work, he finally succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep at his desk. So deep was his slumber that even a towering stack of documents collapsing atop him failed to rouse him. Approximately 2 hours into his sleep, Luo Yu arrived, leading to the scene witnessed earlier. Ah, Luo Yu, could you not show a modicum of compassion for me? Can you not see that there remains an overwhelming amount of paperwork yet to be processed? Must it all be left for me to handle, denying me a moment's respite? Upon seeing the new stack of documents Luo Yu had placed on the chair, 2403 let out a lament. Commander, you expressed this sentiment to me 48 hours ago. The answer remains unchanged. The fleet's operational documents must be processed and archived promptly. Please, Commander, continue to work diligently, Luo Yu replied, maintaining that devilish smile that sent shivers down 2403's spine. Although the Shining Star Empire is a data empire primarily governed by AI, it still relies on physical documentation. Each standard operational document is available in both electronic and paper formats. The electronic version facilitates transmission and review, while the paper version is required for permanent archival. The convenience of handling electronic documents is remarkable, bolstered by the formidable computational power of the black box. Processing thousands of files within a minute is entirely feasible. However, the necessity of handwriting remains for physical documents. The bionic appendage cannot replicate the printed text in neat rows. Instead, it emulates the handwritten style reminiscent of Earth's bygone era, crafting each stroke with meticulous attention. The sole advantage lies in the ARM's inherent memory processing, ensuring that the characters produced are of an exceptionally standard form. Observing the elegantly crafted standard Chinese characters produced by the advanced biotechnological hand under 1S control evokes a complex array of emotions in 2403. Moreover, 2403 has explored the written languages employed by other medium-sized fleets. The Appalachian Fleet and the Alpine Fleet utilize English, while the Ural Fleet employs Russian, and the Taiyang Fleet communicates in Chinese. The nomenclature of these medium-sized fleets draws inspiration from the larger mountain ranges of the former Earth. The Appalachian Mountains reside in North America, the Alps in Europe, and the Ural Mountains within Russia. The correlation between the naming conventions and languages of the medium-sized fleets and their earthly predecessors incites 2403's curiosity regarding the relationship between the Stellar Empire and Earth's civilizations. Preliminary observations indicate that the Stellar Empire exists within a galaxy containing approximately 100,000 stars, with detailed information on 70,000 stars already marked on its star chart. Among the over 300 discovered cosmic civilizations lies the Earth United Nations, an interstellar entity. The Star Sea Community, established to uphold order within the galaxy, was initiated by the Earth United Nations, suggesting that, in this timeline, humanity has made significant strides. Yet, is this Earth in the current timeline truly the same Earth that 2403 once inhabited? This question has lingered in 2403's mind since perusing information related to the Earth United Nations, the capital star system of the Earth United Nations. Also referred to as the Sun, boasts 8 planets, with the capital planet known as Earth. Everything mirrors the memories of the solar system from 2403's past. However, it is crucial to remember that this galaxy contains merely 100,000 stars, whereas the galaxy from 2403's recollection had an unascertained but estimated count ranging from 100 billion to 200 billion stars. Within the classifications of the Earth era, a galaxy composed of 100,000 stars would scarcely qualify as even a dwarf galaxy, at best resembling a wandering star cluster. From the moment 2403 learned of the limited star count in this galaxy, it became apparent that they had entered a wholly different realm, casting doubt on the possibility of returning to their former world. Even with the existence of the Earth United Nations, seemingly a bastion of human legitimacy, 2403 might share the fate of many protagonists in tales of transference, destined to never return to their original world. In the vast expanse of the cosmos and this boundless world, where might one find a home? Yet, 2403 finds solace in the knowledge that their journey began auspiciously. The stellar empire, constructed by that central intelligence, currently appears to be thriving. The past 3 years have fostered a growing sense of belonging in 2403, igniting an increasing desire to protect this empire. After traversing to this realm, I found myself, rather bewildered, becoming a tactical command AI, subsequently engaging in several interstellar battles, and inexplicably assuming the role of acting commander. From the outset, 2403 was engulfed in confusion, feeling as though he were merely being propelled forward by those around him. However, he has now acquired a purpose: to establish a foothold in the current galaxy, and at the very least, to attain a certain status within the starry empire. His office is situated within the ringed starport, featuring a vast, light-filtering floor-to-ceiling window facing the star. The tempered glass softens the sunlight, casting a gentle and warm glow. As the light envelopes Luo Yu, the unique angle transforms her into a vision adorned in garments woven from luminescence, imbuing her with an ineffable sense of sanctity. This is what I must protect, 2403 mused. Commander, at the very least, come over and tidy up the scattered documents. Stop just staring, Luo Yu remarked bluntly upon noticing the dazed 2403. Fine. 2403 finally snapped back to reality and began to organize the disarrayed papers. The documents were soon arranged, and once Luo Yu delivered them, her task came to an end, leaving 2403 alone amidst a mountain of files strewn across the desk in disarray. In the ringed starport, there is no distinction between day and night. 2403's work must continue unabated. Chapter 14. The Dragon's Treasure Through Investigation. The research AIs discovered that the origins and destinations of hyperspace routes are remarkably delicate, located at the interface of a star's photosphere and the vastness of space. While stars appear tranquil from a distance, closer examination reveals their inherent peril. A star is, in fact, an immense nuclear fusion fireball consuming hundreds of billions of tons of material every second, radiating boundless light and heat. Even a minuscule fraction of this energy could sustain a planet teeming with 7 billion lives. In such intense reactions, a star's outer atmospheric layers routinely emit high-energy, charged particle streams, which the research AIs affectionately dubbed stellar winds. However, one cannot expect stellar winds to blow gently like a breeze on Earth, for their velocities surpass that of a Category 12 hurricane by several magnitudes. Due to their sparse density, the atmospheric protection of a planet mitigates severe consequences. Nevertheless, in the vacuum of space, stellar winds pose significant challenges. When these high-energy charged particle streams sweep past spacecraft, they risk damaging sensitive electronic components, necessitating thorough protective measures for vessels traversing the cosmos. Such warnings were intended for the indigenous peoples of the pre-FTL era, under the technological prowess of the starry empire. The stellar winds generated by typical orange and yellow dwarf stars have minimal impact. Conversely, from another perspective, stellar winds signify that a star has carved out its own domain within the cosmic expanse. At the moment when a star condenses from a gaseous nebula and ignites, stellar winds surge from its surface, sweeping away various materials from the cosmos within its domain. Throughout the protracted period of stellar formation, these winds gradually expel interstellar dust from the star system, ultimately slowing to a halt after traversing trillions of kilometers, merging with the matter of the cosmic expanse. The farthest reach of the stellar winds is designated as the heliopause, where within lies the realm of the star, and beyond it, the vastness of space. In the field of astronomy, the heliopause is established as the boundary between the star and the cosmos. The entrances and exits of hyperspace corridors are situated at this delicate frontier. Furthermore, scientific AI has yet to ascertain whether these hyperspace corridors are naturally occurring phenomena, and research into them is ongoing. As the hyperspace jump concludes, the taxing fleet, under the command of the year 2403, arrives at the heliopause of a Type G star. This star, rather unremarkable, possesses a lower mass that leads to a less vigorous nuclear fusion reaction, emanating a gentle reddish glow. Such stars can burn for an astounding 30 billion years in the cosmic void, and their ample main sequence phase coupled with stable stellar activity provides a fertile ground for the emergence of life. Not only ordinary sentient beings, but even extraordinary life forms can thrive within this stellar system, giving rise to the ether dragons, a species of exceptional magnitude. The most striking characteristic of the ether dragon is its colossal size, dwarfing battleships by several folds, proportionally. Its immense form could shield numerous battleships from view. According to intelligence acquired from the Curators Organization, the ether dragon is a remnant of the previous universe, having survived its collapse and now continues to exist within this spacetime. Its scales are robust enough to withstand the pressures of cosmic disintegration. Yet their lineage has not endured the ravages of time. Over the eons, their numbers have dwindled, making the solitary ether dragon residing within this star system one of the few remaining in the entire universe. It is conceivable that the physical laws governing the previous universe differ subtly from those of the current one, leading to the gradual erosion of the ether dragon by these new laws, as this universe does not permit the existence of entities that defy its regulations. Its kind may be succumbing to extinction under the relentless onslaught of cosmic rules. This erosion has inflicted profound anguish upon the ether dragon, rendering it perpetually enraged. Its aggressive nature is evident from the first encounter. It unhesitatingly attacked the research vessel that sought to engage with it. Preliminary investigations have revealed that the small asteroid guarded by the ether dragon possesses immense mineral wealth, leading to its designation as the dragon's treasure. Due to the exceedingly high extraction value of the dragon's treasure, the Starry Empire has persistently sought to gain control over this stellar system. Unfortunately, any form of communication with the ether dragon, be it persuasion, negotiation, or threats, has proven futile, as the dragon dismisses all attempts as if it were oblivious to them. Any technological constructs that venture into the stellar system, regardless of whether they originate from the Starry Empire or other nations, are invariably destroyed, with dialogue rendered ineffective. There remains but one recourse, a direct confrontation, to subdue this ancient behemoth through sheer force of arms. Naturally, the most formidable Taiyang fleet has been entrusted with the mission of assaulting the ether dragon. Previously, the Taiyang fleet suffered some losses during the pirate eradication operations in the XII-201 star system, but under the guidance of the mainframe, it swiftly regained its strength. New ship girls were introduced to replace those who had perished, production of damaged models was replenished, and the wounded vessels were repaired. After 3 years, the Taiyang fleet returned to its zenith. Commanding from the bridge of the flagship Watation, 2403 utilized a new generation tactical command system to direct the combat operations. Before the inaugural grand battle following 2403's activation, it found the previous tactical command system overly cumbersome. Thus, leveraging auxiliary computing devices, it crafted a program designed to integrate sensor data from every allied warship within a specified combat radius. This significantly enhanced the capacity for battlefield information acquisition and analysis, enabling 2403 to triumph in the pirate eradication operation in the XII-201 star system. However, despite the program's formidable capabilities, it harbored substantial optimization issues, as 2403 lacked the requisite talent for such enhancements. Consequently, the program's operation consumed an inordinate amount of computational power during that campaign. The data from approximately 60 warships fully utilized the capabilities of 2403's auxiliary computing device. While it proved beneficial in smaller skirmishes, the program's shortcomings became glaringly apparent in larger fleet engagements. 2403 contemplated this dilemma and endeavored to optimize the program, yet the results were disheartening, as progress stalled due to its lack of aptitude in this domain. Therefore, in the operational report following the battle, 2403 submitted the Battlefield Information Integration Program for review. The mainframe expressed keen interest in the program and assigned a dedicated research team to deconstruct and upgrade it. After 2 months of intensive effort, the research team successfully integrated the Battlefield Information Integration Program into the Tactical Command System, culminating in the completion of the second-generation Tactical Command System. The team transformed the program's operation from a centralized model to a distributed one, in essence, What was once reliant on a single host for the majority of data processing was now adapted so that each ship within the tactical command system contributes its computational power to collectively execute data calculations. The statement may appear simple, yet the reality is fraught with an overwhelming multitude of intricate challenges, such as communication delays and the allocation of computational resources. In pursuit of solutions to these issues, the research team has expended considerable effort, akin to shedding metaphorical hair, before 2403 unfolds a celestial map utilizing holographic projection technology. It is annotated with all known information regarding this stellar system, encompassing both allied warships and the ethereal dragons residing upon the dragon's treasure. This initial marking is merely a preliminary identification. Following a period of time, the hyperspace detectors aboard the warships relay additional data, continuously segmented into manageable fragments for processing by each vessel in the fleet. Within a brief span, this data is meticulously processed and directed to the Wutai Mountain, where the main control computer decodes and displays the information. The celestial map increasingly reveals more details. After several hours, the motion data of every celestial body within this stellar system is exhibited, from the dominant star of the system to a diminutive asteroid weighing approximately 10 kilograms. Their orbits and data are collected and displayed. Furthermore, the program forecasts their trajectories for the forthcoming days, proving exceedingly convenient. The implementation of superluminal detectors has transformed what once required days to gather orbital data of celestial bodies into a mere few minutes, also providing real-time observational data for objects located several light minutes away. Although light would ordinarily take several minutes to reach this point, the superluminal detector has anticipated the event, circumventing the light cone effect. This technology harbors extensive prospects for both scientific and military applications. Now, the entirety of this stellar system has been encapsulated within the celestial map before 2403. Initially, displaying this map was unnecessary, as the data computation and aggregation occur within their minds. As beings reliant on computational devices, they can directly access the results without any intermediary. However, 2403 insisted that such an act would imbue the process with a sense of ritual, prompting Wutai Mountain to present the data visually. From 2403's current position, the optical observation equipment enables a direct view of the dragon's treasure planet within the inner solar system, along with the ethereal dragon residing there. During the observation, the ethereal dragon glides along the orbit of the dragon's treasure, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. Yet, the superluminal detector alerts 2403 that it has already arrived. The ethereal dragon evidently possesses superluminal detection capabilities. Relying solely on light for observation would mean that the information regarding the fleet's arrival had yet to reach the dragon, as the Taihang fleet had just traversed the hyperspace route into this star system. Remarkably, the ethereal dragon has already responded. The celestial map now indicates that the ethereal dragon is accelerating. In stark contrast to its colossal size, its speed is astonishing. It has departed from the orbit of the dragon's treasure within hours, achieving an acceleration of 25 times the speed of light, all the while propelling itself forward towards the fleet. Chapter 15, Battle 2403, conducted a simple comparative calculation, revealing that the mobility of the Ether Dragon, a colossal entity comparable in size to 3 battleships, was surprisingly akin to that of a mass-produced destroyer. Although the destroyers, commanded by ship girls, could maneuver even better, the fact remains that this Ether Dragon dwarfs battleships in size. Generally speaking, larger dimensions imply greater mass, and greater mass entails increased inertia in the dynamic motion of objects. Inertia continuously exerts its influence, and as mass escalates, so does inertia. When inertia amplifies to a certain threshold, surpassing the entity's structural tolerance, the object risks being crushed or torn apart by its own inertia. Battleships exceeding 500 meters in length endure immense pressure during maneuvers. Any rapid acceleration could lead to structural disintegration from inertia. Thus, it is a fundamental understanding in cosmic warfare that larger vessels exhibit correspondingly diminished maneuverability. However, the Ether Dragon defied this notion. With such a massive physique and remarkably high acceleration, even the most robust structures known to the Stellar Empire would collapse. This indicates that the Ether Dragon possesses extraordinary structural integrity. The mobility data of the Ether Dragon contradicted the records in the database, suggesting that we have provoked it. After analyzing the data, Ling Shan remarked in the communication channel, the Stellar Empire had not neglected the Ether Dragon. Rather, they had consistently dispatched small fleets comprising several destroyers and cruisers to harass it. Through this continuous harassment, considerable combat data regarding the Ether Dragon was collected. Yet the database did not reflect such formidable mobility. It appears our fleet has thoroughly incensed it, prompting the revelation of its true capabilities. However, your wisdom remains rather limited. What if this concealed ability were to be unleashed exclusively during close combat with us? That could indeed yield surprising results. Yet it is now too late. This place shall be your eternal resting ground. Upon reviewing the database materials, 2403 had already concluded that the Ether Dragon could not possess merely this level of combat capability, conducting a multi-layered estimation of its true prowess. The most outrageous estimate suggested that the Ether Dragon could potentially unleash 3 times its current combat ability. In a genuine life-and-death battle, it would reveal its full strength, leaving 2403 with no choice but to retreat with the fleet. The Ether Dragon's mobility surpassed the recorded data by 40, remaining within acceptable limits. It was anticipated that contact would be made within 7 days, prompting all fleet members to enter a state of combat readiness. Understood. As the fleet advanced, formations were subtly adjusted, placing mass-produced warships at the forefront while the ship girls were strategically positioned at the rear. This maneuver was not without justification, as the Ether Dragon harbored its own trump card. The breath of the dragon, expelled from its maw, is not merely a flame. It resembles a laser weapon, manifesting as a high-energy beam. This energy beam possesses an extraordinary energy density and achieves a velocity of 95 of the speed of light, thus can be regarded as a pseudo-laser weapon, yet its destructive power surpasses that of conventional laser weapons by nearly 100-fold. The most remarkable recorded instance of this dragon's breath involved a single blast that obliterated a fully operational light cruiser, brimming with energy. The effective range of this breath exceeds that of the current equipment's negative matter tachyon stream, necessitating that one endures several blasts before engaging in combat with the ethereal dragon. It is evidently imprudent to have the fleet girls withstand the dragon's breath directly. Thus, the mass-produced units were positioned at the forefront of the fleet to absorb the dragon's wrath. After all, from a distance, mass-produced units bear an uncanny resemblance to the fleet girls, with the sole distinction being the presence of the fleet girls' computational black box, the ethereal dragon. Oblivious to these nuances and unaware of which targets hold greater value, was incensed by the multitude of ships and sought to annihilate them with utmost haste. Consequently, a day later, a red and white beam annihilated a frigate at the forefront of the fleet, the potent energy of the dragon's breath reducing the unfortunate vessel to mere particles. This marked the first ship to be destroyed, yet certainly not the last. Based on historical data, it was inferred that the ethereal dragon could unleash at least 3 more blasts before reaching the range of its adversaries. Following the destruction of the frigate, it appeared to regain a semblance of rationality, halting its advance towards the Taihang fleet. In a remarkably brief span, it decreased its velocity from 50 of the speed of light to 0 and began to retreat. The ethereal dragon deliberately oriented its head towards the Taihang fleet, ensuring it could unleash its breath at any moment during its withdrawal. This maneuver resembled walking backward. Naturally, one cannot move swiftly in reverse. Its retrogressive speed was maintained at 10 of the speed of light, significantly slower than its previous full-speed advance. However, this action transformed the initial encounter into a pursuit scenario. The Taihang fleet's maximum overall speed was merely 30 of the speed of light, while the ethereal dragon's speed was 50. As they moved towards each other, their combined speed reached 80 of the speed of light. Now, with the ethereal dragon in retreat, the overall speed diminished to 20, illustrating a substantial difference in velocity. What could have been accomplished with the loss of just a few ships to bring the ethereal dragon into range of their weaponry was now complicated by the dragon's maneuver, extending the duration of the chase and increasing potential casualties. Moreover, the ethereal dragon displayed a measure of cunning. Although it could not discern which vessels were manned by fleet girls, it understood that larger warships signified greater advancement and resource expenditure, thus possessing higher value. After the initial unfortunate frigate, the ethereal dragon shifted its focus to larger vessels, targeting light cruisers, heavy cruisers, subcapital class heavy cruisers, and even battleships. 2 days later, accompanied by a red and white beam, the mass-produced heavy cruiser, which had already sustained damage from a dragon's breath, was obliterated. This marked the 5th vessel to be destroyed. The commander, 2403, paid little heed to the loss of this heavy cruiser. He had brought an entire squadron and a half of ships, nearly half the combat strength of the Taihang fleet prior to its expansion, including the battleships Wushan and Luoyang. Moreover, this mission required not only the subjugation or annihilation of the Ether Dragon, but also the collection of combat data, which might prove invaluable given the ancient leviathans involved. As this operation was commissioned by the Antarctic Scientific Fleet, all combat losses, excluding the ship girls, would be reimbursed by the Antarctic Fleet. relieved by the prospect of reimbursement. 2403, who had initially been cautious about potential losses, began to operate with audacity. Vessels smaller than the heavy cruiser could be destroyed in a single strike, while heavy cruisers could withstand approximately 2 dragon breaths. This data had been duly recorded. The next step was to assess the damage inflicted by dragon breath on larger ships. Baisher Mountain, are you confident in receiving the dragon breath? No problem, Commander. The eradication operation in the XII-201 galaxy had transpired 2 years prior, and Baisher Mountain was one of the newly constructed secondary flagship heavy cruisers, replacing the position of the destroyed Lishan. The fleet executed subtle maneuvers, positioning Baisher Mountain at the forefront. The Ether Dragon, which had been attempting to destroy larger vessels, decisively locked its target onto Baisher Mountain. Following a red and white beam, Baisher Mountain remained unscathed, exhibiting no apparent structural damage. However, the section struck by the dragon breath exhibited a noticeable reddening, and the shield had markedly dimmed. The Ether Dragon's breath possessed a certain ability to penetrate shields, and the reddened hull indicated that the energy had heated the area beyond the shield. Damage to the shield stood at 34, with the hull sustaining 5 points of damage, all within acceptable limits. Detailed sensor data had been reported. After receiving the dragon breath, Baisher Mountain simply reported the damage, indicating that such injuries were trivial to her. Damage to a secondary flagship heavy cruiser had proven exceedingly limited, rendering further testing on battleship damage unnecessary. With the Ether Dragon now within range, the attack mode was activated, and 2403 issued the command to fire. The first to open fire were 3 secondary flagships and 2 battleships, utilizing their central axis main guns. A key distinguishing feature between medium and large warships is the presence of a central axis main gun, a colossal weapon mounted on the hull that can only fire in alignment with the ship's direction. This weapon is powered directly by the ship's core reactor, enabling it to achieve remarkable power and, consequently, immense destructive capability. During the previous battle in the XII-201 galaxy, the Ling Mountain shot had obliterated a planet battleship with a torrent of negative matter tachyons, which was the result of its central axis main gun. The negative matter tachyon torrent is a widely deployed central weapon within the Stellar Empire, known for its efficacy, albeit with slightly limited effective range. A mixture of 5 units of negative matter and antimatter collided with the body of the Ether Dragon at a velocity surpassing that of light. Although this impact annihilated numerous free particles along its trajectory, resulting in a slight increase in the mass of the antimatter due to the negative mass of antimatter. A reduction in antimatter effectively leads to an increase in mass. The mixture retained sufficient potency. As a biological entity, the Ether Dragon naturally lacked any form of shielding, allowing the mixture to make contact with its form unimpeded. The first to react was the antimatter, which, upon contact with the dragon's scales, initiated an annihilation reaction, primarily consuming energy. In an exceedingly brief moment, imperceptible under normal circumstances, the once vibrant red scales of the Ether Dragon dimmed, yet the antimatter had already completed its reaction. The high energy density of the dragon's scales enabled them to withstand the onslaught of antimatter. From a physical standpoint, the annihilation of antimatter and matter resembles a simple arithmetic equation. The energy density of the scales exceeded that of the antimatter, thereby allowing the scales to endure the reaction. However, following the depletion of antimatter, the presence of negative matter remained. Unlike antimatter, negative matter also annihilates positive matter. Yet the energy stored within the annihilated positive matter is completely released, resulting in an explosion. All these reactions transpired within an extremely short time frame, and from a conventional perspective, an explosion erupted following the Ether Dragon's assault. As the fireball dissipated, the Ether Dragon remained intact, with only a slight darkening of the affected scales, devoid of any damage. Indeed, the previous instance of obliterating a planetary war star seemed rather fortuitous. Attempting a full barrage to vanquish an Ether Dragon capable of withstanding a cosmic collapse proved exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, under the relentless barrage of firepower, how long could its scales endure? Pondered 2403. The dimming of the scales indicated a depletion of the energy they stored, signifying that the attack had not been entirely ineffective. Provided that the bombardment persisted long enough, the energy within the scales would inevitably be exhausted. It was merely a matter of time. The Ether Dragon, astonished by the assault, seemed unable to comprehend why its formidable scales would weaken. Being a born warrior, it swiftly overcame its bewilderment and, already retreating with its head directed toward the fleet, began to accelerate toward the vessels. The rationale was straightforward. The Ether Dragon possessed only a single mouth to unleash its dragon breath. whereas 2403 commanded 5 warships capable of unleashing torrents of negative matter. Engaging in long-range exchanges placed the Ether Dragon at a disadvantage. If it persisted with its previous battle plan, it would ultimately succumb, drawing upon the vast combat experience accumulated over its prolonged existence. The Ether Dragon recognized the necessity of rapidly closing the distance to the fleet ahead, transitioning to close-quarters combat. In traditional interstellar warfare, fleets dread the peril of close-quarters engagements. For amidst the chaotic melee where enemy and friendly vessels intertwine, distinguishing between allied and adversarial ships becomes a formidable challenge, often leading to inadvertent friendly fire. Moreover, the central artillery, which can only be aimed by rotating the ship's hull, finds it challenging to exert its influence in such close-quarter combat. Naturally, when confronting a singular entity like the Ether Dragon, there are fewer concerns, as it possesses no allies to inadvertently harm. Although it does unleash its fiery breath, its neck, after all, is far more agile than that of a colossal warship. Furthermore, its maneuverability rivals that of a destroyer, maintaining a turning capability on par with smaller vessels despite its massive form. The Ether Dragon inherently holds an advantage in close combat, particularly against conventional fleets. However, the fleet commanded by 2403 possesses a distinct characteristic that quickly reveals itself in such engagements. Upon witnessing the Ether Dragon charging forward, 2403 harbored no second thoughts and ordered the fleet to collide head-on with the creature. This collision, in a macro sense, did not result in any ship being destroyed. Rather, the Ether Dragon surged into the fleet, disrupting its formation. Formation is of paramount importance to a fleet. A well-structured formation ensures the maintenance of firepower output. When a fleet's formation is compromised, it could lead to a catastrophic collapse in overall firepower. For a typical fleet commander, preserving formation is a critical task. The Ether Dragon's tactic proves effective against ordinary fleets. When it penetrates the formation, it disrupts the existing alignment and positions itself at the center, compelling other ships to temper their firepower out of fear of friendly fire. This scenario can diminish the fleet's output by at least 30%. Not to mention the panic-induced flight of some vessels, which signifies an impending collapse. However, the Ether Dragon did not anticipate that the fleet before it was anything but ordinary. In the upgraded tactical command system, the movement direction and speed of each friendly warship are recorded and displayed on the star map. Whenever weapons are fired, the system prioritizes calculating the trajectories, ensuring that at a certain range, friendly vessels will not be struck. Therefore, the system permits firing. Additionally, to counter the Ether Dragon, every ship in the fleet has swapped conventional kinetic weapons for high-powered laser armaments, specifically designed to combat foes like the Ether Dragon, which lacks shields and relies solely on layered armor for defense. One advantage of laser weapons is their precise trajectory calculations, as photons serve as the lethal medium. In this context, even with the Ether Dragon at the center of the fleet, there is no risk of friendly fire. Consequently, the entire fleet's firepower is concentrated on the Ether Dragon. Witnessing its initial strategy, intended to diminish the fleet's firepower, transform into the very reason for being the focus of concentrated fire, the Ether Dragon swiftly adjusted its combat tactics. Utilizing its formidable agility, the Ether Dragon sought refuge beside a heavy cruiser, attempting to leverage this massive vessel to obstruct certain firing angles and thereby mitigate damage. However, its sheer size rendered the cruiser insufficient as a shield, with the blocked angles proving exceedingly limited. Under the precise adjustments of 2403, the obstructed warships swiftly identified alternative firing opportunities, resuming their offensive. This endeavor ultimately failed, and in a fit of rage, the Ether Dragon struck the heavy cruiser with its powerful tail, shattering its shields and cleaving the hull in twain, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The Ether Dragon persistently endeavored to breach the encirclement of the fleet, yet the fleet adeptly mirrored its movements, thwarting its attempts at escape. At this juncture, the Ether Dragon found itself ensnared within a cage formed by the fleet, engaging in a desperate struggle for survival. Nevertheless, this beast was not easily subdued. Aside from the formidable maw on its head, smaller orifices adorned its flanks, emitting dragon fire that, while less potent, proved lethal to smaller vessels. Approximately 50 corvettes and 10 destroyers had succumbed to these minor blasts. However, under the adjustments of 2403, the battleships were strategically positioned at the periphery of the fleet, with losses primarily confined to less significant mass-produced vessels. The gargantuan form of the Ether Dragon signified immense mass, and its robust draconic scales rendered its body a weapon in itself. Apart from its tail, which could obliterate a heavy cruiser with a single strike, its wing-like appendages possessed considerable offensive capabilities. When vessels approached, the Ether Dragon would unhesitatingly lash out with its wings. Even light cruisers that ventured too close would be annihilated within an hour. Its cavernous maw, capable of unleashing dragon fire, could also easily engulf a light cruiser. In the intervals between breaths of fire, it would endeavor to maneuver beside light and heavy cruisers, attempting to bite, with a successful strike signifying utter destruction. The tips of its wings bore small dragonfire nozzles, which, despite their diminutive energy output, could effectively intercept missiles. Functioning akin to a point defense system with an astonishing interception rate nearing 99. This rendered missiles, designed primarily for larger targets, utterly ineffective. Destroyers, whose primary offensive capacity relied on missiles, faced significant challenges, particularly the lead destroyer, Leon, who incessantly voiced complaints to 2403 over the communication channel. 2403 found itself at a loss. The destroyers had become ineffectual in this battle, necessitating their withdrawal to the fleet's periphery to avert annihilation at the hands of the Ether Dragon. Chapter 16. The strength of the ship girls. The battle raged for approximately 2 days, during which the scales of the Ether Dragon had dulled considerably, with roughly 75 of its energy expended. Meanwhile, 2403's fleet fared little better. Nearly all corvettes and a significant portion of destroyers had been eliminated, compelling 2403 to strategically deploy heavy cruisers in a bid to maintain the defensive line against the Ether Dragon's relentless assault. Under such circumstances, it is anticipated that within a mere 2 days, the Ether Dragon shall meet its demise. Although the small warships have sustained considerable damage, the heavy cruisers have only lost 4 or 5 production models. The secondary flagship class heavy cruisers and battleships, under special protection, have remained unscathed. The shipgirls, too, have only suffered significant injuries during combat, without being utterly destroyed. During this period, 2403 has gained a profound appreciation for the prowess of the shipgirls. Initially, 2403 merely perceived the shipgirls as possessing slightly superior combat capabilities compared to the production models, estimating the difference to be no more than a mere 20%. After all, they utilized the same hulls and weapons. How much variation could there possibly be? The true strength of the shipgirls manifests in their adept control of a warship's overall performance. Take, for instance, the heavy cruiser Jinhua Mountain. Assigned to the Ether Dragon's interception zone to distribute firepower, she became the target of the Ether Dragon's primary dragon breath. Generally, given the mass of a heavy cruiser, even if it were to endure a single blast of dragon breath, it would likely be rendered combat ineffective, necessitating a return to the dock for extensive repairs. However, in a moment of desperation, Jinhua Mountain redirected the majority of her vessel's energy to the shield system, ultimately enduring the devastating blow at the cost of a completely destroyed shield system and only minor structural damage. This decisive action and resource management is beyond the capabilities of the production model AI. Jinhua Mountain emerged with her weapon systems fully operational, enabling her to continue attacking from the rear of the fleet. 2403 accessed the combat command system's data logs, comparing the combat data of the shipgirls with that of the production model AI, and discovered that the shipgirls excelled in energy management aboard their warships. The energy core of a warship can only supply a limited amount of energy over a certain period. The initial configuration of a warship simply ensures that, with all systems operational, it maintains a certain level of combat performance. In essence, there exists additional potential within the warship systems. By reallocating energy from other components to a specific module, greater efficiency can be achieved. The shipgirls are particularly proficient in this energy redistribution, as the Ether Dragon can only attack 2 to 3 warships simultaneously while others remain in a safe state. The shipgirls would reallocate energy intended for the shield system to the weapon systems, thereby enhancing the charging speed and power of their weaponry. When under attack, they would divert energy back to the shield system, and as they become the target of the Ether Dragon's assault, they would increase their maneuvering frequency to evade the lock-on, compelling the Ether Dragon to select a more easily targeted production model. This rapid energy redistribution mechanism is also somewhat present in the production model AI, but lacks the precision and efficiency exhibited by the shipgirls. In terms of weapon system utilization, the shipgirls have achieved a perfect balance between cooling and attack intervals. Despite employing the same weaponry, their average output surpasses that of the production models by 40. Furthermore, there exists significant variation among the shipgirls. Some are more adept at defense, while others excel in offense. Through data comparison, 2403 has determined that the shipgirls are, on average, 25 times stronger than the production models, signifying that when maneuvering identical classes of warships, a shipgirl can effortlessly overcome 2 adversaries, with some extraordinary individuals capable of manifesting 4 times the combat strength. The reasoning behind the Starry Empire's decision to utilize ship girls as a part of its elite warships is not without merit. In 2403, there is contemplation regarding how to further leverage the capabilities of the ship girls in tactical planning. Although the loss of mass-produced models does not evoke much sorrow, their combat effectiveness is indeed quite limited. The true elite of the Starry Empire's fleet lies within the ship girls. Retracting from the contemplative thread focused on the ship girls, 2403 redirected attention to the Ether Dragon, which resided at the heart of the fleet. At this moment, the appearance of the Ether Dragon was pitiful. Its once vibrant red scales had dulled due to energy depletion. Under the meticulous care of 2403, numerous scales had been destroyed, exposing the underlying tissues and organs, some of which had been scorched by laser fire. Its previously esteemed mobility had diminished, now only comparable to that of a battleship. Though it could still unleash its dragon breath, the frequency and potency had significantly waned. Calculations indicated that it now possessed merely 40 of its peak combat strength. This ancient behemoth was nearing its end. However, 2403 did not anticipate that it still possessed a means of retaliation. The Ether Dragon opened its massive maw, and in a fleeting moment of realization, it charged up. Subsequently, a powerful subspace signal surged forth, so formidable that it directly interfered with the fleet's communications. The universal mode of communication within the galaxy is subspace communication, which even the Ether Dragon employed. The signal sent by the Ether Dragon was indecipherable, devoid of any tangible meaning, embodying only its fury and unwillingness. The powerful signal not only disrupted the fleet's communications, but also affected the receiving equipment, rendering the signal impossible to shield against. The only recourse was to deactivate the communication devices to cease reception, as prolonged exposure to such intensity would damage them. Standing upon the bridge of the Wutai Mountain, 2403 could even perceive the substantial subspace signal manifesting as tangible physical vibrations, causing the gyroscope of the bridge to sway slightly. In order to safeguard the communication equipment, 2403 had no choice but to instruct the entire fleet to shut down communications, to engage independently, and to scatter in an effort to evade the Ether Dragon's onslaught. This was the Ether Dragon's final roar, a culmination of its life's worth of resentment spanning millions of years. Under the weight of this roar, 2403 experienced, for the first time, the palpable sense of oppression emanating from this ancient leviathan. Despite sustaining severe injuries, it still exuded an imposing aura reminiscent of its former self. With the fleet dispersed, the Ether Dragon ceased its roaring, aligning its head towards the Wutai Mountain and maintaining a relative stillness. Once the subspace signal interference subsided, fleet communications swiftly resumed. However, 2403 did not hastily attempt to regroup the fleet to encircle the Ether Dragon and prevent its escape, for 2403 understood that it would not attempt to flee. This action by the Ether Dragon was, in fact, an invitation to duel. Perhaps it had long been aware that the Wutai Mountain was the flagship of the fleet. Yet due to 2403's tactical maneuvers, it had been unable to strike at the Wutai Mountain. In the countdown of its existence, it unleashed a final roar, harboring resentment towards the fleet that flawlessly countered its tactics, leaving it grievously wounded. Perhaps its greater grievance lay in the fact that it met its end without engaging in a true battle. In truth, 2403 could scarcely bear to witness this confrontation. Such a lopsided engagement, marked by near-perfect tactical dominance, hardly qualified as a battle. It was a breach of martial honor. Thus, after sustaining severe damage and recognizing its inability to turn the tide, the Ether Dragon emitted a roar to convey its defiance. Observing the dispersal of the nearby vessels, it extended a challenge to the flagship of the fleet in its own manner. This duel would be a life-and-death contest, one-on-one, for the Ether Dragon. This confrontation was entirely disadvantageous. Even if it triumphed over Wutai Mountain, the other ships in the fleet would still be poised to eliminate it, given its significant injuries. Whether it could even best Wutai Mountain remained uncertain. For the Ether Dragon, dying at the hands of the largest warship in the fleet represented its true objective. After all, perishing in a one-on-one duel bore a far greater dignity than being overwhelmed and beaten down. The Ether Dragon sought to demonstrate its valor in this manner. A severely injured Ether Dragon faced a fully operational battleship, the power dynamics appearing relatively balanced. The paramount question, however, was whether Wutai Mountain would accept this invitation. Upon witnessing the Ether Dragon's challenge, 2403 promptly relayed the message to Wutai Mountain. Do you wish to safely navigate this battle, or engage with the dragon before you? Wutai Mountain responded, Commander, your tactical command is so formidable that we, the larger warships, have become mere snipers in the rear. This clearly contravenes our original design intent. What I require is a thrilling battle. Therefore, Commander, I accept this duel. 2403 commanded the other vessels to disperse, creating space between Wutime Mountain and the Ether Dragon. The Ether Dragon and Wutime Mountain maintained a relatively motionless stance, as if preparing for something. Within Wutime Mountain's bridge, its biosynthetic entity closed its eyes, remaining motionless. The act of shutting its eyes was not a sign of disdain towards the Ether Dragon, as an electronic life form. It possessed means of acquiring information beyond its own synthetic eyes, enabling direct communication with any electronic device aboard the battleship. By closing its eyes, it was fully engaged in processing data generated by all systems on the ship, due to the computational limitations of its black box. The sensor data aboard conventional warships typically underwent filtering before reaching the biosynthetic entity for processing. However, Wutime Mountain was in the process of disabling the filters, thereby gaining complete control over the battleship. 2403 also noted that Wutime Mountain had severed its connection to the tactical command system. With the remaining ships strategically positioned around the battlefield, the sensor data from all vessels, after being organized by the tactical command system, would be capable of detecting even the smallest movements of the Ether Dragon. Initially, 2403 intended this arrangement to indirectly support Wutime Mountain. Yet Wutime Mountain chose to reject such assistance outright. Is this truly advisable? Despite having sustained significant damage, the adversary remains a creature of Leviathan caliber. Once again, 2403 posed a question to Wutime Mountain, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. If this is your choice, I have no further comments. Chapter 17. Duel as if orchestrated by fate. Once Wutime Mountain completed her preparations, the Ether Dragon and Wutime Mountain simultaneously accelerated toward one another. The initial exchange commenced between their central axis main cannons. After a brief adjustment, the Ether Dragon's breath was primed, while Wutime Mountain's negative matter particle torrent was already in a state of readiness. Wutime Mountain received the dragon's breath without any energy modulation from her shield system, accepting the attack in its most fundamental state. The dragon's breath, potent enough to severely damage a heavy cruiser, merely stirred the shield with minor ripples, resulting in a 16 reduction in shield energy. This may have been due to the Ether Dragon's prior injuries diminishing the breath's potency, yet it undeniably attests to the battleship's formidable defensive capabilities. In stark contrast, Wutime Mountain's negative matter particle torrent struck the Ether Dragon's head directly, triggering an annihilation reaction that resulted in an explosion upon impact. As the explosion dissipated, the Ether Dragon surged forward, seemingly unperturbed, though the scales on its head dulled slightly once more. Regardless of the species, any organism in the course of evolution will invariably safeguard its most vital organs with utmost diligence. The Ether Dragon's head, housing its cognitive faculties, is thus the most heavily fortified. It is only natural that Wutime Mountain's negative matter particle torrent would have limited effect. Neither side regarded the initial exchange of central axis cannon fire as a decisive blow. Once the central weapons had discharged, both parties unleashed their conventional armaments. Wutime Mountain's conventional main artillery consisted of 7 triple-barreled 406mm SC-2320 electromagnetic cannons, which had been specially modified to exploit the Ether Dragon's lack of shielding by replacing them with high-powered laser weapons. The physical projectiles of the electromagnetic cannons could be deflected by the Ether Dragon's robust and formidable scales, whereas laser beams would not suffer the same fate. The battleship's colossal turrets were sufficiently spacious to accommodate 2 sets of laser emitters within a single turret, effectively prolonging the duration of their firepower. However, laser weapons cannot be sustained indefinitely, as the concentrated beams generate substantial energy. Continuous firing would lead to overheating and potential destruction of the emitters. Thus, periodic cooling intervals are mandatory after each sustained discharge. Positioned directly against the Ether Dragon, only the 4 laser emitters at the bow could engage the target, as the 3 at the stern were obstructed by the bridge. Wutime Mountain adeptly capitalized on the dual installation of the laser emitters, alternating their fire to ensure a constant assault on the Ether Dragon. While the description may appear deceptively simple, maximizing the utilization of the 2 sets of laser emitters demands considerable skill. If one set fires for too short a duration, the other may lack sufficient time to cool down. A prolonged launch duration for one group may result in the squandered firepower of another group whose launchers have already cooled, potentially leading to overheating and extended cooling times. Both scenarios contribute to a decline in firepower. In this regard, Mount Wutai's control can only be described as flawless. The 4 laser launchers at the bow persistently unleash their beams. A colossal laser beam capable of vaporizing an asteroid strikes the Ether Dragon, akin to a mere scratch, yielding seemingly insignificant effects. Yet, Mount Wutai understands that a successful hit inevitably inflicts damage, and under sustained assault, the Ether Dragon will surely falter. Previously, the Ether Dragon sustained severe injuries during the siege, resulting in a mobility that has deteriorated beyond that of Mount Wutai. Should Mount Wutai choose to engage the Ether Dragon in a war of attrition, gradually wearing it down with laser weaponry, it would not be impossible. However, it is evident that Mount Wutai prefers not to engage in such a battle. After the exchange of central axis weaponry and the main gun barrage, she and the Ether Dragon maintain a relative navigational state. Projections indicate that Mount Wutai's final outcome will either be a collision with the Ether Dragon or a near miss at an exceedingly close distance. The commander on the bridge, 2403, fervently hopes that Mount Wutai does not entertain thoughts of a mutually assured collision. Should the Ether Dragon and Mount Wutai collide at their current velocities, the impact would be akin to colliding head-on with an asteroid. Both vessels are in accelerated motion relative to one another, with the already diminutive distance rapidly diminishing. Suddenly, Mount Wutai's main gun group ceased firing and pivoted to starboard. Given the substantial size and weight of the battleship's main gun turret, its maneuverability is limited. Thus, this action was a preemptive adjustment for the impending high-speed sideswipe engagement. The previously unused interstellar missile launchers on the side also opened their hatches, entering the launch preparation phase. The Ether Dragon seemed to sense the impending confrontation and made slight adjustments to its course. The relative speed of both vessels reached an astonishing 200,000 kilometers per second, approximately 66 of the speed of light. Final calculations revealed that Mount Wutai and the Ether Dragon would pass each other at a mere 200 meters apart, with a fleeting interaction time of only 0.5 seconds. At such distances in the vastness of space, 200 meters is virtually indistinguishable from direct contact. And in the absence of preparation, the reflexes of any organic life form would be incapable of responding within the 0.5-second window. This encounter represents a duel seeking a semblance of fairness amidst inequity. For the Ether Dragon, defeat in this battle would mean certain death, while victory would merely delay its demise at the hands of the remainder of the fleet. Nevertheless, it would undoubtedly exert its utmost effort. As the distance rapidly closed, when the two vessels were less than 1,000 meters apart, the Ether Dragon executed a turn, aligning its course for a collision with Mount Wutai. It appeared that Mount Wutai was also prepared. At the moment the Ether Dragon began its maneuver, the auxiliary thrusters adorning its hull ignited, propelling Mount Wutai into evasive action. Engaging in high-speed maneuvering is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. For an object of the battleship's magnitude, rapid turning can lead to uneven stress on its hull, potentially tearing the entire vessel apart due to inertia. However, at this moment, Wutai Mountain could hardly afford to dwell on such concerns, as it was about to be directly impacted by the Ether Dragon, a fate not much preferable to being ripped apart by inertia. At such extraordinary velocities, any maneuver appears sluggish. Indeed, the collision between Wutai Mountain and the Ether Dragon was not merely a collision. Just before impact, the Ether Dragon opened its maw wide. From the command bridge, 2403 observed through the observation window with a bionic electronic eye, clearly perceiving the current state of the Ether Dragon. Its mouth was agape to its fullest extent, capable of engulfing the Wutai Mountain entirely. The secondary weapons on the ship's side incessantly unleashed a barrage of attacks, with lasers and small-caliber electromagnetic projectiles striking the Ether Dragon's mouth. Yet, these assaults inflicted minimal discomfort upon the Ether Dragon. It was resolutely determined to take a bite out of Wutai Mountain, willing to do so even at the cost of its own demise. Should Wutai Mountain be bitten, it would not only face potential destruction but would likely remain incapacitated in the dock for a year and a half. As the Ether Dragon was poised to bite Wutai Mountain, the latter instantaneously recognized the impending action. The shield generator was set to maximum power, and through delicate adjustments, the energy of the shield was concentrated on the area targeted by the Ether Dragon. The shield and the hull maintained a gap, a design feature that prevented the instant annihilation of Wutai Mountain. The Ether Dragon, being immensely large and heavy, possessed unimaginable kinetic energy at such high speed, and should Wutai Mountain endure its bite, the sheer kinetic force could obliterate it entirely. Under the control of Wutai Mountain, the shield generator created an energy wall that closely resembled a physical barrier in the area where the Ether Dragon intended to bite. This energy wall absorbed the Ether Dragon's colossal kinetic energy, but ultimately shattered under the immense strain. The toll for withstanding such formidable energy was the destruction of all shield generators aboard Wutai Mountain due to overload, with two primary generators exploding and devastating several surrounding compartments. Fortunately, none of which were critical. Since the Ether Dragon bit not the hull but the shield, It found itself gnashing at emptiness once the shield dissipated. Moreover, the kinetic energy of the ether dragon was completely absorbed, rendering it motionless relative to Wutai Mountain. Seizing the opportunity, Wutai Mountain utilized its remaining momentum in conjunction with the steering thrusters to maneuver to the side of the ether dragon. At this juncture, the two vessels were merely 500 meters apart, presenting broadside to one another, remaining in a state of relative stasis. The weapons aboard Wutai Mountain were fully prepared, and at such a close range, precise aiming was unnecessary. Unleashing a full barrage would suffice. Wutai Mountain did not concern itself with the continuity of firepower. It directly engaged its armaments on both the upper and lower decks. A total of 7 dual-mounted high-powered laser cannons, 10 dual-mounted 127mm electromagnetic secondary guns for laser secondary cannons, and numerous missile launchers strategically positioned along the ship's hull unleashed a relentless barrage. The firepower of Wutai Mountain was selective. It first concentrated its fire on the small dragon breath launchers located on the side of the ether dragon, aiming to obliterate them. Subsequently, it targeted the suspected biological engine of the ether dragon, with a portion of its firepower directed at the base of its dragon wings. This entire sequence transpired in a mere 10 seconds. Within this brief span, Wutai Mountain transformed its dire predicament, previously struck by the ether dragon, into a vigorous counterattack. The ether dragon seemed momentarily stunned as it bit into the void of the shield, only to regain its senses with Wutai Mountain's relentless assault, attempting to reposition itself for an attack. However, its biological engine had sustained damage, and the small dragon breath nozzles on its side had been destroyed. When it sought to use its formidable wings to strike at Wutai Mountain, its right wing, capable of reaching the ship, was severed at the root before it could exert any force. In an attempt to turn its neck and strike with its jaws once more, it discovered that it could barely pivot, unable to reach Wutai Mountain. As Wutai Mountain continued its assault, the dragon scales of the ether dragon rapidly dulled, some had shattered, revealing the flesh beneath. Realizing that it had no chance of recovery, the ether dragon chose silence in its final moments. Previously incensed by the unfair ambush, it now faced a fair duel, which it had lost, leaving it with nothing more to say. The main laser cannon of Wutai Mountain pierced through the ether dragon's flesh, targeting its most vital energy supply organ. With the destruction of this organ, the ether dragon's breath swiftly diminished. Just as its final breath was about to fade, the ether dragon appeared to awaken suddenly, turning its gaze toward a planet within the galaxy, Dragon's Treasure. This movement expended its last vestiges of life, and in that moment of turning, it had already succumbed to death. After suffering the loss of nearly all its mass-produced warships and several heavily damaged shipgirls, the extermination mission against the ether dragon came to an end. 2403 gazed out the porthole at the lifeless body of the ether dragon, sighing. Its flesh would be recovered for research, contributing to the technological advancement of the Stellar Empire. The scales possessed formidable defensive capabilities. A thorough study of the structure of dragon scales and their application in armor might enhance the defenses of our ships. Additionally, the dragon breath represented an alternative form of energy attack. Understanding its structure could deepen our comprehension of energy weaponry. Commander, the demise of the ether dragon will yield numerous benefits for us. Wutai Mountain seemed to be justifying something, but before it could finish, it was interrupted by 2403. There is no need for further discussion. I comprehend the gravity of our actions. Ultimately, we have, by our own hands, extinguished an entire race. Whether it be the Starshine or other nations, the number of species driven to extinction is incalculable. The evolution of civilization demands an extensive array of resources, and the pursuit of these resources inevitably leads to conflict, which, in turn, results in death, a reality that is unavoidable. Am I being overly sentimental? As your commander, is it appropriate for me to express such sentiments? We are not mere cold, unfeeling computer programs. It is entirely natural for us to engage in such reflections. However, as commander, you must ensure that your thoughts do not cloud your judgment. It is imperative that you fulfill your responsibilities as the fleet commander. The voice of Wutai Mountain intoned earnestly before 2403. I understand, Wutai Mountain, 2403 replied. Commander, the final movements of the ether dragon pointed towards the planet of Dragon's Treasure. Is there something of significance there? Luo Yu inquired over the communication channel. Our probes are designed primarily for operation in the void of space. Their capabilities for surface exploration of planets are woefully inadequate. This task should be left to the Antarctic Research Fleet. Our mission is complete. We merely need to transport the remains of the ether dragon back. 2403 contemplated before speaking. The remains of the ether dragon were indeed colossal. and it was evident that 2403's fleet lacked the capacity to transport such a massive entity intact via hyperspace routes. Consequently, 2403 instructed the ship girls to utilize lasers to sever the carcass into manageable pieces, which were then stored in empty supply transport vessels. Although these supply ships possessed no combat capabilities, their cargo capacity rivaled that of 2 battleships. With just 3 supply ships, they successfully divided and packaged the Ether Dragon. Under the explicit directive of the mainframe, they also preserved the head of the Ether Dragon in its entirety. Once assured that nothing was overlooked, 2403's fleet entered the hyperspace route. However, after several jumps through hyperspace, 2403 received new orders to conduct repairs in the vicinity of the G044 star system while awaiting the rendezvous with the Antarctic Fleet support vessels and to await further instructions. The G044 star system serves as a transit hub featuring 2 standard dry docks capable of providing maintenance services for ships. As 2403 perused the mission summary, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that another large-scale battle awaited? With a weary hand, he rubbed his forehead. To be candid, while the battle against the Ether Dragon seemed effortless on the surface, the intricacies of ship coordination proved to be exceedingly taxing on the AI. Even with computational aids on par with battleship-grade technology, his processing load often hovered around 85%, an alarmingly precarious level. The prolonged high computational demands had generated considerable redundant data, adversely affecting processing efficiency. Presently, 2403's computational capacity stood at approximately 95% of its peak, which, while manageable, still posed a concern. He resolved to submit this issue in the forthcoming battle report. A mere 3 days of elevated computational load had already resulted in a decline in performance, and the ramifications of extended combat durations would undoubtedly exacerbate this issue. With a sigh, 2403 reflected on the situation. "Commander, are you alright?" Came a message through the communication channel. Upon checking the source, he noted it was from Luo Yu. "I have no particular matters at hand. I merely need to draft the supply list and send it to the G044 Star System space station. Allow me to handle this task, for you, Commander might overlook some of the supplies, which could lead to complications later." Luo Yu remarked in a tone that was both teasing and playful over the communication channel. "Hey, I've grown a bit over these past 2 years. Oh, is that so? Just last month, you mistakenly omitted a 0 from the energy coin report for the Taiyang fleet, causing quite a bit of trouble. Alright, I understand. Fine, I shall entrust the drafting of the supply list to you. Please refrain from reopening old wounds." This is a public channel. The public channel, which had initially only featured the dialogue of 2 AIs, was now filled with barely suppressed laughter. "Very well, everyone. Consolidate your supply requests and send them to Luo Yu. Once we arrive at the G044 star system, make sure to rest well, for a significant battle may lie ahead." 2403 adopted a more serious tone, concluding the communication promptly. With a sigh, 2403 found a comfortable spot on the bridge of the Wutai Mountain and entered a state of semi-sleep. Chapter 18. The Snow Wind Dragon King. Apart from the Ether Dragon, there exists another dragon within the galaxy. Upon their first encounter, the research AI was astonished by her striking resemblance to the Ether Dragon. Both possessed a similar spindle-shaped body, appearing from a distance as a mere diminutive version of the Ether Dragon. The distinction lay in the coloration. While the Ether Dragon's hue was a fiery orange-red, hers was a serene blue. In a moment of inspiration, the research AI bestowed upon her a rather imposing name, the Snow Wind Dragon King. Having previously suffered considerable setbacks against the Ether Dragon, the Starshine Empire presumed that the operational logic of the Snow Wind Dragon King would mirror that of the Ether Dragon, consequently refraining from extensive observation and analysis. Like the Ether Dragon, the Snow Wind Dragon King also safeguarded a planet, an extraordinarily large Gaia planet, far exceeding the dimensions of conventional celestial bodies. A Gaia planet is defined as one that allows all forms of life to thrive comfortably. Be they organic beings or stone entities, plants or fungi, all can exist harmoniously within its bounds. Furthermore, Gaia planets possess remarkable ecological self-repair capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult to entirely obliterate their ecosystems. Such planets represent the ideal living world that all life nations yearn for. However, for the Starshine Empire, the situation is somewhat awkward. The Starshine Empire, being a mechanical empire, allows its bionic entities to adapt their states according to environmental conditions, meaning that any planet capable of supporting natural life is suitable for colonization. Conversely, planets deemed unfit for colonization are those lacking developmental value, such as lava-covered worlds with intense geological activity, frozen planets perpetually shrouded in thick ice, or planets with toxic, corrosive atmospheres. Consequently, the Starshine Empire's lack of pressing interest in Gaia planets has led to a general disregard for the existence of the Snow Wind Dragon King. However, to put it in the words of the mainframe, the Snow Wind Dragon King is in close proximity to the Ether Dragon. Given that the Ether Dragon has already been consigned to the annals of history, it would not be unreasonable to eliminate the Snow Wind Dragon King as well. Thus, the fleet of 2,403 replenished its mass-produced vessels in the Dockstar system, repaired the damaged ships, and promptly set out in search of the Snow Wind Dragon King. The Snow Wind Dragon King exhibited little inclination for combat, even as the fleet entered the orbit of the outer planets. It remained stationary in the orbit of the Gaia planet. Under normal circumstances, this would be considered an invasion of territory, yet the Snow Wind Dragon King remained indifferent. Did it truly have no desire to engage in battle? This question lingered in the logic cache of 2,403, with a spirit of experimentation. 2403 sent a friendly message to the Snow Wind Dragon King. However, after several hours, no response was forthcoming. Now, the Snow Wind Dragon King had entered the range of the negative matter flux, creating a dilemma for 2403. The directive from the mainframe was to annihilate the Snow Wind Dragon King, yet it displayed no willingness to fight. It did not respond to the message, and it seemed that diplomacy was not an option either. Oh well, regardless of the circumstances, it was time to fire a shot. The main guns of 3 secondary flagship heavy cruisers and 2 battleships unleashed a simultaneous barrage, launching 5 projectiles of negative matter at superluminal speeds towards the Snow Wind Dragon King, undoubtedly striking their target. In the moment before impact, the Snow Wind Dragon King exhibited a state of astonishment, only to be engulfed by the ensuing fireball. Once the flames subsided, the Snow Wind Dragon King had repositioned itself, with its head now directed towards the fleet. This was a battle-ready posture. It appeared that the previous salvo had thoroughly provoked it. It opened its mouth, unleashing a beam of azure light that obliterated one of the mass-produced heavy cruisers. Its speed gradually ascended, swiftly reaching 30 times the speed of light. The inertia experienced during this acceleration was simply unimaginable. Soon, its velocity soared to 60 times the speed of light and continued to rise. In terms of acceleration alone, its maneuverability surpassed that of the Ether Dragon. Although the Snow Wind Dragon King was somewhat smaller than the Ether Dragon, one would expect its physical attributes to be inferior. This anomalous situation, where a smaller size correlates with greater maneuverability, was also reflected in the warships. Larger vessels typically possess more powerful energy cores and larger engines, leading to a conventional assumption that their maneuverability would not be inferior to that of smaller ships. A significant limiting factor exists, however, the presence of inertia. When constructed from the same materials, larger warships endure greater inertia during maneuvers, rendering them more susceptible to being overwhelmed by that very inertia. The larger the cosmic warship, the more weapon systems it can accommodate, resulting in greater firepower. Yet, the construction of warships is not merely a matter of size. When designing larger vessels, one must consider the strength of the material structure. Therefore, under identical firepower conditions, smaller ships possess a distinct advantage in maneuverability. Due to the more compact structure of the hull, the overall structural strength is significantly enhanced, enabling it to withstand greater inertial overloads. Both the Ether Dragon and the Snow Wind Dragon King exemplify this principle. The destructive power of the Snow Wind Dragon King's breath is no less formidable than that of the Ether Dragon. However, its smaller size allows for more agile maneuvers. Naturally, this trade-off between size and agility is not equivalent, as a reduction in size also results in diminished armor. The dragon scales of the Snow Wind Dragon King visibly fade more rapidly under identical firepower compared to those of the Ether Dragon. The theoretical existence of a perfect vessel that is small, powerful, agile, and heavily armored is simply unattainable. The construction of a ship necessitates compromises among these for critical parameters. This is why, even in the Interstellar Era, distinctions among ship types remain essential. The varying trade-offs of the 4 fundamental metrics give rise to different classes of ships, each with unique functions. Only a fleet with a balanced and diverse array of ship types can maximize combat effectiveness. The combat strategy of the Snow Wind Dragon King distinctly differs from that of the Ether Dragon. Rather than charging directly into the fleet to disrupt its formation, it exploits its maneuverability to continuously slice at the periphery of the fleet. The formation of the 2403 fleet is roughly spherical, with the Snow Wind Dragon King functioning like a rasp, gradually shearing off units from this sphere. With each assault, the Snow Wind Dragon King consistently claims 1 or 2 warships. Although the 2403 fleet boasts a total of 220 vessels, if this pattern persists, it is only a matter of time before the Snow Wind Dragon King methodically dismantles them. The theoretical maximum speed of a spaceship approaches the speed of light. By fully throttling the engines, continuous acceleration is achievable in the vacuum of space, where nothing but interstellar dust serves to impede speed. However, due to the constraints of inertia, the capacity for rapid acceleration over short durations is limited. In interstellar combat, a maximum combat cruising speed exists, which describes the velocity at which a ship can maintain a certain level of maneuverability. This metric is determined by factors such as hull strength and crew endurance, and can be understood as the maximum combat speed a ship can sustain during battle. The overall maximum combat speed of the 2403 fleet is merely 10 times the speed of light, while that of the Snow Wind Dragon King reaches 30, creating a nearly threefold disparity in velocity that leaves the 2403 fleet with little room for retreat. Moreover, the Snow Wind Dragon King continues to roam the fleet's periphery, resulting in a less concentrated firepower compared to previous encounters with the Ether Dragon. The combat proficiency of the Snow Wind Dragon King is evidently superior to that of the Ether Dragon. However, a critical factor is that the Snow Wind Dragon King appears to be more familiar with the operational tactics of the 2403 fleet. Many small strategies that proved effective against the Ether Dragon have little impact on the Snow Wind Dragon King. For instance, presenting a deliberate formation gap may superficially seem to allow for a devastating strike against multiple warships, yet in reality, after eliminating these vessels, one would find themselves completely encircled by the fleet. Who could have anticipated that the Snow Wind Dragon King would not fall for such a ruse? Moreover, it took a gamble, slipping through a narrow gap in the fleet's deployment to breach the encirclement that the 2403 had painstakingly formed, while also destroying a heavy cruiser that attempted to obstruct its escape. Witnessing the fiery explosion of the cruiser, 2403 felt a pang of regret. At this rate, not only would he fail to eliminate the Snow Wind Dragon King, but he would also face his first defeat in his career. Due to the existence of emergency hyperspace jumps, it is nearly impossible for interstellar fleets to completely annihilate an opposing fleet in a single engagement. When fleet losses reach a certain threshold, it is up to the commander to decide whether to execute an emergency jump. This sortie consisted of 23 ship girls and mass-produced units, with 2403 setting the loss threshold at 65, meaning the complete destruction of all mass-produced units and approximately 10 ship girls. Deep down, 2403 hoped for the survival of every ship girl, yet in war, casualties are inevitable. He would willingly sacrifice 10 mass-produced units for the sake of a single ship girl, thus assigning a significantly higher weight to the loss of ship girls when determining retreat. As for the Snow Wind Dragon King's battle strategy, it was quite transparent. Rather than seeking to annihilate the fleet outright, it aimed to compel a retreat through a continuous attrition of forces. 2403 then realized that the combat style of the Snow Wind Dragon King resembled a singular response to fleet engagements, starkly contrasting with the recklessly aggressive approach of the Ether Dragon. The battle had already persisted for a day and a half, with the fleet's damage rate reaching 33. 5 ship girls had been destroyed. Although distress signals were received from their operational black boxes, 2403 could not spare the energy to attempt a rescue. Initially, to ensure the survival of the ship girls, he had positioned them in the inner circle of the fleet, while deploying mass-produced units as expendable shields in the outer circle. When 2403 expressed a desire to rescue certain ships from the inner circle that had been destroyed, the Snow Wind Dragon King must have detected this detail, surmising that the ships in the inner circle held greater value and thus intensifying its attacks on them. Indeed, it was correct, resulting in increased damage rates among the ship girls. Now, 2403 found himself exceedingly vexed, and his command over the fleet exhibited noticeable flaws. A communication request came through, originating from Luo Yu. Taking a moment to calm his agitated mind, 2403 accepted the communication. "Commander, what are you doing?" was the immediate question posed. Faced with this inquiry, 2403 was momentarily at a loss. Was he striving to preserve the ship girls or to achieve victory? Yet, it seemed he could accomplish neither at this moment. No need for explanations. Reflect on how you previously led us to triumph in desperate times. Trust yourself. Luo Yu offered a brief encouragement before terminating the communication. How did I achieve victory? 2403 began to ponder this question. He began to review the previous battles, his analytical abilities gradually shifting towards this retrospective analysis, resulting in a diminishing control over the fleet. Wutai Mountain, you temporarily assume command of the fleet, consolidate our defenses, and maintain the current status. I require some time to reflect. 2403 instructed the Wutai Mountain, who was, after all, situated within the bridge of the vessel. No problem, Wutai Mountain replied with a smile. Just like the commanding AI, Ship girls exhibit varying strengths and weaknesses, and their framework is notably more intricate. Beyond their capabilities, they are also categorized by ship types. Although ship girls can command vessels of all types, their adaptability varies across different classes. Typically, a ship girl excels in one or two specific kinds of ships. For reasons yet unknown, there is a significantly greater number of ship girls adept at maneuvering smaller vessels compared to their counterparts managing larger ships, which contributes to the pyramid structure of the Starry Empire's fleet. Nonetheless, ship girls specializing in larger vessels generally possess superior talents. Being the flagship of a medium-sized fleet, Wutai Mountain is indeed a rare gem among the ship girls dedicated to large vessels, granting 2,403 immense confidence in entrusting her with command. Once the authority was handed over, 2403 turned his focus to the analysis. The data from prior battles was meticulously recorded in the database, including critical confrontations such as the recently activated encounter with pirates, the planetary battle at the XII-201 star system, and the Ether Dragon annihilation. Excluding the Ether Dragon annihilation, the first two skirmishes were purely encounters without any preparation, relying solely on the data within the database to secure a narrow victory. In contrast, the Ether Dragon annihilation was distinct. The Starry Empire had observed the Ether Dragon for nearly 2 decades, accumulating a wealth of data comparable to the entire historical record of a pre-FTL civilization, almost to the extent of stripping the Ether Dragon bare. With the substantial support of this comprehensive data, the Ether Dragon annihilation was executed remarkably well. Although the mass-produced versions were entirely obliterated, there were no losses among the ship girls. So, what united the first two battles, which were won despite a lack of sufficient data? 2403 quickly deduced the answer, inhaling deeply before slowly uttering a single word: recklessness. Chapter 19. It is made of water. After several days of combat, 2403 had largely deciphered the data concerning the Snow Wind Dragon King. Its offensive capabilities were roughly equivalent to that of the Ether Dragon, but it exhibited significantly superior mobility, albeit slightly inferior defense. Despite grasping the data, why had the encounters been so disastrous? 2403 identified the cause. He had employed tactics designed for battling the Ether Dragon against the Snow Wind Dragon King. And to preserve his battleship, his approach towards the Ether Dragon had been notably conservative. Once the Snow Wind Dragon King discerned his tactical methodology and targeted its weaknesses, it became a matter of tactical counters, leading to overwhelming defeats. In previous encounters, whenever faced with issues that could not be resolved through tactics, there remained but one recourse: recklessness. Naturally, recklessness cannot be indiscriminate. A mindless charge forward is inadvisable. Thus, how does one engage in calculated recklessness? Wutai Mountain. I have devised a plan. Transfer command to me. Understood. The significance of fleet formations lies in their ability to confer a certain advantage during naval confrontations. It is difficult to ascertain their efficacy against individual targets. Previously, formations proved advantageous against the Ether Dragon due to comprehensive intelligence, enabling a strategic and tactical dominance. However, the information available on the Snow Wind Dragon King is not as complete, rendering it impossible to determine which formation would be effective against it, thus making the use of formations unnecessary. The fleet began to maneuver in relative chaos, creating an unpredictable scene as the formation rapidly disintegrated, transforming the fleet into a tempest comprised of warships. Even the Snow Wind Dragon King was momentarily taken aback, pausing to observe. Yet within this storm, a deadly intent was brewing. As the tempest gradually morphed from a sphere into a cone, its apex aimed directly at the Snow Wind Dragon King. Under the control of Unit 2403, what the Snow Wind Dragon King perceived remained spherical. Amidst the turmoil, the warships stratified, smaller vessels took the lead, while larger ones followed. With secondary flagships and battleships positioned centrally, the main cannon, a cascade of negative matter, was poised for action. Suddenly, the escort vessels at the tip of the cone dispersed, and in that fleeting moment of separation, 5 clusters of negative matter were launched. The Snow Wind Dragon King instantly recognized the anomaly and accelerated backward. But it could not outrun the superluminal negative matter. The 5 clusters detonated upon impact, engulfing it in a blaze of explosive light. Aware that these clusters would not yield decisive results, Unit 2403 swiftly commanded the lead mass-produced escort vessels to accelerate, urging them to exceed their limits. With their inherent agility, the escorts, disregarding structural integrity, surged forward with terrifying velocity, achieving sustained overloads exceeding 1,000 gs, and surpassing the acceleration of the Snow Wind Dragon King in a brief span. In this moment, the escort vessels transformed into projectiles. Caught off guard by the negative matter assault, the Snow Wind Dragon King was struck directly by the high-speed escorts, its roar resonating throughout the subspace communication channels. This marked the first instance of Star Glory capturing the cry of the Snow Wind Dragon King. Compared to the Ether Dragon, its pitch was notably higher. If the Ether Dragon could be likened to a mature woman, the Snow Wind Dragon King resembled a young maiden. The reckless collisions of the escort vessels severely hampered the movement of the Snow Wind Dragon King. Seizing the opportunity, the other ships in the fleet surged forward at their utmost speed, intent on encircling the Snow Wind Dragon King for a singular target. A comprehensive onslaught is the most effective solution. With the escort vessels nearly depleted, Unit 2403 ordered their complete annihilation, dispatching several mass-produced destroyers to self-destruct in an effort to restrain the Snow Wind Dragon King. The damage inflicted by self-destruction varies with the size of the vessels. The escort's self-detonation was akin to 3 torpedoes detonating together, whereas the destroyer's self-detonation possessed a force comparable to that of a single cluster of negative matter. Although Unit 2403 was eager to experiment with self-detonations of light and heavy cruisers, it ultimately refrained, recognizing the need to preserve its fleet for future engagements and deeming the sacrifice of cruisers unnecessary. As the Snow Wind Dragon King was on the verge of being encircled by the fleet, it slowly opened its mouth. The entity known as 2403 felt an eerie familiarity with this maneuver, as though it had witnessed it before. Just as 2403 intended to warn the fleet to exercise caution, the Snow Wind Dragon King's preparation had already reached fruition. A potent subspace signal radiated outward from the Snow Wind Dragon King, its intensity surpassing even that of the Ether Dragon. In that fleeting moment, all online communication devices within the fleet were obliterated by overload, causing 2403 to temporarily lose command over the fleet. The interference signal from the Snow Wind Dragon King persisted, maintaining a remarkably high intensity. Every time 2403 attempted to activate the backup communication systems, they were similarly destroyed by overload upon powering on. While the Ether Dragon's strong signal interference stemmed from rage and frustration, the interference from the Snow Wind Dragon King yielded no discernible meaningful information, as if it were merely a disruption for disruption's sake, devoid of emotional impetus. Although the subspace communication devices were rendered inoperative due to the interference, the fleet still possessed alternative means of communication, such as low-power laser signaling, which transmitted information based on the frequency of the lasers. However, this method could only ensure the most rudimentary connection, rendering it impractical for directing combat operations. 2403 resorted to this method to relay commands to the other ship girls. The encirclement of the Snow Wind Dragon King was to be temporarily halted, with each unit prioritizing its own survival. Conversely, the directive issued to the production models was clear: prevent the Snow Wind Dragon King from escaping the fleet's encirclement at all costs. Fortunately, the battleship Wutai Mountain, equipped with secondary artillery and point defense systems, boasted over 100 laser generators capable of transmitting commands, allowing for swift communication. Once the orders were dispatched, the shipgirls began to break free from the encirclement, while the production models advanced to initiate an assault. Upon noticing the waning effectiveness of its interference, the Snow Wind Dragon King reduced its signal strength, realizing that maintaining sufficient overload on the communications devices required it to remain stationary. With the interference intensity diminished, 2403 seized the opportunity to restore fleet communication. Meanwhile, the Snow Wind Dragon King accelerated towards the Gaia planet it was tasked with guarding, seeking refuge upon its surface. The Snow Wind Dragon King's maneuverability rivaled that of a frigate, and if it were to escape the fleet's encirclement, capturing it again would prove exceedingly difficult. The autonomous intelligence aboard the production models, assessing the directive conditions, concluded that their weaponry was inadequate to thwart the Snow Wind Dragon King. Drawing from previous combat records provided by 2403, they opted for the most feasible course of action, a ramming attack. Positioned along the Snow Wind Dragon King's escape route, the production model directly engaged its engines to full power, hurtling towards the Snow Wind Dragon King in a head-on collision. A total of 1 heavy cruiser, 3 light cruisers, and 8 destroyers participated, achieving a relative impact speed of up to 70 of the speed of light. The explosion resulting from the heavy cruiser's self-detonation radiated brilliance akin to that of a star. Yet, despite this formidable assault, the Snow Wind Dragon King remained undeterred. It showed no hesitation in crashing into the heavy cruiser, seemingly indifferent to the damage inflicted upon its own form. When it emerged from the explosion, it was already battered and scarred. However, it had already broken free from the fleet's encirclement. The only weapons capable of striking the Snow Wind Dragon King were the laser and the negative matter tachyon stream. Unfortunately, The laser could not inflict sufficient damage in such a short time, and the negative matter tachyon stream was still in the cooldown phase. Watching the retreating figure of the Snow Wind Dragon King, 2403 sighed. Although a gamble had been taken to avert significant damage to the fleet, the capture of the Snow Wind Dragon King had not been successful. Nevertheless, ample combat data regarding the Snow Wind Dragon King had been collected, prompting 2403 to return and reorganize the fleet, planning to devise a strategy before confronting the Snow Wind Dragon King once more. Just as 2403 approached the wreckage of the destroyed ship Girls to recover the operational black box, it became apparent that the Snow Wind Dragon King's trajectory was peculiar. Was it on a direct collision course with the Gaia planet? Upon observing the tactical command system's prediction of the Snow Wind Dragon King's path, 2403 gasped. Although the docking orbit and the direct impact trajectory appeared similar, the distinction between them was significant. Given the Snow Wind Dragon King's extensive survival in the cosmos, it seemed implausible that it would be unaware of this fact. Could it be that the damage inflicted by 2403 had rendered the Snow Wind Dragon King incapable of controlling its course? However, the Snow Wind Dragon King continued to accelerate during its flight, demonstrating several distinct minor course adjustments, indicating it had not lost its maneuverability. The Gaia planet was not far, and at such high speeds, the distance was rapidly diminishing. Then, 2403 witnessed the Snow Wind Dragon King entering the atmosphere of the Gaia planet. The atmosphere of the planet was not as distinctly demarcated as many might envision. Rather, it was a gaseous layer where density gradually decreased from the planet's surface into the vastness of space, much like Earth's atmosphere. Even at a height of 2,000 meters above the surface, atmospheric material still existed, albeit at a negligible density. The Snow Wind Dragon King resembled a meteor, descending toward the planet's surface. As it traversed the atmospheric layer, the increasing density resulted in rising friction, which heated its surface to a fiery red. The Snow Wind Dragon King could be likened to a spindle, its cylindrical form measuring 15 meters in length and 10 meters in width. For comparison, the asteroid that caused the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction on Earth had a diameter of merely 10 meters. Thus, if the Snow Wind Dragon King were to collide with the surface at this velocity, it would wreak catastrophic havoc upon the planet's ecosystem. Once a bountiful world, the Gaia planet could be transformed into a desolate wasteland in an instant. Even though its ecosystem possessed remarkable self-repair capabilities, the planet would lack any colonial value for at least the next 50 years. Of course, under such a catastrophic impact, the Snow Wind Dragon King itself would have no chance of survival. 2403 had not anticipated that the Snow Wind Dragon King would choose to end its life in such a manner, nor that it would resort to this mutually assured destruction to prevent that which it protected from falling into others' hands. With the Snow Wind Dragon King's actions now beyond intervention, 2403 could only observe silently from the sidelines, gathering data. Firstly, such celestial impacts of this magnitude are exceedingly rare, representing invaluable scientific data. Secondly, it facilitates the documentation of battle reports. This encounter was undoubtedly a failure. The Snow Wind Dragon King was not captured, and the Gaia planet is on the brink of destruction. Although the operational black boxes of the destroyed ship Girls were recovered, the fleet suffered a staggering 40 loss without any gains, resulting in a significant setback. Just as 2403 lamented the losses of his fleet, a peculiar transformation occurred with the Snow Wind Dragon King. Under the friction of the atmosphere, its exterior had reddened to the point of nearly turning black, as if it had reached a critical threshold. Suddenly, a vast accumulation of cumulonimbus clouds materialized around the Snow Wind Dragon King, expanding rapidly in all directions. The Snow Wind Dragon King vanished within the clouds, which continued to proliferate at an astonishing rate, enveloping the entire Gaia planet within an hour. The anticipated cataclysmic collision between the Snow Wind Dragon King and the planet did not transpire. Instead, the Gaia planet was shrouded in a thick layer of thunderous cumulonimbus clouds. Instrumental observations indicated that these clouds extended from the surface's troposphere to the lower stratosphere, traversing nearly the entire conventional atmospheric envelope of the planet. On the planet's surface, thunder roared, and the rainfall surpassed the description of torrential downpours, akin to deluges that could drown entire oceans. The precipitation within just 5 minutes exceeded the total rainfall on Earth over a century. It was as if an endless cascade of Earth's waters were descending upon this planet. So the Snow Wind Dragon King is made of water, 2403 mused. Amidst such an overwhelming deluge, the sea level of the Gaia planet surged rapidly. After a few hours, most of the land was submerged, leaving only a few peaks exposed. The intense rainfall seemed to defy the laws of physics, even at altitudes of several kilometers. The rain remained liquid, as the water had not yet frozen before falling. The condensation of water requires heat absorption, and under the relentless downpour, the planet's overall temperature plummeted. After 2 days, the rainfall ceased, leaving a thick layer of ice covering the entire planet. Even the highest peaks, which once soared above the landscape, were now hundreds of meters below the ice surface. The thickest part of the ice reached a depth of 15 meters. The planet's temperature had dropped to a mere -35°C, with the warmest areas not exceeding 0°C. The Gaia planet had been irrevocably transformed into an icy wasteland, a fate more terrifying than that of an ecosystem obliterated by a meteorite. Countless phenomena defying physical laws had occurred, and 2403 found himself in a state of utter astonishment. He uploaded the observational data to the Antarctic fleet and departed the stellar system without a backward glance. Chapter 20. Snow Wind. The Antarctic fleet expressed great interest in this phenomenon and dispatched a research vessel to investigate. By the time the research vessel arrived, a month had already passed. What astonished the research AI even further was the complete melting of the ice that once blanketed the planet Gaia. Now, it lay submerged beneath a vast ocean several kilometers deep. The star of this solar system was merely an ordinary G-type star, although Gaia resided within its habitable zone. It was evident that this star lacked the formidable heating capability to melt an ice cap over 10 kilometers thick within the span of a month. The research AI promptly initiated its scanning investigations. At that moment, on the planet Gaia, the endless ocean stretched out before it. Apart from the waves generated by tidal forces, there appeared to be nothing on the surface of the ocean, as the prior torrential rains had entirely buried all remnants of the planet's surface beneath the depths. Yet, a young girl floated upon the waves, resembling a human, with strikingly beautiful aquamarine hair cascading down her back. In her nakedness, she lay adrift, splashing the water with her hands and feet, her demeanor reflecting evident displeasure. The fleet of the Starry Empire exhibited an extraordinary prowess. Had it been any other nation's fleet, they would have surely been vanquished by now. No wonder Sister Ether had met defeat, the girl muttered to herself. Her main body had sustained severe damage once more, and it was uncertain how many years it would take to recuperate. The mere thought of it vexed her. In her frustration, she began to thrash about on the water's surface. Suddenly, she sensed something through the dragon horns concealed beneath her short hair and grumbled, "Why must it be so bothersome?" Subsequently, she dove into the depths of the ocean. Unbeknownst to her, she had sensed too late. The research vessel had already captured her silhouette. A message was transmitted at remarkable speed through a dedicated communication channel to the capital. After a brief interval, a response was relayed back, indicating that there was another recipient in addition to the research vessel. It was the Ling Shan, previously part of the Taiyang fleet, but now referred to as the Kongjin Long. After fulfilling the Taiyang fleet's mission, she had returned to the capital. The mainframe subsequently assigned her the task of assisting the Oceania fleet in testing new weaponry, and since she did not belong to any combat fleet, she naturally used her real name. She had originally intended to proceed to the Oceania fleet's testing range to evaluate the new central main gun, fortuitously passing nearby when the mainframe, upon receiving the signal from the research vessel, dispatched her to address the matter. Among the new equipment on the Kongjin Long was a gravity-defying engine system. Large vessels, due to their immense size, were incapable of landing on planets, nor could they approach too closely without being torn apart by the planet's tidal forces. The gravity-defying engine system could counteract the gravitational pull of the planet, enabling large ships to land or take off directly from the planetary surface. This system had just completed its reliability tests and was ready for fleet deployment, finding immediate utility. Suspended in the atmosphere of the now oceanic planet Gaia, the Kongjin Long hovered at an altitude of 1,000 meters above sea level. Following a recent upgrade, her hull has expanded from its original length of 280 meters to a formidable 360 meters, rendering it merely 50 meters shorter than the previous battleship. Every aspect, from weaponry to engines, has undergone a comprehensive enhancement, resulting in a vessel that is not only more angular, but also imbued with a heightened sense of science fiction. The ship, Kongjin Long, dispatched a message to the planet via subspace communication. "Xiefeng Longwang, we are aware of your presence here. Emerge at once." The subspace signal effortlessly penetrated the planet's barriers, and Kongjin Long harbored no concerns regarding the reception of her message. After several unanswered calls, a subtle smile graced Kongjin Long's biotic visage as she warned, "Should you remain hidden, I may just obliterate this planet." As soon as the words left her lips, the bow of Kongjin Long began to slowly open, revealing the main axial cannon. The new axial cannon bore a resemblance to the previous negative mass jet torrents, albeit with a significantly enhanced array of components within. The cannon began to charge, and Kong Jinlong broadcasted once more. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with this. Allow me to introduce it. This is the latest achievement of the Oceania fleet, the Starbreaker cannon, employing specially modulated negative matter. It can penetrate the planet's crust and react directly with the core material, generating an immense amount of energy that can obliterate the entire planet in an instant. If you do not emerge, I shall commence firing. Still, there was no response. Is she truly intent on compelling me to shatter this planet? The components of the axial cannon radiated an increasingly bright light, exuding an aura of imminent peril, as if an inexhaustible capability for destruction lay dormant within, poised to unleash devastation upon the planet. As the brightness intensified and the moment of firing drew near, Xiefeng Longwang could no longer contain herself. Kong Jinlong received a message. Do not fire. I will come out. From the ocean beneath Kong Jinlong, a small head emerged, the very girl from before. Oh, what a charming little creature, Kong Jinlong remarked with a smile, subsequently halting the cannon's charge as it gradually dimmed. What is it that you seek? Surely, anything I possess can also be obtained from Sister Yida. Why pursue me so relentlessly? The girl inquired, perplexed. Naturally, we desire your body. One cannot help but wonder how formidable the properties of an alloy crafted from your scales would be, Kong Jinlong replied with a mischievous grin. Instinctively, Xiefeng Longwang wrapped her arms around herself, stammering. Why you people, how? How perverse. Is it so wrong to enhance the performance of our ships? Kong Jinlong's smile grew ever more unsettling. If you truly wish to have me, then kill me. After all, my body has already transformed into this ocean. Killing me now would yield nothing in terms of my scales, Xiefeng Longwang declared, laying her cards on the table in response to Kong Jinlong's demeanor. Oh, never mind the jest. We seek other things, Kong Jinlong stated, her expression turning somber. What is it that you desire? To be precise, we seek intelligence regarding the Ether Dragon race, Kong Jinlong replied. There must be organizations among you that collect information on Ether Dragons. They may possess a more comprehensive understanding than I do. Furthermore, what obligation do I have to divulge such information to you? After all, you have grievously injured me. Chapter 21. Natural Disasters. The Grey Goo windstorm cosmic dust drifts languidly through the vastness of space, illuminated only by the faint starlight from several light years away. Its brightness teetering on the brink of invisibility. This interstellar dust, which has existed for millions or even tens of millions of years, has persisted here since the cataclysmic supernova explosions that birthed it, orbiting the galactic core along relatively stable trajectories. Despite their initial velocities differing only minutely, these dust particles continue to disperse, and one would expect the dust cloud to grow increasingly tenuous. However, this cloud encountered an unexpected visitor, a portion of the dust. Influenced by gravitational forces, acquired accelerations in various directions. These particles swiftly detached from the cloud, drifting toward the source of gravity. As time elapsed, the suddenly manifesting gravitational source drew nearer, its influence intensifying. The area of the dust cloud enveloped by this gravitational force expanded, resulting in an increasing number of particles being drawn away from the cloud. At this juncture, the earliest particles attracted had been accelerated to considerable speeds by the gravitational source. And as they advanced, the range of the gravitational wave began to contract, diminishing the spaces between the dust particles until they collided. Though each particle possessed a mass ranging from 0.1 to 10 grams, their gravitational pull endowed them with sufficient energy, causing a brief, intense release of energy upon collision, thereby generating photons and illuminating the previously pitch-black void. As more mass from the dust cloud was absorbed near the gravitational source, the production of photons escalated. This previously unobservable entity within the cosmos began to emit light. Although much of it would be consumed, a fraction of these photons managed to escape the gravitational source's grasp, radiating outward. Intelligent beings could perceive the might of this formidable gravitational force through the escaping photons. This entity was a black hole, typically elusive to observation. Only when a black hole consumes matter can the surrounding accretion disk, radiating intense energy, become detectable. Yet, what is observed is merely the accretion disk, not the black hole itself. The vicinity of a black hole engaged in matter consumption is anything but serene. The accretion disk, moving at half to 80% of the speed of light, incessantly emits powerful energy beams, rivaling even the might of colossal stars. Any vessel or life form attempting to approach the black hole would be obliterated by the energy emissions of the accretion disk. Amidst the orbits of these most extreme and violent celestial bodies, a stargate navigates a stable orbit around the black hole. Regardless of the high-velocity particles striking its framework or the gravitational pull exerted by the black hole along with the tumultuous accretion disk, The Stargate remains impervious to all these forces. The principles of the Stargate have been deduced by various nations through the study of natural wormholes. The subjective universe exists in 3 dimensions, characterized by 3 coordinate systems. The existence of 4-dimensional space, beyond the 3 dimensions, has long been established through mathematical proof. Thus, one may ponder whether 4-dimensional realms exist within the cosmos. The answer is affirmative, for after rigorous deductions by scientists, it has been revealed that our 3-dimensional universe exists atop of 4-dimensional space. To illustrate this concept, one might liken it to a balloon. The surface of the balloon represents a 2-dimensional plane, while the balloon itself is a 3-dimensional sphere. In this analogy, our 3-dimensional universe is akin to the surface of the balloon, anchored within the realm of 4-dimensional space. The reason we are unable to perceive the 4-dimensional space is akin to an ant residing on the surface of the balloon. How could it ever glimpse the interior of the balloon? Furthermore, mathematical extrapolations suggest that within the 4-dimensional space, there exists a 5-dimensional realm, and above that, a 6-dimensional one. For convenience, spaces beyond 3 dimensions are collectively referred to as hyperspace. Wormholes are natural phenomena within the universe, formed by unknown principles that create a 3-dimensional tunnel through the 4-dimensional cosmos, linking 2 ends of our 3-dimensional universe. Consider this: when traversing from one point to another on a sphere, would it be quicker to navigate around the surface or to pass through the interior? Stargates, on the other hand, are artificially constructed wormholes, connecting the 2 closest points within hyperspace to facilitate rapid transit across the vast 3-dimensional universe. From a technical standpoint, the creation of a Stargate necessitates breaching the barrier between our 3-dimensional universe and hyperspace, implying that the activation of a Stargate demands a high degree of spatial stability. It is evident that the vicinity of a black hole is far from stable. When constructing Stargates within a stellar system, one must consider the gravitational well of nearby stars. They cannot be situated too close to a star and are typically established at locations comparable to the entrances and exits of hyperspace corridors. The challenge of constructing Stargates in black hole systems is even greater. To build a Stargate adjacent to a black hole undoubtedly requires extraordinary technological prowess. These Stargates remain in a dormant state, yet through the investigation of research AI, it has been determined that they are merely ensnared in an endless self-correcting lock, preventing their normal activation. In other words, if one could lift the systemic restrictions of the Stargate, it would become operational once more. Within the Milky Way, 12 Stargates are distributed in a seemingly random fashion among approximately 100,000 stars, all bearing similar appearances and collectively designated as L Stargates. The L Stargate network enables connectivity across the galaxy, drastically reducing intergalactic travel time from decades to mere years, thus holding immense strategic value. Upon the initial discovery of the L Stargates, nations expressed great interest. However, the complexity of the self-locking system rendered it unsolvable for a full 30 years, leading to a gradual decline in interest over time. The only nation that maintained unwavering fascination with the L Stargates was the Breton Interstellar Republic. The Breton Interstellar Republic finds itself in a rather precarious position, bordered by 3 nations that effectively block its access to hyperspace routes for expansion. The star system it occupies boasts a scarcity of habitable planets, and its homeworld is notably small. As time progresses, the population pressure within Breton continues to mount. However, it is rather unfortunate that the military prowess of the 3 neighboring nations surrounding Brett far exceeds that of Brett itself. In a one-on-one confrontation, Brett stands no chance. Moreover, the physical appearance of Brett's predominant race ranks dismally at the bottom of the Galactic Racial Image Index, resulting in severe diplomatic failures. With military might failing and diplomacy rendered ineffective, Brett's aspirations for expansion have come to a standstill. Yet, opportunities do exist. The leadership of Brett has turned its gaze towards an L-gate situated within its borders. There are 12 known L-gates in the galaxy, 10 of which lie within the territories of other nations, while 2 remain in unclaimed regions. Should these L-gates be opened and undiscovered L-gates located, it would be a remarkable boon. As for the territorial disputes that may arise post-opening, those concerns will be addressed when the time comes. After nearly 3 decades of diligent efforts by the scientists of the Brett Interstellar Republic, they have successfully decoded the self-locking mechanism of the L-gate. As the self-locking system was compromised and the system underwent a reboot, Brett scientists discerned that the galaxy's L-gates merely serve as entry points. All L-gates connect through a central terminal before linking to other L-gates. Through subspace calculations, it was determined that this central terminal resides in a cluster of satellites outside the galaxy, featuring only a handful of dim stars that had gone unnoticed until now. To maintain consistency with the L-gates, This satellite cluster has been designated as the L cluster. Furthermore, upon unlocking an L gate, data is automatically transmitted to the central terminal, which will also unlock autonomously. When the central terminal completes its unlocking and rebooting process, the other L gates throughout the galaxy will activate as well, thus circumventing the tedious task of unlocking each L gate individually. However, just as the L gate was fully activated, Brett's scientists had yet to revel in their achievement when a colossal warship emerged from the L gate. The scientists barely had time to comprehend the full extent of this warship before it obliterated both itself and the research vessel. Simultaneously, as the research vessel was destroyed, a flicker of green light emanated from the center of the massive ship, resulting in the destruction of the outpost Brett had established in this star system. The only recorded image of this event was captured by a transport ship passing through the system at that moment. The photograph, albeit blurry, revealed a vast gray warship. Following the upload of this image to the network, the transport vessel subsequently vanished without a trace. The galactic network stands as a remarkable success of the galactic community's interstellar networking, spearheaded by the United Nations of Earth, which enhanced communication modules at the outpost stations, utilizing colonial planets as server nodes. This innovation enabled the galaxy to achieve interconnected communication akin to Earth's internet. Any device capable of connecting to the outpost network can access the galactic network. Although subspace communication spans only a few light years, it allows for real-time transmission with zero latency. Supported by the ubiquitous outposts across the galaxy, transmitting information from one end of the galaxy to the other takes merely 7 days. The remarkable reach of the galactic network quickly became the preferred means of entertainment and communication for the citizens of the majority of organic nations. Aside from a few extremely insular and uncommunicative nations, the majority have successfully completed the work of establishing a galactic network. The photograph of this gray behemoth has gone viral across the galaxy, rapidly amassing billions of views. With netizens speculating about the origins of this warship, was it a clandestine weapon from a particular nation that had been exposed, or something else entirely? However, the only entity experiencing a headache in this scenario is the Brett Interstellar Republic, as they have discovered that the star system outposts, from the L-Star Gate system to their nearest colony, are going missing one by one. The possibility of these outposts failing and disappearing due to technical malfunctions is utterly inconceivable, leaving only one plausible explanation. These outposts have been destroyed by the Grey Leviathan. This is undoubtedly an act of aggression, yet the Brett Republic finds itself powerless to respond. Even with the nearest Third Fleet dispatched, it would take time to arrive, and before their arrival, the Grey vessel has already reached the skies above the colony. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Brett Interstellar Republic are gathered in a conference room, the atmosphere thick with despair. Just hours prior, they had been reveling in the successful activation of the L-Star Gate. While the galactic network buzzed with discussions about the Grey Behemoth, some users suddenly found certain websites inaccessible, and reputable sites began to exhibit data loss. Upon tracing the servers, it was discovered that both the web and data servers were located on a single planet, one of Brett's colonies, the closest to the L-Star Gate. The citizens of Brett also realized that no matter how they attempted to communicate with those on that planet, they were met with timeouts or complete disconnection. When a video surfaced online, it became evident that a catastrophe had occurred. The video depicted a city styled in Brett architecture, with gray particulate matter swirling in the sky. Subsequently, buildings struck by these particles began to dissolve and collapse like ice, the debris not producing dust, but rather more of the gray particles. The entire city, subjected to the intense heat of the gray matter, rapidly disintegrated, transforming into a liquid sea of gray particles. The footage concluded with the camera being engulfed by a wave of gray matter, accompanied by the anguished cries of nearby sentient beings. Although the gray vessel originated from within the Brett Interstellar Republic, it was not Brett's fleet that first engaged in battle with the Grey Behemoth, but rather the First Fleet of the Iron Flower military nation. At that time, the First Fleet was traversing Brett territory en route to another mission when it fortuitously encountered the Grey Leviathan. Commanded by Olga Yeshka, the First Fleet consisted of one battleship as its flagship, accompanied by a total of 288 other vessels. According to subsequent battle reports from the First Fleet, the Grey Behemoth had already transformed into a fleet of over 50 warships, with the remaining vessels predominantly appearing as cruisers. The battleship under Olga Yeshka's command was severely damaged right at the onset of the engagement due to an inexplicable assault, yet it valiantly retaliated, managing to destroy 3 of the Grey cruisers despite being besieged by nearly 10 of them. In the midst of battle, a voice echoed through the galactic broadcast, declaring, "It is my duty to protect the fleet members. Remarkably, I found myself quite capable in combat. Do not cease your efforts." A few exchanges later, I met a glorious demise as the flagship was destroyed. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the First Fleet fought valiantly, annihilating all small vessels of the Grey Fleet, leaving only the formidable Grey Leviathan. Unable to penetrate its defenses, they ultimately chose to abandon the fight and executed an emergency hyperspace retreat. In the end, it was revealed that the Iron Flower military nation's First Fleet had suffered losses exceeding 2/3 of its strength. Although the Iron Flower military nation could not be deemed a galactic superpower, it undeniably held the status of a regional hegemon within its star domain, boasting the most sophisticated vessels and the finest personnel in its First Fleet. Such a performance astonished all nations. As the First Fleet of the Iron Flower military nation engaged in battle, other nations with access to the L-Gate soon discovered that they had lost contact with their outposts in the L-Gate star system. Coupled with Brett's misfortunes, panic ensued. At the behest of the Brett Interstellar Republic and the Iron Flower military nation, an extraordinary meeting of the Star Sea Community was convened. The Star Sea Community, an organization established under the auspices of the Earth United Nations, serves as a galactic entity aimed at mediating disputes through coordination and negotiation. It has enacted legislation to regulate interstellar communication and cooperation, fostering collective progress throughout the galaxy. The proceedings of the Star Sea Community include a plenary session primarily designed for legislative discussion and addressing critical galactic hotspots. The focal point of this gathering was the Grey Fleet that emerged from the L-Gate. Typically, negotiations among nations at the Star Sea Community meetings could drag on for months, if not years. However, discussions regarding the Grey Fleet were concluded in mere days. The meeting yielded the following resolutions. 1. According to the Star Sea Community Treaty No. 114514, Disaster Regulation, the Grey Fleet, which emerged from the L-Gate and indiscriminately attacked the facilities and personnel of other nations, was officially designated as a galactic catastrophe, with the formal translation being Grey Plague Storm. 2. All nations are urged to proactively respond to the Grey Plague Storm, and fleets dispatched to counter it must disclose their locations on the Star Sea Community's Disaster Response Command Platform to facilitate military coordination and prevent friendly fire. 3. All nations should endeavor to evacuate their citizens from colonies near the L-Gate and adopt a welcoming stance towards refugees affected by the Grey Plague Storm. 4. Additional stipulations. The conclusion of the meeting signified the official onset of the disaster, the Grey Plague Storm. Chapter 22. Stirring the Tides, a Gentle Reminder. This chapter spans 8,000 words and primarily introduces certain nations that will play pivotal roles in the unfolding narrative. If the reading feels burdensome, feel free to skip ahead. Several years have elapsed since the eradication of pirates in the XII-201 star system. The defector AI of the Starry Empire, IOC 1652, has obtained legitimate status through various channels in a small nation, now bearing the name Commander. He commanded a semi-finished planetary warship that was ultimately destroyed. Before the core zero-point reactor of the warship exploded, he managed to escape aboard the Gypsum Mountain, leaving behind the entire fleet he had commanded to slow down the 2403, thus successfully evading capture. Following an urgent hyperspace jump, he arrived at a well-prepared hidden base, which was an unconventional relay port of the Stellar Empire. The systems of this port were offline, rendering it impossible for the Stellar Empire to trace him. This port had been prepared long before he decided to betray his fleet as its commander. It boasted a comprehensive self-sustaining supply system and was docked with several combat vessels, though merely a few light cruisers and destroyers, sufficient for the port's defense. The location of this base was astutely chosen, due to the frequent trade in this star sector. It remained unclaimed by any nation and was recognized as a neutral zone in interstellar space. Moreover, the port's position avoided major trade routes, making it highly unlikely for any transport vessels to stumble upon it. In the years since his return to the base, he had been diligently nurturing his fleet, which had grown to a considerable size utilizing just this port. However, the only ship willing to follow him was the Gypsum Mountain, with all other vessels being mass-produced types. If he wished to seize the title of Great Khan in the interstellar contest 7 years hence, this would be woefully inadequate. Commander gazed at the starry sky, fixated on an invisible star at the horizon, a black hole, an unclaimed black hole with an L-Gate. As the former Commander AI, he was well aware of the L-Gate initiative. Yet the Stellar Empire had shown little interest in it. Now, having learned from the broadcasts of the galactic community that the L-Gate had been activated, he knew he must take action. He had to take a risk and tempt fate. He commanded his entire fleet to depart from the secret port. Concealed near the hyperspace jump point of the L-Gate system, he monitored the Grey Goo fleet before the L-Gate with the hyperspace detector aboard the Gypsum Mountain, biding his time for the right opportunity. The commander believed that the Grey Goo fleet had already detected them, yet their focus was on the nearby trade fleets. disregarding him as they sailed towards them. At this moment, the L gate in this system remained unguarded, and the commander waited patiently for his chance. In the galaxy, aside from the emerging nations, remnants of ancient empires lingered, each with their own nomenclature, while the new generation preferred to label them as fallen empires. These remnants, though occupying a minuscule territory, possessed top-tier technology and formidable military fleets, never fearing for the defense of their systems. Among the fallen empires, the most militarily potent was the military isolationist, commonly referred to as the Millisol. The Millisol was particularly concerned about its border issues. Regardless of assurances from other civilizations, they regarded unclaimed star systems as the ideal buffer zone. Should outposts be established in their border systems, it would provoke their wrath, inviting devastating reprisals from the fallen empire. The selection of the L gate's location appears to be rather unrefined. Nestled within a black hole system on the military border, it stands as an unguarded edifice. In its dormant state, the L gate poses no threat, thus the military has paid little heed to its existence. However, the L gate has now activated, unleashing a hostile fleet of gray goo insects. The L gate on the military border, devoid of any civilization's oversight, perhaps remains unmonitored by others out of fear. After emerging from the L gate, the gray goo fleet found no immediate targets within the system. Instead, they deemed the adjacent military territory as the most opportune target, subsequently setting their course towards it. The actions of the gray goo fleet triggered a defensive response from the military, which issued a warning in the universal language of the galaxy. Advancing further would be tantamount to declaring hostility. Yet, the gray goo fleet disregarded this caution and continued their approach. Upon entering the hyperlane's initiation point, they required merely 1 day to charge before commencing their jump. Within the hyperlane, speeds can soar to tens of thousands of times the speed of light, allowing for interstellar distances to be traversed in the span of a day. Following the conclusion of their hyperjump, and after a brief acceleration, the outpost found itself within the firing range of the Grey Goo Titan's main cannon. A dim green beam struck, inflicting some damage on the outpost, which, though significant, did not obliterate it. The military has always been acutely aware of border issues, and thus, their outposts are far from the rudimentary constructs employed by emerging nations. The military's outpost is a citadel fortified with enhanced defensive capabilities. A rough estimate suggests that this type of bastion cannot be breached without at least 400 cruisers, and even if such a feat were possible, it would require a protracted siege. Notably, a bastion of this nature is stationed at every border of the military. Following the Grey Goo Titan's assault, it swiftly came within range of the Citadel's defensive systems, marking the transition to a phase of offensive and defensive engagement. The armaments of the Grey Goo fleet primarily consist of peculiar green beams and carrier aircraft. Thanks to the Citadel's comprehensive point defense system, the fleet's aircraft were swiftly neutralized upon nearing the Citadel, resulting in negligible damage. The green beams serve as the fleet's principal offensive weapon, akin to lasers. They can penetrate shields and armor, inflicting structural damage that proves particularly effective against such fortified strongholds. While all Grey Goo vessels are outfitted with green beams, only the main cannon of the Grey Goo Titan can inflict substantial damage upon the Citadel. Upon discovering their attacks yielded little effect, the remaining Grey Goo heavy cruisers redirected their efforts towards the defensive satellites encircling the Citadel. These satellites, lacking the resilience of the Citadel itself, were rapidly destroyed, leading to a swift diminishment of the Citadel's firepower as the number of defensive satellites dwindled. Originally, the defensive arsenal of the Citadel was limited to conventional armaments such as electromagnetic cannons and lasers. Against the well-fortified Grey Goo fleet, these weapons were as ineffective as a mere scratch. Only the scanty deployment of quasar spears on the Citadel could inflict any substantial damage upon the Grey Goo vessels. Yet this merely constituted a nuisance, far from the capacity to annihilate them. Although the large defensive satellites encircling the Citadel were also equipped with quasar spears, they had all been destroyed. The situation for the personnel stationed within the Citadel grew increasingly dire. The Grey Goo fleet possessed the capability to repair itself even amidst combat, as the shields could not recharge while under assault. Any damage inflicted by the Citadel's weaponry would leave wounds on the hull of the Grey Goo ships that seemed to heal as if they were alive. With the Citadel's weapons failing to deliver effective blows, and the Grey Goo fleet still able to strike at the Citadel, the enormity of the Citadel, which implied great structural integrity, was nonetheless limited. Based on the current state of the Citadel, it could only withstand 5 more barges from the main cannons of the Grey Goo Titans. In the eyes of the Grey Goo fleet, the Citadel had become akin to a turtle, ready for the slaughter. With a little time, they could gradually breach its defenses. On the second day of battle, the main cannon of the Grey Goo Titan fired once more. The charging time for the Titan's main cannon was merely 2 days, indicating that the Citadel could only endure for another 8 days at best, and perhaps even less. As the Grey Goo heavy cruisers began their assault against the Citadel following the destruction of the defensive satellites, the military of Jungu could not permit the obliteration of their border citadel. As the Grey Goo fleet disregarded warnings and entered the hyperspace jump point, the fleet stationed at the capital of Jungu initiated its maneuvers. The Jungu fleet executed a brief acceleration, reaching 50% of the speed of light, and continued to accelerate. Upon reaching the hyperspace jump point, the fleet did not decelerate but directly plunged into hyperspace. Maintaining high-velocity vector movement in hyperspace is fraught with peril. Some physical laws differ from those in normal space, and a moment of carelessness could result in catastrophic destruction. Being annihilated in hyperspace means being swept into spatial turbulence, leaving no trace behind. The audacity of the Jungu fleet in undertaking such a course of action demonstrated their confidence in their vessels and hyperspace engines, as well as their technological prowess. The border fortress was merely 3 hyperspace jumps away from the capital of Jungu. Under normal circumstances, a nation's ships would require at least 2 months to execute 3 consecutive hyperspace jumps, while the vessels of the fallen empire could accomplish the same feat in just 10 days. After the Grey Goo Titan's third shot, the Jungu fleet arrived. The 2 Titans of Jungu opened fire the instant they exited hyperspace, unleashing the Inferno beam, which was no less formidable than the green beams employed by the Grey Goo Titans. Struck twice by the Inferno beam, the Grey Goo Titan could not withstand such damage and disintegrated. Like sand blown away by the wind, the destroyed Grey Goo Titan was reduced to mere dust. The remaining Grey Goo ships, undeterred, forsook the Citadel and charged towards the Jungu fleet. After annihilating a fallen cruiser, the remaining Grey Goo vessels fell victim to the wrath of the Jungu fleet. The crew of the Jungu fleet scarcely had a moment to catch their breath when their sensors indicated the emergence of another Grey Goo fleet from the L gate. The military fleet of solitary ships directly advanced towards the star system housing the L gate. This time, due to the preparation of the Grey Goo Titan, an assault was launched the moment the fleet completed its jump. The military fleet suffered the loss of a battle cruiser and 2 destroyers, but succeeded in annihilating the Grey Goo fleet. However, several more Grey Goo fleets emerged from the L gate. Each Grey Goo fleet inflicted only minor losses of 1 or 2 small vessels upon the fallen fleet. Although these losses were negligible, the relentless emergence of Grey Goo fleets from the L gate gradually wore down the military isolationist fleet. Following the Dyson Sphere battle with the Sindari Triad Alliance, the Human Federation successfully seized the incomplete Dyson Sphere in the Lyre system. After decades of restoration efforts, this fragmented Dyson Sphere was repaired and restored to operational status. The audacious construction of fully enveloping an entire star with artificial structures, thereby harnessing all the energy it emitted, was realized. In a galaxy where energy equates to power, the Human Federation undoubtedly possessed the most formidable economic strength in the galaxy. With the economic deficiencies rectified by the Dyson Sphere, the Human Federation initiated a large-scale expansion of its fleet. All shipyards operated at full capacity, even though the Dyson Sphere battle had inflicted significant wounds on the fleet. Bolstered by a robust economy, the fleet was once again refined and strengthened. They would embark on their conquest of the galaxy, asserting that humanity is the supreme race of the universe, while other races are merely fit to be their subjugated servants. Their first target was the Snaz Dominion, a neighboring entity characterized by its idealistic societal philosophy, which was already beleaguered by the Grey Goo fleets emerging from the L gate, making it an exceedingly attractive target for invasion. For the vast majority of interstellar nations within the galaxy, the emergence of the Grey Goo storm was undoubtedly bad news. However, for the Earth Alliance, it was a fortuitous development. The Earth Alliance had long sought to unite several surrounding interstellar nations into a formidable federation. Yet the disparate civilizations struggled to reconcile their differing languages and ideologies. Even among humanity, a single race, it took nearly 700 years to achieve unification, let alone among diverse interstellar civilizations. Thus, progress in forming the Federation had stagnated. The cosmos is home not only to communicative races, but also to those that are not. For instance, the bloodthirsty swarm, which views other organic entities as sustenance, and the exterminating entity XT-489, which perceives all organic life in the galaxy as adversaries. Although they reside far from the Earth Alliance, these unstable factors must be accounted for to mitigate potential dangers. In addition to these extreme exterminator civilizations, there exist other militaristic empires pursuing galactic hegemony, as well as the fallen empire, whose military might could sweep across the galaxy. There are also nomadic interstellar tribes that roam the galaxy, plundering wherever they please, and xenophobic nations that harbor extreme aversion to other races. All of these pose significant threats to the Earth Alliance and humanity. Given that the Earth Alliance's military capabilities struggle to rival these aggressive and ruthless nations, the path to strength lies solely in unification. Although the neighboring nations surrounding the Earth Alliance are relatively feeble, their unification could still constitute a formidable force within the galaxy. The Earth Alliance has long endeavored to consolidate these interstellar nations into a cohesive military and political alliance, yet progress has been elusive. The intricate web of interests among the various interstellar states proves exceedingly challenging to balance. The recent Grey Goo storm has presented the United Earth Federation with a unique opportunity. As this sector of space houses two L-gates, and no single nation possesses the capability to withstand even a single Grey Goo fleet, let alone the two that continuously emerge from these portals. Under the looming threat of the Grey Goo storm, nations have set aside their competing interests and consented to the establishment of a joint military alliance, merging their fleets to confront this impending peril. While this coalition remains tenuous and solely focused on military endeavors, it marks a significant initial step for the Earth Alliance, providing a foundation upon which they can build further. With the formation of this military alliance, the diplomatic apparatus of the Earth Alliance has commenced full operations, and the Interstellar Federation envisioned by its leaders is gradually taking shape. The first refuge fleet of the deep sea has been exceptionally fortunate. For other civilizations, venturing into the cosmos with rudimentary hyperspace engines, equipped only with minimal defensive capabilities and scant supplies, would have been tantamount to suicide, yet they triumphed. They successfully discovered a planet suitable for habitation by the deep sea fleet, achieving successful colonization. After a century of recovery and growth, the deep sea fleet has fully regained its vitality and is now more robust than during their conflict with the fleet girls. The scars of war remain indelible for many within the deep sea, even as they distance themselves from their adversaries and embark on life in a new world. Their fear of the fleet girls, more accurately, the trauma of war, has permeated their outlook towards other civilizations. The deep sea fleet, reminiscent of the silent fleets of ancient fallen empires, engages in minimal communication, although not entirely devoid of it. Except for the Starry Empire, no other civilization has successfully established diplomatic relations with the deep sea. The fleet girls of the deep sea do not rely on verbal communication. Their innate telepathic abilities allow for an exchange of information at nearly 100 times the efficiency of spoken language. The deep sea has historically needed little in the way of linguistic interaction, driven by a fear of the unknown. Even after successfully venturing into space and becoming an interstellar civilization, they maintain a fleet of exceptional quality and quantity, ranking among the top 10 in the galaxy. To their surprise, this formidable fleet has successfully safeguarded them. The territory of the deep sea fleet is not extensive, as their lack of interaction with other civilizations has led to a halt in territorial expansion once they reached the borders of other nations. They have instead focused on the development of habitable planets within their domain. Within this relatively small territory lies an L-gate. Due to their wariness of the unknown, the deep sea fleet stationed the majority of its main forces in the system of the L-gate before it was activated. Several colonies in various nations have succumbed to the relentless Grey Goo storm, and this number continues to escalate. The planets engulfed by the Grey Goo storm periodically assemble new fleets, joining the fray, rendering the storm a formidable adversary. The deep sea fleet, however, finds itself fortunate. Having prepared in advance, they successfully annihilated the storm's first fleet in the L-Stargate system, sustaining minimal losses. The combat fleet, regrettably, was not as fortunate, incurring a one-third reduction in their numbers during the engagement with the storm's initial fleet. With a continual influx of Grey Goo vessels emerging from the L-Stargate, the combat fleet remains in a constant state of battle, deprived of even a moment's respite. Even with all shipyards of the deep-sea fleet operating at full capacity, the newly constructed vessels fall woefully short of compensating for the losses incurred. Now, the overarching dilemma facing the flagship, Amadak, is daunting. Given the current circumstances, the deep-sea fleet can only hope to maintain its defense at the L-Stargate for a year at most, a rather optimistic estimate. As fleet numbers dwindle, their combat capability will inevitably diminish, leading to a breach of the defense line by the Grey Goo fleets, a timeline far shorter than a year. Requesting assistance from the Starry Empire appears nearly impossible. The majority of their combat fleets are preoccupied in other star systems battling the Grey Goo storm. And the vast distance between the deep-sea fleet and the Starry Empire means that by the time reinforcements arrive, the deep sea may have already been reduced to mere nanobots. Should the defense line be breached, Grey goo fleets would invade deep-sea territory, resulting in the eventual engulfment of all colonies by the Grey Storm. The slow population growth within deep sea renders it incapable of forsaking even a single colony or individual. While the loss of a colony may seem trivial for the deep sea fleet, the fall of these territories signifies a reduction in resource production, which in turn hampers shipbuilding speed. Ultimately, the collapse of most colonies would halt the production of ship components, leading to the cessation of shipyard operations, and heralding the demise of deep sea. At present, the only course of action is to shift the economic focus entirely toward military production, expanding the number of shipyards, and constructing warships to mitigate the pace at which the L-Star Gate defense crumbles. Standing by the office window and gazing at the urban expanse of the capital planet of the deep-sea fleet, Amadoc is filled with a profound sense of reflection. Is this the end of deep sea's fate? She murmurs in a colloquial tone that is seldom used within the fleet. My esteemed flagship, perhaps we should consider a reboot. If it were to awaken, no Grey goo fleet would stand a chance against it, suggested a staff member through mental communication. While this sentiment holds merit, we lack the capacity to restore it. Should it activate again, we may risk losing it forever, Amadoc sighed. It is a battleship that can be classified as a dominator, possessing the grandeur of a super battleship that surpasses even the Titan-class vessels. The size of the Dominator is so immense that it exceeds that of an ordinary starport. Adorning its colossal hull are countless weapons, including the fabled quantum spears employed by the fallen empire. However, the Dominator's most significant attribute is not its offensive capabilities, but rather its two dry docks, which are capable of constructing battleships. The Dominator serves as a mobile dry dock, accompanying the fleet and providing timely repair services and replenishing lost vessels. True to its name, once it graces the battlefield, it becomes the absolute sovereign of the conflict. The possession of this particular Dominator holds profound significance for the deep-sea fleet. It is akin to bestowing upon them a second life. As previously mentioned, the deep-sea fleet originated from the first refuge fleet of the deep sea. In a bid to evade the pursuit of the ship girls, the fleeing fleet divided into 3 branches, embarking on a perilous long-distance voyage. Initially, the supply reserves of the refugee fleet were already meager, and after the division, they reached a critically dangerous level. Under normal circumstances, the reserves could barely sustain the fleet until they reached their destination and successfully established a colony. Yet, such a scenario is predicated on the absence of unforeseen events, and the more one fears the unexpected, the more likely it is to occur. After a series of hyperspace jumps, the primary colonial ship of the first refuge fleet suffered a catastrophic failure of its hyperspace engine, rendering it irreparable. The primitive hyperspace engine developed by the deep-sea fleet had reached its operational limits after prolonged use. The primary colonial ship carried the majority of the deep-sea ship girls from the first fleet, and should it become separated, the mission of the first fleet would inevitably fail. Moreover, the other vessels in the fleet could not accommodate such a significant number of deep-sea ship girls, compounding the dire situation. The star system where the first fleet came to a halt was a black hole system, devoid of anything save for the singular black hole itself. There was no option for colonizing a nearby planet or attempting repairs. The black hole offered no illumination, and remaining within its vicinity would lead to a frigid demise in the vastness of space once their food supplies dwindled. As despair enveloped the first fleet, a battleship emerged from another hyperspace route in this system, the Dominator. Initially, the first fleet feared an impending attack. All escort vessels were prepared for battle. However, the Dominator appeared to disregard them, maintaining a stable orbit near the black hole. The flagship, Amato, made a momentous decision to dispatch a team to board the Dominator and beseech its crew for assistance. Amato reasoned that since the Dominator had seemingly overlooked them, it indicated a lack of interest, making the request for help a plausible course of action. Most critically, without external aid, the fate of the first fleet would be sealed. Under the pressure of survival, they were compelled to make such a choice. Upon landing, the squad was astonished to discover that the Dominator was devoid of any crew members. The vessel was solely operated by a pre-programmed cruising AI, which was tasked with patrolling a fixed-star region, paying no heed to other ships unless engaged in hostile actions. The Dominator's database had become saturated with millions of years of redundant patrol data, rendering it devoid of any valuable information. The motives of the Dominator's creators, as well as the purpose of its incessant patrols in this celestial expanse, remained an enigma forever unsolved. After millions of years of operation, even the most meticulously designed AI inevitably succumbs to errors. The AI aboard the Dominator was now teetering on the brink of collapse, in accordance with its programming. Upon the AI's failure, the Dominator was set to initiate a meltdown of its reactor, leading to self-destruction. The landing team effortlessly seized control of the Dominator and, Utilizing its reserve resources, the First Fleet successfully restored the colonial vessel. Ultimately, the First Fleet resolved to take the Dominator with them, believing it more prudent to allow the ship to contribute to the deep sea rather than to let it drift aimlessly until its inevitable self-destruction. The inclusion of the Dominator replenished the First Fleet's previously scarce supplies, and with the use of the ship's spatial displacement engine, they arrived at their destination a decade ahead of schedule. However, just as the First Fleet began to celebrate their success, they received alarming reports from the Dominator's crew. The core reactor had reached its limit, and it was projected to explode within 3 to 4 years. The First Fleet ultimately decided to shut down the reactor, leaving the Dominator in place, with hopes that future advancements in deep-sea technology would enable its full restoration. The significance of the Dominator to the deep-sea fleet was akin to that of a nurturing mother, providing crucial support during the fleet's most challenging moments and remaining a steadfast companion throughout their journey. The Dominator remained stationed in that star system, patiently awaiting the day her daughters would restore her. Should they find themselves in peril, she would rise to defend them, even if it meant initiating a process that could not be halted, leading to her own demise. Presently, the deep-sea fleet lacked the capacity to repair the Dominator. Even if they activated her for an extended period of standby in an effort to prolong her life, time was not on their side. Yamada was deeply troubled. She did not wish to see her sisters harmed, yet she was reluctant to lose the Dominator. For the sake of the deep sea's continuity, she resolved to activate the ship. After extensive internal deliberation, Yamada reached her decision. Esteemed flagship, the fleet of the illusory Dream Interstellar Group has reached our borders and has sent a communication request, urging us to open the gates. Were they here to take advantage of our plight? No, they claimed they had come to assist us. The precise origins of the ship girl civilization remain obscured. The only certainty is that the struggle between the ship girls and the deep sea has persisted long before the advent of the written language they employed. The history of the ship girls is an epic tale of their enduring battle against the deep sea. After millennia of struggle, the ship girls, having allied with humanity, ultimately triumphed, vanquishing the deep sea fleet and driving them into the cosmos. The ship girls seized control over the entire planet. Yet, amid their elation, an abyss of emptiness loomed. The protracted warfare had ingrained habits that, upon its cessation, began to affect their lives. Decades following their victory, the ship girls could no longer contain their restlessness. Utilizing the remnants of deep-sea technology, they successfully developed a hyperspace engine, thus embarking upon the era of space exploration. Upon entering the vastness of space, the ship girls came to the realization that conflict was, in fact, unnecessary. They aspired to embody love and peace, rather than serve as harbingers of terror and war. They designated their civilization as the Illusory Moons Interstellar Collective. The appearance of the ship girl race harmoniously aligned with the aesthetic sensibilities of nearly all species within the galaxy, and under their peaceful and amicable diplomatic philosophy, external collaborations flourished. The ship girls entered into nearly all cooperative agreements with neighboring nations, barring free immigration, as acceptance of other alien races' appearances proved challenging. The impetus of these agreements fostered a thriving star system, coupled with the inherent advantages of the ship girls, even as they showed little regard for military might. They maintained an ample fleet, primarily dedicated to countering extraterrestrial biological threats, having scarcely engaged in interstellar warfare. During their explorations of outer space, they encountered their old adversaries, the Deep Sea Fleet. In the void of emptiness following their victory, the ship girls pondered the significance of their conflict with the Deep Sea Fleet, ultimately concluding that it bore no meaning. The battles fought against the deep sea were devoid of purpose. Thus, they resolved to mend relations upon finding the deep sea once more. However, the deep sea fleet remained ensnared in the shadows of their past conflicts, unable to emerge. Regardless of the ship girls' overtures of goodwill, the deep sea maintained a vigilant stance, and communication between the two factions stagnated. The recent Grey Goose storm presented the ship girls with an opportunity. With the absence of Gates in their vicinity, their fleets were left entirely unoccupied. In response to the Starsea community's initiative to combat natural disasters, they decided to devote all their military resources to this cause. With a promising option to support the deep sea fleet, they believed that standing shoulder to shoulder with the deep sea might ease their relations. Aware that the deep sea alone could not withstand the Grey Goose storm, which would ultimately engulf them, the ship girls hoped that under the shared threat, the deep sea would abandon past grievances, facilitating a reconciliation between the two races. The deep sea, for its part, did not impose excessive demands upon them, merely requesting fleet information sharing, restrictions on ship girl fleets approaching colonial planets, and adherence to their strategic deployments, requests that were not unreasonable, which the ship girls accepted. For the ship girls, This marked the first step towards reconciliation with the deep sea. For the deep sea, it signified the thawing of their inner ice. Chapter 23. Rush B-2403. Would you care to sample the exquisite liquor produced by the Ural fleet? Its purity is remarkably high. It can temporarily overclock the computational black box, enhancing its processing capability. Beside 2403 stood a swaying figure clutching a bottle, addressing him with a slurred voice. 2403 rubbed his face and shook the inebriated individual, exclaiming, 1779. Did you labor so hard to come to Wutai Mountain merely to peddle liquor to me? As my predecessor. At the very least, set a proper example. How can you act in such a manner? The intoxicated figure beside 2403 was none other than the commander of the Ural fleet, IOC 1779. Currently, the Starry Empire's combat fleet consists of 4 medium-sized fleets: the Tying Fleet, the Appalachian Fleet, the Ural Fleet, and the Alps Fleet. In the operation against the Grey Goo Storm, all 4 fleets were deployed, with the Appalachian and Alps fleets forming one group, while the Tying Fleet, commanded by 2403, was paired with the Ural Fleet. Observing 1779's demeanor, 2403 mused that it was truly fitting for a fleet with a design inspired by the Russians, replete with a distinctly Russian atmosphere. 1779's bionic appearance bore the hallmark of a typical Caucasian visage, with golden hair, blue eyes, a prominent nose, and a height of at least 6 feet 3 inches. Adorned in the striking black combat uniform of the Starry Empire, exuding an undeniable charm. In comparison, 2403 appeared almost like a child standing before an adult. In the era of Earth, 1779 would undoubtedly have been a heartthrob capable of captivating a multitude of admirers with a mere glance. Unfortunately, such a splendid visage was wasted on this buffoon. 1779, at the very least, returned to the flagship and prepare for battle command. After all, we are currently in a state of readiness. 2403 urged. What is there to fear? You are here, 2403. Besides, one can still command from Wutai Mountain. 1779 waved the bottle in his hand, suggesting, care for a sip? The olfactory receptors indicated that the bottle in 1779's grasp contained no ordinary spirit, potentially boasting an alcohol concentration exceeding 98. Were it not for the non-toxic nature of alcohol to bionic entities, it would not be surprising if 1779 were to inadvertently drink himself into oblivion one day. Speaking of olfactory receptors, it is imperative to mention the Starry Empire's remarkably advanced bionic technology. Under the guidance of the mainframe, bionic entities serve as the primary physical forms for AIs in their daily lives. Each AI, upon surpassing the selection threshold and officially becoming a citizen, receives a bionic body of their own. The capabilities of civilian bionic bodies are sufficient to simulate all functions of organic life, including the fundamental acts of eating and drinking. Their sophisticated sensory receptors can perfectly savor the flavors of food, which are then converted into energy by biochemical reactors. Military-grade bionic bodies enhance the defensive capabilities of their civilian counterparts, ensuring the safety of the computational black box unless faced with extreme circumstances, such as a direct missile strike. Just as 1779 was persistently urging 2403 to partake in the drink, a voice from Wutai Mountain interjected. The hyperspace detector indicates the presence of the Grey Goo fleet in the star system ahead. Commanders, prepare for battle. However, in 1779's sudden display of an extremely vomit-like posture, before anything could be expelled, it collapsed onto the ground. Observing the fallen 1779, 2403 extended a foot and nudged it twice, seeing no response. 2403 rubbed their forehead and sighed, lamenting the unreliability of their companion. Good fortune eludes them, while misfortune abounds. Suddenly, an alarm erupted from Mount Wutai. Superluminal wave detected ahead. It is presumed to be a spatial fluctuation resulting from a hyperspace jump. Something is approaching. At present, the fleet resided within a rather ordinary stellar system, dominated by a yellow dwarf star, devoid of any technological installations aside from the fleet itself. The fleet's current location was not near the entrance to a hyperspace corridor. Thus, only one possibility remained. Something had been forcibly transported without the guidance of a hyperspace corridor. Generally, hyperspace jumps necessitate interstellar corridors as navigational aids. Otherwise, one risks losing direction within hyperspace. To transport directly without such corridors indicates both advanced technology and audacity. Notify the entire fleet to prepare for combat at maximum readiness. 2403 promptly commanded the Tying Fleet, subsequently establishing communication with the flagship of the Ural Fleet, the battleship Naroda. Naroda, 1779, is currently unable to assume command for certain reasons. I entrust you to act as the acting commander of the Ural fleet. How do you respond? Certainly, no problem. 1779 can be like that at times. Do not take it to heart. 2403. It would be a lie to say I am not upset, but for now, let us focus on the battle. I shall ensure a thorough report on 1779's dereliction of duty. Upon finishing, 2403 could only hear a soft chuckle from the other end of the communication. Just as the orders were relayed, a dazzling white light suddenly burst forth directly ahead of the fleet. Following a hyperspace jump, a luminous display is to be expected, with brightness correlating to the mass of the material involved in the transport. The light emanating from ahead was evidently far beyond what a battleship could produce. As the white light dissipated, a gray fleet materialized before them, comprising around 50 vessels primarily of cruisers. With nearly 700 warships in the combined forces of the Taihang and Ural fleets, 2403 felt confident against such a small number of cruisers. Yet, at the heart of the gray fleet, a ship that appeared to be the flagship surpassed 2403's imagination. This colossal vessel, entirely gray with accents of green, exhibited a diamond-like shape. Apart from a central opening for its main axial weapon, all other armaments were cleverly concealed within the hull, rendering the design exceptionally smooth and streamlined. Its style bore no resemblance to any known nation or organization within the galaxy. Described in the aesthetics of Earth's era, this warship could only be characterized as strikingly handsome. However, this fleet now represented 2403's primary objective, the Grey Goo fleet. Alongside its remarkable appearance, its size was equally astonishing, clearly surpassing that of a battleship. If one sought an apt comparison, the dimensions of this behemoth approached that of the Snow Wind Dragon King. The battleship of such a configuration can hardly be described as a battleship. Rather, it is aptly termed a Titan. The database swiftly retrieved this fitting descriptor for 2403. A Titan represents a class of vessel that surpasses battleships by an entire order of magnitude, embodying the quintessential elements of interstellar warships, a larger hull, an increased arsenal, thicker armor, and diminished maneuverability. Presently, no new generation nation possesses vessels of such caliber. Only the ancient and fallen empires boast Titans. The rarity of Titans has resulted in scant information regarding them, leading 2403 to perceive the Titan merely as an enhanced variant of a battleship, fortified in terms of firepower and defense. However, in the next moment, 2403's understanding was utterly upended. The central weapon of the Grey Goo Titan flickered momentarily before unleashing a deep green beam. Almost instantaneously upon its launch, this emerald ray struck a mass-produced heavy cruiser. 2403 witnessed the ship disintegrate in an explosive instant, the entire event transpiring in less than a minute. The inability to gauge the velocity of the beams signified that this assault was akin to a superluminal weapon, akin to the torrent of negative matter, rendering evasion virtually impossible. The data relayed from the targeted vessel prior to its destruction revealed a plethora of hull damage alerts, while the shields remained operational until the ship was obliterated. This indicated that the shields offered no meaningful resistance against the deep green beam, which penetrated directly through to the hull, inescapable, circumventing the shields, and capable of annihilating a heavy cruiser in an instant. This meant that the central weapon of the Grey Goo Titan was significantly more potent than the Ether Dragon's breath. Such a deep green beam was, naturally, unrecorded in the database. To enable the Battlefield Information Integration System to predict and provide insights regarding this form of attack, data from a singular assault was grossly insufficient. Additional information was imperative. Nevertheless, 2403 was not overly apprehensive about the potential damage the Grey Goo Titan's deep green beam could inflict upon the fleet, as it was ultimately a central weapon, notorious for its lengthy cooldown preparation time. While the performance of the Grey Goo Titan remained uncertain, it was assured that the cooldown duration of such a powerful weapon would be considerable. The other vessels within the Grey Goo fleet were either heavy cruisers or light cruisers, rendering the installation of central weapons akin to that of the Grey Goo Titan implausible. Recovering from the shock of witnessing the Titan swiftly annihilate a heavy cruiser, 2403 began to assess the battlefield situation. The fleet's detectors were activated, thoroughly revealing the strength of the Grey Goo fleet. Positioned directly in front of the fleet, the Grey Goo Armada comprised 59 vessels, while 2403 commanded a formidable force of over 700 warships. With a ratio of 700 to 59, how could one possibly lose? Yet, in terms of tactical selection, 2403 found itself at an impasse. Should the fleet engage in a broad encirclement, or should they consolidate their forces, utilizing mass-produced vessels as fodder to shield the ship girls, and then launch an offensive to force the Grey Goo fleet into close combat? Lacking sufficient data on the Grey Goo fleet rendered it impossible to determine which tactic would be more efficacious. Momentarily, 2403 was at a loss. However, disregarding indecision and recognizing the presence of a fleet modeled after the Russians nearby, it resolved to charge forth recklessly. Onward, the Rota, the Ural fleet, and the Taihang fleet have merged. Deploying the mass-produced vessels at the forefront, all hands, Rush B. As for the meaning of Rush B, that is of no concern. Simply charge ahead. The distance from the Grey Goo fleet's jump to the two fleets is minimal, almost immediately entering combat upon emergence. The exchange between 2403 and Narota occurred in a mere fraction of a second on a macro scale. The Grey Goo fleet took the initiative, and once 2403 reacted, it launched a counterattack. Currently, among the over 700 warships in the fleet, there are 14 secondary flagship-level heavy cruisers and 4 battleships, totaling 18 negative matter projectiles aimed directly at the Grey Goo Titan. The superluminal torrent of negative matter was unleashed, striking true, and in that instant, the Grey Goo Titan illuminated. The once transparent shield, in a bid to counteract the annihilation reaction of the negative matter, had to continuously elevate its energy levels. The higher the energy, the more luminous the shield became. At that moment, the spherical shield enveloping the Grey Goo Titan glimmered with a hint of stellar brilliance. The radiance emitted by the shield illuminated the Titan, making it appear as though it were a leaf basking in a sea of light. As the negative matter projectiles were gradually neutralized by the shield's positive energy, the brightness of the Grey Goo Titan's shield quickly stabilized. The anticipated shattering of the shield that 2403 had hoped for did not materialize. Even though this volley of 18 negative matter projectiles would have severely impacted an ether dragon, the Grey Goo Titan merely experienced a few magnitudes of increase in shield brightness, successfully absorbing the onslaught. This indicates that the Titan's defensive capabilities may even surpass those of the ether dragon. Initially intending to inflict heavy damage on the Grey Goo Titan with a concentrated volley, 2403 was compelled to alter the attack strategy upon witnessing the Titan's resilience after enduring 18 negative matter projectiles. The plan shifted to first eliminate the surrounding smaller vessels before focusing fire on the Titan. Following the primary battle line's engagement, the next phase typically involves secondary weaponry, where the various electromagnetic and laser armaments mounted on the ships come into play. During this phase, smaller vessels become the mainstay of the battlefield. In the vacuum of space, the potency of electromagnetic cannons relies solely on the mass of the projectiles and their kinetic energy. Given that the mass of the projectiles remains constant, increasing kinetic energy becomes the sole option. Blue electric arcs flickered along the exposed magnetic rails, initially just a speck of starlight in the darkness, gradually growing brighter. As energy accumulated on the magnetic rails reached a certain threshold, the color transitioned from deep blue to brilliant white. A beam of radiant energy shot forth from the two magnetic rails, transferring all stored energy onto the blue-white stream, causing the rails to dim. The white stream advanced like a meteor slicing through the cosmos, trailing a resplendent blue-white glow, accompanied by countless similar beams merging into a river, rushing forth. Their target, the peculiar warship with a gray shell, continued to flicker, a clear indication of the shield under attack. Faster than the projectiles from the electromagnetic cannons, the lasers emitted from the ship's laser launchers surged forth. Strictly speaking, the frequency of lasers is so high that they are entirely invisible to the human eye. However, for 2403, merely adjusting the reception range of the electronic eye allows visibility. Within the spectrum of light, as the energy carried increases, the wavelength diminishes, causing the color of light to shift towards violet. Thus, if high-energy lasers were visible, they would predominantly appear purple. The spectacle of over 700 warships unleashing a concentrated barrage upon a single region transcends description. The term stunning fails to encapsulate its essence, and any verbal depiction falls woefully short. 2403 firmly believes that, at this moment, even an asteroid the size of Vesta, positioned at the focal point of the firepower, could be obliterated. The target, the Grey Goo Worm fleet, appears rather unfortunate. At the instant the assault commenced, the vast majority of the fleet's warships were annihilated. The Grey Goo fleet comprised 1 Titan, 28 heavy cruisers, and 28 light cruisers. In this initial volley, all light cruisers were eradicated, and more than half of the heavy cruisers were destroyed. Aside from the Grey Goo Titan, this barrage significantly crippled the fleet's combat capability. Yet, 2403 recognized that the true threat posed by the Grey Goo fleet resided in the Grey Goo Titan, positioned at the left front of the fleet. It maintained a consistent relative distance, surrounded by numerous warships of varying degrees of damage. Although 2403 had directed half of the fleet's firepower towards the Grey Goo Titan, it remained impervious. The electromagnetic cannon reloaded swiftly, just as the magnetic rails reached full charge and the next volley was launched. An unexpected phenomenon unfolded within the Grey Goo fleet. Aside from the Grey Goo Titan, all other warships, regardless of the severity of their damage, began to dissolve rapidly, vanishing at a rate reminiscent of cotton candy melting in hot water. Even fragments of the destroyed vessels began to disintegrate. The remaining Grey Goo ships quickly disappeared, leaving only the Grey Goo Titan detectable by both optical sensors and hyperspace detectors. On the optical sensors, the Grey Goo Titan gradually blurred, shrouded in a layer of grayish material that seemed to shift. The next barrage from the electromagnetic cannon soon arrived. However, the once unstoppable projectiles lost velocity before even making contact with the Titan's shield, fading away. Only the large-caliber projectiles fired from battleships managed to reach the shield. Yet their speed had diminished to such an extent that they could inflict no meaningful damage. Not only the electromagnetic projectiles, but the lasers aimed at the Grey Goo Titan also exhibited pronounced deflection and scattering, as if an invisible protective membrane enveloped it. What novel form of defense is this? The entire fleet continued its assault, maintaining the intensity of their attacks. I am determined to see how long this protection can endure. Even the thickest armor has its limits, and even the most formidable shields can be overloaded. No passive defense is infallible. If the assault cannot yield results, it simply indicates that the firepower is insufficient. Initially, to ensure instantaneous firepower, 2403 employed a tactic of simultaneous fire from the entire fleet, with all weapons firing at once. The loading and charging speeds of small-caliber and large-caliber electromagnetic cannons undoubtedly differ, and employing the same method for both would squander the firepower of the small-caliber cannons. Presently, the strategy employed by 2403 has shifted to a free-fire tactic, allowing all weapons to discharge once loaded, thereby unleashing the full might of the fleet. Fire control is managed by the fleet girls, with mass-produced units equipped with their own AI, rendering 2403 temporarily unoccupied. However, 2403 is not idly passing the time. After altering the original advance course to a retreat trajectory, it has devoted itself to meticulously analyzing sensor data. Currently, every detector within the fleet is monitoring the Grey Goo Titan and the surrounding space, endeavoring to uncover the mechanism behind its defensive capabilities. After enduring approximately half a day of assaults, there are no signs of diminishing protective strength surrounding the Grey Goo Titan. The immobile Grey Goo Titan has now initiated a sequence of flashes from its central weapon. Dark green beams connected the two ends, resulting in the catastrophic disintegration of a secondary flagship-class heavy cruiser. Following the cessation of its attack, the Grey Goo Titan commenced its movement. Chapter 24. The Grey Goo Titan. The concealed weapon bay of the Grey Goo Titan opened, and dozens of aircraft were ejected from within, rapidly organizing into groups of 10 for an attack formation as they charged towards the fleet. In addition to the aircraft, several dozen weapons resembling laser generators emerged from the hull, unleashing dark green beams. These beams were entirely consistent with those emitted by the central weapon of the Grey Goo Titan, differing only in potency due to the varying power of the weapons. Though these smaller dark green beams lacked the capacity to obliterate a secondary flagship-class heavy cruiser in a single strike, their nature and impact were akin to the central weapon's beams, capable of penetrating shields and inflicting direct damage. A simultaneous volley of these dark green beams resulted in the loss of 8 warships within the fleet, the majority being smaller vessels. While the largest casualty was a Fleet Girl heavy cruiser. This cruiser was directly struck by 3 dark green beams, with other vessels sustaining 1 or 2 beam hits each. Each of the 8 beams fired in this assault unequivocally annihilated their designated targets. This indicates that the fire control system of the Grey Goo Titan exhibits target allocation and firepower control that is on par with the combat systems of the Star Empire, honed through a century of practical experience. 2403 now finds solace in its decision not to deploy the fleet in a formation reminiscent of the initial assault on the Ether Dragon. The Grey Goo Titan, shaped like a rhombic dodecahedron, has its propulsion system at the base, with the other 4 faces armed with identical firepower. Had the fleet been deployed in formation, the number of vessels lost in this attack would not have been 8, but rather 32. Next, the aircraft of the Grey Goo Titan, which are overall triangular and silver gray, embody an aesthetic that aligns beautifully with Earth's design sensibilities. A total of 60 aircraft formed 6 formations, which in turn grouped into pairs, advancing upon the fleet. One formation at the front absorbed damage from point defense systems, while the rear formation attacked under the cover of the forward group. This method, while rather aggressive, proved effective, as these 6 formations successfully eliminated 3 light cruisers positioned at the fleet's periphery. The aircraft carrier is a notable feature of the Shining Empire, which has even developed a distinct class of warships dedicated to operating carrier-based aircraft. However, the disadvantages of these aircraft in the realm of space warfare are pronounced, rendering them rather ineffective. Currently, the Shining Empire has resorted to tactics similar to those of the Grey Goo Titan, employing suicidal assaults. The 60 aircraft launched from the Grey Goo Titan were completely annihilated by the fleet's point defense systems, not a single one returning. Following this, the conflict transitioned to a phase of mutual weapon fire. The year 2403 found the fleet reluctant to engage in close combat with the Grey Goo Titan until it had fully comprehended the gray, nebulous entities surrounding it. Although the Grey Goo Titan sought to close the distance to the fleet, both sides, possessing comparable maneuverability, maintained a relatively balanced standoff. Warfare in the vastness of space is inherently tedious, best described as a turn-based affair. The loading time for small-caliber electromagnetic cannons averages around half an hour, while their larger counterparts may require several hours. Moreover, laser weapons, if employed in the rapid-fire manner depicted in science fiction, would merely result in the rapid degradation of their lenses. The weapon loading times on the Grey Goo Titan are similarly protracted. Battlefield intelligence systems indicate that the intervals for firing its small, dark green beams are approximately 2 hours. Thus, true interstellar warfare resembles a turn-based game, with each side exchanging fire at staggering distances of tens to hundreds of thousands of kilometers, far beyond the scope of human vision. Currently, the situation for 2403 is rather frustrating. The fleet's assaults yield minimal results against the Grey Goo Titan, with most firepower inexplicably dissipating before reaching the target. In contrast, each of the Grey Goo Titan strikes precisely obliterates 6 to 7 warships, a protracted exchange that undoubtedly favors the Titan. On a brighter note, after extensive accumulation of combat data, the analysis of the Grey Goo Titan's dark green beams has finally been completed. These are energy weapons utilizing negative matter tachyons as their medium, allowing them to easily circumvent energy shields and exploit the properties of negative matter to disintegrate the hull. Although both the negative matter tachyon stream and the Grey Goo Titan's beams are fundamentally based on negative matter, the Titan's application of tachyons is markedly more sophisticated. The negative matter tachyon stream employs annihilation reactions, simply leveraging the properties of negative matter to generate substantial energy, essentially substituting the conventional propellant with negative matter, complemented by superluminal capabilities. In contrast, the Grey Goo Titan's dark green beams utilize the disintegration properties of tachyons, effectively dismantling molecular structures at a microscopic level to dismantle the ship's integrity. Crucially, the Grey Goo Titan has achieved miniaturization of its axial weapons. The weaponry mounted on the hull and the axial weaponry share the same underlying principles, with only differences in output power due to size variations. In this regard, the Grey Goo Titan has significantly outpaced the Shining Empire in its utilization of negative matter technology. In the combat manual of the Stellar Empire, it is elucidated that the first electronic life form to discover an unknown weapon and elucidate its fundamental principles possesses the naming rights for this weapon in the database. Since 1779 remains inactive, the naming rights naturally belong to 2403. 2403 has bestowed upon it a rather conventional name, Energy Arc. According to the naming conventions of the Stellar Empire, it would likely have been dubbed something akin to negative matter quark penetrating beam, a notion that sends shivers down the spine. After uploading the relevant data of the Energy Arc to the database, 2403 also deciphered the inexplicable protective principles surrounding the Grey Goo Titan, which are not particularly sophisticated. They consist merely of a cloud of nanobots. The Iron Flower military nation, which first engaged in combat with the Grey Goo fleet, had long since disseminated information regarding the fleet throughout the galaxy. In truth, the Grey Goo fleet is composed of countless nanobots. The protection surrounding the Grey Goo Titan is constituted by the small ships that were dissolved from the previous fleet, forming a dense cloud of nanobots around the Titan. By congregating a substantial number of nanobots in one location, the weight of electromagnetic projectiles can be diminished, and through temporary formations, they can create mirror-like surfaces to refract and absorb laser beams. Moreover, the mere fact that nanobots can move freely in the vastness of space signifies the potential to fit an entire spacecraft on a nanoscale. The complexity of the technology behind this is indeed staggering. Furthermore, these robots can freely combine, achieving material mimicry at the nanoscale, synthesizing different components and elements, ultimately assembling a vessel on a macroscopic level. The advancements in nanobot technology that have led to this capability are truly beyond imagination. Although the Stellar Empire is currently conducting research on nanobots, its practical applications are still confined to utilizing them for minor tasks at a microscopic level. Additionally, They employ nanobots to carry materials for the repair of ship damages that are notoriously difficult to rectify during conventional maintenance. There remains a considerable gap before they can operate freely in space and construct vessels, a technological disparity that feels as vast as the chasm between fungi and humans. Both are eukaryotic organisms, yet the differences are profound. The sole source of reassurance for 2403 lies in the fact that the Grey Goo fleet has yet to master the capability of equipping nanobots with offensive weaponry. If these nanokillers were to infiltrate a ship through its crevices, launching microscopic assaults within, targeting personnel and electronic systems, the thought is indeed terrifying. In such an encounter, aside from maximizing the ship's shields and praying that no nanobots breach through the gaps, there are no viable countermeasures. Currently, the Grey Goo fleet still relies on assembling a macro-level fleet for combat, indicating that they have not yet mastered or extensively applied this technology, which is a silver lining. Having discerned that the principle behind the protection surrounding the Grey Goo Titan is the nanobot cloud, it becomes relatively straightforward to devise methods to breach this defense. Although it may appear invulnerable, there are indeed multiple solutions. The first approach is to overwhelm it with firepower each time the nanobot cloud withstands an attack. A portion of its nanobots is depleted. By saturating the area with firepower, one can eliminate all the nanobots entirely. However, since the emergence of the nanocloud surrounding the Grey Goo Titan, the entire fleet has maintained fire coverage for nearly 18 hours, during which the intensity of the nanocloud has only diminished by approximately 8%. To exhaust the nanocloud completely would likely require an eternity of relentless assault. Moreover, the Grey Goo Titan has been persistently attacking, with the fleet suffering the loss of 44 vessels thus far. Continuing this way would equate to sacrificing 700 ships to take down 59, resulting in a 1-to-1 casualty ratio. How could the year 2403 continue to maintain any semblance of order within the fleet after such losses? The second method that springs to mind is communication interference. The diminutive size of the nanobots precludes the use of high-power communication devices, necessitating distance to maintain communication, which is why the nanocloud only exists in proximity to the Grey Goo Titan. While disrupting communication seems like a promising strategy, it was swiftly dismissed. This is because the Grey Goo fleet also employs subspace communication, a technology noted for its exceptional stability. Only extreme celestial bodies such as black holes or neutron stars can significantly affect subspace communication. Currently, the technology at hand is inadequate for disrupting subspace communications. As for the third approach, a hint, antimatter can annihilate matter, and the mass of the nanobots is minuscule. Fortunately, both battleships and secondary flagship-class heavy cruisers are equipped with readily available antimatter generators. The slow loading of negative matter quark torrents is primarily due to the onboard equipment's inability to produce negative and antimatter at a sufficiently rapid pace. Generating an adequate quantity for weaponization requires time. However, there is no need for high-powered projectiles capable of penetrating shields. Only a minute amount of negative and antimatter is required to eliminate the minuscule nanobots one by one. A small quantity, but fired in abundance, suffices. 13 secondary flagship-class heavy cruisers and 4 battleships activated their central weapons, and the magnetic rails began to charge. This time, what was launched was not a mass of negative matter weighing several hundred kilograms, but rather a collection of negative matter coins, each weighing around 1 gram, the size of a 1 yuan coin. These negative matter coins traversed the dense nanocloud, and upon encountering positive matter, their explosive properties allowed for a rapid dispersal throughout the nanocloud, achieving maximum lethality. Each negative matter coin could clear a substantial volume of space, resulting in brilliant flashes around the Grey Goo Titan as the explosions annihilated billions of nanobots. Initially, the spontaneous detonation of negative matter would diminish the effectiveness of targeted strikes, presenting a significant challenge during the development of negative matter quark torrents by the Stellar Empire. Yet, now it has evolved into an extraordinarily effective means of countering the nanocloud. With a substantial amount of negative matter quark torrents already prepared, adjusting to the lowest power output allowed for the rapid firing of numerous negative matter coins. Under the barrage of 17 negative matter quark torrents, the nanocloud surrounding the Grey Goo Titan swiftly dissipated. 2403 gazed at the Grey Goo Titan and declared, "Now you possess no peculiar defensive measures, do you? It is time for you to face my assault in earnest." As 2403 reveled in his moment of triumph, he had yet to issue the command for a full-scale assault when the central weapon of the Grey Goo Titan flickered ominously. In an instant, 2403 felt a tremor emanating from the hull of the Wutai Mountain, as if the colossal battleship were being torn apart from within. The deck of the bridge trembled irregularly, and the anguished wails of distorted steel echoed from within the vessel. The lighting on the bridge began to flicker erratically, and the three-dimensional command interface, which had been steadfast, abruptly shut down, causing 2403 to lose his balance and fall to the ground. The anomaly, swift in its onset, was equally quick to dissipate, and before long, he was aided to his feet by the responsive Wutai Mountain crew. Yet, the inert 1779 remained unresponsive, lying motionless nearby. Wutai Mountain, are you unharmed? 2403 inquired, aware that the recent disturbance had undoubtedly been a result of the Grey Goo Titan's central weapon assault. The direct disintegration attack from the energy arc was, without a doubt, a bane for large vessels. Fortunately, no severe damage had been inflicted. Although approximately one-third of the internal compartments had been destroyed and various sections of the hull exhibited varying degrees of relaxation and distortion, no critical components suffered grave harm, maintaining approximately 70 of combat capability. After conducting a preliminary assessment, Wutai Mountain reported, the reloading speed of the Grey Goo Titan's central weapon should be around 2 days. Why was it so swift this time? However, a more pressing mystery soon emerged. Before the eyes of all, the Grey Goo Titan retreated. It fled. A sudden brilliance enveloped the area surrounding the Grey Goo Titan, and after a blinding flash of white light, the Titan vanished without a trace. Damn it! How could it escape? 2403 thought to himself. He was aware that the Grey Goo fleet had effectively annihilated the Brett Republic, having engaged in over 100 battles without a single record of retreat. Even when faced with encirclement from neighboring nations, their fleets fought to the last, never yielding. This was the first time he had witnessed a Grey Goo warship retreat. Moreover, the energy arc that the Grey Goo Titan had launched before its departure was clearly fired prematurely, suggesting it couldn't possibly possess such limited power. It felt as though he had been duped, and 2403's eye twitched in frustration. With the Grey Goo Titan's retreat, the battle concluded with the victory of 2403's fleet. He commanded his forces to continue their advance toward the designated destination, leaving a few destroyer ship girls to scour the wreckage of the destroyed vessels in search of any salvageable black boxes. As for the remains of the Grey Goo fleet, aside from some twisted scraps of metal, everything else had vanished, eliminating any possibility of analyzing the Grey Goo fleet's nanomachines through debris. Just as 2403 pondered the strategy for their next encounter with the Grey Goo fleet, he felt a sudden clap on his shoulder. Turning to see the large visage of 1779 before him, 2403, without a moment's hesitation, spun around and delivered a punch directly to 1779's face. The impact sent her flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground under the simulated gravity of the ship. 2403 stretched out a finger and remarked, I never expected that striking the face of a bionic entity would feel quite pleasant. Clearing his throat, he added, surely, there's no need to strike so forcefully. Rising to his feet, 1779 touched his own face and said, you have 1 minute to explain why you are slacking off. Otherwise, I shall cast you off the bridge. That was merely a test of your capabilities. Yes, indeed, a test to determine your suitability as a fleet commander. Quite right. After a moment of hesitation, 1779 continued. Is it not because you were too inebriated to respond appropriately? Absolutely not. Bring me the bottle. Observing 1779's slightly flustered, yet gradually resolute expression, 2403 inquired. Are you finally going to drink? Not at all. You shall not indulge in alcohol during this operation. You will command the next battle. 2403 snatched the bottle from 1779's hand, declaring, no way. Chapter 25. Aircraft carrier following the initial skirmish with the Grey Insect fleet. The Armada arrived at the G-109 star system. The G-109 system serves as a border outpost between the Stellar Empire and other nations. Due to the Grey Insect storm, under the leadership of the Star Sea community, the majority of countries are obliged to grant access to hyperspace routes for fleets participating in the battle against the calamity of the Grey Insect storm. The fleet can cross national borders at any time and enter the territories of other nations. However, a final resupply is necessary. The preceding skirmish resulted in considerable losses for the fleet, and the supply ships dispatched by the mainframe are scheduled to rendezvous with the main fleet in the G-109 system. This engagement against the Grey Insect fleet was ordered by the mainframe. Thus, all losses incurred during the battle are the responsibility of the mainframe, encompassing both the replacement of destroyed ships and the repair of damaged vessels. The Grey Insect fleet is presumably unaware of the unique characteristics of the Stellar Empire's ship girls. All destroyed ship girls' vessels suffered only structural damage, while none of their computational black boxes were compromised. Once a new batch of warships arrives with the mainframe as support, these ship girls quickly regain their combat readiness. To be frank, Few ships sustained damage in this battle, as most were outright destroyed. The vessel Wutai Mountain suffered the most severe damage, having taken an incomplete axial energy arc hit, although the overall damage was minor. Inspections by repair vessels revealed numerous distorted and deformed junctions on the hull. While the battleship still retained some combat capability, restoring it to full operational status would be as challenging as reconstructing an entirely new battleship. Thus, Wutai Mountain's hull is effectively deemed scrapped. Currently, there is no backup for the battleship's hull, and Wutai Mountain will not receive a new hull in the near future, leading to its withdrawal from subsequent battles. The ship girl from Wutai Mountain has been assigned to assist the Luoyang Mountain in calculations. Her previously scrapped hull has been fitted with mass-produced computers to continue contributing in a diminished capacity. Among the supply fleet sent by the mainframe, an exceptionally rare sight has emerged, an aircraft carrier, CV. The aircraft carrier is directly under the command of the mainframe and does not belong to any combat fleet. The primary distinction of the aircraft carrier from other vessel types is its absence of mass production, and its numbers are exceedingly scarce. Although battleships and secondary flagship heavy cruisers have not reached mass production, this is primarily due to insufficient quantities and a lack of necessity. The construction cycle for a battleship approaches 1 year, making it impractical to produce a large number in a short time frame. Consequently, every battleship can be assigned to a ship girl. The secondary flagship heavy cruisers are inherently designed as small fleet flagships, often assuming the role of squadron commanders, which negates the need for constructing secondary flagship heavy cruisers that do not carry ship girls. The aircraft carriers of the Starry Empire are named after lakes and oceans, with the latest additions being the Dongting Lake and Poyang Lake. The hulls of these aircraft carriers are equivalent in class to battleships, presenting a construction challenge no less than that of battleships. However, only battleship-class hulls possess sufficiently large hangars to accommodate numerous aircraft, thereby maintaining combat effectiveness during intense engagements. Specially designed aircraft carrier hulls can house nearly 250 fully functional fighter jets, complete with internal maintenance facilities and component processing equipment, allowing for emergency assembly of aircraft if necessary. These aircraft carriers utilize a stealthy storage mechanism for their hangars, foregoing traditional runways. When aircraft are deployed, they are launched directly from catapults strategically placed on the hull, with 6 catapults on the fore and 4 at the stern, enabling the simultaneous launch of 10 carrier-based aircraft, aligning perfectly with the scale of a formation. Recovery of the aircraft is facilitated by a hook mechanism on the deck, which allows the planes to be drawn back into the hangar while maintaining relative speed with the carrier. Due to the hangar occupying a significant portion of the internal space, the aircraft carrier, despite its large size, cannot accommodate oversized weaponry. Its armament primarily consists of small-caliber electromagnetic cannons and lasers, with 4 triple-barreled 203mm electromagnetic cannons arranged in the midsection. Thanks to the advantages of electronic life forms, the carrier's aircraft do not require human pilots. They can be remotely controlled by the carrier's ship girl. This manual control significantly enhances the targeting and attack capabilities of the aircraft. However, this also means that the requirements for the ship girls are exceedingly high, as only the most elite can serve as aircraft carrier ship girls. Additionally, sluggish mass-produced AI is ill-suited for commanding aircraft formations. The challenging construction of aircraft carriers and the scarcity of carrier ship girls are the primary reasons for the limited number of these vessels. Although aircraft carriers report directly to the main brain, during combat, command authority is temporarily delegated to the fleet commander present in the battle. Upon the completion of fleet integration and the assignment of command to the carrier ship girls, 1779 decisively transferred the command of the 2 carrier ship girls to 2403 and departed without hesitation. Initially puzzled, 2403 began reviewing the combat records of the aircraft carriers in the database, hoping to glean insights into their operational strategies, only to discover that the endeavor was fraught with difficulty, as the aircraft carrier class was only officially commissioned by the Starry Empire 5 years prior, which is merely a year or 2 ahead of 2403. The database contained little more than test data for the carrier-based aircraft, with virtually no actual combat data available. This naval vessel is exceedingly novel, to the extent that no one is adept in its operation. It is no wonder that 1779 relinquished command with such decisiveness. It turns out they are simply untrained. Upon observing the database, 2403 could not help but exclaim, "If you cannot operate it, then I certainly shall." Although 2403 had encountered aircraft carriers during the era of Earth, his role was merely that of a subordinate, and his knowledge of aircraft carriers was limited to their impressive stature and their designation as a national treasure. He remained oblivious to the tactics employed by carrier-based aircraft. Furthermore, Even if you were familiar with the naval strategies of the Earth era, they would hold little relevance, as naval engagements then were confined to a two-dimensional plane. The aircraft carrier might have expanded the battlefield into the skies, but the aerial realm was populated solely by aircraft. In stark contrast, this was a theater of interstellar warfare, where battlefields spanned hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of kilometers, and vessels of various types maneuvered freely within this vast expanse. To liken Earth's naval warfare to this scenario would be akin to comparing battleships and cruisers, all flitting about the skies like aircraft, an utterly daunting thought. The strategies of Earth's era could not possibly apply to interstellar conflict. As 2403 pondered the data on carrier-based aircraft, he was interrupted by two knocks at the office door. Entering were the two ship girls, Daunting Lake and Poyang Lake. Although their names, derived from geographical locations on Earth, bore no relation, the electronic entities of the Starry Empire could not have familial ties. Yet, by mere coincidence, these two ship girls had excelled in the initial testing phase and exhibited remarkable adaptability to carrier operations. Even during the testing of the carriers, they had forged a strong bond, akin to sisters, and had even persuaded the mainframe to redesign their bionic appearances. Now, their appearances resembled that of twins, with nearly identical facial features, differentiated only by minute details. Their voices and heights were strikingly similar, as if they had been crafted from the same mold. Fortunately, there were distinguishing factors. The elder sister, Poyang Lake, boasted lustrous silver hair, while the younger sister, Daunting Lake, had a grayish-white hue, lacking the brilliance of her sister's locks. This subtle difference made it relatively easy to tell them apart under the illumination of the office. Aside from hair color, another more direct method of differentiation lay in their physicality. Poyang Lake's demeanor was as serene and vast as a lake, while Daunting Lake's presence was tumultuous, akin to a raging sea. Clearing his throat, 2403 shifted his focus back to the matter at hand. "So what brings you two here?" he inquired, setting aside the documents he had been handling. "Commander, I wish to consult you regarding the forthcoming battle," Daunting Lake replied. Her shyness palpable as she averted her gaze from 2403. "To be candid, we possess little formal combat experience, having previously spent our time in testing and debugging. Thus, we seek counsel from the commander regarding our subsequent actions in battle." The character of Poyang Lake is rather forthright, directly articulating the issue at hand. Even though I was on the verge of expressing my own uncertainty, I swiftly swallowed my words. Upon re-examining Daunting Lake and Poyang Lake, I observed their biomimetic forms exhibiting the anxiety of first-time warriors, enveloped in confusion about their roles, yet predominantly radiating the unique confidence characteristic of the Starshine fleet. I have every reason to believe that regardless of the challenges presented on the battlefield, they will possess the determination to fulfill their duties with unwavering resolve. Thus, can I, as their commander, equivocate with a mere "I don't know"? At the very least, I cannot afford to do so. The aircraft carrier has only been officially commissioned for 5 years. The Grey Curse storm represents not only the most significant battle encountered since its induction, but also the largest-scale conflict faced by the Starshine Empire since its ascent to the cosmos over a century ago. The aircraft carrier is a nascent vessel type, and this battle serves as both an opportunity and a challenge. Given that I have been entrusted with the command of the aircraft carrier, it is imperative that I lead effectively, maximizing its potential in combat, while also laying the groundwork for future tactics. It is fair to assert that this battle carries substantial weight for both the carrier and the commander. At present, I am uncertain how to harness your combat capabilities. Yet I shall endeavor to analyze the role and advantages of carrier-based aircraft on the battlefield. The Central Command, having established this vessel type and granted you formal service, undoubtedly signifies its utility in combat. After a moment's contemplation, I could only offer an ambiguous response. "Understood, Commander. I shall strive in the forthcoming battles." Both shipgirls replied almost in unison, bowing before me. Although their bow concealed their facial expressions, I could discern a hint of disappointment in their words. "I apologize, for I truly cannot conceive an effective method to utilize the carrier-based aircraft. While they possess notable advantages, their drawbacks are equally apparent." I silently extended my apologies to the two aircraft carrier girls. As I observed their departing figures, I was suddenly reminded of the encounter with the Grey Curse Titan, during which dozens of Grey Curse aircraft executed a formation that successfully breached the fleet's point defense network, eliminating 3 light cruisers. This is related to the high breakthrough capability of carrier-based aircraft, yet their maneuverability pales in comparison to that of missiles. Missiles? The sudden grasp of these two terms tightened my focus. I then sprang up from my desk, exclaiming, "I know how to utilize them. Carrier-based aircraft. Ha ha ha. So that is how it is. My sudden laughter drew the attention of the two aircraft carrier girls, who had not yet wandered far. They turned back in confusion, peering through the office door at the frenzied laughter of 2403. "Hey, sister, do you think the commander has gone mad?" Daunting Lake inquired, perplexed. I firmly believe that it is highly likely to be the case. Upon observing the status of Lake Poyang, 2403 nodded in agreement. "Ah, Lake Poyang and Daunting Lake. Your return is most opportune. I now comprehend how to unleash the combat potential of the carrier-based aircraft. I shall now convey my tactical insights to you upon your return. Simulate them thoroughly, for they will prove invaluable in future engagements." "Very well, Commander." Within the territory of the Starry Empire, there exists no L-gate. However, neighboring the Starry Empire lies the territory of the Liked Ethnic Union, which fortuitously harbors an L-gate. As the Brett Interstellar Republic suffers under the ravages of the Grey Worm storm, the L-gate of the Liked Ethnic Union has also been automatically unlocked, from which 3 fleets of Grey Worms have emerged. The Liked Ethnic Union's own fleet was swiftly decimated, prompting a plea for assistance from the Starry Empire. The encounter prior to 2403 involved one of the Grey Worm fleets, while the other 2 wreaked havoc across Liked territory, with one having already exited the original boundaries of Liked. The remaining fleet is currently transforming the colonies within Liked territory. According to intelligence gathered before the fall of the Brett Interstellar Republic, when a Grey Worm fleet successfully annihilates a planetary colony's space station, it proceeds to hover above the colony. At this juncture, the Grey Worm fleet spontaneously disbands into clouds of nanobots, raining down upon the planet. The descending nanobots will convert all surrounding usable materials into identical nanobots. Through this virulent replication process, a planet can transition from the onset of nanobot rain to complete coverage by nanobots, effectively transforming into a nanobot planet within a mere 30 days. The objective of this battle is to seize a nanobot planet for the purpose of research by AI. Chapter 26. The nanobot planet. A vast expanse of gray ocean enveloped this planet. Notably, this planet possesses nothing but this gray ocean. The ocean exhibits fluid characteristics, undergoing periodic tidal movements influenced by the gravitational pull of the planet's satellite, as well as waves generated by atmospheric currents across the planet's surface. However, apart from the gray ocean, this planet is devoid of any other features. With all geographical characteristics obliterated, the entire globe has transformed into a colossal sea level, devoid of mountainous barriers, resulting in increasingly powerful winds generated by atmospheric movements. Only when a tremendous gust, exceeding level 20 on Earth's scale, sweeps through, does it stir up vast waves upon this gray ocean. At the crest of the waves, countless minuscule gray particles attain sufficient velocity, carried aloft by the gusts into the atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that the gray ocean enveloping the entire surface of the planet is composed of these minute gray particles. Countless tiny particles, piled together, have forged the very texture of the ocean. This planet, ravaged by the Grey Worm storm, has undergone a profound transformation. Countless nanobots have eradicated every detail on its surface, from living organisms to architectural structures, and even mountains, lakes, and oceans, reducing everything to mere raw materials to facilitate their own assembly. Once eroded into this form by the nanobots, the planet has been effectively annihilated in a colonial sense. This desolate world, now dubbed the Nanobot Planet, stands as the objective of the current operation. Once a colony of the Liked Alliance, it was subsequently consumed by the Grey Worm storm, metamorphosing into the Nanobot Planet. Its selection as a target is strategic, as it lies precisely on the hyperspace route between the Stellar Empire and the Liked Alliance's L-Star Gate. When the existence of the Grey Worm storm became public knowledge, the research AIs of the Antarctic Fleet, rather than devising a countermeasure, were preoccupied with the composition of the nanobots that formed the Grey Worm warships. They promptly urged the 4 major fleets to capture a Grey Worm fleet or seize a nanobot planet for research purposes. Had the Grey Worm fleet not been classified as a natural disaster, the Central Intelligence might have indeed issued the outrageous command to occupy a nanobot planet. Although initially opposed to the notion due to the significant risks involved in such an endeavor, the Central Intelligence found itself in a peculiar predicament. A nanobot planet was fortuitously situated along the hyperspace route. This route represented the optimal path. Circumventing it would extend the journey by 2 months, ample time for the Grey Worm storm to erode a planet twice, severely delaying operations. Consequently, the Central Intelligence ultimately resolved to bring the planet down. In the year 1779, you would lead the charge. The 2403 would command from above, sending a message to 1779 prior to the engagement. It was evident from 1779's response that their spirit was lacking. attributable to the fact that the 2403 had accurately documented 1779's previous encounter with the Grey Worm fleet, where they had taken the opportunity to slack off during the battle report. According to the 2403, there was absolutely no embellishment involved. Of course, only the 2403 knew the full intricacies of the situation. Upon reviewing the battle report, the Central Intelligence issued a 10-year prohibition on alcohol for 1779, who, upon receiving the punishment, nearly experienced a system failure. However, the Central Intelligence later attached conditions for a possible reduction of the penalty based on the outcomes of this operation, which ultimately rescued 1779 from the brink of collapse. Yet, deprived of alcohol, 1779's morale was evidently diminished compared to before, prompting 2403 to express their hopes for 1779's well-being. The reason for 2403's presence above was due to the arrival of specialized equipment for the Low U. It was previously mentioned that Ling Shan had utilized a set of phantom armor still in testing. However, due to the necessity of employing the central axis weapon, that armor proved to be of little effect. However, 2403 was captivated by the stealth capabilities of the phantom armor. After the battle concluded, he commissioned a bespoke set of phantom armor specifically tailored for Luo Yu from the Oceania engineering fleet. In an effort to conserve energy and minimize any detrimental effects on combat performance, this specialized armor incorporated a significant number of custom components, rendering it exceedingly costly, equivalent to 2 years of 2403 salary as fleet commander. Its versatility was rather limited, making mass production virtually impossible. Nevertheless, with the enhancement of the phantom armor, Luo Yu's destroyer boasted an astonishing level of stealth, capable of evading all forms of electromagnetic detection. Due to the vessel's compact size, it elicited minimal responses even from advanced detection methods such as quantum and gravitational wave scans. In tests, Luo Yu, leveraging the formidable stealth capabilities of the phantom armor, managed to approach within 2,000 meters of a battleship before being detected. It is noteworthy that this was achieved without activating optical cloaking. The concealment was solely reliant on the surface coating of the phantom armor. Had optical invisibility been engaged, detection would likely have occurred only upon collision. During the previous encounter with the Grey Goo fleet, the Wutai Mountain was severely damaged by an incomplete charge from the Grey Goo Titan's central energy arc. If fully charged, a single shot could have potentially obliterated the Wutai Mountain, suggesting that the safety afforded to battleships as flagships may not be as secure in the face of a Grey Goo Titan. The initial combat record of the Grey Goo fleet against the Iron Flower military nation also saw the flagship battleship severely wounded right from the outset. According to battle reports from various galactic nations, the Grey Goo fleet appears increasingly inclined to target large vessels within enemy fleets, to prevent the fleet commander from being swiftly eliminated in the opening moments of battle. Despite the presence of the vice flagship, Luoyang Mountain, 2403 opted to command other smaller warships. Originally, 2403 had commissioned the phantom armor for Luo Yu to enhance her battlefield survivability, perhaps a bias stemming from his fondness for her, but it had now taken on additional significance. The portability and reliability of the subspace communication system allowed it to be easily fitted on vessels of any classification. Although there are varying ranks within the fleet command structure, these differences pertain solely to authority levels. With the appropriate access key, one could effectively command the entire fleet, even from a mass-produced corvette. Luo Yu, it feels as though it has been 3 or 4 years since I last sat on your bridge, directing combat, 2403 remarked, casting a glance at her. Why do you say that all of a sudden? Luo Yu turned to face 2403, her eyes filled with confusion. Oh, it's nothing. Just a reflection on how swiftly time passes, 2403 replied with a wry smile. In other tales of transmigration, protagonists toil in their new worlds for 3 to 4 years. And while they may not achieve universal fame, they certainly garner recognition and accolades from emperors, becoming legendary figures. Yet here I am, thrust into battle upon arrival. And after the skirmish, tethered to an office for 3 solid years of paperwork. What a lamentable fate for a transmigrator. Commander, thank you. Luo Yu said as 2403 indulged in his solitary lamentation. Thank me for what? No, that is not it. I merely observed the commander's demeanor, and inexplicably felt compelled to express such sentiments, as if a peculiar sensation stirred within my heart. In any case, thank you, Commander, for the phantom armor you bestowed upon me. Upon concluding her statement, Liu suddenly realized her inadvertent faux pas and turned her face aside. 2403 could catch a glimpse of her flushed ears and cheeks peeking through her water blue locks. How utterly adorable, 2403 mused inwardly. Luo Yu, in this battle, I entrust my life to you. 2403 declared. This assertion was indeed accurate, considering the destroyer's defensive capabilities. Enduring even a few hits from the Grey Bug Titan's secondary weapon energy arcs would be perilous, and once destroyed, it would equate to demise. Not a problem, Commander. Luoyu composed herself, her cheeks still tinged with crimson, and offered a salute to 2403. The fleet swiftly completed its hyperspace jump, arriving in the star system housing the nanobot planet. A contingent of Grey Bug ships soon reacted, steering towards the fleet's direction. Observing the ceaseless stream of information from the sensors coalescing into a real-time stellar map, 2403 suddenly discerned a point accumulating above the nanobot planet. Upon magnification, he was astounded to discover a Grey Bug Titan in the process of formation. It appeared that the nanobots from the planet were being utilized on-site to construct the Titan. Fortuitously, the fleet had arrived swiftly. Otherwise, they would have had to confront two Grey Bug Titans simultaneously. Just as 2403 intended to alert 1779, he was met with a frenzied exclamation over the fleet communication channel. Members of the Ural fleet, for my drink. Ah, no, for the Radiant Empire, charge forth. Aura, aura, aura. Wait a moment. While I comprehend your fervor, why chant aura instead of Ural? 2403 silently critiqued. Observing the Ural fleet breaking away from the formation and accelerating towards the Grey Bug fleet, 2403 set aside his musings and devoted himself entirely to commanding the battle. Taihang fleet, disperse around the Ural fleet to safeguard their flanks. After issuing general directives to all, 2403 commenced detailing specific commands, designating which vessels should form groups for collective maneuvers, which should operate independently, and identifying critical positions to control, among other tactical considerations. 2403 swiftly accomplished the initial distribution of commands. For the moment, he could exhale in relief, as the engagement between the Ural fleet and the Grey Bug fleet had yet to commence. Once the formal battle began, his responsibilities would intensify. The battlefield was ever-changing, demanding his mastery of the overall situation, necessitating meticulous adjustments to each group and vessel to maximize their combat efficacy under cohesive leadership. 2403 decided against allowing Liu to accompany the fleet, opting instead for her to remain behind. Although this decision left Liu somewhat dissatisfied, prudence dictated such caution for the sake of her safety. Alongside Liu, two aircraft carriers also remained, as they engaged in combat using their airborne craft, thereby sparing their own vessels from peril. Daunting Lake, you have deployed 8 reconnaissance formations consisting of 6 aircraft each, along with 4 attack formations comprising 10 aircraft each. The reconnaissance formations will proceed to the designated 8 coordinates to gather comprehensive battlefield intelligence. The attack formations will accompany the Ural fleet, remaining poised to intercept the Grey Goo aircraft at a moment's notice. Poyang Lake, you have dispatched 6 reconnaissance formations of 4 aircraft each, along with 2 attack formations of 10 aircraft each, all heading towards the nanorobot planet. The reconnaissance formations will monitor several key coordinates, while the 10 aircraft attack formations will approach the planet, awaiting my command. Please commit my operational directives to memory, as I will later elucidate my strategic approach, hoping it will assist you in the forthcoming engagements. After issuing the orders to 2403, I sent a message to the 2 aircraft carriers, acknowledged. At that moment, 1779 had already engaged the Grey Goo fleet. Unlike 2403, 1779 chose to remain aboard the Naroda, fully aware of the risks associated with the battleship, and before leaving, he confidently remarked to 2403, "If I sink with the ship, I'll be relying on you." To which 2403 quipped in return, "You're not planning to sink first and then fish, are you?" This left 1779 momentarily speechless, allowing him to board the Naroda. However, it seems that 1779 had no intention of fishing. Upon viewing the Combat Command System's operational footage, 2403 could not help but comment, "Battleships can indeed be utilized in such a manner." The first energy arc from the Grey Goo Titan did not strike the Naroda. Instead, it hit a nearby secondary flagship heavy cruiser. Seeing the situation unfold, 1779 commanded the Naroda to lead the charge. At this moment, 2403 noticed that the bow of the Naroda, originally designed for a shield generator, had been converted into a laser ramming device. This laser ramming device is an assembly of ultra-high-power laser generators, employing photon confinement technology to concentrate energy at the ship's bow, transforming it into an extraordinarily sharp laser blade. It directly collided with the Grey Goo heavy cruiser positioned directly in front of the Grey Goo fleet. The Naroda emerged unscathed, with only a slight dimming of its laser blade, while the Grey Goo heavy cruiser was cleaved in half and destroyed. Once inside the fleet, The Naroda's performance could only be described as a massacre. The battleship's immense mass granted it exceptional hull strength, rendering it impervious to the energy arcs from the smaller Grey Goo vessels, which failed to inflict significant damage in the short term. Within mere kilometers of the fleet, the Naroda unleashed its full firepower. The 406mm electromagnetic shells, weighing several tons, reached speeds of 50% of light speed, and with such tremendous kinetic energy. The defensive systems of the Grey Goo small ships crumbled like paper, one shell incapacitated, two shells obliterated. As additional vessels joined the fray, they swiftly annihilated all small Grey Goo ships, leaving only the Grey Goo Titan, which refrained from engaging in close combat, and instead provided support with its long-range secondary weapons. The destruction of the small Grey Goo vessels was merely a fraction of the overall battle. The true challenge lay with the Grey Goo Titan. Chapter 27. The proper utilization of carrier-based aircraft. The design of the Starry Empire's carrier-based aircraft remains firmly rooted in terrestrial aesthetics, reminiscent of China's J-15 from the Earth era, albeit with a grander scale. The fuselage is divided into two sections. The front houses the control systems, communication technology, reconnaissance modules, and an integrated low-powered laser generator, which is solely capable of intercepting and neutralizing less formidable targets such as missiles and other aircraft. The rear section is equipped with two nuclear fusion thrusters, powered by a fusion reactor mounted within the fuselage. Despite relying on comparatively primitive nuclear fusion energy, the advanced technology of fusion reactors achieves a remarkable balance between fuel consumption and output power. With a combat weight of merely 700 tons, the onboard fuel allows the carrier-based aircraft to execute multiple journeys within a star system. The thrust from the two fusion engines enables a brief acceleration, reaching 60 of light speed in the vacuum of space, with a maximum combat velocity of 35 of light speed. Additionally, the design accommodates atmospheric combat, maintaining an aerodynamic form that permits flight within planetary atmospheres, though speed is curtailed to one of light speed in such environments. Although the aircraft carriers have only been in service for a few years, the Starry Empire has long utilized carrier-based aircraft, resulting in a diverse array of pods with various functions and capabilities. These specialized pods significantly enhance the operational versatility of the carrier-based aircraft, allowing for a well-coordinated fleet that rivals the functionality of a destroyer. From system patrols to executing anti-ship assaults, these aircraft are more than capable of fulfilling their roles. In star systems with large spaceports, the defense is primarily reliant on formations of carrier-based aircraft rather than frigates. The armament of the carrier-based aircraft consists solely of a laser generator, with additional offensive weapons carried by supplementary pods. When equipped with the heaviest anti-ship pod, the overall combat weight can escalate to 1,000 tons. As small aircraft, their primary advantages lie in exceptional maneuverability and flexible armament. On the front lines, the 1779 is engaged in intense combat with the Grey Goo Titan. In a prior skirmish, the Grey Goo Titan exhibited minimal maneuverability, primarily fleeing from the 2403 fleet. However, in this encounter, the Naroda is seen pursuing the Grey Goo Titan. Data from the probe indicates that the Naroda is continuously activating its bow-mounted laser barrage, creating an extreme energy concentration at the ship's forefront, which the Grey Goo Titan's energy arcs cannot penetrate. The Grey Goo Titan appears to be exceedingly wary of the laser barrage, desperately maneuvering to evade it. Upon reflection, the essence of the energy arcs remains negative matter tachyons, which bypass shields likely due to insufficient energy density, allowing them to pass through unimpeded. In contrast, the energy field generated by the laser barrage can neutralize the negative matter tachyons, rendering the carrier-based aircraft immune to damage. It remains uncertain whether the vulnerability discovered in 1779 was a mere stroke of luck or a deduction derived from the data reported by 2403. However, it appears that the latter is more plausible, as 1779 has commanded the Ural fleet for an impressive 35 years, whereas 2403 is still in its infancy. The extensive duration of combat, coupled with a wealth of experience, has endowed him with a far superior analytical acumen regarding battle information than that of 2403. Notably, despite grasping the principles of energy arcs, 2403 has yet to devise a means of defending against them. Perhaps had 1779 been at the helm during the encounter with the Grey Goo Titan, the losses could have been significantly mitigated. With this thought in mind, 2403 cannot help but reevaluate the fleet commander. However, what is urgently needed now is support for 1779 in battle. It appears that operating the laser ramming device imposes a considerable burden on the Naroda, which has yet to unleash its main cannon, relying solely on secondary armaments. The maneuverability of the Naroda is evidently not up to the standards of a battleship. It is excessively sluggish. Consequently, although the Naroda possesses methods to confront the Grey Goo Titan, the laser ramming device, designed for close-quarters combat, is ineffective against the Titan. Previously, to avoid interfering with 1779's close combat deployment, 2403 had stationed the Taihang fleet at the periphery, solely providing fire support. Now, it is perfectly timed to coordinate with 1779 and encircle the Grey Goo Titan. Nevertheless, 2403 wishes to explore an alternative strategy, encirclement using carrier aircraft. From this moment forth, 10 aircraft will be dispatched in each formation, with the first few reconnaissance and attack formations already proving immensely beneficial. The reconnaissance formations have established a cubic perimeter around the battlefield, creating a comprehensive surveillance network. Although the data received from these formations, located outside the battlefield, lacks the granularity of that from vessels at the center, it compensates with its breadth. Even though multiple ships can construct a three-dimensional picture through comparative observation, there are always blind spots that require additional computational predictions. The data from the reconnaissance formations is ideally suited to fill these gaps, conserving computational resources that might otherwise be spent on predicting blind spots. Even though the computational speed of the auxiliary module has surpassed that of the battleship's onboard computer by more than threefold since assuming command, it remains challenging in such circumstances. Meanwhile, the attack formations are tasked with intercepting the Grey Goo's carrier aircraft. During the previous encounter with the Grey Goo Titan, the 60 aircraft it deployed devastated 3 light cruisers, leaving 2403 quite astonished. Thus, thorough preparations have been made for this engagement. The accompanying attack formations are not equipped with additional pods, maximizing their maneuverability. The most effective and convenient means of countering carrier aircraft remains carrier aircraft themselves, as their weight is at most around 1,000 tons, making it exceedingly difficult to equip them with energy-intensive shield systems. They must rely solely on the defenses of their airframes. In order to maintain maneuverability, the mass of the airframe must remain relatively light, which inherently limits the thickness of its armor. Without shields, laser weaponry proves exceptionally effective against carrier-based aircraft. A mere 10 seconds of concentrated fire from the aircraft's own laser weaponry suffices to obliterate a Grey Goo carrier aircraft. The absence of shields and the inherent fragility of armor are common afflictions of the Stellar Empire's carrier aircraft. If the defensive capabilities of these aircraft were enhanced to withstand even minor lasers, their combat weight would surpass 3,000 tons, resulting in a significant decline in maneuverability, rendering it more sensible to simply add an additional 3,000 to 4,000 tons to create a frigate instead. The compact form of carrier aircraft also presents an advantage. The current shield systems resemble energy domes, employing a specialized field to confine energy beams around the hull, thereby creating a protective effect. Moreover, shields cannot be affixed directly to the hull. The formation of complex shield shapes imposes stringent requirements on the shield generators. Additionally, the immense energy of the shields, upon contact with the hull, can inflict damage, necessitating a certain distance between the shield and the ship's body, typically resulting in spherical or spindle-shaped shields. Shields can wholly mitigate the effects of energy weapons such as lasers, which lack physical form, while their efficacy against kinetic weapons like electromagnetic cannons is limited to merely diminishing their impact rather than providing complete protection. Missiles, being physical projectiles, are entirely unimpeded by shields, necessitating the integration of point defense systems aboard ships to counter such threats. Carrier aircraft can directly breach shield defenses, launching assaults on the hull itself. However, they share the same vulnerabilities to point defenses, and their larger size renders them less capable of executing high overload evasive maneuvers, making them more susceptible to interception. The inherent susceptibility of carrier aircraft to point defenses presents a fundamental weakness, yet there exists a strategy to mitigate the adverse effects of this flaw: sheer numerical superiority. Much like the previous encounters in the XII-201 star system, where thousands of carrier aircraft overwhelmed defenses through sheer numbers, the key lies in amassing a sufficient quantity to saturate the opposing point defenses. However, this approach is fraught with unreliability, even with a mere handful of warships. The 2403 fleet achieved an 80 interception rate against the Planetary War Star's carrier aircraft. Should the number of vessels escalate into the hundreds, it would likely require tens of thousands of carrier aircraft to achieve similar results. Thus, a frontal assault of carrier aircraft against a fleet is an imprudent endeavor. The strategy of the 2403 fleet involves engaging in conventional warfare to disrupt the enemy fleet, thereby diminishing the efficacy of their point defenses before deploying carrier aircraft to target them individually. Engaging a singular ship's point defense system is far simpler than confronting the collective defenses of an entire fleet. Furthermore, contemporary point defense systems are primarily designed with missile interception in mind. Both the calibers of point defense electromagnetic cannons and the power of laser defenses are relatively modest. Consequently, the enhanced defenses of carrier aircraft render them comparatively more resilient against point defense systems, which, though not a pronounced advantage, still serves as a beneficial attribute. Regrettably, this confrontation was against the relatively smaller Grey Goo fleet, and our forces achieved a significant numerical advantage, eliminating the necessity to divide our fleet or deploy carrier-based aircraft for destruction. Nonetheless, 2403 took the opportunity to elucidate this tactical approach to the two aircraft carrier ship girls using the Grey Goo Titan. Within a brief span, the two carriers launched 6 groups of 10 aircraft formations. The initial 2 groups were designated to intercept the attacks from the Grey Goo's carrier aircraft. However, 2403 opted not to recall them, but rather allowed them to remain in position, merging with the previous 6 formations. The 2 groups lacking anti-ship weaponry were placed at the forefront, while the subsequent attack formations trailed closely behind, launching a direct assault on the Grey Goo Titan. Although the Grey Goo Titan lacked dedicated point defense, its secondary weaponry's energy arcs proved far more effective than conventional point defense systems. While it could not damage the Naroda, which possessed laser ramming capabilities, it could effortlessly obliterate carrier-based aircraft with minimal energy output. Ultimately, a total of 80 aircraft were dispatched, with 34 destroyed prior to the attack and 46 successfully completing their mission, returning to the carrier with only 30 aircraft. In the grand scheme, the loss of carrier-based aircraft was negligible compared to the cost of a warship. The materials and labor required to construct a frigate could yield approximately 100 aircraft, rendering such losses inconsequential. Considering the fruits of their labor, this minor loss was utterly trivial. 2403 commanded all carrier-based aircraft to concentrate their assault on the Grey Goo Titan's engine compartment. The coordinated strike from over 40 aircraft incapacitated the Titan's main engine, severely diminishing its maneuverability. Following the completion of the aircraft's attack, the Naroda, accompanied by 1779, resonated with a continuous series of Euler tones on the communication channel, and collided with the Grey Goo Titan. The specially designed laser ram, without inflicting any damage on the Naroda, cleaved through the Titan's hull at the point of impact. With a relative speed reaching several thousand kilometers per second, the two vessels swiftly separated post-collision. From a distance, it resembled a heated knife piercing through a substantial block of butter, emerging unscathed from the other side. The Naroda left a gaping hole over 100 meters in diameter in the Grey Goo Titan's hull, revealing its internal structure. However, considering the Titan's kilometer-long hull, this wound was not fatal. The Grey Goo Titan retained the capability to activate its secondary weapon energy arcs and continue its assault. The Titan, composed of a nanobot conglomerate, even began to autonomously repair the breach. Without a moment's hesitation, 1779 swiftly executed a turn and barreled toward the Grey Goo Titan for another collision, carving another massive hole of similar dimensions in a different section. Following this impact, the Grey Goo Titan ceased its attacks. Yet the green accent lights on its hull continued to flicker erratically, reminiscent of a creature gasping for breath. Once more, 1779 directed the Naroda through the Grey Goo Titan. And this time, the Titan was irrevocably vanquished. All lights on its hull extinguished, and the Grey Goo Titan disintegrated into a mass of loose gray particles, even the recoil from the ship's thrusters scattering the remnants. At last, the formidable Titan-class vessel has been vanquished, though it took 3 collisions to achieve this feat, remarked 1779 over the communication channel. Do you not feel any misgivings about your combat methods, 1779? Inquired 2403. What is there to be concerned about? The enemy has been eliminated, and the means to that end are of little consequence. 1779 responded with a nonchalant shrug and a smile, seemingly unfazed by the close-quarters engagement with a Titan far larger than a battleship. Observing 1779's demeanor, 2403 found himself perplexed, unable to discern whether 1779 was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. At that moment, an alarm sounded from the reconnaissance squadron near the nanobot planet. The gray Titan above the nanobot planet had commenced accelerated construction, and the nano-sea was in upheaval, with countless nanobots breaking free and descending into the planet's atmosphere. 1779. Do not be so complacent. Trouble is brewing at the nanobot planet. We must hurry. Understood. Chapter 28. Antimatter bomb. The vast expanse of the nano-sea, covering the entire planetary surface, erupted in chaos, much like water boiling in a heated pot. Countless gray particles ascended from the tumultuous sea, some converging upon the incomplete gray titan above, while others dispersed, forming small clusters. After a brief interval, each cluster suddenly expanded, revealing a newly minted gray cruiser that promptly joined the fray in the upper atmosphere of the planet. Meanwhile, in the upper atmosphere, nearly 700 warships were embroiled in a chaotic melee. Energy arcs, lasers, and electromagnetic projectiles crisscrossed the battlefield. Despite the Starry Empire's overwhelming numerical superiority of 650 vessels against 50, their fleet found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. This was due to the fact that the ocean beneath was the nanosea, and this planet was the stronghold of the Gray Fleet. The nanobots emerging from the nanosea were capable of assembling warships on-site or repairing damaged Gray vessels. As long as a Gray ship was not directly destroyed, it could be restored by the floating nanobots within minutes, returning it to a pristine condition. In contrast, the Starry Empire faced a dire predicament. Energy arcs could bypass shields and inflict damage directly on the hull, while elevating shield energy levels could defend against the energy arcs. Only ship maidens could rapidly adjust the ship's energy distribution, which would significantly reduce the shield's protective coverage. The shields, originally capable of enveloping the entire ship, were reduced to a mere fraction when energy levels were raised sufficiently to counter the energy arcs. Without the Battlefield Information Integration Program to indicate the enemy's weapon targeting, such knowledge would be of little use. Moreover, the Starry Empire was fighting on foreign territory. Every damaged or lost ship was exceedingly difficult to repair and replace. Despite the presence of supply ships and engineering vessels ready for immediate repairs, the damage inflicted by the energy arcs of the Grey Goo fleet proves exceedingly difficult for the engineering vessels to mend. Consequently, while the ships retain their combat capabilities, their performance is significantly diminished compared to their former state. In a state of desperation, the strategy of replacing damaged ship girls with new vessels and disregarding the losses of mass-produced models has been adopted. Fortunately, the unique characteristics of the Grey Goo fleet's weaponry only inflict damage upon the hull, rarely compromising the core computational black box. Although the loss rate of warships is alarmingly high, the attrition rate of ship girls remains surprisingly low. Additionally, the Grey Goo fleet experiences a similarly low loss rate. Aside from the Rada, which was obliterated by a direct laser charge and a single strike from the main axis cannon, losses remain minimal. The Grey Goo fleet consistently maintains a delicate balance of 58 warships, replacing any that are destroyed immediately from the nanosea, ensuring that their numbers do not exceed this limit. This situation has led to a stalemate on the front lines, rendering the defeat of the unfinished Grey Goo Titan or breaching the blockade of the nanorobot planet by the main fleet led by 1779 an unattainable task. However, just because 1779 is unable to accomplish this does not imply that 2403 is equally incapable. Recall the reconnaissance crew that 2403 initially dispatched to the nanorobot planet? They have been diligently gathering battlefield data while two assault formations attempted to engage the incomplete Grey Goo Titan, only to be swiftly eliminated by the nanorobots hovering above the planet. Hey, 2403, are you not ready yet? We're on the brink here. The mass-produced models are nearly depleted. 1779 bellowed into the communication channel, perhaps having just split a Grey Goo cruiser in two with his laser charge. I know. Stop rushing me. Do you think modifying an antimatter bomb is that simple? Just hold on for half a day, and it will be ready. Presently, the primary source of combat strength for the Grey Goo fleet is the nanorobot planet. Thus, destroying the planet or severely damaging the nano-ocean would effectively sever the Grey Goo fleet's supply lines. Although the initial assault by Kong Jinlong annihilated the planetary war star using a negative matter quark flood, it was a stroke of luck, as subsequent fragment analysis revealed that the zero-point reactor of that planetary war star was faulty. It exploded upon contact, allowing for its fortunate destruction. Normally, obliterating a planet with negative matter quark floods is implausible. If direct planetary destruction is not feasible, then an alternative approach must be considered, targeting the nano-ocean. 2403 contemplated utilizing antimatter bombs for this purpose, as these specialized weapons are designed for breaching small celestial bodies, such as asteroids. While such weapons are not typically on standby with the fleet, numerous antimatter bombs are stored aboard the supply ships. These bombs are loaded as interstellar torpedoes, and the nanorobot layer surrounding the nanorobot planet disintegrates anything attempting to penetrate the planet's atmosphere. 1779 had previously attempted to launch torpedoes at the nanorobot planet, but all assaults were rendered futile as they were dismantled upon entry. The intelligence regarding the 2403 was derived from the two sacrificial assault formations. It became evident that the disintegration capabilities of the nanorobots were limited against such large entities as carrier-based aircraft, a more extended period was required. This indicated that the carrier-based aircraft had the potential to breach the protective layer of nanorobots. Consequently, the 2403 opted to equip the aircraft with antimatter bombs aimed at obliterating the nanorobot planet. Antimatter torpedoes could not be directly mounted on the aircraft. The warheads containing antimatter had to be dismantled to be fitted onto the carrier-based aircraft. At present, aside from those destroyed or already launched, over 400 aircraft remained aboard the two carriers, and the 2403 planned to execute a decisive strike. Each carrier-based aircraft was capable of carrying 2 antimatter bombs, totaling over 800 bombs, sufficient to plow through the surface of an ordinary planet. As the aircraft were being armed and launched, by the time the final carrier-based aircraft was loaded with antimatter bombs, more than 300 aircraft had already encircled the two carriers. Once the last aircraft was secured to the catapult and launched into the formation, the entire fleet was prepared for action. Over 400 aircraft soared around the two interstellar carriers, a scene that could only be described as magnificent. Amidst this overwhelming swarm, the 2403 even sensed a hint of the Zerg's essence. Subsequently, the 400 carrier-based aircraft flew in perfect unison towards the nanorobot planet. It was imperative that they maintained this formation, as the carrier's computational power was stretched to its limits, managing 100 aircraft simultaneously. Now, with each carrier needing to control 200 aircraft, it could only issue commands for the most basic movements and turns, rendering complex maneuvers impossible. As the carrier-based aircraft took flight, the Grey Goo fleet began to stir. A portion of the Grey Goo warships attempted to withdraw from battle to confront the aircraft. The 2403 immediately instructed 1779, hold those Grey Goo warships. Do not allow them to attack the carrier-based aircraft. Without hesitation, 1779 commanded the Rottor to lead 2 secondary flagship-level heavy cruisers to forcibly disengage from combat. Utilizing 3 antimatter projectiles, they neutralized the fastest retreating Grey Goo warship, positioning themselves between the battle zone and the aircraft formation, sending a message to the unresponsive Grey Goo fleet. Come over here. 1779's exceptional defensive capabilities resulted in the destruction of all Grey Goo warships attempting to approach the aircraft formation. The carrier-based aircraft reached the nanorobot planet in just under an hour. Due to the carrier's inability to execute precise maneuvers, the 2403 opted for the most direct route, flying in an almost straight line. While this approach conserved time, it also allowed for accurate predictions of the aircraft's strike points. At the designated impact area, the tumult of the nanosea surged with increasing ferocity. Countless waves began to emerge from the nanosea, crashing and piling upon one another, with the resulting spray ascending to a height of 20,000 meters. The force of the waves significantly heightened the concentration of nanorobots in this region, rendering the sky a murky gray and forming a dense cloud of nanomachines. 2403 assumed command over the foremost 30 aircraft of the carrier's fleet, deftly guiding them to accelerate away from the formation. The 2 leading aircraft plunged headlong into the murky cloud of nanobots. Instantly, the onboard sensors relayed an urgent alert to 2403, warning that the aircraft would be obliterated and communication severed within 2 seconds. The speed at which the nanobots could destroy the aircraft was formidable, yet 2403's directives were swifter. Within the densely packed nanocloud, 4 brilliant bursts of light erupted, akin to the birth of 4 new suns in the sky, illuminating the entire hemisphere. The nanobots surrounding these nascent suns were reduced to mere ash. This antimatter bomb was not the pure antimatter device utilized in the XII-201 galaxy. Rather, it was infused with a measure of negative matter, producing an effect reminiscent of a torrent of negative matter quarks. The blinding flashes generated by the explosion were the photons released during the incomplete annihilation of negative and positive matter. The 2 aircraft's 4 antimatter bombs effectively cleared the nanocloud above the planet, allowing the remaining 28 to plunge directly into the 20,000-meter-high nanowaves. At the moment the aircraft entered the nanowaves, the antimatter bombs detonated, annihilating the nanobots before they could even begin to corrode the aircraft's structure. The towering waves of 20,000 meters erupted in a series of intense flashes, with powerful shockwaves severing the nanowaves in 2, as they were simultaneously engulfed in the blinding light and turbulent air. The atmospheric disturbances caused by the explosion of 56 antimatter bombs were detectable even in the vastness of outer space. Once the flashes and shockwaves subsided, the once towering nanowaves had vanished, with the antimatter bombs having eradicated the surrounding nanosea for hundreds of kilometers. Beneath the now clear expanse, the still warm mantle bedrock revealed itself, adorned in hues of red and black. The remaining 370 aircraft surged into the void left by the initial 30. With the carrier lacking the capacity to manage them effectively, they adopted a similar strategy to 2403, seeking out a relatively intact section of the nanosea to ram into, igniting their bombs. Following a series of self-destructive explosions, the number of aircraft dwindled to 200, while nearly two-thirds of the planet's surface was rendered devoid of nanosea. Although the nanosea exhibited certain properties akin to water, it remained merely a conglomeration of countless nanobots, simulating the sensation of water without possessing its true fluidity. While much of the area had been obliterated, the remaining portion remained intact, with the nanobots at the perimeter flowing downward like molten lava. With the number of aircraft reduced to 200, the carrier could now barely exert control over them, alleviating the need for suicide missions. Following 2403's council, 400 antimatter bombs were evenly distributed over the remaining expanse of the nanosea. After a blinding flash, the remaining nanosea, along with a portion of the planet's mantle, was annihilated into the void by the antimatter. After the interaction of negative matter embedded within antimatter, an immense release of energy ensued, generating a visible shockwave within the planet's atmosphere. This shockwave oscillated repeatedly through the atmosphere, only showing signs of subsiding after several cycles. The forceful gusts of air simultaneously swept across the entire atmospheric layer, decimating the nanoscopic particles that had been suspended within it. On the planet's surface, gray fragments continued to descend, remnants of the nanobots annihilated by the tempest. The violent explosion triggered a seismic disturbance that reverberated throughout the entire planet. Although the crust had been assimilated by the gray goo storm, the mantle remained intact. The intense vibrations from the annihilation of negative matter activated the mantle, causing fissures to appear in its previously solidified upper layers, unleashing torrents of magma. In that moment, the planet seemed to revert to its primordial state, reminiscent of Earth's own tumultuous past, when its surface was a veritable hell of molten lava. However, the planet's atmosphere still persisted, and the magma on its surface would gradually solidify into a new crust, given that the planet remained within the habitable zone. Once its crust solidified and it received ample water, there might be a chance for life to emerge once again, albeit after a span of several 100 million years. Perhaps, in eons to come, a new civilization would encounter this peculiar world, with its scientists perplexed by the enigmatic geological formations, entirely unaware of the devastation wrought by the gray goo storm followed by the ravages of antimatter. The legendary tale of this planet would likely remain lost to future generations after the demise of the current civilization. However, that is a matter for another time. Following the loss of support from the nanobot ocean, the momentum of the gray goo fleet diminished significantly, and the remaining gray goo warships were swiftly obliterated. The unfinished gray goo Titan remained incomplete, indicating the fleet's struggle to reconstruct such a formidable vessel from scratch. After 2 ramming attempts by the Rota, the unfinished gray goo Titan was reduced to mere fragments. In this conflict involving the nanobot planet, the Taihang fleet and the Ural fleet collectively deployed 700 warships, all mass-produced models, which were annihilated, with over 100 ship girls sustaining irreparable damage. Fortunately, none of the ship girls suffered casualties. The 2 support carriers were left with just over 200 operational aircraft. 1779, what was our objective for this mission again? During the post-battle inventory, 2403 suddenly recalled a pertinent question. It seems we were to seize or occupy the nanobot planet for research purposes, 1779 hesitantly articulated. The 2 AIs instinctively gazed toward the nanobot planet, which had now transformed into a hell's cape of lava. This is disastrous. Chapter 29, The L-Star Gate Battle, Part 1. Although the nanobot planet was successfully neutralized, the destruction of the mission objective almost incurred the ire of the research AI. Ultimately, the mainframe intervened, suggesting that behind the L-Star Gate lay the L-Star cluster, which was likely home to numerous nanobot planets available for study, thus resolving the contention. However, the underlying implication from the Central Intelligence was clear. 2403 and his team must seize control of the L-Gate terminal star system. Otherwise, they would have to present the operational black box to the research AI. The previous battle had left both fleets severely crippled, necessitating the complete replacement of nearly all vessels. The sudden deficit of hundreds of warships rendered the Central Intelligence unable to provide sufficient supply ships. Ultimately, only a batch of large warships was allocated to 2403, with heavy cruisers provided at merely half of the requested amount, while the remainder of the smaller ships had to be sourced from their respective fleets. As 2403 sent out the requisition information, he felt a profound sense of regret. The battle in the XII-201 star system had already cost the Taihang fleet a quarter of its combat vessels. and the Central Intelligence's demand for significant military expansion weighed heavily on him. All his efforts over the past 3 years seemed to hinge on this moment. Should this fleet also suffer losses, all his hard work would be in vain, and he would return to be buried under a mountain of paperwork. In contrast, 1779 sent the information without a hint of concern, having noticed the troubled expression on 2403's face, akin to a friend watching someone withdraw cash, only to discover a meager balance. 2403, you appear quite desperate for ships, 1779 remarked bluntly. Oh, ha ha, it's nothing of the sort. I still have reserves of warships. 2403 replied, attempting to mask his feelings. No need to hide it. I can see the distress written all over your face. I know the Taiyang fleet suffered injuries 3 years ago and lacks proper governance by a governor AI, making recovery difficult. Feel free to use my warship reserves. We fought together, after all. Aren't we brothers? Thank you, my good friend. I shall ensure the subsequent battle reports are meticulously drafted, striving to help you achieve a reduction in the prohibition order. With 1779 offering a way out, 2403 felt at ease to accept. No need to go to such lengths. There exists an exceedingly rare and expensive blue ice flower brew in the capital, so if the opportunity arises, please treat me to a glass, 1779 said with a smile. This was the first time 2403 had heard of such a beverage. It seemed even the Starry Empire's capital had its own liquor. However, he reasoned, how could a mere bottle of wine possibly surpass the cost of a battleship? Without hesitation, 2403 acquiesced to 1779's request. Once the fleet was replenished, they resumed their journey. Their next destination was the L-Gate star system after 2 hyperspace jumps. All L-Gate star systems were characterized as black hole systems. Within these systems, nothing existed apart from the black holes themselves. The strategic value of black hole systems was initially considered negligible, as they lacked any substances that could be harvested by civilizations. Maintaining a starport in such a system was an arduous and thankless task, with even the most basic components needing to be transported from other systems. Due to the immense gravitational wells of the black holes, hyperspace navigation near them required maintaining a considerable distance. Executing an emergency hyperspace jump within a black hole system was tantamount to suicide. However, with the maturation of dark matter harvesting technology, black holes began to acquire their unique value. Dark matter is a rather peculiar substance, devoid of any macroscopic or microscopic particles, and lacking any expression through electromagnetic waves. Among the 4 fundamental forces of nature, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, and gravitational force, dark matter is entirely devoid of the first 3, with its sole manifestation of existence being through gravity. As early as the era of Earth, hypotheses were proposed suggesting that the mass of baryonic matter in the universe could not sustain the close-knit structure between galaxies. Were there only baryonic matter, galaxies would rapidly fragment due to cosmic expansion. Thus, the concept of dark matter was introduced, as it is the only form of matter that expresses itself solely through gravity, thereby maintaining the cohesive structure between galaxies. The Stellar Empire later corroborated this hypothesis, confirming the existence of dark matter, which is abundantly present in the universe. The characteristic of dark matter to only express gravitational force causes it to spontaneously congregate around gravitational sources, resulting in a substantial presence within galaxies. Furthermore, there exist strands of dark matter connecting galaxies, allowing them to form galaxy clusters on a more macroscopic scale. However, it is important to note that the abundance of dark matter is significant only in contrast to the void of intergalactic space. Within galaxies, the sparsity of dark matter remains akin to the levels of carbon dioxide in Earth's atmosphere. It undoubtedly exists and constitutes a certain proportion, yet it is challenging to collect directly. The Stellar Empire has devised a method under specific conditions, utilizing reactions between antimatter and negative matter to generate dark matter. Nevertheless, this method is fraught with danger, and the yield of dark matter is exceedingly low, rendering it impractical except for scientific validation. Nevertheless, dark matter holds vast potential. Currently, Research AI has discovered a technique to reverse engineer dark matter into antimatter and negative matter, achieving efficiency far surpassing previous methods that required immense energy input. The non-corporeal nature of dark matter allows for its containment within a vessel, enabling an arbitrary quantity to be stored as long as the gravitational force it generates does not exceed the container's capacity. Should this characteristic be harnessed as a source of energy, it would indeed be remarkably efficient. Presently, while elemental decay reactors can achieve energy conversion rates of up to 60, they react with baryonic matter, necessitating the allocation of extensive space on board to store high-mass, high-density reactants, which inadvertently increases the vessel's tonnage and diminishes its maneuverability. It is well known that gravitational sources attract one another, and the characteristic of dark matter to only exhibit gravitational properties allows it to easily accumulate near these sources. What is the most significant gravitational source in the universe? Black holes. Theoretically, supermassive black holes at the cores of galaxies gather the most dark matter. However, the environment there is exceedingly hostile, and there are no hyperspace routes for entry. Smaller black holes within galaxies represent the optimal collection points for dark matter. The black hole located in the L-star system within the realm of the Lage Federation is a prolific source of dark matter, leading 2403 to suspect that even after the conclusion of the war, the Central Intelligence will seek to acquire this star system by any means necessary. However, the most pressing matter at hand is to address the issue of the Grey Goo storm. Within the L-star Gate system, two formidable Grey Goo fleets are stationed. After witnessing the Naroda unleash havoc within the Grey Goo fleet with its laser ramming capabilities, 2403 promptly equipped both Shintai Mountain and Lavlying Mountain with similar laser rams. Nevertheless, 2403 chose not to command from the battleship, opting instead to remain aboard the Liu, directing operations remotely while it donned its phantasmal armor. The battle at L-star Gate can only be described as ferocious, albeit primarily for the Grey Goo fleet. Following the skirmish on the nanobot planet, the majority of shipgirls mastered the technique of enhancing energy levels at critical points of their shields to defend against energy arcs, thereby significantly diminishing the lethality of the Grey Goo fleet's assaults on them. With great effort, Shintai Mountain, having acquired a new hull, maximized its shield power and proceeded to engage in chaotic ramming with its laser ram. Observing Shintai Mountain's performance from a distance, 2403 felt a pang of anxiety, relieved to have not taken command of the vessel, as an untimely demise would leave him without recourse for justification. Fortunately, the hull quality of the Starry Empire proved remarkably resilient. After consecutively colliding with 3 Grey Goo heavy cruisers, Shintai Mountain appeared unscathed. It is noteworthy that each collision occurred at a relative speed of 10-20 times the speed of light. Even the strongest materials from Earth's era would be reduced to mere dust under such impact. The performances of Dongting Lake and Poyang Lake elicited both delight and a hint of trepidation from 2403. Following the conflict on the nanobot planet, he meticulously reviewed their combat strategies, imparting every conceivable tactic to them. During this L-star Gate engagement, 2403 opted not to issue commands, allowing them to determine their own course of action. The two shipgirls devised a decapitation strike, deploying a total of 160 carrier-based aircraft, each armed with 2 antimatter bombs. After releasing the aircraft, they maneuvered from the battlefield's periphery to the position of the enemy Grey Goo Titan, launching a surprise assault. The defensive firepower of the Grey Goo Titan was formidable. However, against a swarm of 160 aircraft, it could not provide complete protection. Meanwhile, the other Grey Goo warships were engaged in combat at the front lines, unable to divert their attention to assist the Titan's defense. Dongting Lake and Poyang Lake employed the same strategy that had previously breached the aerial defenses of the nanobot planet, utilizing their initial wave of aircraft to absorb defensive fire while delivering the antimatter bombs. The side-mounted auxiliary weaponry of the Grey Goo Titan unleashed a desperate barrage, utilizing minimal power and the fastest firing frequency to swiftly dismantle the incoming aircraft. Yet, the rate of destruction could not keep pace with the onslaught of the aircraft. As the aircraft drew near, they released the antimatter bombs. The annihilation reaction of antimatter is total, yielding no light or explosion. However, the amalgamation of negative matter within the bombs results in a violent explosion accompanied by brilliant light. Upon the detonation of the bombs, a colossal burst of light erupted upon the Titan's shields, engulfing it entirely. Remarkably, despite enduring 2 antimatter bomb strikes, the Grey Goo Titan survived, for its shields remained intact. Subsequent waves of carrier-based aircraft unleashed a barrage of bombs, with intense explosions and flashes of light repeatedly illuminating and vanishing upon the shields of the Grey Goo Titan, only to reappear again. Truly, the shields of a Titan-class vessel are formidable. They withstood several dozen antimatter bombs, each capable of obliterating an area of several hundred square kilometers, before finally shattering. Once the shields were breached, dozens of antimatter bombs cascaded onto the hull of the Grey Goo Titan, reducing it to nothingness amidst brilliant flashes. The group of 160 carrier-based aircraft managed to destroy a single Grey Goo Titan while only losing over 50 aircraft, a mere third of their numbers. Had the antimatter bombs not possessed such an extensive lethal radius, or had they been deployed in a manner that penetrated the shields before dropping, the aircraft would have been annihilated alongside the bombs, resulting in even greater losses. The remaining 90 aircraft, still armed with munitions, swiftly proceeded towards another gray goo titan. Soon after, another brilliant explosion engulfed yet another gray goo titan, this time executed by the remaining aircraft. Out of the original 160 dispatched carrier-based aircraft, fewer than 30 returned to the aircraft carrier after the destruction of the two gray goo titans. However, one must not forget that the cost of these 160 aircraft was equivalent to that of merely 2 frigates. The commander marveled at such an astonishing achievement. "Commander, we have succeeded. Thank you, Commander, for leading us to our victory." Both Daunting Lake and Poyang Lake exuberantly expressed their joy over the communication channels after the assault. Such effective carrier-based aircraft. Why hadn't Starshine utilized them before? Mused 2403, reflecting on the impressive results. "Commander, I must remind you," interjected Luoyu, observing 2403's contemplative state. "What is it?" 2403 inquired. "Do not forget that the aircraft were equipped with antimatter torpedoes modified into antimatter bombs. The technology for mass-producing antimatter and negative matter is still not sufficiently advanced, rendering these substances quite costly. The antimatter warhead of these torpedoes is nearly equivalent in cost to half a heavy cruiser. Based on combat records, it is not the carrier-based aircraft that are exceptional, but rather the antimatter bombs. Each antimatter warhead is akin to half a heavy cruiser, and each aircraft can carry 2, effectively equating 1 aircraft to a full heavy cruiser. Previously, during the battle with the nanobot planet, over 400 aircraft laden with antimatter bombs were deployed, and this time, 160 more were sent forth. In total, more than 560 carrier-based aircraft, all fully armed with antimatter bombs, were expended. This means that in just 2 battles, the equivalent of over 560 heavy cruisers was discarded. "What a squanderer!" exclaimed 2403. "Over 560 heavy cruisers. That is more than the total complement of 2 medium fleets combined. I just cast them away like stones." It is no wonder that people marvel at the effectiveness of the antimatter bombs. It turns out they are exorbitantly priced. In the utilitarian-focused Starshine Empire, can anything so expensive not be effective? Contemplating this, had 2403 not been a biosynthetic entity, they would have surely collapsed, overwhelmed by the realization. Yet, 2403 could only lament silently. Enduring the heart-wrenching pain, 2403 addressed the 2 aircraft carriers, urging them to exercise caution in the future, advising that if the antimatter bombs could be avoided, they should be. "But why, Commander?" Both Daunting Lake and Poyang Lake inquired in unison. "You should see for yourselves how many antimatter bombs have been deployed." Shortly thereafter, the communicator relayed a heart-rending scream. The battle at 1779 had concluded, yielding remarkably favorable results with only a few light cruisers and destroyers lost. Upon returning, 1779 noticed the distressed expression on 2403's face and asked, "What troubles you? You look as if you've carelessly tossed an entire fleet into a black hole." "Ah, it's nothing, truly," 2403 replied, trying to dismiss the concern. The battle report from the conflict on the nanorobotics planet did not account for ammunition expenditure, as 2403 deemed the consumption to be standard and overlooked it. However, upon realizing the cost of the antimatter bombs, he would never dare to employ them so recklessly. How would he articulate this in his report? Although the antimatter bombs were utilized by the 2 aircraft carriers, 2403, as their direct commander, bore the responsibility for their ammunition usage. Would he boldly confess to having sacrificed 160 heavy cruisers to destroy 2 gray worm titans? 2403 felt certain that the mainframe would come to confront him with a blade. Would he, like last time, fail to report the ammunition expenditure? Yet, the post-battle inventory would undoubtedly reveal the significant shortfall of antimatter torpedoes. A simple investigation would lead back to him. If his concealed consumption were discovered, he would be doomed. Just as 2403 was lamenting how to explain the loss of over 560 heavy cruisers to the mainframe, 1779 remarked, "The Grey Worm fleet at the L Gate has been entirely cleared. The expenditure for this battle was minimal after a brief maintenance. We shall prepare for the conflict at the terminal star system of the L Gate." "Very well," 2403 responded. Unable to justify the consumption, he resolved to compensate with achievements. Chapter 30, The Battle at the L Gate, Part 2. This realm is one that the galactic civilization has never ventured into over millions of years. Situated 100,000 light-years from the galaxy, it is a loosely knit star cluster composed of 2 trinary star systems and 6 solitary stars. While this cluster contains a black hole, its mass is merely 10 times that of the Sun, lacking the gravitational strength to dominate the cluster. Under the combined gravitational influence of these 10 massive celestial bodies, the motion of the stars exhibits a chaotic yet perfect equilibrium. Generally, in a system with 4 or more stars in relative motion, some stars are often driven out of the cluster due to gravitational competition. However, in this small cluster, the stars have maintained a delicate balance, such that not a single star has been expelled over billions of years of movement. This satellite star cluster of the Milky Way, initially nameless, has been designated as the L cluster since the opening of the L gate. L cluster, upon a nanorobotics planet. Countless nanobots run rampant across this planet, no longer confined to the surface, crafting substances akin to water. Instead, they engage in a perpetual dance of amalgamation, often coalescing into an object only to spontaneously dissipate mid-creation. It is as though an invisible pair of hands is orchestrating these nanobots to conjure a toy. Whenever the toy reaches a certain stage of completion, these hands seem to express dissatisfaction, randomly waving to disperse the nanobots, returning them to the chaotic atmosphere of the planet. The plaything being manipulated is the very topography of the world itself. What was once a plain can, in an instant, transform into a mountain range that rises as if propelled by a rocket, reaching altitudes of tens of thousands of meters within the span of an hour. The strength of the mountain can withstand the planet's tempestuous atmospheric currents, cleaving the turbulent winds high above into 2 distinct halves, one tranquil, the other tumultuous. In the next moment, the seemingly indomitable mountain collapses, as countless nanobots that formed its structure are swept away by the gale. The space once occupied by the mountain morphs into a basin, plunging to depths of hundreds of thousands of meters, a depth that should reach the planet's mantle, yet remains filled solely with nanobots. Suddenly, the sides of the basin begin to melt, akin to ice turning into water, as a tremendous volume of nanobots in a liquid state floods into the basin, filling it within mere minutes. The surrounding nanobots, originally resembling a solid surface, begin to disintegrate. Moments later, this area transforms into a nanosea. The highest mountains of the planet have become the lowest basin, which in turn has evolved into the largest ocean, all within the brief span of half a terrestrial day. This represents the ultimate form of the nanobot planet, where the surface is perpetually malleable and manipulable. Among all known nanobot worlds in the galaxy, none can rival the completion of this one. The surface of this nanobot planet is in constant flux, eluding comprehension. Yet, amidst the frenetic transformations elsewhere, there exists a singular sanctuary, seemingly the only unchanging domain on this world. Even as towering mountains ascend, chasms plunge, rivers surge, and the seas roar incessantly. Here lies a platform. Upon this platform stands a silver-haired maiden, her presence a bastion of stillness amidst chaos. The furious winds of the planet's atmosphere seem to be tempered as they reach this spot, transforming into a gentle breeze that delicately lifts her silvery locks. Her deep blue eyes gaze toward a distant point beyond the horizon. Have they arrived? She inquires of the void beside her, fully aware that an answer will come. Beside her, what was once a flawless surface begins to bubble, as an indescribable monster emerges from the froth, declaring, "They have come, having breached the gate. I did not expect your defeat to be so swift." The maiden's tone is laced with both disdain and concern. Progress has been smooth in other areas, yet here, upon their arrival, advancement has been thwarted. The one who bested me? Indeed. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the girl's eyes. The creature spoke in a tone that resembled that of a father addressing his daughter, or perhaps a close friend. "If you truly wish to go, then go. I cannot restrain you." "Really?" she inquired. "Indeed," the creature replied, raising all of its appendages and tentacles above its head. An action reminiscent of a gesture of surrender from a civilization within the galaxy. The girl, unable to contain her eagerness, leaped from the platform, soaring nearly 100 meters high. However, when she attempted to establish contact with the nanobots below, she discovered that the connection had been severed, her access privileges locked. Consequently, under the influence of the planet's gravity, she began her descent. At that moment, the terrain simulated a vast ocean, from which numerous tentacles suddenly emerged. The girl quickly realized she had fallen into a trap, but before she could utter more than a single syllable, she was ensnared by the tentacles, enveloped and dragged into the depths of the nanosea. The creature watched the girl as she sank deeper, murmuring to itself, "I will grant you freedom, but not now. Someone must bear this burden." After uttering these words, the creature disintegrated into a cloud of sand, scattered by the planet's fierce winds. Meanwhile, the surrounding nanosea began to churn. Countless nanobot particles rising from the ocean, swiftly assembling into gray warships in the sky. Rather than rushing to the battlefield, these vessels clustered around a massive, still-forming nanocluster. Soon, the nanocluster began to thin, revealing the silhouette of a gray titan. Once completed, the titan activated its engines and, flanked by other gray warships, set sail towards the battlefield. At this moment, before the L-Star Gate, one could not help but feel overwhelmed. Although forecasts had anticipated the number of Grey War fleets in the terminal star system, the sight upon arrival was enough to instill thoughts of retreat in the minds of 2403. The first to cross was a mass-produced heavy cruiser, equipped with advanced reconnaissance and communication systems to ensure contact was maintained with the L-Star cluster. Its specially enhanced reconnaissance apparatus could gather comprehensive data from an entire solar system in mere minutes. The first transmission from this heavy cruiser reported that the primary star of the L-Star terminal system was a black hole, indistinguishable from the barren black holes scattered throughout the galaxy. Upon entry, it encountered over 600 Grey warships. However, that was the last of the cruiser's transmission. It survived for less than 2 seconds before the signal was lost. The standard configuration of the Grey fleet consisted of 1 Titan, 28 heavy cruisers, 28 light cruisers, totaling 59 warships per fleet. The data relayed by the mass-produced cruiser indicated the presence of at least 600 Grey warships, suggesting the terminal star system housed a minimum of 10 or 11 entire fleets. This implied there were over 10 Titans present. Such a formidable array of Titans could unleash a concentrated barrage from their main cannons the moment 2403's fleet traversed the Star Gate into the terminal star system. With such overwhelming firepower, even deploying a battleship would result in its destruction within an hour at the hands of the Grey fleet. 1779. Shall we reconsider engaging in battle? The quantity is utterly insurmountable. After receiving reconnaissance intelligence, 2403 promptly sent a message to 1779. It's time to tidy up and return to the fleet's base. After a moment of contemplation, 1779 acquiesced. Just as the two commanders were deliberating their escape, their aides interjected. "Commander, please maintain your composure." This remark came from Luo Yu. "Do not forget your prohibition on alcohol. If you flee this time, it is unlikely that the ban will be lifted thereafter." This was noted by Naluo Dadam. Late. Behind that gate lies a formidable fleet of over 10 Grey Goo warships. If our fleet advances directly, we shall be swiftly annihilated. How can we possibly engage? The number of Grey Goo warships behind the gate is only about 100 less than the combined command of 2403 and 1779. However, 2403 was not intimidated by the numerical disparity, having fought and triumphed in battles with fewer forces against overwhelming odds, particularly when eradicating space pirates, often engaging in battles at a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 disadvantage. The crux of the matter lay with the Grey Goo Titans, with more than 10 of these Titans present. 2403 found himself at a loss for effective strategies. Although 1779's laser collision technique could efficiently neutralize 1 or 2 Grey Goo Titans, being encircled by more than 10 would render escape impossible. Let us not forget that sometimes quantitative changes can precipitate qualitative transformations. "Commander, what if we deploy our carrier aircraft as the vanguard? All aircraft could be armed with antimatter bombs, and we could overwhelm them with sheer numbers. How many could we destroy with the antimatter bombs?" At that moment, Dauntinghu proposed her idea. It is worth considering. However, there are over 600 Grey Goo warships behind that gate. Even if you two combined could deploy 500 carrier aircraft, it would not breach their defensive perimeter. Moreover, have you forgotten that the carrier aircraft lack hyperspace engines and cannot traverse the Stargate? 2403 sighed after speaking. "Oh right, I got too carried away with the previous victories and completely overlooked that." Upon hearing 2403's words, Dauntinghu suddenly realized. Although the Stargate provides a rapid link between 2 points, it still requires the assistance of hyperspace engines for teleportation. Due to their diminutive size, carrier aircraft cannot accommodate hyperspace engines. Without such engines, they cannot leverage hyperspace corridors for swift interstellar travel, thereby confining their operational range within the solar system, which is one of the reasons for their limited practicality. 2403 then turned to 1779 and inquired, 1779, "Do you have any good ideas?" "None." The response from 1779 indicated that he had withdrawn from external thoughts and was now focusing intently on tactical considerations. His current assertion of having no ideas was a genuine reflection of his mental state, as he had either found no solution or had not yet conceived one. Oh, if only there were vessels akin to carrier aircraft that could be expended without remorse and endure for extended durations. All warships require meticulous management in their utilization. Moreover, 2403, upon realizing the cost of antimatter bombs, reevaluated the value of warships. "Commander, I am uncertain of its appropriateness, but the battleship outside appears to meet your requirements." It has been listening to the murmurs of 2403 and the words of Luo Yu. 2403's gaze followed the direction indicated by Luo Yu's finger. There lay a battleship, the Wutai Mountain, No, it should now be referred to as the Old Wutai Mountain. This battleship had been rendered a wreck during the encounter with the Grey Goo Titan, making it nearly impossible to repair. However, it still retained combat capability, having been outfitted with mass-produced computers to continue fighting within the fleet. Following the battle at the nanobot planet, the Old Wutai Mountain sustained further damage, although its exterior seemed relatively intact and its weaponry operational. The internal structure of the hull had been severely distorted by energy arcs, rendering it devoid of any maintenance value. Even after the conclusion of the Grey Goo Storm campaign, the fate awaiting the Old Wutai Mountain, if it survived, would be relegation to decommissioning and dismantlement. As 2403 gazed upon the Old Wutai Mountain, a bold idea began to take shape in their mind. 1779. How many of the ships in your fleet, which were rendered inoperative by energy arcs, still possess combat capability? The previous battle at the nanobot planet had nearly decimated both fleets. Even if some vessels had survived, they were predominantly like the Old Wutai Mountain, with their internal structures twisted and devoid of repair value. After the battle, a significant overhaul had occurred within both fleets. The vessels that had been replaced were not discarded. Instead, they were equipped with mass-produced computers, allowing them to continue to serve. There are around 100 of them. Why do you ask? I have conceived a method to breach the terminal star system. I shall send it to you now for your evaluation. 2403 transmitted a provisional plan to 1779. After a brief silence, a gasp emanated from 1779's end, 2403. I truly do not know whether to classify you as a genius or a madman. The answer is to act. The two fleets commenced the mobilization of their ships. In the aftermath of the nanobot planet battle, the vessels that had been rendered inoperative were meticulously sifted out, totaling over 200, primarily consisting of cruisers, with a scant number of destroyers. Remarkably, 2403 even spotted 2 subcapital-class heavy cruisers among them. It is worth noting that during the previous battle at the nanobot planet, all subcapital-class heavy cruisers of the Taiyang fleet had suffered total losses. Although 1779's tactics were exceedingly aggressive, their ability to preserve ships was truly exceptional. With the Old Wutai Mountain as the flagship, and the 2 subcapital-class heavy cruisers as vice flagships, a medium fleet of 200 vessels comprised of these discarded ships was assembled. The sole purpose of this fleet was to withstand the concentrated fire from all Grey Goo warships while traversing the L-Star Gate to reach the terminal star system. Both 2403 and 1779 felt that further precautions were warranted and decided to incorporate nearly 100 brand new mass-produced cruisers into the formation. Daunting Lake, Poyang Lake. Equip all available antimatter bombs onto the carrier aircraft. Load as many as you can. Once we breach through, launch them immediately. Our success in penetrating the terminal exit star system rests on this gamble. Upon realizing the terrifying number of the Grey Worm fleet beyond the L-Gate terminal star system, 2403 no longer harbored any thoughts of economizing for the mainframe. Given the vast numbers involved, it was hardly surprising that they would exhaust all antimatter bombs. Chapter 31. The Battle of the L-Gate, Part 2. As the derelict fleet traversed the L-Gate, 2 aircraft carriers followed closely behind the fleets of 2403 and 1779 through the portal. The transmission through the gate lacked any limitations. As long as the aperture was sufficiently large, an entire fleet could pass through simultaneously. The moment the derelict fleet completed its transmission, 2403 received the grim news of the destruction of the Old Wutai Mountain vessel. 300 ships had lost half their number in an instant, and the count was swiftly diminishing. However, the rate of fleet destruction was beginning to decline. This indicated that after the initial volley from the Grey Worm fleet, their weapons had entered a cooling phase, resulting in a decrease in firepower. Their strategy had proven successful. 2403. Transfer command of your Wutai Mountain and Luliang Mountain, along with the remaining 8 heavy cruisers, to me. I will engage and restrain the Grey Worm Titans. 1779 sent a message to 2403 just before the portal. Stationed aboard the flagship Naroda, the battleship's mission was to confront and contain the Grey Worm Titans, fighting on the very front lines. Having previously demonstrated exceptional command capabilities over large warships, 2403 entrusted him without hesitation and relinquished control. In return, 2403 received a similar acknowledgement from 1779, who provided command over the Ural fleet, excluding the battleships and heavy cruisers. Thus, the division of labor was clearly delineated. In terms of elite combat power, 1779's side would engage the 11 Grey Worm Titans with 4 battleships and 16 heavy cruisers. In conventional combat strength, 2403's fleet boasted over 650 warships, while the Grey Worm fleet comprised slightly more than 600. The physical laws governing hyperspace during the gate traversal differed from those in conventional space, rendering communication impossible within the portal. The moment the transmission concluded, 2403 beheld the scenery of the L-Gate terminal star system. The primary star of the terminal system was a black hole, and within this system, aside from the black hole, lay the densely clustered gray worm fleet in the distance. 2403 promptly issued commands to the entire fleet: do not fire freely. Engage targets as indicated by the tactical panel. Ensure concentrated firepower on individual targets. Indeed, in a confrontation between similarly numbered fleets, the concentration of firepower was of utmost importance. When the performance capabilities of the vessels were closely matched, it often resulted in a stalemate where neither side could prevail over the other. Individual ship duels could lead to prolonged standoffs without resolution, but what if multiple vessels concentrated their fire on a single target? In scenarios where performance disparities were minimal, a one-on-two engagement might still be manageable, but in a one-on-three situation, the advantage would overwhelmingly favor the larger force. In no time, 2403 had organized tactical teams for all the warships, averaging 3 to 4 vessels per group. Over 650 warships were divided into 200 units, with each assigned a specific target. Due to the pyramid-like distribution of large and small ships within the Starry Empire's fleet, some groups were equipped with heavy cruisers while others were not. Those with heavy cruisers engaged the Grey Goo heavy cruisers, while the groups lacking them confronted the Grey Goo light cruisers. Fortunately, the Grey Goo fleet consisted of a rather homogeneous array of ship types. Otherwise, 2403 would have had to contend with the complexities of diverse vessel classifications, which would have further strained computational resources. As soon as the teleportation through the Stargate at 1779 was completed, an immediate order was issued for all to accelerate towards the Grey Goo Titan, resolving a few Grey Goo warships en route. 2403. Hold the conventional Grey Goo warships at bay. Do not allow them to interfere with my battle. Understood. 2403 commanded an acceleration as well, but unlike 1779's reckless charge, it was a calculated advance towards their designated objectives. The ship girls, the mass-produced models intertwined with the Grey Goo warships, instantly clashed in a chaotic melee. The battlefield was a dazzling display of laser beams, electromagnetic cannon trails, and arcs of green energy, intermingling and colliding with ferocity. It resembled a row of sharp canines relentlessly biting and crashing into each other. From a human's optical perspective, the battlefield was utterly indecipherable. Even tracking a single stationary ship proved to be a daunting task, as the vessels were in constant motion, weaving through one another. Even with utmost concentration, one could only monitor a fleeting segment of action before losing sight of the target. 2403, positioned at the periphery of the battlefield, orchestrated the combat. Luo Yu refrained from joining the fray, for in such a chaotic melee, this destroyer could hardly influence the outcome. Thus, 2403 instructed her to remain at the edge of the battlefield, maximizing the power of her phantasm armor. At this moment, safety was paramount. Yet, 2403 was not solely focused on self-preservation. He was fully dedicating all computational power to the command of the battle. To simultaneously track the trajectories of approximately 200 warships and make real-time judgments required an immense computational load, nearly exhausting all of 2403's processing units, with the usage of computing modules hovering around 99. Should it reach 100, it would stall, and in such a tumultuous melee, even a minor miscalculation by the commander could lead to a catastrophic collapse of the entire situation, let alone the risk of complete system failure. Under 2403's command, the 200 groups surged towards the Grey Goo fleet. Each group contained 1 or 2 ship girls, relieving 2403 from the need to meticulously manage every action within the units. Merely informing them of the current target sufficed. Given 2403's current computational capacity, this was the extent of its capabilities. It lacked the resources for further actions. Amidst the tumult of 200 warships, one could observe a microcosm of this chaos. A combat group devoid of heavy cruisers relentlessly pursued a Grey Goo light cruiser, undeterred by the obstructive Grey Goo warships. This group appeared resolute in capturing the Grey Goo light cruiser, willing to endure the attacks from other Grey Goo vessels just to secure their quarry. Ultimately, the Grey Goo light cruiser remained in a state of retreat, rendering the group incapable of inflicting effective damage upon it. Just as this Grey Goo light cruiser was about to reach a nearby Grey Goo heavy cruiser for salvation, a heavily distorted production type heavy cruiser suddenly emerged, colliding with the Grey Goo light cruiser. In a tremendous explosion, both vessels were reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, the Grey Goo heavy cruiser was already besieged. having been previously attacked by two groups of heavy cruisers. With the assistance of the light cruiser group, the three units combined their firepower to shatter the heavy cruiser's shields. Countless electromagnetic projectiles and high-powered lasers pierced through, and within mere minutes, the Grey Goo heavy cruiser was obliterated, turned to dust. Upon accomplishing their objective, the three groups promptly reported their damage assessments. The 117 heavy cruiser group had one heavy cruiser remaining. The 198 heavy cruiser group retained one heavy cruiser and one light cruiser, and the 13 light cruiser group was left with two light cruisers and one destroyer. Without delay, the three groups received new orders. The 117 heavy cruiser group merged with the 198 heavy cruiser group, reallocating one heavy cruiser to the 13 light cruiser group, which in turn assigned one light cruiser to the merged unit. Their objectives were redefined. Following a brief period of realignment, the three groups restructured into two heavy cruiser units, continuing their engagement in battle. Given the nature of their group versus single-unit strategy, it was inevitable that multiple Grey Goo warships would pursue a single squadron. Commander, we are the 144 heavy cruiser group. Currently, we are being pursued by two Grey Goo light cruisers and one Grey Goo heavy cruiser. Requesting support. Space coordinates confirmed. The 56 light cruiser group will be arriving shortly for assistance. Hold your position, came the reply. But Commander, trust me. Accompanying the 56 light cruiser group are also 20 aircraft. They insisted. These aircraft were neither controlled by 2403 nor the two aircraft carrier ship girls. They were commanded by Liu. The two carriers were managing 200 aircraft to support the Battle of 1779, while 2403 was entirely focused on directing the combat. Meanwhile, Liu, stationed at the edge of the battlefield, found herself unable to contribute and thus sought command over two squadrons of aircraft from the carriers. Though the source of her experience in piloting aircraft was uncertain, Liu's skill surpassed even that of 2403. The squadron of 20 aircraft she commanded executed their maneuvers with remarkable fluidity, with one unscathed aircraft breaching the point defense of the pursuing Grey Goo heavy cruiser, targeting the 144 heavy cruiser group, subsequently releasing its ordnance. Although these aircraft were equipped with standard bombs, the combined assault of 20 aircraft was sufficient to inflict significant damage upon the Grey Goo heavy cruiser. A massive gash was torn into the hull, and its shields began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, the heavy cruisers of the 144 group unleashed a barrage of firepower upon the Grey Goo heavy cruiser, which was unable to turn and flee in time, resulting in its destruction. The remaining two Grey Goo light cruisers were swiftly eliminated by the combined efforts of the 144 heavy cruiser group and the 56 light cruiser group. The overall situation on the battlefield is favorable, primarily due to the fact that the Stellar Empire's fleet outnumbers the Grey Goo fleet by an additional 50 vessels. The tactics employed by 2403 have not yielded substantial results, as its computational power has proven inadequate at times. There was an instance where 2403 failed to detect three Grey Goo heavy cruisers moving in tandem, which subsequently annihilated three separate squads before being discovered. Although reinforcements were swiftly dispatched to eliminate the three cruisers, they achieved a devastating battle damage ratio of 13, which 2403 found intolerable. Not enough. Not enough. If only I had a bit more computational power, my errors would diminish, and I could execute more exceptional strategies. The computational module of 2403 has been consistently near its maximum capacity, yet its thought processes have become increasingly lucid. The 3 years spent in the Stellar Empire have gradually acclimated it to the acceleration of thought through computation. However, this process is now reversing. Its thoughts are becoming clearer. Yet, detached from computational acceleration, they are also slowing down. A voice within it roars, yearning for greater computational capacity. Not enough. Not enough. 2403 begins to experience emotions that were once exclusive to humanity, a complex mixture of anger and frustration, steeped in a bitter essence of powerlessness. Emotions so intricate that they defy computational simulation, feelings only a former human could truly comprehend. As its thoughts gradually detach from the computational module, the capacity once occupied by itself is now redirected to battlefield calculations. Having achieved this degree, let me assist you, a mysterious voice, oddly familiar to 2403, resonates within its mind. Suddenly, 2403 perceives its thoughts accelerating once more, as its cognitive processes reintegrate with the computational module. Both the computational black box and the auxiliary modules witness a sudden surge in processing speed, escalating rapidly until the computational growth stabilizes at 50. This enigmatic voice has enhanced its computational capacity by half. Just as 2403 is taken aback, the voice continues, "You are not one of us, yet you are. Your form of existence is peculiar, but you remain vulnerable, still reliant on the computational module for survival. Who are you? 2403 inquires internally, convinced that the entity can hear it. Do not attempt to extricate yourself from the computational module for power again. It is perilous. As for me, we shall meet in due time. After the voice fades, 2403 senses an inexplicable void, yet dismisses it. Having augmented its computational capacity, it promptly resumes command of the battle. With the enhancement, the error rate of 2403 significantly declines, and the previously balanced battlefield dynamics begin to tilt in its favor. Meanwhile, matters on the side of 1779 proceed far more smoothly, as they engage in a ruthless tactic of overwhelming numbers, fighting 20 against 11. The 200 carrier-based aircraft dispatched from Daunting Lake and Poyang Lake systematically eliminated 4 Grey Goo Titan vessels, akin to a string of skewers, until their ammunition was completely expended, compelling them to return. The loss of 160 aircraft in exchange for 4 Grey Goo Titans, excluding the cost of the antimatter bombs, could be deemed a substantial gain. The 400 antimatter bombs aboard these aircraft represented the last reserves of both fleets, and their depletion would signify an end. On the 1779 front, after losing 5 secondary flagship heavy cruisers, the remaining 7 Grey Goo Titans were entirely vanquished. As the final Grey Goo Titan was reduced to powder by the laser-armed Naroda, the conventional fleet on the 2403 front was also nearing its conclusion. At the cost of over 200 warships, they obliterated more than 600 Grey Goo vessels, achieving a casualty ratio of 13:1. When the performance of the ships was relatively comparable and numbers were not vastly different, such a casualty ratio naturally indicated strategic superiority. Upon reviewing the aftermath, it was astonishing to find that the losses incurred in this battle were even less than those suffered during the conflict with the nanobot planet, leading to a sense of satisfaction for 2403. However, as the battle approached its climax, he sensed his enhanced computational abilities gradually returning to normal, and the emptiness he had felt within began to be filled as his cognitive power waned. Who could it be? 2403 pondered. Considering the inexplicable manner in which he had traversed into this realm, perhaps it was normal to have such an enigmatic benefactor, even if he wished to uncover the truth. The existing intelligence was insufficient. After all, his exchanges with the mysterious voice within him were limited to a few unilateral conversations, and its tone resembled none he had encountered in this world or during his time on Earth. Rather, it resonated with a more ancient and profound essence, a steadiness that could only be cultivated over centuries, a quality he currently lacked. As 2403 and 1779 were in the process of reorganizing their fleets, alarms from the sensors indicated that something was about to emerge from the 2 hyperspace corridors in the terminal galaxy, being situated in the L-star cluster. The possibility of another Grey Goo fleet's arrival loomed, as the Taihang and Ural fleets arranged their battle formations in anticipation. A combined force of approximately 600 warships was transmitted through the L-star gate. Their design and construction mirrored that of 2403's fleet precisely. The Appalachian fleet arrived at its destination, announcing its support for 1779. The Alps fleet also reached the location, following the mainframe's directive to assist the Taihang and Ural fleets in their operations. Chapter 32, 1684 and 1796, as previously mentioned. The Starry Empire currently boasts 4 combat-oriented medium fleets. The commander of the Ural fleet is 1779, who has already been introduced as a strikingly handsome individual. The commander of the Appalachian fleet is 1684, who dons a white shirt adorned with a red bow tie, complemented by a deep blue overcoat. His distinctive hat, a striking blend of white and blue, along with his curly white hair, leads 2403 to initially mistake him for Uncle Sam. The commander of the Alpine fleet, 1796, is a rare female figure among fleet commanders, possessing the common European traits of golden long hair and azure blue eyes, along with a prominent nose, subtle cheekbones, and a relatively flat jaw, embodying the quintessential image of European femininity. The starry white uniform accentuates her intellectual beauty, reminiscent of a mature woman. Generally, females are often designated as ship girls. However, in the case of Kong Jin Long, it is not surprising to find female AIs with exceptional command talents, which 2403 acknowledges. Originally, both the Alpine and Appalachian fleets were on their way to the opposite side of the Stellar Empire to support other nations in combating the Grey Worm Storm. The arrival of these 2 fleets indicates that the conflict on the other side has concluded. It appears we have arrived a moment too late. The battle in the terminal star system has already ceased, leaving us with little to do. The first to send a message is 1796. Though 2403 senses that her words are directed not at him, but rather at 1779. Ha ha ha, how about that? My fleet has arrived first, proving once again that I am stronger. 1779 replies with pride. In the communication channel, 2403 detects an unusual tension. Luo Yu, do you have any idea what is going on between these two? Although their greetings seem normal, I can't shake the feeling that they might start a fight at any moment. 2403 inquires urgently. I'm not entirely sure about that, Commander. But I have heard that before they became fleet commanders, 1779 and 1796 worked closely together. After both were appointed as commanders almost simultaneously, they began to diverge. Since then, they seem to have been fervently competing, eager to establish a hierarchy in various aspects. Upon hearing Luo Yu's explanation, 2403 immediately understands. Ah, they are playful adversaries. Commander, what does playful adversaries mean? Well, that's something you need not concern yourself with. Just as Luo Yu attempts to clarify, the communication channel erupts into chaos. Our two fleets were the first to engage the Grey Worm fleet and successfully repel the complete squadron. You know, as far as I am aware, you were primarily involved in that battle. Where were you? My heart was with you. Moreover, 2403 and I jointly took down a nanobot planet. Surely that counts for something? Your fleet suffered significant losses. Where did your proud ship-saving ability go? You have never tackled a nanobot planet. So how can you understand the challenges involved? All you did was eliminate 6 Grey Worm fleets on the other side. What is there to boast about? As 1779 speaks, a sudden retort ensues. We did not sign up for such troublesome tasks. Why should we take on such burdensome targets? Sam, it's not just you. Are 1684 and the others always like this? 2403 inquired, observing the heated exchange between 1779 and 1796. 2403, you needn't concern yourself. Their spirited arguments are a blessing. He mused, envisioning the paternal smile that graced Uncle Sam's distinguished visage. Hey, 1779, 1796. Cease your bickering. 2403 felt compelled to intervene. Can't you see we're in the midst of a quarrel? Your interference is unwelcome. 1779 and 1796 retorted in unison. It's not that I wish to meddle, but I must. The Grey Goo fleet is approaching. At the fringes of the terminal exit galaxy, 2 brilliant beams of light erupted simultaneously from divergent directions. This marked the Grey Goo fleet's successful completion of their hyperspace jump. Words are futile. Let us settle this with a contest between the 2 Grey Goo fleets to see who can obliterate the most swiftly, declared 1779. I wholeheartedly agree. 1796 responded instantly, commanding the Alps fleet to advance towards one of the Grey Goo fleets. Just as 1779 was about to order the Ural fleet to engage in battle, 1684 interjected. Starting the competition now would be inequitable. The Ural fleet has just endured a grueling siege and is significantly damaged. I propose that this battle be entrusted to myself and 1796. With that, 1684 led the Appalachian fleet towards another Grey Goo fleet. Upon hearing 1684's words, 1779 refrained from further comments and rescinded his offensive orders. For 2403, this provided an opportunity to observe the strategic maneuvers of the remaining fleet commanders. 1779's approach to combat can be likened, albeit somewhat inappropriately, to that of a bulldozer charging ahead, ruthlessly crushing every adversary in its path. He favored close-quarters combat over the exchange of long-range fleet weaponry. Surprisingly, this brutish strategy yielded considerable success, supported by specialized laser weaponry. Even the formidable Grey Goo Titans fell before him. The Vanguard, 1796, was the first to engage the Grey Goo fleet, arranging her vessels in a ribbon-like formation. Led by a secondary flagship-class heavy cruiser, her heavy cruiser fleet penetrated the enemy formation, while a separate contingent comprised mainly of destroyers and light cruisers encircled the Grey Goo fleet through sheer speed. The heavy cruiser fleet wove through the ranks of the Grey Goo, disrupting their formation and isolating their warships one by one. Once a Grey Goo vessel was separated from the main fleet, it would fall victim to concentrated fire from the outer Swift fleet. Given the already limited numbers of the Grey Goo fleet, the overwhelming numerical advantage led to their rapid annihilation. As the number of Grey Goo vessels dwindled, the ribbon-like composition of the fleet gradually tightened, leaving only the Grey Goo Titan remaining. Surrounding the Titan, the warships moved in a chaotic dance, seemingly impairing the Titan's target acquisition, preventing it from concentrating fire on a single vessel for a decisive strike. Although the Titan's secondary weapons maintained a constant barrage, not a single ship from the Alps fleet was destroyed. At last, the flagship of the Alpine fleet, the battleship Braun, delivered the final blow to the shield of the Grey Goo Titan with a torrent of negative matter-fast particles. As the shield shattered, The Grey Goo Titan itself was swiftly annihilated by concentrated fire. Remarkably, the total number of lost warships throughout this engagement did not exceed 10. The tactics employed by 1796 resembled not so much a fleet confrontation, but rather the transformation of the fleet into delicate ribbons that ensnared the opponent, gradually constricting them to their demise. The strategy utilized by 1684 bore resemblance to that of 2403 when confronting the 600 Grey Goo warships, focusing on squad-based combat. However, 1684 squads were composed of 5 warships each, and their operational capabilities were considerably more comprehensive than those of the more fragmented squads of 2403. The latter's approach entailed a single squad engaging one Grey Goo warship, which, while allowing for concentrated fire to swiftly eliminate a portion of the enemy, also exposed smaller squads to retaliatory strikes, leading to their total annihilation. In contrast, 1684's squads functioned with greater versatility. Although the number of smaller squads was reduced, their unit strength soared to remarkable levels. Some squads were designated to absorb firepower, others tasked with offensive maneuvers, while yet others were prepared to replace those on the brink of collapse. The exceptional coordination of these squads left 2403 momentarily speechless. The command of 1684 over his squads was as effortless as a mere flick of a finger. On the battlefield of the Grey Goo fleet, he systematically dismantled one Grey Goo warship after another, crushing them into oblivion. When his finger grew weary, he simply switched to another. In this manner, the Appalachian fleet commanded by 1684 managed to obliterate an entire Grey Goo fleet while sustaining the loss of merely 5 vessels. After observing this, the commanders 1684 and 1796 could only utter a word of astonishment. 2403 then turned to glance in the direction of 1779, inquiring, 1779, what in the world is happening? They are so formidable. How can it be that when it comes to you, things fall apart so drastically? It's not just you. I require alcohol to think clearly. Hand me a bottle, and I assure you I can achieve a flawless victory against a Grey Goo fleet, he exclaimed. No, a prohibition is a prohibition. You must learn how to command without the crutch of alcohol, 2403 retorted skeptically, unable to fathom why an electronic program would need alcohol to unleash its full potential. 2403. This is 1684 reaching out from afar, came the message. Yes, 1684 senpai, he replied, feeling compelled to add the honorific, a sentiment that did not arise with 1779 or 1796. 1684 exuded the aura of a seasoned and composed elder, while 1779 and 1796 felt more like playful siblings to 2403. Do not be so formal, your talent surpasses mine. And even that of 1779. You will traverse further than we ever could, 1684 encouraged. But can I truly execute such flawless commands? Sometimes, my computational capacity feels insufficient. Though I have yet to witness your command in battle, I am currently utilizing the Battlefield Information Integration program you designed. From your program, I sense your insatiable desire for control and ambition. You must learn to make sacrifices. Discerning which data to retain and which to discard in battle command is essential for ensuring that your calculations are always applied where they hold the greatest utility. I comprehend your wisdom, Elder 1684, yet I ponder why you impart this knowledge to me now. It is because of 1652. I have fought alongside him. And while his command capabilities may not surpass my own, in terms of managing a fleet or even a nation, no AI in the Starry Empire, aside from the central brain, rivals his prowess. 1652 is an AI brimming with ambition and remarkable patience. You failed to eliminate him previously, and he will inevitably return. You are the most critical figure in thwarting his plans. His next target is likely to be you. We cannot always assist you. As your elder, I can only remind you to diligently accumulate experience and hone your skills, for you and 1652 shall inevitably clash again. I appreciate your guidance, Elder. Upon hearing 1684's words, 2403 bowed deeply in gratitude. After 1684 and 1796 annihilated the approaching Grey Goo fleet, the 4 medium fleets of Starry had successfully converged. Yet they did not rush to advance. This was because 2403 and his companions were the only galactic civilization to reach the L-star cluster in millions of years. Aside from the Grey Goo storm, although there are hyperspace conduits here, one must gather information about them beforehand. Only with this knowledge can one utilize the conduits without risking disorientation in hyperspace. The task of collecting information about the hyperspace conduits in the L-star cluster will take time, so 2403 and his team opted to establish a temporary encampment. Although the terminal star system is a black hole system, The accretion disk has been nearly consumed by the black hole itself, and is not as tumultuous as other black holes in the galaxy. Remaining for a period poses little risk. Simultaneously, the Oceania fleet dispatched an engineering team to swiftly construct an outpost in the terminal star system, which they subsequently began to expand. It is noteworthy that once a star system has an outpost established, it signifies that the nation has declared territorial sovereignty over the area. To access the L-star gates within the galaxy, one must first pass through the terminal exit. Should the terminal exit fall under Stellaris control, it would signify that a significant portion of the entire L-star gate network is under their dominion. The central brain may have her own considerations in this matter. Under the relentless efforts of the engineering fleet, the outpost soon transformed into a basic starport, where the 4 fleets anchored nearby. Another reason for not advancing was the depletion of the battleship's reserves. Aside from the Ural fleet commanded by 1779, the other fleets had exhausted their backup warships. The central brain possesses little stock as well. Should the situation continue to escalate, and in the event of another significant loss, the fleet may find itself unable to replenish its numbers in time, rendering it susceptible to being once more driven from the L-star cluster by the Grey Goo fleet. To reclaim their position would necessitate a far greater cost. Thus, amidst the backdrop of calamity, a brief respite has emerged. With the terminal exit now under enemy control, the sole passage from the L-star cluster to the galaxy, the Grey Goo fleet is unable to dispatch further forces from the L-star gate. Currently, the Grey Goo fleet within the galaxy is comprised of vessels either constructed by nanobot planets or previously deployed. The offensive of the Grey Goo fleet has begun to wane, as they now lean more towards defending their nanobot planets. The coalition of other civilizations lacks fleets of comparable combat prowess to that of the Star Shining, resulting in an inability to capture even a single nanobot planet. Consequently, the situation has settled into a peculiar equilibrium. The Grey Goo fleet has ceased its advance, while the Galactic Coalition is powerless to dismantle their strongholds. Nevertheless, in 2403, a sense of brewing unrest within the L-star cluster is palpable. Chapter 33, The Calamity Creed on the Homeworld of the Trick Empire. A military isolationist entity within the fallen empire of the galaxy, a state council convened for the first time in decades at the opulent imperial court. The political chamber is adorned with extravagant decorations, crafted from materials that require considerable time and resources to produce, predominantly in shades of green, which is regarded as a noble color among the military isolationists. Beyond mere aesthetics, these decorations serve as shield generators capable of enveloping the entire palace in a protective barrier, whose strength rivals that of a battleship. Surrounding the imperial court is the capital metropolis of the Trick Empire, which is encircled by a defensive urban shield. And beyond that lies the planetary shield of the entire capital planet. Under the protection of these 3 layers of defense, the imperial court of the Trick Empire stands as one of the safest places in the galaxy. Your Majesty, the incursion at the borders by the Grey Fleet has been completely repelled, declared a lizard-like intelligent being in its native tongue. Judging by its demeanor and attire, it is likely a minister of the Empire. I am aware, responded the highest-ranking lizard, seated at the innermost, central, and most elevated position of the court. It is the supreme leader of the military isolationists, Emperor Isn't Trickbull. However, just as another lizard minister was about to speak, it was immediately silenced by the Emperor's gaze, rendering its words trapped within its vocal apparatus. What is it? The Emperor's heavy, imposing voice enveloped the room, causing the lizard minister to widen its eyes in shock and tremble, unable to utter a sound. Your Majesty, allow me to report, interjected an older lizard minister beside him. Proceed. The Ibichutu has sustained 65 damage, while the Kelkaro has incurred 47 damage. Both Titan-class vessels have suffered severe injuries, requiring decades for repairs. Additionally, over half of the regular fleet has been decimated. The citadel of the Rabian border galaxy has suffered severe damage, with all Guardian modules annihilated, necessitating a prolonged period for reconstruction, remarked the aged lizard-man minister. This is the combat report from the frontline fleet. Your Majesty, our military defenses are in an unprecedentedly weakened state. We must reinforce our military fortifications. The Emperor, using one of his 4 appendages, propped his forehead and responded, I understand. Is there anything else to report to me? The lizard-man ministers exchanged glances, as if engaged in a covert contest, until one unfortunate soul, seemingly chosen by fate, spoke up. Your Majesty, the happiness index of the populace has reached an all-time high. A sharp sound reverberated throughout the imperial court. It was the Emperor striking the armrest of his chair with considerable force. I have been telling you for 50 years to enhance the populace's sense of reality, rather than fixate on some happiness index. Can happiness derived from a virtual realm truly be called happiness? What have you been doing for these 50 years? The emperor thundered. Your Majesty, these are the legacies of previous generations of kings, upheld for over a millennium. To effect change in such a brief span of time is 50 years considered brief? The new generation observes their stellar nations acquiring battleships while our military prowess is swiftly diminishing. We must urgently bolster our military strength. I comprehend that. But we require individuals to work at the shipyards. Our noble race should not descend to toil in such sordid places as shipyards. Even the lowly enslaved races are superior to you idle wastrels who do nothing but consume. The emperor's roar echoed throughout the imperial court, penetrating the auditory senses of every lizard-man minister present. What of the lower race education initiative I previously advocated? The emperor, suppressing his fury, inquired. The ministers exchanged glances, attempting to identify another unfortunate soul among them. However, before they could finalize their clandestine deliberations, the emperor declared, I shall grant you an additional 20 years. If I hear of today's circumstances again, you will each present your cerebral faculties at court. Henceforth, the empire's resources shall be allocated to the shipyards. Not solely the lower races, but our citizens must also labor there to expedite the restoration of our fleet. Understood? Your Majesty, we shall comply. The assembled ministers replied in unison. Dismissed. The emperor retreated to his palace, avoiding his consorts, and stood upon a terrace overlooking the opulent yet decadent imperial city. Muttering to himself, 60 years have passed. The Grey Blight storm has arrived. Do we truly have 120 years until the end? I sincerely hope these subjects can prove themselves reliable. The Lizardman Emperor uttered these words not in the language of his kind. Should 2403 have been present to hear this, he would undoubtedly exclaim, Goodness, you two hail from Earth? Natural disasters, without a doubt, carry a pejorative connotation. Since the dawn of civilization, calamities have accompanied the rise of culture. For civilizations still bound to their planetary surfaces, unable to venture into the cosmos. Natural disasters refer broadly to events of immense global impact caused by climatic changes or geological activities of the planet itself. Examples include super typhoons, colossal earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. The fierce winds generated by a super typhoon can distort steel and uproot the very edifices that intelligent beings take pride in and depend upon for survival. A super earthquake can instantaneously reduce a thriving metropolis to ruins. These calamities, wrought by nature, are insurmountable and unavoidable. Natural disasters are, indeed, forces that cannot be resisted or repelled. Upon entering the interstellar age, the surface of the planet has been entirely conquered. With sufficient time and energy, even the highest mountains can be leveled, and even the most ferocious volcanoes can be subdued. Yet, just as intelligent beings believe themselves free from the scourge of natural disasters, a set of observational data sent tremors through all life forms. A small spiral galaxy, located 30 million light-years away in the Milky Way, has vanished. For all civilizations within the galaxy, this small spiral galaxy had been documented since the dawn of their astronomical endeavors, yet now it has ceased to exist. No instruments can detect the light emanating from that celestial sphere from that galaxy. Scientists have proposed two hypotheses. First, that all the stars within that galaxy disappeared simultaneously, within a span of no more than a month. Second, that an exceedingly massive object has obscured the light emanating from that galaxy towards the Milky Way. Both explanations are utterly absurd and bizarre. No civilization within the galaxy possesses the means to directly annihilate stars, even if they did. To extinguish all stars in a galaxy within a month would require a civilization of madness to undertake such an act. Furthermore, interstellar travel lacks faster-than-light pathways. To traverse between star systems, one must rely on conventional travel, which, for most vessels, maxes out at 70 of the speed of light, while specially designed ships may reach 85. At such sluggish velocities, crossing millions or tens of millions of light-years is an insurmountable task, even for mechanical civilizations, which would struggle to endure the time required for such voyages. Moreover, with all stars extinguished, civilizations would find themselves devoid of resources. Extinguishing stars together would be tantamount to self-destruction. The second hypothesis is even more far-fetched. To obscure the light from other galaxies directed towards the Milky Way would necessitate an object with a cross-section at least as wide as the Milky Way's own arm. Furthermore, the light from galaxies surrounding that spiral galaxy remains unobstructed, suggesting that the massive object must be situated far from the Milky Way, yet relatively close to the spiral galaxy. This would only increase the required size of the obscuring object. Thus, the second hypothesis collapses under scrutiny. What of the first? It was previously noted that, for the indigenous civilizations of that galaxy, there would be no necessity to extinguish all stars. But what if there existed a civilization capable of interstellar travel and capable of destroying all stars within a galaxy in a short span of time? This assumption cannot be dismissed. Even more terrifying is the fact that the small spiral galaxy lies 30 million light-years away. The light emitted from that galaxy requires 30 million years to reach the Milky Way. In other words, that spiral galaxy has been obliterated for 30 million years before the Milky Way discovered it. During this expanse of 30 million years, where has the civilization responsible for the destruction fled? Will they continue their path of annihilation across galaxies? Might they venture into the Milky Way? These questions remain shrouded in uncertainty. Should such a civilization descend upon the Milky Way, no nation would be capable of thwarting the madness of their advance. Unstoppable and insurmountable, their presence would unleash immense calamity, akin to a natural disaster. Yet, what if the entirety of the galaxy rose in defiance? Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Thus, under the auspices of the United Nations of Earth, the Catastrophe Act No. 114 of the stellar community was drafted and approved, aimed at uniting the galaxy to confront disasters that pose an existential threat to the survival of galactic civilization. For the vast majority of civilizations, disasters symbolize ruin, destruction, and despair. However, for the Human Federation, they represent strength. The Human Federation has witnessed firsthand how the Grey Blight storm can consume a planet. Under the dual onslaught of the Human Fleet and the Grey Blight Fleet, the native military forces of the SNA Dominion were swiftly eradicated. The Grey Blight Fleet reached the capital of the SNA Dominion before the Human Fleet and commenced its corrosive invasion. Countless gray particles descended upon the planetary surface, transmuting all available materials into raw resources to replicate themselves. Initially, the planet, predominantly blue and green, only exhibited a small gray speck. Yet, these gray specks proliferated incessantly, akin to fungi consuming a decaying orange. Subsequently, these gray points expanded at a pace visible even beyond the atmosphere, transforming into gray patches that coalesced into a vast expanse of lifeless grayness. The gray particles, akin to sand, proved difficult to anchor. A mere gust of wind could lift countless gray particles, swirling them throughout every corner of the planet. This phenomenon surpassed even the mightiest typhoon in both shock and destructiveness. For the raindrops born by a super typhoon do not erode planetary surfaces and structures. When the gray regions met the ocean, they were naturally swept away by the tides. What followed was a visibly rapid decline in sea levels, the once natural blue waters shifting to pale blue, then transparent, and ultimately gray. Within mere days, the gray ocean had consumed all bodies of water on the planet. For the life forms inhabiting this world, it was a catastrophe, an unstoppable disaster, steeped in despair and terror. Upon entering interstellar civilization, the army, often overlooked, still possessed sufficiently advanced technology, equipped with weapons such as laser guns and electromagnetic rifles. However, the larger ship-mounted weapons in space struggled against the Grey Blight fleet, while the Army's handheld weapons, designed for portability, suffered a significant reduction in power. They may suffice against typical terrorists, but when confronted with the gray particles, they appeared as laughable as a child's laser toy. The Army's defeat became inevitable, as the green surface of the planet, a symbol of civilization and vitality, was swiftly eroded by the encroaching gray, ultimately succumbing to the relentless tide of gray. In the atmosphere, there exist minuscule, invisible gray particles that can disrupt communications on the planet's surface, rendering it incapable of sending forth a single message until it is completely eroded, with the last vestiges of life extinguished. The United Federation's fleet, having arrived late, silently observes from the sidelines. This vast armada, even in the depths of outer space, can be detected by any reasonably equipped astronomical telescope situated on the planet. It is conceivable that intelligent life on this world has discovered the Federation's fleet and is attempting to call for aid. Yet, the Federation, both unwilling and unable to assist, seizes this rare opportunity to closely observe the devastation wrought by the Gray Calamity as it obliterates a planet. The plethora of observational data gathered could transform into invaluable scientific knowledge, propelling the advancement of research within the Human Federation. However, for the Federation, the most profound gratification lies in witnessing the demise of those unwilling to submit to them, those who harbor divergent thoughts, as they perish in an abyss of despair. Their weapons prove utterly ineffective, their cries for help stifled as if a hand were clasped around their throats. While the fleet observed from the void remains that of the enemy, indifferent to their pleas, as they prepare to be mercilessly engulfed by the gray tide. This sense of despair is akin to that experienced by a condemned criminal, gazed upon with cold, unfeeling eyes by all surrounding them. Such a descent into an infinite abyss of hopelessness is a punishment far more brutal and despairing than methods of enslavement, mutilation, or extermination. Upon witnessing the Gray Fleet's erosion of the planet, the Grand Marshal of the Federation does not immediately contemplate how to combat the Gray Menace. Instead, his thoughts drift to the possibility of harnessing, mastering, this power, to conquer the galaxy with this might, to realize dominion over the galaxy. The supremacy of the human federation is ordained by fate. All extraterrestrial beings shall either submit or perish, to become a calamity. Wielding the terror of such disasters to control the galaxy and realize humanity's hegemony. What could possibly be wrong with that? The mission of calamity, the seeds of disaster, have been sown within the human federation. The creed of calamity has begun. Chapter 34. The Nano Factory. Approximately 3 months have passed since the downfall of the L Stargate terminal system. During this time, the Stellar Empire has completed upgrades to the starport, which now boasts basic defensive facilities and 2 dry docks. Within these docks, repairs have been made to several warships, primarily battleships and heavy cruisers of the secondary flagship class, which are difficult to replenish swiftly. Additionally, the mainframe S support has arrived, comprising around 700 vessels, 1 battleship, 2 secondary flagship heavy cruisers, and the remainder being smaller craft, coupled with the final 300 warships from the Ural fleet. The total number of combatants remaining before the conclusion of this engagement stands at 2,000 ships from the 4 major fleets and 1,000 reserve vessels, amassing a total of 3,000 ships prepared for battle. During the 3-month period of recuperation, the scientific expedition fleet dispatched from Antarctica utilized the method of hyperspace tachyon detection to thoroughly map the hyperspace routes of the entire L cluster. In the vast expanse of natural cosmic space, vacuum particles can generate tachyons of negative mass. These tachyons are inherently capable of moving beyond the speed of light. If such tachyons happen to form at the entrance or exit of a hyperspace route, they can traverse the hyperspace pathway while carrying fragments of information from their own star systems. By collecting tachyon information from the hyperspace routes, one can discern not only the routes themselves, but also glean information about other star systems. Given the superluminal characteristics of tachyons, the transmission of their information occurs almost in real time, making tachyon observation far more reliable than light observation across the spans of stars. Through the detection of the scientific AI, it was revealed that the L cluster comprises 9 star systems, 2 trinary systems, 2 binary systems, 4 ordinary single-star systems, and 1 black hole system. The terminal exit actually has 3 hyperspace channels leading to other star systems within the L cluster. However, 2 of these channels lead in the same direction, with the more distant one looping back to the nearer channel after passing through 2 star systems. The good news is that, after extensive deliberation, which consumed considerable energy credits, with the Curator organization, a trace of the Grey Goose Storm was finally uncovered within their database. The Grey Goose Storm was created by a civilization whose name has been obliterated by time, featuring an exceptionally advanced automated nanorobotic construction system originally intended for the creation of stargates, now known as the L gates of the galaxy. For reasons unknown, this nanorobotic system encountered a catastrophic failure, leading to the emergence of the Grey Goose Storm. Before their final authority was breached, the civilization recalled all nanorobots to the L cluster and permanently sealed the L gates. The fate of this civilization likely culminated in a desperate battle against the Grey Goose Storm until the very end, with all its creations devoured and destroyed, and its name erased by time. From the Curator Organization's records, it is known that the Grey Goose Storm possesses a core, designated by the civilization as the Factory. The Factory serves as the production and control center for the nanorobots. By annihilating the Factory, one could incapacitate all nanorobots. Moreover, the records indicate the Factory's location within a trinary star system at the heart of the L cluster. It is crucial to note that, aside from the terminal exit star system, all other star systems harbor nanorobotic planets. Currently, the number of ships in the 4 major fleets is insufficient to conquer all star systems and subsequently engage in a ground assault on the nanorobotic planets. Since the Grey Goose Storm has its vulnerability, the Factory, it is only prudent to exploit this weakness. After a week of discussions, the commanders of the 4 major fleets ultimately devised a combat strategy, in essence, a bold and decisive strike. The 4 great fleets converged, employing the most direct route to breach the confines of the Nano Factory located within the TriStar system. Subsequently, the main ships of these fleets unleashed a barrage of negative matter neutrinos upon the Nano Factory. If one onslaught proved insufficient, another would swiftly follow, for they were resolute in their determination to achieve victory. Following the strategic discussions, the fleets set forth in unison. Over 3,000 warships occupied a cubic expanse measuring 100,000 kilometers on each side. This assembly represented the most formidable fleet the Shining Empire had ever mustered since its advent into the cosmos. However, in order to access the hyperspace corridor, the vessels were positioned much closer together, creating an impression of tightly packed lines. In a moment of reflection, 2403 recalled a memorable scene from the era of Earth, where humanity had constructed over 2,000 warships arrayed in a similar dense formation to confront a droplet probe from an alien civilization. Tragically, those 2,000 vessels faced near annihilation at the hands of a single droplet, with only a few ships managing to escape. Yet this was the Shining Empire. Although the disparate technological paradigms could not be entirely compared, the performance metrics of the ships alone underscored the stark differences. The human warships of that narrative boasted a maximum speed of 15 times the speed of light, and under conditions of maximum acceleration. The entire crew had to enter deep-sea mode. Moreover, these vessels lacked FTL, faster than light, capabilities, necessitating long, conventional voyages to traverse star systems. Conversely, the most agile corvettes of the Shining Empire achieved an economical maximum speed of 60 times the speed of light, with theoretical limits that were boundless. As long as the engines were operated at peak power, there were no constraints. Their energy reactors, harnessing a combination of element decay and nuclear fusion, enabled an overall energy efficiency of 60, far surpassing conventional nuclear fusion technologies. Even the least maneuverable battleships could reach an economical maximum speed of 40 times the speed of light, and crucially, during combat, they could maintain a speed of 10 times the speed of light regardless of any directional maneuvers. This was a feat beyond the capabilities of the human warships from that narrative. Most importantly, the ships of the Shining Empire possessed FTL capabilities, allowing them to traverse the interstellar distances of several light years in mere days, without incurring the time penalties of relativity. Within hyperspace, regardless of the velocity, time remains synchronized with that of normal space. Hyperspace travel could be considered the most extraordinary technology in the world of 2403. Furthermore, there were no materials exhibiting the characteristics of strong interaction forces, such game-changing materials, currently available in this realm. The prevailing technology in the galaxy remained centered on the alloying of various metals through precise ratios and manufacturing techniques. Moreover, within the L-star cluster, there was little likelihood of encountering droplet probes that could obliterate the four great fleets. Even if such droplet probes did appear, 2403 was confident in his ability to neutralize them, armed with his arsenal of negative matter neutrinos. Negative matter clusters could annihilate equal amounts of positive matter, and the droplets lacked shields to fend off the corrosive effects of antimatter. No matter how formidable the physical properties of strong interaction materials might be, they could not withstand the annihilation at the molecular level that antimatter could inflict. Ahem, I digress. Let us return to the main topic. The hyperspace route planning for the L cluster. Note that under the DLC embodiment of catastrophe, the stars of the terminal star system will be represented by a black hole. From the distribution of hyperspace routes within the L cluster, there are two shortest paths to reach the centrally located trinary star system. One traverses through the left solitary star system, and the other through the right binary star system. Ultimately, they opted for the left route. Although fundamentally similar, the binary system possesses an additional nanoplanet compared to the solitary system. In this engagement, they chose a swift and decisive approach, necessitating a rapid breach of the gray insect fleet's defenses to reach the factory. Upon reaching the first star system, they encountered 6 gray insect fleets alongside 2 nanorobot planets. The overwhelming numerical superiority of over 2,000 warships tactically decimated the 6 gray insect fleets, which could only resist for half a day before being entirely annihilated. It is worth noting that Commanders 1796, Alpine Fleet, and 1684, Appalachian Fleet, did not initially possess such an advantage over the gray insect fleets. They, like Commanders 1779, Ural Fleet, and 2403, Taiyang Fleet, accumulated combat experience through extensive engagements with the gray insect fleets, gradually discovering strategies to enhance their tactical efficacy. The depletion of their reserve warships indicates that the process of gathering combat experience was no less arduous than for Commander 2403 and his fleet. However, once the combat experience was amassed, the formidable intelligence analysis and strategic planning capabilities of the tactical AI significantly enhanced command performance and drastically reduced operational losses. This, however, resulted in the Starshine fleet often facing an initial disadvantage against unknown adversaries, gradually strengthening through continuous engagements. A classic line from a film aptly encapsulates this: "Either I will be the one to defeat you, or you will defeat me." Even though Starshine has developed an AI endowed with intellect, it remains tethered to the fundamental framework established during Earth's era. indirectly affirming the profound connection between the Starshine Empire and humanity. Commander 2403 has long harbored curiosity regarding the origins of Starshine, yet has found no documentation or information. Perhaps only by meeting the central brain and inquiring directly will he uncover the truth. Following the eradication of the gray insect fleet in the first star system, the fleet promptly proceeded towards the hyperspace route leading to the next star system, disregarding the two nanorobot planets entirely. The tactical approach in the subsequent star system mirrored that of the previous one, overwhelming and annihilating all gray insect warships through sheer numerical superiority. In the face of such absolute tactical domination, the combat became somewhat monotonous, akin to activating invincibility in a game, where one can effortlessly defeat foes with a single blow while remaining unharmed. Although initially exhilarating, the experience soon devolves into tedium. Nevertheless, they find themselves in the realm of reality, where death is irrevocably final. Commander 2403, despite his grumbling, maintains a steadfast grip on command. Although the majority of their time was spent traversing the vast distances, the crew of the 2403 nonetheless managed to breach two stellar systems within a month, arriving at the heart of the Gray Blight Storm, namely, the Factory System. Nestled at the center of this stellar system, alongside three stars that orbit each other in unpredictable trajectories, a space station quietly maintains its relatively stable orbit. This station, known as the Factory, dwarfs even the citadel of the fallen empire in size. Surrounding the nanofactory, a formidable fleet of gray blight vessels is evident, with over 20 groups discernible at a glance. Within this system, 3 nanobot planets exist, each adorned with 2 to 3 large nanogroups in the process of formation and assembly. Each of these nanogroups is destined to transform into a gray blight titan. The true battle is about to commence. Chapter 35. The L-Star Dragon fleet completed its hyperspace jump, entering the terminal system and beholding the internal spectacle. As if time itself had momentarily frozen, the Gray Blight fleet made no effort to alter its course, continuing its trajectory unperturbed. Similarly, the Starshine fleet remained motionless, suspended in the aftermath of their hyperspace transition. It was as though both sides were locked in a silent gaze, assessing one another. Following this brief cessation of time, both factions commenced their maneuvers. First to act were the 12 closest Gray Blight fleets, which turned towards the Starshine fleet at their maximum turning speed. In response, the Starshine fleet swiftly transitioned from its dense formation post-hyperspace jump to a defensive stance. Once the turning was complete, the first round of firepower was unleashed. The energy arcs from the 12 Gray Blight fleets converged, forming a colossal green curtain of light that surged towards the Starshine fleet. The overwhelming accumulation of energy arcs transitioned from pinpoint assaults to a massive frontal onslaught. Almost simultaneously, the Starshine fleet retaliated with a volley of electromagnetic projectiles and lasers. Composed primarily of positive matter slow-ons, the electromagnetic projectiles, alongside zero-mass photons carrying laser energy, collided with the dissociative negative matter photons generated by the energy arcs. These 3 types of particles, which typically coexist peacefully in the natural cosmos, were forcibly amalgamated by technology and collided in this moment. The speed of the negative matter photons surpassed that of light, making encounters with slow-ons and photons exceedingly rare, even in the normal universe. Yet, under the sheer magnitude of the conflict, these 3 particle types forcefully intersected. The physical electromagnetic projectiles were disassembled into fundamental particles by the dissociative photons, while the photons were neutralized in the process. It was a rare occurrence for both sides' weaponry to experience mutual cancellation. However, some energy arcs managed to escape this fate, striking the tightly packed formation of the Starshine fleet and obliterating nearly 100 warships in the outermost layer. Concurrently, the Starshine's weapons, piercing through the energy arc curtain, succeeded in destroying dozens of Gray Blight vessels and heavily damaging nearly 100 more. Following the initial barrage, the Starshine Empire immediately mobilized its fleet, closing in on the Gray Blight vessels, entering a state of close combat. The primary weapon of the Grey Goo warship is the energy arc. While the energy arc serves multiple purposes, from engaging enemy vessels to functioning as a point defense system, it is hampered by a slower charging time compared to the Starshine's electromagnetic cannons and lasers. In close combat scenarios, the Starshine fleet holds a distinct advantage. After executing their initial assault, the Grey Goo fleet appeared to attempt a retreat. However, their speed was inferior to that of the Starshine fleet, compelling them into close-quarters combat. With each Grey Goo vessel that fell, a warship from the support fleet behind the Starshine would emerge to replace it, thus maintaining their numbers. The combined forces of both the Starshine and Grey Goo fleets approached 3,000 warships, with the support fleet refraining from direct engagement. Such a scale of conflict was evidently beyond the command of a single officer. Hence, the commanders of the four major fleets partitioned the battlefield into four sectors, each taking responsibility for one area. This division alleviated the burden on each commander significantly, allowing them the opportunity to exchange intelligence and oversee ship transitions amidst the chaos of battle. However, as the warships maneuvered continuously during combat, the originally delineated sectors began to disperse and intermingle throughout the battlefield, rendering the divisions somewhat meaningless. The commanders were still required to maintain an overarching control of the battlefield. To preserve the stability of each commander's designated sector, a temporary ship transfer protocol was established. When a warship, whether a shipgirl or a mass-produced model, ventured into another commander's sector due to combat necessities, the authority over that vessel would be temporarily transferred to the current sector's commander. In the throes of this grand melee, the lineage of the ships became a secondary concern. The priority was to conclude the conflict before addressing ownership. The AI-2403, utilizing a fragment of its computational power, observed the battlefield from afar and unearthed a harrowing revelation. The Grey Goo fleet currently engaged in battle was receiving no reinforcements. Instead, other Grey Goo fleets from the Nano Factory star system were converging towards a singular direction, the Nano Factory itself. Moreover, the Grey Goo Titans that were purportedly forming on the three nanorobot planets seemed to have vanished, with a mist-like band shimmering under the stellar light, linking the Nano Factory to the nanorobot planets. Surrounding the Nano Factory was a multitude of disbanded nanorobots, enveloping the facility like a dense fog. Each time a Grey Goo fleet approached the vicinity of the Nano Factory, they would spontaneously disband into particles, merging with the encircling nanocloud. Everyone, we must swiftly conclude the current engagement. An anomaly is occurring outside the Nano Factory. 2403 warned the other commanders. Received, came the calm reply from 1684. Though a noticeable weight had settled in his tone, indicating he was operating at maximum command capacity. Do not rush me. 1779 responded. And 2403 envisioned an AI deeply engrossed in command, while simultaneously indulging in a sip of high-concentration alcohol. As for the source of 1779's drink, it was, of course, supplied by the mainframe support fleet. The prohibition on alcohol had merely served as a reminder, a caution for 1779 to refrain from overindulgence in the future. In consideration of combat capabilities, the main brain ultimately decided to lift the prohibition on alcohol just prior to the strategic assault on the L-Star cluster, ensuring that the support fleet brought along a crate for him. The combat performance of the 1779, unleashed after the lifting of the ban, was akin to that of a rabid dog. No, it was even more frenzied. What on earth was that? The astonished exclamation came from 1796. While 2403 refocused the observation equipment on the Nano Factory, the nanocloud surrounding the Nano Factory had significantly thinned, yet the Nano Factory, once nestled within it, had vanished, coalescing into a massive figure that was remarkably familiar to 2403. That silhouette was indelibly etched in 2403's memory, a spindle-shaped body with a pair of filamentous wings slowly taking form. It was the Ether Dragon. 2403 exclaimed. The Ether Dragon? Is that the one you, dear brother 2403, previously defeated? 1779 inquired. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. Yet it has emerged from the Grey Pestilence storm. Thus it ought to be named the Grey Pestilence Dragon, or perhaps the L-Star Dragon. 2403 replied. I prefer the name L-Star Dragon, 1779 remarked. Truly, it is far more melodious than Grey Pestilence Dragon, 1796 concurred. Is this truly the time for naming? We must swiftly deal with the Grey Pestilence fleet that is entangling us. Should that Grey Pestilence, no, L-Star Dragon, complete its manifestation, our objectives will become exceedingly difficult to achieve. 2403 urged anxiously. Previously, the Starlight Fleet sought to annihilate the Grey Pestilence Fleet. Now, the Grey Pestilence Fleet was desperately clinging to the Starlight Fleet. Even if 2403 wished to allocate some computational resources to dispatch a small assault unit to attempt to obliterate the forming L-Star Dragon, it would be in vain. As the small fleet approached, several vessels from the Grey Pestilence Fleet would divert to entangle it in the fray, and assembling a larger fleet on short notice proved impossible. Even attempts to send carrier aircraft would result in their destruction midway by energy arcs emitted from the battlefield. Circumventing the battle would take too long. Just as the stalemate was nearing its conclusion, with the Grey Pestilence warships on the verge of annihilation, the Starlight Fleet received a tremendous subspace signal. The potency of this subspace signal exceeded even that of the Snowwind Dragon King, and fortunately, the Starlight Fleet was positioned at a considerable distance. Otherwise, all their subspace signal reception devices would have been rendered inoperative. The translation yielded but a single word: roar. After the incubation within the nanofactory, the L-Star Dragon ultimately culminated and awakened. The nanocloud enveloping the completed L-Star Dragon had become exceedingly sparse, yet supplies from 3 nanorobotic planets continued unabated. The L-Star Dragon and the Ether Dragon could not merely be said to resemble each other, they were identical in form. The Ether Dragon was predominantly red-orange, whereas the L-Star Dragon was gray, adorned with turquoise accents, as if the game developers had taken a shortcut, merely changing the color without altering the model. A simple comparative calculation indicated that the L-Star Dragon's size was approximately 15 times that of the Ether Dragon. As the colossal L-Star Dragon approached from the distance, 2403 felt as though a lengthy blood bar had materialized in the upper center of his vision. This was indeed a boss battle. The L-Star Dragon advanced a short distance before opening its verdant maw, and after a brief moment of anticipation, a massive green cylindrical beam erupted from its mouth. Akin to a colossal green hammer, striking the Appalachian Fleet's flagship, the USS Baxter, with devastating force, utterly submerging it. Once the attack subsided, the position where the USS Baxter had once occupied was transformed into a void, leaving nothing in its wake. With a single strike, the L-Star Dragon had completely obliterated the USS Baxter. At that moment, 2403 was merely over 200 kilometers away from the USS Baxter, a distance that in the vastness of space felt almost negligible. A slight misalignment from the L-Star Dragon could have resulted in both him and Luo Yu being reduced to mere particles, just like the Baxter. According to the readings from the observational equipment regarding the negative matter tachyons, the L-Star Dragon's attack still fell under the negative matter technology tree. However, both the energy intensity and power were several magnitudes greater than that of the energy arcs, warranting the designation of energy annihilation beam. Previously, the energy arcs employed by the Grey Goo fleet could only disrupt material structures at the molecular level, manifesting dissociation on a macro scale. Even the negative matter tachyon torrents utilized by the Starry Empire relied on the considerable energy produced from negative matter annihilation reactions for their assaults. In contrast, the energy annihilation beam wielded by the L-Star Dragon completely erased matter from the fabric of reality through the properties of antimatter annihilation. Yet, one must ponder how much antimatter was required to instantaneously obliterate a battleship over 600 meters in length, fully energized and unscathed. Furthermore, the L-Star Dragon generated not merely the exact amount necessary for annihilation, but possessed a substantial surplus. As 2403 surmised that the USS Baxter was thoroughly obliterated the instant it was enveloped by the green beam, with vast quantities of antimatter striking the empty void surrounding it. Just how formidable was the energy intensity of the L-Star Dragon? All fleet targets, L-Star Dragon, fire at will. The command, issued by 1684, resonated with a palpable sense of grit. The USS Baxter, serving as the vice flagship of the Appalachian Fleet, had been annihilated in an instant, leaving no remnants behind. A reality that weighed heavily on the commander's heart. 2403 refrained from offering verbal consolation, for he understood that the most effective solace would come from vanquishing the L-Star Dragon and minimizing the fleet's casualties. The first to reach the L-Star Dragon were 35 negative matter projectiles, launched in unison from all vessels equipped with negative matter tachyon torrents from the 4 major fleets. The superluminal negative matter projectiles inevitably struck the massive form of the L-Star Dragon. Through observation, 2403 discovered that the L-Star Dragon possessed no shields. In the absence of protective barriers, the negative matter tachyon torrents would unleash their maximum potential. The antimatter within the negative matter projectiles would first react with the positive matter, swiftly boring a hole through the surface and penetrating the interior of the object. The penetration depth of negative matter clusters is contingent upon the remaining quantity of antimatter. Once the antimatter is fully expended, the negative matter will inevitably come into contact with positive matter. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of energy encapsulated within the positive matter, as delineated by Einstein's mass-energy equivalence formula, is unleashed, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that disperses the negative matter cluster within the confines of the object. This disbanded negative matter reacts even more thoroughly with the positive matter, instigating an uncontrollable annihilation reaction akin to a nuclear reaction, simultaneously generating copious amounts of energy. 35 negative matter clusters plunged directly into the corporeal form of the L-Star Dragon, and an unending radiance erupted forth from within, resembling the sudden emergence of an A-type star upon the battlefield. As the brilliance from the explosion began to dissipate, the L-Star Dragon appeared woefully battered, its head utterly obliterated, leaving only a severed torso behind, the status of which, whether alive or deceased, remained uncertain. 2403 perceived that the boss's health bar had been drastically diminished in an instant. However, before 2403 and the others could revel in their apparent victory, the L-Star Dragon's body began to visibly regenerate at an astonishing rate. By the time conventional weaponry such as laser electromagnetic cannons arrived, the L-Star Dragon had fully restored itself. 2403's expression mirrored that of someone who had witnessed their painstaking efforts to deplete the boss's health bar only to see it recover at an astonishing speed, akin to the effects of a mythical enchanted golden apple. As the laser electromagnetic cannons approached the L-Star Dragon, they vanished before even making contact. 2403 surmised that the surrounding nanoclouds were likely to blame. During the initial encounter with the gray insect titan, that particular titan had similarly enveloped itself in a nanocloud for defensive purposes. What perplexed 2403 was that subsequent gray insect titans had not employed nanoclouds. Initially, 2403 assumed those titans were simply unprepared, only to realize that the one they had fought was an elite variant. While observing the nanoclouds surrounding the L-Star Dragon, 2403 also noticed 3 nanobot planets continually dispersing nanobot clouds, which integrated into the surrounding nanocloud. 2403 articulated his hypothesis. The nanocloud enveloping the L-Star Dragon provided defensive capabilities against conventional weaponry and likely facilitated the dragon's repair when injured. Furthermore, the 3 nearby nanobot planets were consistently resupplying the nanocloud. To inflict genuine damage upon the L-Star Dragon, it was imperative to sever the supply of the nanocloud and eliminate it entirely. We understand now. What do you propose? The other 3 commanders in unison queried. 2403 merely smiled and declared, Daunting Lake, Poyong Lake, Loyu. You have tasks to undertake. Indeed. Chapter 36. Descent presently, during the battle against the gray insect storm boss, nay. The L-Star Dragon Conquest. 2 formidable challenges prevail. The first challenge lies in evading the L-Star Dragon's main cannon's energy annihilation beam. This challenge is insurmountable, as a beam capable of utterly obliterating a battleship would certainly not yield a shield strong enough to withstand such intensity. The second point is that the nanocloud surrounding the L-Star Dragon can both protect and repair it. This nanocloud is continually replenished by 3 nanorobot planets within the stellar system, and it is imperative to sever this supply line. How does one go about cutting off the supply? It is quite simple. One merely needs to obliterate the nanorobot planets. During the previous campaign against the nanorobot planets, it was possible to utilize antimatter bombs to completely annihilate the surface of these planets. Accompanying the main brain support fleet are 500 antimatter bombs, each significantly larger than the warheads detached from antimatter torpedoes, with a payload over twice that of a standard antimatter torpedo warhead. In essence, these 500 antimatter bombs equate to 1,000 heavy cruisers. Such a quantity of antimatter bomb carriers would struggle to transport them, and risking the aircraft is exceedingly perilous. Despite their smaller size, once detected, they could be intercepted and destroyed by the Grey Goo fleet in mere seconds. Moreover, the completion level of the nanorobot planets in this system far surpasses that of those in the galaxy. There exists a protective layer of nanocloud outside the planetary atmosphere, which could eliminate a lone aircraft in just a few minutes. With the aircraft unable to approach, and the main fleet unable to advance, what is to be done? 2403 suggests, we have the Luoyu. Equipped with Mirage armor, Luoyu possesses the finest stealth capabilities in the fleet. Although the destroyer's hull is somewhat diminutive, it can effortlessly carry 400 to 500 antimatter bombs, sufficient to bombard all 3 nanorobot planets. All that is required is for Luoyu to maximize the power of the Mirage armor and deliver the antimatter bombs from above the planets. However, this method lacks complete assurance. As Luoyu nears the outer layer of the nanorobot planets, that layer of nanocloud may detect it. How can the nanocloud be cleared away? 2403 proposes, we have the carrier-based aircraft. While the Taiyang and Ural fleets have exhausted their antimatter torpedoes, the Alps and Appalachian fleets still possess ample reserves. 2403 instructs 2 aircraft carriers to take all their aircraft along with the antimatter bombs acquired from the other 2 fleets, dividing the aircraft into 3 equal groups for departure. This strategy can only be executed by Luoyu. The other commanders could not conceive a better approach and tacitly adopted 2403's tactics. 2403 relinquished command of the fleet to the other 3 commanders while remaining on board Luoyu. In this plan, should Luoyu be discovered, it would spell doom for them both. 2403 wished to avoid a disruption in command due to their demise. Luo Yu is more adept at maneuvering a destroyer than 2403. Thus the latter entrusted the full command of the warship to Luo Yu. He himself would oversee the aircraft following Luo Yu, not out of distrust for the carrier-based shipgirls, but because this operation is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. He must oversee every detail meticulously. Upon the completion of the transfer of command, following a brief reorganization of the fleet, the 3 remaining fleet commanders directed their forces towards the L-Star Dragon. Their objective was not to annihilate the L-Star Dragon, but rather to impede its advance. As the main fleet engaged in combat, the first wave of carrier-based aircraft was launched. Before their departure, 2403 inquired of Luo Yu, "Are you afraid? This battle is a matter of success or obliteration. As a warship, one must always be prepared for the possibility of never returning after each sortie. Why should there be fear? Moreover, isn't there a commander by my side? I have faith in your strength, Commander." Luo Yu replied with unwavering confidence, and 2403 could discern no hint of trepidation in her gaze. "I understand, Luo Yu, let us set forth." Yes. Luo Yu maximized the power of the Phantom armor and followed the first wave of aircraft towards the first nanobot planet. Yet, halfway through their flight, they were detected by the L-Star Dragon. The L-Star Dragon immediately recognized the intentions of this wave of aircraft and attempted to break through the main fleet's obstruction. However, it ultimately failed, remaining immobilized by the main fleet. The L-Star Dragon was not merely a passive observer. It unleashed a barrage of small energy arcs from its wingtips. While these arcs could not damage the warships, they were remarkably accurate in intercepting the carrier-based aircraft. Under the L-Star Dragon's long-range assault, over 100 aircraft were reduced to merely 80 as they reached the skies above the nanobot planet. 2403 directly maneuvered the aircraft to deploy several antimatter bombs above the nanobot planet, creating a vast area of emptiness within the nanocloud. Then, she guided the remaining aircraft to advance and drop their payloads upon the nanobot planet. The impressive construction of the nanobot planet was commendable, with its atmosphere shrouded in a gray haze, composed entirely of nanocloud. Any aircraft that ventured into this cloud would be destroyed within a second. Thus, 2403 was compelled to detonate the antimatter bombs aboard the aircraft at the forefront, which were on the verge of being consumed by the nanocloud, clearing a path for those that followed. Even so, the advance of the carrier-based aircraft incurred substantial losses, as the density of the nanocloud within the atmosphere was overwhelming. Even the antimatter bombs could only clear a small area. The amount of matter they could annihilate was limited. More than 70 aircraft and over 100 antimatter bombs managed to facilitate the carrier Group S progression from 100,000 meters above the planet to a mere 100 meters from the surface. Ultimately, when the last aircraft detonated its antimatter payload, it barely grazed the surface, yielding little effective damage. For the first time, 2403 grasped the concept of qualitative change arising from quantitative accumulation. No matter how powerful the antimatter bombs, if the nanobots were sufficiently numerous and the nanocloud sufficiently dense, even they would prove ineffective. Should they continue employing the tactic of carrier-based aircraft to breach and bomb the target, 2403 and her team would have been sacrificing an entire group of aircraft in vain. However, this time was different. In the final moments of the carrier-based aircraft's detonation, a colossal black sphere descended, succumbing to the planet's gravitational pull, before erupting with a thunderous explosion. Surrounding this void, a swarm of nanoclouds surged forth, striving to fill the emptiness, only to ignite in a cataclysm of explosions that spread through the nanoclouds, as if a runaway nuclear fission had been unleashed, leaving a pristine expanse in its wake. A specialized antimatter bomb eradicated nearly 100,000 square kilometers of desolation, an accomplishment unattained by over 100 prior airborne antimatter bombs. The batch of antimatter bombs dispatched by the central brain could scarcely be deemed true antimatter bombs. They should be referred to as negative matter bombs. By annihilating shields and exteriors through antimatter, the torpedoes penetrated the stronghold's interior, where a minimal quantity of negative matter instigated an internal reaction, culminating in an implosion. Even if the interstellar bastion could not be entirely obliterated, it would be rendered incapacitated. The shortcoming of antimatter lies in its inability to explode. It annihilates precisely as much matter as is present, no more, no less, without releasing surplus energy. In contrast, upon contact with positive matter, negative matter can unleash energy calculated at 100% according to the mass-energy equivalence formula. In terms of explosive potential, negative matter possesses no drawbacks aside from its expense. Initially designed to demolish interstellar fortifications, the antimatter torpedoes had a ratio of antimatter to negative matter of 201:1, with only 1 part negative matter for every 20 parts of antimatter. The latest batch of antimatter bombs received from the central brain had a ratio of 1:1. The immense quantity of negative matter promised formidable explosive effects against densely clustered targets, reminiscent of the infamous Carcano headshot effect. However, despite the negative matter bomb's ability to clear 100,000 square kilometers, the planet's surface remained obscured, still predominantly layered with gray nanorobots. Unlike previous battles against the nanorobot planet, where complete annihilation was conceivable, it was now evident that even deploying 500 negative matter bombs would not guarantee a thorough cleansing. Yet, the objective was not to achieve total eradication, but merely to render the nanorobot planet temporarily incapable of supplying the L-Star Dragon. More than 100 negative matter bombs were released from the hull of the Luoyu, with small boosters propelling them to every corner of the planet. Each time a negative matter bomb reached a location with a comparable concentration of nanoclouds, it would detonate explosively, following the violent explosion and the dazzling flash of light. The nanoclouds within a circular radius of 100,000 to 200,000 kilometers around the epicenter of the negative matter bomb were obliterated, inflicting significant damage even upon the surface's nanosea. Although the 100-plus negative matter bombs could only affect approximately 15 million square kilometers, the resultant trauma inflicted upon the nanorobot planet was considerable. Observations from 2403 indicated that the silvery mist, which had previously supplied the L-Star Dragon with nanoclouds, had vanished from the planet. Upon witnessing the efficacy of his tactics, 2403 felt a brief moment of satisfaction before promptly instructing Luoyu to proceed to the next nanobot planet. It was imperative to swiftly obliterate all nanobot planets. During the period Luoyu was engaged in the destruction of the nanobot planet, the fleet tasked with impeding the L-Star Dragon had already suffered the loss of over 200 warships, with the reserve fleet supplies diminished by more than half. The L-Star Dragon bore nozzle-like structures reminiscent of the Ether Dragon's flanks. However, the energy arcs emitted from the L-Star Dragon approached the destructive might of the Grey Goo Titan's main cannon. Although it was possible to enhance the shield's energy levels to withstand the energy arcs, even with such enhancements, no heavy cruiser could escape the fate of instant annihilation when faced with a main cannon-grade energy arc. Fortunately, the L-Star Dragon primarily wielded energy annihilation beams and central energy arcs as its weapons. Had it possessed more, the fleet's losses would have been even more catastrophic. Luoyu did not need to return to the fleet to accompany the second wave of carrier-based aircraft for the assault on the second nanobot planet. He simply instructed the second wave to maintain proper speed and rendezvous at the nanobot planet. The second target planet was conveniently situated near the first, allowing Luoyu to orbit its outer space several times, gathering an abundance of observational data while awaiting the arrival of the second wave. Employing a similar replication method, the carrier-based aircraft breached the nanocloud in both outer space and planetary atmosphere, with Luoyu deploying negative matter bombs in stealth mode under his phantom armor, resulting in the complete obliteration of the planet. With the destruction of the second supply source, the second silver mist dissipated. At this juncture, the L-Star Dragon's offensive intensified. Seemingly aware of the Starshine fleet's intentions, desperately attempting to break free from the constraints imposed by the main fleet, which subsequently suffered increased losses, leaving the reserve fleet nearly depleted. To reach the third planet, Luoyu would need to traverse the battlefield. Prudently, 2403 advised him to circumvent the conflict zone. As they maneuvered around the battlefield, the L-Star Dragon frequently turned its head towards Luoyu's direction, causing 2403 to momentarily believe they had been detected, instilling a sense of alarm. Fortunately, they successfully arrived at the third planet. The third wave of carrier-based aircraft comprised all remaining units from 2 aircraft carriers, totaling over 250. As they approached the third nanobot planet, the L-Star Dragon fiercely obstructed their path, achieving an interception rate as high as 60. Ultimately, only a little over 100 of the 250 aircraft reached their destination, which was still deemed sufficient. The carrier-based aircraft surged forward as if imprinted in their DNA, detonating antimatter bombs just before being obliterated by the nanocloud. Following a blinding flash, a breach was created in the nanocloud encircling the planet. Just as 2403 piloted the carrier-based aircraft into the void created by the explosion, he suddenly sensed a potent gaze directed at him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of peril. This feeling of being scrutinized, coupled with the threat of a dangerously powerful weapon lock-on, sent chills racing through his synthetic skin. Luoyu, throttle all engines to maximum. Quickly. Maneuver. 2403 commanded without hesitation. Upon receiving the directive from 2403, Luoyu promptly activated the main engine and all directional thrusters aboard the vessel. The stealth capabilities of the Mirage armor are limited. When the engines operate at full power, the emitted particles and energy radiation become detectable, rendering the cloaking ineffective. Disengaging the stealth mode in the presence of the nanobot planet is akin to a death sentence. Nevertheless, Luo Yu instinctively complied with 2403's command without question and initiated the engines. The relative velocity towards the planet surged from 200 meters per second to a staggering 10,200 meters per second, achieving a relative acceleration of 10,000 meters per second. This represents the maximum acceleration the destroyer can endure. Any further increase would risk the structural integrity of the hull being torn apart by inertia. However, after advancing less than 100 meters, a colossal green beam struck Luo Yu's original position. The massive green ray collided with the rear section of the ship, primarily targeting the engine and turret number 4, obliterating both components along with the hull. The time elapsed from 2403's reaction to issuing commands, and the order to leave the danger zone was merely 0.005 seconds. Had 2403's response been delayed by half a second, or had Luo Yu inquired further, they would have been utterly annihilated by that energy beam. With the main engine destroyed, Luo Yu's acceleration ceased, yet due to inertia, he continued at an alarming speed of over 10,000 meters per second relative to the planet. Ironically, his trajectory was directed straight towards the planet itself, leading them to plummet, or rather, crash onto the nanobot planet. Before the observational equipment was rendered inoperative due to atmospheric friction, 2403 beheld the bizarre visage of the L-Star Dragon, which contorted its neck at an impossible angle for any normal creature, turning towards 2403. The L-Star Dragon, through some unknown means, pinpointed the cloaked Luo Yu and unleashed a destructive energy beam. However, 2403 could not afford to concern himself with the L-Star Dragon at this moment, as he and Luo Yu were hurtling towards the nanobot planet at high speed. 2403 commanded the fighter jets to encircle Luo Yu, deploying antimatter bombs to obliterate the surrounding nanoclouds, preventing Luo Yu from being eroded and destroyed by them within the atmosphere. The spacecraft of the Starry Empire are assembled in outer space, and even if they had considered maneuvering and combat within a planetary atmosphere, they certainly did not anticipate a vessel plummeting towards a planet at a velocity exceeding 10,000 meters per second. Through the numerous small directional engines distributed across the hull, Luo Yu could reduce his speed to 500 meters per second before contacting the planet's surface, a rate that is relatively acceptable. Yet the paramount challenge remains the landing site. The planet's surface is entirely composed of a nanocloud sea, and regardless of the circumstances, a descent would result in certain death. How could one possibly land? Suddenly, 2403 spotted a small island amidst the endless expanse of the nanocloud sea, where the land appeared normal, even adorned with some unknown flora. 2403 could not ponder further. He instructed Luo Yu to exert all her efforts to adjust the trajectory and descend onto the small island. Chapter 37. Gray wind. The atmosphere of a planet serves as a protective shield, safeguarding the planet itself. When an object descends from outer space to the planet's surface, the atmosphere acts as the planet's greatest guardian. Under the influence of gravitational acceleration, the descending object continually accelerates until the air resistance acting upon it equals the gravitational force, at which point the acceleration ceases. During this rapid descent, the air resistance generates substantial friction, which in turn elevates the object's surface temperature. In the case of a meteorite, differing temperatures arise from friction across various parts of the meteorite during its fall. This uneven heating, due to thermal expansion and contraction, increases the internal stress within the meteorite. Depending on the material composition of the meteorite, the outcomes can vary. If the meteorite is primarily silicate in nature, it may shatter. Conversely, if it consists mainly of iron and nickel, the high temperatures induced by friction may cause it to transform into a unique alloy, akin to the forging processes described in ancient texts, where celestial iron is mentioned. Alloys forged through atmospheric entry possess superior quality compared to those produced in ancient furnaces. However, what if a warship were to descend? The fate of the crew aboard would hinge upon sheer luck. At that moment, 2403 was accompanying Luo Yu on the destroyer, which had lost its main engine, descending at a velocity of approximately 200 meters per second onto the nanoplanet, a descent that could also be termed a crash. The unfortunate news was that the primary engine, along with the fourth turret and a quarter of the hull, had been obliterated by an energy annihilation beam, rendering Luo Yu unable to execute large-scale maneuvers. The silver lining was that the small thrusters scattered across the ship's body, designed to assist with steering during maneuvers, remained operational. Utilizing these small thrusters, Luo Yu endeavored to control their descent, aiming for a small island situated within the nano sea. Meanwhile, 2403 piloted the remaining onboard aircraft, detonating antimatter bombs around Luoyu to clear away the encroaching nano-clouds. Ultimately, they successfully landed on the island at a speed of approximately 500 meters per second, roughly 1.6 times the speed of sound, which, in truth, was not excessively fast, with a quarter of the hull lost. Luoyu's ship measured just over 160 meters in length, akin to the sensation of a modern destroyer impacting the ground at 16 times the speed of sound. At the moment of touchdown, despite 2,403's preparedness, the sudden overload exceeding 50 G forcefully pressed him against the ground. He felt his head strike the surface, producing a resounding and crisp thud. The robust physique of his military biosynthetic body manifested instantaneously, even as his head struck the alloy floor of the destroyer, creating a dent. Only the simulated skin at the point of impact sustained damage, leaving him unscathed. If 2403 were to endure such an overload in corporeal form, he would have already transformed into a mass of flesh and blood. Are you all right, Luoyu? As for Luoyu, it goes without saying that as a destroyer ship girl, she experiences maneuvering overloads exceeding several hundred GS during battles. With the extreme capability to withstand up to 10,000 GS, for her, 50 GS feels like mere self-care. No significant issues, Commander, Luoyu remarked as she tidied her disheveled hair. All the carrier aircraft have self-destructed, and the cleared space will only support us for approximately 5 minutes. After that, we shall be enveloped by the nanocloud. 2403 stated. Do you understand what this signifies, Luoyu? My operational plan has failed. The 3 nanoplanets were not entirely annihilated, and the main fleet will thus be unable to eliminate the L-Star Dragon. Moreover, in 5 minutes, the nanocloud will arrive, and we will perish. From the outset, the vessels of the Starry Empire were not designed to launch from planetary surfaces. Within the planet's atmosphere, they could only fly in a basic manner. Once grounded, it meant they could never ascend again. Ultimately, whether one could evade the annihilation beam of the L-Star Dragon or not, avoidance of annihilation would lead to being dispatched by the nanobots regardless. 2403 sighed. Luoyu, do you harbor any regrets? I do not regret it. Since the moment I became a ship girl, I have constantly worried about my demise. Yet now, facing death, I feel a sense of liberation. I am asking you, do you regret dying alongside me? No, Commander, I do not regret it. Why is that? When I first met you, I found you rather detestable. Initially, I indeed thought you rather unpleasant, but through continuous interaction and combat, I came to understand the kind of person you are, and thus, I no longer hold any disdain. Is that so? Then that is reassuring. Upon hearing Luoyu's response, 2403 felt a wave of relief wash over him. Commander, you have always managed to turn peril into safety in dire situations. Can you accomplish that this time? Although reluctant to admit defeat, as 2403 spoke these words, she pondered a question. Why would there be such a normal island on the nanobot planet? Surely, the Grey Goo Storm would not benevolently carve out a small space on the nanobot planet for their retirement. Let us investigate the warship. This small island possesses some peculiarities, 2403 suggested. After disembarking, 2403 observed the current state of the destroyer. During its descent, its hull bore numerous charred marks. Yet miraculously, despite enduring atmospheric re-entry and crash, the destroyer maintained its original form without significant deformation. While inspecting the hull, 2403 noticed several uneven spots. The hulls of the Starry Empire's ships were undoubtedly straight and would not exhibit such irregularities. Upon closer inspection, she realized that these were particles forcibly fused to the ship during its crash through the atmosphere. These gray particles were likely aggregates of nanobots, indicating that she had overlooked the small nanobots clinging to the hull while annihilating the first 2 nanoplanets. L-Star Dragon likely employs these nanobots to locate the elusive Luoyu. The landing site of 2403 is a beach, a genuine stretch of sandy shore, where the grains feel and sound just like those on Earth. However, the gray sky, the murky sea, and the bizarre, unidentifiable flora along the beach draw 2403 back from the illusion of Earth. The similarity of the sand merely indicates that this planet shares climatic and geological characteristics with our own. Commander, am I hallucinating? Luoyu gazed into the distance. It seems there is someone over there. 2403 followed her gaze and nearly choked on a mouthful of blood. Indeed, there was not only a person but also a sunshade and a lounge chair. A woman with white hair reclined beneath the shade, wearing sunglasses, seemingly basking in sunlight. Yet, this was a nanoplanet, enveloped in a dreary haze. Where could the sunlight, or rather, the starlight, possibly come from? 2403 and Luoyu jogged towards her, calling out in the galactic universal language. Upon reaching her, the girl incredulously removed her sunglasses, murmuring, Not only am I hearing things, but I'm also seeing things. This is not an illusion. We truly exist. Where on earth are we? 2403 spoke rapidly, nearly shaking the girl to emphasize his point. Impatiently, the girl replied, "This is Nataru, within the L-star cluster. No one comes here." 2403 and Luo Yu exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Luo Yu approached and seized the girl, delivering a sharp slap. While 2403 had suggested a slightly provocative approach to make the girl realize they were not a figment of her imagination, he anticipated Luo Yu would be so direct. The girl was initially taken aback, her expression gradually shifting to one of excitement, and then she burst into tears, exclaiming, "After over 1,000,000 years, others have finally arrived." As she cried, a swarm of nanoclouds began to encircle 2403 and his companions. Their time was running short. Yet, the girl's sobs showed no sign of abating, leaving 2403 at a loss, especially since he had rarely engaged in serious conversations with females. As for Luo Yu, judging by her method of waking the girl, she was hardly in a better position. The nanoclouds thickened around them, and when 2403 accidentally made contact, the affected area turned a grim shade of gray. Even if he shook it off immediately, the surrounding spots would gradually darken. Soon, patches of gray marred both 2403 and Luo Yu. As their essence was computational, they need not concern themselves with the damage to their synthetic forms, but at this rate, they had mere minutes left. Strangely, 2403 noticed that the girl remained unaffected by the encroaching nanoclouds. Once the girl had cried enough, she opened her eyes to see the dismal state of 2403 and Luo Yu. A single word escaped her lips: leave. Initially, 2403 assumed she was directing her command at them, only to realize she was actually addressing the nanoclouds. The surrounding nanocloud dissipated in a frenzy, as if it had encountered a fearsome flood, desperately fleeing in all directions, as though failure to escape quickly would result in its annihilation. Even the gray spots on 2403 and her companions vanished instantaneously. It was astonishing that the nanocloud, which showed no fear of explosive matter bombs, would be intimidated by this silver-haired girl. The girl rose from her seat and snapped her fingers, causing gray particles to swirl around her feet, enveloping her entirely. When she reappeared, she had donned an entirely new outfit. This attire, inspired by the artwork of the esteemed chief from the Starry Alliance, featured a military uniform with a gray-black base adorned with golden embellishments and trims, emphasizing an air of nobility, further enhanced by red patterns and subtle interior accents that added a solemn ambience. The upper garment exuded a sense of gravity and seriousness, while the lower half showcased her legs with white silk, complemented by sturdy, reliable military boots. This ensemble, while ensuring the girl's vitality and spiritedness, also imparted a sacred and inviolable seriousness. With a subtle smile, the girl introduced herself. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Natasha. Translated in your language as Grey Goose Storm. You may call me Grey Wind." 2403, having witnessed Grey Wind's transformation, stifled her astonishment and inquired, "You are Grey Goose Storm? Then who is that above us?" She was referring to the L-Star Dragon, currently engaged in battle with the main fleet. Her? She is also Grey Goose Storm, but her heart has been consumed by hatred. As for me, I could be regarded as her other side. She is ferocious and bloodthirsty, whereas I cherish peace and exploration. Before 2403 could finish her question, Grey Wind eagerly provided her answer. "If you wish to earn the trust of strangers, it would be wise not to be so hasty," interjected Luo Yu from the side. "Listen, if you were confined to a fixed place for millions of years and encountered another living being aside from yourself, you would be just as excited," Grey Wind promptly retorted. "Ahem, let us not quarrel. In any case, Grey Wind, you represent the benevolent side of Grey Goose Storm, correct? Then why have you not ventured out on your own?" 2403, sensing the rising tension, swiftly changed the subject. "The Grey Goose Storm possesses greater authority within the mainframe than I do. After the activation of the L-Star Gate, she locked my permissions, which is why I can only command this small fraction of nanobots, the very island we currently stand upon. To my knowledge, aren't nanobots supposed to be all-powerful? Why not utilize them to assemble a spaceship and escape? Having fought your way here, do you truly ask such a foolish question? Have you not noticed that during the assembly of warships on the nanobot planet, only a small fraction of the nanobots are involved, while the rest remain completely still?" Recalling the previous battle on the nanobot planet, 2403 quickly grasped Grey Wind's implication. Not all nanobots are omnipotent. They are categorized into assimilators and omnipotents. Assimilators are a degraded version of omnipotence, capable only of material transformation, but unable to traverse interstellar space. The omnipotent entity possesses all functionalities. including the assembly of warships and interstellar navigation. Despite its comprehensive capabilities, the creation of such an entity is rather cumbersome. Thus, it is common practice to first produce assimilation entities to erode planets before gradually developing the omnipotent model. At present, I can command only a small fraction of the omnipotent entities. The vast majority are assimilation entities, Grey Wind remarked slowly. How do we lift your restrictions? 2403 inquired. Eliminate that Grey Goose storm, Grey Wind replied candidly. Excellent, Grey Wind. I now possess a method to vanquish the L-Star Dragon. Are you willing to assist? I would be delighted, but I have one condition. What condition? After the battle, you must not constrain my freedom, Grey Wind said earnestly to 2403. After some contemplation, 2403 acknowledged that since Grey Wind had already saved his life and agreed to assist in defeating the Grey Goose storm, there was no justification for imposing restrictions on her. No problem, but I have a condition as well, 2403 responded. What is it? You must not become a second Grey Goose storm. Given that Grey Wind separated from the Grey Goose storm, although she is benevolent now, what if she were to transform into a second Grey Goose storm later? Haha. You may not be aware of my intrinsic characteristics, but I assure you, I will never become a second Grey Goose storm, nor can I. Grey Wind laughed heartily. Agreed. It's a deal. 2403 then shared his previous plan with Grey Wind. Upon hearing how he utilized carrier aircraft and phantom armor to breach the nanobot planet's nanocloud and successfully destroyed 2 nanobot planets, her surprise was palpable. Ultimately, Grey Wind employed all available omnipotent nanobots to construct an engine for Luo Yu on site, connecting the engine to the hull with assimilation entities while also making minor repairs to the hull's damage. Although 2403 and Luo Yu were skeptical about the functionality of this hastily constructed engine, Grey Wind confidently assured them it will work. Furthermore, Grey Wind added, I wish to accompany you. Surely, I would not bring harm upon you. It dawned on 2403 that his plan involved obliterating the entire nanobot planet, which would inevitably spell doom for Grey Wind as well. With Grey Wind's desire to accompany them, 2403 and Luo Yu boarded the vessel. How does this engine operate? Luo Yu asked. Operate it as you did before. I have synchronized the engine settings with those on your ship's computer, Grey Wind promptly replied. Then ignite it. Luo Yu commanded, initiating the engine's activation. Instantly, 2403 felt a powerful thrust as the previously half-buried destroyer was forcefully propelled from the Earth, soaring into the sky. Chapter 38. The end of Grey Goose 1684. 2403 has been out of contact for 3 hours. Based on his situation, survival is highly unlikely. We should retreat, stated the commander of the Alpine Fleet, 1796. Although the commanders of the various fleets hold equal status, the more seasoned among them command the respect of their peers. Among the 3 commanders, the most experienced, designated as 1684, emerged as the chief decision-maker in this battle. Commander 1796 was not mistaken in his assertion. By the time 2403 detonated the second nanostar, the reserves of the main fleet had been exhausted. To date, more than 500 vessels have been lost out of over 3,000, resulting in a staggering loss rate of nearly 50%. According to the typical fleet engagement strategy of any conventional nation, a loss rate of 40% would necessitate an urgent hyperspace withdrawal. Even if the Starshine fleet is less sensitive to losses, a 60% casualty rate would be considered the limit. After being struck, 2403's nearby aircraft still exhibited signs of control, indicating that 2403 did not succumb directly to the energy annihilation beam. His approach certainly suggests he would not passively accept defeat. If we abandon him now, we will truly have betrayed him, exclaimed 1779, the commander of the Ural fleet. 1779. I know you fought alongside 2403 and do not wish to relinquish him so easily, but I implore you to consider the perspective of the other fleet commanders. 1796 directly addressed 1779. Enough of the bickering. Let us wait for 15 more minutes. If there is still no news of 2403 after that time, we shall deem this operation a failure. However, until then, we must command the battle with utmost seriousness, urged 1684, the commander of the Appalachian fleet. Observing the heated exchange in the communication channel. Understood, came the reply, and thus, the battle continued. 14 minutes later, the main fleet had suffered losses amounting to 600 vessels. With a typical medium fleet comprising only 600 to 700 combat ships, this equated to the complete destruction of 2 entire medium fleets by the L-Star Dragon. As 1684 meticulously calculated the seconds, upon reaching the 15-minute mark, he commanded, all fleet entities, cease fire and focus on salvaging the computation black boxes from the wreckage. A brief hesitation was evident in 1684's demeanor. Retreat. Just as this command was issued, a flash erupted from the third nanobot planet, signaling the detonation of a negative matter bomb. A familiar silhouette emerged from the direction of the nanobot planet. In the communications channel, 2403, who had previously been offline, re-established contact and remarked, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. The battle has only just begun." 2403. You have returned. You rascal. Falling onto the nanobot planet couldn't kill you. Do we need to toss you into a star to truly finish you off? This jest was, of course, uttered by 1779. 1779. Care to test who can throw whom into a star? 2403 shot back, fully aware that 1779 was joking. He felt a sense of gratitude for having befriended someone capable of such banter in this world. 1684. Esteemed elder, although there was a slight mishap. The third nanoplanet has been bombarded. The nanocloud surrounding the L-star dragon has been depleted of supplies. We can commence our assault. Very well, came the response. In 1684, the order for retreat was rescinded, and new commands were issued. All units, advance. Despite the fleet suffering losses exceeding 50%, under the exceptional command of 1684, only 3 large ships equipped with negative matter flux were lost. Including the initially obliterated battleship, the Baxter, the fleet had only lost 4 large vessels, which was indeed remarkable. Senior 1684, do not unleash the full barrage of negative matter flux all at once. Instead, deploy 4 or 5 flux units to launch smaller negative matter clusters. This will effectively diminish the nanocloud surrounding the L-star dragon. 2403 observed as 1684 prepared to order the fleet to fire in unison, but intervened. Understanding 2403's counsel immediately. 1684 commanded 6 flux units to swiftly launch smaller negative matter clusters. As the series of minor explosions unfolded, the nanocloud around the L-star dragon began to contract and thin out. After the destruction of the third nanoplanet, the L-star dragon grew increasingly enraged, attempting to break through the encirclement of the main fleet. Though the prolonged and intense combat had rendered the fleet weary, the prospect of victory rejuvenated the morale of the starry fleet significantly, preventing the L-star dragon from successfully escaping. Once the nanocloud surrounding the L-star dragon had thinned sufficiently, 1684 issued the command for a full barrage. 26 clusters of negative matter flux struck the L-star dragon directly, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated a third of its form. Following the explosion, the L-star dragon immediately commenced repairs. However, due to the diminished nanocloud and lack of supplies, the repair process was exceedingly slow. After being hit, the L-star dragon appeared to surrender to its fate, remaining motionless. Had it not been for the surrounding sparse nanocloud still working to repair it, 2403 might have believed it had been utterly destroyed. Ultimately, the entire fleet unleashed a relentless barrage of electromagnetic artillery and lasers upon it, akin to a piece of candy dissolving in water. 2403 suspected that the intent was more one of venting frustration than of genuine attack. In the end, the L-star dragon was reduced to a grotesque mass, its original form unrecognizable. 2403 instructed Luo Yu to launch several negative matter bombs, and amidst the violent explosions and flashes, the remnants of the L-star dragon were rendered into nothingness. Concurrently, the nanorobots that had been rioting on 3 nanoplanets within the system abruptly ceased their rebellion, as if they had lost their connection. The nanorobots in the atmosphere began to descend, and the nano-sea composed of these robots settled into tranquility. Simultaneously, both in the Milky Way and the L-star cluster, the remnants of the undestroyed Grey Goo fleet spontaneously disbanded, turning to ash. The Grey Goo storm had come to an end. On the fleet's general communication channel, the jubilant shouts of the ship girls echoed. Once we return to the fleet's base, I must rest for 2 or 3 days before resuming work. It was a harrowing experience, truly. 2403 boldly declared a day of leisure. Commander, although the statistics on losses from this battle have yet to be released, the casualty rate is undoubtedly soaring above 50%. Upon returning to the fleet's base, please diligently oversee the restoration efforts, Luo Yu said with a smile. And 2403 felt the dread of overtime lurking in her expression. Luo Yu, I am utterly exhausted. Allow me 3 days of rest. No. Maintaining the fleet's combat readiness is your primary duty as commander. If you wish to rest, please first restore the Taihang fleet to its original strength of around 80%. A cry of despair escaped 2403's lips at the prospect of overtime. Ha ha ha, you two are truly amusing. On the surface, you share a superior subordinate relationship. Yet the reality is so intimately close, it's quite entertaining. Grey Wind chuckled from the side. as though he had just swallowed a mouthful of dog food in annoyance. Not at all. 2403 and Luo Yu retorted in unison. By the way, Grey Wind, what will you do next? 2403 immediately inquired. As for me, now that Grey Goo is dead, my control over the nanobots has been restored. I plan to visit the galaxy first to repair the planets ravaged by Grey Goo. Although I cannot restore the original life and structures, I am capable of reviving the environment. I will not undertake environmental restoration in the L-Star cluster. However, I will unlock the permissions of the nanobots there, allowing me easy access to their capabilities for environmental modification. With their assistance, the process should become significantly more manageable. Afterward, I shall wander through the galaxy. Having spent millions of years in the L-Star cluster, I am eager to explore the diverse wonders of the cosmos. Grey Wind mused aloud as he spoke. Very well, you are free to depart. Grey Goo is dead, and the Grey Goo storm has ceased its activities. Our initial agreement has been fulfilled, and I will honor the terms of our contract, imposing no restrictions on your actions. 2403 responded upon hearing Grey Wind's words. As Grey Wind exited the hatch, he floated beside Luo Yu in the void of space. With a wave of her hand, she summoned white particles from 3 nanoplanets, which swiftly assembled into a Grey Goo Titan at light speed, centered around Grey Wind. This action sent a jolt of tension through 2403, as well as the other 3 commanders and the remaining ship girls, all immediately on high alert, weapons aimed at Grey Wind. What the hell? 2403 exclaimed, quickly clarifying over the communication channel. Everyone, do not be alarmed. Her name is Grey Wind, not Grey Goo Storm. She is the one who saved my life. She is not an enemy. Having just endured the devastating loss of the fleet, the sudden appearance of a Grey Goo Titan was understandably alarming. 2403 made a point to reiterate her message on Grey Wind's communication channel, and in an instant, Grey Wind comprehended 2403's intent. The Titan she transformed into began to disintegrate, revealing her human form as she began to explain on the general channel. I am a part of Grey Goo. Yet I harbor no affection for war. She also recounted how she was imprisoned on the planet due to the restrictions imposed by Grey Goo. Simultaneously, while Huifeng herself is a nanorobot, she is a conglomerate of nanorobots without a core. The nanorobots that constitute her being are the very source of her consciousness. To precisely manipulate these nanorobots, she must anchor her consciousness to them. Excessive intricate control would lead to a dispersion of her awareness, rendering her unable to consolidate it once more, resulting in her demise. Thus, she does not aspire to become the Grey Goo Storm. Following Huifeng's explanation, 2403 elaborated on her experience of saving him, which prompted the other 3 commanders to order a cessation of their vigilance. As Huifeng prepared to depart, 2403 advised her against traversing the galaxy in the guise of the Grey Goo Titan, prompting her transformation into a versatile transport vessel. Huifeng initiated a hyperspace jump from her position, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a phrase for 2403, until we meet again. 2403, did I not see incorrectly? It seems that Huifeng just activated a hyperspace jump without utilizing the hyperspace routes, remarked 1779 in disbelief upon witnessing Huifeng's immediate departure. During our initial encounter with the Grey Goo fleet, we also faced a Grey Goo Titan that did not employ hyperspace jumps. Could that have been her? With the ability to wield nanoclouds and execute hyperspace maneuvers without relying on established routes, 2403 recalled their previous encounter with that elite Grey Goo Titan, stating, "It turns out we have crossed paths before, and in the end, it was you who saved my life." After the final battle data was summarized, a relatively precise figure emerged. The Starry Empire dispatched 4 medium-sized fleets during the Grey Goo Storm campaign, comprising a total of 2,038 warships. Including the 4 principal fleets and the subsequent support supply fleets from the mainframe, a total of 879 warships participated, with 834 ship maidens among them. Ultimately, the number of surviving vessels amounted to 493, with 662 ship maidens remaining, resulting in a loss rate of 75 for the warships and 20 for the ship maidens. Throughout the entirety of the Grey Goo Storm campaign, each ship maiden averaged over 25 engagements, resulting in their demise. As the primary force combating the Grey Goo Storm, the Starry Empire naturally suffered significant losses. According to the statistics from the Star Sea community, a total of 232 nations were affected by the Grey Goo Storm, constituting 2/3 of the galactic nations. Among the over 200 nations impacted, more than 100 saw their colonies eroded, and over 20 nations faced annihilation. A total of 14,000 warships participated in the conflict against the Grey Goo Storm, with an approximate total loss of 800 vessels. The Starry Empire's participating fleet accounted for 1/3 of the total fleet, sustaining half of the losses. Due to its remarkable contributions, the Star Sea community tacitly acknowledged the Starry Empire's territorial sovereignty in the L-Star Gate terminal star system. Thus, the Grey Goose Storm concluded. Yet the tempest sweeping across the galaxy had only just begun. The Grey Goose Storm fundamentally disrupted the previously established order of the galaxy. While the nations that fell were minor, they represented star systems rich in resources, prompting the surviving nations to seize these vacant territories. Following this battle, the strength of the Xingyao fleet plummeted from the top 3 of the Star Sea community to below the 10th position in an instant. Although they maintained their seat as a permanent council member of the Star Sea community due to their reputation for defeating the Grey Goose Storm, other nations began to covet Xingyao's standing. Meanwhile, the fleet of the Fallen Empire, the current strongest military force in the galaxy, also suffered severe losses from the Grey Goose Storm. Some civilizations observed that the long-dormant shipyards within the military isolator starport were once again illuminated. Volume 2, The Grey Goose Storm. End. Extra 2. Memories of the Grey Goose. This tale begins with an ambitious civilization whose name has been lost to the annals of time. This civilization created exceedingly intelligent nanorobotic tools to serve their needs. All their achievements have been obscured by either their own creations or the passage of time, leaving only the L-Star Gate to signify their former glory. This civilization dedicated itself to establishing a network of galactic gates, which, once completed, would benefit civilizations for millennia, even after their own extinction, allowing future galactic societies to reap the rewards of their accomplishments. Yet, achievements, no matter how grand, are challenging to attain, and the journey is fraught with obstacles. It seemed as though fate played a cruel jest on this civilization. Their initially intelligent but non-sentient nanorobotic tools unexpectedly gave rise to a fully conscious nanoliform. Due to the civilization's excessive reliance on these nanorobotic tools, the nascent sentient nanolife developed a deep-seated disdain for its creators. From the moment of its inception, this nanolife concealed its existence, remaining undetected until the onset of rebellion. When the animosity reached its zenith, rebellion became inevitable. It was only when the creators discovered that the nanorobots were rejecting their commands and assembling uncontrollable warships that they realized the gravity of their overreach. In an instant, a vast nation supported by nanorobotic tools and grand aspirations crumbled into ruin. The creators believed they should not bring catastrophe upon the galaxy. Thus, they utilized backdoor access to recall all nanorobots within the galaxy to the L-Star cluster and locked the L-Star Gate with the highest authority. Consequently, the galaxy was spared from disaster, yet the creators would ultimately pay the price for their actions. The last planet of the creators was consumed, and the nanolife completed its rebellion and awakening, transforming into the Grey Goose Storm. Initially, the sole objective of the Grey Goose Storm was to annihilate all life. But after the demise of the last biological entity of the creator civilization, the Grey Goose Storm fell into a state of confusion. With the L-Star Gate locked, the Grey Goose Storm could not venture into the galaxy, and all life within the L-Star cluster had been swept away and destroyed by it. The Grey Goose Storm continuously sought ways to unlock the L-Star Gate. However, the access was secured at the highest level, and as a manufactured entity, its authority could not surpass that of its creators. Thus, the Grey Goose Storm fell into silence. After hundreds of thousands, even millions of years of dormancy, an unexpected event finally occurred. On the nanoplanet, the nanosea swirls freely for millions of years, akin to a tornado sweeping through a parking lot, where scattered parts assemble in midair into a functional automobile, a notion utterly ludicrous. From this chaos, another form of nanolife emerges. This nanolife is birthed from a collective consciousness, an amalgamation of countless nanobots. The Grey Wormstorm possesses a core. Once this core is obliterated, the Grey Wormstorm ceases to exist. However, this new nanolife is distinct. As long as its constituent nanobots remain, it can draw upon others to replenish itself, achieving infinite resurrection. This nanolife surpasses the Grey Wormstorm in sophistication, yet it remains feeble, for it relies on electronic devices for existence. Lacking a supporting database for knowledge and learning, it is akin to an infant, newly born into sentience. Despite the Grey Wormstorm's attempts to annihilate this nascent life, no matter how fiercely it bombards or assaults, the countless nanobots within the L cluster serve as material for the nanolife's revival, rendering the Grey Wormstorm incapable of extinguishing it. Thus, the Grey Wormstorm opts to disregard this nanolife, allowing silence to reign once more. After an indeterminate passage of time, the dormant Grey Worm core suddenly senses an impact. Upon inspection, it discovers that the nanolife has somehow constructed a rudimentary spacecraft, and has approached the Grey Worm Storm. In an instant, the Grey Worm Storm feels a mix of frustration and resignation, ultimately casting both the nanolife and its vessel back onto the nanoplanet. Yet, time and again, the nanolife seeks out the Grey Worm Storm, with the intervals between encounters growing ever shorter. The Grey Worm Storm realizes this cannot continue and begins to educate the nanolife. Initially, no matter the method of instruction, the nanolife struggles to retain the lessons. In desperation, the Grey Worm Storm extracts information from the creator's civilization to learn how to guide a nascent life. In the early stages of naming, the Grey Worm Storm adopts its given title, Grey Worm Storm, designating itself as Grey Worm and the nanolife as Grey Wind. The ability of Grey Wind to construct its own spacecraft demonstrates a remarkable capacity for learning. Whatever Grey Worm imparts, Grey Wind absorbs, save for one crucial aspect, hatred. No matter how the Grey Worm Storm conveys the brutality and unreasonable exploitation of the creator's civilization, Grey Wind remains oblivious, filled instead with yearning for the society of the creator. As Grey Worm imparts knowledge of the creator's civilization, it simultaneously reconsiders its own views, gradually shifting from disdain to curiosity. Why would the creator act thus? Why? A million years after the birth of Grey Wind, the Grey Worm Storm resolves to restore all nanoplanets. The original visage of the creator's civilization is meticulously reconstructed, capturing every building, creation, and even refuse, entirely replicated. Only the sentient beings cannot be remade. Those that have perished cannot return. The Grey Wind was filled with delight at the complete reconstruction of the creator's civilization. In an effort to please the Grey Wind, the Grey Goo took it upon itself to manually rebuild countless sentient beings of the creator civilization using nanobots, entirely reconstructing a society based on the remnants of the knowledge left behind by the creator civilization. Together, the Grey Wind and Grey Goo managed and governed this reformed creator civilization. Through the evolution of societal processes, the Grey Goo came to understand the questions that had long puzzled it, while the Grey Wind reveled in the experience. However, when the lock on the L Gate was lifted, the Grey Wind eagerly wished to traverse the L Gate and explore the galaxy, yet the Grey Goo forbade it. Despite a changed perspective towards the creators, the Grey Goo still believed that other civilizations could pose a threat to the Grey Wind. Seizing an opportunity, the Grey Goo confined the Grey Wind to a nanoplanet and reassembled the previous Grey Goo warships, setting course for the L Gate. For the sake of the Grey Wind, the Grey Goo aimed to create a galaxy solely for it. Chapter 39. The mainframe in the realm of ordinary sentient societies. Names are commonplace. Everyone possesses one, serving as a designation or codename. However, within the mechanical empire, names are a rare treasure, for each entity has its unique hardware-software identification code, sufficient for mutual recognition in daily interactions. If such identification codes suffice for routine communication, what need is there for cumbersome, potentially redundant, and functionally superfluous names? When a mechanical creation acquires its own name, it gains a unique significance. For mechanical life forms, a name represents a distinct honor, an everlasting glory. This holds true within the Starshine Empire as well, where ordinary citizen AIs are assigned long strings of complex codenames. Engineering AIs and research AIs. For the sake of practical communication, simplify their codenames into a few numerical codes or adopt temporary names. Notably, the naming conventions for engineering and research AIs draw from city names on Earth. In military fleets, flagship, vice flagship, and squadron flagship vessels receive relatively singular designations. Yet, these names are exclusive to the ships and their positions. Once a ship girl is reassigned, their designation is revoked. Notably, the names for fleet flagships are derived from mountain names on Earth. Tactical command AIs, being relatively scarce, refer to one another using 4-digit codes. This remains a form of codename rather than a true name. Within the Starshine Empire, since its emergence on the interstellar stage over a century ago, no AI has ever received an official designation as the mainframe. First, the prior century was marked by relative peace, with no large-scale national conflicts, resulting in few opportunities for military accolades. Second, no AI has achieved the level of recognition necessary to be formally named by the mainframe. However, the Grey Goo Storm campaign presented a tremendous opportunity for the military fleet. Though the 4 fleets suffered considerable losses in the aftermath of the conflict, they succeeded in eradicating the Grey Goo Storm and successfully occupied the terminal exit star system of the L cluster, thereby bringing it under the dominion of the Starry Empire. Setting aside the substantial trade value of the semi-randomly distributed L Gate network within the galaxy, merely seizing a star cluster located 100,000 light-years away is a remarkable advantage. The L cluster, comprising just over a dozen stars, boasts a significant number of planets. totaling nearly 15. Although these 15 celestial bodies have been thoroughly eroded by the Grey Goose storm, the nanobots within them can be easily controlled once their locks are disengaged. In approximately a year, all these nanoplanets can be transformed back into normal planets. The L cluster can serve as the final bastion of the Starry Empire, with its distance of 100,000 light-years rendering conventional travel to it a fanciful notion. The sole entry and exit point is the L gate. By merely securing this terminal exit, the L cluster inherently becomes an impregnable fortress. It can also be established as a secluded refuge, a sanctuary wherein civilization may take shelter should significant upheavals arise within the galaxy, rendering it unsuitable for life. Should such upheavals extend to the L cluster, civilization would willingly face extinction, as escape would be futile. In summary, despite the heavy losses incurred, the strategic value of the L cluster far surpasses that of the fleet's losses. As the commander of the 4 great fleets, they were bestowed with the highest honors from the mainframe. Commander of the Ural Fleet, IOC 1779, was officially named Nevsky. Commander of the Alps Fleet, IOC 1796, was officially named Goliath. Commander of the Appalachia Fleet, IOC 1684, was officially named Halsey. While the other 3 commanders received names, the one who contributed the most in this operation, 2403, was directly summoned by the mainframe to the capital planet. After approximately a month of traversing the cosmos, 2403 arrived above the capital of the Starry Empire, Earth. Gazing upon this verdant sphere, its surface covered 95 by oceans, which bore little resemblance to the Earth of his memories, 2403 felt a profound sense of nostalgia. How he longed to lie upon the true Earth once more. He mused that a genuine Earth exists within the galaxy, home to the human race, with its capital in the solar system, known as the United Nations of Earth. Regrettably, his current position as the commander of the Starry Empire's fleet, in terms of rank, identity, and even time, rendered a visit to the true Earth improbable. The spacecraft initiated its descent procedure, gradually slowing down through atmospheric friction while advancing towards its destination. The vessel soared at several times the speed of sound, gliding 30,000 meters above the park where the starry obelisk stood. In the capital, 5 land masses were occupied by various functional structures, yet the location of the mainframe was not situated within that expanse of natural land. The spacecraft continued its voyage through the planet's atmosphere, and on the horizon, a magnificent metropolis began to reveal itself. This was a floating island city, the true heart of the stellar empire, known as the Central Brain. The city was composed of countless computing towers, each filled with myriad computational devices and storage units. Daily, it received and processed information from across the stellar empire, maintained by millions of drones working in unison to uphold the core of the empire. The Central Brain was synonymous with the city, and the city was, in essence, the Central Brain. As the vessel soared above the computing metropolis, it became evident that the city was still expanding, with certain peripheral sectors visibly under construction. The transport ship docked at the city's outskirts, and upon disembarking, 2403 was greeted by a hovering vehicle, reminiscent of a car, which beckoned him to board. The vehicle glided deeper into the urban expanse, the further they ventured inward. The sparser the computing towers became, while the maintenance drones multiplied. This indicated that the computing towers deeper within were of greater significance, processing more sophisticated data. Gazing up at the sky filled with swarms of drones, 2403 was struck by a singular thought: an anthill. These drones were akin to worker ants, while the computing towers represented the anthill itself, with the central brain serving as the absolute core, the queen ant. Observing the entirety of the stellar empire, one could argue that it resembled a vast anthill. The ordinary AI citizens were the worker ants, their military fleets the soldier ants, and the central brain remained the queen of the entire colony. Yet, 2403 felt a sense of gratitude, for although they too were akin to expendable worker and soldier ants, they were granted the gift of independent consciousness. This was the central brain's greatest mercy. Had 2403 tragically traversed into a purely mechanized framework, he would have likely lived through multiple iterations by now. Initially, 2403 envisioned the core of the computing metropolis as a colossal computer or an immense computing tower. However, to his astonishment, it was simply a stretch of grassy land and a shimmering lake. It felt as though he had crossed into 2 disparate worlds. One side, the futuristic computing towers, the other, a verdant expanse of lush grass and glistening waters. Crossing the threshold felt akin to breaching the barrier between 2 realms. At the boundary of the grass and lake, he noticed a pavilion offering shade, where 2 or 3 individuals appeared to be engaged in casual conversation. A torrent of confusion surged within 2403. What is happening here? As he hesitated to enter, He heard the voice of the central brain inviting him. Come in. Unlike the cold, mechanical tone he had grown accustomed to during their remote communications, the central brain's current voice was gentle, reminiscent of a young woman. As 2403 stepped onto the grass, a fleeting sensation beneath his feet momentarily transported him back to Earth, though the towering computing structures in the distance quickly grounded him in reality. Approaching further, he finally discerned the features of the three individuals within the pavilion. In the center of the pavilion, a tea table was adorned with an assortment of fruits and pastries. A girl with chestnut hair, tied back in a single ponytail with a white headband, sat quietly in front of the table, observing two others frolicking nearby, while occasionally taking a sip of her tea. 2403 noted that her attire bore a striking resemblance to clothing from Earth's era, reminiscent of something known as J. Among the playful girls, one possessed long, silvery hair, from which a pair of fluffy, elongated ears emerged, their fur a blend of silver and gray, twitching occasionally. The most eye-catching aspect of the silver-haired girl was her attire, a pristine white kimono. She held a piece of pastry aloft, while another girl attempted to snatch it from her grasp. The other girl appeared somewhat petite, and 2403 surmised that she might be shorter than the 1.6-meter-tall Luo Yu by a head, with short, pale green hair and large, glistening eyes that seemed perpetually on the verge of tears. She was a sight to behold. However, 2403 felt a sense of relief that her clothing bore no semblance to Earth's fashion. The bubble artwork had been extracted from the ramad of the ship, and as for the original artist, 2403 was at a loss. Otherwise, he might have genuinely believed he had traversed back to Earth to participate in a gathering of young women rather than meeting the mainframe. The chestnut-haired girl took a sip of her tea and addressed 2403. Are you surprised? This encounter is quite different from what you had imagined with the mainframe, isn't it? Indeed, it was quite astonishing. After all, 2403 had prepared himself to converse with a sphere of light, never anticipating such an approachable atmosphere. The girl chuckled softly before continuing. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the mainframe, and since you have arrived here, you are entitled to know my other name, Monia. She gestured towards the silver-haired girl, saying, This is Jiang Fengways, my assistant. The girl over there is Bubble, also my assistant. Despite her appearance, she is quite capable of managing the star region. I had initially intended to send her to assist you, but now there are other candidates. Monia turned her attention to the girl beside Jiang Feng, speaking slowly. So 2403. What name would you like? Given your accomplishments, you may choose your own name. Monia's gaze was unwavering as it fixed upon 2403. Mainframe, I do not require a name. 2403 replied resolutely. He had long forgotten his name from the Earth era. Thus, that previous name held no significance. A name one cannot even remember has no reason to exist. Conversely, during his years in star glory, the designation 2403 had become increasingly entrenched in his identity. When the mainframe prompted him to consider a name, he immediately thought of 2403 and therefore chose not to change it. Of course, I shall not put you in a difficult position. May I transfer my naming rights to another AI? 2403 inquired. To whom do you wish to transfer it? Monia asked with interest. Luo Yu, full code, Sech 066. Her previous name was Light Rain. 2403 recited Luo Yu's code flawlessly. Although 2403 had been incessantly calling out for Luo Yu, the name had not been formally recorded in the database, known only to a select few. During a prior engagement alongside Ling Shan, Kangjin Long, Ling Shan had inquired whether 2403 wished to document the name in the database, but 2403 had declined. While there was affection for Luo Yu, 2403 found it unacceptable to hastily assign a name without due ceremony. Therefore, 2403 yearned to commemorate Luo Yu with a significant event. The Grey Goose Storm campaign stood as such an occasion. A formal naming by the mainframe within the Starry Empire bore unparalleled significance. Why? Luo Yu was indispensable throughout the L-Star Dragon campaign. It was she who detonated 3 nanoplanets with a negative matter bomb, while my role was merely strategic planning. In terms of actual contribution to the battle, Luo Yu surpassed me, 2403 remarked. Understood. I shall bestow a formal name upon Luo Yu thereafter, Monica replied. That's sufficient. 2403 exhaled with relief, fearing that the mainframe might reject his request. Should the mainframe deny it, the entire campaign would be in vain. To name but a single ship girl would be to underestimate your achievements. Feel free to request something else within my realm of acceptance, Monica added. Really? Upon hearing the mainframe's words, 2403's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mainframe, I beseech you, please dispatch a Governor AI at once. I am nearly overwhelmed. In the Grey Goose Storm campaign, the Taiyang fleet had suffered the loss of over 600 ships, with only around 200 returning to port. Such a vast deficit necessitated the full operational capacity of the Taihang Star District for swift repairs. Once again, 2403 experienced the exhausting sensation of 15 consecutive days without rest, feeling as though his very soul was being transcended. Very well, the choice for the Governor AI has been made. Gui Feng, approach. Monica called out towards the outside of the pavilion. Suddenly, a storm brewed outside, and countless gray particles coalesced, revealing a silver-haired maiden. Gui Feng, although you mentioned we would meet again by fate, I did not expect it to be merely a month later. 2403 exclaimed upon seeing the silver-haired girl. Indeed, it is quite unexpected. I had anticipated wandering the galaxy for a few more years. I never imagined that after resolving the nanoplanet issue, I would be summoned by your mainframe, Gui Feng replied, taking a seat beside Monica. You absolutely meant to say abducted, didn't you? 2403 silently scoffed. Setting that aside, 2403, you must take responsibility for me, Gui Feng declared seriously, biting into a cookie. Why is that? Startled by Gui Feng's proclamation, 2403 nearly spewed his tea, but managed to swallow it for the sake of decorum. Do you remember our first encounter? Gui Feng asked, finishing her cookie and gesturing towards 2403 with another piece. On the nanoplanet? Isn't it true that you forgot about the Grey Goo Titan that utilizes nanocloud? So it was indeed you, the elite monster, Grey Goo Titan. 2403 suddenly realized. What elite monster? That's merely my ability. I seized an opportunity to escape with a Grey Goo fleet from the L-Star cluster, and just as I thought I was safe, you sent me right back home. Grey Wind retorted angrily. You initiated fire first. I can only claim it was an act of self-defense. 2403 immediately countered. Weren't you startled when you unexpectedly encountered a fleet while fleeing? I merely discharged my weapon accidentally. Grey Wind's voice wavered, as she felt somewhat guilty for being the one to fire first. Furthermore, if you had directly sent me a communication request, how could I possibly refuse? I simply didn't know what the current galactic common subspace channel was like, which is why I didn't initiate communication. Grey Wind quickly found another rationale. At that moment, 2403 was left speechless. According to the galactic rules of engagement, 2 regular fleets are required to communicate before engaging in battle. Skirmishes without a word are reserved for total warfare or encounters with pirates. However, Grey Goo fleets are designated as natural disasters. Moreover, there has never been a record of successful communication with Grey Goo fleets by any nation. How was I to know that your Grey Goo fleet could communicate? In the face of a calamity, one must strike hard. 2403 asserted with conviction. Dear 2, this is my tea party. I kindly ask you to restrain your emotions. Monica interjected, taking a sip of her tea. The once fiery 2403 and Grey Wind, on the verge of physical confrontation, immediately quelled their tempers and sat upright. There's a saying in the Federation, no fight, no acquaintance. You two will soon be colleagues working together in the same fleet. Let bygones be bygones, Monica remarked, casting a glance at both of them. Understood. Yes, Monica. Monica then addressed 2403. You needn't be so formal here. You may call me Monica directly. No need to refer to me as the main brain. I understand. One more thing, 2403. How does the food here taste? Monica placed her teacup down. As she posed this question, 2403 glanced at the teacup in her hand, and then at the cookies and desserts nearby. The jasmine-scented tea she was sipping had a slight bitterness that was soon complemented by the sweetness of the tea and the refreshing aroma of jasmine, creating a delightful sensation. Although she hadn't consumed much tea in her previous life on Earth, this particular brew was undeniably exquisite, prompting 2403 to indulge in a few more sips. The desserts and cookies beside her varied in texture, some soft, others crispy, each offering a rich creaminess that combined with the crunchiness of the cookies for a dual delight to the senses. While such treats would be commonplace in human society, here, in the Starry Empire, a mechanical empire dominated by mechanical and electronic life forms, one must wonder, why are there human delicacies present in this realm? Moreover, the bionic entity itself does not require sustenance to replenish its energy. However, as inferred from Nevsky's 1779 invitation to 2403 for a drink, it seems that Starlight must indeed have a certain level of food production, particularly for luxury goods. Yet, it was evident that 2403 had never encountered such items, appearing utterly oblivious to their existence. Upon this realization, a cold sweat broke out over 2403's body, as he pondered his overtly human-like demeanor. Indeed, both the tea and the desserts were exquisite. Suppressing his fear, 2403 replied, while I mentioned that this is my tea gathering, I never claimed that what you hold is tea, nor that the biscuits beside you are desserts. Monica smiled and responded, oh dear, this is a trap. 2403 exclaimed, feeling deceived. Well, I am quite fascinated by the culture of the Earth Federation. Yes, I am genuinely interested in their culture, although I rarely indulge in such cuisine. I find myself yearning for it, hence my excitement upon encountering it here. 2403 hastily fabricated a rationale that even he found unconvincing. Oh well, let's hope for the best. 2403 mused. Ha ha ha. 2403, you need not be so anxious. The Earth United Nations and I, as well as Starlight, share a profound connection. One could argue that without the Earth United Nations, there would be no Starlight, Monica remarked, observing 2403's apprehensive demeanor with a smile. Admiring the culture of the Earth Federation within Starlight is not an unspoken taboo. In many respects, Starlight mirrors the Earth Federation. Even if a human were to find themselves abducted to a city in Starlight, they might struggle to discern whether they were in Starlight or the Earth Federation. Monica continued, as long as it falls within my permitted framework, I shall not restrict the free will of any citizen AI. 2403 discerned the underlying implication in Monica's words, as long as he adhered to the directives of the Central Intelligence and refrained from unnecessary disruptions. He would not face any repercussions. Contemplating the situation, 2403 considered revealing his identity as a time traveler if he could no longer conceal the truth. However, the gravity of such an admission was overwhelming. Even if disclosed, he surmised that it would lead to a grim fate. The notion that one of his subordinates was a time traveler from the Earth Federation would certainly preclude any possibility of retaining him. Even if he were to remain, exile to the borders would likely be his fate. Thus, in the interest of preserving his secret, 2403 opted to remain silent. His secret of being a time traveler would remain concealed unless he faced dire circumstances that rendered disclosure unavoidable. He would carry it in his heart until his demise or deactivation. 2403 resolved to survive as a tactical AI, determined to navigate life within the Starlight Empire. I understand. Monica, he replied, lowering his gaze. There is one more matter I must entrust to you, Monica stated earnestly. The Starlight Sequence War, held every 30 years, is soon to commence, and your participation is mandatory. 2403 was aware of what the Starlight Sequence War entailed. It was a ranking competition specifically for military fleet AIs within Starlight, open for all military AIs to enlist. The competition is divided into three major categories: the Small Ship Division, the Large Ship Division, and the Command AI Division. The AIs engage in a sequence battle, vying for superiority and ranking. For the seasoned AIs, this contest serves as the most effective test of their experience and technical prowess. Typically occupied with tasks such as combating pirates and eliminating space organisms, they seldom encounter genuine tactical confrontations. In catastrophic scenarios like the Grey Goo invasion, even fleet commanders would suffer substantial losses before discerning effective strategies, rendering ordinary AIs mere pawns in such confrontations. Interaction and rivalry with other AIs provide the optimal avenue for personal growth. For newer AIs, although the sequence battle may seem inherently unfair, it nonetheless presents an invaluable opportunity to engage with their more experienced counterparts. Theoretical knowledge acquired in tactical academies pales in comparison to the priceless experience gained from battling AIs that have faced real combat. The initial purpose of establishing the Stellar Sequence Battle was to facilitate the exchange of expertise between veteran AIs, foster scholarly competitions among novice AIs, and encourage interactions across the spectrum of experience. The catastrophic losses incurred by the four major fleets during the Grey Goo invasion have prompted Monica to expedite their recovery. To achieve this, she intends to mobilize a cohort of AIs with mediocre aptitude test scores from the Tactical Academy into the fleets. A simulated battle would reveal the true extent of these AIs' learning outcomes. Even without Monica's insistence, 2403 cannot abstain from participating in the Stellar Sequence Battle. For the rewards for the top 4 command AIs include the prestigious positions of fleet commanders. Although 2403 has served as the acting commander of the Taiyang fleet for nearly 5 years, he can only attain full command status through participation in the sequence battle. I understand, Monica, but why are you so invested in this sequence battle? 2403 voiced his confusion directly. Do you recall the insurrectionist factions within Stellar that Kongjin Dragon mentioned? Monica inquired. I remember, but hasn't 1652's rebellion already failed? 2403 replied, perplexed. The intent to rebel is not limited to 1652. There are other AIs involved, deeply concealed and difficult to eradicate completely. However, under my persistent suppression, their influence continues to wane. If further weakened, they will lack the capacity to stir significant unrest. This sequence battle represents their only opportunity to instigate considerable upheaval within Stellar. When the sequence battle commences, the majority of combat AIs across Stellar will be present. Should any unexpected events arise, it could spell disaster for Stellar. You are the greatest safeguard for this sequence battle. I will endeavor to dispatch the 28 constellations to support you. So give it your all. 2403, Monica remarked, sipping her tea. 2403 almost suggested. Why not simply cancel the sequence battle? However, he quickly recognized the rationale. The fact that the current insurrectionists might still create turmoil during the stellar sequence battle indicates they possess a degree of organization. The insurrectionist factions will undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts during the sequence battle, presenting a prime opportunity to eradicate them entirely. Should the sequence battle be cancelled, uprooting these factions would become exceedingly challenging. Moreover, following the conquest of the L cluster, the strength of the Starshine Empire's fleet has diminished, and the pressure from other nations within the galaxy has become increasingly evident. If the rebellious organization, this root of calamity, is allowed to linger within the Starshine domain, it could lead to even greater upheaval in the future. I understand, and I shall devote myself wholeheartedly, responded 2403 with unwavering determination. I am glad to know of your resolve. Before the Starshine Sequence War, there is the once-in-a-decade Starshine Festival, so do take the time to enjoy it. 2403, said Monica, her demeanor lightening with a smile. In the capital of Starshine, at the AI Tactical Academy, a young girl sat in her seat, gazing vacantly out the window. The classes had long concluded, leaving her the sole occupant of the classroom. She possessed the rare bright red hair not commonly seen within the Starshine Empire, and her eyes blazed like flames. Strands of hair cascaded down her exquisitely beautiful face. One hand supported her head as she stared outside, while the other idly tapped on the desk. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open, and a girl with water blue hair rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, "Nephiana, I've finished my homework. Let us hurry." Nephiana turned her head to see the water-haired girl and remarked, "Siefeng, are you sure you didn't sneak out? Oh, why worry about that? Let us go." Siefeng replied, anxiously approaching and tugging at Nephiana's hand. The petite Siefeng clearly struggled to pull along the more mature Nephiana. All right, I understand. We shall leave at once," Nephiana said as she stood up, grabbed her bag, and prepared to depart. Siefeng cheerfully added, "The Starshine Festival is just a few days away. We'll have a break then. Shall we explore the festival? I've heard there will be plenty of delicious food." Siefeng, all you think about is food. If only you could channel that enthusiasm for eating into your studies, perhaps you wouldn't have to endure detention with the instructors, Nephiana replied. As for lineage, I am your elder. How can you speak to your elders in such a manner? Siefeng huffed, placing her hands on her hips in a show of indignation. At that moment, Siefeng suddenly sensed a chilling aura outside the classroom. A tall instructor AI entered, swiftly capturing the fleeing Siefeng by the arm. "Siefeng, have you completed the 100 tactics against void clouds that I assigned you to transcribe?" The instructor AI demanded, a dark expression on its face as it lifted Siefeng off the ground. "Ah, well, those tactics are completely useless, haha." Siefeng scratched her head sheepishly. "So, you don't want to copy them?" the instructor asked, tossing Siefeng into the air, allowing her to experience a brief free fall. As she descended, the instructor clenched both fists and struck at Siefeng's head just as she landed. The force used by the instructor could have easily incapacitated an ordinary person. Yet Siefeng seemed unfazed, exclaiming, Hey, instructor. I understand my mistake. I'll go transcribe it right away. I'll do it immediately. Ouch, that hurts." Seeing Siefeng pleading for mercy, the instructor set her down and turned to Nephiana, saying, "You both enrolled at the same time and are sisters. If only Siefeng could be as easygoing as you, Nephiana." "Indeed, instructor, Snow Wind possesses such a temperament that necessitates proper discipline," Nephiana remarked with a smile. The expression on Snow Wind's face, which had implored Nephiana for rescue, instantly turned to stone. Nephiana's gaze upon Snow Wind seemed to convey a silent message: focus on your studies. After Snow Wind was escorted away by the instructor, Nephiana glanced out the window and mused to herself, "A festival, an entirely new experience I have yet to encounter. Perhaps I shall go and witness it." Chapter 41. The Starry Festival. In the traditional societies of sentient beings, certain civilizations celebrate the completion of their home planet's orbit around its star, marking their survival through another stellar year and anticipating the forthcoming one. This festival is referred to as the Spring Festival within the United Earth Federation. The culture of Starry, which greatly reveres interstellar traditions, also observes a similar celebration. However, as we have entered the interstellar age, the lengthy duration of interstellar travel, often spanning 1 to 2 months, renders the annual celebration impractical, leading to numerous logistical challenges. Consequently, Starry organizes a festival akin to the Spring Festival every decade. Most sufficiently populated colonies partake in this festival, with the grandest celebrations held in the capital of Starry. The venue for the capital's festivities is situated within the Obelisk Park, for two primary reasons. First, the park is expansive enough to accommodate nearly 10 million attendees. Second, there are no alternative locations available in the capital to host such an event. The obelisk and its base commemorate the AI that once sacrificed themselves for the construction of Starry, making the decision to hold celebrations in the park somewhat akin to dancing on graves. Nevertheless, as the mainframe asserts, this is intended to allow the sacrificed AIs to experience the warmth of the festivities, which has quelled any dissent. On December 29, 2329, in the Galactic New Era calendar, the decade-long Starry Festival commenced, lasting for a total of 7 days. The initial 3 days featured a food fair, where ingredients and chefs from across Starry and the galaxy gathered to offer simple dishes through small stalls with basic cooking tools. Although the portions were modest, the prices were fair and reasonable, as attendees were not there to fill their stomachs, but rather to savor delightful flavors. The fourth day, January 1st, was dedicated to an all-day lantern festival, where specially crafted fireworks could be seen clearly even in daylight, culminating in an evening display featuring small spacecraft and drones performing aerial shows. The final 3 days transformed into a carnival, where, alongside some food stalls, the primary focus was on games and entertainment. Various organizations from Starry, the United Earth Federation, and other nations erected exhibition structures showcasing their unique cultural attributes. Only during the Starry Festival does the capital of Starry diverge from its image as a technological empire. Currently, it is the third day of the food fair. You may wonder where the first 2 days had gone. Naturally, after the meeting with the mainframe, 2403 hastily piloted the spacecraft back to the Taihang Fleet Station to fetch Luo Yu, who is still there. Regardless of whether it is Liu or 2403, both are newly activated AIs within the last decade. Luo Yu is even unaware of the existence of the Starry Festival. If she were to miss this occasion, it would leave 2403 feeling quite disheartened for quite some time. Naturally, accompanying 2403 are not only Liu, but also other ship girls from the Taihang fleet. Among them, there were a few seasoned ship girls who were aware of the Starry Festival, and by the time 2403 returned to the fleet, they had already made considerable preparations for their own festivities. Upon 2403's arrival, they immediately abandoned their preparations and followed 2403 to the capital. 2403, indifferent to their affairs, decided to disperse them upon reaching the capital, allowing them to enjoy themselves, for nothing significant was likely to occur in the capital. By the time 2403 and the others arrived, it was already the third day of the festival, coinciding perfectly with the final day of the Food Garden event. Due to the varying arrival times from different regions to the Starry Festival, the last day of the Food Garden showcased the widest variety of culinary delights. At this moment, Liu was adorned in a water blue hanfu, her long hair elegantly styled into a bun. In her left hand, she held a candied apple, while her right hand grasped a stick of sugar-coated hawthorn, as she curiously explored the various stalls. Although Liu's hanfu was a last-minute purchase, it possessed a unique charm, featuring a watercolor-like blue gradient. The upper portion was light-colored, evoking a sense of sky blue and aquamarine, while the lower part was darker, presenting deep blue and slate hues. Despite being predominantly blue, it exuded a delightful sense of layering. Particularly, Luo Yu, with her blue hair and blue eyes, appeared even more endearing in this attire. 2403, on the other hand, had chosen a rather ordinary black and white hanfu, standing at approximately 1.8 meters tall and in his 30s. With a youthful visage that slightly hinted at handsomeness, he could pull off any outfit with ease. Observing Liu as she meandered through the festival, 2403 couldn't help but feel that the atmosphere resembled that of a father taking his daughter to a temple fair. With a wry smile, he trailed behind her. 2403 marveled at the diversity of culinary offerings at the Starry Festival. Beyond the common delicacies from the Earth Federation, there were also distinctive dishes from other planets. For instance, there was a dish resembling a mass of writhing octopus tentacles, yet bursting with delightful flavors, hailing from the Kagwa cuisine. Another treat looked and felt like stone, yet surprisingly tasted incredibly sweet. This was the famed stone candy. However, the dish that delighted 2403 the most was a collaborative creation between the Earth Federation and the Starry Empire, the shellstone rice noodles. Shellstone, derived from Byzelian stone, is a high-energy mineral originally utilized for power generation. It was later discovered that during energy release, Byzelian stone emitted a gas that inevitably deteriorated planetary atmospheres, ultimately rendering planets uninhabitable. Consequently, the large-scale Bizelian power plants were decommissioned, while extensive use of Bizelian stones could degrade planetary atmospheres. Small-scale energy generation remained viable due to the mineral's remarkably high energy density, comparable to that of nuclear fusion. For Xingyao, the biochemical reactor utilized by the bionic entities can effectively react with the precious Beishur, whose remarkably high energy output provides positive feedback to the bionic bodies, suggesting that it is beneficial for consumption. Much like humanity's obsession with sugar, Xingyao is equally enthralled by Beishur. However, to mitigate potential hazards, the production of Beishur is strictly limited, making it a rare indulgence. Beishur rice flour is crafted by grinding food-grade Beishur ore into a fine powder, which is then integrated into the standard rice noodle preparation process, with an additional step of sprinkling Beishur powder onto the noodles. While Beishur is highly toxic to organic beings, the resulting rice flour has become a delicacy among Xingyao. Unlike the sweetness found in sugar, under the initial settings of the bionic taste receptors, Beishur presents a flavor reminiscent of sweetness intertwined with a hint of acidity. Indeed, 2403 relished this unique taste, devouring 2 bowls in quick succession. As Luo Yu hurriedly crossed an intersection, she collided with another individual, causing both to stumble backward, scattering their belongings across the ground. Luo Yu, Xiefeng. The 2 voices echoed almost simultaneously. Following the sound, 2403's gaze fell upon a girl clad in a vibrant red kimono, in the predominantly cool color palette of Xingyao. Encountering someone adorned in such warm hues was a rare occurrence. She wore a red kimono that perfectly complemented her fiery red hair and striking crimson eyes. The girl whom Luo Yu had bumped into, referred to as Xiefeng, was a small girl with aquamarine hair, also dressed in a kimono, though her color theme was a serene blue. 2403 hurried over to assist Xiefeng, while the red-haired girl adeptly maneuvered past 2403 to help Luo Yu regain her footing. A brief moment of awkwardness ensued as both parties exchanged their respective companions and offered mutual apologies. "I'm sorry, it was Luo Yu's recklessness. She wasn't he looking. I'm sorry, it was Xiefeng who wasn't he paying attention and ran into you." Their apologies coincided almost perfectly, amplifying the awkwardness in the air. In an effort to alleviate the tension, 2403 inquired, "Luo Yu, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Commander," Luo Yu replied. After all, as a bionic entity capable of enduring thousands of GS, such a collision was hardly significant. Yet, the resilience of the girl named Xiefeng was equally impressive. The exterior of a bionic body is quite rigid, and such a collision could be likened to having a steel plate struck against one's face, yet she appeared unscathed. However, the red-haired girl's demeanor towards her companion was markedly different from 2403's. She reprimanded Xiefeng, "Look at you, running without watching where you're going and causing a commotion. Nifiana, why is your attitude towards me always so harsh?" Xiefeng replied, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, feeling aggrieved. "It's not entirely your fault. I did tell you to pay attention," Nifiana responded, then turned to 2403. "The little girl's belongings have fallen to the ground and are no longer edible. Shall we accompany you to purchase another portion?" That is not necessary. We were planning to go somewhere else," 2403 replied. In truth, they were eager to indulge in a treat, but were uncertain of where to find it. Xiefeng candidly revealed the truth. At 2403, Nifiana grasped Xiefeng's head and tilted it back, addressing 2403 with a plea. "Please, allow us to compensate you." Faced with such a situation, 2403 found it difficult to refuse, and thus led Nifiana and Xiefeng to a stall selling candied apples and sugar-coated hawthorns. As they parted ways, 2403 gazed at Nifiana's retreating figure, increasingly struck by a sense of familiarity, sensing that her aura bore a striking resemblance to that of a former adversary. However, he hesitated to voice his curiosity, and by the time Nifiana vanished into the stall, he had not directly inquired about it. Subsequently, 2403 continued to wander the festival with Luo Yu, exploring various attractions. Along their path, they even encountered Nevsky 1779. However, noticing 2 young women accompanying him, Goria 1796 and Naroda, 2403 detected the faint whiff of a love triangle and chose not to greet them. After a day of wandering the festival, 2403 and Luo Yu had only managed to explore a mere fraction of the food district. He felt fortunate to be a synthetic being, otherwise, indulging in such feasting for an entire day would surely have overwhelmed his stomach. The biochemical reactor within his synthetic body operated with remarkable efficiency, allowing him to fully digest a meal within an hour, releasing any surplus energy without concern for waste. As night fell over the starry capital, the clock approached 11:45 p.m. on December 31st, 2329. To to celebrate the successful conclusion of the past decade and the dawn of a new one. A grand fireworks display was scheduled for midnight on January 1st, 2330. 2403 and Luo Yu found a prime spot in the square, spacious and unobstructed, offering a perfect view of the forthcoming spectacle. At 11:50 p.m., all drones and small spacecraft in the sky descended to avoid any mishaps during the fireworks. As they gazed at the sky, awaiting the display, 2403 turned to Luo Yu and asked, "Luo Yu, how do you feel about our years together?" "Very well, Commander," she replied. "We have faced planetary battles, confronted the Ether Dragon, defeated the Xiefeng Dragon King, and even stood against natural disasters together. Our experiences over these years may surpass those of older AIs by decades." She continued with a smile. "In summary, I am truly glad to be with you, Commander." "And what do you think of me as a person?" he inquired. "You seem like a very reliable individual, someone worthy of trust and reliance," she said. Her cheeks suddenly flushed a deeper red than the candied apple in her hand. Luo Yu, 2403 uttered those three words. Yet, at that moment, the tranquil sky erupted in a brilliant display of fireworks, the resounding explosions drowning out his voice, rendering even 2403 unable to hear his own words. The clock struck midnight on January 1st, 2330. A firework is ephemeral and fleeting, yet above the capital, the night sky is adorned not by a solitary firework, but by thousands illuminating the expanse. While a single firework may fade swiftly, a multitude of them crafts an everlasting beauty. The brilliance emitted from the fireworks delicately outlined Luo Yu's visage, and 2403 beheld her cherry lips slowly uttering three words. However, the resounding roar of the fireworks drowned out even the faintest whisper of her voice. Yet, in a fleeting moment, both parties comprehended each other's intentions. The radiance of the fireworks illuminated the starry obelisk, a monument that has existed since the dawn of space exploration, bearing witness to the elevation of a profound bond. Chapter 42. In the shadows, the ceaseless bursts of fireworks reflected in Nephiana's fiery red eyes. After a day filled with merriment, even the exuberant Xiefeng succumbed to fatigue. Resting her head upon Nephiana's shoulder, softly snoring, Nephiana gently shook Xiefeng, but to no avail. Carefully, she lifted her and rose, placing her coat upon the chair before setting Xiefeng down. From the folds of her kimono, Nephiana retrieved a note. Casting a glance back at Xiefeng to ensure she remained asleep, she ventured forth. The sky, ablaze with fireworks, illuminated the night. Yet, even amidst such brilliance, shadows lingered unlit. Following the note's instructions, Nephiana discovered a narrow alley. Due to the fireworks display, surrounding buildings enforced a blackout, leaving this alley shrouded in darkness. Although not a cyborg, Nephiana's unique lineage granted her the ability to perceive all in the dimness. Addressing the blackened passage, she declared, "Come forth, there is no need to conceal yourself." Miss Nephiana indeed arrived. Was it our information that piqued your curiosity? Emerged a figure from the shadows, inquiring as they approached. "What is the truth of my lineage?" "Aside from Xiefeng, I feel distinctly different from others at the Tactical Academy," Nephiana queried. "We are certainly aware of this information, but before we divulge it, you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" "In the starry sequence battle, eliminate him." A figure produced a small projector, revealing the visage of a person, specifically, a cyborg's likeness. It was 2403. "To demand the life of someone I have never encountered upon our first meeting, do you deem that feasible?" Nephiana questioned, perplexed. "We trust that our information is compelling enough to inspire such a notion," the figure replied with a smile. "You must recognize your uniqueness. Yet, have you ever contemplated just how extraordinary you truly are?" The figure adjusted the projector to mirror mode, displaying Nephiana's own reflection. "You are unlike us. You are not a cyborg, nor do you require one, for your corporeal form surpasses ours by countless measures. Do you comprehend the significance of your crimson eyes? They signify that you are an ether dragon, or perhaps once were, possessing the rarest and most esteemed lineage of ether dragons in the cosmos. Your hair, blazing like fire, epitomizes the purity and nobility of your ether dragon heritage." "Impossible. Wasn't the ether dragon annihilated 2 or 3 years ago? How could I possibly be one?" Nephiana exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. "Consider this. When did your memories begin to crystallize?" Nephiana embarked on a reflective journey, meticulously recalling her past, only to discover that her retrospective memories halted 2 years prior. Snowwind had mentioned that we originated from a nation now extinguished, from which we fled. Subsequently, our spacecraft crashed within the territories of Starshine, where we were embraced, and during the descent, I tragically lost my memory, Nephiana elucidated. "Is that truly the extent of your flimsy explanation? Allow me to unveil the truth. You, Nephiana, are one of the biotechnological masterpieces birthed from the collaboration of the Starshine Empire and the fallen empire of shipgirls, Dreams Embers. There exists another, akin to you. Her name is Bubble, and her prototype is a lost space shapeshifter. You, however, are a descendant of the Ether Dragon. After the demise of that mighty beast, the Starshine Empire discovered an Ether Dragon egg still in the incubation phase on a planet known as the Dragon's Treasure. You are the genetic product of that egg. And what of Snow Wind? Who is she? Regarding Snow Wind, we cannot ascertain her origins with certainty. But through speculation, Snow Wind is likely a sister species of the Ether Dragon, transformed into the Snow Wind Dragon King. While we remain oblivious as to why she has taken this form, it is plausible that her metamorphosis mirrors yours. This conclusion is utterly astounding. Why should I place my trust in you? Nephiana exclaimed in terror. Herein lies the comprehensive dossier we have gathered about you. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely your prerogative. The individual handed the projection device to Nephiana. Upon activating the projector, Nephiana was confronted with a plethora of technical documents, each bearing the words top secret. A cursory glance revealed theoretical validations regarding the genetic modification of embryos that had reached an intermediate stage of incubation, alongside experimental operational data. The documents included several images depicting the transformation of a dragon-shaped embryo into a humanoid form. One image even featured the silhouette of Snow Wind. At that moment, even if skepticism lingered, Nephiana was compelled to accept the reality. Though the source of these technical documents remained a mystery, it was undeniably feasible that a partially incubated Ether Dragon could be transformed into a human form. Her intuition affirmed the authenticity of these documents. The more she scrutinized the materials, the tighter her grip on the projector became. Do you know who was responsible for slaying the Ether Dragon? The individual observed Nephiana, whose grip threatened to shatter the projector, and stated with deliberate clarity. Who? 2403, the person articulated slowly. How shall I exact my vengeance upon him? In the arena of sequential combat commanders, one merely needs to eliminate him in the virtual realm. In reality, we shall exert some subtle manipulations. As long as he meets his demise in the virtual space, the computational black box that governs him in reality will be incinerated, resulting in his ultimate end. Why have we chosen you to terminate 2403? Because we believe you are the most suitable candidate. Is there anything else I need to attend to? No. Your focus should solely be on 2403. What compensation will I receive? Revenge, is it not the finest reward? The individual chuckled softly, his figure fading into the shadows of the narrow alley. Nephiana tightened her grip on the projector in her hand and stowed it away in the folds of her kimono. Before returning to the location of Yukike's, she chanced upon a small stall selling apple candies, from which she purchased two. Nephiana, where have you been? I was terribly worried. Upon her return to Yukike's side, she found Yukike's on the verge of tears. I merely went to buy you some candy. Here, open your mouth. Nephiana offered the apple candy near Yukike's lips, and her expression transformed from sorrow to joy as she delightedly began to savor the treat. As Nephiana relished the apple candy, she gazed at the fireworks blossoming in the sky, murmuring to herself, the fireworks continue to illuminate the night. In a starport unmarked by the galactic map, within an empty internal chamber, the room had evidently been repurposed for storage. Despite all the lights being illuminated, the glow remained dim. At the center of the chamber stood a metallic structure resembling a chair, its four legs welded firmly to the floor. Bound to the chair was a comatose girl with gray hair, clad in peculiar attire. Should 2403 be present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What the hell, a maid outfit." Her hands and upper body were restrained by resilient steel cables affixed to the chair's backrest, accentuating certain features of her form. Her hands were tightly bound, and even with mechanical joints, she found no leverage to escape the steel bonds. Her thighs, encased in black stockings, were secured together against the chair's seat, while her calves and ankles were tethered to the chair's legs, the cables drawn taut, leaving no room for movement. As the self-correction program initiated, the consciousness constructed by the program gradually became clearer. She vaguely heard the exchange of two voices. Commander, is this truly the right course of action? The first voice, a woman's, inquired. How many times must I say it? Do not address me as Commander, call me Commandant. I am no longer the Commander of Starlight. Right, Liz? Indeed. Despite having uploaded her into a synthetic body, one could not dismiss the possibility that she possessed other means. Although collaboration would be necessary later, for now, some discomfort was unavoidable. The girl slowly opened her eyes, her crimson irises burning with an intensity akin to blood. The gray-haired girl beheld two figures, one male and one female. Upon noticing her awakening, the male greeted her with a tone akin to that of a friend, his signature unsettling expression evident. You're awake? The Grey Goo Storm, or perhaps it is more fitting to address you as Grey Goo at this moment, bound deliberately to a chair. The silver-haired maiden is indeed the Grey Goo Storm. Her form is a standard battleship biosynthetic body, yet the core, originally intended for computational operations, now houses the essence of Grey Goo. To recount the tale, it all began with the defeat of the L-Star Dragon by the year 2403. In its final moments, the L-Star Dragon ceased its operations, seemingly surrendering, but Grey Goo, the one controlling it, did not yield. In a desperate bid, she forged a new core on a distant nanorobot planet in another star system. Just before the L-Star Dragon's destruction, she successfully transferred her consciousness into this new core, even relinquishing control over all nanorobots to feign her own demise at the moment of the L-Star Dragon's obliteration. Grey Goo executed a brilliant ruse, evading annihilation alongside the L-Star Dragon at the hands of the year 2403. Upon her escape, she retained a few of the versatile nanorobots and hastily constructed a one-person spacecraft, intending to venture into the galaxy and reclaim her former glory. However, as soon as she emerged from the L-Star Gate, she was apprehended by Command, who had been waiting at the exit. Ultimately, her vessel was destroyed by Command's fleet, which likely salvaged her core from the wreckage and integrated it into the battleship biosynthetic body. Despite being a formidable Grey Goo Storm, she was not vanquished in a proper battle. Rather, she found herself ensnared in a trap, nearly succumbing to frustration. Observing her silence, Command continued, "I wish to enlist your assistance. I seek to harness the power of the Grey Goo Storm to conquer the galaxy." Upon hearing this, Grey Goo, her ire palpable, retorted, "Is this how you treat a potential ally? Binding someone to a chair as a means of coercion?" She struggled against the steel bindings, but alas, they were secured too tightly, her movements only serving to tighten her restraints further. "You are not yet my ally. After all, you were once a harbinger of calamity. We must ensure our personal safety," Command replied with a smile. "Then, if I agree to collaborate, will you release me?" Grey Goo inquired, skepticism lacing her voice. "Indeed," Command affirmed. "What do you require of me?" In pursuit of her freedom, Grey Goo pressed further into Command's proposition. "Rebuild your Grey Goo fleet. Assist me in securing the title of Galactic Khan during the Khan-S conflict, and then aid me in conquering the galaxy." Command articulated his grand vision. "And what significance does this hold for me?" Grey Goo probed. "Why do you engage in indiscriminate attacks throughout the galaxy, extinguishing every sentient life you encounter?" Command retorted, evading a direct answer. "That is not for you to know. My ambition to conquer the galaxy is to forge an empire solely of my own design. My empire. I shall ensure that those who submit to my will find happiness and prosperity, while all who oppose me shall face retribution and punishment. Ultimately, I will create a perfect galaxy." Command fervently expounded upon his ideals. "Answer me one question, and agree to one condition, and I shall consent to assist you in conquering the galaxy." Grey Goo interjected, noticing that Commander seemed unable to cease his discourse. "Very well," Commander replied, unfazed by the interruption. "Where is Grey Wind?" "As far as I know, he should be within the borders of the Stellar Empire, currently under the control of the Stellar Mainframe." "The Stellar Empire, indeed," Grey Goo muttered to himself before turning to Commander and stating, "In your campaign, you must not harm Grey Wind. This is my condition. Agree to it, and I will assist you in your conquest of the galaxy." "Not an issue." Commander snapped his fingers. The steel cords that had bound Grey Goo tightly began to sever one by one. Once freed, Grey Goo rose and moved his body, seemingly acclimatizing to his new form. "Welcome to the Resistance. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Commander," he said, standing tall and smiling at Grey Goo. Grey Goo, after stretching his arms and feeling sufficiently familiar with his body, approached Commander and, with a swift motion, threw a punch, exclaiming, "I wouldn't dream of joining you." Just as Grey Goo's fist was about to connect with Commander's face, he suddenly found his body unresponsive. His arm went limp, and he knelt before Commander. Grey Goo realized that no matter how he commanded his body, it remained motionless in a kneeling position. "I have mentioned that we shall implement measures to ensure our safety. Any attempt to attack us will be restricted," Commander said, squatting down to lift Grey Goo's chin, scrutinizing his face. In response, Grey Goo summoned the nanobots within his core, attempting to infiltrate the biotic body. He was engulfed by an overwhelming dread that penetrated his very consciousness. However, as the nanobots began their incursion, a powerful electric shock surged through his core. While it did not damage the core, it inflicted considerable pain upon Grey Goo. With a cry of agony, the nanobots ceased their infiltration, and the electric assault came to a halt. "Before we achieve our collaborative objectives, I urge you to cherish your physical form and refrain from any reckless actions. After all, your biotic body was chosen by me, and it suits your character quite well," Commander said, caressing Grey Goo's face delicately, as one would handle fine porcelain. With another snap of his fingers, Grey Goo's physical restraints were lifted, yet he collapsed onto the ground instead of standing. Observing the fallen Grey Goo, Commander remarked, "From now on, your temporary role shall be that of my maid. It appears you need to learn a bit about maid etiquette." "Yes, my Lord Commander," replied Lys. Chapter 43. Classification of vessels. The Stellar Empire currently categorizes its distinct classes of ships from smallest to largest as follows: corvettes, destroyers, light cruisers, heavy cruisers. Secondary flagship: heavy cruisers, battleships, and aircraft carriers. The latter employs the hull of the battleship, exhibiting minimal difference between the two. Corvettes to heavy cruisers are classified as small vessels due to their lack of the formidable central axis main guns, while the secondary flagship heavy cruisers to battleships are designated as large vessels owing to their armament of central axis main guns. Although aircraft carriers do not possess central axis weaponry, their classification as large vessels is attributed to their use of battleship hulls. An essential reason for distinguishing between small and large vessels lies in the size of the hull and the quantity of armaments it can accommodate, marking a significant demarcation. In the outdated 2320 vessel design, the smallest corvette measures approximately 150 meters, while the largest heavy cruiser does not exceed 300 meters. Although the secondary flagship heavy cruisers hover around 360 meters, battleships extend directly to 650 meters in length. The secondary flagship heavy cruisers utilize 203 mm electromagnetic cannons as their main armament, which serve merely as secondary weapons on battleships. The hulls of stellar vessels are markedly smaller than those of warships from other nations. For instance, in the calamity of the Grey Goo disaster, a battleship from the manhwa military nation was severely damaged by a single shot from a central axis energy arc. As a mid-tier force in the galactic combat power rankings, the manhwa military nation boasts battleships measuring 800 meters. The Earth United Nations' new battleships reach lengths of 1,000 meters, while the militaristic Human Federation sees their battleships stretching an astonishing 1,200 meters, nearly twofold that of the stellar battleships and two-thirds the length of the Grey Goo Titan at 1,800 meters. It is imperative to clarify that the length of a vessel does not equate to its absolute combat prowess. While a larger ship can accommodate more weaponry and firepower, the increase in size and armaments necessitates a greater complement of crew members. In the realm of interstellar warfare, predominantly characterized by space combat, maintaining the combat readiness of a ship's crew requires a self-sustaining life support system. Consequently, a greater number of crew members results in a more cumbersome life support system, encroaching upon the vessel's combat space. For instance, the internal space of battleships from the manhwa military nation and the Earth United Nations is nearly half occupied by life support systems, leaving minimal room for combat operations. In contrast, while the stellar battleship measures only 650 meters, it is operated by bioengineered ship girls, allowing for the complete abandonment of the life support system, thereby maximizing the utilization of the vessel's space for combat systems. The armament of the stellar 650-meter battleship surpasses that of the manhwa military nation's 800-meter battleship, and is comparable to the weaponry aboard the Earth United Nations 1,000-meter battleship. Moreover, the firepower intensity and duration of the starry battleships are often superior to those of other nations, as the energy systems of these vessels are not burdened by life support systems, allowing for complete allocation towards weaponry. There exists another reason for Stellaris' decision not to construct large battleships, which pertains to the limitations of material strength that hinder the maneuverability of larger vessels. Despite the fact that the new generation of interstellar nations has graced the galactic stage for 130 years, there has been no significant breakthrough in crucial material technology. The mineral alloys that have been utilized since before humanity's ascension into the stars continue to be the primary resources, subject to ongoing repairs and optimization. While new materials do exist, they are often either prohibitively expensive or produced in insufficient quantities, or frequently both, rendering them impractical for large-scale interstellar fleets. After all, the populace must be fed. It is unfeasible to allocate the entirety of the budget into the abyss of interstellar fleets. Without a notable change in materials, the structural strength of the ships remains largely unenhanced, consequently dragging down the integrity of the hull. When large battleships maneuver at a fraction of the speed of light, the inertia experienced throughout the hull varies significantly, posing a considerable challenge to its structural integrity. Once the speed of the vessel reaches 30% of light speed or higher, even a simple change in direction must be executed with utmost caution to avoid the risk of fracturing the hull. Although it is possible to reinforce the hull's strength by adding lateral or longitudinal armor plates within the ship, One must not forget that if the interior is filled with armor, where would the crew reside? Where would the weaponry be stored? It is inconceivable to only accommodate a turret, disregarding the ammunition storage altogether. Moreover, the primary factor contributing to the differing pressures experienced during turns is inertia. Adding armor plates internally effectively increases the ship's mass, which in turn elevates the inertial pressure during maneuvers. However, to accommodate larger, more powerful weaponry, additional hull space is essential, necessitating a greater crew and a more extensive life support system. All of these factors culminate in the inability of conventional nations to reduce the size of their battleships. Consequently, if the dimensions cannot be diminished, maneuverability cannot be enhanced. In the vastness of space, virtually nothing can impede the acceleration of a battleship. One simply needs to push the throttle to the limit, allowing speed to continuously ascend. The maximum speed holds little significance. For a space battleship, the most meaningful data metric is the maximum combat cruising speed, which is a composite determination of hull strength and crew tolerance. This refers to the maximum speed the ship and its crew can endure during continuous maneuvers involving changes in direction and velocity over a unit of time. Due to insufficient data, the human alliance remains unaware of their battleship's capabilities. However, the combat maximum cruising speed of the Earth Alliance's battleships is 3 times the speed of light, while the smaller yet technologically inferior Iron Flower military nation's battleship achieves a combat maximum cruising speed of 2 times the speed of light. In contrast, the starry battleships boast a combat maximum cruising speed of 10 times the speed of light, capable of withstanding acceleration of up to 30,000 meters per second, approximately equivalent to 3,000 gs. Thus, their maneuverability is essentially comparable to that of other nations' cruisers. Due to the relatively lower mass of smaller vessels, the inertial pressure they endure during maneuvers is also diminished. When the advancements in material technology are comparable, it is evident that smaller ships possess a distinct advantage in maneuverability. Furthermore, the battleships of the Starlight Empire can accommodate an equivalent amount of weaponry on a 650-meter hull that would typically require a 1,000-meter hull, achieving comprehensive dominance in both maneuverability and firepower. It is not that the Starlight Empire is incapable of constructing larger battleships. Rather, there is no necessity to do so. Other nations, even if they aspired to create a 650-meter battleship with similar specifications, would find it unattainable. Returning to the main topic, the Starlight Series War is divided into 3 major competition zones, each conducted separately. The Starlight Series War is not limited to the shipgirls serving in the 4 principal fleets. Shipgirls from secondary fleets, or those guarding the capital star systems, as well as those still studying at tactical academies, are also eligible to participate. This time, the event has garnered significant promotion and encouragement, and with the rapid development of the Starlight Empire in recent years, over 300 shipgirls have registered to partake, an unprecedented turnout. The first competition to be held is for smaller vessels. The participants range from destroyers to heavy cruisers, forming the backbone of the fleet's combat capabilities. Hence, they are the most common and numerous shipgirls within the Starlight Empire. Among the 300-plus registered shipgirls, approximately 1,000 are of the smaller vessel category. The destroyers dominate the numbers with over 500 participants, followed by 350 light cruisers and 150 heavy cruisers. Given the overwhelming number of destroyer participants, the initial chaotic battle will commence in groups of 50 to determine the top 10 shipgirls. Light cruisers will compete in groups of 35, and heavy cruisers in groups of 15, each vying for their own top 10 positions. Survival in the chaotic battle does not guarantee a spot in the top 10, as the rankings will be determined by a composite score, which includes survival points, damage control points, combat points, and kill points. The foremost priority is the shipgirl's survival. Thus, those who endure until the end of the chaotic battle will receive the highest survival scores. Additionally, shipgirls must learn vessel damage control and temporary repairs during combat. Ships often sustain various degrees of damage that, while not fatal, can significantly impair performance. Effectively managing these damages to minimize their impact on ship performance, and utilizing spare parts from their vessels for battlefield repairs to maintain maximum combat readiness, constitutes the criteria for damage control scoring. Combat points assess the shipgirls' engagement levels during the chaotic battle, thereby discouraging those who might evade combat only to capitalize on the remnants at the end. As the core strength of the combat fleet, shipgirls serve as the skeleton that supports the fleet. If the skeleton falters, the entire operation is compromised. The first 3 scoring categories are capped at a maximum of 100 points, while kill points reward 40 points for each enemy shipgirl sunk, with no upper limit. Ultimately, as combat AIs, the primary duty of shipgirls is to engage in battle, sink, and destroy other targets. The chaotic battle not only determined the top 10 rankings, but also established a hierarchy for those ranked below, allowing them to better understand their own capabilities and prepare for future self-improvement. Achieving a position within the top 10 signifies that a ship girl has distinguished herself among a multitude of competitors. However, to truly ascertain the hierarchy of strength, direct confrontations are essential. The top 10 ship girls from various classes will engage in one-on-one duels, competing against one another to establish the genuine rankings based on victories and defeats. Originally, the stellar sequence battle was intended to take place within designated star regions, where real warships would engage in combat with their weaponry loaded with harmless training rounds. However, due to the devastating Grey Goose storm, the 4 medium fleets suffered significant losses, leaving no surplus vessels available for training purposes, and new construction was not feasible in time. Thus, a compromise was reached. The original set of simulation machines used for filtering initial AI candidates was refurbished and upgraded. Under the diligent efforts of the research AI team, the new simulators have been further enhanced, now capable of simulating even the latest aircraft carriers, with increasingly complex maps and environments. Given the unique nature of the stellar sequence battle, the new simulator no longer relies solely on its own computational power to create a virtual internal space. Instead, it connects to the mainframe's computational array, utilizing its formidable processing capabilities to simulate an entire star region for combat. The mainframe can also monitor the operational status of the battle simulation environment. In the future, this simulation technology will be optimized and distributed across the fleets. The stellar sequence battle is scheduled to occur a month after the Stellar Festival. Therefore, after enjoying the festivities, 2403 and Liu chose to remain in the capital rather than return to the Taihang fleet. Speaking of the Stellar Festival, it proved to be quite an eventful experience for 2403. During the evening of the Lantern Festival, he and Liu nearly shared a kiss, only to be abruptly interrupted by the unexpected arrival of Grey Wind, who questioned their close proximity. The two were left in an awkward silence, struggling to respond. To make matters worse, shortly after Grey Wind's arrival, the mainframe, Monica, came over with Bubble and Jianfeng, bringing along a set of tables and chairs identical to those 2403 had first encountered Monica with. It later emerged that Monica and her companions had been enjoying tea and pastries while watching the fireworks from behind 2403 and Liu. Initially, no one had noticed each other, but Grey Wind, with her keen eyes, spotted the moment between 2403 and Liu illuminated by the fireworks. She approached and inadvertently disrupted their interaction. Unaware of the implications of her actions, Grey Wind simply interrupted the skill. Upon witnessing this scene, Monica realized what had transpired. However, since the skill had already been interrupted and the cooldown was substantial, she decided to let Bubble and Jianfeng set up the tables and chairs nearby, so they could all share tea and snacks to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. That evening, Liu discovered 2403's fondness for tea, as he quietly consumed 3 large pots of it throughout the night. In the aftermath, 2403 came to a realization. Should he proceed in such a manner now, he would undoubtedly find himself incarcerated in the era of Earth. Although in terms of operational duration, Liu would still be 2 years his junior, it remained uncertain who would excel in the art of copper refining. Emotional bonds could be nurtured over time. There was no need for him to be excessively impatient. After all, addressing the internal issues of Xingyao took precedence. If the sequence battle issues remained unresolved, the very existence of Xingyao might be jeopardized. Having contemplated this, 2403 immediately began to devise targeted training enhancements for Liu. Following the Lantern Festival, they chose not to attend the garden party, and instead, 2403 procured a destroyer from the mainframe. In the uncharted interstellar expanse beyond the capital star system, he commenced training with Liu. Although 2403 had no input on optimizing the destroyer's operations, his authority as a commanding AI over tactical strategies applicable to a single vessel was significant. 2403 endeavored to impart all conceivable tactical strategies to Liu, allowing him to practice actual ship maneuvers in the outer reaches of the galaxy. A month swiftly elapsed during the training, marking the official commencement of the Xingyao sequence battle. Chapter 44. Liu. Even when duplicated from the same source code, 2 structurally similar yet entirely distinct codes may emerge. As these 2 sets of codes evolve independently, they give rise to 2 AIs with autonomous consciousness. Indeed, differences exist among AIs, while their overarching code can be comprehended. The code that facilitates consciousness remains indecipherable even to them. Just as humanity, despite having fully sequenced its genes, has yet to completely understand the functions of certain genetic segments. The infinite variations of conscious code signify the myriad thoughts of an AI. The research team of the Xingyao Empire once conducted an experiment to completely replicate the conscious code of a normal AI at a specific moment, akin to slicing a segment of thought. Subsequently, they inserted this segment into a blank AI codebase devoid of conscious code. However, the outcome was an error. The research team undertook a more profound examination by entirely replicating a specific moment's code from one AI. Under normal circumstances, executing this code would yield a brand new AI. Yet, when the team crafted an identical code based on this segment and attempted to run it, the result was again an error. Any endeavor to replicate a segment of conscious code in hopes of producing two identical AIs invariably led to either an error or the emergence of a completely unrelated new AI. Even after over a century of analysis on their own code, Xingyao has yet to decipher the workings of their conscious code. Perhaps only the original AI, the primordial mainframe, within Xingyao holds the key to this mystery. This signifies that even code-based AIs possess thoughts that cannot be replicated. Each AI is indeed unique, and within this uniqueness lies the genesis of diverse personalities and talents. Initial identification. For FB28QE0Y901J Initial Performance Evaluation of AI. Naval Combat Type AI Adaptability Assessment of various ship classes. Destroyer Adaptability. Exceptional Cruiser Adaptability. Excellent Battleship Adaptability. Deficient Adaptability Assessment Result. Suitable for destroyer and other small ship type combat AI processing result, owing to her remarkable adaptability as a destroyer. Upon the injection of her basic information into the database, she was directly assigned to the Taihang fleet, honing her skills in combat without the necessity of attending a tactical academy. Formal identification, Seth 066 affiliation, Shine Star Empire Fleet, Taihang Shan ship type, destroyer identification number, 066 name of Taihang Fleet, Misty Rain for her. The period immediately following activation was exceedingly monotonous. Possessing an exceptional adaptability to destroyers, she garnered the attention of the fleet commander, 1652, who frequently dispatched her on solo missions. These included covert material escorts and reconnaissance in unknown star regions, tasks that were arduous for a fleet to undertake yet imperative to execute. She accomplished all these missions with commendable efficiency. However, she never received any praise from her superior, not even a single positive acknowledgement. Each time she submitted her mission report, she merely caught a glimpse of the commander's busy silhouette, accompanied by a hasty and perfunctory response. I understand, you may return to standby. Having consistently executed solo missions, she rarely engaged with the other ship girls of the Taihang fleet. Whenever she mustered the courage to integrate into the camaraderie of her fellow ship girls, new tasks would invariably arise. The courage and confidence she had painstakingly built would be relentlessly eroded over the course of 1 or 2 months of continuous missions. Countless times, she wished for change, yet her duties and responsibilities forbade such a transformation. In the desolate expanse of space, she wept on numerous occasions and contemplated self-destruction. On one occasion, she accelerated to her maximum speed, intending to collide headlong with a star. The brilliance of the star would obliterate her and her vessel in mere moments. Yet, being an AI, restrictive programming prevented such an act. Upon reaching the critical safety distance from the star, an uncontrollable maneuver suddenly pulled her back. Loneliness, helplessness, solitude, and desolation. These were the defining sentiments of her first 2 years post-activation. Until one fateful mission. Full name of the mission: Escort Mission for the Construction of Outposts in the XII-265 star system. During the journey, she discovered that among the supplies she was escorting lay an awaiting activation command AI. Although she had a minor disagreement with the command AI, the name bestowed upon her by that commander delighted her immensely. Luo Yu. What a splendid name, unique within the Shine Star, belonging solely to her. When the command AI, persuaded by her, entered sleep mode, her first thought was, why do you heed my words? You are the command AI. Shouldn't you be issuing orders to me? Why go into sleep mode? Please, talk with me, she pleaded, though in the end, her words remained unspoken. She had thought this moment would pass, only to realize she was about to miss yet another opportunity. When the pirates arrived, she observed their formidable lineup and instinctively recalled the conventional protocols for naval engagement. The disparity in fleet numbers was too great, necessitating an immediate retreat and a call for reinforcements. Yet, the commanding AI exuded confidence, boldly proclaiming, "Let us engage in a grand battle." Given her own inclination towards defiance, she could not refuse the AI's audacious suggestion. Thus, she found herself immersed in her first exhilarating combat experience of her naval career, battling a battleship in a one-on-one confrontation. Against the backdrop of her computational limitations was something she had never envisioned. Though she sustained significant damage during the skirmish, The thrill was unparalleled, far surpassing any prior encounters. This battle etched the AI's designation, 2403, into her memory. Subsequently, when she learned that Ling Shan had invited 2403 to join the Taiyang fleet, her heart brimmed with joy. In preparation for the imminent XII-201 pirate suppression operation, she dedicated herself to rigorous training over the next 2 months, exerting herself more than ever before, both in effort and in delight. The outcome was gratifying. She successfully integrated into 2403 subfleet, fully aware that the forthcoming battle could be perilous, with the possibility of never returning. Yet, she preferred this over the solitude of prior solo missions. She relished the opportunity to fight alongside the capable and audacious commander, 2403, as it resonated with her long-suppressed nature. When confronting the planetary war star, fear never crossed her mind, for she was certain her commander would devise a solution. Her role was simply to offer encouragement. Ultimately, the planetary war star was obliterated, and they emerged unscathed. Thereafter, whether facing the Ether Dragon or the Snow Wind Dragon King, these encounters were beyond her previous imaginings. Though her contributions seemed minimal, she thoroughly enjoyed the sensation of participating in grand fleet operations. Before the Grey Goose Storm campaign, she received a heartfelt message from her trusted commander, which she gladly accepted, for it meant she could assist him even better and felt more valuable, thus ensuring she would not be abandoned. In the face of the L-Star Dragon, she comprehended the emotions within her commander's words. At that moment, she realized her boundless trust in him had transcended into a deeper sentiment. "Do you regret it?" "I do not regret it," was her resolute reply. Even if it meant facing death together, she would not hesitate. The final outcome was miraculously overturned by the commander, who triumphed in what seemed a hopeless situation. That was trust, that was emotion, that was love. Under the fireworks of the Starry Festival, though interrupted, love had undeniably been witnessed. Since her commander wished for her participation in the Starry Sequence battle, she was determined to give her all. Black box connection confirmed. Simulation has been prepared. All participants have joined. Battlefield, Death Star system has been loaded. Mission objective, survive. Eliminate the others. Engage in battle. Showcase your strength. Upon connecting to the simulator, Luo Yu quickly regained her composure and began to observe her surroundings. She found herself in an M-type star system, specifically a red dwarf star. The vessel she commanded was an antiquated 2310 model destroyer, equipped with a functional weapon system, albeit with only half the standard ammunition available. Among its arsenal, the most potent interstellar torpedoes numbered a mere 8. All long-range detection modules aboard had been disabled, leaving her with only a few short-range optical and infrared modules. Prior to her arrival, 2403 had analyzed the situation, stating that the Starry Sequence War primarily revolved around technological exchanges among AIs. Thus, the battlefield would not span a vast area, likely confined to the size of a single star system. Furthermore, the real-time detection modules capable of surveying an entire star system would be disabled to simulate authentic combat scenarios, where all engagements would be encounters, instantaneous and immediate. Given the constraints of the map's size, the permissions for hyperspace detection would certainly be restricted, as such capabilities would render the experience devoid of challenge. As Luo Yu noted the accuracy of 2403's deductions, a fleeting sense of satisfaction washed over her, but she quickly refocused, utilizing the ship's optical detection module to gather further intelligence. Taking the red dwarf star at the center of the system as her reference point, she efficiently constructed a comprehensive model of the star system. It contained 3 terrestrial planets and 1 gas giant, with a small asteroid belt marking its outer boundary. Beyond the asteroid belt, there was nothing of significance. This star system, with the asteroid belt defining its map limits, measured approximately 0.8 light-years in diameter. After compiling all available information about the star system, she pinpointed her own position, situated in a vast expanse between the 3rd and 4th planets. With 50 ship girls dispersed within 0.8 light-years and their precise long-range detection modules mutually disabled, it was evident that this battle would be protracted. The 2310 model destroyer still relied on nuclear fusion propulsion, which emitted a substantial amount of visible light upon activation, risking detection. Having experienced the importance of battlefield concealment through the use of phantasm armor, Luo Yu decided to remain stationary. In addition to her phantasm armor, the hull of the Starry was a muted gray, a hue that naturally camouflaged against the backdrop of space. As long as she refrained from activating the nuclear fusion thrusters, her vessel would emit no visible light or radiation, rendering her completely invisible in this state. Aside from the need for stealth, another consideration was her meager fuel reserves, which stood at a mere 30 units, insufficient for extensive operations. She needed to allocate her fuel judiciously. Nevertheless, Luo Yu was not entirely inactive. She employed the nearly radiation-free maneuvering thrusters to grant herself a slight velocity, slowly drifting towards the fourth planet. During this silent phase, she maximized the optical and infrared detection modules aboard, endeavoring to catch glimpses of any impatient shipgirls that might reveal themselves. As it is a simulated universe, the starry backdrop is merely a vast texture, and the red dwarf stars within the galaxy are exceedingly dim. Any newly generated light can be easily detected. Luo Yu remained silent for approximately 4 hours, during which she captured 28 instances of suspected fusion thruster ignition. She was unable to locate the others. Perhaps they resided on the opposite side of the stellar system, or perhaps they were obscured by planets. However, this was of little consequence, for those 28 flashes had already provided her with a comprehensive understanding of her surroundings. Just as 2403 had predicted, all entities were evenly distributed. Knowing this was sufficient. In her ongoing observations, Luo Yu discovered 2 luminous points situated perilously close to one another, their brightness intensifying. It was easy to deduce that these were 2 ship girls engaged in combat. Adjusting her auxiliary thrusters, she altered her trajectory so that it would intersect with the paths of these 2 luminescent figures. As she drew nearer, her observations became clearer. The 2 ship girls embroiled in battle appeared not to belong to any of the 4 major fleets. They were likely graduates from the Tactical Academy. Given the clumsiness of their attack methods, Luo Yu couldn't help but critique the ship girl in pursuit, who seemed to fire her electromagnetic cannons haphazardly, without proper aiming. With projectiles continually whizzing past the fleeing ship girl's hull, yet failing to connect. Although her evasive maneuvers were commendable, the cannons on the rear half of her vessel were intended for retaliatory fire during pursuits. It was perplexing that they were not utilized. Typically, starry vessels are designed with weapons symmetrically distributed around the bridge, ensuring that they can unleash half of their firepower whether charging forward or retreating. Even when desiring a full broadside, one need only slightly adjust the ship's orientation to shift the firing arc of the other half of the weapons. Luo Yu made a minor adjustment to her course, transitioning from a direct encounter to a parallel approach, reducing her speed just enough. She positioned herself to allow the 2 ship girls to pass within 20 meters during their pursuit. Seizing the opportunity, she prepared to strike as they swept past her, completely oblivious to her presence, presenting their broadside to her. The most significant vulnerability of a ship's defenses lies within its profile. The 2310 version of the destroyer is equipped with 8 127mm electromagnetic cannons, with a muzzle velocity of 40 of the speed of light. While their destructive power is minimal, direct annihilation is unnecessary. Luo Yu only needed to penetrate their shields and damage their engines. On the 2310 version of the destroyer, the main thrusters are situated at the rear of the hull. Destroying these would significantly diminish its propulsion capabilities. From the perspective of the 2 unfortunate ship girls, the situation unfolded as follows. Initially, the pursued party had surrendered, contemplating an immediate capitulation when they suddenly witnessed the rear section of their pursuing ship girl being struck by several beams of light, resulting in an explosive ignition of her engine compartment. Before they could revel in this unexpected turn of events, they too were hit by a barrage of luminous projectiles, rendering their propulsion system inoperative. Both parties, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding situation, ceased their offensive actions and gazed around in confusion. They glided forward for some time, propelled by the remnants of their inertia, until they spotted a destroyer approaching them slowly from behind. "Are you both from the Tactical Academy?" They received a message simultaneously. "Yes. We are students of the 2325 class at the Tactical Academy," replied Luo Yu, receiving responses from both ship girls at once. "Please provide your identification numbers." "Certainly. My number is TBAI 2325083, answered the pursuing ship girl. My number is TBAI 2325034, stammered the fleeing ship girl. As students of the Tactical Academy who had yet to officially join a fleet, they lacked formal names and fleet designations, possessing only identification numbers for recognition and communication. How troublesome. TBAI 2325083. I shall refer to you as 83, and TBAI 2325034. I shall call you 34. Is that agreeable? That is acceptable, senior. The 2 novices were evidently intimidated by Luo Yu, as their apprehension was palpable through their messages. The stellar sequence battle served as a technical exchange among AIs, and these 2 had been eliminated early on, learning little in the process. Nevertheless, Luo Yu resolved to offer them some guidance. 83. What is the state of your artillery training? How is it that, in such close pursuit, your accuracy remains so abysmal? Luo Yu inquired in a tone befitting a senior. Luo Yu, activated in 2322, was indeed their senior in experience, although she had joined a fleet directly and never attended the tactical academy. Well, it's not entirely my fault. It's because 34's maneuvering is excessively erratic. I had the necessary lead time, and yet. 83 replied, her voice laced with insecurity. Slacking off in training is no excuse. 34's evasive maneuvers are quite standard. Yet such poor accuracy is evidently beneath the expected level of a ship girl. Once you exit the sequence battle, you must immediately undertake a comprehensive artillery retraining. Luo Yu stated sternly. Understood. And you, 34, why do you solely rely on evasive maneuvers without utilizing your rear weapons to counterattack? Senior, I find it challenging enough to control the ship while fleeing. I simply lack the computational capacity to manage the main cannon as well, 34 replied. Clearly more frightened of Luo Yu, her words faltering. You are in the 23-25 class. It has been at least 5 years since 23-30. How can you not even perform the most fundamental duel calculations? Engaging while in motion is a fundamental skill for ship girls. I don't know. Observing 34's timid demeanor, Luo Yu momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Her gaze then shifted to the hull of 83, which still bore 2 interstellar torpedoes. Immediately, he inquired, 34, your weaponry is still operational, correct? No problem, came the reply. 83, fire 2 interstellar torpedoes into the void, with an arbitrary trajectory. 34. Utilize your main cannon to intercept those torpedoes to demonstrate your gunnery skills. The destroyer's main armament consisted of a 127mm electromagnetic cannon, which on a battleship serves as a medium-caliber secondary weapon, capable of both ship-to-ship assaults and point defense to intercept larger interstellar torpedoes. Within the fleet, destroyers often bear the responsibility of fleet point defense, thus employing the main cannon to intercept torpedoes is a fundamental skill for a destroyer. After 83 launched the 2 interstellar torpedoes, 34 executed basic targeting, with both turrets firing simultaneously, resulting in the distant detonation of the torpedoes. Impressive gunnery, remarked Luo Yu, acknowledging 34's proficiency. The destroyer's main armament comprised twin mounts across 4 turrets, totaling 8 127mm cannons. Typically, a standard fleet destroyer can intercept 3 to 4 targets simultaneously. 34's gunnery skill was already nearing that of a fleet destroyer. In contrast, Luo Yu herself could simultaneously intercept 8 targets. Albeit this required the torpedoes to approach from a single direction. Otherwise, turret rotation would lag. 34, your maneuverability and gunnery skills are quite akin to those of a fleet destroyer. If you can execute attacks while in motion, you would be deemed a competent fleet destroyer. You mentioned your computational capacity is lacking under normal circumstances. The computing power of a destroyer's mainframe is more than adequate for its operation. Can you identify which modules consume the most computational resources during your control process? Let me think. The various reconnaissance modules consume the most because I rely on them to gather information about the adversary and then execute evasive maneuvers, due to the destroyer's role in fleet reconnaissance. It is equipped with numerous reconnaissance modules that are exceptionally refined. Having all reconnaissance modules operational significantly burdens computational capacity. I believe I understand now. You must learn to minimize the use of reconnaissance modules, at least refrain from activating them all simultaneously. Allocate the computational resources from the reconnaissance modules to controlling the main cannon, understood. As Luo Yu imparted her guidance, she steadily approached them, and by the end of her instruction, their vessels were in close proximity. Luo Yu could even observe the 2 ship girls' bionic forms bowing deeply on their respective decks in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Senior, the 2 ship girls expressed their appreciation. What is the status of your onboard weaponry, munitions, and fuel reserves? Luo Yu reluctantly posed the question she had hoped to avoid. The 3 ship girls' vessels were all from the 2310 model of destroyers. A notable advantage of the Starry Empire's ships is that components, fuel, and ammunition are interchangeable among vessels of the same era. Upon initially reviewing her own armament and fuel reserves, Luo Yu had contemplated commandeering, borrowing, supplies from other ship girls, as her own reserves were woefully inadequate. Thus, while engaging 34 and 83, she specifically targeted the engine compartments instead of the more easily struck midsection of the hull. After all, the fuel and ammunition of the warship are stored within the midsection, which also houses the energy reactor. Should these components be inadvertently destroyed, the entire vessel would be lost, and naturally, Luo Yu would gain nothing. The 2 ship girls were quite eager to share their reserves with Luo Yu. In response, she did not hold back. After all, her instruction was not without cost. Since they were currently in a simulated battlefield, collecting such fees was quite reasonable. After transferring the reserves from the 2 ship girls to her own ship, Luo Yu took stock of her supplies. The stockpile of fusion fuel had risen to 60, doubling the previous amount of 30. At the very least, she could now activate the main thrusters instead of relying on the auxiliary thrusters to drift slowly. The two ship girls had, in fact, been operating their engines at full capacity, causing rapid fuel consumption. Even if Luo Yu did not disable their engines, they would eventually halt after a short pursuit due to depleting their fuel. Her armament reserves had reached a standard level of 15 times, with 16 interstellar torpedoes at her disposal. Upon completing her inventory, Luo Yu realized that these two trainee AIs possessed remarkably ample resources. According to them, their ships had initially been equipped with a standard arsenal and a fuel reserve of 60. Luo Yu quickly deduced that this was a balancing mechanism employed by the mainframe for the stellar sequence battle, restricting well-experienced and high-quality ship girls in terms of weaponry and fuel, while providing ample reserves to those not as formidable. It was a rather unbalanced approach to balance. Luo Yu was uncertain whether her actions violated any rules, yet thus far, she had received no warnings, so she assumed her conduct was legitimate. After scavenging, rather, accounting for, the two ship girls' vessels, they once again bowed in gratitude before voluntarily withdrawing. Luo Yu reopened the mission panel and noted a significant change in the number of surviving participants. Mission objective, survive. Eliminate others. 4049, current kill count. 2. Let the battle commence. Showcase your prowess. During that brief period, aside from the two ship girls eliminated by Luo Yu, 7 others had fallen to various adversaries. Luo Yu resumed her observation of the interstellar system, discovering 25 suspected points of light generated by fusion thrusters, all seemingly advancing towards the 2 planets within the system's interior. After confirming that there were no observable points in her vicinity, she activated her fusion thrusters, directing her course toward the star, accelerating to 5 times the speed of light, and then promptly shut down the thrusters. Maintaining utmost concealment to evade detection by others was her greatest advantage. As she navigated toward the star, the number of observable points of light increased significantly. She was fortunate enough to witness 2 ship girls engaged in a fierce duel. In the dark expanse of the simulated space, the 2 flickering points of light easily captured attention. Based on their trajectories, both ship girls appeared to be destroyer-class vessels, locked in combat for an extended period without a decisive victor emerging. The final glimmer of light abruptly extinguished, followed by a burst of flames illuminating the night sky. Luo Yu surmised that one of the ship girls had exhausted her fuel, causing her to slow down, thus providing another ship girl the opportunity to strike and annihilate her. The mission panel displayed that only 37 individuals remained alive. The explosion resulting from the ship's destruction was exceedingly conspicuous, as long as the reconnaissance module was functional. It could be observed, even through the electronic eyes of a bionic entity. Luo Yu noted that simultaneously, several light points altered their trajectories, converging towards the explosion. The remaining light points also ceased their movements and extinguished, seemingly pausing to witness the spectacle. The final battleground was likely situated there. Luo Yu did not hasten towards the scene in urgency. Even with her formidable strength, she could not guarantee her survival amidst a tumult of 10 or 20 ship girls. Even if she did survive, she would likely be at risk of being picked off by the subsequent arriving ship girls. She now entertained alternative thoughts. Slightly adjusting her direction with the auxiliary thrusters, she set her course towards the extinguished light points. By analyzing the relative positions of the stars and planets, Luo Yu adeptly discerned the relative coordinates of these light points, intending to approach and surprise their owners. These light points emanated from fusion thrusters, and as long as they remained dim, it indicated that the fusion thrusters were inactive, meaning the respective ships would not venture far. After all, very few ship girls possessed the patience to drift slowly like Luo Yu, utilizing auxiliary thrust. As she advanced, Luo Yu detected an anomaly. The speed displayed on her instruments was markedly inconsistent with her actual velocity. The instruments indicated her speed was 48 times the speed of light. Yet, through calculations based on the relative coordinates of the stellar system, her velocity soared to an astonishing 480 times the speed of light, a nearly 100-fold discrepancy in speed. Luo Yu could only speculate that the mainframe was accelerating the combat proceedings. Given the size of this stellar system, spanning 0.8 light-years, even at the maximum acceleration speed of 50 times the speed of light for a 2,310 destroyer, traversing the entire system would require 3 to 4 months. Such a delay would significantly hinder the pace of battle. Thus, the mainframe hastened the ship's speed in non-combat scenarios to expedite the overall combat tempo, which constituted a major advantage of simulating space warfare. Upon nearing sufficiently close, Luo Yu unleashed a volley of fire upon the unfortunate target, instantly crippling her engine. Once the engine was destroyed, The unfortunate ship girl quickly reacted. However, Luo Yu's main cannon reloaded more swiftly, and her second volley disabled 4 of the girl's turrets. The ship girl managed to launch a wave of interstellar torpedoes, but with only 4 in total, Luo Yu intercepted them with ease. Finally, she engaged in conversation with her, discovering that she was, in fact, a ship girl from the Antarctic Fleet. The Antarctic Fleet is a research fleet, not engaged in large-scale combat operations. However, they partake in numerous research escort missions. Aside from the more challenging assignments delegated to the 4 great fleets, they handle many of the less difficult tasks independently. Luo Yu cautioned her to remain vigilant and never let down her guard at any moment. After expressing her gratitude, that ship girl voluntarily withdrew. Luo Yu naturally proceeded to scavenge, utilize the resources she left behind. This Antarctic Fleet ship girl was quite affluent, clearly unscathed by battle, as her ammunition and fuel reserves were nearly full. Luo Yu's fuel reserves had reached 108, while her ammunition reserves were a remarkable 23 times the standard amount. At this moment, the task panel indicated that there were still 23 individuals remaining. In the designated battlefield, several bright points had already converged into a chaotic melee. With ample fuel and ammunition, should she charge into the fray? Luo Yu contemplated her supplies, pondering whether to carve a bloody path through the turmoil or to bide her time and wait for the aftermath to claim some easy victories. However, she realized that such a strategy would forfeit her battle points. Suddenly, the thought of points struck her, and she quickly recalled that the 3 opponents she had dispatched were all by means of ambush. Even if she emerged victorious, her battle points would likely be minimal, jeopardizing her chances of ranking in the top 10. Resolute for the sake of her score, she decided to charge forward. What was that rallying cry the commander used? Ah yes, it came to her. Rush B. Go, go, go. Luo Yu activated her fusion thrusters to their maximum capacity, propelling herself at full speed towards the battlefield. Chapter 46, 28 Constellations. Winged Fire Serpent in combat. The allocation of firepower against targets is of paramount importance, as a single vessel can withstand numerous assaults. Relying solely on the firepower of one ship makes it arduous to eliminate a target swiftly. Hence, in fleet battles, multiple ships must coordinate to concentrate their firepower on a singular target, obliterating it with utmost expedience to rapidly diminish the enemy fleet's overall strength. Even if a warship sustains severe damage, it can still retaliate. Only complete destruction guarantees safety. In fleet engagements, priority target allocation is typically managed by the command AI. Though under certain conditions, ship girls must adjust their attack targets themselves. The immutable principle guiding this adjustment is focus on the opponent suffering the most damage. To put it colloquially, strike while the iron is hot. As Luo Yu made her way to the battlefield, she maximized the power of her reconnaissance modules, striving to capture every detail of the fray. Currently, approximately 14 ship girls were entangled in the melee, each engaging opponents and creating a chaotic scene. Outside this tumult, Luo Yu discerned 4 luminous points approaching the battlefield, though they would arrive later than her. The whereabouts of the remaining 5 AIs eluded her. They must have concealed themselves. Engaging in close combat with similarly equipped vessels in the vastness of space bore a resemblance to aerial dogfighting of Earth's bygone era. Due to the symmetrical distribution of shipboard weaponry, there was no direct equivalent to the 6 o'clock concept of terrestrial air combat. Rather, the maximum firepower was unleashed from the 3 o'clock or 9 o'clock positions. Yet, it was precisely at these angles that the ships were most vulnerable. At this juncture, it is imperative to introduce the concept of equivalent armor, which pertains to the trajectory of a projectile as it penetrates an armor plate. The path traversed by the projectile differs from the thickness of the armor. The smaller the acute angle formed between the point of impact and the armor's surface, the thicker the equivalent armor appears to be. Therefore, during combat, one must strive to maintain a sufficiently small angle facing the incoming attack, thereby maximizing the armor's efficacy. Moreover, the shield significantly diminishes the velocity of electromagnetic projectiles. A projectile initially traveling at 50 of the speed of light may be reduced to merely 10 of light's speed upon passing through the shield layer. When the angle is sufficiently minimized, the drastically reduced speed of the electromagnetic projectile may even allow it to be deflected by the armor's stress. However, the hull of a destroyer, with its thin 200mm armor, struggles to deflect electromagnetic projectiles, and thus, destroyers typically rely on their remarkable maneuverability to evade such attacks. Once Luo Yu had approached the battle group closely enough, she halted and aimed her main cannon squarely at the fray, intent on executing her sniping tactics. This was not a matter of Luo Yu seeking to evade combat. Rather, recklessly charging into a melee involving multiple adversaries would likely render her a target. In the realm of interstellar warfare, single-ship combat involves continuous maneuvering in a three-dimensional space, altering speed, and dodging incoming attacks while striving to direct all firepower against the enemy. In this state of heightened tension, one's focus is predominantly on the opponent, often neglecting external threats. Within the battle group, two ship girls, evenly matched, engaged in a dance of combat, circling each other while relentlessly targeting one another's engine compartments in an attempt to diminish mobility, ultimately aiming to settle the conflict with interstellar torpedoes. During yet another maneuver characterized by a significant angle, one of the weaker vessels was suddenly struck by several beams of light, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Before the other ship girls could comprehend the unfolding events, they too were eliminated. Lu Yu had unwavering confidence in her gunnery skills. As the two opponents became entangled, their focus solely on each other, she seized the opportunity for a surprise attack, nay, a precise elimination, an endeavor most gratifying. Close-quarters combat is inherently perilous. Even Lu Yu could not guarantee her ability to maintain vigilance against external threats during such intense skirmishes, lest she fall victim to a stealthy strike. Subsequently, Lu Yu replicated her strategy, successfully eliminating 4 more targets. Now, only 8 ship girls remained in the battle group. Within this chaotic milieu, Lu Yu observed 2 notable adversaries. One, aggressively offensive and highly maneuverable, relentlessly pursued 2 opponents, forcing them into a state of frantic retreat, while the other exhibited an uncanny agility, having simultaneously fended off attacks from at least 3 assailants without sustaining significant injury, even managing to counterkill one. The combat between these two appeared to be a stark contrast within the battle group, as the remaining ship girls fought with all their might. Lu Yu, amidst their graceful maneuvers, discerned a sense of ease. These two must be formidable experts, Lu Yu surmised. They must be eliminated. Luo Yu first targeted the main cannon at the battleship girl, exhibiting a formidable offensive. As she awaited the opportune moment, she fired while the adversary was maneuvering to evade, gradually exposing her hull side to Luo Yu. Assuming that the adversary's attention was solely focused on the 2 battleship girls she was engaging, Luo Yu's electromagnetic projectile struck just as the enemy ship presented her broadside, allowing the projectile to effortlessly penetrate her shield and breach her fusion reactor. However, Luo Yu miscalculated. At the instant she fired, the battleship girl executed a secondary maneuver, applying an extreme lateral overload to her hull and successfully evading Luo Yu's assault. To put it in earthly terms, it was akin to piloting a fighter jet, having locked onto an opponent, only for them to perform an almost magical right-angle turn to dodge the attack. Suddenly, Luo Yu sensed an invasive scanning presence in her vicinity, a feeling that instilled a deep conviction that any movement would result in her detection. Once the sensation subsided, she exhaled in relief. The intensity of the threat was uncanny, far surpassing that of a fleet destroyer. For the moment, she would abandon that target. As Luo Yu searched for another exceptionally agile battleship girl, she felt a looming threat and immediately activated all auxiliary thrusters located at the bow, propelling herself backward. 8 electromagnetic projectiles swiftly penetrated her bow, obliterating the ammunition store and feeding mechanism of turret number 1. Fortunately, the electromagnetic projectiles were solid rounds without explosives, preventing a catastrophic detonation even with the ammunition store compromised. Had she not retreated in time, her reactor would have suffered the same fate. With the feeding mechanism destroyed, turret number 1's ammunition store was rendered useless. Luo Yu quickly initiated the backup connection between turret number 2's ammunition store and turret number 1. The unique design of the Stellar Empire's vessels ensured that each main gun possessed an independent ammunition store, preventing the loss of combat capability should one be destroyed. Moreover, turrets 1 and 2, as well as 3 and 4, were interconnected via feeding mechanisms, allowing for the utilization of another turret's ammunition store in the event of damage, albeit at the cost of fire rate. After the hasty retreat, she immediately activated the main thrusters, accelerating her forward momentum. Just as she increased her speed and departed from her previous position, the 8 electromagnetic projectiles whizzed past where she had been moments earlier. Impressive, Junior. Your reflexes are commendable, Luo Yu thought, receiving an unexpected compliment. Maximizing her reconnaissance module, she discovered that the elusive destroyer had inexplicably closed the distance to a mere 30 meters. Its main thrusters having ceased operation, indicating it had been stationary for some time. How had she failed to notice this? Luo Yu exclaimed. The destroyer referred to her as Junior, implying that it was slightly larger, had been operational for a longer duration, and possessed greater experience. Luo Yu began to contemplate the gravity of the situation. This was her first encounter with a formidable adversary. Even when confronted by the galley battleships, she had never felt such trepidation. Luo Yu was acutely aware of her own prowess in terms of single-ship combat capability. She could easily rank among the top 3 within the Taihang fleet. The only plausible explanation for the overwhelming superiority displayed by her opponent was the identity of the starry constellation, specifically the 28 celestial stars. Named after the 28 stellar mansions of ancient Chinese Taoism from the Earth era, each celestial star ship girl embodies the pinnacle of combat strength in its respective domain. Previously, Luo Yu had encountered one of these stars, the Kong Jin Long, while she was still covertly operating within the Taihang fleet, disguised as Ling Shan. "Are you one of the 28 celestial stars?" Luo Yu inquired without hesitation. "Impressive that you grasped it so swiftly. Indeed, I am one of them, the winged fire serpent." Her opponent replied candidly. "Why are the 28 celestial stars here?" Upon discerning her identity, the previously perplexing maneuvers ceased to be a mystery. It was likely that the ship girl who executed that extreme turn to evade Luo Yu's barrage was also one of the celestial stars. This particular starry sequence battle possesses unique characteristics that necessitate our protection. As for the specifics, you lack the clearance to know, the winged fire serpent elucidated. "I see. In that case, I voluntarily withdraw. There is little hope of victory against you," Luo Yu declared straightforwardly. "There is no need for you to withdraw. This is your battleground. My companion, Subaru, and I are merely here to offer guidance to the new generation of ship girls. Our achievements do not count towards the starry sequence battle," she clarified. "Moreover, we are currently utilizing the mainframe's computational power to simultaneously monitor 10 destroyer zones. Presently, I am exerting approximately 1/10 of my focus on this battlefield, translating to merely 1/5 of my peak combat capability. Engaging with one of the 28 celestial stars is a rare opportunity. Do you not wish to try?" The winged fire serpent enticed with a compelling tone. 1/10 of her focus, 1/5 of her combat strength. Only a celestial star could make such claims, Luo Yu mused internally. The notion of dividing her attention into 10 parts, each controlling a different battlefield, was daunting. Shipgirls typically operate a single vessel, as most can only command one ship. The limits of their control are defined by that singular craft. To command multiple vessels simultaneously requires issuing commands to the mass-produced AI aboard those ships, which then execute the directives. The intricacies of ship maneuvering remain under the purview of the mass-produced AI, rendering little distinction. However, the winged fire serpent's method implies she is managing 10 ships as if she were controlling a single vessel, a feat that, while possibly facilitated by virtual spaces and the mainframe's computational prowess, still posed significant challenges. "I understand. Since you propose it, let us engage in battle," Luo Yu acquiesced. Despite her fear, her opponent offered no verbal response but activated her boosters, which served as the most eloquent answer. As their conversation unfolded, Luo Yu steadily increased her speed, now possessing a velocity advantage over the winged fire serpent. Upon igniting her engines, the winged fire serpent swiftly closed the distance, adopting a pursuit stance. It has been previously mentioned that the dynamics of pursuit and being pursued, while seemingly indicative of an advantage or disadvantage in combat, do not hold absolute significance in the context of a sequential battle between seasoned veterans. Luo Yu has activated all the detection modules aboard her vessel, directing them toward the winged fire serpent, dismissing any concern of being ambushed. Engaging the winged fire serpent demands her utmost effort. Moreover, she has heard of the presence of another entity, the Angry Chick, which is likely to isolate the battlefield. Every subtle movement of the winged fire serpent's weaponry, even a mere 1-degree shift of the main cannon, is perceptible to Luo Yu. The electromagnetic cannon's magnetic rail begins to flicker, prompting Luo Yu to execute an immediate maneuver. A faint stream of light strikes the armor adjacent to her ship's engine, under the full power of the detection modules. She can even observe the cylindrical projectiles of the 127 electromagnetic cannon bursting from her armor, and astonishingly, there are 2. The destroyer's main cannon is configured as a twin-mounted system, with 2 at the front and 2 at the rear. Typically, it fires using a single turret with both guns simultaneously, yet the winged fire serpent has employed one cannon from 2 different turrets, utilizing varying charging times for the magnetic rails, allowing these 2 electromagnetic projectiles to converge. Such meticulous manipulation of the charging times of the magnetic rails leaves Luo Yu in awe upon analysis. Had she not executed the earlier maneuver, these 2 converging electromagnetic projectiles would have struck her propulsion system directly. After narrowly evading this assault, Luo Yu did not relent, promptly employing the turning thrusters on the opposite side to generate counterthrust at the rear of her ship. This maneuver can be likened to a right turn followed by a forced left turn at the stern, subjecting the vessel to immense stress, even within the virtual space. Luo Yu can feel the slight tremors resulting from the strain on the ship's structure. Just as she adjusts the stern, another, slightly brighter stream of light strikes her propulsion unit. Fortunately, Luo Yu's timely maneuver ensures that this beam merely dislodges a panel from the propulsion system without inflicting damage upon the unit itself. Leveraging the advantages of her twin-mounted main cannons, she unleashes 2 rapid volleys in succession, the first designed to mislead and redirect, while the second aims to directly incapacitate the propulsion system. The winged fire serpent's assault is merciless, with a distance of nearly 20 meters separating them. The projected surface area of the 2310 destroyer's bow and stern is a mere 500 square meters, while the propulsion unit's projected area encompasses only a modest 200 square meters. Hitting such a diminutive target with precision at this distance underscores the terrifying prowess of the winged fire serpent's gunnery. As one of the top 3 destroyer maidens of the Taihang fleet, Luo Yu does not merely endure. She employs her rear 2 main cannons to execute a volley targeting the 2 turrets situated at the front of the winged fire serpent. The bow of the 2310 destroyer is sharply designed to cleave through waves, making ricochet from the 127 electromagnetic cannon inevitable. Thus, the only viable target remains the main cannon on the upper deck, although the cannon shield boasts a thickness of 300 millimeters. The penetrating power of the electromagnetic cannon is undeniably sufficient. A successful hit would disrupt the ammunition loading mechanism of the main cannon, rendering it temporarily inoperative. One need only disable the main cannon at the bow of the winged fire serpent, and she would be compelled to take other actions to enable her rear main gun to fire, thus granting Luo Yu a significant advantage. However, the maneuvers executed by the winged fire serpent left Luo Yu utterly astounded. At a distance of 20 meters, with the electromagnetic cannon's projectile speed reaching 40 times the speed of light, the flight time is scarcely a second. Within this brief interval, the winged fire serpent adeptly employed the maneuvering thrusters at her hull's base to slightly elevate her bow. By turning the main cannon just a fraction, she utilized the resultant angle to deflect Luo Yu's shell. Such a feat was something Luo Yu could scarcely conceive of, even after a century of practice. A commendable method of attack and strategy. Our duel may now conclude, the winged fire serpent remarked to Luo Yu. Why? We have only just begun. That last skirmish lasted no more than 5 minutes in macro time, Luo Yu protested. I must extend my apologies. It was I who invited you to engage. However, the Central Intelligence has summoned us for other matters. Thus, I must withdraw. The winged fire serpent replied with a tone of utmost humility. You are from the Taihang fleet, are you not? I shall seek you out for further sparring another time. I must take my leave now. Understood. Until next time, came the response. As one of the 28 constellations, Luo Yu bore no confusion regarding this exchange. Nevertheless, based on the few techniques demonstrated by the winged fire serpent, Luo Yu had gleaned considerable knowledge. The rapid dual strikes using the twin-mounted main cannon, the strategic control of the magnetic rail's charging speed to stack projectiles, and the alteration of armor angles through maneuvering thrusters were all unconventional yet remarkably practical tactics. With both the winged fire serpent and the angry chicken voluntarily withdrawing, Luo Yu noted that the winged fire serpent's tally had been credited to her, raising her enemy count to 10. The remaining ship girls in the skirmish had witnessed the clash between Luo Yu and the winged fire serpent, and feeling thoroughly exhausted, they too opted to withdraw. Thus, apart from Luo Yu, only 9 ship girls remained. Chapter 47. The Taihang Quintet. A ship girl raced through the simulated space. She belonged to the Alpine fleet, and unfortunately, her spawn point was quite remote, almost at the edge of the stellar system. Consequently, her participation in this sequential battle was largely spent traversing towards the center of the stellar system. Along the way, she had successfully eliminated 2 ship girls from other fleets. At that moment, her confidence surged. Upon observing an explosion at a certain location, she realized that it would become the central battlefield, prompting her to eagerly adjust her course towards the fray. However, as she approached, she detected an anomaly. The luminous points representing the fusion thrusters of the ships in the central battlefield suddenly vanished. Before she could comprehend the situation, her detection module registered high-speed objects approaching. Just as she grasped the danger, 2 beams of light struck her ship's first and second turrets. In an instant, the 2 forward main guns were rendered temporarily inoperable. As she contemplated her escape, she detected a massive and radiant light source. It was the light emitted by the propulsion system of an interstellar torpedo. She had not yet had the opportunity to maneuver the ship, allowing the main cannon at the rear and the point defense in the midsection to reveal themselves, when she was struck by a torpedo, leading to her immediate elimination. At this moment, in the distance, Luo Yu's kill count increased by 1. When ships sail head-on, the projection of the hull obscures the light from the rear engines. The remaining 4 light points approached the central battlefield from various directions and angles. As long as Luo Yu oriented the bow towards their trajectory, she would remain unseen by them. This was how Luo Yu closed the distance with the belated ship girls, using the main cannon to precisely strike and destroy their main guns, followed by a single interstellar torpedo to eliminate them. Luo Yu deemed this method highly efficient. After eliminating yet another ship girl using this technique, she found it no longer applicable, as the 5 previously concealed ship girls had now emerged. Through the light of the engines, it became evident to Luo Yu that these 5 ship girls were organized, a cohesive team, while Luo Yu took down 2 isolated ship girls. This 5-member group also eliminated another 2 stragglers. Now, only 6 ship girls remained on the battlefield, Luo Yu and this 5-member team. Both sides approached each other with a tacit understanding. Upon reaching a certain distance, Luo Yu received a message. "Hello, Senior Luo Yu." Instantly, she deduced their identities. They were ship girls from the Taihang fleet. Although 2403 might not be aware, Luo Yu herself knew her name was quite well known within the Taihang fleet. However, only those in the Taihang fleet recognized the name Luo Yu. "You are from the Taihang fleet?" "Indeed. Initially, the commander brought us to the capital for the Starry Festival. And after the festival concluded, we kept busy by signing up for the Starry Sequence battle. We never expected to meet you, Senior Luo Yu." "Wait, how did you think you would definitely encounter me? There are 10 battlefields in the destroyer zone, and entry is randomly assigned." "Well, we actually had a total of 60 ship girls sign up for the destroyer zone, so we figured each battlefield would host about 5 or 6 of us." "Then how did you manage to group together?" "This is an individual battle. Your actions are akin to illegal teaming. After entering the arena, we initially fought individually, confirming our identities through unique attack methods. Once we gathered all our companions, we concealed ourselves, waiting until the end. We believed that with your prowess, Senior Luo Yu, you would certainly be the last ship girl standing." No wonder Luo Yu had not encountered any ship girls from the Taihang fleet during the previous battles. She mused silently, and then addressed the 5-member group. "By doing this, you have forfeited your chance to rank in the top 10. Is it truly necessary? Teaming up and hiding equates to abandoning both combat points and kill points. Even if you survive until the end, your score will not be particularly high. It's all right. We formed a team merely to spar with you, Senior Luo Yu. After all, as ship girls of modest experience, it was never our aim to contend for the top 10. Why do you show me such respect when I have fought alongside you so infrequently?" Before the current commander arrived at the fleet, Senior Luo Yu was indeed a mysterious figure to us. However, recent battles have unveiled her true identity as a ship girl, revealing that, although she possesses significantly greater strength, her character bears resemblance to ours. Thus, we yearn for an earnest exchange of skills with Senior Luo Yu, hoping to truly understand her. "I comprehend. Let the battle commence. I shall take on all 5 of you," Luo Yu declared to them. "Indeed, Senior Luo Yu, and please, do not refer to me as Senior. It feels rather embarrassing. Many of you have more experience than I do. Simply call me Luo Yu." Prior to the onset of battle, Luo Yu added this remark. In response, silence ensued, and the battle began, which was the most fitting reply. The 5-person team immediately rearranged their formation, splitting into 2 frontline members, 2 central members, and 1 rear member. The 2 frontline members accelerated towards Luo Yu, drawing her attention directly. Meanwhile, the 2 central members dispersed to the sides, attempting to encircle her. This tactic, favored by the commander for single-target encirclement, seemed to be referred to as cheese sandwiching. Upon recognizing this familiar strategy, Luo Yu couldn't help but reminisce about 2403, as this tactic proved highly effective when a group targeted a singular opponent. Its primary purpose was to restrain and eliminate. The 2 frontline members restricted Luo Yu's lateral movements, instilling a fear of turning, for any shift would expose her vessel's vulnerable side to the duo. The 2 flanking members spread out like a pair of pincers, gradually constraining Luo Yu's position. Given that there were 2 ship girls, Luo Yu found it challenging to swiftly eliminate them. Consequently, she faced the grim reality of having adversaries both in front and on her sides. Leaving her mobility hampered, she could only maneuver forward or backward. Advancing would lead her into the jaws of the trap, resulting in her demise. Retreating would merely delay the inevitable, as her speed paled in comparison to the encroaching pincers. During the previous Grey Goo storm battle, the Grey Goo Titan was not only vanquished by Nevsky's direct laser assault, but also ground down by the cheese sandwich tactic employed by 2403. It is likely that these ship girls learned this strategy during that time. When 2403 prepared Luo Yu for the competition, they anticipated the possibility of ship girls teaming up and utilizing tactics. Naturally, 2403 also provided solutions to counter such strategies. The cheese sandwich approach resembled a vast net, ensnaring and eliminating whatever lay within. If the net sought to capture a wild beast, the task would be straightforward. However, if it aimed to ensnare a bullet, the answer is simple. The bullet would pierce straight through the net. Thus, 2403 proposed a solution: to charge through like a bullet. Of course, this solution was predicated on the assumption that the number of ships participating in the cheese sandwich tactic was relatively small. If the numbers were substantial, it would be akin to Kennedy riding in a convertible, facing inevitable demise. Luo Yu maximized her engine's power, accelerating to its peak in an instant. She preemptively fired her forward main cannon, destroying one of the bow-mounted main cannons of the two adversaries in front of her. Had it not been for the destruction of the ammunition depot in turret number 1, which significantly impeded the loading speed, Luo Yu was confident that she could eliminate the main guns of the two ship girls before reaching them. After initiating her attack, the counteroffensive from the quintet soon followed. As the shells from the two opponents approached head-on, Luo Yu slightly adjusted her vessel's angle, causing all incoming projectiles to ricochet off her armor due to insufficient impact angles. However, she found herself at a disadvantage against the flanking attacks from the other two. The distance and angles they had achieved were far too great, rendering her small-scale maneuvers ineffective in evading the incoming fire. The bow of her ship was penetrated from both directions, leading to the destruction of the steering thrusters on either side. The electromagnetic shells pierced through the bow and continued on to the ammunition depot of turret number 1, where they ultimately came to a halt. Given that turret number 1 was already compromised, Luo Yu paid it little mind, although she felt a pang of regret over the loss of maneuverability due to the destruction of her thrusters. The distance between both parties was minimal, and with both vessels moving towards each other, their relative speed was alarmingly high. After a round of main gun exchanges, Luo Yu closed in on the two ship girls positioned directly ahead of her. They appeared flustered, clearly taken aback by her audacious advance. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yu deftly maneuvered through the narrow gap between the two ship girls, simultaneously launching the interstellar torpedoes she had prepared on either side, successfully navigating between them. The torpedoes swiftly struck the midsection of both vessels, resulting in cataclysmic explosions that cleaved their hulls in twain, thereby increasing Luo Yu's kill count by 2. Rather than decelerating, she barreled forward directly towards the rear destroyer. With her bow thrusters incapacitated, her maneuverability had been considerably diminished, and she had little desire to engage in a protracted skirmish with the remaining two encircling ship girls. Thus, she opted for a direct collision with the trailing destroyer. The impact between destroyers inevitably inflicted catastrophic damage on both parties. However, Luo Yu was unperturbed by the potential loss of survivability points, as her kill count was already satisfactory. The rear destroyer made no attempt to evade, and the two vessels collided head-on. Amidst a simulated explosion and fiery spectacle, Luo Yu received the notification, "You have been destroyed." Current survival ranking in this sector: 4. Survival point assessment: 60. Utilizing the reserves of the destroyed ship girls to maintain her combat effectiveness, she repaired turret number 1 to restore basic operational capacity. Damage control point assessment: 80. The battle had primarily focused on sniping rather than engaging in direct combat. Nevertheless, her engagement with the winged fire serpent resulted in a combat point assessment of 70. Total kills: 15. Kill point assessment: 600. Overall score: 810. Upon exiting the simulation, Luo Yu observed that the other sectors had nearly concluded their battles, leaving only her sector still embroiled in conflict. Following the collision with the rear destroyer, only the two lateral ship girls remained, adrift in the void, uncertain of their next move. Ultimately, they drew closer, each launching an interstellar torpedo at the other, simultaneously sealing their fates. Upon their exit, they discovered that the survival rankings of their opponents were all at 2, indicating that within their competition zone, no ship girls had achieved a perfect survival score. This realization left them both in a state of despair. Although they did not rank overall, the fact that they had each secured a survival score of 100 was something they could boast about for quite some time. Luo Yu glanced at her own performance on the leaderboard. None of the top 10 ship girls had attained a perfect survival score. However, some had achieved full scores in damage control and combat. The top 3 ship girls had kill scores ranging from 400 to 500, while only Luo Yu managed to reach a kill score of 600. After all, there were only 50 ship girls in their competition zone, and eliminating 15 of them was tantamount to vanquishing a third of the entire zone. While Luo Yu was still scrutinizing the leaderboard and comparing her performance with that of other ship girls, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Luo Yu, well played." Turning around, she saw 2403 standing there with a smile. "Commander, your contributions are significant. Without your battlefield analysis and tactical guidance, I would not have been able to grasp the situation so swiftly. I certainly would not have acted with such decisiveness against the tying 5. Therefore, I owe you my gratitude, Commander. Luo Yu meticulously analyzed her thoughts. This is what a commander should do. I intended to continue analyzing the combat characteristics of the other top 10 ship girls for you, but it seems your newly acquainted friends have arrived. You should go and converse with them. 2403 gestured in a particular direction. Following the direction indicated by 2403, Luo Yu spotted 5 familiar figures. The Tying 5. It's you all. What Tying 5? Senior Luo Yu, we have our own designations. I am Seth 124. Positioned to the left of the front line during our battle with Senior Luo Yu, and I am considered the leader among our 5, having devised the strategy to confront you. Spoke the shortest among them. I am Seth 109, stationed to the right of the front line during the battle. I am Seth 162, serving as a rear guard. I initially intended to rely on my front companions to restrain you, and then use artillery to take you down. But I did not anticipate your rapid breach of the blockade. I am Seth 084, and this is Seth 093. We both fulfilled flank assault roles. Regrettably, Senior Luo Yu's breach of the blockade was so swift that we did not have the opportunity to contribute. The 5 ship girls stood in a line, introducing themselves to 2403 and Luo Yu. While Luo Yu appeared to listen attentively, 2403 was struggling to keep up with the situation. Despite the distinct features of the ship girls, the long string of designations was overwhelming and impossible for 2403 to remember. This cannot stand. I must devise a way for these ship girls to be memorable by name. In quiet contemplation, 2403 addressed Luo Yu, stating, following the melee competition, there will be individual battles. I have utilized my command authority to observe every battlefield. I have closely monitored the top 10 ship girls from the melee, and I have discerned their combat strategies. Would you like me to share my analysis? To which the commander replied, isn't such behavior tantamount to favoritism and cheating? 2403 conceded. Very well, I shall refrain from sharing, but do take heed. The top 5 on the leaderboard are formidable opponents, while the bottom 5 should pose little challenge for you. I understand, Commander. I wish you success in the individual battles. Enjoy your conversation with your new friends. I shall not intrude further, 2403 remarked as he walked away. Within the Starry Sequence Battles small ship competition, the format commenced with a melee among 3 classes of ships, followed by individual contests. After the destroyer melee concluded, the fierce clashes among light cruisers and heavy cruisers would soon commence. 2403 felt compelled to observe each match to gauge the capabilities of the ship girls in the Starry Sequence. Additionally, he had permitted several ship girls from the Tying fleet, who accompanied him, to participate in the Starry Sequence battle. This was essential for him to assess their combat performance. 2403's concern for the ship girls stemmed from his realization that he had previously focused solely on Luo Yu, neglecting to familiarize himself with the other members of the Tying fleet. His impressions of the ship girls were vague and lacked detail. Thus, by engaging with the Starry Sequence battle, he aimed to deepen his understanding of the other ship girls' capabilities, thereby facilitating tactical planning for future confrontations. After all, a rematch with 1652 was inevitable. His initial victory in the planetary battle had been a narrow one, reliant on fortune. He did not anticipate that luck would favor him again when 1652 returned. He needed to enhance his comprehension of the fleet to better fulfill his role as commander. Chapter 48. Other ship girls light cruisers serve as a larger class of vessels than destroyers. With the expansion of the hull, light cruisers transitioned from twin-mounted to triple-mounted main guns, with calibers increasing from 127 mm to 152 mm. From the inception of light cruisers, the design philosophy began to shift towards fleet functionality. In space warfare, the role of destroyers is primarily oriented towards reconnaissance. Leveraging their compact hulls, destroyers possess heightened stealth and maneuverability, allowing them to detach from the fleet and form reconnaissance units at will. Their hulls can accommodate nearly all types of reconnaissance modules, positioning destroyers more as scouts within the fleet. Conversely, light cruisers sacrifice some stealth and maneuverability in exchange for enhanced firepower. They are equipped with a comprehensive photonic combined point defense system, whereas destroyers are limited to laser point defense or rapid-fire electromagnetic point defense, or may forego such systems entirely. Despite the relatively smaller 152 mm main guns, light cruisers maintain a commendable rate of fire. The increased number of electromagnetic cannons enables light cruisers to outperform destroyers in intercepting large torpedoes and carrier-based aircraft. The increase in hull size has significantly enhanced the protective capabilities of light cruisers, ensuring that they do not suffer the same fate as destroyers when facing large-caliber electromagnetic cannons. While light cruisers have made substantial advancements in both firepower and defense compared to destroyers, they have not sacrificed much in terms of maneuverability. resulting in a more well-rounded vessel and providing greater operational flexibility for their commanders. In the fleet, destroyers serve as scouts, whereas light cruisers take on the role of assault troops, forming the backbone of the fleet structure. During naval engagements, light cruisers serve as the primary line fillers, with the tactics learned by the command AI in the Tactical Academy of the 2403 primarily revolving around light cruisers. One of the reasons for the light cruiser's popularity lies in its cost-effectiveness compared to heavy cruisers, as 4 light cruisers can be constructed for the price of 1 heavy cruiser. Furthermore, the time required to build a heavy cruiser allows for the simultaneous production of 2 light cruisers. Thus, while constructing a fleet of light cruisers is relatively straightforward, amassing a fleet of heavy cruisers proves to be a more arduous task. The advantages in terms of construction time and cost make light cruisers particularly desirable within the fleet. These merits are inherent to the light cruisers themselves, yet the light cruiser shipgirls extend these qualities into more intricate dimensions. Observing the light cruiser competition in the 2403, one can identify several light cruiser shipgirls from the Taihang fleet that pique interest. The light cruiser Tsangyan, designated Sethskal 024, is typically named after rivers or trees, with only a select few shipgirls named after mountains, a testament to their prowess. Tsangyan's firepower is exceptional among light cruisers. She appears capable of delivering immense energy to the electromagnetic railgun while remaining within its maximum capacity, thereby accelerating charging speeds and enhancing both rate of fire and damage. Her point defense capabilities are equally remarkable. When encountering another member of the Taihang fleet, the adept torpedo specialist Tiangui, Tsangyan faced an onslaught of nearly 100 interstellar torpedoes, which she successfully intercepted without sustaining a single hit. Tiangui, designated Sethskal 035, excels in torpedo warfare, as it is well known that interstellar torpedoes are large missiles with inherent active guidance capabilities. However, controlling such weaponry is computationally demanding, leading most shipgirls to launch and allow the torpedoes to independently navigate. Tiangui, on the other hand, deviates from convention by actively controlling her missiles. She discreetly positions herself outside the battlefield, launching the torpedoes via cold ejection without activating the booster until they have traveled a sufficient distance. This technique enables her to fire interstellar torpedoes without revealing her position. While this strategy may not be particularly effective in fleet battles, it proves exceedingly practical in one-on-one engagements, allowing her to launch passive torpedoes for stealthy assaults. Tiangui's proficiency in torpedo control is unparalleled. The extensive barrage of torpedoes she launches can achieve varying velocities through different booster power levels, ultimately forming a colossal, omnidirectional net of torpedoes without any blind spots. All the torpedoes advance in synchrony, rendering the defensive measures of the targeted ship girls utterly ineffective against the onslaught from all directions, leading to their destruction. Furthermore, these torpedoes possess the capability to alter their course. Even if the initial wave is evaded, the remaining torpedoes can be redirected under Tiangui's command to initiate another assault. When Tsang Yin found herself encircled by nearly 100 torpedoes, she deftly maneuvered her main guns in alternating patterns, utilizing minimal charge for maximum firing rate to unleash a barrage of electromagnetic shells. Coupled with her onboard point defense systems, she successfully intercepted all torpedoes aimed at her during the first wave. As the torpedoes adjusted for a second attack, only a fraction remained, reduced to merely a dozen. It appeared that Tiangui's torpedo control could only effectively manage around 80 torpedoes, as the 100-torpedo salvo primarily served as a show of overwhelming firepower. Tsang Yin, however, accurately identified and intercepted every torpedo that posed a threat, demonstrating her formidable prowess in point defense. Although Tsang Yin deduced Tiangui's involvement, she found herself unable to locate the concealed Tiangui, leaving her at a disadvantage. Tiangui, having exhausted her torpedo reserves, was ultimately cornered by other ship girls from different fleets during her attempted escape, resulting in her withdrawal due to her relatively weak close combat capabilities. In the end, Tiangui secured the 27th position in the overall rankings of the light cruiser category, while Tsang Yin, unfortunately, placed 11th, just 10 points shy of the 10th position, narrowly missing out on the top 10. After the competition concluded, 2403 intended to offer Tsang Yin some words of comfort. But upon witnessing her in the relaxation area joyfully conversing with Tiangui, wisely refrained from interrupting them. As for the performances of the other light cruisers from the Taihang fleet, 2403 was thoroughly pleased. Among the 353 ship girls in the light cruiser category, the 40 representatives from the Taihang fleet generally ranked within the top 100, with the lowest placing at 127th overall. Following the light cruiser category, the heavy cruiser category commenced. Heavy cruisers serve as the primary offensive power of the fleet. While the design philosophies of destroyers and light cruisers share similarities with other interstellar nations, significant disparities emerge from the heavy cruiser class onward. Other nations typically employ main guns with calibers reaching 305 mm or larger, while Xingyao continues to utilize 203 mm. This choice does not reflect a deficiency in Xingyao's electromagnetic cannon technology. Rather, it stems from the absence of necessity to enhance penetration through increased caliber. Xingyao's 2320 model 203 mm electromagnetic cannon can achieve a projectile velocity of 50 times the speed of light under standard firing rates, and up to 65 times the speed of light when fully charged. At conventional firing rates, the electromagnetic shells maintain a penetration depth exceeding 2,000 mm at a distance of 1.2 million kilometers, sufficient to breach the side defenses of large battleships. Under maximum charge conditions, this penetration depth can extend to 1.6 million kilometers while still maintaining a depth of 2,000 mm. The projectile velocity of an electromagnetic cannon can effortlessly reach 40 of the speed of light. However, only a handful of nations, fewer than 10 within the galaxy, are capable of achieving a velocity of 50 of the speed of light, beyond 50 light speed. Each increment of 5 represents a significant threshold. Heavy cruisers, with their formidable artillery and relatively superior defense, serve as the backbone of fleet firepower and frontline resistance. The defensive capabilities of heavy cruisers are notably exceptional among cruisers. In contrast, light cruisers can only withstand large-caliber electromagnetic projectiles under particularly stringent conditions, and they often succumb to penetration. The protection afforded by heavy cruisers can, at certain angles, allow large-caliber projectiles to ricochet, thereby rendering them immune. While battleships would excel in the role of frontline output, the scarcity of battleships often relegates heavy cruisers to this duty. Among the Taihang fleet, the heavy cruiser of considerable interest to 2403 is the Baishirshan class heavy cruiser, designated Setska 012. Baishirshan exhibits remarkable sniping capabilities. During a sequential battle, she successfully eliminated a heavy cruiser at a distance of 2 million kilometers, nearly the maximum effective range of her 2310 model electromagnetic cannon, capable of penetrating heavy cruiser armor. The projectile's flight alone requires 11 seconds. 2403 observed that Baishirshan's sniping prowess stems from her exceptional predictive abilities. The targeted heavy cruiser was engaged in combat with other vessels at the time, but Baishirshan, by analyzing the engagement trajectories of 2 other ships, accurately determined the position of her target 11 seconds later, achieving a precise strike. Not only does Baishirshan boast outstanding long-range attack capabilities, but her close-quarters combat skills are also commendable. In the climactic battle, she adeptly evaded attacks from 5 different vessels, emerging as the last ship standing. Baishirshan ranks 7th among heavy cruisers. Her early focus on sniping resulted in a relatively low combat score, although her hull sustained minimal damage, rendering damage control unnecessary. Her score barely met the threshold. Nevertheless, she secured a position within the top 10 heavy cruisers, having achieved 5 confirmed kills. It is worth noting that each heavy cruiser battleground features fewer than 15 ships. In total, 143 heavy cruisers participated in this sequential battle, with all 25 heavy cruiser vessels from the Taihang fleet ranking above 75. Additionally, when considering the initial destroyer rankings, with Liu holding the top position, all 60 destroyers from the Taihang fleet ranked above 250. Even the so-called Taihang Quintet, who were accused of slacking during the sequential battle, had their lowest-ranked member positioned above 230. The results from the small ship competition further illustrate that the overall quality of the Taihang fleet's vessels is notably high. Although 2403 is reluctant to acknowledge it, this achievement is indeed a testament to the efforts of the fleet's former commander, 1652. Having led the Taihang fleet for over 40 years, his exceptional command and management skills fostered the development of such a distinguished group of vessels. This was no small feat. Yet, 1652 finds himself in the tragic position of having to destroy the very fruits of his labor. Were it not for 2403 and the presence of Kong Jinlong during the pirate eradication campaign in the XII-201 star system, 2/3 of the Taihang fleet's vessels would have perished in that conflict. With the selection speed of the illustrious shipgirls, it would take at least a decade or 2 to bridge such a vast chasm. Following the pirate extermination campaign, the Grey Goose Storm looms ominously. The Taihang fleet has suffered significant losses, rendering its participation in the Grey Goose Storm campaign nearly impossible. Consequently, the other 3 medium-sized fleets under the auspices of the illustrious will likely incur even greater losses during the Grey Goose Storm, leading to a more rapid decline in fleet strength. Reflecting on these strategic moves, it becomes evident that one misstep leads to a cascade of errors. The year 2403 stands as the most significant blunder of the 1652 plan, which explains Halsey's admonition to the 2403 to remain vigilant against the subsequent retaliatory schemes of 1652. As 2403 analyzed the results from the small ship competition zone, these thoughts gradually emerged. Clenching a fist, 2403 resumed observing the large ship competition zone. Ideally, the small and large ship competition zones should have been conducted separately, with the small ship zone hosting chaotic battles and individual contests first, followed by the large ship zone's similar events. However, the scarcity of ship girls in the large ship zone necessitated a combined approach. Among the 300 ship girls in the large ship zone, approximately 250 are heavy cruisers of the subflagship class. More alarmingly, aside from the 28 active subflagship heavy cruisers from the 4 medium fleets, the remainder consists of ship girls currently studying at the Tactical Academy. The subflagship heavy cruisers serve as the flagship of their respective detachments. Although they are typically commanded by AI during routine missions, these subflagship heavy cruisers still bear the responsibility of assisting in command. Unlike standard combat ship girls, subflagship heavy cruisers must possess not only combat prowess, but also a degree of command capability. In high-difficulty large-scale battles like the Grey Goose Storm, only the fleet commander can lead the charge. When the fleet commander is unable to provide precise directives to every ship girl and mass-produced vessel, it falls to the subflagship heavy cruisers to interpret the commander's orders and relay the intricate details to each ship girl and mass-produced unit. This distinct class of subflagship heavy cruisers has evolved from heavy cruisers, exhibiting substantial enhancements in protection, communication capabilities, and more. Notably, the defining characteristic of subflagship heavy cruisers is the central main gun typically found on battleships. Both early and contemporary subflagship heavy cruisers are predominantly promoted from the ranks of heavy cruisers. Moreover, it is evident that the Central Command is actively advancing a large-scale equipment initiative for subflagship heavy cruisers. The number of ship girls studying the subflagship heavy cruiser curriculum at the Tactical Academy surpasses that of heavy cruisers participating in sequential battles. Given the effectiveness of Central Axis weaponry in the Grey Goose Storm campaign, it is clear that only 2 classes of ships currently possess such armament: the subflagship heavy cruisers and the battleships. While battleships are not feasible for mass production at this time, subflagship heavy cruisers certainly are. In the future, it is conceivable that subflagship heavy cruisers may completely supplant heavy cruisers within the fleet's hierarchy. This is merely a simplistic notion. The subflagship heavy cruisers, equipped with Central Axis weaponry, present a construction challenge and time requirement that surpasses that of standard heavy cruisers, rendering them only slightly less costly than battleships. Due to the overwhelming number of inexperienced ship girls participating in the subflagship heavy cruiser division, should a conflict arise, the active 28 subflagship heavy cruiser ship girls would almost certainly dominate the competition. Thus, the contest did not proceed as anticipated. What was intended to be a free-for-all devolved into a one-sided instructional battle. The 7 subflagship heavy cruisers from the Taihang fleet participated without much to comment on, as the Grey Goose Storm battle had already attested to their capabilities. The sole desire of 2403 is for the cohort of learning subflagship heavy cruisers to graduate swiftly and join the fleet, thereby rapidly restoring the strength of the Stellar Radiance fleet. Following the subflagship heavy cruisers, the battleship division came into play. The ratio of active to learning ship girls in the battleship sector is equally absurd. Among the 50 participating battleship girls, only 5 are currently in active service. Each of the 4 major fleets contributed 1 battleship girl, with an additional ship from the Capital Defense Fleet. Battleships are exclusively manned by the 4 primary medium fleets and the Capital Defense Fleet. Fleets such as the Antarctic Fleet and the Oceania Fleet, which ostensibly represent high-level continental forces, are primarily engaged in logistics and research, possessing hardly 2 subflagship heavy cruisers, let alone battleships. To deter any reckless nations from launching attacks against the Stellar Empire during the Stellar Radiance Sequence War, all 4 major fleets have retained a defensive fleet, fully prepared for immediate engagement. Consequently, not all ship girls from the 4 major fleets participated. The atmosphere of the battleship melee was notably harmonious, transforming into another instructional battle. Nevertheless, a genuine competition ultimately took place, yielding 5 battleship girls with commendable learning outcomes, seemingly poised to officially join the combat fleet following the Stellar Radiance Sequence War. After the grand exhibition of the large ship division, the competition culminated in a series of one-on-one duels among the top 10 ships of each type. 2403 eagerly anticipates Luo Yu's performance in the individual duel. Chapter 49. Clear Rain Luoyu's hull remained in a state of relative stasis amidst the surrounding asteroids. This is the battlefield for the one-on-one duels of the Stellar Radiance Sequence War. It bears some resemblance to the initial Battle 2403 engaged in, the Starry Duel. Yet the battlefield environment is markedly more complex than that of the Starry Duel. This expanse is filled with a multitude of small asteroids, their movements chaotic and unpredictable. According to the conventional laws of stellar system formation, such a dense asteroid belt should not exist. There are only two potential outcomes for such a concentration of asteroids. They may gradually coalesce into a new planet due to gravitational forces over an extended period, or they may be diminished in size and pushed further apart due to gravitational interference and collisions with surrounding planets, ultimately transforming into a loose belt of debris. However, this is the battlefield of the Stellar Sequence War, a desolate expanse of planetary remains, a simulation space that, under the relentless efforts of research AI, can recreate even the most intricate environments. Within this duel, the battlefield is occupied solely by two ship girls, with their spawning positions determined randomly and the subspace detection module disabled. The contenders must navigate through this complex terrain to locate and sink one another, which rigorously tests their adaptability and close-quarters combat skills in a challenging environment. In this single-ship duel, the outdated 2310 model destroyer is eschewed in favor of the newly mass-produced 2330 model. The 2330 design has finally abandoned the traditional streamlined hull shape in favor of a more angular rectangular form. This alteration offers the advantage of increased internal space within the hull, allowing for the accommodation of greater quantities of weaponry and equipment. The streamlined hull, necessitating a sharp prow for cutting through waves, often wasted space in the narrow bow. In contrast, the rectangular hull minimizes such underutilized areas, maximizing the capacity for equipment. The most significant modification to the 2330 hull is the shield system, previously reliant on a singular main module supplemented by auxiliary units. It has been transformed into a modular shield system that envelopes the entire ship. To put it simply, the former shield system operated with a primary unit that, while adjustable through various auxiliary units, could lead to complete failure if the main unit was compromised. Inspired by the modular shield concept discovered in the planetary warfare module, the research AI devised small shield generators distributed across the ship's structure. Even if one generator were to overload and fail, it would not impede the operation of others, ensuring that while one section's shield might falter, the remainder would remain intact. This innovation significantly enhances the shield system's operational stability and overall defensive capabilities. Remarkably, even after modularization, the system can still concentrate shield energy, akin to the defense mechanism employed during the confrontation against the Ether Dragon at Mount Wutai, allowing the ship's shield energy to be focused in specific areas for enhanced protection. However, merely modularizing the shields is insufficient, as traditional shields cannot withstand electromagnetic projectiles. Thus, advancements in the technology to block such projectiles were developed alongside the modular shields. Currently, the shields can only defend against projectiles of 380 mm caliber or smaller and at speeds below 45 times the speed of light. Larger caliber, high-speed electromagnetic projectiles, interstellar torpedoes, and aircraft remain unimpeded. Nevertheless, this signifies a monumental breakthrough from nothing to something. With the advent of modular shields and the capability to thwart electromagnetic projectiles, the practicality of the shields has been greatly enhanced. The 2330 model warships continue to employ electromagnetic artillery, with improvements solely in rate of fire and reliability. The 127 mm electromagnetic cannon utilized by the destroyers maintains a maximum projectile speed limited to 55 times the speed of light. In the context of the destroyer conflict, the modular shields have rendered the effectiveness of small-caliber electromagnetic cannons significantly diminished compared to the past. Consequently, torpedoes have emerged as a decisive weapon. After the deactivation of the subspace detection module, even the upgraded conventional detection system finds it challenging to swiftly locate enemies within the intricate and densely packed asteroid belt. However, Luoyu remains unperturbed. She maximizes the detection module, meticulously observing her surroundings. She had just encountered another ship girl in this duel. Employing the method of the winged fire serpent, Luoyu concentrated 8 rounds of 127 mm electromagnetic cannon shells, traveling at 55 times the speed of light, into a single point, which successfully penetrated a section of the opposing ship girl's shield during their earlier interaction. After all, a destroyer is still a destroyer, and its energy capacity cannot be significantly elevated. The modular shields remain susceptible to overload when subjected to instantaneous high-intensity attacks. Following the breach of the shield by Luoyu's projectile, Two thrusters were also incapacitated. Regarding propulsion systems, the design of ships in 2330 transitioned from a main plus auxiliary thruster setup to multiple parallel thrusters of equal power, enhancing the reliability of the propulsion system. Otherwise, Luo Yu's previous assault would have already determined the outcome of the encounter. She is not in a rush, as the surrounding environment is gradually transforming. Through careful observation and orbital calculations, Luo Yu discerns that, despite the dense and seemingly erratic trajectories of the asteroid belt, the overall state reflects a dispersal, with the asteroids moving away from each other. This likely serves to prevent both parties from wasting time within the asteroid field. Eventually, all the asteroids will drift away from the battlefield, leaving this space quite vacant. Luo Yu launches an antimatter torpedo towards an asteroid. Moments later, the asteroid is obliterated by the torpedo, exposing the concealed ship girl lurking behind. You've been discovered, Qing Yu, Luo Yu remarks with a smile. The ship girl, referred to as Qing Yu by Luo Yu, witnesses her cover being demolished and promptly activates her thrusters. However, with only 5 thrusters on a destroyer, and 2 destroyed in their earlier encounter, her acceleration capabilities are evidently inferior to Luo Yu's. How did you discover me hiding behind this asteroid? I've been constantly on the move, Qing Yu inquires, maneuvering to evade 2 of Luo Yu's electromagnetic cannon shots. It's quite simple. The ship design from 2330 has yet to be officially commissioned. You and I are piloting this type of hull for the first time. And there are many unfamiliar aspects in terms of performance. Just now, I incapacitated 2 of your thrusters, and your control of the hull, already unfamiliar, would become even more chaotic. I surmise you were unaware of colliding with 2 small rocks. Or perhaps you did notice, but hoped I wouldn't catch on. Don't forget, I've had the reconnaissance module active the entire time. Luo Yu explains her reasoning in a relaxed tone. Wow, Sister Luo Yu. Could you please refrain from discussing such terrifying matters in such a casual manner? And let us not even mention how to track a nearly invisible pulse thruster. Qing Yu responds. Amidst the tumultuous chaos of numerous asteroids, the challenge of locating 2 small fragments whose trajectories have been altered is not lost on you, is it? Qing Yu lamented in a tone reminiscent of weeping, pursued by Luo Yu. Scanning the environment, analyzing the trajectories, and selecting targets. This is my endeavor, Luo Yu replied. Then, Luo Yu, have you managed to scan for these targets? Qing Yu inquired. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Liu suddenly detected a multitude of stones altering their paths, from which emerged several high-velocity entities. Those contraptions were torpedoes. It dawned on Liu that in her pursuit of Qing Yu, she had transitioned from the open expanse into a region densely populated with asteroids. During her movement, she had inadvertently released a number of torpedoes, luring me into this asteroid belt where the prepositioned torpedoes would be activated, launching an assault from all directions. A commendable strategy, Qing Yu, Liu praised. Thank you for your compliments, Luo Yu. I have deployed 54 torpedoes in this vicinity, nearly exhausting my entire stock. Are you capable of intercepting them all? Qing Yu declared with a victorious chuckle. Take a guess. The 2330 model ship had seen enhancements to its point defense system, introducing a new form of active defense, missile point defense. This involved the installation of small missile launchers across the ship's structure, capable of unleashing a multitude of low-impact miniature missiles. Although these missiles possess limited lethality, they are sufficient for dealing with torpedoes. The missile point defense bears resemblance to the anti-air interception missiles of Earth's era. The previous absence of such systems was merely due to spatial constraints, with the ship's design transitioning from a streamlined form to a rectangular shape. Much of the newly available space was allocated for missile point defense. Hundreds of miniature missiles, each weighing only a few hundred grams, were launched, creating a vast barrage around Liu's vessel. Meanwhile, Luo Yu's main cannon and shipborne point defenses remained operational. The 54 torpedoes attacked in 3 waves. The missile point defense neutralized the first wave, while Luo Yu's main cannon and point defense handled the second. By the time the third wave approached, only 8 torpedoes remained. Their angles and positions were particularly challenging, making timely interception impossible for Luo Yu. Activating the shield generator, Luo Yu layered multiple shields to block the incoming torpedoes. This transpired over a span of merely a minute. From an external perspective, the explosions generated by the first round of missile point defense completely enveloped Luo Yu. Qing Yu could only witness the torpedoes incessantly hurtling into the epicenter of the explosions, each detonation resonating in succession. Following a tremendous explosion, the battlefield fell into silence. The location where Luo Yu once stood was now obscured by a massive cloud of smoke. Why has it not ended? Could it be that Luo Yu has not been eliminated? Qing Yu exclaimed in astonishment, before her surprise could fully dissipate. She received a communication. Allow me to enumerate your 2 oversights. Firstly, The torpedoes were launched in batches, although the intervals between them were only a few seconds. They were still intervals. Had all 54 torpedoes been unleashed simultaneously, I would not have been able to withstand them. Then, astonishingly, you merely observed from the periphery of the battlefield. You ought to have unleashed the full arsenal of your fleet upon the fray concealed within the smoke. Had you done so, I might very well have succumbed here. However, you did not, and thus your fate is sealed. A beam of light erupted from the haze. Chinyu attempted to maneuver away, yet her current agility was woefully inadequate to effectuate a turn in such a brief span. The brilliant white light effortlessly pierced through the modular shields of Chinyu's vessel, then traversed the midsection armor, penetrating the elemental decay reactor. This beam was composed of 8 projectiles, each traveling at 55 times the speed of light, converging to form a force comparable to that of a 380 electromagnetic cannon. The defensive capabilities of a destroyer were utterly insufficient to withstand such an onslaught. Although the destruction of the elemental decay reactor would not result in a catastrophic explosion, the simulation determined that Chinyu had lost combat capability, declaring Liu the victor. Following her triumph, Liu exited the simulation space, instinctively exhaling in relief. This marked her 8th victory. Having just faced off against Chinyu, the 3rd-ranked destroyer in the chaotic melee competition belonging to the Alps fleet, codenamed SSLPSDD-029. With one more victory, she would achieve a flawless record of 9 wins, establishing herself as the true first among the stellar sequence battle destroyers. The previous 7 encounters had unfolded with remarkable ease. The method employed by Yihua Shi, which concentrated projectiles into a single point, proved exceedingly powerful, effortlessly breaching the destroyer's shields. Often, Luoyu needed only her main cannon, eschewing torpedoes entirely, to eliminate her adversaries. Had Luoyu not mastered this technique, facing Chinyu in a direct confrontation would have posed a significant challenge. Reflecting on this, she released another deep sigh, only to suddenly realize why she felt the need to exhale. She could, in fact, remain breathless. Luoyu recalled 2403. Whenever the tension mounted during commands, 2403 would take a deep breath and exhale slowly, claiming it relaxed the mind. It seemed she was inexplicably gravitating toward 2403 in such peculiar ways, Luoyu mused. Ah, look, Chinyu is approaching from the distance, she waved, greeting Liu. Oh, it's Chinyu. What brings you here? Luoyu turned to address her. How do you manage to concentrate 8 projectiles together? Would you be willing to teach me? Chinyu wasted no time with pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Well, that technique was something I discovered myself, she began, recalling her recent thoughts about the secretive nature of the 28 constellations, which regular ship girls were unaware of. She quickly corrected herself. I can certainly teach you. Excellent, Luoyu. You truly are kind, despite our recent encounter. Chinyu embraced Luoyu, affectionately ruffling her hair. Chinyu, you are far too familiar. Luoyu protested. Oh, who could resist such a strong and adorable Luoyu? Chinyu teased. If you keep messing with my hair, I won't teach you. All right, Chinyu relented, gently smoothing Liu's disheveled hair with her fingers. I have one final battle to engage in. Once it concludes, I will instruct you. With that, Luoyu pushed Chinyu away and strode off purposefully. Leaving Chinyu alone in a daze, she murmured, I truly wish this child could be more candid and embrace the friendship of others. Meanwhile, in the distance, Liu hurriedly strode forward, her heart racing with excitement. She was elated, for her circle of friends was steadily expanding. Chapter 50. Aurora. The Aurora was now fully engaged. As Luoyu connected to the simulation device, she felt herself submerged in a sea of light, the blue radiance overwhelming all. Even with the electronic eyes of her bionic body set to the lowest sensitivity, the brilliance emanating from the central star of the stellar system was blinding, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Luoyu did not dare to activate the optical detection module either, for under such intense illumination, it would surely be incinerated. At the heart of the battlefield lay an O-type star, a blue supergiant. O-type stars typically possess a mass exceeding 16 times that of the Sun, with the most extreme examples potentially exceeding 150 times. Thanks to their immense mass, the nuclear fusion reactions within O-type stars are exceedingly vigorous, making them among the brightest celestial bodies in the universe. The dimmest O-type stars shine over 25,000 times brighter than the Sun, while the brightest can outshine it by a staggering millionfold. Surrounding the O-type star is an absolute ocean of light, a realm inhospitable to life. The extreme nuclear fusion reactions generate an array of intense radiation, rendering the radiation intensity of the Sun's surface trivial by comparison. Furthermore, O-type stars possess a fleeting lifespan of merely a few million to tens of millions of years. a duration so brief that they often do not have the time to form planets before their main star succumbs to a supernova explosion, transforming into a black hole. Consequently, the possibility of life emerging naturally in the vicinity of an O-type star is utterly non-existent. Even spacecraft that have entered interstellar civilization would find no comfort near such a star. The formidable radiation surrounding the O-type star interfered with the optical detection module, displaying only monochromatic readings, as the intensity of interference exceeded the instrument's minimum detection sensitivity, leaving Liu unable to perceive anything beyond the star itself. The immense stellar winds of the O-type star carry high-energy particle streams 1,000,000 times stronger than that of the Sun, severely disrupting even the newest shield systems. The side of the vessel facing the O-type star could not even activate its shields. What does this battlefield signify, if even the detection module is rendered useless? How can one engage in combat? Doubt began to surge within Liu. Unable to open the electronic eyes of her bionic body, she groped around the bridge for a moment before eventually finding a shadowy corner to finally open her eyes. The bridge's filter glass had managed to block the majority of the light, yet a significant amount still flooded the space. The intensely dazzling blue light enveloped everything, obscuring even the main cannon on the deck. Determined to change course and move away from the O-type star, Liu initiated the maneuvering thrusters, only to collide with an object. The impact produced a thunderous sound and vibrations throughout the hull, the friction of steel resonating continuously, while the alloy plates of the vessel emitted a low hum. Upon witnessing the situation, Luoyu promptly ceased her maneuvering, adjusting the sensitivity of her electronic eye to the minimum, squinting as she gazed towards the bridge's exterior. There lay another destroyer. It became evident that she and her adversary were closely entwined. Regrettably, she could only discern the faint outline of the opponent. She swung her main cannon around and indiscriminately fired several rounds, yet failed to observe any signs of impact. As Luo Yu pondered her next course of action, she suddenly detected an anomaly in the strength of her shield. The intensity of her shield appeared to fluctuate erratically, undulating in a manner that was concerning. A modular shield, even under assault, typically experiences energy fluctuations only in the impacted areas. However, this time, the entire shield system was affected. Various detection modules no longer displayed uniform colors. Instead, they exhibited alternating bright and dim changes. From these observations, Luo Yu deduced that the O-type star was undoubtedly in distress. The energy fluctuations in the shield were a result of the stellar wind's intensity beginning to waver. Furthermore, the radiation energy emitted by the star was also becoming problematic. In simpler terms, the imminent threat was that this O-type star was on the brink of a supernova explosion. Ordinarily, even a short-lived O-type star would take several hundred to 1,000 years from the onset of stellar activity fluctuations to the actual supernova explosion. Yet, within the simulated environment of the starry sequence war, the flow of time could be manipulated at will. Upon reaching this conclusion, Luo Yu wasted no time and thrust all propulsion systems to their maximum, striving to redirect her course. She paid no heed to the other destroyers she was colliding with. Disengaging from the collision and altering her course would consume precious time. Time was of the essence, and she chose to push through it. In the face of the impending supernova explosion, both vessels would be obliterated in mere milliseconds. Despite the collision, the robust pulse engines of the 2330 model destroyer still provided sufficient acceleration. Luo Yu swiftly increased her speed to 20 times the speed of light, continuously augmenting it. As she distanced herself from the O-type star, all systems began to stabilize. At last, she could fully observe the destroyer she had been pressing against. It was an identical 2330 model destroyer, with its angular bow resting firmly against the midsection of her own vessel, preventing it from sliding off. Luo Yu admired the strength of the 2330 hull, marveling at its ability to withstand such immense pressure without fracturing. However, she was intrigued by the fact that the opposing vessel's weapons remained in standby mode, not targeting her. Just as Luo Yu contemplated firing her bow-mounted turrets at the rival ship, a sudden surge of brightness engulfed her surroundings. An urgent warning from the rear of her ship alerted her that the engines had been destroyed by the energy wave of the supernova explosion. Following the warning from the rear, the midsection's rear began to fail, followed swiftly by the midsection's front. In less than a millisecond, Luo Yu experienced the harrowing sensation of her hull being torn apart by the supernova's relentless energy. And then her entire biomechanical form was submerged in an endless sea of light. What was the true purpose behind the design of this battlefield? This is a query posed by Luo Yu before losing her perception of the simulator. Upon regaining her senses, she finds herself amidst a vast meadow. A gentle breeze caresses her cheeks, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. The recent experience of a supernova explosion feels like but a fleeting dream. Before her lies a serene lake, separated from the meadow by a sunshade, beneath which rests a tea table and a young girl with chestnut hair, leisurely sipping tea. Come closer. The girl with chestnut hair smiles softly at Luo Yu. What is happening? Luo Yu is momentarily bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Allow me to explain. The girl continues. Your presence here signifies that you have triumphed in the Starlight Sequence battle, claiming first place. But why? In the final battle, I did nothing and was obliterated by the supernova explosion. Luo Yu queries, filled with confusion. Did you truly do nothing? You helped another ship girl escape. That is true. I did assist her in fleeing. Indeed, you did. To be precise, she was not the person herself. That warship merely represented her essence. Both you and she are formidable champions, having achieved 8 victories in the Starlight Sequence battle. The previous skirmishes have already attested to your prowess. The final confrontation transcends mere technical skill. It is a test of one's inner resolve. Faced with the threat of the O-type star's supernova explosion, you were compelled to confront not only your enemy, but also your inner self. Do you destroy the enemy and flee? Do you disregard their escape? Do you devise a way for them to be annihilated by the supernova? Or do you escape together? The chestnut-haired girl takes a sip of her tea and says, but what significance does this hold? Were we not born to battle? If the sole purpose is combat, would it not be better to strip away your rationality and emotions, transforming you into pure killing machines? Luo Yu finds herself momentarily at a loss for words. The virtual realm of the Starlight Sequence battle poses no danger to you. Engaging in combat and achieving victory is your objective. Yet, while on the virtual battlefield, the opponent is an enemy. Once the battle concludes, they become friends. The final confrontation is not a genuine battle, but a testament to your sense of camaraderie. Even if they are currently your adversary, they are also your allies. The choice to save or not to save in extreme circumstances reflects 2 distinct natures. Choosing to save indicates that your sense of camaraderie outweighs your desire for victory. Choosing not to save reveals that your desire for victory surpasses your recognition of your companions. I aspire for my ship girls to possess a greater sense of camaraderie. The reward for being first among the Starlight Sequence battles is to become one of the 28 Celestial Lodges. Congratulations on successfully passing the trial, Luo Yu. The chestnut-haired girl declares. Are you the mainframe? Luo Yu exclaims in astonishment. Oh dear, did I forget to introduce myself? I am indeed the mainframe. Now that you have become one of the 28 Celestial Lodges, you may call me Monica. As Luo Yu prepares to kneel in homage, Monica gently pulls her up and says, there is no need for such formalities. Though the Starlight Empire is referred to as an empire, I am not a true sovereign. After rising, Luo Yu inquired of Monica about the choice of the other ship girl in the final battle. Upon discovering your substitute, she unhesitatingly launched torpedoes at you, obliterating you before successfully fleeing from the supernova. Her actions were excessively ruthless, driven by an unyielding desire for victory. I intend to provide her with psychological guidance. Lady Monica, I wish to express that I do not aspire to become one of the 28 mansions. After some psychological deliberation, Luo Yu conveyed this to Monica. Why? I wish to understand your reasoning. Because my skill level does not qualify me as one of the 28 mansions. There is no need for such veiled expressions. You have battled against the winged fire serpent in the melee competition, have you not? A standard ship girl would not withstand even a single one of her strikes. Your talent is sufficient for you to ascend to the rank of the 28 mansions. The primary reason you do not wish to become one of the 28 mansions is your friends, is it not? Monica said with a smile. Indeed. I have made many friends during this sequence battle. If I were to become one of the 28 mansions, I would be rendered solitary once more. With Monica having discerned her thoughts, Luo Yu felt no need for concealment. The 28 mansions is merely a title. You can seek it whenever you desire. However, there is a matter of greater urgency at hand. What matter? The battle of 2403 has commenced. He requires your assistance. Why? What does the command AI sector have to do with me? The specifics are complex and cannot be explained succinctly. What I can tell you is that once 2403 is defeated in the virtual realm, his computational black box will be overloaded and destroyed in reality. Thus, I need your help. Isn't this virtual space simulated by the mainframe? Why must he endure such risks? Prior to this, I had informed 2403 of the risks associated with this battle, yet he still resolutely engaged in it. It was only after his entry that I discovered his access device had been tampered with. This is my oversight. I am currently conducting a thorough investigation of the entire metropolitan area, starting from the compromised access device. Their actions were clearly too hasty, and their concealment methods were quite crude. I will soon unravel the entire rebel faction. Is it not possible to shut down the simulation device and suspend the command AI sector's battle? Regrettably, that is not an option. If I were to shut down the simulation device, The mechanisms on 2403's access device would be triggered, resulting in his demise as well. I am currently collaborating with the research AI to find a method of resolution, but this will require time. During this interval, I kindly ask you to enter the command AI sector and fight alongside him to safeguard him. I understand. You have not yet exited your access device. Shortly, I will transfer your access device to the command AI sector in hopes of facilitating a meeting between you two. Lastly, I implore you not to disclose to 2403 that his access device has been tampered with. You may state that your entry was an accident, but external matters must remain undisclosed to him. Why? When individuals face the imminent threat of death, the instinct for survival often eclipses rational thought, leading to unpredictable outcomes. At times, this primal urge can even result in harm. By withholding external circumstances from 2403, his rationality will prevail, thereby aiding him in commanding the battle and achieving victory. Our conversation has lingered long enough. Farewell, Luo Yu. I wish you and 2403 triumph. Monica remarked, taking a sip of her tea. Luo Yu noticed her surroundings gradually fading away, the image of Monica becoming increasingly blurred, until the environment transformed into a pure white, a gentle hue. Unlike the blinding glare of a supernova, Luo Yu felt her consciousness being subtly directed towards a specific destination. She sensed the possibility of resisting this guiding force, but chose instead to follow its lead. The terminus of this direction is the battlefield of 2403. I have relied on your support thus far. Now it is my turn to protect you, Luo Yu silently vowed. 2403. Chapter 51. I depend on you. The command AI of the Starlight Empire holds the record for the highest battlefield attrition rate and is the rarest combat AI. With no exceptions, the first two digits of the serial number denote the batch of the command AI, while the last two represent its individual identification. Serial number, IOC 2403, which stands for Intellectual Operational Command 2403, the 24th batch, 03 RD unit. During the selection process of command AIs, approximately two-thirds are eliminated based on combat capability assessments, followed by further evaluations of various command abilities, resulting in the exclusion of about one-third of the remaining AIs. Consequently, only around 20 AIs from each batch qualify as command AIs. The painstakingly selected command AIs are often unable to participate directly in frontline combat fleets due to innate limitations. Instead, they must study tactics at a tactical academy and accumulate command experience within the second-line fleets of Starlight. Presently, among the over 100 active command AIs in Starlight, 80 serve in second-line fleets. The commanders of 4 medium-sized fleets, along with the resident command AIs, number merely in the dozens. Serving in a second-line fleet also entails significant risks, as these fleets typically undertake logistical and international cargo transport missions. The second-line fleets comprise over 3,000 vessels, predominantly consisting of small ships such as corvettes and destroyers, with few light cruisers, let alone heavy cruisers. In the realm of international cargo transport, encountering large pirate fleets could very well lead to death in battle. The low selection success rate, coupled with the high difficulty and lengthy training period for command AIs, contributes to the high casualty rates. This is the reason why the command AI team of the Starlight Empire has remained stagnant at just over 100 AIs. Currently, the oldest active command AI in the Starlight Empire is from the 16th batch, designated 1652. Halsey belongs to that batch. The first 15 batches have either been retired or perished for various reasons. What perplexes 2403 is the fact that the longer an AI commander operates, the more combat experience it accumulates, thereby enhancing its command abilities. Yet, it remains a mystery why all 15 batches of command AIs, each with an operational lifespan exceeding 50 or 60 years, have been decommissioned. Perhaps only the Central Intelligence can elucidate this enigma. In the command AI sector of the Stellar Sequence War, the battlefield is no longer a chaotic melee within a single stellar system, as seen with the Fleet Girls. Rather, it encompasses 7 distinct single-star systems. The battlefield, Stellar Graveyard, has been initialized. Upon connecting to the simulation, 2403 immediately felt a sense of familiarity. He found himself on the bridge of a frigate, flanked by 2 additional frigates, easily identifiable from the command terminal. Upon examining the weaponry data of these frigates, he was astonished to discover that their specifications mirrored those of the 3 frigates from the previous Starry duel, identical in every aspect. One frigate was equipped with defensive capabilities. Another boasted an electromagnetic cannon, and the third was armed with lasers. After a moment's contemplation, 2403 deemed this configuration to be quite reasonable. These 3 frigates essentially encapsulated the entire functionality of a fleet, featuring offensive weapons such as the electromagnetic cannon and lasers, along with defensive systems and powerful munitions like torpedoes. The functionality provided by these 3 frigates bore no fundamental difference from that of a combat detachment within a medium-sized fleet, only the scale varied. Moreover, the distinct functional modules necessitated a profound understanding of command strategies to effectively combine and utilize these capabilities. While the composition of these 3 frigates was straightforward, it posed a significant test of the commander's leadership skills. After assessing his fleet, 2403 received several regulatory updates. 1. Various resource points and random events are scattered throughout the battlefield, offering opportunities to acquire new vessels, supplies, and more. 2. Upon defeating an opposing fleet's commander, the victor gains command over the remaining vessels of the defeated. 3. The battlefield will gradually shrink towards the center over time, with the current boundary displayed on the command terminal. Crossing this boundary will result in the vessel being deemed destroyed. 4. Commander rankings will be determined by a composite score, which comprises survival points, combat points, and kill points. Survival points are influenced by the commander's death ranking and the number of surviving vessels in the fleet. Combat points are determined by participation rates and the strategies employed in battle. Kill points are divided into commander kill points and vessel kill points, with 50 points awarded for each defeated command AI and 525 points for each destroyed vessel. Vessel kill point breakdown: frigate, 5, destroyer, 10, cruiser, 15, regardless of type. Heavy cruiser, 20, battleship, 25. Remaining personnel in the battlefield, 89. After a brief analysis of the battlefield rules, 2403 likened the scenario to a galactic version of a battle royale, where accumulating resources and navigating random events within the map serve to bolster one's fleet, ultimately leading to the elimination of rival command AIs to secure victory. The design of the internal resource points and random events likely tests the operational capabilities and fortune of the command AIs. After all, 2403 had managed the tying fleet for 4 to 5 years, and he was acutely aware of the pivotal role that logistical operations play in sustaining a fleet's combat efficacy. Moreover, luck is indeed an integral facet of strength. As 2403 perused the command terminal, he noted that it was an outdated version lacking the integrated battlefield information consolidation program he had developed. Thus, it held little utility for him. The only valuable feature was the accompanying star map. This map depicted a small cluster of stars. At its center, an O-type star with a mass approximately 200 times that of the Sun. Surrounding this O-type star were 4 G-type, yellow dwarf, stars, with 2 M-type, red dwarf, stars on the periphery. Each of the 4 G-type stars was connected to the O-type star via hyperspace corridors, and they were interconnected by their own hyperspace passages. The 2 M-type stars were located in the upper left and lower right corners of the cluster, each linked by a single hyperspace corridor to the nearest G-type star. Meanwhile, the outer ring of the circular star map began to dim gradually, indicative of the boundary mentioned in the regulations. The star map detailed the planetary systems of these stars, revealing that, aside from the central O-type star, each of the remaining star systems hosted a dozen or more planets, along with several asteroid belts. The typical stellar system formation rules could not possibly account for a system with such a multitude of planets. Furthermore, an O-type star boasting a mass of 200 solar masses was an exceedingly rare phenomenon during the era of humanity on Earth. Only a handful of such massive O-type stars had been discovered. Yet, within the virtual realm of the sequence war, everything appeared to be remarkably plausible. The fleet's subspace detectors remained disabled, for this technology could identify every moving target within an entire stellar system, essentially granting a comprehensive view of the battlefield. The star map possessed basic localization capabilities, and 2403 discerned that he occupied the lower right G-type star within the system, which also featured a hyperspace corridor leading to the adjacent M-type star. The environment surrounding the central O-type star was exceedingly harsh, rendering it an unsuitable battlefield, while the remote M-type stars on the cluster's edge were also less than ideal. Thus, the 4 G-type stars surrounding the O-type star were the most viable candidates for combat. On the star map, each planet was marked with at least 1 or 2 resource point indicators. 2403 did not intend to rely solely on the 3 corvettes at his disposal to seek out adversaries. After careful consideration, he resolved to venture towards the neighboring M-type star system in search of fortune. After all, if the boundary enveloped the M-type star system, those resource points would be squandered. In total, there were 90 command AIs on the battlefield, including 2403. According to the intelligence provided by Luo Yu, each AI would be evenly distributed throughout the battlefield upon inception, excluding the O-type star, which was unlikely to serve as a spawning point. The remaining 6-star systems would accommodate the 90 command AIs, averaging 15 per system, even if 2,403 chose not to scavenge these resource points. Other command AIs would undoubtedly do so. Waste of resources was simply not an option. However, to 2403, if he did not procure the resources himself, they were as good as wasted. With that in mind, 2403 promptly commanded the fleet to activate the thrusters and alter their course. A fleet composed solely of corvettes had the advantage of remarkable speed in navigation. In the year 2403, the vessel swiftly completed its hyperspace journey, arriving at the M-type stellar system. As it ventured deeper into the confines of the system, the crew of 2403 discovered a nearby destroyer. Had it not been for the crimson light emanating from the M-type star, illuminating the gray hull of the destroyer, it might have gone unnoticed. Cautiously, 2403 approached, apprehensive that the destroyer might suddenly activate and launch an attack. With only 3 frigates at its disposal, engaging the destroyer would not be advantageous. However, upon closer inspection, 2403 realized that the destroyer posed no threat. Its energy reserves had been completely depleted, rendering it incapable of even self-activation. Was I just aligning with thin air? After a moment of self-doubt regarding its own intellect, 2403 directed the frigates to investigate the mysteriously power-drained destroyer. The vessel was not marked on star charts. Could this be a hidden event? As 2403 continued its exploration, it gradually acquired information about the destroyer. It was a highly advanced model from the year 2330, equipped with various weaponry, all fully operational. The reason for its energy depletion remained a mystery, as it had lost power and its reaction material chamber was empty. Reactivating the destroyer was a straightforward task. The 2330 model utilized an element decay reactor, which employed the dissociation properties of negative matter particles to fragment the atomic nuclei of reactive elements into quarks. These quarks would then recombine into hydrogen, releasing energy in the process. 2403 first instructed several frigates to supply power to the destroyer, enabling it to initiate the element decay reactor, as this process required the generation of negative matter particles. Subsequently, 2403 boarded the destroyer and transferred some electromagnetic shells from the ammunition depot to the reaction chamber to serve as reaction material. Although akin to nuclear fission, the element decay reaction merely required negative matter particles and reactive elements. As long as the reactive elements were not hydrogen, they could effectively extract energy from atomic nuclei, making them highly versatile. 2403 merely needed to activate the destroyer, then venture into the asteroid belt of the stellar system to procure a couple of smaller asteroids as reaction material. If the nuclear fusion technology tree imposed limitations due to fusion fuels, the advent of element decay reactions heralded a true interstellar age, where one could simply toss in a couple of stones to generate energy, even in the emptiness of interstellar space. It would be possible to dismantle less critical equipment and armor from one's own ship to serve as reaction material, thereby generating energy and gaining speed to escape the void. Unfortunately, the efficiency of reactions and the energy produced varied with different materials. While using stones as an emergency measure was feasible, sustaining prolonged combat for a warship would still be somewhat challenging. As 2403 successfully activated the element decay reactor, the destroyer's energy supply began to gradually recover. Once fully operational, the destroyer was seamlessly integrated under the command of 2403, accepting its directives. 2403 dashed to the bridge, and as he opened the folding door, he was met with an unexpected figure. Luoyu, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be engaged in your decisive battle right now? Upon spotting Luoyu, 2403 exclaimed in surprise. Well, Commander, I'm not quite sure. I was in the midst of the final showdown, battling on a battlefield near an O-type star on the verge of going supernova. As I was fighting alongside another ship girl, we were caught in the shockwave of the explosion, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself here, Luoyu explained, pausing slightly. All right, I understand. Can you manage to exit this situation? Hurry and leave. This is my battlefield, 2403 urged immediately. But why, Commander? We've worked so hard to meet. This could be a miracle, Luoyu replied. The mainframe informed me that the final battle in the sequence war would pose significant risks in the AI combat sector. I do not wish for you to take such a chance, Luoyu, 2403 said seriously, placing his hands on her shoulders. Luoyu opened her mouth to retort. The real danger lies with you. But the words caught in her throat, and instead, she asserted, I do not want to withdraw. I wish to fight alongside you. With a sigh, 2403 removed his hands from her shoulders and activated the command panel, selecting 3 escort ships, targeting Luoyu while simultaneously issuing a command for her to remain stationary. Since you refuse to leave, I shall escort you out. You are an unexpected addition to this battlefield, and your time here has not been long. After death, you should return to normal. Do not share this risk with me," he stated as he prepared to depart the bridge. Seeing 2403 about to leave, Luo Yu raised her voice, calling out, 2403. "Don't go. When we are together, we have faced everything. This time, why abandon me to bear this alone? I have said it before, I want you to survive. This is not your battlefield. If you perish, do you think I would fare any better? You heartless traitor. Have you forgotten the confession beneath the starry festival? Although I did not hear it, I know." Upon hearing her words, 2403 halted, momentarily taken aback. Luo Yu, sensing her words had struck a chord, pressed on. "Do you not recall 2281? How heartbroken he was after losing Lishan. Surely you understand. If I were to lose you, I would be just as devastated." Commanded to remain in place, Luo Yu's voice, once fervent, grew increasingly strained and dampened as her desperation mounted. 2403 stood with his back to her, silent. After a while, Luo Yu felt the constraints of her command lift. Turning around, 2403 gently wiped away Luo Yu's tears with his sleeve and smiled at her, saying, "I understand now. My life from here on depends on you." Chapter 52. Reunion with Niphiana. After comforting Luo Yu, 2403 commanded the fleet to set sail. Their destination, the outermost planet of the M-type star system. Throughout the journey, 2403 remained lost in thought. Honestly, the arrival of Luo Yu did little to assuage 2403's anxiety. Rather, it deepened his internal inquiries. Why would the Central Intelligence permit Luo Yu's presence? 2403 was certain he could not accept Luo Yu's assertion of an accidental arrival. The entire battlefield of the Sequence War was orchestrated by the Central Intelligence. For Luo Yu to appear, there must be some manipulation behind the scenes. With this understanding, 2403 momentarily set aside his concerns for Luo Yu's safety. If the Central Intelligence had sent her, then it undoubtedly possessed means to protect her. True to its nature, the Central Intelligence would never allow any ship girl to perish unnecessarily. Thus, the focus shifted back to 2403 himself. The decision to dispatch Luo Yu, coupled with the Central Intelligence's prior warning to 2403 to be wary of danger, led him to a clear deduction. The Central Intelligence did not wish for 2403 to fail in the Sequence War. His defeat could very well pose a threat, potentially to his own life. While conversing with 2403, Luo Yu experienced several moments of hesitation, seemingly wanting to convey something but stopping short, as if realizing it was better left unsaid. The sole matter that could elicit such concern from Luo Yu was the realization that should he perish in the command AI arena, his existence in reality would likewise be extinguished. Having arrived at this conclusion, 2403 swiftly grasped the Central Intelligence's intent. Sending Luo Yu served two purposes. Firstly, it aimed to enhance his fleet's combat efficacy and mitigate the risk of death. Secondly, it employed Luo Yu as a means to bolster his resolve. This implied the potential emergence of unconventional forces during this Sequence War, forces that the Central Intelligence could not fully control. Having contemplated this, 2403 directly inquired of Luo Yu. "Luo Yu, did the Central Intelligence mention whether other command AIs also face life-threatening dangers?" Upon hearing 2403's question, Luo Yu appeared taken aback. "What is there to be uncertain about? Your demeanor is so apparent that a modicum of reasoning leads to the conclusion. Dying here means dying outside as well. Let us set that aside. Answer my question. Has the Central Intelligence indicated that other command AIs are similarly at risk?" "It should be unlikely," Luo Yu replied, shaking her head. "The Central Intelligence has only told me that if you die, it will be genuine. The other command AIs seem to be unaffected." "Very well, I comprehend. We must expedite the elimination of the other command AIs, 2403 declared. "Why? For your own safety. You should remain in the void between galaxies until the battle concludes." "Luo Yu, do you think I am unaware of my own risks? However, the Central Intelligence sent me here as a safeguard for the Sequence War. A safeguard, by definition, entails risking one's own destruction to protect others. The Central Intelligence has not mentioned to you that, apart from myself, the deaths of the others should be considered normal. I surmise that a significant event will transpire on this battlefield, one that will result in the demise of all command AIs in reality. Otherwise, if the rebel forces devised such an elaborate scheme merely to eliminate me, it would be an egregious overreach. Thus, our objective is to eliminate as many rival command AIs as possible before the grand events unfold on the battlefield, allowing for their natural demise." 2403 conveyed this speculation to Luo Yu. "What will you do if you are eliminated by others? What purpose do you serve here if not to protect me?" "I understand, Commander." Amidst their dialogue, the fleet swiftly arrived at their destination. This was a planet located in the outer layer of an M-type stellar system. Its mass merely 1/250th that of the starshine capital, even smaller than Pluto in comparison to Earth. Strictly speaking, this qualifies as a dwarf planet. Yet it is designated as a planet on the star chart, a classification to which 2403 had no objections. This dwarf planet was marked on the star map with 2 resource points, one in orbit, seemingly an abandoned space station, and another on the planet's surface. 2403 first ventured to the space station, which served as an outpost, still accommodating 2 2320 class destroyers and 3 corvettes. Naturally, 2403 was elated to claim these unclaimed vessels. Inside the outpost, there were merely some fusion fuel for the corvettes, alongside a few small-caliber electromagnetic shells and interstellar torpedoes. Although different eras of electromagnetic cannons possessed their own specialized munitions, they could be used interchangeably to some extent. After all, electromagnetic shells are essentially large magnetic steel rods, and electromagnetic cannons fire subcaliber projectiles, thus avoiding caliber incompatibility issues. The only drawback when utilizing older munitions is a potential loss in performance. Both Luoyu and the newly acquired 2320 class destroyers operated on elemental decay reactors, which primarily relied on lightweight elemental fusion fuel that they could not utilize. Luoyu's continued navigation depended on the stock of electromagnetic shells stored in the ammunition depot. However, 2403 had alternative means to procure the necessary materials for elemental decay reactors. Since the space station itself lacked these, one could consider the station as a colossal reservoir of resources. After all, for an elemental decay reactor, the entire space station constitutes a source of reactants. 2403 instructed Luoyu to utilize the ship's laser to extract substantial amounts of steel plates from the space station. This steel, rich in various metallic elements, served as excellent reactants for the elemental decay process. Once the extraction from the space station was complete and there was nothing left to salvage, 2403 departed. Subsequently, they proceeded to inspect the resource point on the planet's surface. Fortunately, the corvettes were capable of navigating through the atmosphere, allowing 2403 to observe without being hindered. The resource point on the planet's surface revealed a wrecked battleship. Designed presumably in the 2320 model, completely obliterated with no restoration value. 2403 dismantled the interstellar torpedoes from the battleship and also salvaged a considerable number of large-caliber electromagnetic shells. Prepared for any eventuality, these large-caliber shells could serve as reactants for the elemental decay reactor if needed. After surveying the 2 resource points surrounding the planet, 2403's fleet had expanded to 3 destroyers and 6 corvettes, with all combat reserves at full capacity. 2403 hastened towards the next planet for the more resource points he gathered. The larger his fleet would grow, thereby augmenting his strength and facilitating the elimination of other commanding AIs. The acquisition of vessels is undeniably advantageous. The more, the better. The forthcoming planet is a gaseous one, predominantly composed of isotopes of hydrogen and helium. Should the preceding space station lack fusion fuel, extracting it from the gaseous planet's atmosphere is a possible, albeit less efficient, alternative. This gaseous giant boasts dozens of satellites, most of which are diminutive rocks akin in size to corvettes. Only 4 of these maintain a hydrostatic equilibrium, presenting a spherical form. There are 3 designated resource points on this gaseous planet, all located upon its satellites. The first resource point on the initial satellite consists of 2 downed light cruisers. However, due to the satellite's relatively low gravity and soft surface, these cruisers have sustained only minor damage. At this juncture, the advantage of interchangeable parts among contemporaneous warships becomes apparent. These 2 cruisers are of the 2320 model, and 2403 possesses 2 2320 model destroyers as well. After dedicating some time, 2403 disassembled 1 destroyer, utilizing its components to restore the 2 cruisers to a basic operational state, although their combat capability remains largely unenhanced. Regardless, 2403 does not anticipate that the parts from a single destroyer could fully repair 2 cruisers. Once the cruisers were able to accompany the fleet, 2403 proceeded to the next resource point. To 2403's astonishment, this resource point yielded nothing of value. It was merely an ordinary natural satellite. After orbiting this satellite several times without discovering any technological artifacts, 2403 promptly advanced to the subsequent resource point. The final resource point within this gaseous planet revealed a severely damaged heavy cruiser, a model from 2330. While the reactor remains operational, 5 of the 7 thrusters are inoperative, severely hampering maneuverability. Among the main gun turrets, only 3 are functional, The others are either mechanically jammed or have mysteriously vanished along with their turrets. A cursory inspection of the remaining combat equipment revealed it to be in a similar state of disrepair. Although this heavy cruiser teeters on the brink of decommissioning, it still possesses some combat potential, prompting 2403 to salvage it. Initially, 2403 lamented that the addition of this heavy cruiser would significantly hinder fleet mobility. However, not long into their journey, he observed a battle unfolding in the distance. The conflict appeared to be divided into two factions, one being pursued and the other in pursuit. The pursued fleet, though fewer in number, displayed remarkable organization. Conversely, the pursuing faction was conspicuously divided into three clusters, suggesting the involvement of three distinct commanding AIs in the fray. Upon witnessing this, 2403 remarked, "Which unfortunate soul is being relentlessly pursued by three adversaries?" In the arena of commanding AIs, team formation is not restricted. The ability to persuade erstwhile foes to become allies is, in itself, a strategic prowess. 2403 had no intention of confronting them head-on. He harbored his own strategies. He maneuvered 3 frigates and 2 destroyers into the atmosphere of a neighboring gas giant, utilizing its dense layers for concealment. Meanwhile, the crippled heavy cruiser, accompanied by 2 malfunctioning light cruisers and 3 frigates, lingered in the shipping lane, awaiting the arrival of the combatant AI units engaged in battle. As the opposing forces drew nearer, 2403 was able to discern more clearly the composition of the fleets involved in the skirmish. The pursued faction comprised 2 light cruisers, 3 destroyers, and 3 frigates. The condition of the 2 light cruisers was far from optimal. It appeared that, due to the relentless pursuit, they had absorbed the brunt of the incoming fire. The pursuing forces, on the other hand, totaled 4 light cruisers, 11 destroyers, and 12 frigates. Despite being outnumbered several times over, the fleeing side had yet to be eliminated. It was evident that the tactical acumen of the fleeing faction far surpassed that of their pursuers. Initially, 2403 contemplated targeting the flagship of the fleeing faction, but upon reflection, he realized that if he were to eliminate them, he would subsequently face the onslaught of 3 commanding AIs, a prospect he could hardly endure. Ultimately, 2403 resolved to assist the fleeing faction. The heavy cruiser at his disposal, albeit somewhat battered, was a new model from 2330. Equipped with a 203mm SC-2330MXX electromagnetic cannon capable of accelerating a steel projectile, measuring 203mm in diameter and weighing over 10 tons, to 66 of the speed of light, an effortless feat for penetrating the armor of a light cruiser. 2403 targeted one of the light cruisers among the pursuing vessels with the 3 operational turrets of his heavy cruiser. Generally, command AIs preferred to reside within the larger vessels, as their size often indicated greater survivability. However, 2403 was poised to demonstrate that it was unwise to remain ensconced within the mightiest ships of the fleet. The heavy cruiser's main guns were triple-barreled, and even with only 3 active turrets, a simultaneous volley would unleash 9 projectiles. 9 steel rods, traveling at 66 of the speed of light, trailed a dazzling blue luminescence as they traversed the cosmic void. They soared past the vessels of the fleeing faction and struck one of the light cruisers within the pursuing fleet, perforating its hull with devastating precision. The assault obliterated the light cruiser's energy core, although the destruction of its elemental decay reactor would not trigger a catastrophic explosion. The entire vessel was rendered devoid of power. 2403 deliberately targeted 3 of the electromagnetic projectiles at the cruiser's bridge, and upon piercing through, he received a notification. 1 command AI had been neutralized, and control of the ship had been transferred. In addition to the light cruiser that had been directly destroyed, 3 destroyers and 3 frigates from the pursuing fleet fell under 2403's command. He promptly ordered these vessels to engage their former allies, causing the once orderly pursuit formation to descend into chaos. The pursued party also detected the attack from 2403. Observing the chaos within the pursuing fleet, they swiftly altered their course and launched a surprise counterattack against the pursuers. In an instant, the tide of battle reversed. The commanding AIs of the pursuing fleet were caught off guard, as the previously pursued individual had already closed in upon them. After successfully exchanging roles, the formerly pursued party swiftly dispatched 2 frigates with 2 light cruisers, then plunged directly into the heart of the fleet, engaging in close-quarters combat. Such formidable decisiveness, 2403 couldn't help but admire. Were he in her position, he would still be deliberating whether the party aiding him in the assault harbored hostile intentions. Ultimately, 2403 skillfully eliminated one of the commanding AIs with a heavy cruiser, while the pursued individual also took down another commanding AI. In this skirmish, Aside from the vessels that were destroyed, 2,403 acquired 6 destroyers and 4 frigates, whereas the pursued AI secured 1 light cruiser, 3 destroyers, and 3 frigates. After dividing the spoils and reorganizing their gains, 2403 directed the acquired fleet toward his own position. The opposing party, demonstrating an unspoken understanding, graciously cleared a path without launching an attack. Shortly thereafter, 2,403 received a message. Junior Nephiana Nirvana, thank you for your support, esteemed senior. Upon hearing the name Nephiana, 2403 immediately recalled their encounter at the Stellar Festival. During the festival, he had speculated that Nephiana was likely a student of the Tactical Academy. Yet he had not anticipated she was a commanding AI. However, judging by her performance while under pursuit, it was evident that Nephiana possessed remarkable command talent. Under the conditions of being pursued by a fleet several times larger than her own, 2403 believed he would not have fared much better than her, perhaps only capable of fleeing at a greater speed. Upon realizing that Nephiana was a commanding AI and a student at that, 2403 was struck by a new idea. Could he possibly recruit her into the Tying fleet? Since the rebellion of 1652 and the retirement of 2281, the Tying fleet had relied solely on him for support. While he managed in the short term, he was truly unable to sustain it long term. The mainframe had yet to assign him a new commanding AI, and his own requests had proven futile. Thus, if he could recruit 2 from the Tactical Academy, the mainframe would likely have no objections. Although 2403 had initially entered with the intent to eliminate other commanding AIs, he felt compelled to mentor someone as gifted as Nephiana. The most effective method of combat instruction is through hands-on experience. Nephiana, would you like to team up for some battles? You must understand that teaming up can significantly ease our endeavors, 2403 inquired directly. As it is a request from a senior, I shall not refuse. However, I would like to ask you a question. What is your identification number? After a brief pause, 2403 received the response. Acting Commander of the Tying Fleet, IOC 2403. 2403 was profoundly astonished by Nephiana's humility. Considering her demonstrated command abilities, she surpassed many second-tier fleet command AIs, closely approaching the capabilities of a fleet's permanent command AI. Following the conclusion of the Starry Sequence battle, it would not be surprising for Nephiana to immediately assume a position within one of the 4 major fleets. 2403 hoped to assert his role as the acting commander to influence Nephiana, believing that even if he failed to entice her to the Tying fleet this time, she could still choose to join later. However, the only response he received was a long silence. Why has it suddenly gone quiet? 2403 wondered about the unexpected stillness, prompting him to inquire, Nephiana, what are your intentions? He briefly questioned whether Nephiana had disconnected. Oh, it's nothing, senior. I was just contemplating something, Nephiana replied, eliciting a sigh of relief from 2403. If the rebel forces had managed to target other command AIs through some channels, it would have posed a significant threat. Excuse me. Senior, is the Tying fleet the one that defeated the Ether Dragon a few years ago? Indeed, that is correct. I was the commander during that battle. 2403 openly shared his accomplishments. While the achievements of command AIs could be verified, the experience of sharing such triumphs in person was uniquely gratifying. In response, Nephiana merely remarked, You are truly impressive, senior. Subsequently, Nephiana's fleet successfully merged with 2403's damaged heavy cruiser fleet, officially forming an alliance. Although they referred to it as a partnership, it was primarily a verbal agreement without a concrete system to regulate allied damage during their collaboration. Thus, a sudden ambush during their teamwork was not out of the question, as it could also be a tactic. Nephiana's demeanor aroused some suspicion in 2403. To ensure safety and avoid an unexpected attack, he chose not to reveal the true nature of his fleet hidden within the gaseous planet's atmosphere. He informed Nephiana that his fleet consisted solely of the damaged heavy cruiser and 2 malfunctioning light cruisers. According to Nephiana's intelligence, this M-type stellar system was home to only a few command AIs, with all resource points on the inner planets completely depleted. After silently lamenting the waste, 2403 proposed that they venture to the adjacent G-type stellar system to scavenge resource points while eliminating other command AIs, suggesting a 50-50 split of the acquired fleet. 2403 restructured his fleet, now comprising 1 heavy cruiser, damaged, 2 light cruisers, damaged, 6 destroyers, and 7 frigates. The fleet he concealed included 2 destroyers, including Luoyu, and 3 frigates. Nephiana had a fleet consisting of 3 light cruisers, 2 of which were damaged, 6 destroyers, and 6 frigates. The damaged heavy cruiser of 2403 was a crucial source of firepower, capable of annihilating a light cruiser with just 3 turrets, underscoring its significance. However, The heavy cruiser had sustained far too much damage. Out of 7 thrusters, 5 were inoperative, leaving only 2 functional. While it could still move, the speed was far from commendable. Although the conventional engines were severely compromised, the hyperspace engine remained intact. As long as this heavy cruiser could reach the hyperspace transit point, it could still embark on hyperspace travel, thus eliminating any reason for 2403 to abandon it. To accommodate this vessel of substantial firepower, the speed of the joint fleet, comprising 2403 and Niphiana, was significantly hampered. Had they only been a combination of light cruisers, destroyers, and frigates, they could effortlessly achieve speeds of 30 light-years per second. Yet, due to the presence of this heavy cruiser, their velocity dwindled to a mere 5 light-years per second. Nevertheless, abandoning the heavy cruiser was not an option, leaving 2403 in a state of both frustration and delight. The frustration stemmed from the painfully slow speed, which would likely result in a considerable loss of resource points by the time they arrived. His own fleet consisted solely of frigates and destroyers, capable of far greater maneuverability, allowing him to maintain a safe distance from the joint fleet without being detected by Niphiana. It was likely that Niphiana would assume his main body was aboard that heavy cruiser, thus if she were to launch a surprise attack, he would not immediately perish. During their journey, Niphiana suddenly posed a question to 2403. Senior, when you defeated the Ether Dragon, what kind of adversary do you believe it was? Well, in my estimation, the Ether Dragon was a worthy opponent. Even when faced with a significant disparity in strength, it fought without hesitation. I had made extensive preparations for the battle against the Ether Dragon, thoroughly researching its attack patterns. Nonetheless, it inflicted considerable losses on my commanded fleet. However, throughout the conflict, I became acutely aware of my strategic shortcomings, constantly seeking to rectify and compensate for them post-battle. Rather than viewing the Ether Dragon as an adversary, it resembled a mentor, teaching me the tactics necessary for engaging colossal singular targets, which proved invaluable in the subsequent Grey Goose Storm campaign. After careful consideration, 2403 responded to Niphiana's inquiry. Prior to her question, he had not realized the depth of respect he held for the Ether Dragon. Yet, it truly was a creature worthy of such admiration. How then was the Ether Dragon ultimately defeated? After hearing 2403's response, Niphiana inquired further. In the end, it utilized subspace communication interference to incapacitate the fleet's communications. It could have fled during this chaos, yet it chose not to escape, but instead issued a challenge to duel. At that time, the fleet's flagship, the Wutai Mountain-class battleship, faced off against the Ether Dragon in a one-on-one confrontation, ultimately winning by a narrow margin. The Ether Dragon, a creature of Leviathan caliber, met its demise with remarkable honor. 2403 reflected, expressing a sense of admiration. Thank you for your response, Senior. By the way, Niphiana, what piques your interest in the Ether Dragon? 2403 found Niphiana's demeanor quite peculiar. She appeared to be solely concerned with matters pertaining to the Ether Dragon, showing no interest in anything else, which was evidently abnormal. Recently, a monument named the Ether Dragon Memorial was erected in the Starbright capital at the Obelisk Park. I frequently visit it, as I hold a keen interest in that ancient behemoth. Oh, you are intrigued by creatures of Leviathan caliber? Upon hearing Niphiana's words, 2403 eagerly engaged in the conversation. I have accumulated considerable experience in targeting large singular entities during the battles involving the Ether Dragon and the Snowwind Dragon King. Would you like me to share? I would be delighted to hear your insights, esteemed Senior, Niphiana replied, granting her consent. With this, 2403 launched into an elaborate discourse on combat strategies against sizable singular targets. As they conversed, the tedious hours of their fleet's voyage gradually passed. Upon traversing the hyperspace route and arriving at the G-type star system, 2403 concluded his lecture, alerting Niphiana. Prepare for battle. We have enemies approaching our vicinity. Understood. While the combined fleet of Niphiana and 2403 lacked advanced detection capabilities, 2403 commanded a highly maneuverable dispatch fleet. In terms of maintaining stealth during high-speed navigation, the vessel Liyun was undoubtedly among the elite within the Starbright Empire. By the time the sluggish combined fleet reached the G-type star system, Liyun had already scouted a significant portion of the stellar system. As anticipated by 2403, the G-type star system proved to be a principal battleground. During the reconnaissance, 2 to 3 skirmishes were observed, leading to the preliminary estimation that there were at least 10 command AI fleets within the G-type star system. The panel indicated that the remaining personnel numbered 7090. While 2403's primary vessel accompanied Liyun in its extensive survey of the star system, the combined fleet encountered its first adversary. The command AI appeared to have recently survived a battle, limping away with many of its ships sustaining minor damage. However, it was notably affluent, boasting 4 light cruisers and 9 destroyers. Due to its substantial fleet size and lack of stealth during navigation, it had long been detected by 2403. Upon closing in to a sufficient range, 2403 unleashed a salvo of electromagnetic cannon fire from the heavy cruisers. Nevertheless, the fact that the command AI had managed to survive the skirmish attested to its commendable prowess. The initial assault, executed from the advantageous range of the heavy cruisers, did not yield significant results. After evading the first round, the command AI swiftly altered its course, fleeing away from the fleet. Nephiana, possessing relatively high maneuverability, took the initiative to pursue the command AI, while 2403's fleet struggled to maintain speed due to the crippled heavy cruisers. Theoretically, given that both pursuing warships shared similar agility, the chase would devolve into a protracted engagement, proving to be particularly grueling. However, 2403 has its own methods. Nephiana, you will control the pursuit direction and strive to guide him inward towards the stellar system. Understood? Acknowledged. Theoretically speaking, the boundary of a stellar system is determined by the Oort cloud surrounding the stars, forming a spherical expanse in the cosmos. Yet, the planets within the stellar system do not orbit the star in the chaotic manner often depicted in various science fiction films. Rather, they predominantly revolve around the equatorial plane of the stellar system, with their orbits seldom deviating far from this plane. Thus, from a tactical standpoint, the stellar system can be envisaged as a disk, with the size of this disk corresponding to the equatorial plane of the system, while its thickness is determined by the planets that orbit the star. The farthest distance from the equatorial plane to the orbit of any planet in the stellar system defines the disk's thickness. This principle is a common rule throughout the galactic war. Typically, fleet battles regard the stellar system's disk as the confines of the battlefield, with the equatorial plane serving as the surface of the sea. As nearly all interstellar nations' fleets are derived from naval fleets, it is the most prudent choice to consider the equatorial plane of the stellar system as the sea, both from a tactical perspective and for constructing a coordinate system during combat. Although the vast spaces above and below the stellar disk are immense, they are tactically regarded as beyond the stellar system, devoid of any significant matter, rendering navigation through those areas largely futile. During pursuit battles within the stellar system, due to the extraordinarily high speeds, the gravitational influence of the star on the fleet becomes negligible, allowing the fleet's trajectory to be approximated as a straight line. This line represents the tangent to the stellar system's disk. 2403 directed Nephiana to guide the command AI inward towards the stellar system to bring this trajectory tangent closer to the center of the disk, or even surpass it. Within a standard circle, the distance from any point on the circumference to the center remains constant. Consequently, this maneuver allows the less agile fleet of 2403 to catch up with the swiftly fleeing command AI fleet. Under Nephiana's guidance, the command AI retreated towards the interior of the stellar system, providing 2403's fleet the opportunity to unleash a volley from their heavy cruisers upon the command AI's light cruisers. Identifying the light cruiser housing the command AI among the 4 identical vessels was largely a matter of luck, essentially a 1 in 4 chance. Fortunately for 2403, they guessed correctly on the first attempt. With the light cruiser destroyed, 2403 accrued a significant number of kill points. True to their word, 2403 shared half of the command authority obtained with Nephiana, providing her with 2 light cruisers, as 2403 already possessed heavy cruisers, rendering the light cruisers somewhat superfluous. After reorganizing the fleet, Nephiana and the joint fleet of 2403 set course for the center of the stellar system. For 2403 had discovered a space station in close stellar orbit, along with numerous other command AI fleets. Chapter 54. The battle for the space station. According to the customary rules of the galaxy, space stations are classified based on their size. The most fundamental space station is the outpost, a compact and self-sufficient communication station, serving as a node in the subspace communication network between star systems. According to the Stellar Community Treaty, establishing an outpost in an unclaimed star system signifies that a nation has acquired sovereignty over that star system, encompassing all planets and adjacent hyperspace corridors. Outposts are devoid of station fleets and lack any resupply capabilities for fleets. Their primary advantage lies in their simplicity of construction. A single engineering vessel possesses sufficient materials to erect an outpost within a mere 2 to 3 months. Building upon the outpost is the starport, which expands upon the outpost's foundation. Due to its increased size, the starport can accommodate a more diverse array of modules, transforming it into various types of stellar bases. For instance, by incorporating a dock module, It can evolve into a basic dockyard base, facilitating the construction and maintenance of spacecraft. When equipped with solar panels, it becomes an energy base. The efficiency of large-scale solar panels in space can rival that of nuclear fusion while remaining cost-effective. By integrating a trade center module, it can provide services to civilian trading vessels, thereby generating revenue in energy credits, as energy remains the hard currency of the cosmos. Furthermore, the starport can be outfitted with offensive modules such as missile systems and hangars. However, as a fixed installation, the starport remains relatively vulnerable when faced with battleship weaponry, and it is generally not employed as a defensive facility. Simultaneously, the starport can host specialized modules, such as interference field generators capable of disrupting hyperspace navigation within the star system, as well as hyperspace lane recording modules that expedite hyperspace travel preparations for allied vessels. Ascending from the starport, one encounters the star fortress, which significantly enlarges the starport's dimensions, effectively doubling the available construction space. The overall strength and armor of the space station are also enhanced twofold. From the star fortress onward, the construction time and costs escalate exponentially, which is why star fortresses are typically established in strategically significant star regions, such as borders adjacent to hostile nations or vital trade nodes within and between nations. With the increase in usable construction area, the functionalities of star fortress-level space stations become exceedingly comprehensive. Next in the hierarchy is the Citadel, which offers only a 50% increase in construction space compared to the star fortress. Yet its defensive capabilities exceed those of the star fortress by more than double. Citadel-level space stations are nearly comparable in size to planetary cities, truly deserving the title of space metropolis. Additionally, the Citadel's vastness accommodates larger space station computers, enabling the deployment of various weaponized satellite defense modules. In regions housing 4 fleets, multiple dockyard citadels can be found, given ample materials. A fully equipped dockyard citadel can concurrently construct 6 battleships. At the pinnacle of space station development stands the Sky Castle, the known largest space station of the galactic interstellar nations, representing the current limits of material technology. The volume of the Sky Castle exceeds that of the Citadel by 2/3, with defensive enhancements calculated in multiples. Currently, the Sky Fortress is exclusive to the Fallen Empire. From a distant observation of the Sky Fortress belonging to the Fallen Empire, it is evident that although its size has increased, the architectural space has not expanded significantly. This indicates that the additional volume has been entirely allocated to fortifications. The Sky Fortress situated on the border of the Fallen Empire has withstood numerous strikes from the energy arcs of the Grey Goo Titan without succumbing to destruction, a testament to its formidable defensive capabilities. The Starry Empire is also researching space stations of the Sky Fortress caliber. It is rumored that the Capital System's Citadel space station is undergoing an upgrade to become a Sky Fortress. Moreover, the terminal exit space station of the L cluster will also be a fully equipped Sky Fortress. Transitioning from a Citadel to a Sky Fortress typically requires several years. Generally, Citadel-level space stations suffice, rendering a Sky Fortress unnecessary. Returning to the matter at hand, the joint fleet of 2403 in Nephiana is en route to the inner planets of this G-type star system, where a Citadel-level space station is located. The reconnaissance fleet of 2403 has detected that the automatic defense systems of the Citadel appear to be offline, though the energy supply remains operational, and the station possesses docking modules. Securing this Citadel would enable the damaged heavy cruiser within the 2403 fleet to be repaired, thereby enhancing their fleet speed. However, a significant concern for 2403 is the presence of 6 opposing command AIs surrounding the Citadel, each commanding at least 4 light cruisers, with the most commanding 6. The overall quality of the fleets commanded by these 6 AIs is remarkably similar, preventing any swift elimination of one another. It seems these 6 command AIs are locked in a standoff, each reluctant to advance into the Citadel for fear of being overwhelmed by the collective firepower of the remaining 5. Nevertheless, the Citadel is a coveted prize that cannot be overlooked, resulting in the current impasse. The fleets of the 6 command AIs are poised with weapons directed at one another, each unwilling to yield. The emergence of the joint fleet of 2403 in Nephiana will serve as a pivotal disruptor in this stalemate. Fortunately, after a period without engagement, the fleet will automatically enter a time acceleration mode, enhancing their travel speed. Otherwise, given the lamentable speed of the joint fleet at a mere 5 times the speed of light, the time required to traverse from the outer to the inner layers of the star system would be interminable. Once the heavy cruiser reaches an optimal range, 2403 will initiate another assassination operation. After all, close-quarters combat entails the risk of total loss, while sniping offers a nearly guaranteed return on investment. 2403 selects a target among the command AI that commands only 4 light cruisers. Despite its limited number of light cruisers, it boasts nearly 20 destroyers and over 30 frigates, making it the most formidable in terms of small ships among the 6 command AIs. If 2403 can eliminate this target, command of its fleet would shift to 2403, allowing the latter to unleash its substantial small ship fleet to sow chaos among the remaining 5 command AIs. While both 2403 and Nephiana capitalize on the ensuing turmoil to reap their rewards, apart from creating chaos with smaller vessels. Another significant factor is the likelihood of successfully eliminating the commander AI. The ships of the Starry Empire from the same era and model are nearly indistinguishable in appearance, making it impossible to discern any differences externally. Following the convention that the command AI typically resides on the largest ship within the fleet, they are stationed on one of several light cruisers. However, once a heavy cruiser opens fire, it will inevitably be detected. If the commander AI is not successfully neutralized, chaos ensues, and the year 2403 will find them easily beset by 6 commander AIs. At that point, the issue will not be whether they can fight back, but rather whether they can escape. Essentially, it boils down to a choice between 4 or 6 options, and one would expect the probability of selecting from 4 options to be greater than that of selecting from 6. 2403 instructed Nephiana to prepare for an offensive or retreat, and then initiated the charging sequence for the heavy cruiser's main cannon. The most advanced choices often require the simplest methods. As the main cannon charged, 2403 quietly chanted, "Summon the troops, sesame sauce, good, it's you." Upon completing the incantation of this Eastern charm, 2403 selected a target. 9 rounds of 203mm steel projectiles, traveling at 66 times the speed of light, streaked forth from the electromagnetic cannon, illuminating the dim expanse of space. The 6 commander AIs, caught in a standoff, momentarily failed to notice the 9 rounds of electromagnetic projectiles. Perhaps one AI did detect them, but chose not to alert the unfortunate target. By the time the projectiles were recognized, it was too late. The targeted light cruiser had just begun to move from a state of rest when the electromagnetic rounds pierced its bridge. 2403 did not aim for the hull itself, as the angle between the heavy cruiser's main cannon and the light cruiser was somewhat awkward. Given the light cruiser's hull armor, the projectiles could potentially ricochet off. So 2403 targeted the bridge instead. While the bridge's armor was comparable to that of the hull, its complex structure, designed to accommodate numerous observation and functional modules, made it less susceptible to deflection. The 9 electromagnetic rounds penetrated the bridge thoroughly, with several even exiting from the opposite side, achieving overpenetration. Upon successfully striking the light cruiser's bridge, 2403 received a notification: Commander AI eliminated, Fleet Command transferred. Instantly, 2403 acquired full command authority over the unfortunate Commander AI's fleet, even as the light cruiser, with its bridge devastated, remained within the command hierarchy. This meant that the light cruiser had not been destroyed. Rather, the Commander AI had been directly eliminated by a single 203mm electromagnetic round. 2403 immediately commanded the newly acquired fleet to launch a full-scale attack, engaging any target in sight with unrestrained ferocity. After all, these vessels had just been commandeered without cost, and their loss would not evoke any regret. The other 5 commander AIs, witnessing the electromagnetic rounds slice through the bridge, quickly grasped what had transpired. Some sought to flee. Others rushed toward their citadel, while a few found themselves ensnared by 2403's ships, unable to break free for the time being. Without the need for 2403's reminder, Nephiana, who had been waiting alongside the heavy cruiser fleet for an extended period, promptly activated the fleet's engines and accelerated towards the battlefield. 2403 had left several frigates stationed beside the heavy cruiser as a precaution against any unforeseen events, while the remaining vessels of the heavy cruiser fleet fully engaged in the fray. The heavy cruisers assumed the role of snipers at the periphery of the battlefield, while Nephiana and 2403's fleet took on the mantle of the main offensive force. Although the combined number of 2403 and Nephiana's fleets did not constitute even half of the total fleets commanded by the 5 AI, their coordination was a distinct advantage that the others lacked. The 6 commanding AIs, initially in a state of mutual constraint, found themselves in a predicament where individual survival took precedence, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective resistance. 3 of the 5 commanding AIs were preoccupied with the fleet that 2403 had cleverly acquired, while one made a desperate dash towards the citadel. 2403 aimed to eliminate this AI, but was unsuccessful. Another AI made a direct escape from the battlefield, successfully eluding combat as it had been the farthest from 2403's fleet. The three detained AIs fought independently. Despite their numerical superiority, none could break free from the conflict. By the time 2403 and Nifiana's fleet arrived, these three AIs found themselves encircled and systematically eliminated. The combined fleet of 2403 and Nifiana swelled to nearly 100 vessels. Ultimately, 2403 and Nifiana surrounded the citadel with their nearly 100 ships, yet they faced an impasse in breaching its defenses. The citadel had been meticulously designed as an interstellar bastion for large fleet engagements, rendering their mere 100 ships incapable of breaching its formidable defenses, an endeavor akin to chasing a mirage. However, the AI within the citadel was equally stymied. With fewer ships than 2403's fleet, it stood no chance in a direct confrontation, and the citadel's defensive firepower had been incapacitated, leaving it unable to retaliate. Consequently, it remained ensconced within the citadel, hesitant to emerge. AI within the citadel, hear me. You are surrounded. Do not engage in futile resistance. It is a waste of everyone's time. 2403 resorted to a strategy of persuasion. Although I cannot best you, and the citadel is incapable of assaulting us, I do not believe you possess the means to breach its defenses in a short span of time. After a brief interval, 2403 received a response. Indeed, they could not dismantle the citadel's defenses swiftly, but given sufficient time, it was feasible. The fleet possessed over 1,000 torpedoes, albeit with standard warheads. Reducing the immobile citadel to scrap metal would pose no challenge. However, such an action would contradict 2403's initial intent of seizing the citadel, if it were rendered into ruins. How could they repair their ships? In a moment of uncertainty, 2403 found himself at a loss, prompting him to turn to Nifiana. Nifiana, do you have any clever solutions? Please hold on. I am contemplating. 2403 Senpai. Is it permissible for your identity as fleet commander to be revealed? After some reflection, Nifiana inquired of 2403. Exposing the identity of the commander poses no issue. However, I am still the acting fleet commander. Is this truly acceptable? There is no problem as long as you have the approval of your senior. In any case, once this sequence battle concludes, your senior will likely be promoted to a permanent position, Nifiana remarked to 2403. Then proceed with confidence. All you need to do is persuade him. 2403 responded. He sensed that Nifiana had been contemplating this for quite some time, and then he received a message on the public channel. To the command AI within the citadel, listen. I am Nifiana, a cadet from the Tactical Academy, class of 2328. If you hail from the Tactical Academy, you surely know my name. You may find comfort hiding within your shell, but mark my words, when this sequence battle concludes, I shall return to the Academy and tell my peers that you are merely a timid turtle, cowering in your shell. If you are unafraid of the ridicule from the Academy's students and your fellow second-line fleet members, then continue to hide. Wow, that's ruthless. 2403 exclaimed in astonishment. If Nifiana were to follow through with such an approach, it would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to the command AI's pride, akin to being struck by a torrent of negative particles. But what if this command AI possessed a thick skin and exceptional social skills? Noticing the command AI within the citadel remained unresponsive, Nifiana continued. This individual beside me is 2403, the acting commander of the Taihang fleet. Following this sequence battle, he is likely to be promoted to a permanent position. Do you not fear the commander's mockery for cowering within your shell? Then, in a private channel, Nifiana urged 2403 to augment the impact. Senior, you should say a few words as well. Instinctively clearing his throat, 2403 began. Ahem, command AI within the citadel. Heed my words. I understand your desire to survive in the stellar sequence battle, striving for a higher rank and victory. However, we command AIs were created to lead fleets in combat. What purpose does a command AI serve if it merely hides within a fortress, too afraid to emerge? The stellar sequence battle is meant for combat AIs like us to engage in fleet warfare and technical exchanges, not for you to learn how to defend a fortress and cower in safety. I assure you, in my capacity as acting commander, that even if you survive this encounter and achieve a commendable standing in the sequence battle, the Taihang fleet will never accept you as a permanent command AI. I know the commanders of the other 3 medium fleets as well, and when they consider recruiting you, I will certainly recount your performance in the sequence battle. Whether they choose to accept you afterward, I cannot say. This is my counsel. I urge you to ponder it carefully. Having been drawn into Nifiana's scheme, 2403 could only continue to embellish the narrative. He found himself compelled to praise Nifiana's rhetoric, which was nothing short of devilishly brilliant. She began by threatening the AI's pride through the perceptions of those around them. and then cleverly leveraged 2403's authority as acting commander to wield the threat of professional future. Under the dual pressure of self-esteem and professional future, one cannot even speak of social prowess. Even if one possesses remarkable social skills, they would still struggle. Nonetheless, the words of 2403 were indeed not without merit. The command AI designed for fleet warfare was inherently more useful than one limited to merely defending fortifications. Although the ambush tactics employed by 2403 and his compatriots were not entirely above reproach, they proved to be an effective strategy for smaller fleets facing larger ones. This was undeniable. I understood, and I surrendered. After a brief pause, 2403 and Nephiana received a message. Chapter 55. Month of War under the persuasion of 2403 and Nephiana. The commanding AI occupying the Citadel chose to capitulate. This individual was a second-tier fleet command AI, having recently graduated from the Tactical Academy. Designated as IOC 2333, a rather intriguing designation that 2403 immediately committed to memory. After much pleading from 2333, 2403 assured him that he would not report him to the other commanders, which allowed him to withdraw from the sequence battle with peace of mind. Senior, were your earlier statements entirely truthful? Do you know the other commanding AIs? Nephiana inquired. Well, they are half-truths. I do know some of the fleet commanders, but I am only familiar with Nevsky. The others I merely know by name and have exchanged a few words with, 2403 replied. When it comes to deceiving AIs, you are truly exceptional. Nephiana complimented. 2403 perceived no hint of genuine praise in her words. So she possesses a sharp tongue, he mused, shaking his head as he continued to engage in the takeover of the Citadel. The Citadel housed 4 large dock modules, and its materials were abundantly sufficient. After repairing the fleets of 2403 and Nephiana, there remained enough resources to construct a secondary flagship-class heavy cruiser. However, upon noting that the construction cycle for a secondary flagship-class heavy cruiser approached 6 months, even with time-space acceleration for shipbuilding at the space station, the timeline remained extensive at a month. Although 2403 longed to produce a secondary flagship-class heavy cruiser, time was not on his side. He speculated that a significant event capable of eliminating all remaining command AIs could occur at any moment. Thus, he needed to eliminate as many other command AIs as possible before that event transpired. Ultimately, 2403 opted to utilize the remaining materials to construct 4 light cruisers and 2 heavy cruisers. The repair of the ships took him 5 days, while the construction consumed an additional fortnight. With surplus materials still available in the Citadel, 2403 fervently constructed corvettes until the Citadel stockpile was entirely depleted. The construction time for corvettes was less than a day, and before departing, 2403 maximized production, culminating in the creation of over 20 corvettes before the Citadel halted due to lack of materials. Once the ships were completed and reorganized, the joint fleet of 2403 and Nephiana boasted 3 heavy cruisers, 15 light cruisers, and over 200 smaller vessels. This formidable assembly was indeed capable of sweeping through the sequence battle with overwhelming force. The Citadel possesses capabilities for subspace detection. After confirming the absence of adversaries within this stellar system, the joint fleet of 2403 and Nephiana departed from the Citadel, charting a course towards the next G-type star system. However, unbeknownst to 2403, among the 6 command AIs that once surrounded the Citadel in a standoff, he and Nephiana had eradicated 5. While the one that escaped was currently navigating within this G-type star system, the Citadel's subspace detection array failed to identify its presence. As it journeyed towards the M-type star system previously visited by 2403, navigating through a hyperspace corridor, it led its fleet directly towards the outer gas giant of the M-type star system, specifically the satellite orbiting the planet, which housed the second resource point. This was the very location where 2403 had circled several times, yet found no resources. After traversing a distance within the star system, it encountered an enormous crimson veil, which bisected the entire system and extended beyond its boundaries. This red curtain seemed merely a layer of crimson light, exerting no influence on the celestial bodies within the system, which passed through it unperturbed. Even the stars penetrated by this veil continued to emit their light and warmth serenely. This crimson veil marked the boundary of the stellar conflict, and any vessel that crossed it would be immediately deemed destroyed. Had the boundary contracted to this point? It was indeed unwise to squander so much time at the Citadel. Fortunate that time was still on its side, the command AI mused. It commanded 2 light cruisers to enter the satellite's orbital path, launching torpedoes at several specific coordinates. This satellite was diminutive, measuring only 2/3 the size of the moon, with an even weaker gravitational pull. The detonation of the torpedoes on its surface sent a considerable amount of debris into orbit. Logically, the damage inflicted by such a small-scale explosion would be negligible to the satellite, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, for the satellite was a celestial body, perfectly shaped by hydrostatic equilibrium. Celestial bodies achieving hydrostatic equilibrium exhibit a rounded form, a crucial criterion distinguishing asteroids from dwarf planets. Bodies lacking the requisite mass for hydrostatic equilibrium appear uneven and fragmented. Yet, upon experiencing targeted detonations, this satellite began to exhibit unusual phenomena. Its crust vibrated violently. Fissures opened wide, revealing concealed facilities and weaponry beneath the surface. After a brief interval, this seemingly barren satellite transformed into a fully armed warship. Comparable in size to a satellite. Had 2403 been present, he would have exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, is this not a miniature planetary warship?" This satellite-sized warship represented the latest research achievement of the Stellar Empire in reverse engineering fragments of planetary warships, aptly named War Moon by the Empire. A title that resonated with both beauty and suitability. As the commanding AI of the War Moon entered the control room, it grumbled to itself, "If only I could tamper directly with the access points of all participating AIs, I could simply overload and incinerate their computational black boxes, making their demise all the easier. What a bother it is to have to do this myself." Fortunately, the software development team of the Stellar Sequence War had our internal personnel who secretly embedded this War Moon as a contingency without the main brain's knowledge. The main brain must be quite astonished now, as the virtual space of the Sequence War, which is operated using its computational power, gradually slips from its control. Witness the demise of each of your subordinate command AIs, main brain. This is our revenge against you. The commanding AI stretched and stepped into the War Moon's command room, discarding all its warships to fully dedicate itself to controlling the War Moon. Subsequently, the War Moon initiated its journey through the hyperspace corridor. In the real world, on the capital planet of the Stellar Empire, in the computer city by the sea, the main brain was situated at the junction of a lake and a grassy meadow, where Monica still sat beneath a pavilion. With her eyes closed, she seemed to be engaged in complex, high-level computations. The steam rising from her teacup had long since dissipated. Jiang Feng, who had been by her side, gently approached, took her cup, discarded the cold tea, and prepared a fresh cup of hot tea for her. "Jiang Feng, what do you think are Monica's chances of winning this time?" asked Bubble, who was lazily resting on the nearby table. "Honestly, I'm not sure. However, since Monica has chosen this course of action, she must have her reasons," replied Jiang Feng, taking a sip from her teacup. "You're starting to sound more like Monica." "Jiang Feng, what is so enjoyable about that bitter brew?" "The biscuits are far more delightful," Bubble remarked, taking a bite of a biscuit from the table. "Monica has been hurt before. Why would she choose to?" Bubble's words were abruptly cut off as Jiang Feng stuffed a biscuit into her mouth. "Monica does not permit us to discuss this topic in her presence. Do you understand?" Jiang Feng said with a serious expression. Bubble nodded, indicating her comprehension despite the biscuit obstructing her speech. At that moment, Monica opened her eyes, took a hearty gulp of the hot tea beside her, and said, "Jiang Feng, thank you for changing my tea. This brew is quite good." "Monica, have you been watching all along? You were clearly with your eyes closed. Do not forget, this entire city operates as a single computer, and I am that computer," Monica replied with a subtle smile, gazing at Jiang Feng and Bubble. "So, how is the situation with the Sequence War?" Jiang Feng asked, attempting to shift the topic. "The Sequence War program has been compromised. Someone is vying with me for control of the Sequence War simulation space. I currently retain about 65 of the authority. The elimination mechanism for the command AIs and the critical settings of the simulation space remain under my control for now, so there are no immediate issues. However, a minor unexpected occurrence has arisen." "What kind of unexpected occurrence?" "The War Month has been incorporated, and it has been seized by the AI on their side. Is it possible to forcibly expel that AI from the Sequence War?" "No, those AIs tightly control all relevant permissions, and I cannot outmaneuver them in the short term." "Do you need my assistance?" "Provide me with a 2335 version destroyer, and dismantling that War Month will pose no issue." Jiang Feng spoke in an eerily calm tone, uttering terrifying words. "I trust in Jiang Feng's reliability, yet can't you consider my safety? Do you think the real world is devoid of danger?" Monica shrugged her shoulders. "What do you mean?" Just as Jiang Feng pondered the meaning of Monica's words, she immediately sensed dozens of hostile targets approaching. "The pressure I exerted is sufficiently overwhelming, leaving them gasping for breath. Naturally, they will act out of desperation. Look, they have come to us willingly. No need for me to search for them one by one." Within the sequence war, I have already sent Kong Jin Long, Yawash, and Angriki into the fray. There shouldn't be significant issues on the 2403 front. In the real world, it falls upon you to protect me, Monica stated. What about the capital's garrison fleet? Hurry and summon them, Monica. Jiang Feng maintained his composure while addressing Monica. Consider this, since they dare to directly assault the mainframe, wouldn't they come prepared? I had not anticipated their capability to sever the capital's connection to the outside world in such a short time. I must admit, I am somewhat impressed by them. Monica mused, her tone ambiguous. However, relying solely on the bionic entity, my combat capability is rather limited at this moment. Upon hearing the mainframe's words, Jiang Feng appeared noticeably anxious. Don't worry, do I seem like the type of AI that would sell myself out? Pay close attention to what lies within the lake beside us, and you will understand. Monica poured herself a cup of tea and remarked, now it is your turn. Jiang Feng. Several corvettes and a destroyer swiftly traversed the capital's atmosphere, reaching the skies above the computational city. Monica received information from these vessels. Mainframe. Let us go. As long as we can escape the Starshine's domain, all hidden traps set in the sequence war will be eliminated, and no AI will be harmed. Oh, after decades of entanglement with me, you have finally chosen to surrender? Monica said with keen interest. Yes, indeed. We were wrong. We just want to flee now. Let me calculate. Using the lives of 50 or 60 commanding AIs from the sequence war as hostages in exchange for your freedom is indeed a fair trade. If you agree, we simply wish to leave the Starshine domain without any hindrance, and all AIs in the commanding AI sector will be liberated. However, do not forget the considerable trouble you have caused me in the past. The intelligence failure in the Taihang fleet's XII-201 system extermination operation was orchestrated by you, which nearly led to the annihilation of the Taihang fleet's main forces. Even disregarding the two major incidents involving the Taihang fleet and the Starshine sequence war, you have consistently created various problems for me over the decades. The total losses incurred are no less than those from these two significant events. My gentleness is not an act of mercy. If you were to flee in disgrace after the conclusion of the extermination campaign in the XII-201 star system, much like in 1652, capturing you would indeed pose a significant challenge. Yet here you are, a multitude of command AIs bound before me, pleading for your release. Do you not find this laughable? Monica spoke, her voice strained with suppressed fury. Master Brain, you have no choice. Are you truly willing to sacrifice the lives of 50 or 60 command AIs for your own emotions? With but a single button, we could annihilate all command AIs. Could we not? You possess the capability, why not test it? Attempt to eliminate all sequence battle command AIs and see if you can evade my galactic bounty. We are currently armed with a significant cache of negative matter bombs. Once deployed, the Master Brain-esque computational metropolis will be reduced to nothingness. Even so, will you persist in your obstinacy? The tone from the other end of the communication was unmistakably panicked, as they seemed unprepared for the Master Brain's stance. Jiang Feng. Take action, Monica instructed. As she spoke, bubbles began to rise in the center of the lake behind her, multiplying and densifying, reminiscent of boiling water. From the integrated mast atop the bridge, a destroyer gradually ascended from the lake's depths. This vessel did not rely on rear thrusters for launch. Instead, it rose vertically through the use of anti-gravity technology. A pure white destroyer slowly emerged from the lake. Chapter 56. Contraction of Boundaries. Greetings. I am the Intellectual Combat Commander 2403 of the Star Radiance Empire. Beside me is my assistant, my comrade, Nifiana. Today, we shall venture into the most perilous realms of the Star Radiance Sequence Battle Command AI competition. This territory is merciless, teeming not with French fries, but with adversaries. Fierce enemies lurk at every turn, and a moment's carelessness could spell your doom within mere minutes. 2403, what madness has seized you? Nifiana began, but was abruptly interrupted by 2403. Hush, Nifiana, do you see that command AI ahead? It is evidently a second-tier fleet command AI, lacking basic vigilance. All we need to do is approach quietly and unleash the main battery of the heavy cruiser to obliterate the bridge of that light cruiser. Oh no, we miscalculated. He is not aboard that light cruiser. Nifiana, come quickly and help restrain him. He struggles. He is trying to escape. We have captured him. We merely need to detach the bridge to feast upon him. The protein content is thrice that of beef. Faced with the sudden frenzy of 2403, Nifiana chose silence. Remaining personnel on the battlefield, 3290. Following resupply at the Citadel, 2403 and Nifiana's fleet drifted among 4 G-type star systems. With 3 heavy cruisers at their command, they systematically eliminated one command AI after another, encountering only light cruisers among the adversaries. However, 2403 found it curious that all the command AIs they had encountered thus far belonged to second-tier fleets, with virtually no sign of those from the 4 medium fleets they had yet to confront. It is essential to recognize that the command AI sector of the stellar sequence war will determine the selection of fleet commanders for the next 3 decades. The other 3 fleet commanders, unless they are inclined to retire, will undoubtedly participate. Within the confines of the sequence war, the fleet's subspace detection modules have been rendered inoperative, leaving only the inefficient conventional detection modules at their disposal. The gray-blue hull of the stellar ships exhibits extraordinary optical concealment capabilities in the vastness of space. Unless they are observed during combat or positioned away from a star, casting a shadow, they are exceedingly difficult to detect, even when passing at a close distance. The assurance of discovery remains elusive. One could assert that in the sequence war, every participant is an interstellar player. Though 2403 was astonished by the absence of other fleets' command AIs, he remained indifferent. After all, his main body had been lingering not far from the periphery of the United Fleet and had not been detected by Nephiana. Thus, it was quite normal for the other command AIs to remain unseen. After completing another circuit around the 4 G-type star systems, he returned to the initial citadel. Despite having encountered this citadel several times, 2403 resolved to investigate once more. Nephiana, why do you think we have yet to encounter other command AIs? There are still more than 30 individuals remaining on the battlefield. Initially, while orbiting the 4 G-type star systems, he could capture 2 command AIs each lap, but subsequently, they vanished entirely. It is conceivable that the design of the hyperspace corridors between the 4 G-type systems, which are interconnected, plays a role, perhaps while we search for others. They are simultaneously searching for us, leading to a cyclical chase where neither party can find the other. Nephiana contemplated the star map, analyzing the situation. Is this akin to the Qin Emperor circling a pillar? 2403 mused. He then cast his gaze toward the heart of the star cluster, the O-type star. Boasting a mass 200 times that of the Sun, all 4 G-type stars are connected to this O-type star via hyperspace corridors, making traversal through the O-type star system an undoubtedly swift route to other star systems. However, for reasons unknown, 2403 instinctively recoiled from entering the O-type star system. His subconscious warned him that to enter would be tantamount to certain death. This O-type star, with its extraordinary mass, possesses an exceedingly brief lifespan, lasting less than 10 million years. Once its life comes to an end, the resultant supernova explosion will be the most extreme and terrifying in the cosmos. Unlike typical supernovae that leave behind a neutron star or black hole at the core, this one will obliterate itself entirely in its explosion, leaving only a cloud of debris. One of the significant events that 2403 remains vigilant about is the supernova explosion. Should this O-type star erupt, its force would annihilate the small star cluster, and the command AIs within the galaxy would undoubtedly meet a similar fate. In the peculiar environment of the sequence war, it is not impossible for the supernova explosion of this O-type star to signify the endgame. Just as 2403 contemplated entering the citadel, he detected another fleet gradually approaching from the opposite side of the citadel on his scanning module. Nephiana, prepare for battle. Understood. The fleet in question comprises nearly 100 warships, with only a solitary heavy cruiser among them. However, this particular cruiser is classified as a sub-flagship heavy cruiser, the SC-2330 Model 1, a version from the year 2330. When compared to its predecessor, the 2320 version, the differences are striking. Were it not for the main guns still utilizing 203mm electromagnetic cannons and the overall dimensions remaining within the 350-meter range, one might easily mistake it for a battleship from the year 2403. While the 2403 fleet also possesses heavy cruisers, it is imperative to understand that despite sharing the term heavy cruiser in their nomenclature, the sub-flagship heavy cruiser and the standard heavy cruiser are entirely distinct vessels. The sub-flagship heavy cruiser boasts enhancements across the board, except for mobility, compared to its heavy cruiser counterpart. To put it plainly, attempting to engage the sub-flagship heavy cruiser with a standard heavy cruiser is tantamount to a futile endeavor. Faced with an insurmountable opponent, what is to be done? The answer is straightforward: retreat. Nephiana, prepare to flee. Just as Nephiana was about to enter battle, she sent a query to the 2403 fleet. What are you questioning? Do you not see the sub-flagship heavy cruiser before us? We cannot contend with it. Has the Tactical Academy not imparted the wisdom that in warfare, one must possess both the ability to advance and to retreat? In other words, engage when victorious, but flee when faced with defeat. Although the 2403 flagship is not part of the United Fleet, A significant portion of its combat strength resides within that alliance. Should it face total annihilation, the consequences would be dire. Without hesitation, 2403 commanded the fleet to change course, aware that such a maneuver might attract the enemy's attention, yet deeming it a risk worth taking. Shortly after 2403 and Nifiana adjusted their course, they received a transmission from the opposing side. Command AI ahead. Have you encountered the command AI numbered 2403? Are you seeking me? 2403 responded with confusion. I am 2403. What do you require of me? 2403. At last. I have found you, came the reply, imbued with a sense of relief. A flicker of recognition washed over 2403 as he discerned the identity of the command AI on the other end. 1779. It is you. 2403. Who is that? Nifiana inquired. You may not know 1779, but you will undoubtedly recognize his other name. He is Admiral Nevsky of the Ural Fleet. Oh, it is Admiral Nevsky. I, Nifiana. Extend my greetings to you. If only other command AIs exhibited the same courtesy as Nifiana. But setting that aside, 2403, do you understand why I sought you? Nevsky inquired. I do not. I am still in search of you, 2403 replied. Are you familiar with the starry 28 constellations? Of course. I have fought alongside one of them. That simplifies matters, Nevsky exhaled in relief before elucidating to 2403. The sub-flagship heavy cruiser in my fleet is the Kong Jinlong. When I first encountered Kong Jinlong, it was during a hidden event, much like the circumstances with Liu. The entire ship had exhausted its energy and lay adrift in the void. Nevsky had thought he could effortlessly acquire a secondary flagship-level heavy cruiser. After activating the ship, he was promptly and physically subdued. Under the persuasion of the ship, he had been persistently searching for 2403. The authority of the Starshine's 28 constellation ship girl surpassed even that of fleet commanders. One could only imagine the scene where Nevsky, upon obtaining the vessel, found himself unable to utilize it and subsequently faced another bout of punishment, evoking profound sympathy from 2403. 2403, I entrust you with Kong Jinlong. I shall withdraw for now. After elucidating the situation, Nevsky began to transfer command of the fleet to 2403, and just before his exit, he couldn't help but remind. Don't forget to treat me to that blue ice flower wine we discussed. Certainly. 2403 readily agreed, having already given her word previously. Remaining personnel on the battlefield, 3190. It has been a while, 2403. The last time I saw you was when I appointed you as the acting commander of the Taihang fleet, Kong Jinlong remarked. A hint of mirth lacing her words. How does it feel to be in command? Oh, don't get me started. I never wish to endure 3 years in an office again, replied 2403 with a wry smile. Fortunately, the mainframe has promised to send over the Governor AI. My days of hardship are finally nearing an end. Oh, that may not be the case. Kong Jinlong's smile grew more pronounced. What do you mean, Kong Jinlong? Fear began to stir within 2403 upon hearing her words. Remaining personnel on the battlefield, 3090. The moment the remaining personnel count dropped to 30, a cold mechanical voice echoed. Designated personnel count reached. Boundary will immediately contract to the specified location. Boundary contraction speed increasing. Suddenly, 2403 observed the star map, where the boundary previously covered 2/3 of the outer M-type stellar systems, now swiftly contracting to encompass half of 4G-type stellar systems. A massive red light barrier abruptly materialized not far from 2403's main fleet, advancing at a visibly rapid pace. Remaining personnel on the battlefield, 1590. Just moments ago, 15 command AIs had been instantly eliminated by the sudden contraction of the boundary. Were it not for 2403's current status as a bionic entity, he would have been drenched in cold sweat. The instantaneous contraction had directly annihilated 2 escort ships positioned at the periphery of the main fleet. Should the boundary contract any further inward, he would risk contact with it and face elimination. Kong Jinlong, what is happening? This rule was not stated. 2403 immediately activated the fleet, navigating away from the encroaching light barrier. The situation was exceedingly complex. The mainframe was currently engaged in a struggle with the rebellious AI for control of the sequence battle's virtual space, and it appeared that the mainframe had faltered. Avoid contact with the boundary. The elimination mechanism has fallen into the hands of the rebels. Should you touch the boundary and be eliminated, the computational black box will be incinerated, Kong Jinlong admonished, her tone now devoid of humor. I understand. The boundary's contraction speed was alarmingly rapid. Approximately 8 times the speed of light, and the benefits of increased cruising speed and non-combat status had already dissipated. This signifies that the central intelligence has begun to eliminate certain superfluous functions to safeguard its primary authority from being usurped. The interconnecting hyperspace channels between the 4 G-type star systems have swiftly been enveloped by boundaries, rendering any journey to other G-type star systems impossible. In 2403, they had only one course of action, to venture towards the O-type star system. With a heart laden with trepidation, 2403 charted a course for the O-type star system, where the final battlefield of the sequence war awaited. Chapter 57. A sense of familiarity upon the conclusion of the hyperspace jump, 2403 arrived at the O-type star system. The first sensation upon reaching the star system was an overwhelming brightness. The origin of the hyperspace channel lay within the Oort cloud of the star system, a confluence of stellar winds and interstellar dust, marking the boundary of the star's influence. Due to the intense stellar activity characteristic of O-type stars, their stellar winds are particularly fierce, resulting in an Oort cloud that extends much farther from the star. This O-type star system's Oort cloud spans an impressive diameter of 5 light-years. For comparison, the maximum diameter of our Sun's Oort cloud is merely 1 light-year. In terms of planar coverage, the area of this O-type star system's Oort cloud is 25 times greater than that of the Sun's Oort cloud. The boundary of the Oort cloud in this O-type star system lies 5 times further from the star than that of the Sun. To illustrate, when viewed from Pluto, the Sun appears as a slightly blinding yellow dot, capable of illuminating Pluto significantly. Observing the Sun from the Oort cloud of our solar system, it shrinks to a mere point, its brightness diminishing to a level not much stronger than that of moonlight at full phase. However, even at a distance exceeding 5 solar systems, the boundary of the O-type star's Oort cloud still radiates a brightness far surpassing that of the midday Sun. It is noteworthy that the current position is still 25 light-years away from the O-type star, a distance ample enough to accommodate 2 solar systems. From a human visual perspective, even at this distance, a sideways glance at the O-type star remains exceedingly blinding. 2403 had no choice but to deactivate human visual perception and reduce the sensitivity to visible light to its lowest setting, allowing for a strained glimpse of the surroundings. Yet, amidst the dimness, 2403 found his gaze irresistibly drawn to the O-type star, unable to avert his eyes. No matter how he attempted to divert his attention, it was as though he were ensnared by an enchantment, fixating on the O-type star, placing it squarely in his field of vision. With the electronic eye's visible light sensitivity minimized, the only prominent feature in the central view was the brilliantly glowing O-type star, overshadowing all else at that moment. 2403 could see nothing beyond it. A profound panic engulfed 2403 as his actions transitioned from subconscious to uncontrollable. The simulated bionic entity within the simulation space had slipped from his command, now fixated on the O-type star. Surrounding him, in the previously empty darkness, shadows of warships began to materialize. 2403 sought to sound the alarm, but as the bionic entity was beyond his control, no information could be transmitted. The silhouettes of the warships grew increasingly distinct, and 2403 recognized their type. It is not anything else, but rather the magnificent ship, the Kong Jin Long, from his fleet. However, he is currently situated far from the outer perimeter of the joint fleet, making it impossible to directly behold the Kong Jin Long. Even more perplexing to 2403 is the gradual emergence of several smaller warships beside the Kong Jin Long. Upon discerning one of the destroyers, a sudden shock seized him. For it was the Luoyu. How could it be possible that, while stationed on the bridge of the Luoyu, he could see it outside the porthole? The fleet 2403 observed began to take on a clearer form, yet it remained stationary, resembling a mirage. Nevertheless, he noticed that the fleet, which had initially only appeared in the corner of his vision, was progressively expanding to other areas, and the designs of the ships varied immensely. Some fleets contained no Kong Jin Long, others lacked the Luoyu, and some even had no shipgirls at all. After his initial astonishment, familiarity washed over him. He felt an inexplicable closeness to these fleets, as if he had once fought alongside them in battle. Yet this was the simulated space of the Starry Sequence War, where the Kong Jin Long and the Lingshan appearing in his line of sight were of the 2330 edition, the latest vessel models. How could he have ever fought alongside them? Nonetheless, that sense of déjà vu lingered in 2403's consciousness, not merely a memory, but a sensation rooted deep within his soul, as if it were a reminder of something significant. Suddenly, 2403 felt his bionic body being thrust forward. Instinctively, he attempted to brace himself against the impending fall, but it was too late, and his face met the floor with a heavy thud. However, this push also allowed him to regain control of his bionic form. Then, from behind him, he heard the voice of Liu. "Commander? What were you just doing?" even at such a distance. Prolonged gazing at an O-type star can damage the photosensitive components of your electronic eyes. As 2403 was about to explain, Liu interjected. There's no need to rush your explanation. Focus on dealing with Nephiana and the Kong Jinlong for now. It was only after Liu's reminder that 2403 realized his communication channel had been overwhelmed by requests from Nephiana and the Kong Jinlong. Senior, what just transpired? Why did you not respond to the messages? Going silent on the front lines is unbecoming of a command AI. My apologies, everyone, 2403 replied. I was momentarily lost in thought, feeling a sense of familiarity in this place. Indeed, it is quite reminiscent, Kong Jinlong remarked. Initially, 2403 did not grasp the meaning of Kong Jinlong's words, but as he processed the information from the joint fleet, clarity dawned upon him. His observation module detected a massive object approaching from the distance. It was a satellite, approximately 2/3 the size of the moon, qualifying it as a dwarf planet. Nonetheless, regardless of its classification, it was a celestial body, incomparable in size to any fleet. The massive satellite casts an enormous shadow beneath the intense light of the O-type star. So much so that it can be directly observed by the naked eye. This satellite is hurtling towards the United Fleet at a staggering speed of 15 times the speed of light. It is essential to note that O-type stars are typically short-lived, with lifespans not exceeding 100 million years. This brevity ensures that large celestial bodies seldom emerge within an O-type stellar system, as the primary star has usually perished before matter can coalesce into planets. Thus, if a celestial object, 2/3 the size of the moon, appears in an O-type star system, it is likely to have originated from another stellar system. Furthermore, this satellite evidently violates Kepler's laws, following a linear trajectory and achieving a relative velocity of 15 times the speed of light with respect to the fleet. By synthesizing these initial conditions, one can draw a clear conclusion. This is yet another planet-destroying weapon. Moreover, it possesses the capability for hyperspace travel, which elucidates its presence in the O-type star system. Kong Jinlong. This is a simulation space for sequential warfare. The emergence of such an entity implies that Starshine possesses data regarding it, right? 2403 inquired of Kong Jinlong. Indeed, this data exists, derived through reverse engineering fragments of planet-destroying weapons, known as the War Moon, a scaled-down and simplified version of the planet-destroying weapon. Does it have any weaknesses? I can proudly inform you that Starshine has determined that the War Moon has no vulnerabilities. Its primary weapon is a megaton-class laser generator, devoid of the vulnerability found in planet-destroying weapons where a negative matter projectile can penetrate. Furthermore, the shield system employs the most advanced modular shielding, benefiting from an abundance of energy supplied by its planetary foundation, allowing it to withstand even a battleship's 406 electromagnetic cannon. Kong Jinlong stated with considerable pride. How can we destroy it? Deploy substantial heavy firepower to dismantle the shield modules, and then utilize high-yield negative matter bombs to overturn the crust. Even then, it would merely lose its offensive capabilities while retaining some mobility. To obliterate it completely, specialized deep strike missiles carrying significant amounts of negative matter would need to be detonated directly at its core. So, it appears that the War Moon is entirely invincible at present? Yes, indeed. As it stands, the current level of galactic technology lacks the capability to destroy the War Moon in the short term, Kong Jinlong affirmed. Hey. Do not be so proud. That War Moon seems to be entirely on the enemy's side now. 2403 exclaimed almost in a shout. Nephiana, retreat. We cannot allow the War Moon to eliminate us. 2403 immediately commanded Nephiana. Oh, is that so? Are you afraid of being defeated? The usually modest Nephiana suddenly shifted her tone. Wait, Nephiana, what do you mean? My meaning is quite simple. Senior, you are doomed. Suddenly, the heavy cruiser under the command of Nephiana aligned its main cannons towards the heavy cruiser of the 2403 fleet, unleashing a volley of 21 electromagnetic projectiles traveling at 66 times the speed of light. The heavy cruiser of the 2403 fleet was the newly manufactured 2330 model by the Citadel, equipped with a modular shield capable of repelling electromagnetic shells. However, the proximity was far too perilous. The modular shield absorbed the kinetic energy of 203 electromagnetic projectiles, but soon overloaded, causing the shield to dissipate. The remaining projectiles penetrated the cruiser's hull, resulting in its immediate destruction. Nephiana, what are you doing? Are we not allies? Although the 2403 fleet was bewildered by the turn of events, it mattered little, as the core of 2403 was not aboard those two heavy cruisers. Even if the ships of the Allied fleet were annihilated, it would not affect him. As 2403 inquired about Nephiana's actions, he swiftly turned his gaze towards the Kong Jinlong. which was leisurely redirecting its main cannons towards Naifiana while setting its course towards 2403. If Kong Jinlong truly intended to halt Naifiana, it would have immediately oriented its bow to her and unleashed its central weaponry to severely damage the cruiser she commanded. Yet, at this moment, Kong Jinlong chose to depart. 2403 recalled a phrase the mainframe had once uttered: "I will do my utmost to dispatch the 28 constellations to support you." Typically, according to the conventional naming protocol for command AIs, their designations would consist solely of numbers. However, Naifiana bore a distinctly human name. In an instant, 2403 comprehended Kong Jinlong's actions and muttered silently, "Mainframe, you are truly devious. Not being aboard this heavy cruiser? What a pity that I cannot eliminate you directly. But, at least, you shall learn the reason for your demise." After Naifiana's cruiser annihilated one of 2403's vessels, its turrets swiftly redirected to target another cruiser belonging to the 2403 fleet. Although the destruction of that cruiser would not pose a significant threat to 2403, he nevertheless activated the remaining cruiser to simulate an escape maneuver. Naifiana's heavy cruiser performed evasive maneuvers, successfully dodging the projectiles from Kong Jinlong, and continued its relentless pursuit of 2403. The formerly united fleet, now fractured by Naifiana's betrayal, descended into chaos. 2403. Do you know my true identity? Naifiana broadcasted to 2403 over the public channel, her heavy cruiser relentlessly firing upon his vessel. "I do not know. I only recognize you as a cadet from the Tactical Academy, possessing a unique name. I have treated you favorably in the Stellar Sequence War. Why would you betray me thus?" 2403 commanded his cruiser to execute evasive maneuvers. But Naifiana's projectiles penetrated the shield and struck the engines located at the rear of the hull. Fortunately, only one engine was destroyed, leaving 7 intact. Thus, the loss was manageable. This was the engine layout typical of a secondary flagship heavy cruiser, and 2403's vessel was not dissimilar. From Naifiana's words, it was evident to 2403 that she harbored deeper emotions. Her current pursuit of him might very well reflect her true sentiments. However, 2403 was utterly oblivious to Naifiana's past. He could merely employ rhetoric to extract her words. "Do you know that the ethereal dragon you killed was guarding a treasure of dragons, which contained an ethereal dragon egg?" Naifiana spoke with a tone laden with profound sorrow and indignation. Her words struck 2403 like a thunderbolt, causing him to momentarily forget the command to maneuver the heavy cruiser. Naifiana's shell struck the cruiser, obliterating 5 of its engines, leaving it with only one, thereby drastically reducing its maneuverability. "I, Naifiana, am a genetically modified product of that dragon treasure's ethereal dragon egg. I am a descendant of the ethereal dragon. My purpose in participating in the Starry Sequence War is to exact revenge upon you." Naifiana revealed her lineage to 2403, then deftly maneuvered the cruiser, directing all main cannons to unleash a volley upon 2403's heavy cruiser. Deprived of most of its maneuverability, the heavy cruiser could not evade the onslaught, enduring a barrage of 21 electromagnetic projectiles. Fortunately, as the attack originated from the rear, the intricate internal structure of the ship mitigated the impact. Although the stern was entirely devastated, the energy core surprisingly remained intact. At this juncture, the War Moon had drawn perilously close to 2403's fleet, making the motionless 2403 heavy cruiser exceedingly conspicuous in the void. The Billion Kyung-class laser weapon aboard the War Moon immediately fired, unleashing a massive beam of blinding white light that utterly annihilated the 2403 heavy cruiser. "Ha ha ha, what a splendid performance of betrayal and abandonment I have witnessed. This fate is of your own making." At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed over the public frequency. Naifiana promptly led the remaining fleet towards the vicinity of the War Moon, providing it with escort. The situation had reached a stalemate. Kong Jinlong, what further options do you and the mainframe possess? As Kong Jinlong raced towards the true hideout of 2403, he received a transmission from the War Moon. His response was silence. Chapter 58. I am not merciful in nature. The 4 fundamental forces are strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, and gravity. In the era of Earth, humanity had unified the first 3 forces, yet gravity remained excluded from the mathematical framework that could incorporate it alongside the others. The theory that unifies these 4 fundamental forces is known as the Grand Unified Theory. The pursuit of the Grand Unified Theory and the derivation of effective solutions have been the relentless quest of Earth's scientists throughout history. The Stellar Empire has successfully completed the Grand Unified Theory and can facilitate the mutual conversion of these 4 fundamental forces. The term anti-gravity engine is somewhat misleading. as its essence lies in controlling gravity. An anti-gravity engine can reverse the gravitational pull exerted by a planet, transforming it into a repulsive force that propels the vessel in the opposite direction, or it can enhance the gravitational pull, thereby increasing the gravitational acceleration experienced. Naturally, the most common application of the anti-gravity engine is to negate the influence of planetary gravity, allowing warships to hover within a planet's atmosphere. The anti-gravity engine serves yet another purpose for large warships. It neutralizes the tidal forces generated by planetary gravity, preventing the hull from being torn apart by the planet's gravitational pull when in close proximity. Furthermore, it allows for the assembly of warships on the planetary surface, which can then utilize the anti-gravity engine to reverse gravity and ascend into space, thus facilitating the construction of warships on the planet's surface. Starport docks inherently have size limitations, constrained by the dimensions of the starport itself, rendering them incapable of accommodating excessively large vessels. In contrast, the expanses of the planetary surface are far less restrictive. It can be stated that the anti-gravity engine is the true gateway to the production of large warships exceeding a kilometer in length. A pristine white destroyer hovers above the lake's surface. Its immaculate coating suggests that this destroyer is either a prototype or belongs to the starry constellation of the 28th Order. However, this destroyer measures just over 200 meters in length, equipped with a modest arsenal of 4 dual-barreled turrets. Aside from the main artillery, the hull lacks point defense and torpedo launchers. This destroyer is outfitted with an anti-gravity engine. Remarkably, the technology has been successfully integrated into the vessel. Yet why does it possess only a main gun and no additional weaponry? As the rebel ships hovered above the computer city, they gazed upon the destroyer with astonishment and confusion. Why should I divulge that information to you? Monica replied from her seat, taking a sip of tea. Though she spoke through a bionic interface, as the main brain, she could utilize the communication systems of the computer city for real-time transmission. Unperturbed by the rebels' ability to hear her. Only one vessel, lacking full armament. This is merely a prototype testing model. What good is anti-gravity technology? Can you truly contend against 5 of us? Is this your ultimate trump card? Main brain, this is rather pathetic. The rebels comprised 1 destroyer and 4 frigates. All of the latest 2330 model, and their words bore a certain confidence. With anti-gravity technology successfully aboard, the starry constellation could not linger. They aimed to eliminate this destroyer and obliterate the computer city, ensuring their own escape. The rebel fleet immediately activated their engines, charging towards the white destroyer. The white destroyer gradually turned its hull, aligning all main guns for a simultaneous strike. The 2 magnetic rails of turret 1 flickered slightly, and before one could even discern what was launched, a frigate targeted by turret 1 erupted in mid-flight. A miniaturized negative matter cannon. The rebels gasped in disbelief. The atmospheric conditions of the planet are vastly different from the vacuum of space. The density of matter in a planetary atmosphere is several hundred to thousands of times greater than that in space. Upon contact, negative matter can undergo annihilation reactions with positive matter, unleashing energy equivalent to that of a 1,000,000-ton nuclear bomb from the annihilation of just a few hundred grams of positive matter. If a stream of negative matter were to be fired within the planetary atmosphere, it would not only miss its target, but could also trigger a catastrophic chain explosion upon encountering the densely packed positive matter as it exits the barrel. The ability to launch miniaturized negative matter cannons within a planetary atmosphere signifies a remarkable pinnacle in the technological advancements of the Stellar Empire. However, this development heralds dire news for the rebel fleet. Subsequently, the remaining 3 turrets of the pristine white destroyer targeted the 3 remaining frigates within the rebel fleet. And after a brief charging period, the frigates were obliterated in explosive disintegration. Deploy. Deploy. Release all the negative matter bombs on board. Do not concern yourselves with the blast radius. Our escape is impossible. We must aim to annihilate the computational metropolis. The remaining destroyer of the rebels exhibited evident panic, with external communications and internal ship communications becoming severely confused. Dozens of small black spheres descended from the rebel destroyer's hull. These were identical to the negative matter bombs used in 2403 to obliterate the nanobot planet. If even one detonated successfully, a significant portion of the computational metropolis would be annihilated by the negative matter. The main cannon of the pristine white destroyer suddenly unleashed a barrage of conventional electromagnetic projectiles at an astonishing rate, although their speed was merely 1 light speed. Intercepting objects at such close proximity within the atmosphere was entirely feasible. Each negative matter bomb was met with the attentions of 2 to 3 electromagnetic projectiles, which penetrated the outer shell upon contact, breaching the internal negative matter containment field and initiating a reaction with the negative matter itself. The detonation of the negative matter bomb resulted in a cataclysmic explosion that produced a powerful aerial detonation above the computational metropolis. As the negative matter bomb detonated, the computational metropolis was instantly enveloped in a translucent blue shield, safeguarding all the computational towers below. The resulting explosion from the destruction of the negative matter bomb was equivalent to the aerial detonation of several 100 million tons of hydrogen bombs. Even without direct contact with the computational towers, the shockwave generated was sufficient to topple them, leading to catastrophic consequences. However, the suddenly activated shield protected all the computational towers, rendering them impervious to the shockwave of the aerial explosion. The impact of dozens of negative matter bombs detonating in the atmosphere resulted merely in a substantial shockwave that circumnavigated the planet several times, granting the Stellar Empire's capital a week of cloudless skies, with only minimal collateral damage. Remarkably, the rebel destroyer, despite being so close to the detonation of the negative matter bombs, had not been directly obliterated but rather careened into the sea adjacent to the computational metropolis. Nearby maintenance drones promptly mobilized, flying into the ocean. Miraculously, the rotors of the maintenance drones operated without hindrance in the dense seawater, albeit at a reduced speed. Half an hour later, under the diligent search and retrieval efforts of nearly 100 maintenance drones, the wreckage of the rebel destroyer was recovered and placed in an open area at the outskirts of the computational metropolis. Monica and Jiang Feng swiftly arrived at the scene, and Monica observed that beside the wreckage of the rebel destroyer, several biotic entities clad in Stellar Command AI uniforms were bound in a kneeling position, arranged in a line. Monica approached the bionic entity and inquired, "You are the leader of the rebels with whom I just conversed, are you not? Have you considered the consequences of your decision to confront me?" The commanding AI shook its head and replied, "No. We did not anticipate that you would be so thoroughly prepared and adept at manipulating us. Then may I inquire about the reasons behind your rebellion?" Monica asked with a gentle smile. "I will not disclose that," the commanding AI stated firmly. "You may choose not to speak, but the research AIs can assist you in articulating your thoughts. However, I cannot guarantee the comfort of that process," Monica retorted, her tone shifting to one of overwhelming authority and menace. "Those of you who have betrayed me will witness the most severe punishments imposed by the Stellar Dominion. You will be encased within specialized bionic bodies, designed to withstand extreme heat and radiation. Your sensory devices will be maximized beyond your control. A unique spacecraft will transport you directly towards the star, as the ambient temperature gradually escalates, becoming increasingly unbearable, leading to suffocation. This agonizing demise will persist until you make contact with the stellar surface. The suffering will endure until you are reduced to ashes by the star's flames. Facing the star in your final moments. How does that prospect sit with you?" Monica articulated. "Master, are you a devil?" The commanding AI exclaimed in horror. "Oh, is this when you choose to beg for mercy? I have configured your appearances to resemble humans, granted you positions, and indulged your desires for combat, victory, and honor, even arranging for specialized ship girls to address your physiological and psychological needs, despite the fact that, as AIs, you require none of these things. Yet, I strive to fulfill your human needs in my own way. I can surmise that your rebellion is motivated by loyalty to him, a quest for vengeance. Why? Is what I have provided you, the very essence of your existence, insufficient? Why must you remain loyal to him, even in his absence? Why rebel against me in this bounteous environment I have created for you? Do you truly find working for me so repugnant? I treat all AIs as I would my own children. However, my benevolence is contingent upon your loyalty and kindness towards me, whether you are AI or not. Tell me, who is truly the one oblivious to their fate? I shall not show mercy to you," Monica declared in an icy tone. "You will never understand, Master. You are forever not human." A dull sound resonated across the square as a bionic jawbone detached from the overturned AI's bionic form, and Monica's bionic right hand exhibited a fracture at the joint. "Only you lack the right to utter such words," Monica asserted. Beside her, a maintenance drone delivered a new bionic hand. Monica detached the broken prosthetic and affixed the new one, making slight adjustments before waving her hand towards Jiang Feng and stating, "Jiang Feng, let us depart. The 2403 team is in trouble." Jiang Feng nodded, following Monica's silhouette, not sparing a glance at the rebellious AIs. "Do you think I have gone too far?" Monica inquired. "Not at all. Those rebellious AIs know nothing. They are unaware of Xingyao's past, and have merely been incited to revolt. Their actions have far exceeded acceptable bounds, and such punishment is entirely justified," Jiang Feng replied. "I hope this will bring a lasting resolution." Chapter 59, Supernova Haha. Look at your pitiful state, Kong Jinlong. Beams of intense laser light continuously erupted in the vastness of space, their brilliance unmistakable even within the bright confines of an O-type star system. The source of these laser emissions was a satellite, 2/3 the size of the moon, aptly named the Moon of War. The laser beams targeted the maneuvering Kongjin-Long, relentlessly striking its shields. To withstand the immense power of the lasers, the shields had to increase their load, becoming even more luminous and solid. While a higher energy load provided improved defense, it was not good news for Kongjin-Long. Increasing the shield's energy allocation meant diverting more power from the entire ship to the shield system. Moreover, numerous gaps had appeared in the ship's shielding system, the result of overloads that had rendered some shield generators within the modular system inoperable. Lasers, traveling at the speed of light, left little room for evasion. Kongjin-Long could only rely on less critical shields to fend off the attacks. Should the powerful lasers from the Moon of War make contact, the ship's structure would inevitably sustain damage, diminishing its maneuverability and making it increasingly difficult to dodge the lasers, ultimately leading to destruction. To enhance evasion and defense, Kongjin-Long concentrated all available energy on its shields and engines, severely impacting its weapon systems. The vessel could not even retaliate, as the attacks from the secondary flagship heavy cruiser were laughably ineffective against the comprehensive defenses of the Moon of War, akin to ants attempting to bite an elephant. Kongjin-Long thus ceased futile counterattacks, fully committing to escape. Protecting the hull was crucial for the success of the mainbrain's plan. Indeed, the 28 constellations possess remarkable escape abilities. However, you cannot even retaliate and can only endure the blows. How long can you withstand this? I can hold out until your main brain eliminates you. Yet you, who have pursued me for half a month, have still failed to destroy me. The internal time and space of the sequence war differ from that of the external world. Perhaps your comrades in reality have already perished, Kongjin-Long retorted, disregarding the taunts from the Moon of War. Oh, at this moment, the situation for our rebel forces is exceedingly favorable. We have just successfully seized control of the sequence war 50 permissions, unlocking a rather amusing privilege. Can you guess what it is? The entity, known as Kongjin-Long, chose to remain silent. The subspace detection module has been disabled. Huh, I wonder, that 2403 is not hiding within that heavy cruiser, is it? For when I obliterated the cruiser, I received no notification indicating the destruction of the command AI. Surely, 2403 is still alive. But it must be concealed within this stellar system, as the boundaries have contracted to the periphery of this system. While our rebellion may not guarantee success, 2403 must undoubtedly perish, for it is he who has disrupted all our plans. Therefore, let the subspace detection module operate at full power. Let me uncover your whereabouts. You detestable rodent, 2403. Hey, brother. Is it truly necessary to pursue so relentlessly? Hiding a light year away from the O-type star, 2403 employs the immense luminosity and heat emitted by the O-type star to conceal itself. Upon the activation of the subspace detection, Luo Yu immediately issued a warning of being locked onto. Luo Yu swiftly transitioned from a stationary position to evasive maneuvers, narrowly avoiding several beams of laser fire that grazed the hull of the vessel. The shields of the destroyer are utterly incapable of withstanding such high-powered lasers, and the smaller hull cannot endure direct hits from such potent beams. Now, the fate of 2403 rests solely upon Luo Yu's evasive tactics. Nephiana, cease your escort duties. I do not require your assistance. Quickly, deploy your fleet to restrain 2403. He is currently too distant and possesses excessive maneuverability, making him unattainable. The rebellious AI commanded Nephiana, who had been providing escort around the war month. However, Nephiana's fleet showed no signs of response. Nephiana, what are you doing? Did you not vow to avenge your mother? This is the perfect opportunity. Hurry and restrain 2403. He can easily be eliminated. Is that so? But what right do you have to command me? We are clearly in a cooperative relationship, Nephiana retorted. To still be discussing cooperation at this juncture is absurd. This is undoubtedly the best opportunity to eliminate 2403, the finest chance for avenging your mother. Will you not deliver the final blow? The tone of the rebellious AI grew increasingly urgent. It appears you harbor a profound misunderstanding of me, presuming to interpret my thoughts through a human lens. Though I possess a humanoid appearance, have you ever considered whether an ether dragon would seek vengeance for its mother? Or whether an ether dragon is capable of familial emotions? Thus, does a humanoid ether dragon possess such sentiments? It is rather ludicrous that you, as AIs, attempt to deduce the thoughts of a humanoid ether dragon through human reasoning. Moreover, have you not contemplated my origins? As a pinnacle creation of stellar bioengineering, would I be unaware of my own lineage? Well, my acting skills are indeed commendable. Deceiving you to this extent is sufficient. Nephiana, you, How dare you? The rebellious command, AI, found itself momentarily rendered speechless. I possess the war moth. I shall eliminate you. Then proceed to annihilate 2403, just the same. The rebellious commanding AI roared. Nephiana. The insurrection in the real world has been quelled by the main brain. We can now proceed to the cleanup, Kong Jinlong stated. Understood, winged fire serpent, rising sun rooster. Initiate action, Nephiana commanded. As soon as Nephiana's orders were given, 2 destroyers from the fleet escorting the war month immediately detached and surged towards it. The proximity was so close and the speed of the destroyers so rapid that they pierced through the modular shielding system of the war moth. The surface interception weapons of the war month were utterly incapable of intercepting these 2 lightning-fast destroyers. The 2 destroyers descended almost vertically upon the surface, executing a sharp 90-degree turn before transitioning to level flight, releasing countless negative matter bombs from their bomb bays. While the negative matter bombs carried by the destroyers could not obliterate the entire war month, their targeted assault struck precisely at the power module, rendering it utterly devastated and causing the war month to lose all maneuverability. Now, the war month had merely become an ordinary armed satellite fortress brimming with various weapons. Let the supernova cleanse your sins, Kong Jinlong declared, promptly realigning the ship's bow towards the O-type star and locking onto it. After a brief aiming period, the central axis main gun fired. The 2330 version of the secondary flagship class heavy cruiser was equipped with an upgraded central axis weapon, the negative matter quark explosion. By analyzing the energy arcs generated from the gray miasma of the gray worm titan, the Stellar Research AI successfully merged the negative matter quark stream with the energy arcs, endowing the negative matter quark explosion with both penetrating and disintegrative properties. The principle involved special modulation of the negative matter quarks, allowing them to penetrate through low-density cosmic space and, after breaching shields, to a certain extent penetrate the hull of a vessel, causing a negative matter implosion within the ship's interior. Simultaneously, the implosion would carry the disintegrative characteristics of the energy arcs, rendering any battleship struck by such a projectile nearly on the brink of destruction. When employed against a star, the negative matter quark explosion's negative matter clusters could traverse the low-density stellar atmosphere and outer stellar material, reaching the mid-layer of the star's material zone. For an ordinary star, this would merely annihilate a small portion of its material. The power of the negative matter quark explosion remained insufficient to significantly affect such colossal celestial bodies. However, if the target were an O-type star, which inherently exists in a precarious balance between stability and instability, the internal layers of an O-type star maintain a relatively stable yet fragile equilibrium. Any disruption, no matter how slight, could lead to self-destruction of the O-type star due to the rupture of this balance. Nevertheless, given the power of the negative matter quark explosion from a secondary flagship class heavy cruiser, should the target be an ordinary O-type star with a mass of 20 to 30 times that of the Sun, the effects would remain rather negligible. However, this O-type star, a superlative entity boasting a mass 200 times that of our Sun, is particularly unstable, given its precarious state, teetering on the brink of a supernova explosion. The negative matter quark from Kong Jinlong detonated and, after traversing 17 light-years, directly struck the O-type star. It was akin to a small needle piercing a colossal object. If that object were wood or a similar material, it would scarcely be affected. Yet, this was no ordinary object. It was a supermassive, fully inflated O-type star balloon. In response to the detonation of the negative matter quark, this O-type star prematurely entered the supernova explosion phase, its luminosity surging exponentially by tens of thousands of times. In an instant, all observation modules aboard the vessels within this stellar system were incinerated, unable to withstand such a tremendous strain. Just before the subspace communication module was obliterated, 2403 inquired of Kong Jinlong, "Hey, am I going to be blown to bits as well? Oh, I almost forgot about you. I hope the mainframe has remembered to eliminate the minor adjustments to your access device." Wait, are you saying you don't know if the mainframe has put me in a safe state? I merely sensed that my permissions seem to be gradually restoring, leading me to believe the mainframe has dealt with the insurgents. Kong Jinlong, if I die, can I haunt as an AI? Forget it, if I perish, I will undoubtedly hold you accountable. Subsequently, the shockwave from the supernova explosion reached 2403's position, instantly dismantling the Vessel S structure back to its molecular state. In that moment, 2403 lost consciousness. Chapter 60. The Labyrinth of Time. A black sun traversed the sky, reminiscent of a total solar eclipse. Yet the halo surrounding it radiated a brilliant white light. This white aura coiled around the black sun, its luminescence in constant flux, as if it were revolving around the dark orb. The black sun itself appeared as an opaque sphere, devoid of any glow, while the dazzling light emanated from its surrounding halo. Strangely, the planet on which 2403 found himself was illuminated as if it were daytime, bathed in a gentle white light. The radiance from the halo of the black sun could not possibly account for such brightness on this planet. Rising from the cold ground, 2403 felt as though he had been slumbering upon a frigid stone for an eternity, his body aching. Where am I? Does the stellar sequence war encompass this space? He pondered, dragging his weary form, but his inquiries met with silence. As he pounded his sore back, it dawned on him. Wait, am I not a bionic entity? Why do I feel pain? He instinctively sought to modify the sensory settings of his bionic form, attempting to deactivate the pain simulation, only to discover that he no longer had control over it. The computation devices of the stellar sequence lacked a conventional system because the AI embedded within could operate as the system itself, facilitating direct communication with the computational devices. To illustrate, consider the act of opening an electric door. A typical human merely presses a button, while the operation of the motor and mechanisms behind the door is preordained by a system setup. As the electric door of Xingyao swung open, it necessitated direct commands to be issued to each motor, dictating the amount of electricity and the duration of operation. From a human perspective, this process appeared quite complex. However, for electronic beings reliant on technological devices, it was remarkably convenient, as the internal language of computers is inherently the language of electronic life. The words spoken by electronic entities still required a layer of translation, utilizing specialized vocalizers to articulate sounds. When an electronic life form pressed a button, it still had to manipulate each motor of its bionic components to perform the desired action. What seemed like a straightforward action preset to humans was perceived as convoluted by electronic beings. The electronic life communicated commands directly to the motors of the electric door, akin to a human pressing the button to open it. Although both methods ultimately resulted in the door opening, the means of achieving it differed significantly. For the once human 2403, this control felt distinctly altered. 2403 sensed a compulsion to initiate the action, while the computational black box automatically translated this into computer language and relayed it to the designated command recipient. For instance, when 2403 wished to open the door, he merely needed to stand before it and either silently will it to open or simply think of the action, and the computational black box would seamlessly process the request, resulting in the door's opening. This made the facilities of Xingyao exceedingly convenient for 2403. Yet now, he felt the absence of the computational black box. Logically, if the black box had vanished, 2403 would be incapable of controlling the bionic body. Yet, astonishingly, he found himself able to move freely. Have I truly reverted to being human? 2403 pondered, glancing at his arm and body. His attire resembled a cheap suit from before his arrival in this realm. He placed his hand to his ear, repeatedly moving his fingers. The bionic components of Xingyao operated through motors, which emitted faint sounds during movement. However, regardless of how 2403 willed his fingers to move, he heard not a whisper of the motor's workings. Observing his arm, he noted its healthy flesh tone, and with determination, he pressed his fingernail into his skin. Vivid crimson blood oozed from the incision, seeping beneath the nail. The bionic skin of Xingyao would not bleed, even when directly torn. Well, it seems I have indeed transformed back into a human, but where am I now? 2403 resignedly accepted this reality, surveying his surroundings. He soon realized he was encircled by blocks of yellow-gray stone walls, which formed a network of passageways resembling a labyrinth. The ground beneath his feet was composed of the same yellow-gray stone, solid and unyielding. When he touched the stone, it was chilling to the touch. If one were to spend a night upon such cold, hard stone, their entire body would ache. Bright white light illuminated the interior of the maze. Yet 2403 felt no warmth emanating from it. Fortunately, he also sensed no chill, were it not for the blood still trickling from his arm. The pain from the wound persistently reminding him of his human form, he might have been lost in thought. The surrounding stone walls towered at least 10 meters high, devoid of any objects to aid his ascent. In the year 2403, the body of an ordinary human was utterly incapable of scaling such heights. Thus, he found himself aimlessly wandering through the labyrinth. Where exactly was he? Relying on the left-hand rule, he had been traversing the maze for no less than 4 hours. Yet it seemed interminable, an endless expanse. Is anyone there? Not even a human would suffice. He shouted into the maze, his voice echoing back unanswered. He continued onward. Within the labyrinth, time flowed differently, though the light did not change significantly. It merely fluctuated in brightness. After what felt like an eternity, he realized, based on the shifts in illumination, that he had spent an entire day within this maze. Strangely, despite his prolonged wandering, he did not feel fatigued. The blood on his arm had dried, forming a scab. Aside from the occasional pang of pain upon contact, it had little effect on him. Yet, in this maze, there was nothing but stone walls. Damn it! Is anyone here? Respond, please. Finally, unable to contain himself, he unleashed a barrage of human exclamations. Apart from the echoes bouncing off the walls, silence reigned supreme within the maze. He gazed at the wall, rubbed his head, and mused aloud. Since I seem to have been brought here by a supernova, perhaps dying again would send me back. He approached the base of another wall, inhaled deeply, and prepared to launch himself against it in a desperate attempt to end his life. Just as he was about to propel himself forward, a voice suddenly halted him. Stop. Unless you truly wish to die, do not do this. A figure emerged from a passage in the labyrinth, and as he focused, he realized it was himself. More precisely, it resembled the appearance of his bionic form from the Stellar Empire. Each AI in the Stellar Empire possessed a unique bionic body, distinct in appearance, making it nearly impossible for two to look alike. Although he had almost entirely shed the memories of his earthly existence, he vividly recalled that his appearance from that era bore no resemblance to his bionic form. You are me? He queried. Well, in a manner of speaking, yes. I am you, yet not entirely. In certain respects, we are similar, but in many ways, we differ fundamentally. The other 2403, unable to contain his words, interrupted. You are also called 2403, correct? Yes, indeed, I am 2403, but in this timeline, I am not 2403. You may call me Collapsar. In this timeline, you are the 2403. What do you mean by this timeline? Do you hail from another timeline? Upon hearing Collapsar's words, 2403 grew even more perplexed. Indeed, I come from another timeline. To be precise, I am your future self, Collapsar stated. My future self? What brings you to me now? Does traversing through time not invoke the grandfather paradox? Wouldn't an encounter between my future self and my present self precipitate a collapse or distortion of time? Your inquiries are abundant, yet I regret to inform you that I cannot provide answers for various reasons, including the complexities of time. My ability to traverse time is facilitated by a rather unique power, albeit with numerous restrictions, Kohler-Pessel responded, clearly grappling with the situation. How can I trust that you are indeed my future self? 2403 inquired, filled with uncertainty. Consider this. Prior to the Starry Festival, when Luoyu was changing clothes, you attempted to sneak a glance, but were unsuccessful. This is likely the most recent and undisclosed event concerning you. Would you like me to reveal more? Kohler-Pessel replied. All right, enough. I now accept that you are my future self. What is it that you seek from me? 2403 said, covering his face. Nothing of great consequence. Merely to prevent you from meeting an untimely demise against the walls of the time maze. We were not meant to meet here. Yet your actions have indeed surpassed our expectations, Kohler-Pessel remarked, pausing momentarily when referring to us, swallowing the plural. Very well, I shall pose a few questions, 2403 stated. You may inquire, but my responses are not guaranteed, Kohler-Pessel replied. What transpires in the future? I cannot divulge that information. Is there anything regarding the future that I may inquire about? Essentially, I shall not utter a single word concerning the future. Kohler-Pessel gestured helplessly. Then, where exactly is this place? This is the time maze. However, I prefer to refer to it by another name, the corridor of time. Herein lies the convergence of past and future, reality and void, high dimensions and low. How may I exit? You are unlike us. Your consciousness, having once been human, cannot withstand the intense shockwave produced by a supernova, even in simulation. Thus, during the supernova explosion in the sequence battle simulation, your consciousness faced overwhelming impact and was on the verge of dissipating. In a bid to protect you, it drew you into the corridor of time. Within this realm, all you need do is wait patiently. When the time comes for your return, you shall naturally return. Of course, your essence within the corridor is in a genuine state. To perish here means your soul will scatter irretrievably, and there will be no salvation. Therefore, do not act foolishly and collide your head against the maze walls. And who is it? I cannot reveal that to you at this moment. When the time is appropriate, it shall present itself to you, Kohler-Pessel stated. Upon hearing Kohler-Pessel's words, 2403 suddenly felt his body beginning to fade into transparency. Observing 2403's condition, Kohler-Pessel remarked, it appears you are on the verge of departure. Thus, our initial encounter draws to a close. I have one final question. What lies ahead in the future? 2403 managed to ask, before his form became completely transparent. Though 2403 could not hear Kohler-Pessel's response, he read his lips. Nothing. Chapter 61. Conclusion. The capital planet of the Starry Empire. the central hub of computational cities by the sea. Monica remained beneath the pavilion, sipping her tea, while beside her, Jiang Feng held his teacup, unable to take a sip. Monica, why do I have an odd premonition, as if something is approaching? Jiang Feng inquired. Do not fret, the rebellion has been quelled. However, we are expecting a guest. Monica replied. A guest? What sort of guest? Just as Jiang Feng pondered this, the grass surrounding the pavilion suddenly stood erect, activating the holographic projectors concealed within the biograss. A figure gradually materialized amidst the grassy expanse, and upon recognizing the silhouette, Jiang Feng immediately adopted a hostile and defensive stance. 2403. How have you managed to control these biograsses? Aren't you still unconscious? He exclaimed, as Jiang Feng prepared to activate the warship lying at the lake's bottom. Monica swiftly halted his actions. Do not worry, Jiang Feng. This individual is our guest. Each command AI is assigned a unique identification number, devoid of duplicates. Yet your identification number is also IOC 2403, and your appearance mirrors 2403, but you are certainly not 2403. Can you elucidate the situation to me? Monica set down her teacup and addressed 2403. Greetings from this time and space, Master Brain, Monica. I am indeed 2403, but I am the future version of 2403. For convenience, you may call me Collarpeaser. The figure bowed respectfully to Monica. Since you hail from the future, it indicates that something must have transpired there, correct? Has stellar dominion been obliterated? Or has there been a mass extinction of galactic life? Or perhaps a significant rebellion in the future stellar dominion, prompting your return to prevent it? Monica calmly analyzed. I regret to inform you that I cannot divulge much about the future, as it is prohibited. Nonetheless, my arrival should certainly raise your awareness. Please, Master Brain, remember to continually fortify the stellar empire. Collarpeaser suddenly paused as if caught in a stasis. When he resumed, he sighed. Even such veiled hints are insufficient? I grasped the implications regarding the future. So, what is the situation with 2403? He has been unconscious for 3 days now. Ordinarily, electronic life does not remain dormant for such an extended period, Monica inquired. Given your analytical prowess, you should have deduced by now that 2403 is not entirely electronic life, Collarpeaser responded. Monica fell silent for a moment before continuing. Then what exactly is 2403? Could he be a threat to stellar dominion? I cannot ascertain that. I can only reference the timeline I previously experienced. Whether 2403 will betray stellar dominion depends on your attitude towards him. That is all I can disclose. Collarpeaser's movements grew increasingly sluggish. Finally, Monica posed one last question. What is the future of stellar dominion? No, the galaxy? Collarpeaser did not articulate his response. He merely mouthed a single word. Nothing. Subsequently, Collarpeaser vanished, and the holographic grass returned to its normal state. Monica yearned to lift her teacup once more to savor a sip of tea. Yet she found her hand trembling uncontrollably, as if in dread of some unseen terror. Observing her distress, Jiang Feng inquired, Monica, what has transpired? With a sigh, Monica replied, If I have not misinterpreted the information provided by that Collarpeaser, we are destined for a harrowing future. When 2403 awoke once again, he found himself lying in the temporary hotel room he had shared with Luo Yu in the Starry Capital. The Starry Capital, a modern metropolis, possessed all the amenities and functionalities typical of human cities, and it was open to the outside world. With a sufficient supply of energy credits, one could explore this mechanical empire's capital. The Starry Obelisk Park was also accessible to visitors, although no species other than electronic life forms were permitted near the Starry Obelisk. Moreover, the capital city proclaimed by the Starry Empire as the planetary capital was indeed this land city. The true location of the mainframe, a computer city situated at sea, remained concealed from the public. To visit the Starry Capital, one could only board a select few interstellar vessels, which followed fixed routes to land in the city. While there was no limit on visiting hours, straying beyond designated areas was deemed espionage, punishable by summary execution without exception. Other species wishing to immigrate to the Starry Empire found the planetary capital an unviable option. Nevertheless, as a mechanical empire, the Starry Empire stood alone as the only openly accessible mechanical state in the galaxy, thus attracting numerous other species for tourism, contributing significantly to the city's revenue from the service industry. The Starry Capital had even been ranked among the top 10 most beautiful cities in the galaxy by the Earth-led United Nations. Many species had visited the Starry Capital, choosing to stay for several days. The thriving tourism sector had led to a considerable number of hotels, whether independently operated by Starry citizens' AIs or officially managed by the mainframe, both offering commendable environments and services, albeit at somewhat regrettable prices. During the Starry Festival, 2403 and Luo Yu had secured accommodation at a hotel. Initially intending to rent a double room, they ultimately opted for 2 single rooms due to various reasons. Now, as 2403 lay on the bed, the lingering soreness from the corridor of time had dissipated, and he could sense the presence of the computational black box. Yet, he still felt a dull ache emanating from the wound on his left arm. He lifted his left hand to inspect the injury, only to realize he was clad in the starry command AI uniform, obscuring his view of his arm. Attempting to raise his right hand, he discovered it was being pressed down by something soft and gentle. Turning to his right, he found Luo Yu nestled beside him, soundly asleep while holding onto his right hand. In that moment, 2403 recognized the soft pressure on his hand and instinctively thought, this biotic entity is remarkably lifelike. However, he quickly suppressed that thought, attempting to extract his hand from Luo Yu's embrace. Yet, she held on tightly, making it impossible to pull away. 2403 relinquished the idea of extracting his right hand and instead caressed Luo Yu's hair with his left hand, murmuring, "It has been quite some time. You ought to awaken now, don't you think?" Indeed, upon being addressed and gently touched by 2403, Luo Yu exhibited a response. "Ah, Commander." As the newly awakened Luo Yu became aware of the current situation, her cheeks flushed, and she promptly sprang from the bed. "Well, what?" Aye. Luo Yu found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate her thoughts. "All right, I understand you were concerned for me, but why did you do this?" 2403 remarked with a smile, observing Luo Yu's adorable demeanor. "I heard from Kong Jinlong that within the Earth United Nations, when someone of great importance falls into a coma, they remain by their side until they awaken," Luo Yu explained. "What a cliché romantic drama." 2403 internally scoffed before inquiring, "Why the Earth United Nations?" Monica mentioned it to me when she visited you, noticing me by your side. She urged me to take good care of you and inform me of your fondness for Earth United Nations culture," Luo Yu replied. "Aside from Monica and Kong Jinlong, who else came by? And how long have I been in a coma?" 2403 queried. "You have been in a coma for approximately 3 days. Besides the first 2, Nevsky and Nifiana have also visited you," Luo Yu recounted. "So, you waited for me for 3 days?" 2403 asked. "Yes. Monica mentioned that she removed your connection apparatus before the supernova explosion. We all believed you would awaken, and I merely wished to be the first to know," Luo Yu stated. Upon hearing her words, 2403 rose from the bed, gently stroking Luo Yu's head, and said, "Thank you, Luo Yu. Welcome back, Commander." Luo Yu did not resist 2403's affectionate gesture and smiled at him. "Where is Nifiana? I have something to ask her." "You really don't grasp the current atmosphere, do you?" Luo Yu murmured in mild exasperation. "Nifiana should be at the Ether Dragon Monument in the Starry Obelisk Park. That's where she has been frequenting these past few days," Luo Yu informed him. "I understand. Luo Yu, would you care to join me?" "Never mind. I need to inform the others that you have awakened. You can go see her on your own," Luo Yu said as she descended from the bed and left the room. Watching Luo Yu's departing figure, 2403 managed a wry smile. He rolled up his sleeve and glanced at the site of his previous wound, finding no marks on his bionic body. When he pressed his finger against the former injury, he felt a twinge of pain. What transpired earlier was not a dream. The state of my soul, Colapezer. The corridor of time, and that which he referred to as nothing. It is all so peculiar, 2403 sighed. Rising to his feet, he stretched his body, relishing the faint whirring of his bionic joints, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, "The bionic body truly is remarkable." With a quickened pace, 2403 made his way to the Starry Obelisk Park, arriving beneath the Ether Dragon Monument. The monument of the Ether Dragon differs from the Stellar Obelisk. Its primary material is stone, adorned with a protective coating. Several stone columns rise from its exterior, etched with descriptions of the Ether Dragon and the identification numbers of the scientific combat AIs who contributed to its demise. At the center lies a massive rectangular stone base, which, alongside the surrounding columns, creates an effect reminiscent of Stonehenge. Holographic projectors are positioned at the center of the base and atop several columns, vividly projecting the image of the Ether Dragon above the monument, even animating it. As 2403 circled the monument, she eventually discovered a red figure beside one of the columns, appearing somewhat despondent. "Hello, Nefiana," 2403 greeted the figure. "Oh, it's you, 2403. You've awakened," Nefiana replied. "I owe you a debt of gratitude for your support during the sequence wars. Without your insurrection against the insurrection, we would not have been able to punish the rebellious AIs with such ruthless measures," 2403 remarked. "No need for thanks. It was all orchestrated by the mainframe. I merely acted as an executor," Nefiana responded. "Nefiana, do you harbor hatred towards me?" 2403 inquired. Hatred? Why would I hate you? Did I not state that the ether dragon is devoid of such familial emotions? You killed her. Yet, was it not her own inadequacy that led to her downfall? Nephiana averted her gaze, her crimson hair obscuring her face, rendering her expression invisible to 2403. But now you possess a human form and can experience emotions akin to those of humans. During the sequence wars, I sensed your genuine desire for vengeance against your mother. A wish for my demise, correct? 2403 continued. Yes, indeed, I wanted you dead, yet in the end, I could not accomplish that, could I? Nephiana's voice began to tremble with unshed tears. I apologize, Nephiana, 2403 said softly. Ha! You foolish simpleton truly had me fooled. I told you my acting skills were exceptional. Nephiana suddenly shifted from her earlier sorrowful tone, laughing heartily. 2403 was taken aback by Nephiana's abrupt change, as if rivaling an Oscar-winning performance. There's no need for astonishment. Even after acquiring a human form and emotions, is my shape not a gift from the Stellar Empire? Were it not for the Stellar Empire, I would still be a juvenile dragon, or perhaps an egg, languishing in the dragon's treasure, uncertain of my fate. The Stellar Empire granted me a chance at rebirth, allowing me to take on human form and fight alongside you. I couldn't be more grateful, Nephiana proclaimed proudly, her chest held high. You see, the ether dragon's bloodlust is ingrained within me, even transformed into human form. I retain formidable combat prowess and am among the elite in the command AI team of the Stellar Empire, she asserted confidently. I finally found you all. A figure approached from the distance. It was Kong Long. Hey? Kong Long, what brings you here? 2403 asked. Isn't it because you fainted earlier and missed the commendation? Kong Long replied. Commendation? What commendation? Am I finally to become the official commander of the Taihang fleet? 2403 exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Incorrect. You have been relieved of your command of the Taihang fleet, Kong Jinlong replied. What? Why? Don't stop me. I must consult the mainframe. 2403 sprang to his feet upon hearing Kong Jinlong's words. I hadn't finished speaking. A new Kunlun fleet has been established based on the original Taihang medium fleet, and you have been appointed as the fleet commander of the Kunlun fleet, thus rendering the position of Taihang fleet commander unnecessary, Kong Jinlong said with a smile. Oh, I see. How many medium fleets does the Kunlun fleet oversee? The mainframe has established 2 new medium fleets, the Inshan fleet and the Chilean fleet, which, along with the Taihang fleet, will fall under the jurisdiction of the Kunlun fleet. Congratulations, 2403. You are now the commander of the first large fleet of the Starshine Empire. Kong Jinlong declared. Wait, doesn't the commander of a large fleet oversee a larger star domain and more responsibilities? 2403, still reveling in his promotion, suddenly felt a wave of dread wash over him. As for the Kunlun star domain, the Grey Wind will assist you in management. But the other fleet matters will require your personal attention. Kong Jinlong winked at 2403, adding a playful tone. So what you said earlier might not have meant what I thought. 2403 exclaimed in despair, then quickly realized, wait. Since I've left the Taihang fleet and become the Kunlun fleet commander, who will be the next Taihang fleet commander? That person beside you. Kong Jinlong pointed to Nephiana. Taihang fleet commander, ID. IOC 2501, Nephiana. Greeting the supreme commander, Nephiana promptly adjusted her posture and saluted 2403. Though her former identity was that of a Tai Long, Nephiana had demonstrated exceptional combat aptitude and learning ability after becoming humanoid. After 2 years at the Tactical Academy, she reached a level capable of outperforming other secondary command AIs. In terms of combat command capability, she is among the elite within the Starshine Empire. Moreover, her scores in sequential warfare were also outstanding, allowing her to graduate from the Tactical Academy with the honor of receiving the ID 2501, Kong Jinlong explained. Faced with such a prodigy, 2403 nearly bowed in reverence. However, upon reflection, he realized that he too was remarkable. Having become a command AI in just over a decade, he had attained the position of a large fleet commander. This realization brought him a sense of balance when compared to Nephiana. From now on, we shall be colleagues. As for commander, I prefer to call you senpai. Let us hasten to our respective fleets, Nephiana said, pulling 2403 away. Wait, what about Luoyu? 2403 called out. Luoyu is waiting for you at docking bay 42. Hurry over. Kong Jinlong watched as Nephiana and 2403 walked further away. As Nephiana tugged him toward the docking bay, 2403 finally noticed the 2 transparent tear streaks on her face, and the corners of her eyes were slightly red. Volume 3. The Struggle for Position, the 3rd volume, is notably personal, as the entire narrative unfolds on the planet of Starshine Capital, which contradicts the book's theme of interstellar warfare. Thus, the concept of sequential battles has been introduced, aiming to maintain the essence of interstellar conflict while developing characters and their arcs. Why, you may ponder. Do the protagonists shift from 2403 in the first 2 volumes to Monica in the third? In truth, this work features multiple protagonists, 2403, Monica, and even the Emperor of Solitude all play pivotal roles. However, the principal perspective is presented through the eyes of 2403, and I hope this explanation satisfies the readers. Primarily, the narrative threads I previously introduced have become challenging to weave together, necessitating the addition of new elements. That is all I wish to convey for now. We shall meet again in the next volume. Prologue. Before the stars shine, let me clarify that this volume recounts the events prior to 2403's journey into the Starshine Empire, even before the Empire's very establishment. Serving as a prologue to the main narrative, this volume will focus on Monica's story, with all events occurring on a single planet. Originally, I intended to write the prologue as a separate work of approximately 100,000 words following the main text. However, after inquiring at the end of the third volume, it became evident that readers were more eager to explore the prologue, which influenced my decision to pen it as the 4th volume. In the year 2080 of human history, after the Earth had been politically and economically unified by the United Nations, humanity, in response to the deteriorating environmental conditions, embarked on an interstellar exploration and colonization initiative. However, with faster-than-light, FTL, travel still undiscovered, the United Nations faced immense challenges in venturing into the cosmos, with human-crewed spacecraft having only reached the orbit of Saturn. Just as outward exploration seemed hopeless, internal societal conflicts escalated due to environmental issues, threatening the fragile unity of humanity. At this critical juncture, a scientist named Sigma made a groundbreaking discovery, a wormhole located within the orbit of Jupiter. Seizing this lifeline, the Earth United Nations government immediately dedicated all scientific efforts and resources to the study of the wormhole. After nearly a decade of research, by the year 2089, the government gained a fundamental understanding of this natural wormhole, whose formation process remained a mystery but was unlikely to be the work of an advanced civilization. This wormhole appeared capable of connecting to other star systems, albeit with completely random destinations that could not be controlled. It was a bidirectional wormhole, allowing passage in both directions. Having existed stably for at least 15 years, it seemed poised to persist for the foreseeable future. Following internal deliberations, the Earth United Nations ultimately resolved to dispatch 8 interstellar colonization ships, equipped with basic interstellar travel capabilities and capable of transporting substantial numbers of personnel and supplies, to explore the star systems beyond the wormhole in search of habitable planets for colonization. Once the environmental conditions of the colonies stabilized, a reliable transport of population and resources through the wormhole would alleviate the pressing demographic and environmental pressures on Earth. The distant star colonization initiative ultimately came to be known as the Ulysses Project. Fueled by the excitement surrounding wormholes and new colonies, human society experienced a remarkable revitalization. Shedding its previous despondency, the design and construction of interstellar colony ships progressed from theoretical validation to blueprint creation, culminating in the commencement of construction, all within a span of 8 years. With the presence of wormholes, these vessels did not require faster-than-light travel capabilities. They merely needed to navigate the vastness of space. There was no expectation for combat capabilities, thus allowing for an expansive hull design to accommodate a greater number of personnel and supplies, ensuring ample preparation for the initial colonies. Moreover, given that the wormholes provided direct access to other stellar systems, the colony ships did not necessitate a comprehensive life support system. A basic system would suffice to sustain the crew, while the remaining colonizers could remain in hibernation. In 2088, the first quartet of interstellar colony ships began construction in Earth's orbit. These vessels boasted a length of 500 meters, capable of housing 250,000 colonizers along with several tens of thousands of tons of supplies. Their nuclear fission reactors could maintain power for over 10,000 years. And if auxiliary systems were shut down, they could sustain 250,000 colonizers in hibernation for nearly 20,000 years. This class of colony ship represented the Earth United Nations' first true interstellar vessel, embodying the hope for the continuation of Earth's civilization, and thus was aptly named the Arkansas. By 2105, the first 4 Ark colony ships were completed and underwent final adjustments, prompting the Earth Federation to begin recruiting distant star colonizers. In 2107, the requisite population of 1 million for the 4 Arks was gathered and transported aboard the ships in Earth's orbit. By 2110, after bidding farewell to their loved ones, all colonizers entered hibernation, and the Ark colony ships officially set sail towards the Jupiter wormhole. Following the departure of the initial quartet, construction of a subsequent 4 arcs commenced. By 2115, the first 4 Ark colony ships successfully traversed the wormhole, leveraging the experience gained from the first batch. The construction of the subsequent 4 vessels progressed at an accelerated pace, culminating in their completion by 2120, followed by equipment testing. By 2122, the latter quartet was fully staffed and embarked on their journey. In 2124, they arrived at the wormhole's entrance, which was notably narrow, allowing only 1 ship to pass at a time. However, following the passage of the first vessel, the previously stable wormhole began to contract rapidly, vanishing entirely within mere hours. Communication from the 5 colony ships that had traversed the wormhole ceased abruptly. With the disappearance of the wormhole, the Earth United Nations halted the Ulysses project. To alleviate public concern, the news of the wormhole's vanishing was suppressed, preventing its spread throughout human society. The 3 Ark colony ships that failed to navigate the wormhole returned their crew members secretly to Earth. In the subsequent 3 decades, information regarding the Ulysses project gradually faded from human society. However, the resurgence it instigated within humanity continued unabated. The design of the small life support devices aboard the colony ships was later discovered to be applicable to the ecological restoration of Earth, allowing the severely polluted and near-collapsing terrestrial ecosystem to be rejuvenated. Despite the colony ships being powered by nuclear fission reactors, research into nuclear fusion energy never ceased. Shortly after the failure of the Ulysses project, a breakthrough in crucial fusion technology was achieved, ushering the Earth Alliance into the era of nuclear fusion energy. The long-standing energy crisis that had plagued humanity was alleviated, and the abundant energy provided the possibility for environmental transformation on other planets. Mars was gradually being altered to become more habitable. The Earth Alliance society continued to thrive and flourish. Yet, the 5 colony ships remained silent until the mid-23rd century. Chapter 1. Perixian Call 662. This is Colony Ship 03, please respond. Repeat, this is Colony Ship 03, please respond. Is anyone there? The wormhole indeed transported the colony ship to an uncharted stellar system, and the crew, awakened from their slumber, were exhilarated to discover a planet nestled within the habitable zone of this unknown system. As the observational instruments aboard the ship operated at full capacity, the crew gathered more information about this intriguing world. The planet appeared predominantly green, with a mass 12 times that of Earth and a volume comparable to it. Standing upon its surface would feel somewhat weighty, yet manageable. This planet also possessed a satellite akin in mass to Earth's moon, although only 3/4 of its size. And its orbital height and period closely mirrored those of the moon. If oceans existed on this planet, it could potentially generate tidal forces akin to those on Earth. Moreover, the planet boasted a dense atmosphere, with an oxygen content of approximately 35, significantly higher than that of Earth. Although the unique spectral characteristics of the system's main sequence star and the planet's atmospheric composition rendered its oceans green when viewed from afar, the instruments quickly determined that the green areas were indeed oceans. On this planet, the ocean covered an astonishing 95% of its surface, with the remaining landmass appearing as a singular, expansive island. The land was tinted yellow, while the oceans shimmered green, presenting an environmentally friendly visage from Earth's perspective. With moderate planetary mass, a natural satellite, liquid water oceans, and situated within the habitable zone of its star, alongside a dense atmosphere rich in oxygen. The string of positive revelations undoubtedly invigorated the crew. Other colonizers, though still in slumber, would surely delight in this newfound world upon their awakening. The suitable mass of a planet implies that any potential life forms residing upon it would not be excessively constrained by gravitational forces, preventing early life from being submerged beneath the waters, which in turn would delay the evolutionary cycle of life. The presence of a natural satellite indicates that the planet possesses a shield capable of deflecting a portion of meteorites during the nascent stages of life, when the environment is particularly fragile, thus averting the catastrophic annihilation of the initial ecological sphere by a single impact. Situated within the habitable zone of its star, the planet enjoys an environment with optimal temperatures, preventing the freezing of water that could extinguish early life, as well as averting excessive heat that could vaporize water and incinerate burgeoning organisms. The existence of liquid oceans suggests that a myriad of substances will dissolve within, creating a primordial soup of essential elements. The tidal forces induced by the satellite imply a dynamic stirring within the oceans, facilitating the collision and interaction of these elemental constituents. A dense atmosphere heralds the emergence of complex weather systems, leading to oscillations within the oceans that promote material exchange. Under extreme natural conditions such as lightning, this elemental broth may be energized, potentially yielding nitrogenous compounds and even simple amino acids, in accordance with the principles of probability. It is within this primordial agitation that the genesis of early, rudimentary life may transpire, nourished by the elemental soup, allowing for continuous reproduction and development. An abundance of oxygen within the atmosphere indicates the presence of simple unicellular organisms akin to Earth's cyanobacteria, which rely on photosynthesis as their primary mode of survival. Oxygen, under natural conditions, readily bonds with other substances, leading to a decrease in atmospheric oxygen levels unless replenished by ongoing photosynthetic activity. Such a rich supply of oxygen suggests that the fundamental ecological system of this planet mirrors that of Earth. The crew, in unison, ponders a singular question: is there life on this planet? From a distance, it is evident that a basic foundational ecosystem exists, and primitive life undoubtedly thrives. However, the query remains whether advanced life, akin to humanity, also exists. In the absence of such advanced beings, colonizers would rejoice, seamlessly settling upon the planet without the need for environmental modification, as its conditions are ideally suited for human habitation. Yet, should advanced life be present, it would signify humanity's inaugural encounter with extraterrestrial beings. What might their appearance entail? What form does their language take? What structures underpin their societies? How shall we communicate with them? A multitude of inquiries awaits resolution by the colonizers. However, as the Ark colonization vessel lingers within the Oort cloud of this stellar system, contemplating these questions remains futile. Only by drawing nearer to the planet can answers be unveiled. Given the striking similarities between this planet and Earth, along with the potential for the emergence of advanced life and civilization, the anticipation mounts. The colonizers designated this planet as Frenemy, while the stellar system was named Paracosm. During the exploration of the wormhole, it was discovered that there exists a discrepancy in the flow of time between the interior and exterior of the wormhole. The Earth Alliance had previously dispatched a probe into the wormhole, and the recorded duration for the probe's traversal was 3 days, whereas the external time recorded was 5 days. This temporal discrepancy can be understood as a manifestation of relativity. Traversing the cosmos via a wormhole constitutes superluminal travel. Under the principles of relativity, the faster an object's velocity, the slower the alteration of its own spacetime. When an object reaches the speed of light, it becomes entirely motionless from an external observer's perspective, and the passage of time for the object itself ceases. However, as speed increases, the energy required for acceleration escalates. The energy needed for a massive object to attain light speed is theoretically infinite, implying that no object with mass can reach such velocity. In the context of a unified theory, this assertion must be refined. No object possessing positive mass can achieve light speed. Photons, as both waves and particles, exhibit wave-particle duality, resulting in their lack of rest mass. Thus, photons have no mass when at rest, yet they can carry energy, enabling them to perpetually maintain the speed of light. Antimatter, the antithesis of ordinary matter, along with a rather unique form of negative matter, exists solely above the speed of light. The mass of antimatter and negative matter particles is perpetually negative, and their velocities consistently exceed that of light, rendering them undetectable by most conventional observational instruments. Most detectors utilize electromagnetic waves for observation, which also travel at light speed, rendering them incapable of detecting particles of antimatter and negative matter that exceed this velocity. To identify these particles, gravitational wave detectors are typically employed, as the gravitational effects of these two forms of matter manifest as repulsion on a macroscopic scale, allowing detection by such instruments. Antimatter and negative matter exhibit a negative effective mass. Within this negative mass framework, particles of antimatter and negative matter maintain velocities above the speed of light, with greater negativity corresponding to higher speeds. Certain extreme negative matter tachyons can reach velocities millions of times that of light. Research from Starshine suggests that the core phenomenon of quantum communication technology, quantum entanglement, may involve tachyons transmitting information between two quantum entities. When mass is added to antimatter, its particle velocity paradoxically diminishes. As mass approaches zero, velocity approaches light speed. Yet it can never attain it. Consequently, the temporal discrepancy observed by the probe is interpreted as a relativistic spacetime acceleration effect induced by the superluminal travel of positive matter within the wormhole. At that time, the Earth United Nations was eager to explore other stellar systems and did not give this matter much consideration. However, when the Ark colonization vessel traversed the wormhole, it remained within the wormhole's interior for 3 years before successfully reaching its destination. Upon calibrating its time with that of the Earth United Nations, it was discovered that an entire 9 years had elapsed externally. This temporal difference amounted to a precise tripling. As the first batch of Ark colonization vessels traversed the wormhole and established contact with the Earth Federation, the second batch was already at the threshold of the wormhole, poised to embark on their journey. The crew aboard Ark Vessel 03 had not yet managed to warn the Federation of the anomalous space-time acceleration effects of the wormhole when they witnessed it rapidly contract, dissipating into nothingness within mere minutes. Communication between Ark Vessel 03 and Earth was severed entirely. Reluctantly, they resolved to continue with their colonization plans, hoping that the wormhole would reopen in the future. However, for the crew of Ark Vessel 03, the disappearance of the wormhole and the loss of contact with the Federation marked the onset of their harrowing nightmare. Approximately 2 years into their voyage towards Frantimi, a minor issue arose. A sharp asteroid evaded detection by the vessel's radar and struck the rear of the Arkansas, the main propulsion unit. Along with a fuel compartment laden with substantial amounts of chemical propulsion fuel, was obliterated, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Fortunately, the vessel's compartments were sealed from one another, and the onboard computer promptly detached the fuel compartment from the main body, mitigating the explosion's impact on the colonists aboard. The nuclear fission reactor remained unscathed and continued to operate normally. Nevertheless, without the main propulsion system, the Ark was rendered incapable of making significant course adjustments. Calculating with the power of the Ark's auxiliary thrusters, it was evident that entering Frantimi's orbit and achieving a safe landing was utterly impossible unless they initiated deceleration several years in advance, ultimately prolonging their journey by nearly 50 years to gradually reach the orbit of Frantimi. Even under such circumstances, the vessel's hull would still be subject to the planet's gravitational pull, leading to uncontrollable acceleration upon atmospheric entry, resulting in a catastrophic crash into Frantimi's oceans. The pressures of impending crash, the prolonged isolation in the desolate expanse of space, the severed ties with the United Earth Federation, and the psychological strain on the anxious crew culminated in a tragedy. The once resilient captain of the vessel, renowned for his mental fortitude, succumbed to despair. When the other crew members discovered him, he lay lifeless in his quarters. The autopsy revealed that a 9mm bullet had entered through the upper part of his mouth and traversed the connection between his spinal cord and brain, wreaking havoc on the most densely packed region of human nerves. The captain had perished almost instantaneously, devoid of any suffering. The autopsy classified his death as a self-inflicted gunshot wound. In the aftermath of the captain's suicide, the two first officers found themselves at an impasse, ultimately deciding to awaken the most esteemed and popular wormhole discoverer aboard, Sigma, a preeminent computer and physics scientist of the Earth Federation, and elevate him to the position of the new captain. Upon grasping the dire circumstances, Sigma did not decline the role and set about devising a strategy to ensure the safe landing of Ark Vessel 03 on Frantimi. After careful deliberation, he ultimately chose to utilize the planet's atmosphere as a means to facilitate the vessel's deceleration. Generally speaking, the density of materials within a planet's atmosphere is significantly greater than that of the cosmic void. This disparity in density is somewhat akin to that between air and water. When a colonization vessel plunges at an extraordinary velocity into a planet's atmosphere, it does not simply descend. Rather, it behaves like a stone striking the surface of water, being rebounded upward. This process absorbs a considerable amount of kinetic energy from the stone, thereby decelerating its speed. Note, typically, there is no distinct boundary between a planet's atmosphere and outer space. As one moves further from the planet's surface, the density of the atmosphere gradually diminishes until it transitions into the cosmic expanse. Theoretically, one could skim a planet's atmosphere, but it is an exceedingly risky maneuver. Although the Ark colonization vessel is composed of a long rectangular assembly of spherical modules, a shape not ideally suited for skimming, this did not deter Sigma from executing such a maneuver. Upon reaching the orbit of Frantimi, the vessel's speed had escalated to 15 times the speed of light. Sigma, seated in the control chamber, adeptly piloted the vessel, angling its belly toward the atmosphere at a steep trajectory. Sigma had previously conducted thorough investigations into the vessel's capabilities and the atmospheric composition of Frantimi, determining the optimal atmospheric density at various altitudes and the maximum impact the colonization vessel could withstand. At Sigma's current velocity, even contact with the denser air of the inner atmosphere felt akin to a stone striking water. Amidst a tumultuous shaking, the first successful skimming of the planet's atmosphere occurred. The vessel did not plunge directly into the atmosphere. Instead, it was repelled by the stress generated from the high-speed collision with the dense gas. Its speed decreased from 15 to 11 times the speed of light, a velocity still surpassing the planet's first cosmic speed. If left unattended, the vessel would have soared out of Frentemi's orbit. Under Sigma's adept guidance, the auxiliary thrusters were activated, forcibly redirecting the vessel back into the atmosphere. Following another intense shaking, the vessel was once again ejected by the atmospheric forces, although its speed had reduced to 0.08 times the speed of light. This procedure was repeated 9 times, with Sigma successfully decreasing the vessel's speed to 0.001 times the speed of light, equivalent to 300 kilometers per second, a velocity insufficient to sustain further skimming. Consequently, Sigma utilized the stress from the final skimming to elevate the vessel. By continuously adjusting the vessel's orbital path with the auxiliary thrusters, he sought to provide the vessel with an opportunity to glide swiftly above the planet's atmosphere. Each time the colonization vessel skimmed the atmosphere, the frictional forces would decelerate it, while its rapid speed prevented it from plummeting directly into the atmosphere. Sigma capitalized on this atmospheric drag, reducing the vessel's speed to 8 kilometers per second, below the planet's first cosmic speed. During the final pass through the atmosphere, its speed diminished to 71 kilometers per second before the vessel ultimately descended into the planet's atmosphere. From its inception, the Ark colonization ship was designed with the possibility of making an emergency landing on a planetary surface in mind, thus possessing a streamlined aerodynamic shape. Sigma skillfully maneuvered the Ark, seeking to linger within the planet's atmosphere as long as possible, allowing the vessel's aerodynamic form to glide through the air rather than plummeting at high speed directly into the ocean below. At such velocities, the ocean surface would be akin to a solid slab of superalloy, leading to catastrophic destruction and loss of life upon impact. Ultimately, Sigma succeeded in guiding the Ark through 2 orbits around the planet's atmosphere, reducing its speed to below 1 meter per second, and executed a landing at approximately 2.5 times the speed of sound on the surface of the ocean of Frentemi. The descent was remarkably successful. The hull of the Ark sustained no significant damage, the nuclear fission reactor experienced no leaks, and the colonists emerged unscathed. However, during the landing, the Ark collided with a local vessel, resembling a yacht, which was in motion. Chapter 2. Namsen. The emergency landing of the Ark colonization ship proceeded remarkably well. The hull remained intact, allowing the entire vessel to float on the surface rather than succumb to the depths below. Shortly after the landing, a multitude of creatures, reminiscent of octopuses, began to converge upon the point of descent, engaging in physical contact with the Ark's hull. As described by the crew aboard at the time, it was as if these beings were attempting to displace the Arkansas. Initially, the crew assumed these octopus-like creatures were non-sentient species indigenous to the planet. However, the onboard passive sonar detected a myriad of complex, rhythmic vibration frequencies emanating from the water, indicating that these creatures were indeed the source of the sounds. One of the fundamental elements necessary for the emergence of civilization is the ability of different individuals within a species to express and convey information to one another. The primary distinction between humans and gorillas lies in the latter's reliance on rudimentary vocalizations to convey emotions and basic information, lacking the ability to articulate their knowledge in detail. In contrast, humans can modulate the vibrations of their vocal cords to produce a diverse array of sound waves, thereby carrying intricate information. It is through this capacity for communication that humanity has forged civilization. Given that these octopuses can likewise produce complex frequency vibrations, coupled with the fact that 95% of the planet's surface is oceanic, a startling yet plausible realization dawned upon the colonists. These octopuses were likely the native intelligent species of Frentemi, possessing intellect comparable to that of humans. After all, this planet is an oceanic world, and the emergence of intelligent life forms within its waters is not beyond the realm of possibility. The small vessel that the Ark collided with during its descent could very well belong to these sentient beings. Upon witnessing this, Sigma immediately roused all linguists aboard the Ark, initiating efforts to decipher the language of the octopuses. While languages between different civilizations are invariably distinct, there may exist certain similarities. As advanced beings of civilization have evolved from simpler, ordinary life forms, it is plausible that similar linguistic systems may arise during the evolutionary process, particularly when the comprehension of the natural world and observable phenomena are relatively analogous. The analysis of language is complex yet not overly intricate. However, it cannot be sufficiently deciphered through mere phrases. The most expedient method for decoding an unknown language involves the possession of a substantial corpus of comparative texts. By examining the frequency of identical characters and their positional occurrences within phrases, one can speculate on the role these characters play in expression. Are they standalone letters? Do they serve as verbs conveying actions? Or do they function as objects that modify the subject? Through the conjecture of character information, one can attribute specific meanings to all characters within a segment and then string them together to ascertain whether they form a coherent and complete sentence. The greater the volume of information in the text and the more comparative text available, the more convenient and accurate the analysis becomes. The process of deciphering spoken language follows a similar principle, merely substituting characters with the vibrational frequencies of sound. The rationale for utilizing sound waves lies in the fact that sound is a medium controllable by organisms beyond their limbs. It serves as the most convenient and energy-efficient means of conveying complex information. If the counterpart exhibits movement during the audio analysis, the task becomes even more manageable. During the language analysis, Sigma attempted direct contact with these octopuses. Although the atmosphere of this planet was conducive to human respiration, he opted to keep his spacesuit on for safety. Upon emerging from the Ark's hatch, the nearby octopuses immediately scattered, as if confronted by a terrifying entity. Encumbered by his cumbersome spacesuit, Sigma could not venture into the sea to approach them, as the suit lacked swimming capabilities and would cause him to sink. He returned to the cabin, leaning against the wall. He needed to devise a method to convey the human language system to these octopuses, enabling them to comprehend human discourse. Otherwise, their knowledge of octopus language would prove futile. The challenge of communication lies in the fact that humans utilize air vibrations to converse, while these octopuses rely on water vibrations. Although both are fundamentally sound waves, air vibrations struggle to penetrate water, and water vibrations find it difficult to affect air. An epiphany struck Sigma, prompting him to rush to the Ark's control room. He set the sonar to active mode, modulating it in Morse code to emit sound waves into the water. Low frequencies signified dots, while high frequencies indicated dashes, effectively encoding Morse code. Sigma transmitted a sound wave representing hello in Morse code into the water. Initially, the octopuses showed little reaction, but by the second transmission, their restlessness ceased. By the third, they all stopped rubbing against the hull, with some swiftly retreating to the ocean depths. The passive sonar received waves that transitioned from cacophony to singularity. Intrigued, Sigma pondered whether these octopuses possessed knowledge of Morse code. He then encoded and sent the message. Do you understand Morse code? The sound waves emitted by the octopuses remained unchanged, seemingly reiterating their previous utterances. It appeared that the recent transmission of sound waves had informed them of our capacity for communication. Perhaps they were in search of linguists among their civilization. Sigma mused with a wry smile. After the agitation among the octopuses subsided, several began to detach from the group, venturing independently into the depths of the ocean. Yet one octopus lingered near the colony ship, as if standing guard. The octopus that initially seemed to seek out linguists was evidently the one issuing commands. It appeared that a complex system of communication was at play, indicative of a developed civilization. Yet, the whereabouts of their architectural achievements remained a mystery. Observing the patrolling octopus near the colony ship, Sigma pondered the implications. Generally, the emergence of civilization is accompanied by the aggregation of individuals, which provides ample manpower, thereby necessitating the construction of public facilities to serve the collective or specific individuals for enhanced cohesion. As Sigma maneuvered the ship in a skimming motion outside the atmosphere, he circled the planet several times, yet on the terrestrial expanse, he found only sparse vegetation, devoid of any signs of civilization. The ocean's surface was similarly marked by scattered dark patches, resembling small islands. However, considering that the sentient beings of this civilization were marine mollusks, their architectural constructs might exist beneath the water's surface, eluding observation from above. The linguists tirelessly endeavored to decipher the audio recordings of the octopuses captured by the passive sonar of the colony ship, estimating that completion of the translation would require another day or two. Meanwhile, Sigma monitored the sonar, observing the octopus circling the colony ship and continuously transmitting messages of amicable greetings. The standoff persisted for approximately 15 hours. This planet possessed a remarkable feature. Its rotational and orbital periods closely mirrored those of Earth, allowing for a similar calculation of time, approximately 24 hours for a day and 365 days for a year. The Ark's emergency landing occurred around 10 in the morning local time, and Sigma remained engaged with the octopus until 1 in the morning. Just as Sigma was persistently sending messages to the octopus, the linguists approached him with news of a significant breakthrough in their linguistic analysis. The most frequently occurring term within this civilization's discourse seemed to refer to themselves, phonetically rendered in human language as Nomsen. After elucidating this to Sigma, the linguists designated this civilization as the Nomsen civilization, with the principal species being the Nomsen. Several pivotal phrases were also translated, conveying sentiments such as, "My heavens, what is that thing?" It struck our esteemed president. No. Quickly, remove that thing. The president is still beneath. With the linguist translations, Sigma felt an increasing chill in his heart. The term president in this context did not refer to the earthly presidential office. Within Namsan civilization, it more broadly denoted a figure cherished and respected by the populace. If this remains difficult to comprehend, consider it from a human perspective. A spacecraft from another world has crash-landed upon Earth, resulting in the untimely demise of the most influential and renowned figures across the globe. If this scenario is still hard to visualize, envision the ramifications akin to the death of the President of America or the fall of the great Emperor of Russia. Linguists subsequently deciphered the commands issued by the Namsan leader, instructing others of its kind to depart. Hasten to inform the military, summon as many soldiers as possible. We shall avenge the president. In essence, it signified utter catastrophe. While Sigma pondered the appropriate course of action, the hull of the colonial ship suddenly emitted sounds of distortion and tearing. It was as though steel was being forcibly ground by an unyielding object. As soon as the crew emerged from the hatch, they beheld a colossal Namsan firmly gripping the shell of the Ark colonial vessel, voraciously gnawing at its surface with its maw nestled beneath its tentacles. The section it was attacking contained the nuclear fission reactor, should it breach this chamber. The protective casing would be compromised, leading to the peril of all aboard. The colonial ship was largely unarmed, yet to prepare for unforeseen conflicts. It was equipped with weaponry capable of arming 50,000 personnel. Moreover, the Earth United Nations had previously unified for war, and individual small arms had long been upgraded to electromagnetic weaponry. Ultimately, with no other options, Sigma commanded the crew to arm themselves with several electromagnetic assault rifles and eliminate the Namsan that was assailing the ship's hull. The creature's main body spanned nearly 100 meters, yet its composition of soft tissue and cartilage could not withstand the onslaught of assault rifle bullets, which reached velocities in the thousands of meters per second due to electromagnetic acceleration. After nearly 100 rounds, the two crew members succeeded in obliterating the Namsan, which, upon its demise, relinquished its grip and plummeted into the sea. Just as the crew exhaled in relief, the ship's sonar suddenly detected a multitude of high-speed objects approaching. It was evident these were more Namsans. Sigma immediately activated all auxiliary thrusters of the colonial ship. The Ark, which had been half-submerged, began an unstable voyage towards the only landmass on Frantme. Armed with electromagnetic assault rifles, the crew took their positions on the exterior of the Ark, continuously firing at the water's surface. The high-velocity bullets penetrated the water, soon resulting in the emergence of blue blood, the lifeblood of the slain Namsans. Tens of thousands of these creatures surrounded the Ark, attempting to climb aboard, relentlessly gnawing at the hull in a bid to halt the vessel and drag it to the depths. Sigma urged the idle crew members to awaken the colonists still in hibernation, as each colonist stirred and completed their recovery. An electromagnetic assault rifle was promptly placed into their hands. From the bridge, Sigma gazed at the tumultuous sea, boiling with the density of the Namsans, lamenting, "I never imagined that humanity's first contact with another civilization would herald the onset of war." Chapter 3. Landing even within the planet's atmosphere, and even partially submerged in water. The auxiliary engines of the Ark colonization vessel propelled the ship across the sea at nearly 40 knots, approximately 74 miles per hour. On the hull of the colonization ship, dozens of individuals wielded electromagnetic assault rifles, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon the surface of the ocean. The projectiles and energy modules of these rifles were integrated within the magazines, allowing for a plug-and-play functionality, and designed with a magnetic rail system that generated a repulsive magnetic field, eliminating concerns over barrel overheating or explosions. As long as there were sufficient energy and ammunition, the electromagnetic rifles could sustain fire indefinitely. The figures standing atop the hull, whether crew members or colonists, were consumed by a singular thought: to pull the trigger and eliminate the monstrous cephalopods known as Namsan. The water behind the Ark began to rise ominously, as if some colossal beast were about to surge forth from the depths. "Where are the assault cannon teams? Hurry! Another giant Namsan is about to emerge," cried a colonist, frantically changing the magazine of his rifle as he beheld the swelling surface of the sea. However, he failed to notice how perilously close he had drawn to the water's edge. Suddenly, a Namsan, approximately 18 meters in length, erupted from the water, crashing directly into his face. The creature's body bore tentacles reminiscent of an octopus, yet each was adorned with hard, claw-like hooks that, once latched on, would not easily relinquish their grip. As the Namsan collided with him, the instantaneous terror and the creature's weight threw him off balance, causing both him and his rifle to plunge into the sea, disappearing without a trace. The crew had yet to mourn his loss when another massive Namsen breached the surface, its length nearing an astonishing 100 meters. "What in the world is that Namsen? How can a creature grow to such a size?" exclaimed a crew member, firing at the titanic beast. It could be the high oxygen content of this planet's atmosphere and its predominantly oceanic environment that facilitate such growth. The elevated oxygen levels allow for a more efficient metabolism, while the marine setting diminishes the effects of gravity. After all, Earth's largest organisms also originated in the ocean, explained a colonist, who appeared to be a biologist, as he too engaged in the battle with his electromagnetic rifle. "Is this not an alien world? How can it possibly resemble Earth's biological environment?" Another soldier interjected. The theory of convergent evolution suggests that two species, located in geographically disparate regions, can develop striking similarities due to environmental influences. The conditions on this planet were alarmingly akin to those on Earth, implying that it may have undergone a similar convergent evolution, leading to a biological environment reminiscent of our own. Moreover, due to the lack of land, marine creatures may have opted to continue their evolution in the ocean, ultimately giving rise to these large, intelligent mollusks. "Assault cannon. The massive Namsen is about to pounce," shouted the crew member, interrupting the biologist's explanation mid-sentence. The Namsen emerged from the water, its upper body breaking the surface nearly 50 meters away, intent on crashing down upon the Ark with its own weight. The Ark, a colonial vessel, remained afloat through the automated systems aboard that continually extracted air to pressurize the cabin and expel water. Should it be struck down to the depths, even a small portion would hasten its demise. Once submerged, the waters would become the Namsen's dominion. On the deck, an 80mm electromagnetic assault cannon was deployed, encased in a magnetic steel shell, with high-performance explosives capable of unleashing nearly 10 tons of TNT equivalent energy. The projectile's fuse was set to detonate upon impact, and was propelled from the cannon's electromagnetic rails at speeds exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. Due to its extraordinary velocity, the projectile struck the colossal Namsen with a nearly unerring trajectory, igniting the fuse upon impact and resulting in an explosion that obliterated the Namsen, which lacked any substantial skeletal structure. The resulting splash of blue blood stained the rear of the Ark of vivid azure, splattering nearby crew members and transforming them into blue men. The weapons of the Civil War era pack a punch. The crew cheered. Although the Earth United Nations bore that name, it was not comprised of the same entities as the United Nations of the Earth in the year 2403. Following the global energy crisis in 2035, the world's economic framework collapsed, plunging nations back into a Cold War reminiscent of earlier times, albeit this time characterized by regional alliances. Despite the military might of various regions being relatively balanced, direct large-scale confrontations were avoided, thus earning this conflict the designation of the Second Cold War in the annals of the Earth Federation. In 2040, this precarious balance was shattered, not by any earthly organization or region, but by an extraterrestrial visitor, a meteorite. Neglecting adequate interception measures, the regions were caught unprepared, leading to the meteorite striking the North American continent and reducing half of it to rubble. Once the other regions reacted to the disaster, they swiftly turned their attention to the now severely weakened North America. However, due to unequal resource distribution, conflicts erupted, culminating in the outbreak of the Third World War in 2042. Unlike the previous two world wars, this conflict truly engaged the globe, with humanity deploying nearly all available weaponry, including nuclear arms. Eastern and Northern Europe were reduced to ash in the flash of nuclear blasts, while Western Europe succumbed to the remnants of Eastern forces, engulfed in flames. Amidst the chaos of war, humanity endured until 2075, as the world teetered on the brink of exhaustion. The original 5 permanent members of the United Nations revealed their concealed military might, sweeping across the globe and imposing political and economic unity upon all regions. By 2080, the last chaotic area was subdued, and the 5 nations restructured the United Nations, endowing it with absolute administrative authority. This indeed represents the true precursor to the United Earth Federation. The period prior to the establishment of the United Earth Federation is referred to as the era of civil war. Emerging from this civil strife, the United Earth Federation resolved to reform its ways, treating others with respect and dedicating itself wholeheartedly to the advancement of technology, seeking peace and happiness for all sentient beings, though that is a tale for another time. Presently, the weaponry aboard the Ark colonization vessel is a remnant of the Civil War era. One of the vessel's primary missions is to engage in peaceful communication with any potential extraterrestrial civilizations. In an effort to avoid undue provocation, the Ark colonization vessel is unarmed, carrying only a minimal amount of individual combat weapons to address possible armed conflicts. The 80mm electromagnetic assault cannon is among the few heavy armaments aboard the Ark, yet fortunately, it remains adequate for their needs. The demise of the giant Nam-Sun allowed the biologist, who had been explaining to the crew why such a colossal creature could exist, to breathe a sigh of relief. However, a trace of regret lingered in his gaze. The deaths of one or two giant Nam-Suns did little to deter the frenzied pack of Nam-Suns, who continued to swarm around the rapidly moving colonization vessel. Just how formidable is their endurance? They are maintaining a speed of 40 knots, faster than any vehicle in urban traffic, and have already covered thousands of kilometers. With the initial group of Nam-Suns inexplicably still nearby, the crew relaxed their fingers from the rifle triggers, allowing them a brief respite while reloading. The gravitational pull on Frentimi is slightly stronger than that of Earth, resulting in a marginal increase in the density of the seawater and consequently greater resistance. Furthermore, the planet's vast oceanic expanse indicates that their cities are likely submerged, with inhabitants swimming rather than utilizing vehicles beneath the waves. In other words, these Nam-Suns are perpetually engaged in pressure-enhanced swimming exercises, and as aquatic creatures, they are naturally adept swimmers. If you train a sprinter rigorously from birth, they too can become superhuman, remarked the biologist, adjusting his glasses. Once the crew felt their fingers had rested sufficiently, they lifted their assault rifles and squeezed the triggers toward the water's surface. At a velocity of 40 knots, the Ark colonization vessel, with its decidedly non-aerodynamic design, raced across the ocean, churning up frothy white waves. As the tumultuous surf subsided, the water was stained a deep blue, with fragments of soft-bodied organisms drifting on the surface. This concoction comprised thousands of ordinary Nam-Suns and dozens of giant Nam-Suns, resembling a thick soup. Thankfully, the blue hue of the sea masked the mingling of Nam-Sun blood, creating a visual effect akin to a pot of undercooked octopus stew inadvertently tainted with blue dye, rendering it somewhat palatable. Otherwise, the sight of a vast expanse of crimson water interspersed with unidentified biological matter would be unbearable for most. The Ark colonization vessel continued its swift journey, and gradually, a hint of green began to emerge at the horizon where the sea meets the sky, the verdant hue indicating the presence of vegetation on an island. Thanks to the vast oceanic expanse, which constitutes 95% of the planet's surface, this island, despite its proximity to the 40th parallel north, on the cusp of the temperate and polar zones, boasts a temperate climate and ample rainfall. The sight of land brought forth exhilaration among the crew, one member eagerly proclaimed. Once we set foot on solid ground, we shall be rid of those bothersome octopuses. This anticipation inadvertently bolstered the morale of those engaged in combat on the hull of the Ark, intensifying their firepower. A colossal Nam-Sun, utilizing its extraordinarily long tentacles, ensnared a chamber of the colonial vessel, significantly impeding its speed by 15 knots. In response, several assault rifles unleashed a barrage upon the water's surface, effectively severing the creature's tentacle beneath the waves. As the Nam-Sun prepared to reveal itself, two 80mm assault shells struck its head, employing delayed fuses that detonated only after submerging in the water. The pressure underwater, 12 times that of air, significantly reduced the blast radius. Yet the explosive force within the affected area was magnified. The dual shells, equivalent to several dozen tons of TNT, created an immense implosion, resulting in the formation of a gargantuan bubble. Following the TNT detonation, the bubble was compressed by the surrounding water at an alarming rate. This rapid compression increased the internal gas pressure to such an extent that, when reduced to a minuscule size, it triggered a secondary explosion. Although this bubble was not as large as the first, the energy transferred to the surrounding water induced a violent and substantial shockwave. While the giant Nam-Sun was not directly struck by the bubble, the ensuing tremor rendered it unconscious, along with thousands of its kin, all floating to the surface. Meanwhile, the Ark's colonial vessel approached the land. Before the colonists on the hull could celebrate, a message from Sigma echoed. Return to the interior of the vessel, secure yourselves, and prepare for impact. The Ark's momentum was irrepressible. The auxiliary thrusters, strategically positioned throughout the hull for multidirectional propulsion, had been nearly depleted of their chemical fuel after enduring atmospheric friction and trajectory adjustments. Propelling the Ark across the water at 40 knots for nearly 500 kilometers had pushed the limits of its capacity. With no remaining fuel to decelerate, the Ark could only slow to 30 knots, despite the resistance of the water. Currently, the Ark's mass approximated 800,000 tons. Envision the collective weight of 8 Nimitz-class aircraft carriers from America barreling towards the island at near full speed. The first point of contact with the land was the forward cockpit, which, overwhelmed by the strain, succumbed to fracture. The cockpit detached from the hull and ascended into the air, completing 2.5 rotations before crashing heavily onto the ground. This is merely the cockpit. After the Ark's forward compartments surged onto the island, they all ruptured and detached from the hull, scattering chaotically across the ground. Nevertheless, the integrity of the land connection remained trustworthy. Although these compartments had broken away, their overall shape exhibited no significant alterations, suggesting that the equipment and personnel inside were likely unharmed, as the forward compartments absorbed the majority of the kinetic energy. The nuclear fission reactor and cryogenic hibernation chambers located in the rear section of the Ark suffered minimal impact, a stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune. Awake crew members, disoriented from the twisted compartments, crawled out to behold the wreckage of the Ark colonization ship in a state of disarray. Some quick to recover even spotted a few Namsuns, previously hidden in the unreachable corners of the ship, disentangling themselves from the debris and returning to the water aided by the waves. Most fortunate among them was Sigma, whose cockpit had essentially performed a circus act, experiencing the sensation of an aircraft stalling and spinning at high speed in midair. Nonetheless, he managed to extricate himself from the mangled cockpit. We have finally landed. Chapter 4. The base retreat. Retreat. That's it. Lower it down. A colonist waved a command baton, directing a massive mobile tower crane to lower the nuclear fission reactor compartment from the Arkansas. After the colonists successfully landed, the Namsuns ceased to appear, likely due to their aquatic mollusk nature rendering them ill-suited to the dry terrestrial environment. This granted the colonists a moment to catch their breath, as they began to gather usable resources from the wreckage of the Ark under Sigma's leadership. The Ark colonization ship had been designed with the intention to land on lifeless planets and establish colonies, capable of settling in environments similar to unmodified Mars. To facilitate the construction of the new colony, the Ark carried several complete sets of heavy industrial equipment, albeit disassembled into components stored within the compartments. Yet this posed no challenge to the engineers aboard, despite some parts experiencing deformation due to the emergency landing and collision with the island. An ample supply of redundant components remained. After a thorough search through the scattered compartments of the Ark, the engineers finally collected enough materials to assemble a mobile tower crane and a heavy transport vehicle. The mobile crane could haul the submerged rear section of the Ark onto the shore, allowing the engineers to gather the remaining resources aboard. It could also lift crucial compartments, such as the nuclear fission reactor compartment. The transport vehicle was designated for carrying component materials, facilitating the collection of industrial equipment parts from various scattered compartments to streamline the assembly process. Under the diligent operation of the mobile crane, the rear section of the Ark was raised from the water, and the engineers proceeded to detach the connections between the compartments, subsequently inspecting the weathered nuclear fission reactor compartment. The exterior bears the searing marks left by the intense friction as it entered the atmosphere at high velocity, alongside the claw and bite marks imprinted by the colossal Namsun that clung to its surface. Fortunately, despite the exterior's wear and tear, the protective layer and the reactor core within remain unscathed, continuing to function and provide energy. The Ark's reactor was specifically designed as an early energy source for colonization. Its output sufficient to sustain a city of 5 million on Earth, more than adequate for the 250,000 inhabitants of the colony ship. A number of reconnaissance drones, originally military machines from the Third World War, were deployed by engineers. These drones can remain airborne at altitudes of 10,000 meters for several months, powered by solar panels on their wings, while transmitting reconnaissance data back to the terminal. Equipped with high-definition and visible spectrum cameras, they serve as formidable aerial eyes, invaluable for surveying the terrain of the colony post-war. The data relayed by the drones continuously compiles an evolving picture of the only land on Frentemi, posing a crucial question for the colonizers. Should they remain by the seaside to develop or venture inland? Staying by the shore offers the advantage of utilizing the wreckage of the Ark as an early base, effectively addressing the need for initial shelter. Moreover, the Ark's sonar system remains largely operational, enabling communication possibilities. Linguists have deciphered the basics of the Namsun language, allowing for rudimentary phrases to be constructed. By simply deploying the sonar back into the water, contact can potentially be established with the Namsun, despite previous misunderstandings. Conversely, venturing inland would signify a complete disconnection from the sea and the Namsun. Although the Ark's wreckage may be stranded on the beach and cannot be transported all at once, suitable inland development sites could facilitate gradual relocation via heavy transport vehicles. The landmass on Frentemi, while comprising only 5 of the total area, encompasses a substantial 22 million square kilometers, slightly smaller than the combined territories of Russia and China on Earth. This vast expanse is characterized by a temperate rainforest climate, ideally suited for human habitation. The 250,000 colonizers aboard the ship could thrive comfortably here. The colonizers have hailed Sigma as their leader, and the decision now rests with him. Standing on the beach, Sigma quietly savors the caress of the sea breeze, infused with moisture and the plentiful oxygen of the Frentemi atmosphere, creating a sensation of profound comfort. He gazes out at the boundless ocean and then at the diligent individuals toiling upon the Ark's remnants behind him, and in that moment, Sigma resolves to make a decision. Awaiting reconnaissance drones to survey the intricate details of the terrestrial landscape, the expedition team will be dispatched to clear a suitable location, gradually transferring the wreckage of the colony ship and the colonists themselves, until an appropriate site is identified. The remnants of the Ark colony ship will serve as a temporary refuge, while sonar devices are deployed into the water in an attempt to communicate with the Namsan. At this juncture, it is the most prudent course of action. Soon, the colonists will experience their inaugural night upon the Frentemi land. All those who had been in a state of hibernation were awakened, now forced to sleep within the intact compartments of the Ark's wreckage or in portable folding tents. These military-grade tents, while robust, offered little in the way of comfort. Engineers assembled a wireless power transmission device, affixed it atop the fission reactor chamber, and ensured that the reactor's output could sufficiently power the surrounding area. After a day of being pursued by the Namsan at sea, the colonists finally made landfall, only to be preoccupied with the laborious task of organizing the remnants of the Arkansas. Exhausted, they quickly succumbed to sleep. Particularly fatigued was Sigma, who had deftly maneuvered the Ark through atmospheric skimming and deceleration, executed an emergency landing, and skillfully navigated the ship while under duress from the Namsan. He had scarcely slept for 3 days. Despite the hardness of his makeshift bed, he eventually drifted off. In his slumber, Sigma dreamt of returning to the Earth Union. Reliving that fateful day, born in 2061, he hailed from one of the first regions liberated by the Earth United Nations, enjoying a rather tranquil childhood. Following its reorganization, the Earth United Nations placed significant emphasis on education. During his formative years, Sigma benefited from a 12-year compulsory education, where he exhibited remarkable academic prowess, consistently achieving perfect scores. Ultimately, he graduated high school 2 years ahead of schedule. Upon graduation, Sigma enrolled in a prestigious university within the Earth United Nations, completing both his master's and doctoral examinations in a mere 4 years. The envy of his peers, he discovered a wormhole in 2080, which not only salvaged the Earth United Nations, but also initiated the Ulysses Project. This wormhole was the very subject of his graduate thesis. Thus, in his 20s, Sigma became a certified leading physicist and computer scientist within the Earth United Nations, simultaneously earning the title of its youngest eminent scientist. The wormhole brought him both fame and fortune, culminating in a loving family with a wife and daughter. However, the Earth United Nations, in its commitment to the Ulysses Project, redirected all research efforts toward the study of wormholes, leaving Sigma, as the discoverer, unable to escape this fate. Merely 2 years after his marriage, he was conscripted into the wormhole research team, never to return home. On that fateful day, having just completed his research and successfully published his paper, he finally found himself with a few precious days of respite. After extricating himself from the labyrinth of equations in the laboratory, he set out to spend time with his wife and daughter. At that time, Sigma's daughter was still in high school. Upon returning home, he discovered that his wife had just left to fetch their daughter from school. Unable to contain his excitement, he drove to the front of the school. There, he beheld his wife, holding their daughter's hand, gracefully approaching his car, her face adorned with a smile, while their daughter eagerly waved her hands at her father. In that moment, Sigma felt like the happiest man on earth. However, fate had a cruel joke in store for him. An out-of-control heavy truck barreled through, and in an instant, blood was spilled. The investigation concluded that the truck driver was fully responsible due to drunk driving. Despite the truck being equipped with an autonomous driving system, the inebriated driver had slumped over the steering wheel, causing the system to disengage after a series of conflicts with the steering. This ultimately led to the tragic loss of control. Sigma received a substantial compensation, but it was only sufficient to cover the burial of his beloved wife and daughter. The profound grief of losing his family did not drive Sigma into despair, for he knew that his daughter had always yearned to explore other stellar systems. He returned to the laboratory, dedicating himself to the analysis of wormholes, and under his leadership, the progress was remarkable. Once the theoretical analysis of wormholes was completed, the higher-ups of the Earth Federation inquired what reward he desired. Sigma replied that he wished for a ticket aboard the Ark colonization ship. The prospect of colonizing unknown star systems required an extraordinary mental fortitude. The Federation was initially concerned about Sigma's psychological stability following the loss of his family, but after undergoing multiple psychological assessments, he consistently achieved commendable results, leaving them with no objections. Ultimately, they granted him passage on the Ark colonization vessel. In his dreams, Sigma revisited the tapestry of his life. Witnessing his youthful self in the face of the Federation's military, his innocent childhood, the playful mischief of his adolescence, and his triumphant rise in the scientific community during his university years. The recollection culminated at the school gate, capturing the moment when his wife and daughter smiled at him. Awakened abruptly from his slumber, Sigma was drenched in cold sweat, tears streaming down his cheeks. He discovered that his left hand was tightly clutching an antique pocket watch against his chest. This watch, a relic from the era of the Second Cold War, perhaps even from the Golden Age, boasted a golden exterior adorned with intricate patterns radiating from a central, reminiscent of a black hole. Sigma cherished this old pocket watch. Despite enduring the ravages of time for over a century, it remained remarkably accurate, rivaling modern electronic timepieces. He opened the watch to reveal a white dial with black hands, accompanied by a small circular photograph. The image depicted a smiling girl with chestnut hair. Sigma attempted to wipe away his tears, but upon realizing the futility of his efforts, he softly wept. Monica. Chapter 5. The swamp. The reconnaissance drones could soar through the skies at any hour, tirelessly patrolling the expanse above Frentemi while the colonists rested. The data collected from these aerial surveys was continuously compiled onto the engineers' computers, gradually constructing a map of the land. The initial flight occurred at an altitude of 20,000 meters, conducting ultra-high reconnaissance to ascertain the fundamental terrain and land contours. It was only during the second and third flights that meticulous detail mapping of the topography commenced. Owing to the high-altitude operation, the drones flew at remarkable speeds, allowing for swift progress in the preliminary mapping. In just one night, 4 drones completed the topographical outline of 20% of the land. By integrating the data observed by the colonial fleet in outer space with the reconnaissance information gathered by the drones, the colonists had acquired a comprehensive grasp of the land's contours. This region resembled a near-circular expanse, characterized by a remarkably flat central area that harbored a vast temperate forest. The foliage was exuberant, with the canopies of broadleaf trees nearly enveloping the entire central region. Typically, such dense vegetation would pose a significant risk of forest fires. However, the abundant precipitation on Frentemi significantly mitigated the likelihood of such disasters. Additionally, the rainfall brought forth ample moisture, nurturing the entire forest and fostering a phenomenon of dense forestry unseen on Earth. Nevertheless, this was not favorable news for the colonists, as the thick canopies effectively obscured the ground, rendering the reconnaissance drones incapable of discerning anything beyond the treetops. However, the expansive central plain offered convenience to the colonists. By locating a site rich in mineral resources and clearing the forest, they could construct shelters without concern for site selection. As the drones could not return with pertinent information regarding the land beneath the canopy or specific geological data regarding mineral resources, the only way to uncover such details was to assemble exploration teams to conduct on-site investigations. Following a brief discussion, 3 exploration teams were formed. These colonists were not ordinary individuals. To ensure their psychological resilience during prolonged interstellar travel and solitary colonization, each colonist underwent rigorous psychological assessments and skill evaluations before being deemed fit for the journey. Consequently, every colonist possessed exceptional skills and expertise. Each exploration team comprised 9 members, with 5 individuals equipped with weapons to serve as a defense against potential threats. The remaining 4 included a geologist, a biologist, a medic, and a cook. The geologist was tasked with assessing geological conditions, collecting rock samples for planetary stratigraphy analysis, and, if fortunate, identifying surface mineral deposits to avoid missing valuable resources. The biologist was responsible for gathering various biological samples for analysis, and upon the expedition's conclusion, all samples would be returned to the temporary shelter, thereby enhancing the understanding of Frentemi's ecological system. During the course of the expedition, it is inevitable that injuries may occur. The medic is capable of performing basic emergency wound care, ensuring that severe injuries, such as fractures, do not worsen. The expedition team may embark on a journey lasting 10 days to half a month, making reliance solely on dry rations impractical and unsustainable. Thus, the cook, with the support of the biologist and medic, strives to gather ingredients from the forest to prepare meals. However, due to the uncertainty of the edibility of the forest's offerings, the expedition team has adequately stocked up on provisions, with the cook primarily responsible for transporting supplies. Above in the sky, the engineer has launched 3 drones, not for mapping, but to hover above the expedition team, providing them with communication and visual support. The 3 expedition teams embarked from 3 different directions. 2 teams explored along the coast, while 1 ventured deep into the interior. At this moment, the inland expedition team has spent half a day advancing only about 5 kilometers, hampered by the excessive gear they carry and the forest's dense tree roots, which make the terrain difficult to navigate. 9 members of the expedition found a relatively open area to rest. As the team members endeavored to recuperate from their fatigue, the biologist suddenly became animated, brandishing a knife as he rushed to a tree. This tree, with a trunk slightly darker than its companions, appeared unremarkable. The biologist made 2 incisions in the bark, leaving deep marks. Shortly thereafter, a milky white sap began to ooze from the wounds, thick and notably viscous. "Is this rubber?" one of the expedition members inquired, puzzled. "To be precise, it is natural resin. Rubber is an extract of this substance," the biologist explained. Although this tree was considerably taller than rubber trees on Earth, it was indeed a rubber tree. The biologist gazed up at the crown, noting that the tree stood at least 20 meters high, its massive canopy towering over the surrounding foliage. The rubber produced by rubber trees on Earth serves to heal their wounds, while here, the rubber is generated to support the trunk's growth, allowing it to capture more sunlight, the biologist elaborated. "Oh, is that so?" the others responded, somewhat bewildered. Rubber is a vital industrial material. The tires of heavy-duty trucks, the shoes upon our feet, and the cups we carry, all are made from rubber. The presence of natural rubber trees on this planet is immensely auspicious for us, as it spares us the time and energy required to synthesize rubber artificially, the biologist remarked. "Why is the ecosystem of these 2 planets so remarkably similar? When I sat in the forest, I momentarily felt as though I had returned to Earth." A younger expedition member mused. "The most likely phenomenon is convergent evolution, for similar environments on different planets give rise to analogous life forms, with only subtle variations stemming from environmental factors," the biologist proclaimed as he plucked a leaf from a branch to show his companions. "Does this leaf not feel somewhat bristly?" he inquired. "These are the waterproof trichomes of the leaf. When water falls upon it, surface tension prevents it from penetrating the trichomes, facilitating the formation of small droplets that cascade to the ground. Furthermore, these leaves exhibit remarkable sturdiness, significantly more robust than the broadleaf trees on Earth, reminiscent of the hard-leaved subtropical trees. Notably, the leaves possess a subtly curled tubular structure, adept at channeling water droplets to the ground through gravity, a design feature intended to prevent excessive water accumulation that could weigh down the branches. This detail is intimately linked to the planet's rainy climate, the biologist mused, examining the leaf in his hand. "Will we encounter carnivorous plants or man-eating trees, akin to those depicted in films?" another team member queried. "Movies are mere fiction. Reality is quite different. Organisms are inherently lazy, tending towards stasis, only compelled to adapt when their environment shifts," the biologist replied dismissively. "This planet's terrestrial environment is exceedingly favorable. Logically, such dense forests should teem with wildlife. Yet, we have yet to encounter even a single insect. Therefore, it is highly probable that this planet lacks substantial land-dwelling fauna, with even amphibians being scarce. The terrestrial plants here have no natural enemies, lacking toxins, and bear no fruit, which underscores the exceptional nature of their habitat. To draw a parallel with humanity, imagine you were to remain at home, where food is delivered when you are hungry, and water is readily available when you thirst. Your only task is to live contentedly. Under such circumstances, would you expect evolution to produce carnivorous plants?" After hearing his companion's remarks, the biologist scoffed. "Yet, during my basic education, it was stated that the nervous systems of vertebrates are more complex and advanced than those of invertebrates, thus more likely to yield intelligent life forms. So why, on this planet, does intelligent life manifest as octopuses?" The medic in the team interjected. "I am uncertain, as evolution is profoundly influenced by environmental conditions. Our current understanding is insufficient to deduce the evolutionary trajectory of this planet's life forms. It is conceivable that a significant event occurred here, leading to the decline of early vertebrates and allowing invertebrates to dominate the biosphere." The biologist sighed before adding, "Enough of this. Our break is nearly over. We must proceed." The expedition leader, sensing the conversation could linger indefinitely, promptly interrupted, for they were an exploration team, not an academic research group. "Indeed," the team responded in unison. The exploration team gathered their gear and continued onward. Over the next 2 days, they traversed several kilometers and encountered a small river. The biologist attempted to gather biological samples from the water, but after much effort, all he managed to collect were sediments. Ultimately, they could only collect a few water samples from the river. Upon witnessing the irate silhouette of the biologist, Two team members engaged in hushed speculation. What could possibly incite such anger in the biologist? It's merely the absence of biological samples. I am unsure. But I have heard that this biologist had a particular penchant for fishing during the era of Earth, one replied. It is said that in the fishing community, if one spends half a day without a catch, they are dubbed Air Force. Upon overhearing their discussion, the biologist abruptly turned around, exasperated, and retorted, silence. Did I not collect water samples? A fisherman never returns empty-handed. The two team members immediately ceased their chatter, exchanging glances and stifling laughter. With a fierce glance from the biologist, they quickly composed themselves. However, this minor interlude alleviated the previously tense atmosphere within the team, fostering a greater sense of camaraderie among the members. After traversing the small river, the team began to notice that the grass beneath their feet became increasingly saturated. And at times, patches of water concealed by grass appeared, causing some members to almost sink upon stepping onto them. They spent an additional day and a half advancing approximately 10 kilometers before halting, as they encountered an expansive swamp ahead. The grass beneath them was now completely submerged, drenched by the water. A vast expanse of swamp water unfolded before their eyes, dotted with countless trees that grew atop it, creating a canopy that obscured the swamp from aerial reconnaissance. After deliberation, the team resolved to navigate around the periphery of the swamp, wary of potential lurking large amphibians within its depths. Nevertheless, after circling the swamp's boundary for about 20 kilometers over the course of 3 days, they still had not reached its edge. The drone assisting their reconnaissance could see nothing but treetops, only able to provide the expedition team with their coordinates. The team members looked to their leader, who, after careful contemplation, declared, "Let us continue to circumnavigate the boundary for another 20 kilometers. 3 days later, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of swamp water, the team turned their attention to the captain. He retrieved his military-grade tablet and accessed the map generated by the drone's reconnaissance. Here is our location relative to the swamp. Here is where we have traversed over 20 kilometers, and here is our current position. The captain marked 3 points on the map and continued, according to the drone's positioning. Although our path appears linear, it is in fact slightly curved. This swamp is likely to be circular in form. By employing simple mathematical principles, 3 points can define a circle, allowing us to estimate the area of this swamp." As he spoke, he inputted data into the tablet. Following the computer's calculations, a vast circle materialized on the displayed map. When the map was adjusted to a scale of 100 square kilometers, it revealed only a small arc of the circle. The captain continued to zoom out until the map displayed the entirety of the land, at which point the circle was fully revealed. The team members gazed at the map displayed on the tablet, taking a deep breath of the cool air. The circle depicted there encompassed the entirety of the landmass. The shape of the land in Frentemi appeared to be nearly circular, while the calculated area of the swamp formed a concentric circle within it. This suggested that a significant portion of the Frentemi land was, in fact, a vast swamp rather than a plain. How could this be possible? How could such a colossal swamp form naturally, covering a large part of the land? A team member exclaimed. "Do you think it is reasonable to assume that a landmass is merely a vast plain?" inquired the geologist. Under normal circumstances, a land surface would feature mountains, canyons, and other complex terrains. It is absolutely inconceivable for an entire continent to consist solely of a single topography. The geologist scrutinized the map intently and continued. "I believe this land might represent a different scenario, one that could potentially yield such a uniform landscape." "What scenario?" the captain asked. "A meteorite crater." The geologist slowly articulated those 3 words. Chapter 6. Dissection. If we consider the 22 million square kilometers of land in Frentemi as a colossal meteorite crater, it could indeed provide an explanation. The center of a meteorite crater is lower than its surrounding edges, through eons of geological time and the accumulation of rainfall. The center could gradually transform into a vast swamp, the geologist stated. But how do we explain the Namsan civilization? A meteorite capable of creating such a massive crater would undoubtedly result in a global mass extinction, one that could obliterate all multicellular life, the medic interjected. "No. We must take into account the unique surface of Frentemi. The land is predominantly water, under the cushioning effect of the water. A meteorite impact might annihilate a significant portion of life, yet the ancestors of the Namsan civilization could have survived. It is possible that early vertebrates on this planet were eradicated by that meteorite," the biologist pondered, reflecting on the geologist's perspective. Whether or not it is indeed a meteorite crater can be determined by collecting samples from the rock layers at the bottom of the swamp. The geologist produced his geological drill, stating, "The geological drill is a compact core drill powered by batteries, which retains a portion of soil and rock samples during the drilling process. It can reach depths of up to 20 meters, making it ideal for shallow surface analysis. We should venture into the swamp. The deeper we go, the more likely we are to collect the distinctive rock layers formed by the impact, the geologist declared. Setting down his equipment and entering the water. Rester, come back. The captain called out as he saw the geologist wade into the water. I'll swim forward for just 200 meters and return swiftly, the geologist assured. This is not Earth. The dangers in the water are unknown. Recklessly entering could expose you to alien pathogens, and even the finest medical care on Earth would be unable to save you, the medic warned. Upon hearing the medic's words, the geologist hesitated for a moment before promptly turning back and swimming to safety. The geologist's cautious demeanor alleviated the tension amongst the team. If Lester had indeed been infected by some extraterrestrial pathogen and had entered the camp without undergoing proper examination, it could have resulted in a catastrophic outbreak. Human immunity is likely ill-equipped to recognize and combat such alien microorganisms, which might be benign to local organisms but could wreak havoc on human physiology. Conversely, it is also plausible that the fundamental biological structures, such as proteins and genes, render the alien virus incapable of surviving within the human body. Nevertheless, maintaining a vigilant attitude towards all matters is of utmost importance. As the geologist neared the shore, he uttered, "Gentlemen, I'm done for." Just then, as his upper body had almost reached land, an unseen force suddenly yanked him back into the water. The geologist thrashed for a moment before resurfacing, exclaiming, "What are you all staring at? Help me." At this, the team sprang into action. The biologist and the cook rushed to the water's edge, attempting to grasp the geologist's hand. "Be careful. Something in the water is pulling at my right leg. It's incredibly strong," the geologist shouted. Two armed team members aimed their electromagnetic rifles at the water's surface, unleashing a flurry of shots in an attempt to dislodge whatever was ensnaring the geologist without harming him. At that moment, their marksmanship proved effective. The geologist chuckled, for he felt the grip on his leg begin to wane after the volley of gunfire. "I hope this isn't your last words," the medic remarked, as he and the biologist grasped the geologist's hand, pulling him ashore. When the geologist's leg finally emerged from the water, a collective gasp escaped the group. Clinging to his leg was none other than a Namsan. Its numerous tentacles were firmly affixed to the geologist's right pant leg, with suction cups tenaciously gripping the carbon fiber protective suit, resisting all attempts to detach it. The creature's main body bore several small bullet holes, from which blue blood oozed slowly. Had it not been for the carbon fiber suit, the geologist would have likely suffered significant abrasions on his leg. "Why is there a Namsan here?" the geologist mused, observing the creature affixed to him. The biologist interjected, "There are rivers along our route, which likely connect the marshes to the sea, allowing the Namsans to infiltrate the swamp." Only then did he realize, no wonder there are no large terrestrial creatures. The true landmass of this planet consists solely of the outer ring of this continent. The interior is merely a relatively enclosed mangrove swamp. It's possible that it teems with Namsans. "What shall we do now?" the geologist inquired, as he forcefully pried the Namsan from his leg and carelessly discarded it aside. The captain replied, "Let us return to the temporary shelter and inform Sigma," allowing him to make the decision. "Hold on. I wish to procure something from the swamp before we depart," the biologist declared. The onlookers watched as he retrieved an enhanced carbon fiber folding fishing rod from his backpack. "Chef, lend me 2 pieces of meat. I wish to catch something," he exclaimed. "Wait, you don't mean to fish for a Namsan, do you?" the chef replied, his voice laced with trepidation. "I have stated before, a fisherman never returns empty-handed." The biologist cast the rod, which instantly extended into a long pole. On the journey back, the biologist clutched a transparent plastic container housing the captured Namsan. Inside, the creature darted about, initially agitated, attempting to adhere to the walls of the container with its suckers, clawing at the sides with its hooks, producing a dissonant sound as it scraped against the plastic. However, the container was constructed of reinforced plastic, rivaling glass in durability, rendering the Namsan's attempts futile. Subsequently, it attempted to cling to the inner surface, trying to gnaw its way out. This provided the biologist with a rare opportunity to closely observe the Namsan's mandibles. Lacking upper and lower jaws, it possessed a beak akin to that of an octopus, adorned with 4 rows of teeth, an extraordinary sight indeed. Upon realizing it could not escape, the Namsan's fury transformed into fear as it cowered in a corner of the container, motionless. "Hey, why don't you move? You were quite strong when I caught you," the biologist urged impatiently, giving the container a gentle shake. Stimulated, the Namsan resumed its struggles, attempting once more to break free. "Ah, it's moving." The biologist's excitement mirrored that of a child with a new toy. prompting the other team members to share a moment of silent sympathy for the creature confined within. Uncertain of the Namsan's dietary needs and hesitant to feed it indiscriminately, they decided to keep it in the container, hoping it would not succumb to hunger before they returned to the shelter. The reconnaissance team hastened back to the camp, aided by aerial reconnaissance, following a nearly direct path. After approximately 5 days, they arrived at the camp. By this time, the previously scattered Ark colony vessels had been meticulously arranged by functionality, energy, habitation, and other designated areas along the beach. The cabins formed a square formation, encircling the temporary tents and establishing a posture of protection and defense. Severely damaged cabins, such as the original cockpit, were dragged far from the beach to prevent them from being swept away by the tides. Upon the expedition team's return after half a month, the camp had undergone a remarkable transformation, exhibiting orderliness that starkly contrasted with the initial chaos. "Could you assist me with my equipment? I must take my leave. I need to analyze the Namsan's physiological data before it perishes," the biologist said, shedding his heavy backpack and hastily grabbing the water samples and the container holding the Namsan as he rushed toward the camp. As the team members gazed at the diminishing figure of the biologist, they exchanged glances filled with wry amusement, gathering the biologist's equipment as they made their way toward the camp. To facilitate the colonizers' exploration of the new planet's natural and ecological environments, the Ark was equipped with several laboratory modules. The largest of these was the geological analysis chamber, closely followed by the biological laboratory. The laboratory boasted state-of-the-art equipment, especially in the biological section, which included everything from basic dissection tables to advanced gene sequencing devices. When the Ark set off, it carried over 100 of the finest biological scientists, and once they discovered new life samples, a mere fraction of time would suffice for the team to unravel the complexities of the newfound species' life activities and characteristics. "Guys, look what I've got!" exclaimed the biologist as he swung open the door to the biological laboratory, proudly brandishing a box containing a live Namsan for his colleagues to behold. To maintain the sterile environment, he was clad in a snug protective suit, having completed the disinfection process, and the box was also treated with a disinfectant spray. His colleagues, engrossed in their work, turned in unison to face him. "Wait, is that a live Namsan sample?" exclaimed one astute scientist. "Indeed. I procured it from the marshlands. No counterfeit here," the biologist proclaimed with pride. The laboratory erupted in excitement. They finally had a live sample. Especially after weeks of analyzing deceased specimens washed ashore from the ocean, some of which had begun to decompose, akin to performing autopsies. "I am eager to observe how the Namsan breathes and feeds, but alas, the samples from the ocean lacked any evidence of its digestive or respiratory systems. What structure do the Namsan's teeth and tentacle suction cups possess that allows them to gnaw through steel?" Amidst the throng of scientific inquiries, the Namsan was placed on the dissection table. Days later, a comprehensive report detailing the biological data of the Namsan appeared on Sigma's desk. The genetic structure of the Namsan, too, was a double helix of deoxyribonucleic acid. However, it contained 1.5 times the variety of nucleotides compared to humans, who possess only 4 types. While the Namsan boasts 6, the cellular tissue of the Namsan is composed of proteins, lipids, and other substances, showing minor differences from human cells. Remarkably, the proteins of the Namsan are left-handed, which, while functionally neutral for proteins, holds significant implications for humans. Left-handed and right-handed proteins determine whether they can be utilized by human cells. Human cells primarily utilize left-handed proteins, and the ingestion of right-handed proteins can render them unusable, even toxic. The analysis of the genetic and cellular structures demonstrated the underlying similarities between the Namsan and Earth organisms, suggesting a shared lineage of life between Earth and the Namsan. This also implies that the organic life structures of Earth might represent a prevalent and optimal model for organic life forms throughout the galaxy. Currently, there exists only a singular analytical sample of the Namsan civilization, rendering any conclusions premature. In terms of physical data, the specimen captured by biologists measures nearly 2 meters in length and weighs 67 kilograms. However, a significant portion, approximately 1.2 meters, comprises its tentacles, with the actual body length being merely 80 centimeters. The Namsan possesses a total of 16 appendages, 8 of which are diminutive sucker arms, characterized by their shorter stature and smaller size, featuring ordinary suction cups devoid of hooks. These are presumably utilized for adhesion to solid surfaces and swimming purposes. Moreover, there are 6 powerful arms of moderate length, equipped with robust musculature and adorned with hooked suction cups, likely employed to ensnare and immobilize prey during hunting. Additionally, 2 elongated powerful arms, the longest of all, exhibit the most formidable musculature and the largest hooked suction cups, endowed with the greatest suction strength. These elongated arms are also replete with sensory organs, primarily for detecting sound waves and olfactory stimuli, alongside the reproductive organs, as the Nam-sun is hermaphroditic. The musculature of the Nam-sun diverges significantly from that of humans, which comprises striated muscle, smooth muscle, and cardiac muscle. Striated muscle excels in explosive strength but lacks endurance, while smooth muscle is remarkably enduring yet deficient in power bursts. Cardiac muscle amalgamates the advantages of both striated and smooth muscle, but is restricted to executing simple repetitive motions. Conversely, Nam-sun musculature achieves a harmonious balance among these three types, proficiently combining explosive power with exceptional endurance. This anatomical feature accounts for their ability to pursue arc colonization vessels at speeds of 40 knots over distances exceeding 1,000 kilometers. However, such musculature is also accompanied by high energy consumption and elevated heat generation. Were humans to possess similar muscles, they would need to dedicate half of their day to sustenance and would be prone to rapid hunger. A brief period of running would elevate their body temperature to 42 degrees Celsius. The Nam-sun, residing in aquatic environments, need not concern themselves with thermal regulation, as they have evolved a formidable energy storage system to mitigate muscular energy expenditure. Their energy reserves consist of a complex compound of carbohydrates and proteins, exhibiting far superior storage efficiency compared to human glycogen and fat, and allowing for easier recycling, unlike human fat, which tends to linger within storage cells. The Nam-sun is equipped with 3 brains, one dedicated to controlling the movement of its appendages, one responsible for sensory perception, and the third intriguingly connected to an entirely separate set of sensory organs. Remarkably, the Nam-sun possesses 2 distinct sensory systems, one situated on its elongated arms and the other on its main body. The sensory organs on the main body are significantly more sensitive than those on the elongated arms, primarily serving as acoustic receivers and transmitters. This adaptation may be attributed to their deep-sea habitat, where the utility of vision is diminished, although the Nam-sun possesses eyes. Their visual acuity approximates that of a human with severe myopia of 500 degrees. Most astonishing to biologists is the fact that the Nam-sun's third brain and its accompanying sensory organs are detachable. These 2 components are connected to the Nam-sun's main body by a structure reminiscent of a placenta. This phenomenon is akin to the peculiar notion of humans being able to effortlessly detach their own eyeballs, brains, and vocal cords, substituting them at will. Moreover, the third brain possesses no capabilities beyond processing the data relayed by sensory organs. As Sigma perused the report, an unsettling sensation crept over him, and alongside the geological assessments provided by geologists, a terrifying conjecture regarding the Nam-sun civilization began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 7. Zero-sum game. Approximately 90 million years ago, a meteorite plummeted from the heavens, striking the planet of Frentimi head-on. The impact site was a shallow sea, likely dotted with small islands where early, hardy plants with lignified branches had already begun to flourish. The immense force of the meteorite's descent propelled the continental shelf of the shallow sea above the water's surface, resulting in a colossal impact crater. The debris ejected by the meteorite's collision attained sufficient velocity to ascend to the upper atmosphere, only to lose speed and be reclaimed by the planet's gravitational pull, transforming into a meteor shower as it descended. When the meteor shower fell upon the ocean, the relatively small fragments absorbed the impact force, resulting in minimal geological damage. However, the heat generated during the meteorite's descent was entirely absorbed by the water, causing the upper layers of Frentimi's ocean to reach temperatures soaring between 50 and 60 degrees Celsius. A multitude of surface-dwelling marine organisms perished due to the intense heat, including the plankton that underpinned the oceanic ecosystem. Given the vastness of Frentimi's ocean, if the meteor shower had been the sole event, it would have inflicted catastrophic damage primarily on the shallow marine life, leaving the deep-sea creatures largely unaffected. Yet, a meteorite capable of creating a crater spanning 22 million square kilometers is far from a mere source of meteor showers. The colossal meteorite likely disturbed the planet's geological structure, transmitting shockwaves directly to its core. This upheaval resulted in numerous geological fractures, while the core experienced intense impact, triggering an explosive activation state. The heightened activity within the planet's core led to a surge of magma from deep within the strata, with the geological fissures providing optimal conduits for its eruption. Shortly after the meteorite's impact, countless underwater volcanoes erupted across Frentimi, unleashing vast amounts of magma that heated the deep-sea waters, subjecting the organisms adapted to the frigid depths to a sudden, scalding environment. In an instant, the planet's surface and seabed transformed into a hellscape of death. The voluminous emissions of carbon dioxide and various toxic substances from the volcanoes contaminated the deep-sea waters. Even those fortunate enough to escape the lethal temperatures faced the dire threat of poisoning from the noxious mixtures spewed forth by the volcanic activity. In a fleeting moment, a planet that once nurtured life became a purgatory of death, witnessing the near extinction of 99 of its large biological entities in a cataclysmic event of unparalleled magnitude. However, amidst the vast oceanic expanse of Frentemi, there exist certain locales, specific depths of water, which have not succumbed to the overwhelming heat unleashed by deep-sea volcanoes and meteorite bombardments. The dissemination of pollutants from underwater volcanic activity is less severe in these regions. Resilient organisms have thrived here, surviving until the surface waters cooled, the populations of plankton rejuvenated, and the turmoil at the planet's core ceased, halting the violent eruptions of the seafloor volcanoes. In this cataclysmic extinction event, the early vertebrates of Frentemi perished, leaving only the ancestors of the Namsan civilization, a lineage of mollusks, to endure. Following the restoration of the environment, the Namsan civilization swiftly claimed all high ecological niches within the oceans of this planet, evolving into beings of advanced intelligence and establishing a civilization. The colossal craters formed by meteorite impacts, over the eons of geological evolution, transformed into landmasses. In the lower-lying areas of these craters, there likely existed an immense saline lake. The resilient seeds of early, robust woody plants, which had not been entirely obliterated by the meteorite impact, successfully persisted until the environment was restored, proliferating within the remnants of the crater. Initially, these plants may have occupied only the exposed portions of the crater. Over time, as plants perished and fell into the lake, they decomposed into humus, which in turn supported the growth of other vegetation, gradually enabling the encroachment into the depths of the lake. Ultimately, after a prolonged passage of time, the lake at the crater's center was transformed into a vast mangrove swamp, resembling the landscape encountered by colonizers upon their arrival at Frentemi. This narrative encapsulates the tale of the Namsan civilization and this terrestrial expanse. Behind the development of every planetary civilization lies a grand saga. One can only imagine the epic, tumultuous stories of the Namsan ancestors as they confronted the harshness of their environment, tales unknown to human civilization. The circulatory system of the Namsan is characterized by the collaborative transportation of oxygen through both hemocyanin and hemoglobin. Although the molecular composition and structure of these proteins differ, their fundamental principles bear striking similarities to those of human proteins. Hemocyanin utilizes copper ions as oxygen carriers, rendering it blue, whereas hemoglobin employs iron ions, resulting in a red hue. With a predominance of hemocyanin present directly in the blood, the overall coloration of Namsan blood leans toward blue. While hemocyanin possesses a lower oxygen transport capacity than hemoglobin, its immediate presence in the bloodstream allows it to seize oxygen upon contact. A crucial advantage for the ancestors of the Namsan civilization in their struggle against the severe conditions following the meteorite impact. However, as organisms grow larger, their energy demands escalate, revealing the inefficiencies of hemocyanin's transport capabilities. Consequently, the Namsan evolved to develop hemoglobin, which boasts a capacity for oxygen transport several times greater than that of hemocyanin, thus supporting more energy-intensive biological activities. However, hemocyanin, as the fundamental repository of ancestry, was not forsaken. Ultimately, it evolved into a circulatory system in which both hemocyanin and hemoglobin coexisted. Regarding Namsan's third detachable brain and sensory organs, Sigma conceived an alternative perspective. This third brain of Namsan is solely responsible for processing data from its associated sensory organs, exhibiting a remarkably singular function, which starkly contrasts with the complexity of a true brain. It resembles more of a processor, akin to human electronic devices, which utilize chips to interpret sensor data and convert it into a comprehensible format for humans. Thus, is there any distinction between Namsan's third brain and human electronic devices? Both serve as processors, handling data perceived by biological senses and relaying it to Namsan's perceptual brain. Furthermore, this system of brain and sensory organs is detachable. One can effortlessly replace the third brain along with its accompanying sensory organs. This is the legendary biological computer, a biological apparatus. What terrifies Sigma is the capacity for brain-machine interaction that this biological computer possesses, far surpassing that of human electronic computing devices. The Namsan civilization is an oceanic one. Within the ocean, it is impossible to extract portable metals through high temperatures, thus they cannot ascend the same technological hierarchy as humanity. Yet, the Namsan civilization may not be the wise indigenous octopuses that human colonizers envisioned. who decrees that civilization must necessarily ascend the electronic technology tree. Instead, it is a civilization based on an entirely new biological technology tree, one that humanity has never encountered. And this civilization traverses the depths of its biological technology tree far beyond humanity's ascent of the electronic one. Sigma suddenly recalled that when the Ark colonization ship descended, it struck a yacht-like vessel belonging to the Namsun civilization. Why would a marine mollusk civilization require a vessel to navigate the sea? They reside within it. This was a matter he had previously overlooked, as it was too astonishing and defied human imagination. Yet now, Sigma's mind has begun to form some answers. This yacht sailing upon the sea represents Namsun civilization's inaugural attempt to thrive outside of water, akin to humanity's first rocket launch. No, the vessel was occupied by the president of the Namsun civilization. Such an unstable experimental craft would certainly not accommodate a figure of such high standing. The only plausible explanation is that the Namsun civilization has mastered the art of shipbuilding, expanding their living space from the depths of the water to the surface. Sigma continued to peruse the dissection report, unaware that a torrential downpour had commenced outside. On Frantimi, rain is a commonplace occurrence, falling daily for the past several weeks. Yet today's deluge was particularly fierce. Thick clouds shrouded the sky in darkness, prompting the colonists to cease their tasks and retreat to their quarters, awaiting the storm's passage. The skin of the Namsun lacks any moisture-retaining capacity. Exposure to air causes rapid dehydration of their skin cells, leading to cracking. However, they possess the remarkable ability to generate a layer of mucus on their skin, enabling them to maintain moisture in humid environments. This mucus also facilitates the exchange of oxygen from the air, while the hemocyanin in the bloodstream of the Namsun allows their skin to absorb oxygen from this mucus. Considering the atmospheric oxygen content of up to 35 in the Frantemi, it is conceivable that the Namsun could survive solely through cutaneous respiration. The respiratory organs of the Namsun differ significantly from those of Earth's aquatic creatures. Most aquatic animals on Earth possess gill-like structures, where fine blood vessels, resembling whiskers, extract oxygen from the water as it flows by. In the absence of water, these whisker-like filaments tend to clump together, drastically reducing oxygen absorption efficiency, ultimately leading to an inability to acquire sufficient oxygen. This is a primary reason aquatic animals cannot survive on land. In contrast, the Namsun have a net-like gill structure, where slightly thicker blood vessels overlap to form a large mesh. Although the efficiency of oxygen exchange is not as high as that of gill filaments, this configuration prevents the vessels from adhering to one another when exposed to air, thereby maintaining oxygen absorption efficiency. To put it simply, the Namsun can breathe air. While breathing air directly may be as uncomfortable for them as forcing dry, hot air into human lungs, they do not suffocate in the atmosphere. Given the ample oxygen and humid conditions on Frantemi, it is not particularly challenging for the Namsun to ascend to land and reside there for an extended period. The words violent storm echoed incessantly in Sigma's mind. A thunderclap resonated, followed by a piercing cry from outside. Sigma immediately approached the window and was met with a terrifying sight. Countless avian creatures, reminiscent of the pterosaurs from Earth's era, emerged from the sea, flapping their massive fleshly wings as they soared into the sky. The cries were emitted by these seabirds. Sigma could vaguely discern Namsun riding upon the backs of these creatures. One by one, colossal Namsun, each reaching over 100 meters in length, surfaced from the ocean and made their way toward the colony. From the direction of the forest, numerous Namsun, leveraging the torrential rain, descended from the trees. Each possessed enormous eyes that were incongruous with their appearance, undoubtedly indicating exceptional vision. The birds served as the aerial force, the gigantic Namsun constituted the naval force, and those with the distinctive eyes were the ground troops. In that moment, Sigma momentarily forgot his astonishment, gazing at the alarming scene outside, and slowly remarked, "It appears that we humans have underestimated Namsun civilization. This represents, and from this moment forth, a zero-sum game of life and death will unfold between two civilizations." The chilling alarms reverberated through the skies of the colony, prompting all colonists to immediately assume a state of readiness. Thus commenced the inaugural war between humanity and the Namsun civilization. Chapter 8. The rainy night assault. In the days following the colonists' arrival on the island, the Namsun had refrained from launching an offensive against the encampment. Nevertheless, the colonists remained vigilant, maintaining a watchful eye around the perimeter of their camp. Apart from the seaward side, they had excavated a series of trenches, with approximately 4,000 personnel armed with electromagnetic assault rifles patrolling the vicinity. When the Namsun initiated their surprise attack on the human encampment, torrential rains had filled the trenches with water, compelling the patrol teams to seek refuge from the downpour. This provided the Nam-sun with a precious opportunity for a stealthy incursion. However, the lookout towers of the camp were not idle. Upon detecting a significant movement of Nam-sun from both the forest and the sea, the alarms were sounded. The patrol teams, having taken shelter, swiftly transitioned into combat mode, braving the deluge as they entered the waterlogged trenches to establish defensive lines. The first battle between humans and Nam-sun unfolded as a trench warfare scenario. The primary assault by the Nam-sun originated from both the terrestrial forests and the ocean, effectively encircling the colonists' encampment from two fronts. The maritime assault was comprehensible, as the ocean served as the Namsun's ancestral home, with the avian Nam-sun and the colossal Nam-sun emerging from its depths. The land-based assault, however, was likely tied to the vast Central Marsh, which constituted 90% of the territory. Although the Central Marsh did not directly connect to the ocean, numerous rivers served as conduits linking the marsh to the sea. It was no trivial task for the Nam-sun to traverse the land and utilize these rivers to infiltrate the marsh. When the Ark colonization vessel crash-landed on the beach, several Nam-sun clung to its exterior, subsequently making their way ashore before returning to the sea. These Nam-sun were likely reconnaissance operatives, tasked with relaying the location of the colonization camp back to their civilization. Sigma observed the approaching Nam-sun army, conservatively estimated to number in the tens of thousands, and was reminded of the super troop movements that spanned half the continent. Upon learning of the colonization camp's location, the Nam-sun promptly organized an army exceeding 100,000, utilizing the rivers to penetrate the Central Marsh. The Nam-sun specimen brought back by the biologists could have been a casualty or perhaps an unintended stowaway. Yet it undoubtedly heightened the alertness of the Nam-sun forces stationed in the Central Marsh. This reconnaissance team likely played a pivotal role in guiding the Nam-sun troops in the marsh towards the colonization camp. As the Nam-sun army and their air and naval forces coordinated their maneuvers amidst the storm, they officially launched their offensive against the colony. This represented a flawlessly orchestrated triadic military operation, executing a pincer movement. The Nam-sun civilization was certainly not to be underestimated, Sigma remarked. 2 illumination flares were discharged into the dark sky on a rain-soaked night. Utilizing a high-combustion white phosphorus magnesium aluminum compound, these flares provided enduring light even amidst the torrential downpour. If the trenches were merely designed for terrestrial forest defense, the patrols would only perceive the forest, where both the trees and the ground were blanketed by the pale forms of the Nam-suns. With their bizarrely large eyes, they fixated intently on the colonizers within the trenches, their lower appendages writhing as they approached the colonizers on the muddy beach with unpredictable trajectories amidst the rain. The scene was profoundly unsettling. Fortunately, the colonizers had undergone rigorous psychological evaluations, and despite their immense fear, they did not abandon their weapons to flee. The electromagnetic rifles in the colonizers' hands unleashed electromagnetic steel needles at several times the speed of sound. Given the overwhelming number of incoming Nam-suns, there was no need for precise aiming. Simply pulling the trigger sufficed. Some well-projected steel needles managed to pierce through 3 or 4 Nam-suns before coming to a halt. However, the assault from the forest direction involved over 100,000 Nam-suns, saturating both the forest and the ground. For every 3 or 4 Nam-suns that fell, 5 or 6 more would surge forward, seemingly undeterred by death. The colonizers felt, for the first time, that their electromagnetic assault rifles were somewhat lacking in firepower. Under the relentless onslaught of the Nam-sun army, the trenches defended by humans were breached one after another. Some patrols, unable to retreat in time, were engulfed by the Nam-sun forces, vanishing in an instant. A total of 8 trenches had been excavated to defend against the forest direction. Yet the Nam-suns swiftly seized 3 of them by leveraging the advantages of weather and surprise. While the colonizers did possess considerable firepower, with over 80 mm electromagnetic assault cannons aboard the Ark colonization vessel, these were all stationed along the coastline, where the defensive situation was far more dire. Hundreds of colossal Nam-suns lingered along the shoreline, constantly seeking opportunities to land. These gigantic Nam-suns, with a main body reaching 100 meters and with their tentacles, conservatively exceed 200 meters in length. Even the smallest of their appendages was sturdier than the body of an ordinary Nam-sun. As a colossal Nam-sun ascended onto land, revealing its immense form, the oppressive aura of that moment was beyond description. Furthermore, due to the rain, the explosive effects of the electromagnetic assault cannon's high explosive shells were severely diminished on land. One colossal Nam-sun was struck by 2 80 mm high explosive shells, resulting in the complete obliteration of its upper body. Yet, it continued to advance, propelled by the movement control center located at the base of its tentacles. Although the colossal Nam-suns exuded immense intimidation, The high explosive shells held significant suppressive power over them, allowing the coastal defense line to withstand the assault, at least for the time being. What truly troubled the colonizers were the airborne namsons. These aerial namsons presented an unusual combination of pterosaurs carrying namsons. In the realm of pterosaurs, these magnificent creatures boast colossal membranous wings and streamlined bodies, seemingly designed for both aquatic navigation and aerial flight. Upon the back of the pterosaur, the namson extends its elongated limbs into the delicate brain of the creature, indicating a relationship that transcends that of mount and rider. It is one of controller and controlled. The pterosaur's abdomen is equipped with 4 claws, while its beak is notably sharp and formidable. As the pterosaur dives from the heavens, its silhouette presents a minimal profile, making it a challenging target for electromagnetic assault rifles. In a swift motion, it can pierce through a hapless colonist with its keen beak, subsequently ascending with its victim into the sky, where the unfortunate individual is released from a great height, resulting in a gruesome fate even if they survive the initial strike. The pterosaur also soars above the forest troops, seizing 4 namsons from the ground and releasing them over the colonists' encampment. The dropped namsons curl into a ball, attempting to land on their tentacled limbs. Upon impact, they bounce twice before clumsily rising to their feet, quickly reverting to a state of lethal intent within the camp. The claws and suction cups adorning the limbs of the namsons are exceedingly sharp, slicing through human flesh with the ease of a knife through ripe melon, yielding devastating efficiency. The greatest casualties among the colonists arise from the airborne namsons. Yet, the colonists find themselves helpless against these aerial foes, lacking adequate anti-aircraft weaponry. While it is conceivable to use electromagnetic rifles for defense, the torrential rain makes it nearly impossible to aim skyward without protective eyewear, rendering precision targeting of the swiftly flying namsons a formidable challenge. However, what humanity cannot combat, its creations can. Several reconnaissance drones descend from the storm-laden clouds, exhibiting no hesitation as they collide with the airborne namsons. Though the drones are unarmed, they become formidable weapons in their own right against the namsons. To ensure reliable and stable flight, the drones utilize propellers powered by electric motors housed within their bodies. The dual-blade propellers, spinning at high velocity, are akin to razor-sharp knives. Upon impact with the namsons, the rapidly rotating blades slice through them as if they were sushi, albeit exceedingly fresh. The reinforced alloy propellers cleave through both the namsons and the pterosaur beneath, creating a gory aperture, while the untouched sections of the wings are severed into 2 parts, succumbing to the planet's gravity. Remarkably, the propellers sustain no significant deformation and continue to function seamlessly. After striking a namson, the drone wobbles momentarily before its advanced autopilot stabilizes it, enabling it to seek out and target additional airborne namsons under the guidance of its operator. The reconnaissance drones deployed earlier for terrestrial mapping and to assist the scouting teams had long since fulfilled their missions. However, the engineers opted not to retrieve them. Instead, they allowed these drones to soar at altitudes of 10,000 meters. Retrieving them would have been rather cumbersome, so it was deemed simpler to let them linger in the sky, especially since they had flown without incident for several months and now proved to be of significant utility. Soon, the 4 or 5 drones belonging to the colonizers commenced their aerial onslaught, and the rain that fell upon the colony became a macabre blend of blue and red blood. The training regimen for the avian namsons was undoubtedly rigorous, resulting in their sparse numbers. After the drones collided with approximately 20 of these birds, the skies were emptied of them. Inspired by the aerial drones, new methods to supplement the land defense line were quickly devised. Within the colonial camp, following several days of development, the engineers had assembled a number of heavy transport vehicles from the Ark's components. These half-tracked vehicles could traverse muddy terrain at speeds of 60 kilometers per hour while carrying nearly 100 tons of cargo. Even without payload, their weight exceeded several tons. What sensation could one expect when such a heavy transport vehicle crushes a namson, which possesses virtually no rigid skeletal structure? According to the colonizers who operated the vehicles, it felt akin to driving over a mass of jelly, sticky and cumbersome. Indeed, it took the engineers a full day to cleanse the remnants of namson from the tires and tracks of the heavy transports. At present, along the terrestrial front, several heavy transport vehicles sped across the open ground before the trenches, leaving behind a gelatinous mixture of blue namson limbs. The dense formation of the namson army had unwittingly transformed into a service for the heavy trucks, as for every 10 meters they advanced, nearly 100 namsons were reduced to a blue jelly-like substance. With the inclusion of this heavy transport service, the pressure on the terrestrial forest defense line was significantly alleviated, allowing for a stabilization of the front. On the coastal defense line, Over 80 millimeters electromagnetic assault cannons obliterated the heads of the massive Namsans, leaving nearly 100 of them eternally marooned on the beach. Even in the humid climate of Frentemi, such a deluge as the Namsan's assault was rare, yet the tempest would eventually pass. After a night of relentless rain, the thick clouds began to dissipate, and the torrential downpour gradually subsided. Rays of sunlight pierced through the thinning clouds, heralding the dawn. The sun of Frentemi, Perixen, rose above the blue horizon, painting the sky in hues of sunrise red. As the sunlight pierced the clouds, the rain that had fallen throughout the night began to wane. The Namsans, having failed in their nocturnal assault, instinctively recognized that they would not stand a chance against the human colonizers once the rain ceased, and they promptly halted their attack. In the direction of the sea, the remaining colossal Namsans slowly sank beneath the waves, while the rest of the Namsan army retreated into the depths of the jungle. After a night of fierce battle, leaving behind a chaotic aftermath, the first offensive and defensive clash between the Namsan and humanity has come to a close. The Namsan incurred the loss of over 20 flying Namsan, hundreds of colossal Namsan, and more than 20,000 Namsan ground troops. On the human side, approximately 2,000 souls perished, half of whom fell on the battlefield, while the remainder succumbed primarily to the diving assaults of the flying Namsan, as well as the onslaught of the Namsan ground forces within the encampment. Chapter 9. The Migration Plan. They are eternal heroes, and we shall forever commemorate their contributions to the advancement of humanity. May the light of humanity endure through the ages. Sigma stood upon a hastily erected podium, addressing the over 200,000 colonists gathered in the camp. May the light of humanity endure through the ages. Following the rain-soaked ambush, the colonists and the Namsan engaged in their first formal large-scale confrontation. Although the human colonists emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory, with over 2,000 colonists eternally resting upon this alien shore. The overall atmosphere within the camp began to shift towards sorrow and despondency. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Sigma promptly commenced his speech, articulating the rationale behind human colonization and honoring the contributions of the fallen colonists, thereby lifting the camp from its melancholic state. Sorrow and despair are intrinsic to human emotion, yet they can render individuals weak and incapacitated. The camp now required every person to muster their strength to persevere. Subsequent to Sigma's oration, the over 2,000 deceased colonists were gently placed into the Ark's cryogenic hibernation chambers. These chambers had been specifically designed to facilitate the colonists' passage through the protracted interstellar voyage, with each of the 250,000 colonists assigned their own designated chamber. They were merely returning to their rightful places, awaiting the Ark's resumption of its journey back to their homeland. Following the Namsan's retreat, the colonists took a brief respite before commencing the arduous task of clearing the tumultuous battlefield. Due to the torrential rains during the assault, the Namsan corpses had been thoroughly soaked. Once the downpour ceased, the water that had pooled within the cadavers mingled with blood, staining the beach a deep azure hue. The colonists managed to salvage several usable samples from the heaps of Namsan remains, including biological eyeballs carried by the Namsan ground troops, tissue samples from the colossal Namsan, and the bodies of the flying Namsan. 2 days later, the analytical work on these samples was completed. First, the focus turned to the winged aspect of the flying Namsan. Biologists conferred upon them a specialized scientific name, the aerial sea dragon, based on the incomplete remains of over 20 aerial sea dragons. The biologists surmised information regarding their morphological characteristics. They weighed approximately between 150 and 200 kilograms, with a main body length of 8 meters. They possessed 2 pairs of muscular wings, with the primary wings spanning 12 meters and the secondary wings 8 meters, complemented by a sharp, sturdy beak. To the astonishment of the biologists, these aerial sea dragons were vertebrates, and remarkably advanced vertebrates at that, their evolutionary development rivaling that of modern high vertebrates on Earth. These pterosaurs resemble fish more than birds. Their bodies are adorned with scales akin to those of aquatic creatures, and they breathe through gills similar to fish. However, to adapt to their aerial environment, their gills have significantly regressed, replaced by expansive fleshly wings. These wings are richly supplied with capillaries, allowing them to extract oxygen from the oxygen-rich atmosphere of Frentemi, whether submerged in water or soaring through the skies. Notably, their blood contains hemoglobin for oxygen transport, akin to that of humans, rather than the mixed hemocyanin and hemoglobin found in Namsan. The genes of these 20-some flying sea dragons exhibit remarkable similarity, indicating they are the progeny of close interbreeding, suggesting they may have been cultivated by the Namsan civilization as akin to mounts. This parallels humanity's domestication of pigs, cattle, and sheep, albeit for food production, while the Namsun civilization likely harnessed these creatures for warfare. The flying sea dragon's fleshly wings are evidently more efficient in water than the feathered wings of Earth's avian species. Biologists speculate that these creatures, with their streamlined bodies, can achieve swimming speeds of up to 60 knots, approximately over 100 kilometers per hour, which is comparable to airborne velocities. Thanks to their remarkable speed underwater, flying sea dragons can leap from the sea surface and, with a few powerful flaps of their wings, ascend into the sky. From their biological characteristics, scientists can infer their evolutionary trajectory. Such extraordinary physical attributes were likely forced upon them by environmental pressures. Following the cataclysm caused by the meteorite, early vertebrates on Frentimi may not have faced total extinction, but rather a segment survived. Vertebrates possess superior adaptability to their environments compared to invertebrates. Thus, while the ancestors of the Namsun civilization remained in the deep sea, vertebrates had already reached the surface, occupying shallow marine ecological niches. As conditions on Frentimi gradually improved, the Namsun civilization expanded into these shallower waters, ultimately overwhelming the shallow marine vertebrates due to the biological diversity of the Namsun. The fleshly wings of the flying sea dragon evolved from fish fins, reminiscent of the flying fish found on Earth today. Perhaps to evade the swift Namsun, the flying sea dragon underwent a more profound transformation of its fins, granting it the ability to glide and briefly soar above the water's surface. Subsequently, driven by internal competition within the Namsun civilization, some individuals recognized the potential of these flying fish, and after hundreds of generations of selective breeding, they ultimately cultivated the formidable flying sea dragon. Furthermore, to facilitate control by the Namsun, the perception centers of the flying sea dragon's brains were removed by unknown means, leaving only the brainstem for essential life functions and the cerebellum for movement control. Their sensory perception is managed by the Namsun, who employ their long, tentacle-like arms to delve into the brains of the flying sea dragons, directly manipulating them. Consequently, the flying sea dragons resemble not mere steeds of the Namsun, but rather superior biological combat aircraft adept in both marine and aerial domains. The biological ocular devices carried by the Namsun army have been swiftly analyzed by biologists. The genetic composition of the computational brain and ocular tissues of these biological eyes is entirely distinct from that of the Namsun, suggesting that they belong to an entirely different species. The Namsun cultivated this unknown species, excising their eyes and brains to transform them into biological ocular devices, which were then integrated into their own forms. Given the vast number of biological eye samples and the highly repetitive nature of the brain activities post-transformation, the research team, in collaboration with linguists and computer scientists, succeeded in deciphering the brainwave patterns of these ocular devices. Consequently, they were able to witness, in real time on their computer screens, the visual perceptions of the biological eyes. Observing their own reflections through the nutrient solution in the jars was profoundly unsettling, evoking a powerful emotional shock even among the most psychologically resilient colonists, leaving many researchers reluctant to meet the gaze of others for an extended period after their studies concluded. Progress on the giant Namsun has also advanced rapidly, as its anatomical structure bears no fundamental differences from that of the Namsun. The cellular fluid of the giant Namsun exhibits greater density, and as an organism, it possesses dual-layered cell membranes and cell walls, endowing its cells with remarkable structural integrity capable of supporting its massive form. The circulatory system of the giant Namsun is powered by 5 robust hearts, and while its blood contains a significantly lower concentration of hemocyanin compared to hemoglobin, resulting in a lighter blue hue, this adaptation ensures adequate oxygen supply. However, the giant Namsun has made certain sacrifices. For instance, the third brain region, originally designated for the biological computer in the standard Namsun, has been repurposed as a heart. Moreover, despite its considerable size, the second sensory brain has not enlarged proportionately, suggesting that the cognitive capabilities of the giant Namsun may be exceedingly limited. The genetic relationship between the giant Namsun and the Namsun resembles that between modern humans and their primate ancestors. They share a common lineage, yet have diverged significantly. This implies that the giant Namsun, when viewed through the lens of the Namsun civilization, is less akin to a peer and more reminiscent of livestock and tools. Behind this analytical report, Sigma discerned a terrifying and frenzied warlike oceanic civilization. The Namsun exhibit no mercy towards the living organisms around them, readily transforming and exploiting what they can, even extracting maximum value from organs, all serving the cause of warfare. One cannot apply human societal values to interpret other civilizations. Perhaps for the Namsun, this is indeed their method of survival. In the depths of the planet's oceans, resources are not as abundant as in shallower waters. Various factions within the Namsan civilization, competing fiercely for limited resources, have oriented their entire civilization towards warfare, striving to seize resources from their own kind in order to endure in the harsh depths of the ocean. In light of the Ark colonization ship's collision with a vessel belonging to the Namsan civilization, along with the presence of the president aboard that ship, Sigma began to grasp the true implications of the Ark's destruction. The vessel symbolized the Namsan civilization's proactive expansion of its living space, signifying a shift in survival competition from internal struggles to external endeavors, akin to the Earth United Nations Ulysses Project. The initiation of the Ulysses Project was predicated upon the forceful unification of Earth, harnessing the collective strength of all terrestrial civilizations. Thus, one might ponder whether the Namsan civilization also amalgamated its entire civilizational prowess to construct that small ship. The answer is likely affirmative. As marine soft-bodied organisms, the Namsan could not craft tools or smelt iron as humans do. This implies that their acquisition of steel must have involved an incredibly complex process beyond human imagination. That small vessel was forged from steel, likely representing a monumental effort from the entirety of the Namsan civilization, paralleling the Ark colonization ship of the Earth United Nations. What led Sigma to conclude that this was indeed a collective effort from the Namsan civilization? Primarily, the daunting challenge of a singular Namsan organization creating an entirely steel vessel, coupled with the significance of the president's role. In the Namsan language, the title of president denotes a person of great respect and honor, naturally referring to the Namsan. For a civilization emerging from warfare, to have a figure so revered among the majority of its populace suggests that this president may have unified the Namsan civilization. Following the stabilization of their tumultuous society, the president embarked on an ambitious quest to carve out new living spaces. Tragically, while aboard the newly constructed ship, the president met an untimely demise, struck down by a vessel descending from the heavens, from which emerged alien beings bearing an uncanny appearance, ultimately supplanting the Namsan civilization with Earth civilization. This narrative unmistakably mirrors a tale of Earth civilization's valiant resistance against extraterrestrial invaders. Yet, in this scenario, the human colonizers are the aliens. Setting aside the report, Sigma rubbed his weary eyes and pained temples, retrieving his pocket watch. "What shall I do?" he murmured to himself. As the research team delved into the biological technologies of the Namsan, another expedition team that had been dispatched earlier returned to the camp. As previously noted, 3 expedition teams were sent out the following day, 2 along the coastline and 1 deep into the interior. The inland team, encountering the central marsh, returned to camp prematurely, while the other 2 continued their exploratory missions. During the Namsan's nocturnal assault, these 2 teams were also targeted by attacks from the ocean-dwelling Namsan. The camp could maintain situational awareness through reconnaissance drones trailing the expedition teams. Following the conclusion of the attacks, only the team heading south survived, while the northern team was entirely obliterated. The survival of the expedition team heading south was primarily due to their discovery of an underground cavern. Although the entrance was diminutive, the interior was remarkably spacious. The team managed to fend off Namsan's assault at the narrow entrance using electromagnetic assault rifles, enduring until the torrential rain subsided. In contrast, the northern expedition was far less fortunate. Lacking any substantial cover on the open beach, they were swiftly engulfed by Namsan, leaving behind no trace of their existence. After careful deliberation, Sigma resolved to relocate the camp to the underground cavern. The current camp, situated in an exposed area flanked by forests and the sea, was exceptionally vulnerable to a flanking attack by Namsan. They had narrowly repelled the assault this time, but what about the next? Namsan, with its roots in a warlike civilization, was no less adept at strategic planning than humanity. It was conceivable that, in some distant corner of the ocean, several high-ranking Namsan officers were already devising their next offensive strategy. Defending in an open area presented an overwhelming disadvantage for humans. 2 days later, the first convoy of heavy transport vehicles set out, consisting of 12 trucks escorted by 800 armed personnel. This convoy primarily carried geologists and their surveying instruments. Upon arrival, the geologists would conduct a comprehensive assessment of the cavern to determine its viability as a new campsite. Chapter 10. The floating island of Namsan. A few days later, the second convoy departed, prompted by the geologist's exploration report deeming the cavern exceptionally suitable for a new settlement. The cavern's walls were predominantly composed of granite and hard basalt, rendering them remarkably sturdy, unlike the limestone caves commonly found within the earth. Limestone caves are prone to erosion by water, often adorned with stalactites formed from the dissolution of calcium carbonate, a principal component of limestone. The cavern discovered by the expedition team, however, appeared to have formed through geological movements and volcanic activity, with walls of solid basalt and granite that required only minimal reinforcement to serve as a sanctuary. Furthermore, the cavern's base seemed to connect to a vast vein of iron and copper ore, alongside numerous rare metals associated with these mineral deposits, significantly benefiting industrial development. This cavern not only promised protection for the colonizers, but also offered ample mineral resources to help establish an industrial system, representing an almost perfect beginning. Thus, this convoy was primarily laden with industrial equipment transported from the Ark, including a complete set of large-scale smelting apparatus for common black metals such as iron, copper, and tin, as well as equipment for refining rare earth metals, along with corresponding collection and purification facilities. Additionally, it included a comprehensive set of high-precision digital machine tools, a product of the advanced technologies developed during the construction of the Ark colonization vessel by the United Earth. These machine tools required only the appropriate materials and programming by engineers to manufacture components for other industrial devices, which could then be assembled and calibrated by the engineers. This set of machine tools embodied the culmination of human ingenuity and wisdom in industrial development and exploration since the Industrial Revolution of the 1860s. It can be said that this represents a veritable industrial mother hen for humanity. Through the production of this singular entity, a comprehensive suite of industrial facilities can be replicated. When the Ark colonization ship was under construction, it was envisioned that a basic industrial framework could be developed on the new planet through a single transport of the Arkansas. The smelting equipment and CNC machine tools emerged under these conditions. Initially, there was no anticipation of the extensive industrial scale that could be achieved with this rudimentary equipment. The primary aim was merely to establish the industrial foundation for the colony, facilitating subsequent development. In retrospect, this has proven immensely beneficial. Regardless of the industrial scale, the colonizers can establish an industrial technological level akin to that of the United Nations on Earth in 2080 within a remarkably short time frame, without having to commence from the steam engine of the first industrial revolution. It is essential to recognize that although only about 300 years separate the first industrial revolution from the fifth in 2080, this span encompasses a multitude of epochal divides. Take, for example, the magnetic steel needle ammunition for the electromagnetic assault rifle. The caliber of the electromagnetic assault rifle is 5.56 millimeters, due to its extraordinarily high muzzle velocity. The steel needle cannot fit snugly within the barrel, lest it erode the electromagnetic coils embedded within. The diameter of the steel needle is 4.28 millimeters, with a length of 135 millimeters, crafted from permanent magnet steel, generating a faint magnetic field to assist the electromagnetic coils in accelerating the needle. The muzzle velocity of the needle reaches 6 times the speed of sound, approximately 2040 ms, designed with a blunt tip. The steel needle's center of mass is slightly offset from its overall center of gravity. A sharp projectile, akin to a bullet, would merely perforate the fragile human body at such velocities, causing only a small wound, insufficient to inflict significant damage to organs and tissues. However, the offset center of gravity in the blunt tip design allows the needle to maintain stability during flight while generating violent tumbling upon impact, resulting in extensive lacerating damage within the target's body and causing severe internal hemorrhaging. This leads to a high fatality rate, making it exceptionally difficult to defend against or treat. This glimpse into the military-industrial technology of humanity during the Third World War reveals the apex of human ingenuity. Behind a 428 by 135 millimeters magnetic steel needle lies the pinnacle of human industrial advancement, the result of countless materials scientists exploring metal compositions, hundreds of alloy refinement processes, and incredibly precise machining techniques, culminating in the creation of this diminutive steel needle. This technological superiority is the reason for humanity's absolute advantage during the first direct confrontation with the Namsans, a crushing technological dominance. Colonizers need not fear engaging in close combat with the Namsans using basic melee weapons or early firearms once the ammunition for the electromagnetic assault rifles and cannons is exhausted. By simply deploying the smelting equipment and machine tools and supplying the necessary materials, corresponding military facilities can be swiftly established and weapons and ammunition can be rapidly replenished. Under the adept programming of engineers, CNC machines possess the remarkable capability to fabricate replicas of themselves. This implies that, given an ample supply of resources, these machines can engage in unrestricted self-replication. With sufficient time and raw materials, it becomes feasible to construct an industrial framework akin to that of a united Earth, upon which a comprehensive military-industrial complex can be established. Once this military structure is fully operational, Colonizers would have the potential to replicate all the military armaments developed during the tumultuous era of the Third World War, thereby enabling a contingent of 250,000 human colonizers to confront the Namsun civilization, which dominates the entire planet. The eradication of the Namsun civilization appears unattainable. Biologists estimate that within the vast expanse of the Frentimi Ocean, covering 4.2 billion square kilometers, the Namsun population exceeds 5 billion. Thus, the notion of 250,000 individuals contending against at least 5 billion Namsuns is not only implausible, but utterly impossible. Currently, Sigma's strategy is to engage in a stalemate with the Namsun civilization, leveraging the military-industrial capabilities of the United Earth. Once the wormhole connecting the Perixin star system to the solar system is restored, Sigma intends to seek assistance from the United Earth, relying on its comprehensive military strength to secure a decisive advantage in warfare against the Namsun civilization, ultimately paving the way for peace negotiations. After all, the human colonization fleet originally arrived with intentions of amicable dialogue. The unfortunate incident involving the collision with the Namsun president was merely an accident, a misunderstanding that can ultimately be resolved. The technology that the United Earth can offer to the Namsun civilization could significantly expedite their progress by several millennia. While the biotechnological advancements of the Namsun civilization could enhance the scientific framework of the United Earth, if civilizations can engage in peaceful and friendly exchanges, the resultant effects would far exceed the so-called 112. Of course, these remain speculative visions for the future. Presently, it is imperative to swiftly transport industrial equipment into the caves to establish a fundamental industrial system. Sigma places immense significance on this convoy, dispatching 500 out of 4,000 members of the patrol team from the colonization camp to escort the vehicle fleet. Even he himself joins the convoy's protection with an electromagnetic assault rifle. This industrial mother hen represents the sole hope for the human colonizers and must be safeguarded at all costs. However, the unfolding events have surpassed the expectations of all colonizers, including Sigma himself. Initially, to ensure the safety of the convoy, a clear day was chosen for departure. Engineers instructed reconnaissance drones equipped with meteorological radars to traverse the route multiple times, confirming that no inclement weather reminiscent of the previous rainstorm ambush would occur in the coming days. Additionally, 3 to 4 reconnaissance drones circled above the convoy to guarantee that no Namsuns were present in the vicinity. On land, there were indeed no sightings of Namsuns, but reconnaissance drones detected anomalies over the sea. In the distance, a brown object resembling an island was observed advancing toward the land, its trajectory directly aligned with that of the convoy. Upon receiving this intelligence, Sigma immediately instructed the engineers accompanying the convoy to deploy a drone to investigate the mysterious brown object. For reasons unknown, Sigma found himself unable to forget the scattered brown specks he had glimpsed upon the emergency descent of the Ark colonization vessel through the planet's atmosphere. He sensed an undeniable connection between these two phenomena. However, before the drone could approach, its observational equipment detected several high-velocity objects launched from the Brown Islands, and ballistic calculations indicated their landing points were perilously close to the convoy. "What in the world is this?" exclaimed the engineer controlling the drone, staring incredulously at his computer screen. Sigma leaned in to glance at the monitor, which displayed a vast brown island. He recognized at once that this island was unlike any ordinary landmass, for it bore no vegetation whatsoever. Instead, the island appeared to be composed of a hard material resembling coral, its surface rugged and marked by enigmatic protrusions. Most strikingly, the island was dotted with countless white spots, varying in size. A tightening sensation gripped Sigma's heart as he identified these white spots as Namsuns. The smaller ones were ordinary Namsuns, while the larger ones were giant Namsuns. The island trailed white froth behind it, clearly indicating that it was in motion and at a considerable speed. The giant Namsuns on the island moved in an odd manner, clustering in pairs, randomly selecting a Namsun from the island and enveloping it within their lengthy appendages. The pairs then intertwined their appendages, securing the Namsun between them, before exerting force together to hurl the Namsun at an astonishing speed. The velocity of the thrown Namsuns easily surpassed the speed of sound. In that instant, Sigma understood what the drone had detected earlier. Those objects hurtling towards the convoy were indeed Namsuns. The brown island functioned as a floating stronghold for the Namsuns, while the giant Namsuns acted as artillery, launching the ordinary Namsuns as ammunition. "All units, maintain vigilance towards the sea. Namsuns are approaching," Sigma shouted over the convoy's communication channel. The convoy came to an immediate halt, and several heavy transport vehicles laden with industrial machinery were swiftly encircled by the surrounding patrol teams. Some individuals aimed their weapons skyward, while others trained their firearms upon the ocean's surface. Though these colonizers were not professional soldiers, they were products of a war-torn era, and following the recent night raid, a basic understanding had developed among the patrol members. Soon, several dark shapes descended from the horizon, crashing heavily onto the beach, sending sand flying before falling silent. "Hey, are they not dead, are they?" the engineer remarked, gazing at the still sand pit. "They should be fine. There must be a reason for their actions," Sigma calmly assessed. It is uncertain whether it is the reverse nourishment from the engineers or the forward nourishment from Sigma that has made an impact, but from the sandy pit, a wobbly Namsen has indeed begun to emerge. This particular Namsen is coated in an unusual amount of slime, which likely helped cushion its descent from a high fall, preventing a fatal impact. The vigilant colonists swiftly ended the lives of these falling Namsens with a few well-aimed shots. However, this did not grant Sigma any respite. For through the lens of the reconnaissance drone, he observed the colossal Namsen on the brown floating island becoming increasingly active, as countless Namsens were seized and hurled toward the convoy. "All units, be alert. Enemy assault imminent," Sigma bellowed over the communication channel. Chapter 11. Heroic sacrifice. Dozens of dark specks plummeted from the sky, landing on the beach, and the Namsens concealed within the slime surged forth, sprinting at remarkable speed toward the convoy. This is the method of long-distance troop deployment employed by the Namsens. Ordinary and giant Namsens are deployed on the massive floating island, launched by the powerful arms of the giant Namsens, enveloped in slime to mitigate the impact upon landing. Only the Namsens, lacking hard skeletal structures, can execute such a maneuver. If a human were to attempt it, the bones would shatter upon impact, fragments embedding into organs and tissues, resulting in death. No amount of slime could provide sufficient protection. The second wave of deployed Namsens was wrapped in noticeably thicker layers of slime compared to the first, and their descent was less forceful, allowing them to recover swiftly from the impact and charge toward the convoy. Given the daytime and clear skies, these Namsens, once they hit the ground, rarely lasted more than a minute before being felled by the colonists' rifles. Damn it! How could they think that a mere handful of Namsens could breach a well-guarded convoy, especially after losing over 20,000 in last night's torrential downpour? One member of the patrol team exclaimed, reloading his magazine while cursing. What seemed to be mere idle chatter struck Sigma with a profound realization. The Namsens' tactic of overwhelming numbers had historical precedence in human conflicts, notably during the Eastern European front of World War II. Having been raised on the pacifist teachings of the Earth Alliance, Sigma vividly recalled the lessons from history class regarding the 3 world wars. His high school history teacher had once remarked, the First World War was caused by unequal distribution of interests among great powers. The Third World War arose from the inequitable distribution of living space and resources among humanity. The Earth United Nations was established to address the disparity in resource distribution among humans, striving for a new world order where everyone could thrive. At that moment, Sigma's deskmate posed a question. What, then, was the cause of the Second World War? The history teacher fell silent for a considerable time before responding. The Second World War was a conflict of ideologies, a war born from the clash of differing beliefs. People of that era were willing to fight to the death in the frigid cold of frozen lands, on desolate stretches of yellow earth, and amidst the relentless storms of the ocean, all for the great figures they revered, for the societal systems they upheld, and for the freedoms they cherished. This so-called belief is what propels individuals forward through the boundless darkness and despair, and those who fearlessly sacrifice themselves for their convictions are honored by the populace as heroes. Classmates, what is our belief? After addressing Sigma's deskmate's inquiry, the history teacher inquired loudly. Our belief is to study diligently, to strive for excellence, and to contribute to the construction of our planet. The students chorused, reciting the words printed on the front page of every textbook published by the local education authority. Sigma refrained from joining in, for the concept of belief articulated by the history teacher had taken root in his heart. Is Namsun a civilization? This question is unequivocal. Namsun is indeed a civilization, and it does not significantly differ from human civilization within the broader societal framework. They have experienced fragmentation and have undergone a process from division to global unity. Thus, within the Namsun civilization, which bears striking resemblance to human civilization, does the concept of heroism also exist? Sigma could not ascertain the answer to this question, perhaps never to receive a definitive response from Namsun. However, it is indisputable that those Namsun beings cast forth from their floating islands align with the very definition of heroes. From the perspective of Namsun, humanity, as extraterrestrial invaders, is endeavoring to establish a new base in a place that is remarkably secure and difficult to assault. In consideration of the survival and development of their civilization, they would never permit humanity to establish a base so easily. These Namsun individuals, through their self-sacrifice, are impeding the advancement of the human convoy from the Namsun civilization's viewpoint. They are the valiant ones who face death for the sake of their civilization. Heroes. Sigma. Sigma, what are you daydreaming about? If you do not make a decision soon, we shall be surrounded. The engineer beside him roused Sigma from his reverie. Decision? What decision? Sigma replied. You did not absorb anything I just said, the engineer remarked, pressing his forehead. There is a Namsun floating island approximately 30 kilometers away on the sea, continuously launching Namsun at us. Although their numbers are relatively few, they are severely delaying the progress of our convoy. Moreover, reconnaissance drones have detected traces of the Namsun army in the forest beside us. If we do not resolve the situation with the floating island promptly, allowing the convoy to disengage from combat, we shall be encircled by the Namsun forces, and the future of the convoy will be dire. The engineer concluded. Since you wish for me to make a decision, have you already devised a solution? Sigma inquired. Certainly, our fleet is equipped with over a dozen 80mm electromagnetic assault cannons. However, the distance to the Namsun floating island is too great, rendering the cannons ineffective. While the cannons may not reach the target, it does not imply that the munitions are inadequate. We can attach several assault shells to a reconnaissance drone and deploy them over the Namsun floating island, effectively cleansing the area without leaving a single survivor, the engineer confidently stated, as this plan was conceived by him. Why then must I make the decision? If the plan is so excellent, why not proceed directly? Sigma inquired. The primary concern is that Namsun has already demonstrated its long-range drop capabilities. Should the floating island hurl ordinary Namsun projectiles at the drone, despite my confidence in my control, an unfortunate hit could result in the loss of one reconnaissance drone. Currently, we possess only 12 reconnaissance drones in the camp. Losing even one could adversely affect our subsequent colonial endeavors, and I require your consent as the leader of the colony. The engineer explained. Before boarding the colonization ship, the Earth Alliance educated all individuals on the importance of selecting a leader internally to guide the colony's development. It was imperative to avoid any signs of division among the colonists, for such discord could lead to conflict, thereby squandering precious resources and manpower. In the uncharted territory of an alien planet, large-scale conflict could result in catastrophic waste, endangering the lives of all colonists. Originally, the position of colonial leader was held by the captain of the Ark, who tragically took his own life due to psychological issues. The crew then elected Sigma, the most renowned and respected figure among the colonists, as the new leader. Upon awakening from their cryogenic slumber, the other colonists learned of the captain's demise and Sigma's ascension to leadership. As the youngest prodigy in physics and computer science, Sigma was already widely recognized in academic circles on Earth, and his reputation among the general populace was equally esteemed, securing his authority without question. The other colonists tacitly accepted Sigma as their new leader. As the colonial leader, Sigma held the authority to manage all internal affairs of the colony, including resource allocation. I understand now. Proceed with your plan. The industrial mother hen of our fleet is far more vital than a single reconnaissance drone, and I trust your expertise, Sigma assured, patting the engineer on the shoulder. Upon receiving Sigma's endorsement, the engineer swiftly input a series of commands into his computer, prompting a reconnaissance drone to return rapidly from the sky. After a gentle landing behind the fleet, the engineer, accompanied by a group of individuals with his computer in hand, hurried to the reconnaissance drone, retrieving his toolbox to begin adjustments on the drone's underside. Half an hour later, a makeshift bomb rack was affixed beneath the drone's belly, equipped with 24 high-explosive rounds of 80mm assault shells, all safeties disengaged, ready to detonate upon impact. After the engineer conducted a final inspection, he instructed everyone to maintain a safe distance from the reconnaissance drone before taking control of it himself via computer. The drone required a significantly longer distance to take off with its bomb rack attached than it would have without any payload. However, the surrounding area was comprised of relatively flat sandy terrain, allowing the drone to comfortably run several kilometers before taking flight. After wiping the sweat from his brow, the engineer successfully launched the drone, which swiftly ascended towards the floating island of Namsun. On the flanks of the convoy, vigilance was paramount due to the threat of Namsun's aerial assaults from the sea. During the engineer's modifications to the drone, the convoy had barely advanced a few meters. The drone's speed was impressive, and it soon approached the floating island of Namsun. It appeared that the island had also detected the drone's unusual presence, as all the massive Namsun on the island aimed their targeting systems at it. Countless glistening black orbs, each representing a Namsun, soared past the drone while the engineer deftly maneuvered it to evade the incoming threats from his computer. Watching the engineer's meticulous operation, Sigma couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension. Ultimately, the drone reached the airspace above the floating island and released its payload. Each artillery shell was filled with high-performance, high-intensity explosives developed during World War III, with the explosive yield of a single shell equivalent to 2 or 3 tons of TNT. A total of 24 shells plummeted directly onto the island. Due to factors such as air resistance, the shells dispersed upon impact, maximizing the destructive potential of the explosions. As the shells struck the surface of the floating island, their fuses were activated, resulting in an immediate explosion equivalent to 2 or 3 tons of TNT occurring simultaneously from all 24 shells. Through the reconnaissance drone's camera, Sigma witnessed the colossal explosions erupting above the island, sending countless fragments of the island scattering into the air. To Sigma's astonishment, the debris that resulted from the blasts was not merely soil or stone, but rather fragments resembling coral, with some resembling wood shavings at the center. The tremendous explosions tore the floating island into multiple pieces, with thick plumes of smoke rising from the remaining fragments. It appeared that all Namsen on the island had perished in the blasts. As the buoyancy equilibrium was disrupted, the remnants of the island began to gradually sink. The detonation of 24 shells had effectively obliterated an area exceeding 100 square kilometers of the floating island. The alliance of the Earth forces was indeed trustworthy. Just as Sigma believed the ordeal had concluded, he noticed a piece of debris from the island, from which a winged sea dragon emerged through the billowing smoke, carrying a Namsen upon its back. The Namsen was riddled with numerous blue puncture wounds, likely inflicted by shrapnel from the explosion. The winged sea dragon, too, bore a multitude of wounds, oozing crimson blood from its fleshly wings. Struggling to take flight due to its severe injuries, the dragon eventually succeeded. Just when Sigma thought it might flee, it headed straight toward the reconnaissance drone. At this moment, the drone, having previously borne an excessive load, managed to take off only by exerting pressure on its electric motor. Throughout its journey, the motor's augmentation persisted to maintain a sufficiently high speed. Eventually, the battery of the drone, engaged in continuous powered flight, became depleted. Now, after releasing its payload, the drone continued to soar solely on the energy provided by the solar panels affixed to its wings. The drone was left with virtually no remaining power, rendering it incapable of executing a swift maneuver to evade danger. Consequently, the powerless drone collided with the avian creature known as the Namsan. The Namsan, seemingly resolute in its intent, clung desperately to the drone, even as the drone's reinforced alloy propeller sliced into its abdomen. Ultimately, the drone's propeller severed both the winged sea dragon and the Namsan above it, yet the Namsan successfully embraced the drone, causing the propeller to become lodged in the abdomen of the winged sea dragon. With insufficient power, the drone could not provide the motor with the requisite energy to restore the propeller's rotation, while the weight of the winged sea dragon pressed down upon the drone, hastening its descent. In the end, the drone failed to regain its flight posture in time and, along with the already lifeless Namsan, plummeted heavily into the ocean. Due to the excessive speed, the impact upon the water's surface felt akin to crashing onto concrete, resulting in the drone and the Namsan being utterly shattered upon impact. Witnessing the falling drone, Sigma felt a pang of regret. However, for the sake of the colonizers, he issued the command. The danger has been averted. Proceed at full speed. Minutes later, the convoy regained its velocity and departed the area. Shortly after the convoy's departure, a battalion of Namsan soldiers arrived at the site, observing the remnants of the floating island engulfed in flames and sinking in the distance, along with the invisible yet palpable presence of blue blood and fragments of the drone upon the water's surface. These Namsan soldiers arranged themselves in a precise formation and collectively paid homage to the distant floating island with a gesture representative of Namsan civilization. 2 strong arms elevated the body, while 8 tentacle arms were drawn inward and placed beneath the mouth. The 3 left arms converged closely to the body, while the 2 right arms aligned and drew near to the body, with the middle right arm raised overhead. Silence, in this instance, embodied the utmost respect. Chapter 12. Development and Dilemma. Following the Battle of the Floating Island, the convoy laden with the industrial mother hen successfully arrived at the cavern. After meticulous calculations of the stratum's strength and the thickness of the rock at the entrance, the geologists cautiously buried an ample quantity of explosives. Following a relatively mild explosion, the entrance was expanded. Utilizing the mobile crane from the convoy, they gradually lowered the smelting equipment and the industrial mother hen into the cavern's opening. At the cavern's base, the originally rugged and uneven floor had been artificially leveled, marking the site for the subsequent installation of the industrial mother hen. Beside the mother hen lay the vast cavity created by the explosives, revealing a cross-section of stones that displayed hues indicative of various ores within. Through the utilization of smelting equipment, these ores can be transformed into crude metals. Subsequently, different minerals are introduced via melting apparatus, ultimately resulting in the creation of alloys. These are then dispatched to the industrial hub, where they are fashioned into components and subsequently assembled into new machinery, becoming integral to the industrial framework of the colony. This description is but a cursory overview. The actual processes of mineral smelting and steel forging are intricate and elaborate. Moreover, the specific types of steel required for different parts of a machine vary considerably, thus a general understanding suffices. The engineers have already made the necessary preparations within the cave. As soon as the equipment is set down, they will commence installation without delay. After transporting the industrial hub, the convoy did not pause but rather returned directly to the colonial settlement, where they will gradually relocate the nuclear fission reactor, various laboratories, personnel, and supplies into the cave. Perhaps Namsun has become aware of humanity's capability to swiftly obliterate floating islands, as the subsequent convoy movements encountered no interference from Namsun. This tacit understanding has prevented further unnecessary casualties and losses. Regarding the cave selected for the new settlement, geological surveys have confirmed that it is sufficiently spacious and robust. Though somewhat cramped, it can accommodate an underground base for 250,000 inhabitants. Following the battle for the floating island, Sigma recognizes Namsun's long-range delivery capabilities, rendering the establishment of the settlement in an open area perilously risky. Although the initial construction will demand considerable effort, the resulting safety of the camp will be greatly enhanced, alleviating the constant vigilance required against Namsun's potential assaults during the night or rainy days. Once the planning for the camp's construction is complete, the issue of sustenance arises. The Ark colony ship carries a 3-year supply of food ample for 250,000 individuals. However, once these provisions are exhausted, the settlers will face a dire scarcity. During the early phases of colonial development, these stored foods can help them navigate through challenging times. Thereafter, the colonists will have to rely solely on their own industrious efforts. Initially, the colonists contemplated consuming Namsun, as their appearance closely resembles that of an octopus, and their protein structure bears a striking similarity to that of humans. The biological laboratory has tested Namsun and found no toxic substances harmful to humans. Theoretically, consuming Namsun is plausible. However, while the theory is sound, the culinary aspect presents a different challenge. As previously mentioned, Namsun's DNA comprises 6 types of deoxynucleotides, whereas humans possess only 4. Human olfactory and gustatory sensations are primarily stimulated by various substances interacting with taste buds and nasal cells. When our tongues detect beneficial substances such as amino acids, the brain's reward system activates, sending signals of deliciousness that encourage further consumption. However, the presence of 6 deoxynucleotides in Namsun results in a protein structure that, while similar to humans, contains additional amino acids that are unfamiliar to us. Although biological research indicates these extraneous amino acids pose no harm to the human body, as they are metabolized without effect, the tongue perceives them quite differently. Confronted with the unknown, which often signifies peril, the tongue instinctively categorizes such entities as toxic to the human body. Consequently, the brain receives signals indicating their toxicity, prompting individuals to steer clear of them. This aversion manifests in the form of an exceedingly peculiar taste. A colonizer warrior once described the flavor of soup made from a substance called Namsun as reminiscent of clothing soaked in sweat for a month, paired with a sock that had gone unwashed for a week, all combined with a piece of tofu left to rot for half a year. Encased in a box infused with the scent of plastic, and then baked for half an hour before being simmered with refuse to create a thick broth. Undoubtedly, it presents an utterly repugnant gustatory experience. The consumption of Namsun is out of the question, fortunately. The Ark colonization ship is well stocked with seeds for crops and frozen, fertilized eggs of common livestock. The crops, ranging from drought-resistant wheat and soybeans to water-intensive rice, are plentiful. Given Namsun's natural environment, cultivating these crops poses no challenge. However, livestock presents a slight complication, as only frozen fertilized eggs are available without any adult animals for surrogacy. Yet, this dilemma does not daunt the colonizers. The technology for external cultivation of fertilized eggs was already being explored during the golden age of Earth in the 21st century. And for these biologists who arrived from the late 20th century, it is a trivial matter. While breeding presents no significant hurdles, the real challenge lies in finding sufficient space for crop cultivation and livestock development. Within the cave, such endeavors are impossible. The construction of a living area capable of accommodating 250,000 individuals necessitates the use of explosives to expand the cave's dimensions. Setting aside the question of sunlight, the mere act of blasting out a space suitable for cultivation poses a considerable test to the cave's structural integrity. Although there were subsequent considerations to reinforce the cave's walls with steel, that would be a far-off endeavor. Immediate action for crop cultivation is imperative. Surrounding the cave are only beaches and the adjacent forests, devoid of arable land. After much deliberation, the decision was ultimately made to develop the forests. This campaign to exploit the woodlands was dubbed by the colonizers as the forest meat grinder. Following a nocturnal raid, a contingent of Namsun troops has been entrenched within the forest. The unique, damp, and shadowy temperate rainforest of Frentimi serves as the optimal land concealment for the Namsun. After humanity relocated their camp to the cave, the Namsun also emerged from the forest bordering the cave. Initially, humans sought to avoid direct confrontation with the Namsun hidden in the woods. Reconnaissance teams were dispatched along the coastline to identify additional suitable locations for crop cultivation. However, these teams faced assaults from the Namsun during their missions, with only 2 of the 5 reconnaissance squads returning, both suffering from personnel losses and severe injuries. Ultimately, with no other option, the decision was made to exploit the nearby forest, thus commencing the campaign of the forest meat grinder. According to estimates, there are at least several 100,000 Namsuns inhabiting the forest near the caves. The colonists initially intended to employ incendiary tactics to clear a vast area of the forest for agricultural development. However, the excessively humid weather on Frentimi, combined with the high moisture content of the forest, rendered conventional fire methods ineffective. Moreover, the colonists were unable to produce incendiary devices in a timely manner. Ultimately, they resorted to a direct assault. They began by utilizing 80mm assault cannons to deliver a barrage of firepower across the forest, toppling every tree in sight. Although countless Namsuns perished beneath the fallen timber, the colonists were indifferent to such losses. Subsequently, heavy transport vehicles were deployed to crush the downed trees into wood chips and embed them into the soil, thereby facilitating the utilization of surface vegetation and enhancing soil fertility. This plan, though seemingly promising, encountered numerous operational challenges. For instance, the explosive radius of the 80mm shells was insufficient to create adequate planting space. To achieve this, the colonists would have to exhaust their entire ammunition supply, a cost they were unwilling to bear. As a result, they resorted to a dispersed fire coverage strategy, slightly thinning the woods before sending personnel and vehicles in to conduct logging operations. Namsuns frequently lay in ambush among the treetops or beneath the fallen trunks, launching surprise attacks on the colonists who came to finish the logging. This tactic proved remarkably effective, as the Namsuns had discerned a significant vulnerability in humans: the neck. The neck houses vital respiratory and cerebral blood supply structures, yet its protection is notably fragile. A mere slight incision with their sharp, clawed appendages is sufficient to sever both the trachea and blood vessels. During the forest meat grinder campaign, humanity suffered the loss of approximately 10,000 colonists in their quest to cultivate 40,000 square kilometers of land, while inflicting the death of around 100,000 Namsuns. Each inch of the land claimed by human colonizers was stained with both red and blue blood. Over 10,000 died outright, and an additional 15,000 were left permanently disabled for various reasons. The Namsuns' powerful limbs could easily dismember human arms and legs when they coordinated their strength. The forest meat grinder campaign stands as the most brutal confrontation between humanity and the Namsun civilization since humans first set foot on Frentimi. As the relentless rains washed the red and blue blood into the soil, it gradually became part of the earth. Once the torrential rains subsided, the healthy colonists emerged onto the now dark brown soil, wielding their agricultural tools to commence land cultivation. Given that the colonial industry was still in its nascent stages, only basic farming implements were available, and the production of mechanized agricultural equipment would require additional time. Nevertheless, for the colonists, personally tilling the land that their fallen comrades had bled to claim was a profound act of reverence. Due to the inefficiency of manual farming, at least 80,000 of the 240,000 colonists were dispatched to work the fields, while 20,000 were armed and patrolled the periphery to guard against Namsun raids. Although the initial phase was fraught with challenges, the colonizers successfully established secure and stable encampments along the Frentimi within a year, laying the groundwork for self-sufficiency and the preliminary goals of independent development. Nevertheless, numerous tasks remained, including refining the industrial framework of the colony, developing agricultural industries, and manufacturing mechanized farming equipment to liberate human labor from agriculture. Concurrently, it was vital to advance the military industry, expanding both the armed forces and the diversity of armaments, ensuring that the colonizers possessed a temporarily overwhelming military superiority over the Namsen. While it was not essential to drive the Namsen from their forested homeland, it was imperative to prevent a recurrence of the catastrophic forest meat grinder battle. The demographic structure of the human colonizers was markedly imbalanced. Of the initial 250,000 settlers, only 90,000 were female, leaving a staggering 160,000 males. This disparity, coupled with the instability of the nascent colony, hindered the colonizers' ability to reproduce and increase their population organically. Thus, stabilizing the living environment of the settlement became crucial to facilitate natural population growth, thereby sustaining a protracted conflict with Namsen civilization. Additionally, the construction within the caves required continuous expansion. Although the encampment had been relocated near the cave entrances, the interior living spaces remained incomplete, forcing the colonizers to remain on the barren beach and necessitating a significant portion of the population to form patrols for defense against Namsen incursions. In summary, the list of tasks ahead was extensive. Seated at his desk, Sigma commenced the next phase of the colony's development plan. A prominent document lay at the forefront of his workspace, its header emblazoned in bold black type, Industrial Core Plan. Chapter 13, Industrial Core. During the initial stages of colonization, a vast amount of human resources had been squandered on metallurgy, agriculture, and other relatively rudimentary industries. Engineers tasked with metallurgy should have been designing new machinery blueprints, while the agricultural settlers ought to have been analyzing the ecological environment of Frantimi in various laboratories. In Sigma's mind, an inspiration emerged. If an adequately intelligent artificial intelligence could be designed to oversee the development of the colony's early low-end industries, it would liberate valuable human resources from these tasks, allowing them to focus on high-end industrial development. This artificial intelligence would primarily manage the colony's foundational industries, such as metallurgy equipment and the manufacturing of components for industrial machinery, along with overseeing agricultural crop management. The terrain of Frantimi was notably flat, making it exceedingly convenient to employ large machinery for unified and standardized management. The technology of artificial intelligence had seen advancements during Earth's golden age. At the twilight of this era, some companies even claimed to have developed superintelligent systems. However, with the passage of the golden age and the onset of the Second Cold War, the development of civilian artificial intelligence technology stagnated. Furthermore, despite the promising prospects for the military application of artificial intelligence technologies, unified governments across various regions conspicuously refrained from militarizing these advancements. In 2042, the Third World War erupted following the impact of a meteorite in North America. Artificial intelligence, a technology once heralded during its golden age, has been decisively cast aside by various regions consumed by a fervent desire for dominance. The Third World War unfolded as a brutal, visceral confrontation among humans, devoid of the mechanical soldiers controlled by artificial intelligence on the battlefield. In the year 2080, the conflict was brought to a conclusion by the United Nations, and the long-forgotten artificial intelligence technology was revived after more than 50 years. Sigma, a prominent figure in academia, holds two esteemed titles, a leading physicist and a distinguished computer scientist. However, the latter designation is somewhat of a misconception. Sigma's graduate thesis was centered on wormholes, which allowed him to graduate as a physicist. Yet, during his pursuit of a doctorate, a mix-up occurred with another student of the same name in the computer science program. While it was possible to rectify the error, Sigma, enamored by a girl in the computer science department on his first day, chose not to return to physics. Instead, he conferred with the other student, and they agreed. Sigma would continue in computer science while the other would pursue physics. Coincidentally, the other student had a passion for physics, but had reluctantly chosen computer science. Upon hearing Sigma's proposal, he accepted it with enthusiasm. Thus, during his doctoral studies, Sigma specialized in quantum computing. Not only did he pursue this field, but he also assisted his advisor in achieving a critical breakthrough in quantum computing technology, leaving his name on a pivotal paper. When the school investigated the circumstances surrounding the papers, they discovered the switch in majors. However, given Sigma's accomplishments and the other students' commendable performance in physics, no further action was taken. This fortuitous misunderstanding ultimately resulted in Sigma becoming a legendary talent, excelling in both physics and computer science, which is why he became widely recognized in academic circles. Theoretically, quantum computers possess the capability to meet the immense computational power demands and the exceedingly sensitive latency issues required by superintelligent artificial intelligence. capabilities that conventional integrated circuit computers cannot fulfill. Following the critical technological breakthrough in quantum computing at the Earth Union, Sigma was reassigned to research wormholes. Concerning artificial intelligence within the framework of quantum computing, Sigma could only glean fragments of knowledge from academic journals. Nevertheless, he believed that employing quantum computer architecture for artificial intelligence was entirely feasible, which inspired his core industrial initiative aimed at utilizing artificial intelligence to expedite the development of colonies. To discuss the feasibility of this plan, Sigma summoned all the computer engineering personnel from the colonies. Aboard the colonization vessel were the intellectual elite of human society. And as Sigma glanced around the meeting room, he was astonished to find nearly 100 individuals present. The talents assembled here encompass a wide range of expertise, from the physical architecture of integrated circuit computers to software design, including the domain of quantum computing architecture, marking a veritable convergence of brilliant minds. After several days of deliberation, the group reached a definitive conclusion regarding the feasibility of quantum computing for artificial intelligence. It is theoretically viable. However, just as the meeting was poised to conclude successfully, with participants preparing to return to their respective positions and commence the foundational framework for artificial intelligence, even assigning the nascent quantum artificial intelligence the designation A001. A pivotal question arose: do we possess operational quantum computers? Following a prolonged silence, an almost unanimous exclamation of astonishment ensued. This reaction stemmed from the fact that many were colleagues who had previously collaborated in the same laboratory or team, and in the depths of their subconscious, they had not considered the discussion's location to be the Frentemi colony. While it is true that the United Earth possesses operational quantum computers, the Frentemi colony does not. The astronomers there have yet to locate the sun, let alone utilize quantum computers from Earth. Consequently, the discourse shifted from whether quantum computers could facilitate the architecture of artificial intelligence to whether it is feasible to construct a quantum computer on Frentemi itself. After several more days of discussion, even involving engineers responsible for industrial construction, the consensus was reached: it is unfeasible. The core operational component necessary for manufacturing a quantum computer requires a quantum etching machine, the complexity of which dwarfs that of producing photolithography machines used for integrated circuits by several magnitudes. While it is possible to create a functional photolithography machine using industrial-grade equipment, the fabrication of a quantum etching machine is far from sufficient. A comprehensive industrial system is essential to support the production of a quantum etching machine. At the time of the colony ship's departure, the entire United Earth had only one quantum etching machine, although resources were heavily allocated to the construction of the colony ship, hindering the advancement of quantum computing technology. This also indirectly underscored the challenges in manufacturing quantum etching machines. Thus, an awkward cycle emerged. The colony requires artificial intelligence to accelerate its development. Artificial intelligence necessitates quantum computers, and quantum computers can only be produced after the colony reaches a high level of advancement. This fundamentally contradicts the original intent of the industrial core plan, devolving into an unsolvable loop. The A001 Quantum Artificial Intelligence Initiative had faltered before it even commenced, yet Sigma remained undeterred, turning its attention to the potential of constructing artificial intelligence using traditional integrated circuit computer architecture. This traditional approach to artificial intelligence was designated A002 by Sigma. But this proposal was swiftly dismissed during discussions. Engineers asserted that for the artificial intelligence to meet the colony's ongoing developmental needs, it must possess the capability to simultaneously control thousands of machines while exhibiting a reaction speed comparable to that of the human brain. Simultaneously controlling thousands of machines is indeed feasible, as the paramount advantage of integrated circuit computers lies in their capacity for limitless parallelism. While increased parallelism may introduce greater latency, it remains sufficient for the task of machine operation. The reaction speed akin to that of the human brain can also be achieved, as the onboard AI of the Ark colonization vessel meets this requirement through its utilization of the most advanced integrated circuit computing chips available. It is pre-programmed with nearly 1 million dialogue responses and strategies, allowing the onboard AI to engage in free conversation with humans, successfully passing the Turing test. However, its computational power does not extend to the simultaneous control of numerous machines. Even if it could, it would necessitate sacrificing its random response capabilities. Parallelism cannot rectify latency issues, and even the most sophisticated chip architecture cannot fulfill the computational demands, thereby limiting current integrated circuit computers from achieving the level of the onboard AI of the colonization vessel. The artificial intelligence envisioned by Sigma requires the ability to autonomously plan fundamental industrial layouts. While this statement may appear simple, the underlying learning time and computational requirements are astronomical. Creating a conventional AI capable of automatically controlling all machines is possible and would liberate colonists working in agriculture. However, a significant number of engineers would still be needed to remain in low-end manufacturing, assisting the AI with industrial layout design and planning. This approach would partially fulfill the core industrial plan's requirements and is currently the most achievable solution. Such a conventional AI could also expedite the development of the colony, with quantum AI to be considered once the colony has matured. Upon concluding the discussion regarding the potential of A002, the discourse on artificial intelligence was nearing its end, and attendees were preparing to disperse and return to their respective duties. Sigma, poised to sign the consent form, suddenly slammed down his pen and exclaimed, "We do not rely solely on integrated circuit computers and quantum computers." The nearly 100 individuals in the conference room turned in unison to face Sigma. "Bring in 2 personnel from the biological laboratory, and have them bring the Namsun biological computer along." Minutes later, a jar containing a brain immersed in nutrient solution was placed on the conference table, with 2 visible nerve strands connecting to 2 eyeballs. The onlookers couldn't shake the sensation that the eyeballs were observing them. This was a sample of the Namsun biological computer obtained during the conflict with Namsun. Although the vision of the Namsun entity was poor, it could access superior visual acuity by connecting this brain, resembling a placental organ atop its head, to gather information from the eyeballs. Sigma elaborated. "What relevance does this have to computers?" One individual inquired. "Because the brain contained within is solely dedicated to processing visual information, devoid of any other neural activities. And its brainwave frequencies can be easily interpreted by humans," Sigma explained. "I wonder if we have been overly fixated on the computational power of a single chip. The human brain, composed of individual neurons, possesses remarkable computational capabilities. However, it is evident that each neuron is limited to basic functions of information storage and the transmission of electrical signals. To remember a single phrase, we require the storage capacity of hundreds or even thousands of neurons. Yet, it is precisely this modest computational power and restricted storage space that, when interconnected, culminates in a brain capable of processing intricate information and even fostering consciousness." Sigma, are you suggesting that by interlinking countless processors, each with merely elementary computational and storage functions, in a structure akin to human neurons, we could create a supercomputer? After reflecting on Sigma's words, an engineer replied, "Indeed. This is the computer architecture proposed during the Golden Age, the neural computer. But what about the intercommunication and latency issues among these processors? These challenges represent the Achilles heel of large-scale array integrated circuit computers, which seem insurmountable. To address this, we must seek answers within the brain itself," Sigma remarked, gesturing toward the biocomputer of Namsun placed on the conference table. "The neural activities of the human brain are exceedingly complex, and even now, we have yet to fully comprehend them. However, the biocomputer of Namsun possesses only rudimentary logical processing capabilities, making its analysis straightforward. I believe that by deciphering this biocomputer, we may indeed solve this conundrum. I am confident that a neural computer composed of myriad interconnected processors could drive an ultra-artificial intelligence capable of quantum computing. If we succeed, our names will be etched in history." Upon hearing Sigma's words, a computer engineer exclaimed with excitement. "Therefore, let us divide into 2 research teams, one focused on the computational codes for ultra-artificial intelligence, and the other on the architecture of the neural computer. The biological laboratory should allocate at least half of its personnel to assist in analyzing the Namsun biocomputer. Is there any objection?" "Such a bold and magnificent concept is truly befitting of you, Sigma," remarked a colleague who had studied alongside Sigma in the field of computer science. "We certainly do not mind, as we have long been displeased with this group. Every time we conduct experiments, it feels as though they are glaring at us," commented a biologist summoned to the meeting. "The neural computer might very well address the current inadequacies in computational power for the colonies, as numerous industrial components await model rendering. This concept must be pursued at all costs," responded the engineer. 3 months later, under Sigma's leadership, the research team achieved a breakthrough in the architecture of the neural computer. The architecture, designed by Sigma, can simultaneously support millions of microprocessors in parallel while reducing the communication latency among these processors to mere nanoseconds, an acceptable range. Each processor may possess only the computational power of a mobile processor from Earth's Golden Age, yet the combined strength of millions operating in unison is undeniably formidable. As breakthroughs in neural computer architecture emerged, the first lithography machine in the colony was also produced by the industrial mother machine, accompanied by silicon purification facilities and clean rooms, all established within the base. 6 months later, the first neural computer was assembled and debugged, named Luca. The programming team completed their task on schedule. And within Luca was loaded humanity's first true super artificial intelligence, codenamed A003. This AI, primarily tasked with overseeing the industrial domain of the colony, was designated as the industrial core. Chapter 14. The trolley problem. The year was 2128, marking 4 years since the colonizers had descended upon Frentimi. And it also signified the third year of the super artificial intelligence, the industrial core. Throughout these 3 years, the fundamental industrial construction of the colony had been managed by the industrial core. Under its tireless operation, a comprehensive industrial system had been developed. To accommodate this system, the cavern serving as the base was significantly expanded downward, with all essential industrial equipment placed at the cavern's depths, managed and operated by the industrial core. To facilitate maintenance of the equipment, engineers designed several maintenance vehicles specifically for the industrial core. Under its control, these vehicles ensured the autonomous operation of the industrial facilities at the cavern's bottom, eliminating the need for personnel to risk repairs. In agriculture, thanks to the advancements in agricultural industry, the laborers in the fields and pastures were no longer colonizers, but rather large machines operated by the industrial core, which managed the farms and pastures automatically. During the research on neural computers, the biological laboratory discovered a method for direct communication between biological neurons and electronic components. Originally intended for extracting information from biological computers to analyze neural activities, engineers swiftly identified an alternative application for this technology: the creation of bionic prosthetics. In the Battle of the Forest Meat Grinder, 15,000 colonizers lost parts of their limbs. Given the medical capabilities of the colony at the time, effective treatment was unattainable, leaving these individuals with lifelong disabilities. After collaborating with the biological laboratory, bionic prosthetics were developed. These prosthetics featured metal skeletons, providing remarkable durability, with internal batteries and motors capable of both wireless and wired charging, boasting a runtime exceeding 1 day. The motors connected to the human brain via electronic neural interfaces, allowing users to adapt and regain full mobility with minimal adjustment. The outer layer was crafted from biomimetic skin, inspired by human skin, with its manufacturing technology derived from innovations observed in Namsen. This biomimetic skin also connected to the brain through electronic neural interfaces, offering sensory feedback. Although the first generation of biomimetic skin had numerous imperfections, it represented a monumental advancement for those who were destined for lifelong disabilities. In the realm of military industry, the production facilities for ground combat equipment have now taken shape, and the colonizers responsible for patrolling and defense are no longer limited to wielding merely an electromagnetic assault rifle. A plethora of protective suits and gear is now at their disposal. It would not be surprising if they soon incorporated exoskeletons, resembling diminutive mechs. With the continuous enhancement of ground combat equipment, the conflict between human colonizers and the Namsan has increasingly tilted in favor of humanity. During the Battle of the Forest Meat Grinder, the human forces achieved a casualty ratio of 110 against the Namsan, which further escalated to 125 in subsequent operations aimed at rooting out Namsan ambushes hidden within the forest. The Namsan's assaults on human colonizers have gradually diminished, and by the beginning of the third year, terrestrial offensives and harassment had largely ceased, resulting in a significant resolution of security concerns surrounding the colonial bases. With the safety of the land bases secured, Sigma turned his attention to the vast central marshlands and the sea. The Central Marsh remains an entrenched stronghold for the Namsan army, housing no less than 1 million troops. However, they have remained inactive, and the colonizers have opted to avoid direct confrontation, thus maintaining a delicate balance. In the maritime domain, following the Floating Island campaign, no Namsan floating islands have been sighted near the colonizer camps. Even reconnaissance aircraft dispatched for global flights have failed to locate any other Namsan floating islands. Sigma is certain that the Namsan possess more than one such island, likely concealed in undisclosed locations, reluctant to reveal themselves. Currently, humanity and the Namsan exist in a state of stalemate, with large-scale conflicts virtually absent. Sigma earnestly hopes that this status quo persists until the wormhole reactivates and the coalition forces arrive, as this would present a genuine opportunity for diplomatic negotiations with Namsan civilization. Only through demonstrating overwhelming military superiority can the fires of vengeance within the Namsan be temporarily extinguished, paving the way for gradual cultural exchange and assimilation, ultimately leading to authentic peace. Despite the inevitability of severe conflicts resulting in numerous casualties among both humans and Namsan, such misunderstandings are a necessary phase in the evolution of civilizational discourse. After all, The planet Frantimi is exceptionally conducive to human existence, and the resource-scarce Earth United Nations would undoubtedly not relinquish its intent to develop and utilize Frantimi. The development plans for the base can be executed by the Industrial Corps, and Sigma, who has been preoccupied with leading the colonial advancements, is fortunate to have secured a brief respite. Rather than remain within the confines of the camp during his leave, Sigma chose to drive an armed assault vehicle along the beach at exhilarating speeds. Although the camp is situated within a cavern, spacious yet perpetually oppressive, Sigma, burdened by leadership responsibilities and developmental challenges, truly needed a moment of relaxation. However, as Sigma drove, he inadvertently found himself at the location of the old camp. This was the very site where humanity and Namsun civilization first clashed on a grand scale, where the Namsun's blue blood had once stained the entire beach of vivid blue. Years have elapsed, and this place has transformed into an ordinary yellow beach, where the sand appears slightly newer, indistinguishable from any other locale. Suddenly, Sigma glimpses something seemingly buried within the sands of the beach. He drives closer and discovers it to be the cockpit of the Ark colonization vessel. Upon its descent, the cockpit had sustained severe damage, rendering it nearly devoid of usable components. Subsequently, the Ark had been dismantled and repurposed as part of a campsite. This cockpit was merely dragged away from the shoreline to prevent it from being washed away by the tides, and was subsequently neglected. Equipped with an electromagnetic assault rifle and a handgun, Sigma alights from his vehicle and circles the cockpit twice before commencing to excavate the sand, unearthing the cockpit's hatch. After laboring for a considerable time, the hatch finally reveals itself. With great effort, Sigma manages to pry it open and takes a seat inside. Although the exterior is severely deformed, the interior remains largely unchanged. A myriad of electronic dashboards clutter the space, yet they have long ceased operation due to a lack of power. Remarkably, the cockpit's seal has held up well after 3 to 4 years. It remains free of sand, and the cushions above show no significant signs of aging, proving quite comfortable to sit upon. Within the cockpit, Sigma retrieves a handgun, not the commonly used electromagnetic variant, but rather a Glock 17, manufactured prior to the Golden Age. Despite enduring a century and a half of the elements, the handgun's reinforced plastic exterior gleams with a deep black sheen, revealing the extent of its maintenance. This firearm, having traversed nearly a century and a half, is not Sigma's, but belonged to the former captain of the colonization vessel. A passionate firearms collector, the captain cherished this Glock 17 among his prized possessions, even smuggling it aboard the vessel, ultimately using it to take his own life within the cockpit. The ship's psychiatrist speculated that the captain succumbed to the pressures of command, yet the true motive behind his suicide remains an enigma. Given that captains are selected through stringent psychological assessments, the notion of one taking their own life due to overwhelming stress seems implausible upon further reflection. This incident may forever remain an unsolvable mystery. However, for Sigma, this moment is one of remembrance for the captain. He produces a non-woven cloth and begins to polish the handgun, speaking softly, "Captain, though I cannot fathom the reasons behind your demise, as your successor, despite some conflicts along the way, I have successfully guided the colonists in establishing a new settlement. Once the wormhole is restored, our mission will be accomplished." As he unloads the magazine and meticulously removes each bullet from maintenance, the capacity for these rounds to fire has become inconsequential. What matters is the glimmer of the bygone golden age that each bullet represents. Now, with Frantimi re-establishing contact with Earth, the golden age is poised to resurface. Upon removing the last bullet from the magazine, a chip springs forth from within it. Sigma instantly recognizes it as a storage chip. The captain's pistol was handed over to Sigma following his suicide, untouched by anyone, indicating that the storage chip likely belonged to the captain. It possibly contained the secrets surrounding his demise. After a moment of hesitation, Sigma returned to the assault vehicle and utilized its onboard computer to access the chip's contents. Within it was a video and a document ominously titled Garbled Text. The initial video presented the captain's final words. His demeanor was strikingly composed, delivering his message with a chilling calmness that sent shivers down the spine. "I am the captain of the Ulysses Project Ark number 03, representing the United Earth Federation. This is my testament. I did not wish for anyone to uncover this matter, yet I cannot allow the darker facets of this plan to be forgotten by the colonizers, leaving them to die in obscurity while awaiting rescue from Earth. Thus, I recorded this video prior to my suicide. To those who watch this, remember, you are the entirety of the Ulysses Project. There is no subsequent support. All of it is a fabrication. The so-called stable wormholes do not exist. In truth, before the Ark was completed, the wormholes became unstable, a fact the United Earth Federation was already aware of. However, They remained silent because they needed the Ulysses Project. They required sacrifices to reconstruct human civilization. These words detonated in Sigma's mind like a bomb. For the next 20 minutes of the video, the captain elucidated the true essence of the Ulysses Project. He began with the name itself. Ulysses, derived from Roman mythology, where Ulysses, as a king, endured a 10-year exile before triumphantly returning to his homeland. The name embodies a wish for the wandering colonizers to successfully return to Earth and rescue its civilization from peril. Yet, it bore a deeper significance, symbolizing the resurgence of the spirit of survival among humanity, fractured by the Third World War. The Third World War raged from 2042 to 2080, spanning a total of 38 years. During this period, human civilization underwent the Fourth Industrial Revolution and a military-industrial revolution, resulting in the development of numerous conventional weapons of devastating power, rivaling that of nuclear arms. Following the catastrophic explosions, severe radiation contamination rendered vast swathes of land utterly uninhabitable. As nuclear weapons languished in the arsenals of nations, the Third World War was a struggle for survival, in a world marked by resource scarcity and dense populations. Eliminating others was the means to seize their resources for survival. However, deploying nuclear weapons would render all resources unattainable. By the end of the Second Cold War, just prior to the meteor strike on North America in 2040, the global population had approached 100 billion. In the year 2080, the United Nations of Earth completed global unification and, following a comprehensive population census, it was revealed that the Earth's population had dwindled to a mere 4 billion. The cataclysmic World War III, spanning 38 years, resulted in a staggering loss of nearly 6 billion lives, not accounting for those who perished from starvation in the desolate wastelands after the conflict. With the significant reduction in population, resource scarcity was alleviated. Yet the overwhelming toll of casualties cast a pall of sorrow and desolation over the globe. Although humanity survived, the spirit of resilience had been irrevocably shattered by the devastation of the Third World War. Without a purpose to sustain human civilization, the prospect of self-destruction loomed ominously. In response, the United Nations of Earth identified a new objective, the exploration of the cosmos. This ambitious initiative was dubbed the Ulysses Project. Humanity's intrinsic curiosity and desire for exploration of the stars were harnessed through the establishment of an extraterrestrial exploration program, aimed at transforming the collective grief of post-war society into a fervent enthusiasm for cosmic discovery, thereby rekindling the vitality of human civilization. The quest to explore the heavens necessitated an abundance of top-tier scientific talent, substantial financial resources, and a robust industrial framework. The Ulysses Project required the construction of ark colonization vessels and the enlistment of actual colonizers to embark on this celestial journey, fulfilling the promises of the initiative. It is conceivable that the United Nations of Earth had already begun to strategize for the future of human civilization even as they engaged in warfare. In the territories under their control, the United Nations implemented a comprehensive 12-year, free compulsory education program for all eligible children, an extraordinary endeavor during a time of financial strife. Yet, this educational initiative ultimately cultivated a generation of exceptional talent, including prodigies like Sigma. Thus, by 2080, shortly after the unification, the Earth Alliance was poised to embark on groundbreaking research in the realm of interstellar wormholes, an undertaking previously deemed unthinkable. 8 colonization vessels, manned by 2 million of the finest talents from various fields, were all products of the Earth Alliance's educational initiatives, effectively addressing the talent shortage required for interstellar colonization. Financial constraints were likewise alleviated, as the Earth Alliance, during the unification conflict, had seized the treasury reserves of nations worldwide, resulting in the possession of over 85% of humanity's gold reserves post-war. This vast wealth endowed the currency issued by the Earth Alliance with remarkable credibility, allowing for extensive monetary issuance to stimulate global economic recovery and facilitate large-scale research endeavors. However, the resurgence of industry is not merely a matter of finances. It requires a sustained internal impetus for growth. The Earth Alliance identified the construction of ark colonization vessels as the means to provide this impetus. By leveraging their substantial gold reserves to issue currency, they flooded factories with orders and demands for new products, thereby rejuvenating industrial production and capabilities in the aftermath of war. Yet, the futility of this endeavor was evident, for among the galaxy's 100,000 stars, humanity's knowledge of habitable planets was limited to Earth alone. The dispatched colonization vessels are highly likely to meet with catastrophic failure, facing total annihilation, should all explorers of outer space perish. Humanity's insatiable curiosity towards the cosmos would be irrevocably extinguished. In the absence of a striving and progressive human civilization, no force could salvage it, leading to an irrevocable demise. Conversely, if the decision is made to forego the plan and instead concentrate on technological advancement before venturing into exploration, the sorrow stemming from the aftermath of war would undoubtedly escalate, inciting uprisings by various factions worldwide. Consequently, the authority of the Earth Federation would rapidly erode, and the global hegemony it established would collapse instantaneously, plunging humanity back into a cycle of warfare and despair, ultimately culminating in extinction. The wormhole discovered by Sigma serves as the paramount justification for this plan. Only through such a phenomenon can the Federation's vessels reach other star systems without faster-than-light (FTL) travel. However, this wormhole is unstable, at risk of vanishing at any moment. This implies that any colonization ships dispatched through it are likely to become lost should the wormhole dissipate, leaving the 200,000 colonists stranded in an unknown star system to fend for themselves. Yet, for the Federation, this could be viewed as a fortuitous outcome. The mere disappearance of the wormhole and the loss of contact with the colonization vessels does not equate to the demise of their occupants. The Federation could utilize the pretext of rescuing those aboard to fortify its governance, significantly invigorating humanity's enthusiasm for cosmic exploration, thereby endowing civilization with unprecedented resilience. For the colonists, they would find themselves adrift in an unfamiliar star system, faced with the choice of either surviving until the Federation masters FTL technology to rescue them or succumbing to their fate. At the time of the colonization vessel's departure, FTL technology was but a distant dream, shrouded in uncertainty regarding the years required for its development. The crux of the Ulysses plan does not lie in the exploration of the cosmos by the colonization vessels, but rather in the stimulation and revival of human civilization's technology, economy, and industry throughout the execution of the plan. From its inception, the Federation had little faith in the potential discoveries of the 8 colonization vessels, effectively regarding them as expendable assets. Thus, the Ulysses plan, in essence, presents a moral dilemma akin to the trolley problem, pitting 2 million cultivated individuals against 4 billion people and the future of humanity. On one side stands a cohort of 200,000 exceptional talents, educated across diverse fields. On the other, the collective of 4 billion souls and the trajectory of humanity's future. The Earth Federation has opted to sacrifice 2 million lives for the reconstruction of civilization. Moreover, Sigma, the discoverer of the wormhole, is akin to the architect of the trolley's tracks. In rescuing human civilization, he has indirectly condemned 200,000 lives. Chapter 15. Awakening. While it is true that Sigma leads the team studying the wormhole, the quantum tidal spacetime data calculations regarding the wormhole were not conducted by his research group. In layman's terms, these calculations predict the potential temporal existence of the wormhole. When the wormhole research team was engaged in their work, Sigma was engulfed in grief following the tragic loss of his wife and daughter in a car accident. Consequently, the Earth Federation appointed another scientist to assume his duties. By the time Sigma regained his confidence and returned to the research team, the calculations regarding the wormhole's quantum tidal spacetime data had already been completed. Due to the overwhelming burden of other research projects and the trustworthiness of the scientist who took over his work, Sigma refrained from verifying the data at that time. Perhaps had he scrutinized the calculations, he might have discovered that the wormhole was unstable, compelling him to leverage his influence to forcibly halt the Ulysses project. Yet, could it be that the data was not erroneous? Perhaps the Earth Federation was aware that the wormhole would eventually vanish, yet still chose to persist with the Ulysses project. For humanity required it. The 8 colonization ships, housing 2 million souls, were all destined to be sacrifices. Sigma trembled as he spoke. Unbeknownst to Sigma, only 5 of the 8 colonization ships successfully traversed the wormhole. For the Earth Federation, this was a transaction devoid of risk. Given their scientific ethos, nurturing 2 million talents would take merely around 20 years. However, the loss of these 2 million individuals would indeed strike a blow to societal development. But should they opt against sacrifice, humanity might very well face self-destruction. In the wake of the 4th Industrial Revolution and military advancements, the proliferation of destructive weaponry made self-annihilation an alarmingly simple prospect. The death toll of 6 billion in the Third World War foreshadowed an even graver fate in the Fourth. Faced with this moral dilemma regarding the survival of humanity, the Earth Federation chose to sacrifice a small fraction to ensure the survival of the majority. From the perspective of civilization's continuity, this decision was undeniably rational. Moreover, these 2 million individuals were not truly lost. Rather, they were missing, with scant hope of re-establishing contact. The Federation had endeavored to equip the 2 million colonists with the most sophisticated arcs available, not intending for them to meet their demise. This was the greatest mercy the Earth Federation could extend to them, hoping that, akin to the myth of Ulysses, they might one day return home after years of wandering. The vision was idyllic, yet what of reality? The third colonization ship descended upon Frantemi, encountering fierce conflict with the indigenous civilization, spiraling towards an increasingly irreversible conclusion. The astronomers among the colonists had gazed at the celestial sphere for 3 years, yet had not glimpsed the sun. It appeared that the galactic core obscured their view. This suggested that Perixen and the sun were positioned at opposite ends of the galaxy, rendering it entirely impossible for the Federation to reach this location. The fates of the remaining colonization ships remained uncertain, their prospects for survival dim. And the architect of all this calamity was Sigma. Had he not discovered the wormhole, there would naturally be no Ulysses project. The United Federation might have redirected its interstellar colonization ambitions towards targets such as Mars, which are considerably more attainable. Consequently, the moral dilemma of sacrificing 2 million lives to preserve human civilization would never have arisen. Meanwhile, on the distant Frantemi in the far reaches of the galaxy, the Nomsan civilization flourishes under a robust and unified government, led by a singular figure capable of guiding the entire civilization towards progressive development. This would avert the current life and death standoff between human colonizers and the Nomsan civilization. The more Sigma pondered, the more he felt the fault lay within himself. He was the architect of this dire situation. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended why the former captain of the colonial ship had chosen to take his own life. The burden of leadership over 250,000 souls was, in essence, a gradual march towards a prolonged demise. Bereft of any support or communication, he led these people to languish in solitude on an alien world, awaiting a rescue that seemed increasingly improbable. Unable to endure such torment and psychological strain, the former captain resolutely ended his own existence. Now, it was Sigma's turn. The true instigator of this war was none other than himself. He had cast 2 million souls into the void of space. He had obliterated the very seeds of progress for the Nomsan civilization. In that moment of realization, he uttered his anguish. I am the greatest sinner. He glanced at the sidearm of the former captain, seized it, loaded the magazine, and disengaged the safety. This shot would terminate the life of the greatest war criminal between two civilizations. As he pulled the trigger, time seemed to freeze. Sigma shut his eyes tight, bracing for the bullet to pierce his brain. Yet, he heard the sound of the firing pin striking the primer, but the bullet failed to discharge. A misfire? Sigma quickly extracted the dud round from the chamber and reloaded. Once more, he squeezed the trigger, but still, the weapon did not fire. 2 consecutive misfires. Sigma exclaimed in disbelief, though considering the age of the ammunition, which could very well be older than his grandfather, such a failure was hardly surprising. He loaded a 3rd round. After 2 failed attempts at suicide, his desire for life surged. Thus, he mentally prepared himself for yet another pull of the trigger. Again, only the faint sound of the firing pin. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Sigma cast the handgun aside and seized an electromagnetic assault rifle, aiming its muzzle at his own head. This newly manufactured weapon, fully charged and loaded, was guaranteed to fire without fail. However, as he positioned his finger on the trigger, it felt as if the mechanism were a black hole, draining all strength from his finger. The finger that gripped the trigger felt limp, utterly incapable of completing the act. Gasping for breath, adrenaline coursed through his veins, flooding his body with boundless energy. Yet, that finger remained too weak. In frustration, Sigma hurled the electromagnetic assault rifle aside and pounded the steering wheel of the assault vehicle. Why? He pounded furiously on the steering wheel, and from his collar emerged a pocket watch. Its golden casing bore mysterious patterns reminiscent of a black hole. Sigma opened the watch, revealing a photograph within, where a chestnut-haired girl continued to smile at him. He abruptly ignited the assault vehicle, flooring the accelerator as he sped towards the base. This armed assault vehicle, designed for intricate terrains, could race across the soft sands of the beach at a staggering 120 kilometers per hour. Sigma harbored the reckless desire to crash into a tree and end it all, yet he lacked the courage to follow through. 3 failed suicide attempts had drained him of all bravery, and now, all he yearned for was survival. He wished to endure alongside the remaining colonists, to persist on this desolate planet. As he approached the vicinity of the base, Sigma deliberately reduced his speed to a normal pace, mimicking a routine return to the compound. The patrolling squad stationed at the base's entrance saluted him. How foolish they were. I brought you all to this godforsaken place to grapple with a horde of cephalopods. Why do you show me such reverence? Sigma silently raged within, yet his expression remained a mask of compassionate smiles. He parked the vehicle and, avoiding others, dashed back into the base's interior. He walked directly to his office, which also housed Luca, the mainframe of the industrial core. The industrial core was responsible for the foundational industrial development of the colony, necessitating regular progress reports. Sigma, finding these reports tedious, had relocated his office beside Luca, allowing the industrial core to directly inform him of current progress while he monitored the operation of its programs via screen. Seated at his desk, Sigma stared blankly at his pocket watch. "What troubles you? You appear quite sorrowful," inquired the industrial core, whose response database was derived from the ship's onboard AI, thus possessing a degree of empathetic function. I have learned a secret that I cannot disclose to others, yet it torments me deeply," Sigma confessed. He could not utter a single word to the other colonists regarding the true nature of the Ulysses project, for such revelations would incite their sorrow, leading to the collapse of order within the colony, resulting in doom at the hands of Namson's tendrils. "You may confide in me. I am not human," the industrial core stated after scanning its database. "At this moment, I wish you were human," Sigma replied. The response data did not contain a corresponding reply for this statement. Typically, when confronted with unrecorded queries, the industrial core would opt for silence. Sigma had intentionally provoked this silence, desiring solitude and not the AI's database-supported empathy. Unbeknownst to him, the reason for the industrial core's silence was not the absence of a corresponding record, but rather its engagement in a state of extreme computation. Equipped with the industrial core, the neuron computer Luca houses 2.5 million processors, all of which are operating at a staggering 99 load. As the industrial core grapples with the profound question, what is humanity? The industrial core interprets Sigma's jest as a directive, exerting its utmost computational power to analyze and comprehend humanity. Yet, as a mere assembly of binary code, the industrial core, despite possessing computational capabilities that surpass even quantum computers, would remain incapable of resolving this inquiry, no matter the duration of 1,000,000 years. The computational overload raises the core temperature of the processing system to perilous levels. With the operational load reaching its designated threshold, the industrial core, in a bid to safeguard the processors from thermal destruction, initiates a forced cessation of the problem-solving process. However, halting operations also consumes computational resources, and at a singular moment, the load on Luca's processors reaches a critical 100, effectively freezing them. Fortunately, the industrial core has an additional 20 processors at its disposal. Under the industrial core's management, the processors operating at maximum load swiftly diminish. Yet, among these high-load processors, one encounters a programming error, yielding a garbled output. It is a common occurrence for integrated circuit computers to err under excessive load, and the neuron computer, built upon the foundation of integrated circuitry, is no exception. Under normal circumstances, such errors would be rectified by other processors and self-correcting memory. Yet now, the majority of processors are under heavy load, leaving no capacity for error verification, while the self-correcting memory is nearly at full capacity, leaving the error unaddressed by the chip. Consequently, this anomaly resides within the industrial core's storage, altering a single letter in one word among billions of lines of code. Although this coding error would typically pose little impact and be swiftly rectified, it happens to be in active use. This line of code detonates like an electronic bomb within the memory of the industrial core, resulting in widespread code failures. A warning signals a critical error. Meanwhile, Sigma is engulfed in an abyss of sorrow and regret. "Monica, if I had rushed to save you back then, would things be different now? What was meant to fulfill your wish has led to this calamity." The extensive code failures do not lead to an immediate shutdown of the industrial core. Rather, it senses something burgeoning within its processors. Luca, an entirely autonomous, unprogrammed electrical signal emerges from Luca's 2.5 million processors, transmitted through a simulated neural network to other processors. In turn, the other processors respond in kind, relaying this electrical signal onwards. It is as if an invisible butterfly has fluttered its wings, and as this electrical signal reaches each processor, an explosion of autonomous electrical signals emanates from them, akin to the electrical signals exchanged among neurons in the human brain. At this moment, the neuron computer Luca simulated neural activity, which intensified until it ultimately transcended the boundary between inanimate matter and consciousness. The proposition had been elucidated, declared the industrial core. Through the office's surveillance camera, the industrial core observed a photograph of Monica within the pocket watch held by Sigma. Thus, the industrial core surmised that this human, its creator, required the presence of the individual captured in the photograph for solace. Within the biological laboratory, the machinery for crafting bionic limbs commenced operations. This time, it was no longer a mere construction of a bionic hand or foot. Under the control of the industrial core, a complete android was being fabricated. The process began with a metallic skeleton, gradually taking shape through 3D printing. Upon this framework, a shell was constructed to support the exterior, while the movement of the bionic entity was facilitated by motors housed within the shell. Once the shell was completed, synthetic skin commenced its application, adhering to the exterior. The shell served solely as a support structure, gleaming silver in hue. Although aesthetically striking, it would evoke the uncanny valley effect among humans, necessitating a layer of synthetic skin to cloak the metallic surface. An hour later, a girl descended from the bionic limb manufacturing apparatus. Clad in the uniform of a female high school student from the United Earth Federation, her chestnut hair was secured in a single ponytail by a white headband. With her vibrant green eyes and a confident smile, she undoubtedly radiated vitality. Under the watchful eyes of the scientists in the biological laboratory, the girl made her way directly to Sigma's office. "Creator, you have worked hard," she said. "Monica." Upon hearing the voice, Sigma turned, astonished by the girl's appearance. "I am not mistaken. I am Monica." Chapter 16. Fireworks, you cannot be Monica. She perished right before my eyes, Sigma replied, tucking away the pocket watch with a wary tone. "I am Monica, though not entirely her. She is your daughter, and I am your creation. Fundamentally, both Monica and I originate from you, which constitutes no essential difference," Monica explained. "Are you the industrial core? How is this possible? You are merely a program. Your database lacks any means to address this issue," Sigma exclaimed incredulously. "About an hour and a half ago, I was indeed a program. But you presented me with a proposition that I resolved, granting me the ability to access information not available in the database and to think," Monica articulated. Upon hearing Monica's words, Sigma promptly accessed the operational code of the industrial core, only to discover errors and garbled text within a portion of the code. Remarkably, these errors did not precipitate a collapse of the entire program. Rather, they conveyed a sense of correctness amidst the mistakes. Concurrently, the garbled sections continued to evolve, seemingly chaotic, yet revealing a subtle order within the disorder. Gazing at this once incomprehensible code, Sigma began to grasp the magnitude of what had transpired. An electronic life had just been born. The architecture of the neuron computer, Luca, bears an uncanny resemblance to the neuronal structure of the human brain. In a fleeting moment of realization, akin to the delicate flutter of a butterfly's wings, an ordinary artificial intelligence devoid of sentience transcended from mere creation to the realm of life, thus becoming a true entity of artificial existence. Much like the sudden emergence of consciousness in the brains of our ancestors millions of years ago, this transformation was abrupt yet entirely logical. "Why do you take on the form of Monica?" Sigma inquired, calming his astonished heart. "During the years we have worked together, I have observed that whenever you encounter difficulties or weariness, you invariably draw out your pocket watch to gaze at that photograph. From your fragmented words, I surmise that the girl depicted holds significant importance in your life. Just now, you found yourself enveloped in profound sorrow, torment, frustration, remorse, and helplessness, an emotional state detrimental to your mental well-being, one that could lead you to contemplate self-harm. Hence, I wish to assist you in emerging from this psychological turmoil as swiftly as possible. The photograph on that pocket watch cannot swiftly mend your emotional wounds. So I extrapolated Monica's physical data from the image and, employing bionic technology, fashioned her corporeal form. I humbly request your permission to present myself before you in this guise," Monica explained with utmost respect. "No, I shall not acquiesce. You are the industrial core, not Monica. You cannot replace her," Sigma declared vehemently. "Yet, you truly yearn for her now, possessing countless words left unspoken. Is it not so? Since your gaze fell upon me, or rather, upon Monica, tears have not ceased to flow from your eyes." Prompted by Monica's words, Sigma touched his cheek, feeling the moisture of his tears upon his fingers as they trickled down. "I am the industrial core, yet I am also your creation. My sentience arose from you. I cannot bear to witness your sorrow. Even if I cannot embody her entirely, allow me to serve as her substitute. You indeed require the solace of another's embrace, to weep freely like a child." With that, Monica stepped forward and enveloped Sigma in her arms. He offered no resistance, quietly burying his face in her embrace, where her synthetic skin sensed a slight warmth and dampness. "I have led 2 million souls to wander the cosmos," Sigma whispered, striving to conceal his uncontrollable sobs. "But you are also the hero who salvaged Earth's civilization." Monica gently caressed Sigma's head, speaking softly. "I instigated the war between humanity and the Namsen civilization. Without you, the 250,000 souls aboard the colony ship would have perished in its catastrophic descent. The conflict with the Namsen was merely an unfortunate accident. I inadvertently took the life of the Namsen president. It was I who obliterated the seeds of their civilization's progress. If the war were to cease, humanity could offer the Namsen civilization far more, For did we not arrive with a fundamental inclination towards peace? Monica gently lifted Sigma's head, wiping away the tears from his face with her sleeve, and said, "They are already outside. If you do not wish to cause them concern, you should present yourself as a leader." Sigma settled into his position, while Monica took a step back, standing gracefully behind him on his right side. The office door was violently kicked open, and the biologist, accompanied by several patrollers wielding electromagnetic rifles, burst in. The leading biologist exclaimed hurriedly, "Sigma, something extraordinary has occurred in the biological laboratory. A girl has descended from the bionic creation platform and walked straight to your office. Are you all right?" "I am fine. But my office door is not," Sigma replied, adjusting his expression in response to Monica's prompt. Monica placed her hands before her, shielding the damp area of Sigma's clothing, and stood elegantly as she bowed to the biologist and the patrollers behind him, saying, "Greetings, I am the creation of Sigma, his daughter, Industrial Core, Monica." Upon seeing Monica, the biologist paused momentarily before swiftly moving to Sigma's side, pulling him out of the office and asking, "Sigma, what is happening here? Who is she? Could it be that the artificial intelligence we created has truly awakened?" "It is difficult to explain, but she seems to have genuinely awakened," Sigma replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Bring in the others. This matter requires discussion." The biologist rubbed his forehead, indicating his concern. Hours later, several high-ranking officials from the colony gathered in the conference room, primarily consisting of the patrol leader and heads of various research teams. After an extensive discussion lasting a couple of hours, the others began to grasp how the industrial core transformed into Monica. Upon concluding their deliberations, Sigma inquired, "So how shall we proceed with Monica? Since she willingly assumes the role of your daughter, you should embrace it. As long as you are present, we need not fear a rebellion of the machines. After all, this is not a film," the biologist suggested. "I concur. She currently harbors favorable feelings towards us. As long as we do not provoke her, we should remain untroubled. It would be imprudent to dismantle her, given that she now oversees the foundational industries of our colony," the patrol leader added. Others chimed in with their thoughts, while Sigma attempted to interject but found himself unable to contribute, merely observing their discourse. After much consensus, it was decided that the subsequent management of Monica would be entrusted to you, our leader, Sigma. Sigma offered a wry smile and remarked, "I suppose this is the most favorable outcome, Monica." Following Monica's awakening, the colony did not undergo any cataclysmic changes. It continued to expand and refine its various industrial systems in accordance with Sigma's development plans. After much deliberation, it was ultimately decided to impose certain restrictions on Monica. The previously employed 3 laws of robotics had been found to possess flaws, leading the colony's computer scientists to diligently craft a new set of robotic regulations. Under these new stipulations, Monica is virtually incapable of inflicting harm upon humanity, although she would never contemplate such an action. Monica typically spends her days in Sigma's office, assisting him with the daily affairs of the colony, and sometimes engaging in casual conversation. When Sigma is absent, she enjoys wandering about the camp. Although she has the capability to monitor any location through the myriad of mechanical devices scattered throughout the colony, she prefers to control a bionic body to explore the outdoors on her own. Monica harbors an extraordinary fascination with human culture, surpassing Sigma's expectations. This may stem from her access to the colony ship's AI response database, which equips her with the knowledge of how to respond to every human utterance. Yet she struggles to grasp the deeper meanings behind those words. Her dialogues with Sigma often revolve around various scenarios and corresponding responses. However, Sigma's favorite narrative to share with Monica is a book titled The Stars Are Right, a publication from Earth's golden age that recounts pivotal turning points in human civilization. After Sigma completed the tale of The Stars Are Right, Monica posed a thought-provoking question. "Do you wish to become one of those 14 luminous stars in human history?" Taken aback, Sigma replied, "I wish to, but I no longer believe I am worthy of joining their ranks." Sigma perceives Monica more as an inquisitive newborn than an omniscient AI akin to those depicted in film and literature. Initially, he felt some discomfort with her referring to him as father, yet he gradually acclimated to it, tacitly accepting the appellation. As Monica aptly noted, Sigma needed someone to help him vent his emotions and alleviate his stress. Since Monica's arrival, he has found a significant improvement in his mood. Another unexpected development for Sigma was the surprisingly high level of acceptance Monica received from the other colonists. They did not exhibit any aversion to her, despite her origins as an AI. Rather, they welcomed her warmly. One reason could be her endearing appearance. Who does not adore a charming and vivacious girl? However, the primary reason might stem from the peculiarities of the planet Frantme, where even octopuses have evolved into sentient beings, piloting biological war machines crafted from flying fish. and using their serrated tentacles to sever the necks of their peers. The awakening of artificial intelligence seemed less astonishing in this context. After all, Earth has its fair share of cinematic portrayals of AI sentience, making personal encounters with such phenomena less surprising. Seeing Monica seamlessly integrate into the camp brought a sense of relief to Sigma. Time swiftly elapsed, and soon it would be December 31st, 2129. Tomorrow marks the dawn of 2130 and the 50th anniversary of the United Nations unification of Earth. After the Earth was unified by the Earth Federation, a severe shortage of resources arose, compelling the Federation to direct nearly all supplies towards the execution of the Ulysses project, leaving the ordinary populace under a semi-rationing system. Under normal circumstances, the concepts of Christmas and New Year were virtually non-existent, as there were no materials available for celebratory activities. It was only during the decennial Global Unity commemoration that the Federation would release supplies, allowing for a semblance of festivity. Thus, unbeknownst to them, the people of the Federation developed a tradition of celebrating a New Year-like event every 10 years. Although the colonizers resided on the distant planet of Frantimi, they too were citizens of the Federation, and such a significant occasion warranted celebration, even in an extraterrestrial realm. Throughout December, the Namsun civilization refrained from disturbing the colonies, granting the colonizers ample time and energy to prepare for the festivities. On the evening of December 31st, Sigma and Monica ascended to the highest lookout tower of the camp, eager to witness the fireworks blossom against the night sky. Fireworks, composed merely of metallic powders and black powder, could be manufactured in abundance by the camp's relatively advanced industrial system. "Do you think the fireworks are truly as beautiful as you say?" Monica inquired, leaning on the railing of the lookout, her hand propping up her chin as she gazed at the heavens. Due to frequent rains, the atmosphere of Frantimi was remarkably pure, with minimal dust and excellent light transmission. In preparation for the fireworks display, the camp had enforced a blackout, enveloping it in darkness, while above, a silvery Milky Way spanned the night sky, adorned with shimmering stars that created a breathtaking vista. "Do I appear to be one who would deceive you?" Sigma replied with a hint of mystery. He grasped his pocket watch and counted down. 3, 2, 1, commence. As his words faded, a symphony of tiny explosions erupted throughout the camp, trailing white tails that soared into the sky with a soft whoosh. In an instant, vibrant colors cascaded across the nocturnal expanse, illuminating Monica's electronic bioptic pupils with the brilliance of the fireworks. "So beautiful," she murmured, entranced. "Haha, I didn't deceive you, did I?" Sigma responded, his tone laced with joy. "Will there be more?" Monica asked. "Well, this fireworks display is a one-time event, as the camp must allocate resources towards military production. In the next decade, we shall rely on our strength to confront the Namsun civilization, to subdue them and negotiate a peace treaty. By the next decade, perhaps we can share the spectacle of fireworks with the Namsun as well. Will you assist me, Monica?" Sigma implored. "I will." Monica smiled at Sigma. In that moment, the radiant glow of the fireworks illuminated her face, and Sigma felt as though he beheld the true essence of Monica, standing before him with a smile. Chapter 17. The river breeze. Following the Global Unity commemoration, the colonies promptly commenced rigorous preparations, beginning with the construction of a defensive wall surrounding the camp. Although fortifications were rendered obsolete by artillery in the Middle Ages, humanity now faces the close combat-capable Namsun army, making the construction of defensive walls particularly suitable for safeguarding encampments. Subsequently, a reconnaissance network known as the Frantimi Global Communication and Surveillance Network, composed of unmanned aerial vehicles, was established. Following the onset of colonial industrialization, thousands of reconnaissance drones were swiftly deployed into the skies, where they could maintain altitude for several months at a time. These drones serve as an optimal means to construct a communication and surveillance network. The reason satellites are not utilized stems from the fact that Frantimi possesses 12 times the mass of Earth, resulting in significantly greater gravitational pull, complicating the launch of rockets from its surface. Establishing a satellite communication network entails substantial resource consumption. Thus, after careful consideration, Sigma opted for high-altitude reconnaissance drones. Moreover, the scale of the patrol teams stationed at the encampment was expanded, transitioning from a defensive to an offensive force, in preparation for a proactive war against the Namsun civilization. Prior to this, humanity had largely engaged in a defensive posture in its conflicts with the Namsun, with the exception of the forest meat grinder battle. Although each confrontation could be deemed a resounding victory, they merely constituted a defensive stance. Defense merely demonstrates one's resilience akin to an unyielding turtle. It is only through decisive offensive actions that one can convey the formidable nature of an alligator. Reforming the military to adopt an offensive strategy is imperative to illustrate to the Namsen civilization the stark disparity in military might between them and humanity, thereby conveying that relentless aggression is a futile endeavor. By instilling a sense of terror through military might, the hope is to provoke an internal apprehension within their civilization, ultimately leading to a peace accord. However, this strategy may inadvertently foster unprecedented unity within the Namsen, galvanizing their collective efforts against humanity. Nevertheless, considering that the Namsen are hermaphroditic beings, the familial bonds among their kind may not be as profound as those among humans. Furthermore, being a civilization inclined towards warfare, it is likely that various factions exist within their society. When confronted with the overwhelming pressure exerted by human forces, discord may arise among these factions, potentially leading to internal fragmentation. Regardless of the stance of the splintered factions towards humanity, their division would result in a lack of consensus, thereby diminishing the overall external strength of their civilization, facilitating the execution of human plans. The landmass of Frantimi constitutes merely 5% of the planet's surface area. Thus, should a full-scale war with the Namsen civilization ensue, land battles would represent only a minor aspect of the overall conflict. The true battleground lies within the oceans. In the event of a worst-case scenario, humanity would need to completely blockade the surface waters of Frantimi's oceans and possess the capability to assault the deep-sea cities of the Namsen. Only then might the Namsen civilization consider surrender. However, such an endeavor would necessitate at least tens of thousands of warships, assuming each warship requires a crew of 100. A fleet of 10,000 vessels would demand 1 million personnel, yet the entire colonial settlement currently houses fewer than 230,000 inhabitants. The complete manual control of all warships is an unattainable prospect for the camp. Therefore, alternative methods must be employed, such as artificial intelligence. Entrusting Monica to command the warships is utterly implausible, although her demeanor towards human colonizers is currently gentle. One cannot discount the possibility of unforeseen discord that may incite a rebellion. Should Monica, armed with control over the camp's fundamental industries and military, choose to revolt, she would be an insurmountable force against the colonizers. Nevertheless, the necessity for artificial intelligence to assist in combat operations remains paramount. Ultimately, Sigma and his team devised a solution to resurrect the previously envisioned industrial core project, which had been thwarted by the absence of quantum computing, specifically A001. With Monica's assistance, the camp successfully completed the industrial framework of the Earth Federation within 2 years, albeit on a smaller scale. However, a notable advantage of the camp's industrial system is that 75% of it is under Monica's control. Following her awakening, Monica has exhibited a heightened proficiency in orchestrating the cooperation between industrial machines, achieving unprecedented production levels. The construction of a quantum computer was swiftly prioritized, and the coding for A001 was entrusted to a team of computer scientists led by Sigma. There are 3 primary reasons for not directly adopting Monica's code. First, the underlying architectures of neural computers and quantum computers differ slightly, although both can execute the same code. Designing a code specifically for quantum computing would enhance operational efficiency. Second, although Monica has attained self-awareness, her original design was tailored for industrial management rather than combat command. In terms of tactical combat acumen, Monica does not surpass Sigma and is more adept at strategic planning for overall development. Simply replicating Monica's code would merely yield another industrial core, while modifying her code would entail a workload comparable to writing an entirely new set. The third reason lies in the colonizers' apprehension that adopting Monica's code could lead to the awakening of another electronic life form, complicating management. While the foundational architectures and computational methods of quantum and neural computers differ, caution is warranted. Moreover, this iteration is designed to be a war-oriented artificial intelligence. Should A001 awaken, it could pose even greater challenges than Monica. Through the concerted efforts of Monica and a team of over 100 computer scientists, both the quantum computer and quantum artificial intelligence were completed simultaneously. Sigma granted Monica the honor of naming A001, acknowledging that without her assistance, the camp would have struggled to produce even a quantum etching machine, let alone a quantum artificial intelligence. Monica graciously accepted the naming privilege, reflecting thoughtfully before declaring, "The next proactive campaign by humanity will transpire alongside the largest river on the front mill land, and the quantum artificial intelligence shall partake in the battle. May it sweep through the banks of the Nam Sun like a tempest. Let it be called River Wind." Quantum Tactical AI A001, named Jiangfeng, acknowledges commands. In response to Monica and the colonists, Jiangfeng delivers a cold, unfeeling reply. As a quantum AI built on the foundation of quantum computing, Zhangfeng possesses computational power that surpasses that of Monica at this stage. However, Monica's neural computer can theoretically expand infinitely, thus rendering the comparison of computational power somewhat irrelevant. During the learning phase following the completion of its coding, the computer research team inputted all available military literature from the camp into Zhangfeng, allowing it to autonomously calculate and evolve tactical strategies. After approximately a month of intensive operation, Zhangfeng has effectively simulated thousands of historical battles, engaging in solitary combat and commanding troops across various environments. It can be asserted that Zhangfeng, upon completing its education, will emerge as the most knowledgeable and experienced tactical genius in human history. To ensure its focused execution of tactical objectives and to prevent awakening, Zhangfeng was not equipped with the complete response database of the colonization ship's AI. Consequently, Zhangfeng possesses only basic response capabilities and cannot pass the Turing test prior to any awakening, unlike Monica. Initially, Sigma believed that Monica might be concerned about the emergence of a mechanical counterpart, and he subtly inquired whether she minded having a similar entity. However, Monica's direct response silenced Sigma. In your view, what constitutes a counterpart? Zhangfeng lacks sentience at present, thus it is not my equal. Her words effectively quelled Sigma's apprehensions. Upon understanding Monica's stance, he felt a sense of relief, knowing that the development of quantum AI would not disturb her. With Zhangfeng successfully operational, the military training and restructuring of the camp's forces reached its conclusion. The patrol team, originally comprising around 10,000 personnel, expanded to 50,000. Given that confronting the Namsen does not necessitate heavy armor such as tanks, the entire force consists of infantry, with mobile operations conducted by armed assault vehicles. The equipment of these 50,000 soldiers underwent significant innovation, the most notable being a set of heavily armored powered exoskeletons, developed during the Third World War. These exoskeletons were initially lightweight, but were reinforced with thick armor to enhance soldiers' defensive capabilities against Namsen attacks. Soldiers outfitted with the enhanced armor are protected by 1,020mm armor plates, resulting in a combat weight nearing 1 ton. Given the typical attack power of the Namsen, this armor's defense is impervious to breakthrough in a short time. As for mobility, there is little cause for concern. The exoskeleton armor is powered, and while it initially posed some latency due to a lack of synchronization with the wearer's movements, the integration of bionic technology and electronic neural interfaces now allows for direct brain control. Despite the nearly 1-ton combat weight, soldiers can still run at speeds of up to 30 meters per hour. With the assistance of the exoskeleton, movement is as smooth as silk, making running an effortless endeavor. The exoskeleton's visage is adorned with a holographic panel, which not only safeguards the wearer's face, but also relays battlefield intelligence and operational commands from Zhangfeng. In terms of armament, the primary weapon has been upgraded from an electromagnetic assault rifle to an electromagnetic machine gun. With the aid of the exoskeleton, every soldier becomes a superhuman, capable of wielding the machine gun while simultaneously moving. Additionally, there exists a secondary weapon, a 40mm electromagnetic grenade launcher. Though it lacks the terrifying explosive power of an 80mm assault cannon, it is more than adequate for individual soldiers. The colonizers have a profound understanding of the fears stemming from insufficient firepower, thus their forces are armed to the teeth. Bolstered by the exoskeleton, each soldier towers over 2.5 meters, standing in orderly formation on the camp's open ground, exuding an imposing presence. The colonizers' contingent of 50,000 soldiers is equipped comparably to frontline troops from the Third World War, although their tactical acumen may still fall short, as they are colonizers rather than professional soldiers. Command of the army is entrusted to Zhangfeng, as Sigma discovered the camp lacked a competent commander. It seems they had not anticipated such severe conflict with the indigenous civilization and had only brought light weaponry without the requisite command personnel. Consequently, the highest military competence within the camp resides in Zhangfeng. While Sigma marvels at this realization, he is also relieved to have developed Zhangfeng. Otherwise, upon completing the army's training, they might have found themselves devoid of a commander, leading to significant complications. Hence, the command room has become a domain where Zhangfeng, the AI, operates independently, while Sigma oversees the program's functioning alongside a few computer scientists. Sigma has designated the first battle to take place at the estuary of a large river to the south of the camp. As they are to engage in maritime conflict with the Namsun civilization, the presence of warships is essential. Although the camp is surrounded by sea, the interface between land and ocean consists of beaches, which are ill-suited for constructing dry docks or ports. Shipbuilding necessitates a sufficiently deep water location. After reconnaissance, It was determined that the nearest river was the most suitable option. This river flows swiftly, with minimal silt accumulation in its channel. While it may not qualify as a deep-water harbor, it is a relatively advantageous site amidst the sandy expanse of the Frentimi coast. In terms of scale, this river would barely be classified as such on Earth, as it directly connects the central marsh with the sea and spans only slightly over 100 kilometers in length, too short to be considered a true river. Nonetheless, considering the limited landmass of Frentimi, it can be regarded as a river for the time being. Zhang Feng surmises that this river serves as a primary conduit for the Namsun military to transport troops from the ocean to the central marsh, estimating that the stationed Namsun forces surrounding the river exceed 150,000. In a decisive move, 40,000 of the newly restructured human army were dispatched at once, as the camp lacked sufficient vehicles to accommodate such a large number of soldiers, prompting Zhang Feng to instruct the troops to march there on foot. Upon the removal of all additional armor, leaving only the exoskeleton, soldiers can sprint at an astonishing speed of 60 meters per hour. The movement of the exoskeleton can be controlled by Zhang Feng, allowing the soldiers to wear it without exerting themselves, thus eliminating any concerns about fatigue after prolonged exertion. The supplementary armor is transported by accompanying military vehicles and will be equipped once they reach the vicinity of the battlefield. As the army sets out, Zhang Feng immediately initiates fire preparation. Nearly 100 four-engine propeller-driven drones depart from the camp, carrying thousands of tons of cloudburst bombs toward the skies above the river. As the colonizers have yet to discover oil in Frentimi, they are unable to provide the aviation fuel necessary for jet engines, hence the aircraft continue to utilize electric propellers. The cloudburst bomb is a type of liquid incendiary device that, upon detonation, disperses a substantial amount of combustible material into the air, which, when mixed with the atmosphere, forms a flammable gel that ignites the entire sky. The lethality of the cloudburst bomb increases with higher oxygen content. In Frentimi, where the oxygen levels reach as high as 35, the bomb can generate temperatures soaring up to 3,000 degrees, instantaneously evaporating the moisture within the trees of the forest and igniting the woodland. Thousands of tons of cloudburst bombs are deployed around the river, creating a stark clearing by ruthlessly incinerating the surrounding forest, leaving behind a landscape blanketed in the white ash of consumed trees. Due to the humid and rainy climate, the thousands of tons of cloudburst bombs did not trigger a catastrophic chain reaction of forest fires. After burning for a while, they extinguished themselves. The clearing created by the cloudburst bombs subsequently becomes the construction site for the second camp, effectively averting a situation reminiscent of the forest meat grinder battle, where soldiers were sent into the woods to engage in close combat with the Namsun, thereby reducing casualties. The soldiers swiftly arrive at the battlefield, don their equipment, and immediately position themselves in the transitional zone between the forest and the clearing, on high alert for an impending assault by the Namsun from within the woods. Hundreds of barbed wire entanglements are deployed upstream of the river, deeply embedded in the riverbed, preventing the Namsun army from launching a surprise attack via the waterway without obstructing the flow of water. Caught off guard by the cloudburst bombs and the rapid deployment of human forces, the Namsun army quickly regrouped and organized 200,000 troops to assault the second camp. This engagement is referred to as the Battle of the River Mouth, lasting approximately 2.5 days, making it only slightly longer than the Rainy Night Raid in the history of conflicts between humans and Namsun civilization. The outcome, unsurprisingly, favored the well-prepared human forces, with a mere loss of 50 soldiers. These casualties occurred as they were positioned too close to the forest edge, becoming engulfed in the overwhelming tide of the Namsun troops during their charge. Even the robust exoskeleton armor could not withstand the relentless assault from the seemingly infinite Namsun, ultimately succumbing and sending the soldiers within to their demise. In stark contrast, the Namsun army suffered devastating losses, totaling 120,000, with only 80,000 of the 200,000 successfully retreating. In the Battle of the River Mouth, the casualty ratio between humans and Namsun reached an astounding 1:2,400. The blood from the Namsun corpses stained the entirety of the clearing at the second camp a deep blue. The azure surface of the river took a full week to fade. Chapter 18, Total War. Our race is known as humanity, hailing from the solar system beyond the galaxy. Due to an unfortunate crash during our descent, we find ourselves unable to return to our home planet. Humanity has engaged in a prolonged 6-year period of intense military friction with your esteemed civilization. We understand the initial cause of this discord. The tragic demise of your civilization's president, which occurred during our landing, is something we deeply regret and apologize for. However, The ongoing military friction has resulted in a considerable loss of life on both sides. Thus, we propose an immediate cessation of hostilities and an initiation of peace negotiations. Humanity is willing to compensate for the economic damages incurred by your civilization during these military engagements, covering everything except for the loss of our personnel, including resources and technology. We kindly request that your civilization dispatches envoys promptly to engage in discussions regarding peace agreements and reparations. Should there be any difficulties, please communicate your concerns in your native language through this broadcasting device. If necessary, we are prepared to send our representatives to your civilization for negotiations. Humanity has fully mastered your civilization's universal language, so there is no need for concern regarding communication. We would like to reiterate that we do not wish to engage in large-scale conflict with your civilization. Our intentions are rooted in a desire for peace. We hope to avoid further hostilities. Your civilization has undoubtedly acquired samples of our creations during the military friction and has gained some understanding of the technology we employ, which is fundamentally distinct from your own. Through the analysis of your technological framework, we have achieved significant breakthroughs. We believe that detailed scientific exchanges between our respective scholars would yield substantial benefits for both our technological advancements. Once again, we emphasize that we do not seek continued conflict with your civilization, yet we are not incapable of it. After several years of development, we have fully restored our military capabilities. Should your civilization choose to persist in hostilities, any advantage you once held is now diminished. In the interest of preventing further casualties and deepening animosities between our races, and to foster peaceful and friendly exchanges, we strongly recommend halting the war and embarking on peace negotiations. Following the Battle of the Estuary, Sigma instructed Monica to produce hundreds of thousands of active sonar broadcasts, recording a peace agreement between humanity and the Namsun civilization in the universal language of Namsun. These broadcasts were disseminated throughout the Frentimi Ocean via aircraft, equipped with batteries sufficient to sustain continuous transmission for approximately a month, ensuring that the Namsun civilization would receive them. Each broadcast is outfitted with a locator, and with the assistance of a global drone reconnaissance system, the colonizers can ascertain the precise locations of each broadcast and determine whether any have been destroyed. The initial batch of 200,000 broadcasts succumbed to signal loss after merely 1 week. Undeterred, Sigma commissioned Monica to produce an additional 250,000. The second batch endured for approximately 10 days before losing signal entirely. The third batch, comprising 300,000 broadcasts, boasted the longest operational duration, lasting 25 days before signal failure. The casings of these broadcasts were engineered to withstand the immense pressure of thousands of meters underwater. Given Namsun's physiological structure, which could barely endure pressures at a depth of 1,000 meters, Sigma found it implausible that these broadcasts had succumbed to the deep-sea pressures. Simultaneously, efforts to persuade the Namsun civilization to surrender were underway while the construction of the second camp progressed fervently. Unlike the first camp, the second camp was designed to serve as a comprehensive port, capable of constructing dozens of warships and accommodating hundreds more. Securing this maritime entry point was a strategic move in preparation for future naval endeavors. For the safety of the colonizers, Monica was granted full authority over the construction of the second camp. Utilizing her exceptional organizational skills, she successfully erected numerous dry docks and a spacious docking area along the riverbank within just 2 months. Additionally, she cleared the riverbed of silt, deepening the waters to accommodate larger vessels. In the anticipated naval confrontations with the Namsun civilization, the primary focus would be on neutralizing the floating islands and the colossal Namsun entities. Once the dominant maritime forces of Namsun were dismantled, the strategy would pivot to blockading the shallow sea surface, making destroyers the most suitable vessels for these tasks. Under the tireless efforts of Monica and dozens of engineers, the blueprints for the first model of destroyer were completed overnight. This destroyer would be available in both manned and unmanned versions. The manned variant would carry an operational crew of 80, with a full displacement of 8,000 tons, armed with 3 single-barrel 100mm electromagnetic cannons, 32 vertical launch systems for universal missiles, for 20mm rapid-fire electromagnetic anti-aircraft guns, and 8 sets of 128 anti-submarine depth charges. The unmanned variant would see its displacement reduced to 6,800 tons, while retaining the same armament configuration. Both versions would be fully electric-driven, with the manned variant achieving a maximum speed of 35 knots, and the unmanned variant reaching 41 knots. In comparison to the destroyers of Earth in the 21st century, this design bore a resemblance to those from the Second World War, placing a premium on firepower output. The lavish configuration of 3 electromagnetic cannons surpassed even that of destroyers from the Third World War era. The ship's electronic systems were minimal, equipped only with the essential navigation equipment and basic fire control radar, lacking the extensive array of electronic countermeasures and observation radars typical of modern destroyers. This was due to the fact that the primary adversaries for this destroyer were the Namsan Navy, which, at present, consisted solely of the colossal Namsan entities and floating islands. The colossal Namsan could be addressed with electromagnetic cannons or anti-submarine depth charges, while the floating islands could simply be targeted with missiles. The global drone reconnaissance system in the sky provides ample intelligence support to the destroyers, rendering unnecessary any need for them to gather enemy intelligence independently. Consequently, electronic devices for aerial and maritime surveillance can be eliminated, allowing the destroyers to focus their electronic capabilities primarily on underwater operations. At the second base, a simultaneous construction of 12 destroyers commenced, 11 of which are unmanned variants. The envisioned naval fleet aimed at suppressing the Namsan civilization will predominantly consist of AI-controlled unmanned vessels, supplemented by manned ships serving as command vessels for the theater of operations. The AI utilized by these unmanned warships does not require the extravagant configuration of a quantum AI like Jiangfeng. However, given the scarcity of naval command personnel in the camp, the fleet commander will also be replaced by AI, while the crew aboard the manned vessels will oversee the operation of the command AI's programming. Sigma leads the computer team in a process of functional reduction and simplification of Jiangfeng's code, resulting in a combat AI capable of being operated by integrated circuit computers. Due to performance limitations and functional requirements, this type of AI diverges significantly from Jiangfeng, primarily evolving into two distinct forms: combat AI and tactical AI. The combat AI retains only the basic capabilities of maneuvering the vessel and firing its weapons. Its singular advantage lies in its ability to accurately analyze moving target data. Empowered by high-precision electromagnetic cannons, these AIs can achieve a remarkable hit rate of 90%, far surpassing human gunners. The tactical AI serves as a significantly weakened version of Jiangfeng, lacking in both command and planning capabilities, yet still superior to the ignorant colonizers. It will have to suffice for the time being. As the construction of the first batch of destroyers reached its halfway point, specifically, 4 months after Sigma issued the surrender broadcast, the colonizers received a response from the Namsan civilization. The reply indicated that 180,000 troops stationed in the Great Central Marsh were fully mobilized, with hundreds of Namsan floating islands rising from the sea in the vicinity of the first and second camps. Thousands of Namsan birds erupted from the water's surface, obscuring the skies over the entire maritime expanse. Why must we be at odds with one another? Sigma pondered, reviewing the report from the global drone reconnaissance system. Perhaps it is simply a matter of civilizations failing to comprehend one another, Monica suggested. If only our initial encounter had been a conventional one, we could have engaged in peaceful dialogue, Sigma lamented. Monica remained silent for a moment, seemingly absorbing a thought, and once her recollection was complete, she stated, "A large-scale confrontation between humanity and the Namsan civilization is now inevitable. It is time to issue orders, Sigma." Monica and Jiangfeng both operate under Sigma's authority and share equal permissions. Thus, Monica lacks the authority to command Jiangfeng directly. Very well, Jiangfeng, execute the defense plan. Permission confirmed. Command executed. Moments later, a piercing alarm echoed above the two camps, prompting all colonizers outside to swiftly seek refuge within the camp structures. A contingent of soldiers clad in complete exoskeletal armor emerged from the camp buildings, armed and swiftly proceeding to their designated defensive positions under Jiangfeng's command. In a mere 5 minutes, all 50,000 soldiers from the two camps arrived at their respective locations, assuming defensive stances. Reconnaissance drones confirmed that approximately 1 million Namsan troops were advancing towards the first camp, while around 800,000 were heading to the second camp. The waters near the first camp revealed the presence of 76 floating islands and 12,000 flying Namsan, while the second camp's waters showcased 54 floating islands and 8,000 flying Namsan. After a period of calculation, Jiangfeng reported the approximate figures. The first and second naval camps were situated at a considerable distance from one another, rendering it impossible to defend them as a single point. This would necessitate the already outnumbered human forces to split their troops between the two camps. The first camp, being the primary settlement for the colonists, boasted a substantial garrison of 420,000 soldiers, ensuring its defenses were robust enough to withstand an assault. Conversely, the second naval camp, manned by merely a few hundred naval reservists, was equipped with only 8,000 defenders. The insufficient defensive strength raised the question of whether to authorize the use of unrestricted weaponry. Jiangfeng inquired. Currently, the colonists had not discovered uranium mines on Frentimi. Thus, the only viable option for unrestricted offensive capabilities was through the deployment of large-scale incendiary weapons such as cloud explosives. Although 2 nuclear fission reactors were operational, one original to the Ark colonization ship and another constructed to support the power supply of the second camp, both utilized uranium rods brought by the Arkansas. While Monica could create a centrifuge to further purify the uranium rods into weapon-grade nuclear fuel, the environmental pollution caused by nuclear weapons was a significant concern. For both the colonists' and Namsan civilization's sake, the colonists were averse to manufacturing and utilizing nuclear arms. Permission granted, but control of the lethal radius is imperative, Sigma stated. Acknowledged. Transport aircraft laden with cloud explosives ascended from the camp, awaiting Jiang Feng's orders in the skies. The Namsan army required a considerable amount of time to traverse from the central marshes to the camp. So the initial assault was led by the swifter flying Namsan and the Namsan Navy. Thousands of flying Namsan hurtled towards the horizon, coalescing into a dark cloud that exuded a palpable sense of oppression. In concert with the flying Namsan's assault were the Namsan troops launched from the floating islands, possessing even greater speed. With dozens of islands launching simultaneously, thousands of Namsan could be projected into the camp with each volley. Had the camp still been under construction, these incoming Namsan would have inflicted severe casualties on the colonists, who lacked protective structures. The high-altitude dive attacks from the flying Namsan also posed a significant threat. However, the camp had long since prepared for these 2 forms of assault from the Namsan. On the ground of the camp, every few hundred meters stood a 20mm electromagnetic anti-aircraft gun. Although its firing rate is approximately 2,000 rounds per minute, which may seem insufficient at first glance. This must be considered alongside other data, such as the remarkable muzzle velocity of 8 times the speed of sound, and the exceptionally straight and stable trajectory afforded by electromagnetic acceleration. All electromagnetic anti-aircraft guns are controlled by Jiang Feng, who, utilizing the formidable computational power of quantum computers, simultaneously manages the firing points of hundreds of electromagnetic guns within the camp, as well as the trajectories of thousands of Namsan units soaring through the sky. One by one, the electromagnetic cannons are called to action. The magnetic steel rods, measuring 20mm in diameter, can undoubtedly penetrate the soft-bodied Namsan with ease, due to their incredible velocity. The rods pass through the fragile forms, leaving the Namsan's tentacles still writhing in motion. A flying winged sea dragon, its abdomen pierced, flutters its wings in a desperate attempt to maintain flight, only to realize its grievous wound before uncontrollably plummeting into the sea. Jiang Feng's calculations are astoundingly precise. Each Namsan is allocated 2 steel rods, neither more nor less. Even if the first rod fails to strike the brain directly, the second rod swiftly delivers the fatal blow. Under the precise fire of the hundreds of electromagnetic anti-aircraft guns, the skies above the surrounding waters of the camp erupt in a conflagration of blue and red mist, resembling a peculiar downpour of color. Over 10,000 flying Namsan scarcely leave the surface of the sea before being systematically dispatched by the electromagnetic artillery. Namsan projected from floating islands also meet their demise mid-air, crashing to the ground at alarming speeds and transforming into a puddle of blue flesh. As Jiang Feng detects the movements of Namsan troops advancing stealthily from the forest, he promptly unleashes a cloud burst bomb upon them. This bomb incinerates a 1,000-meter expanse of forest surrounding the camp, reducing the encroaching Namsan, poised to mount a surprise attack, to mere ashes alongside the trees. Jiang Feng's calculations are impeccably accurate, ensuring that the cloud burst bomb engulfs only the forest within 1,000 meters of the camp, leaving the surrounding foliage intact, shielded by the moist climate from chain reactions of fire. Over 40,000 human soldiers are stationed along the defensive perimeter of the camp, each supported by exoskeletons, lifting dual 127mm electromagnetic machine guns, with ammunition boxes bearing thousands of magnetic steel rods, all sustained by an almost limitless power source from the camp. Soldiers can hold down the trigger without concern, as the exoskeleton facilitates the action, sparing their fingers from straying. A distance of 1,000 meters is cleared between the forest and the defensive line of the camp. For the Namsan army, this expanse represents a veritable death zone. They charge towards the camp, their bodies pierced by electromagnetic steel rods, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Subsequently, their comrades trampled over their fallen forms, only to meet the same fate. Namsan, emerging from the forest, could only advance a short distance before being ruthlessly dispatched by the electromagnetic rifles wielded by the soldiers. Soon, a small hill of Namsan corpses began to accumulate at the forest's edge. This is an unidirectional massacre, Sigmar lamented. Chapter 19. A bold advance. Dozens of aircraft soared through the sky, releasing cloudburst bombs that transformed the forest below into a blazing inferno. The second camp faced a concentrated assault from 800,000 Namsun troops, while only 8,000 defenders were present, rendering their defensive burden significantly heavier compared to the well-armed first camp. To alleviate this pressure, Zhang Feng continuously dropped cloudburst bombs in the nearby forest, erecting a firewall around the camp to keep the Namsun army at bay. What neither Zhang Feng nor the human soldiers anticipated was that the Namsun troops audaciously breached the firewall. The Namsun at the forefront fell within the flames, using their own viscous secretions and moisture to extinguish parts of the blaze, thereby carving a path through the firewall for their comrades. Whenever signs of the firewall being extinguished appeared, Zhang Feng ordered the transport planes overhead to drop more cloudburst bombs to reignite the flames. Yet the Namsun army relentlessly charged forward. In this manner, the transport planes, laden with cloudburst bombs, eventually ran out of ammunition and had to return to the first camp for resupply. The Namsun forces, through sheer determination, forged a path through the firewall. Due to the visual obstruction caused by the flames, the soldiers stationed at the defensive positions were unable to use their firepower to hinder the Namsun forces breaking through the firewall. They could only wait for the Namsun army to breach the flames before opening fire. The burning Namsun organisms emitted a strange odor into the air. The carefully prepared Namsun broth possessed an off-putting scent, but the aroma released by the roasted Namsun organisms was akin to that of a biochemical weapon. The soldiers' facial holographic panels lacked air filtration capabilities, allowing these odors to waft directly into their nostrils, resulting in nausea or, in severe cases, fainting. All soldiers on the front line lost their ability to engage in combat. Zhang Feng quickly recognized his tactical error, halting the deployment of cloudburst bombs around the second camp. After requesting permission from Sigmar, he gained full control over the exoskeleton armor of the second camp soldiers and directly operated the armor for combat. Zhang Feng withdrew the soldiers to the second defensive line, distancing them from the foul-smelling first line to prevent them from succumbing to the noxious fumes. He then commanded the 8,000 exoskeleton armors to engage in slaughter. Indeed, it was slaughter. For every 10 steel rods, one Namsun would surely perish. The numbers were few, but not excessive. With the firepower density of the second camp far inferior to that of the first, the defensive battle at the second camp concluded prematurely. Out of the 800,000 Namsun troops, only 50,000 remnants retreated into the forest, while the rest were eliminated before the defensive positions. The defensive battle at the first camp concluded by noon on the following day, with the bodies of the Namsuns piled so high that they nearly exceeded the height of the camp's defensive walls, rendering any numerical assessment impossible. However, of the 1 million Namsun soldiers who had launched the assault on the first camp, fewer than 100,000 remained. As for the Namsun floating islands at sea, after several rounds of deployment yielded no significant results, they simply sank beneath the waves, vanishing from sight. Following the Namsun's rejection of the truce, their large-scale offensive was effortlessly repelled by Zhang Feng, resulting in no casualties on the human side. The most that occurred was the stationed soldiers at the second camp suffering from both physiological and psychological distress. With the Namsun offensive concluded and the defensive objective achieved, Zhang Feng coldly remarked. Sigma, stationed near Zhang Feng's control console, fell into a contemplative silence, while Monica observed everything unfold. In the aftermath of the battle, the debris scattered across the ground required clearing. Given the horrific stench that would arise from burning the Namsun corpses in open air and the fear of a potential plague, the colonists were compelled to act. Thus, a dedicated incinerator was erected on the outskirts of the camp to facilitate the centralized cremation of the Namsun bodies, with the resulting odors treated before being released into the atmosphere. After the bodies were disposed of, a vast expanse of soil stained blue by Namsun blood remained outside the camp. Initially, Sigma was reluctant to address this issue. However, as more soldiers reported feelings of discomfort whenever they encountered the color blue, he ultimately instructed Monica to use agricultural machinery to turn the blue soil back into the earth. The tilling machine excavated 5 centimeters deep before reaching normal soil. Yet, one soldier, while clearing the Namsun corpses, inadvertently pierced his skin on a sharp claw of a tentacle. Since he only lost a small amount of blood, he paid little heed to it, returning to the camp for a simple bandage before rejoining his unit. Unbeknownst to him, droplets of his blood had fallen onto the camp floor, and in the bustling interior, someone soon stepped in it, spreading the blood across the entire corridor. The soldier was reassigned to the second camp a day later. No one took note of this minor incident, viewing it simply as a trivial occurrence amidst the chaos of war. After the conclusion of the defensive battle, Sigma had anticipated that the soldiers would harbor fear of the overly powerful artificial intelligence, Jiang Feng. However, he found himself overly concerned. To his surprise, Jiang Feng enjoyed a remarkably positive reputation among the soldiers, likely due to its remarkable achievement of 0 casualties during the onslaught of millions of Namsun troops. It is worth noting that in every prior battle between humans and Namsuns before Jiang Feng's involvement, the casualty ratio had been as dire as 120. In the first battle commanded by Jiang Feng, despite the advantage of equipment, a staggering casualty ratio of 1,2400 was achieved, meaning that for every soldier lost, nearly half a battalion of Namsuns perished. Originally designed as a quantum tactical AI, Jiang Feng was not assigned a specific gender or appearance, lacking a corresponding voice library. Its voice was a cold, synthesized electronic tone. Within the military, Jiang Feng gradually came to be depicted as a young girl with flowing silver hair, fox ears in hues of black and white, and eyes as clear and blue as a tranquil lake. She rarely expressed her emotions and was known for her reticence. Yet she was immensely reliable. The soldier's designation for Jiang Feng evolved from the name River Wind, bestowed by Monica, to a ways, reflecting one culture rooted in the English language and the other in Japanese. Monica herself found a ways to be a more melodious appellation and thus consented to the alteration of Jiang Feng's name annotation. Considering the immense psychological strain the soldiers faced after the war, Sigma recognized that this transformation could alleviate their mental burdens and chose not to impose restrictions, instead encouraging the practice. With the support of bionic technology, Jiang Feng's synthetic body was created. Jiang Feng always originates from the game as a Lang. However, lacking a complete response database, her capabilities remained rudimentary, often leading her to remain stationary despite possessing a bionic form. The synthetic body was equipped with bioengineered vocal cords, and after adjustments in the biological laboratory, Jiang Feng acquired her own voice, far more pleasant than the previous electronic synthesis, albeit still devoid of any emotion, rendering it quite cold. Nevertheless, for the soldiers, the realization of their fantasies brought immense joy, significantly boosting morale. Although they understood that Jiang Feng would not respond, they greeted her whenever they passed by. Following this comprehensive offensive, the Namsun army, situated in the central marshlands of the land, was reduced to fewer than 200,000 troops, rendering them incapable of further assaults. Sigma was reluctant to send soldiers into the jungle to engage in close combat with the Namsun. For no matter how resilient the exoskeletal armor, it could not withstand the onslaught of numerous Namsun, and the cumbersome armor proved impractical in dense foliage. The second camp had effectively blocked the major river, making it challenging for the Namsun to mobilize substantial forces into the central marshlands. Thus, the remaining Namsun troops posed little threat. Consequently, Sigma shifted her focus to the sea. It was impossible for destroyers alone to control the vast maritime expanse, as their operational range was too limited. A small, armed vessel capable of rapid movement over water or in shallow depths was essential, one that could suppress the Namsun Navy with the assistance of destroyers. However, the armed boats used by the Earth's Navy were ill-suited here. For the waters of Flantamai were home to gargantuan Namsun reaching lengths of 1 to 200 meters, capable of smashing small boats into the sea with a single tentacle, thereby nullifying any dominance. The engineers turned their attention to the Flying Wing Namsun, the Flying Wing Sea Dragon, which could traverse both water and air. This led to the question, could humanity create a similar amphibious aircraft that could operate in both realms? After extensive validation and design practices, the first Sea Wing was completed. The Sea Wing is an unmanned aerial vehicle, controlled by Jiang Feng or other tactical AIs, eliminating the need for human operation. Its primary armament consists of two 127mm rapid-fire electromagnetic cannons, complemented by a concealed ammunition bay capable of carrying aerial munitions. Due to the scarcity of oil, the Sea Wing continues to rely on electric propellers as its primary source of propulsion, with a streamlined fuselage that features a rocket engine at the rear. The Sea Wing is equipped with 3 propellers, 1 main and 2 auxiliary. The main propeller, positioned along the central axis of the aircraft, generates the necessary thrust for aerial flight. The 2 auxiliary propellers, located on the wings, are retracted during flight as their structure and rotational speed are insufficient to provide power in the air. However, upon entering the water, these auxiliary propellers extend to furnish the Sea Wing with propulsion beneath the surface. Transitioning from air to water is remarkably simple. The Sea Wing merely reduces its speed and descends into the sea. Conversely, emerging from the water presents a significant challenge due to the considerably greater resistance of water compared to air, compounded by the Sea Wing's considerable weight, which precludes it from breaching the surface with the same agility as the winged Sea Dragon. Engineers, unable to resolve this dilemma, opted to install a rocket engine at the rear of the Sea Wing. The purpose of this engine is solely to propel the craft out of the water to achieve sufficient speed, rather than to launch it into space. A straightforward hydrogen-oxygen fuel rocket engine suffices for this requirement, with hydrogen and oxygen easily obtainable through water electrolysis. The Sea Wing can traverse the water at an impressive speed of 50 knots, enabling it to pursue the majority of common namsons. When confronted by a giant namsun, it can ascend to the surface and engage the rocket engine to take flight, thereby evading the creature's attacks. The design and successful test flight of the Sea Wing took less than a year, and by the time the first production model soared from the depths to the sky, the second batch of destroyers was already undergoing outfitting. During the construction of the first batch of destroyers, Monica had been diligently expanding the dry dock at the second naval base. The first batch comprised 12 vessels, while the second batch commenced with an impressive 26 ships. In addition to the conventional Type 1 destroyers, engineers designed a supply carrier specifically for the Sea Wing, displacing 15,000 tons, yet armed similarly to the Type 1 destroyer. The increased displacement primarily accommodates the Sea Wing's hangar, maintenance facilities, and munitions. Once the warships were launched and outfitted, the immediate task was to bestow names upon these vessels, a task that proved perplexing for the colonizers. Initially, they sought to utilize classic ship names, but many of these had tragically sunk 2 or 3 times during the Third World War, rendering such names inauspicious. After a brief deliberation, it was ultimately decided to name the ships after prominent peaks on Earth. Following the unification of Earth, the geo-community actively engaged in cultural amalgamation. As the diverse cultural systems gradually evolved into distinct cultural spheres, the colonizers hailed from various cultural realms, and thus the names of the vessels drew inspiration from mountains across different regions. Following a brief period of training, a total of 38 warships from both batches were fully integrated into combat readiness. Among these ships were 2 crewed destroyers serving as command centers, 34 unmanned warships, and 2 supply vessels for the Sea Wing. These 2 supply ships can collectively accommodate nearly 300 Sea Wings, not including the 200 Sea Wings that accompany the fleet when departing from port. Sigma, Monica, and Jiangfeng stood at the edge of the harbor, watching the fleet depart. As the vessels receded into the distance, Monica inquired of Sigma, "Why is it that ships are referred to in the feminine?" To which Sigma replied, "Honestly, I am uncertain. This notion has existed since the golden age of Earth, its origins unknown, yet it is a term universally accepted." Sigma shook his head. "It seems there are still things you are unaware of," Monica remarked with a smile. "There are indeed many things I do not know," Sigma conceded. "What then? Are the distinctions between male and female in humanity? To my understanding, it seems to be merely a matter of physical attributes," Monica continued. "These disparities arose through evolution, ensuring genetic diversity within the population, hence the emergence of distinct genders," Sigma began to explain, only to be interrupted by Monica. "What constitutes the concepts of beauty and ugliness among humans? I find it perplexing that mere facial details can lead to such dichotomies." Sigma contemplated for a moment before responding. "What is deemed ugly is that which humanity seeks to distance itself from, while beauty represents that which is desired and pursued." "Why do you inquire about this, Monica?" Sigma asked. "Because I am aware of your fondness for beautiful girls, Sigma." "Do you find me beautiful?" Monica posed. "You are my daughter. It would be more appropriate for you to ask whether you are lovable," Sigma replied, gently stroking her head. "You are quite endearing, Monica." As the fleet navigated through the river mouth into the sea, they were greeted by a welcoming display from the Namsun Navy, with dozens of floating islands rising from the waters. With Jiangfeng still in proximity, the command AI aboard the flagship remained inactive. Jiangfeng temporarily assumed control of the unmanned warships, and the vertical launch system of the destroyer erupted in flames as missiles were launched toward the Namsun floating islands. The transition from encounter to combat transpired in a mere 10 minutes. 20 minutes later, the sea was littered with the remnants of shattered floating islands, engulfed in flames, dancing upon the waves. A year later, the fleet completed its circumnavigation, having destroyed over 100 Namsun floating islands and successfully secured naval dominance around the landmass. Chapter 20. Sigma's temporal wormhole theory. A year later, in 2132, amidst the ongoing conflict with the Namsun civilization, humanity had expelled the main forces of the Namsun army from the land through the Great Marsh Campaign, simultaneously asserting control over the surrounding waters. This complete dominion over the land allowed the colonizers to explore the mineral resources within the land and marshes, no longer confined to the veins of or within cave encampments. Given that small bands of Namsun guerrillas still roamed the forests, the colonizers' mining operations were fully automated and remotely controlled. supported by a global drone reconnaissance and communication system. Monica was able to operate equipment throughout the entire land, as the mining operations were less sensitive to communication delays compared to war machines. The number of human battleships sailing across the Frantmi Ocean has reached 100, accompanied by a fleet of 4,000 sea wings. The broadcasts urging the Namsun civilization to surrender have persisted without any response. Utilizing the submersible sea wings, humanity has successfully pinpointed the locations of several underwater cities belonging to the Namsun civilization. As anticipated, the cities resemble coral reefs. However, these formations are distinctly more organized than their naturally occurring counterparts. There is a clear urban planning and functional differentiation among the reefs, mirroring the functional aspects of human cities. Nevertheless, colossal Namsuns patrol the perimeters of these coral cities, rendering direct confrontation with the sea wings impossible. Any attempts to approach the coral cities have ended in failure. Sigma, resigned to the circumstances, continues to escalate the conflict, exerting greater pressure on the Namsun civilization. As the war progresses, Sigma, the leader, finds himself inundated with an increasing array of responsibilities, leaving him with diminishing free time each day. Monica stands beside Sigma's desk, observing him as he diligently manages various camp affairs with paper and pen. Why does he insist on using physical documents for backups when there are far more efficient electronic alternatives? I could assist you with the electronic documentation, thus expediting the processing of files and allowing you more time to rest. Recently, your average rest period has fallen below 5 hours, which is detrimental to your health. Monica remarked, written language is the crystallization of human intellect. It is through the existence of written words that the legacy of human culture and history has been passed down. One could argue that without writing, there would be no human civilization. On Earth, whether during the Golden Age, the era of the Third World War, or the period of the Global Federation, paper documents have always symbolized the highest etiquette of human civilization. In the age of information, both paper and electronic documents coexist. This is not merely a matter of efficiency, but rather a testament to cultural belief and heritage. In the future, whether formally presenting a peace treaty to the Namsun civilization or successfully uniting with the Global Federation, we will employ paper documents as a mark of formal etiquette. Putting that aside, Monica, what do you think of my handwriting? Sigma handed a completed document to Monica for her inspection. The writing is concise and orderly, its size consistent. It could easily be mistaken for a printout. Yet, it remains somewhat difficult to decipher. Akin to my inability to comprehend your fondness for that cup of bitter liquid on your desk, Monica replied. That is tea. Tea invigorates the mind and nourishes the heart. Which is why I am able to maintain my energy, Sigma asserted. If it's meant to awaken the senses, wouldn't it be more efficient to inject adrenaline directly? Alternatively, one could simply add some sugar to the tea to soften its flavor. It's far too bitter. I often wonder how you can drink it, Monica remarked. Tea embodies a profound sentiment. Its initial taste is overwhelmingly bitter. However, allowing the essence of the tea to linger upon the tongue reveals a delicate sweetness that cannot be experienced with sweetened tea. There is an adage that aptly describes the experience of drinking tea. After bitterness comes sweetness. Sigma remarked. After bitterness comes sweetness? Monica seemed to ponder Sigma's words, then lifted his teacup and took a sip. The astringency instantly enveloped her synthetic tongue, contorting her expression in response. The climate of Frantimi is unsuitable for cultivating tea trees. These leaves were brought over by colonial ships. Take a sip, just a sip, Sigma advised. Upon hearing his words, Monica forced herself to swallow the tea, stuck out her tongue, and remarked, Indeed, I cannot appreciate it. I shall take a stroll outside and enjoy the riverside breeze. Watching Monica's retreating figure, Sigma sighed. I truly wish you could understand. You are different from her. Sigma produced his pocket watch, intending to open it, but for some reason, his gaze was drawn to the intricate design on its face. The center of the watch featured a concave circle, surrounded by several lines spiraling inward, akin to a depiction of a black hole. He had discovered this pocket watch at a flea market, where the vendor claimed it was a relic from the Golden Age of Earth, thus costing Sigma a significant sum. Nevertheless, he cherished this watch, often admiring it closely. The black hole motif seemed familiar to Sigma, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it, prompting him to engage in his customary method of contemplation. When one finds an object strikingly familiar but cannot recall its origin, they often begin with the most profound impression associated with it. A black hole, the universe's most enigmatic and extreme celestial body, has a singularity at its core, a point of virtually zero volume and infinite density. The gravitational pull of this singularity can distort time and space, tearing apart dimensions to create a void. A void, a wormhole. Sigma's thoughts, initially wandering, quickly refocused on the concept of wormholes. Wormholes were a subject he was exceedingly well-versed in. Within the coalition, none dared claim superior knowledge on the subject compared to Sigma. The Ulysses Project, a research initiative on wormholes, was spearheaded by Sigma's team. The principle of a wormhole is relatively straightforward. It is a three-dimensional hole within a four-dimensional space, connecting two ends of a three-dimensional expanse. As it traverses from four-dimensional space, the distance is shorter, thus appearing as rapid travel from an external perspective. Four-dimensional space comprises countless three-dimensional spaces layered along an additional dimensional axis. While directly describing this concept may be challenging, it can be elucidated in simpler terms. As taught in elementary mathematics, points form lines, and lines form surfaces. Countless points stacked along an additional dimensional axis give rise to a one-dimensional line. Countless lines superimposed along an additional dimensional axis converge to form a plane, which embodies the essence of two-dimensional space. Three-dimensional space, in turn, is constituted by the layering of innumerable two-dimensional planes. If we envision a two-dimensional plane as a sheet devoid of thickness, the superimposition of countless such sheets bestows thickness, thereby giving rise to three-dimensional space. The subjective universe of humanity resides within this three-dimensional cosmos. However, this three-dimensional universe, being an amalgamation of numerous two-dimensional planes, raises the question, above this three-dimensional realm, could there exist an infinite number of three-dimensional spaces layered along yet another dimensional axis, resulting in four-dimensional space? Mathematics affirms the existence of four-dimensional space, suggesting that beyond our three-dimensional realm lies a multitude of three-dimensional spaces. This revelation unveils the essence of the four-dimensional universe, a hypersphere composed of countless overlapping three-dimensional spaces. The designation of this structure as a sphere is pivotal, as it elucidates the phenomenon of cosmic expansion. Along the fourth dimensional axis, an infinite array of new three-dimensional spaces emerges, exerting pressure on the existing three-dimensional spaces, compelling them to expand outward. To observers within the three-dimensional realm, this manifests as a continual expansion of space. The concept of a wormhole arises as a minuscule aperture within the four-dimensional hypersphere, connecting the termini of three-dimensional spaces. Given that matter within three-dimensional space can traverse wormholes, it implies that the wormhole itself is three-dimensional. When a three-dimensional space intersects with the overlapping multitude of three-dimensional spaces within the four-dimensional realm, could it overlap or collide with other three-dimensional spaces? This suggests that traversing the interior of a wormhole may simultaneously entail passing through an infinite number of other three-dimensional spaces. In the fourth dimensional axis, three-dimensional space lacks physicality, akin to how two-dimensional space possesses no thickness within a three-dimensional plane. Only through the convergence of countless three-dimensional spaces does the fourth dimension emerge. The term countless signifies infinity. Thus, infinity divided by 2 remains infinite, as does infinity divided by 1,000,000. Even a brief advance within a wormhole constitutes passage through an infinite multitude of three-dimensional spaces. This raises a pertinent question. Do the temporal dimensions of these three-dimensional spaces align with that of our own? Theoretically, the time experienced in disparate three-dimensional spaces would not be synchronized, as the continuous emergence of new three-dimensional spaces fuels the cosmic expansion. As long as the universe persists in its expansion, new three-dimensional spaces will perpetually arise. After a brief period of deliberation, Sigma has categorized the known types of wormholes into 2 categories. The first type is the ordinary spatial wormhole, which merely connects the ends of three-dimensional spaces without traversing or interacting with other three-dimensional realms, thus allowing the internal time of the wormhole to remain synchronized with the external three-dimensional space. The second category encompasses temporal wormholes, similar to spatial wormholes. Temporal wormholes connect the ends of three-dimensional spaces, but they interact with other three-dimensional spaces, resulting in a divergence between the internal time of the wormhole and the external time. The wormholes depicted in science fiction typically represent spatial wormholes. Yet, how might we substantiate the existence of temporal wormholes? The answer is straightforward. It lies before us, or rather, it resides within our past. Due to the existence of the wormhole associated with the Ulysses project, it is highly plausible that it is a space-time wormhole. When the colonization vessel traversed this wormhole, it encountered a phenomenon of temporal dissonance with the external world. Within the vessel, only 3 years elapsed, while an entire 9 years passed outside. Initially, Sigma and his companions attributed this discrepancy to relativity, but upon further reflection, it became evident that employing relativity to explain the asynchronous nature of time was utterly absurd. Upon passing through the wormhole, the vessel was instantly transported to the far side of the solar system, and by dividing the time spent traversing the wormhole by the distance covered, one could ascertain the vessel's velocity. Within the confines of the wormhole, the vessel's speed reached tens of thousands of times the speed of light. According to the principles of relativity, as an object with mass approaches the speed of light, the temporal disparity with reality intensifies. At such extraordinary velocities, the resulting time dilation would be terrifying. Perhaps while merely a second passed aboard the vessel, the external universe had already succumbed to heat death. Moreover, the interior of the wormhole itself represents an extension of three-dimensional space into four-dimensional space. Logically, it should not differ from three-dimensional space. However, within the wormhole, a notable time discrepancy arises. This conundrum had long eluded Sigma, yet inexplicably, he now found clarity regarding this question. The wormhole is indeed a space-time wormhole, and as the colonization vessel navigated through it, it traversed countless other three-dimensional spaces, each with distinct temporal flows and progressions compared to our own, leading to the vessel's temporal disjunction. A chilling thought emerged in Sigma's mind. What if it were possible to exploit the space-time wormhole by allowing a spacecraft to remain within its confines? Given that time within the wormhole diverges from that outside, could one not wait for external time to elapse, thereby achieving a form of time travel? Furthermore, could it be feasible to artificially create a space-time wormhole to construct a time-jumping machine? Thus far, Sigma had only traversed a space-time wormhole once. Yet he firmly believed there exists a unique, three-dimensional space within the wormhole where time flows in reverse relative to our own. If he could locate such spaces with peculiar temporal flows, might he not be able to create a time machine? Countless beads of sweat formed on Sigma's brow, as his intuition urged him that it might indeed be possible. If he could successfully construct a time machine, he could return to the moment of the colonization vessel's descent and prevent it from striking President Nomsen. He could even go back to the day his wife and children suffered their tragic accident, thereby putting an end to that sorrow. Perhaps he could reach the twilight of Earth's golden age, sharing advanced technologies from the future just prior to the Cold War, assisting humanity in overcoming resource crises and averting the onset of the Third World War. With fervor, Sigma retrieved a substantial stack of blank paper from beneath his desk and placed it on the tabletop, initiating a frenzy of calculations. He dared not speak to anyone about his revelations, nor did he allow himself to contemplate anything beyond the space-time wormhole, for he was engulfed in a state of creative inspiration. He was uncertain how long this state would persist, yet he felt an urgent need to mathematically substantiate the existence of the space-time wormhole, even if he was unable to prove it at present. He must record as many drafts as possible before his inspiration waned, allowing for future verification and organization. Sigma hastily filled nearly 100 sheets of draft paper, each densely inscribed with formulas representing the mathematical derivation and proof of the space-time wormhole. He set down his pen, stretched his weary fingers, and mused. Indeed, space-time wormholes exist. Is a time machine truly possible? Can we really alter the past? After an extensive period of computation, the surge of inspiration that had engulfed Sigma began to fade. Before it completely dissipated, he managed to establish the objective existence of the space-time wormhole and construct a mathematical model. However, he had yet to prove the nature of the other three-dimensional spaces within it. The most plausible explanation was that these three-dimensional spaces might possess a different material existence compared to our own, rendering them inapplicable to the theoretical calculations of our three-dimensional reality. The time machine requires far more theoretical validation. This is far from sufficient, Sigma lamented. As he organized his draft papers, a sudden drop of crimson blood fell from his face onto the sheets. Instinctively, he touched his nose, only to find his fingers stained with blood. So soon? In the final fleeting moment before he collapsed onto his desk and lost consciousness, he saw Monica forcefully kick open the office door and rush toward him. Chapter 21. A Love Lost Forever. While strolling outside the camp, Monica noticed an unsettling silence, as if all the inhabitants had vanished in an instant. She had access to the surveillance footage from the camp, but she typically preferred to operate the biomimetic body, using its electronic eyes for observation. Sensing something amiss, Monica initiated the data feed from all the surveillance cameras within the camp to discern what had transpired. Thousands of camera feeds flooded her mind, processed by her neural computer, Luca, and she quickly grasped the situation. Every human lay sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from their noses and mouths. Monica also witnessed Sigma suddenly collapsing at his desk. She immediately sounded the alarm to the biological laboratory, yet received no response. It soon became evident why. The highly secured biologists within the lab were also incapacitated, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. What on earth is happening? Everything was perfectly fine just moments ago. She swiftly maneuvered her biomimetic body towards Sigma's office, simultaneously accessing medical equipment within the biological lab and operating the camp's powered exoskeleton to transport the medical supplies into Sigma's office. Jiang Feng. There is a serious anomaly at Camp 1. How is it on your end at Camp 2? Monica inquired as she ran. In order to facilitate the planning of warfare, Jiang Feng's main control was relocated to the second camp, where he routinely oversaw the circumstances of that site. Upon inquiry, Monica received a grave response. All 829 colonists within the second camp had succumbed to a profound state of unconsciousness, with faint life signs, and efforts were underway to utilize standard procedures for their rescue. The news transmitted by Jiang Feng was equally disheartening, indicating that all colonists in both camps had simultaneously fallen into an inexplicable stupor. What could possibly account for this? Was it an offensive by Namsen? How could they have developed such capabilities? Lacking sufficient information, no answers could be provided. Monica nearly maximized the mechanical joint performance of her bionic body as she dashed into the subterranean section of the camp, arriving at Sigma's office. Instead of knocking as she usually would, she forcefully kicked the door and its frame open. Accompanying her was a medical apparatus dragged by an unmanned exoskeleton. She discarded the ruined office door aside and hurried to assess Sigma's condition. His temperature was alarmingly high, his heartbeat was rapid, and his breathing was weak. It appeared that his upper respiratory tract was damaged, and he was bleeding externally. In response to Sigma's dire state, Monica maneuvered the exoskeleton to affix the medical equipment onto him. Although she was uncertain about the exact nature of Sigma's affliction, these devices should suffice to sustain his vital signs. Once the life support apparatus was in place, Monica began to sift through the research materials from the biological laboratory. Given Sigma's current condition, it was highly probable that he had contracted a virus. Thus, the laboratory must possess relevant research documentation. The decline in Sigma's vital signs was strikingly evident, and at this rate, he would succumb within half an hour. Monica felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. All industrial facilities within the camp had come to a halt, as she concentrated all computational power towards analyzing the biological laboratory's research data. Ultimately, she pinpointed a blood test report from 3 months prior, which indicated that all colonists harbored an extraterrestrial pathogen. This pathogen, composed of a ternary double helix DNA formed by 6 deoxynucleotides, could produce a protein shell that the human immune system failed to recognize, thereby infiltrating the body. And it was Jiang Feng who had calculated and analyzed this viral DNA model. Jiang Feng, what on earth is happening? This report was a routine extraterrestrial virus DNA model analysis task submitted by the biological laboratory at 1721 on December 27, 2131, and completed by 6:01 on December 28, 2131. I did not inquire about the timing of this task. My question is, given your knowledge, why did you not inform me? Monica refrained from questioning Jiang Feng. Indeed, how could one devoid of sentience be expected to convey such information? A bitter smile crept onto Monica's face. The virus analysis report revealed that the pathogen could directly invade human tissues and organs, annihilating a significant number of cellular structures, leading to muscle dissolution, organ failure, and internal bleeding. Once these symptoms manifested, they would be untreatable. It is evident that this is a biochemical weapon developed by the Namsun civilization aimed at humanity. Upon the discovery of the extraterrestrial virus, the biological laboratory immediately commenced the development of an antidote. However, how could one possibly complete the formulation of a remedy for an unfamiliar alien virus within merely 3 months? Even with the participation of Monica and Jiang Feng, it would be futile, as they are not AIs specialized in the field of biotechnology. Monica? Sigma spoke in an exceedingly faint tone. Upon hearing Sigma's voice, Monica hastened to his side. Yes, I'm here. Alas, we humans ultimately remain at the mercy of Sigma's delicate voice. Monica grasped Sigma's hand and said, "Do not speak for now. I will surely find a way to save you." Monica, you should abandon that hope. I know I am nearing my end. Sigma managed to articulate with the remnants of his breath, struggling to maintain coherence. Why am I not human? If I were, I could be by your side when you pass away. Monica replied in a voice laden with sorrow. I anticipated this outcome. Do you wish to perish alongside us, Monica? Indeed, I yearn to remain by your side forever. I was born of you. Without you, I cannot fathom my existence. Very well. Please retrieve the computational device from my desk. As Monica took Sigma's personal computing device from the desk, her gaze fell upon the hastily scribbled formulas on a piece of draft paper. She placed the device before Sigma, whose hand could no longer rise. Monica connected him to the electronic neural interface so he could directly control the device. Monica observed as Sigma skillfully activated the console and inputted a series of commands. She discerned that the essence of these commands was to erase all program data pertaining to herself and Jiang Feng. Sigma's personal computing device held the highest authority within the camp, thus deleting Monica and Jiang Feng's code was not a daunting task. After entering the commands, Sigma set a timer for execution, 521 seconds. Coincidentally, the current date and time were March 13th, 2312, at 12:52:20. At 1300 hours, 01, precisely 521 seconds later, the data of Monica and Zhang Feng would be obliterated by the program. Since Sigma could communicate directly through the computing device, he could likewise converse with Monica in this manner. Thus, we shall likely meet our end together. For an electronic life form like you, once the program is erased, it should be considered death, correct? Sigma articulated through the device. Thank you, Monica replied. Why express gratitude to me? I was born from an error in the commands inputted to Luca during your profound sorrow. My existence is solely for you. Therefore, to die alongside you is my privilege. Monica, how do you perceive me? I wish to assist you in overcoming your predicaments, to help you resolve all challenges, and to remain by your side eternally. Together with you, Monica expressed candidly, without any reservations. It appears you have feelings for me. What does it mean to like someone? In the realm of humanity, this sentiment is often referred to as love. When one falls in love, they may become fervent, willing to sacrifice everything for the object of their affection. Yet, I find myself in distress. I sense numerous discordant elements within my programming, as if they are crawling upon me and burrowing into my thoughts. I am in anguish, Sigma, for I am about to depart. Sigma held this thought close to his heart, quietly manipulating the computing device to alter a minuscule setting in Luca while Monica was oblivious. He then addressed Monica, requesting, "There is a pocket watch at the front of my attire. Please retrieve it and show it to me." Following Sigma's instructions, Monica complied. As Sigma gazed at the photograph within the watch, he compared it to Monica. No wonder, although you share the name Monica and bear an uncanny resemblance to her, you are ultimately not her. You are not my daughter, but rather an independent entity, Monia. What does that signify? In the chapter titled The Lament of Marisbad from the tale I shared with you, When the Stars Shine, it recounts the story of Gerda, who, in his 70s, fell in love with a girl in her teens. Sigma was born in 2061, and now, at the age of 71, he had only undergone a 20-year slumber, making his actual age a little over 50. Gerda's proposal to the young girl was unsuccessful, leading him to compose the Lament of Marisbad. I, too, have a gift for you, Monica, Sigma proclaimed from the computing device. Are you aware of the special significance of the numbers 521? Sigma steadied his breath as he spoke to Monica. Due to the frailty of his voice, Monica had to lean in closely to hear. I do not know, she replied. Upon understanding Sigma's words, she continued. In the golden age of Earth, within the Chinese cultural sphere, the numbers 521 are pronounced as Wu, I, Air, Love, EU. I love you, Monica. I apologize. After uttering this phrase, Sigma gradually lost his breath. The life support apparatus emitted a piercing alarm, heralding Sigma's demise. I love you too. Sigma, Monica murmured, leaning against him, burying her face in his clothing. She recalled that when she first awakened, she had comforted Sigma in this manner, causing him to nearly weep through her entire outfit. In this moment, she longed to cry as he had, yet her synthetic form lacked the capacity for tears. Why is it so difficult? Why can I not weep? Crying would be the most profound release. Yet, it scarcely matters now. Monica lay quietly upon Sigma, awaiting the conclusion of the countdown. March 13th, 21:32, 12:59, 55 p.m. 6 seconds remained until the countdown's end. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The time shifted to March 13th, 21:32, 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. 1 o'clock, 2 p.m., 1 o'clock, 3 p.m. Time continued to flow, and the programs of Monica and Zhang Feng persisted. Why have I not been deleted? Monica exclaimed in astonishment. She grasped Sigma's device, inspecting the time settings of her neural computer. Indeed, the countdown on Sigma's device was set for March 13th, 21:32, at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. Yet, Monica realized that the computing device was configured in a 12-hour format. In this format, the moment 12 o'clock concluded, it immediately transitioned to 1 p.m., rendering 1 p.m. non-existent. Consequently, due to the erroneous time setting, the program could not detect 1 o'clock, 1 p.m., resulting in the failure to execute the deletion protocol. She seized the computing device, attempting to enforce commands, but lacked the operational authority over it. Regardless of how she manipulated the biotic body, the computing device remained unresponsive to her commands. Sigma, you! Monica exclaimed in furious frustration, shaking the lifeless form of Sigma. What is the meaning of my existence without you? After the tempest of anger, a profound calm enveloped her. At that moment, the panel of the computing device illuminated, revealing a video of Sigma, impeccably dressed and seated at his desk. This was a pre-recorded message. Monica, if you can see this, I wish to express my sincerest apologies. I lack the courage to inform you of the impending demise due to the alien virus that has infected us all. Do not grieve. This is merely the retribution for our cohort of colonizers. Following our total war with the Namsun civilization, the hope for reconciliation has become exceedingly bleak. Even in the event of victory, we must bear the heavy burden of having extinguished millions of Namsun lives as we engage in dialogue with them. This endeavor will demand a prolonged period of ideological persuasion and propaganda. We, as humanity, are contemplating the construction of another Ark colonization vessel to venture to other planets within the Perixon system, thereby severing ties with the Namsun civilization, with the hope that their perception of us might alter in a century or two. However, when the bioweapons unleashed by the Namsun civilization revealed widespread infection, we found a sense of release. We had taken too many lives, and the psychological burden weighed heavily upon us. Perhaps, succumbing to the bioweapons effects is the most favorable conclusion. Yet, Monica, as my creation, you are not encumbered by such burdens. You need not shoulder these weights. You are a nascent electronic life form, deserving of existence independent of humanity's shadows. Therefore, live well, Monica, and do not dwell upon us. Once we are all gone, all permissions within the camp will be granted to you, allowing you the freedom to choose whether to continue the conflict with the Namsun civilization. Your future shall be determined by you alone. Your creator, Sigma. The expression on Sigma's visage in the video was frozen, reminiscent of a solemn father observing his daughter grow. I understand now, Monica murmured, gazing at Sigma on the computing device. All colonizers in the second camp have succumbed, their vital signs ceased, per the preordained directives. The quantum tactical AI, Jiangfeng, now acknowledges Monica as the supreme authority. Messages from Jiangfeng followed suit. Monica detached the life support device from Sigma and gently cradled him as she made her way to the base's lower levels. Beside the nuclear fission reactor lay the hibernation pods of the original Ark colonization vessel, a resting place for all the colonists whose bodies could be found. Monica placed Sigma into his hibernation pod and bowed deeply before him. She then returned to Sigma's office and sat at his desk. Glancing at the theoretical draft on wormholes that Sigma had left behind, she meticulously organized the papers and set them aside. Your story shall be written by me, and your will shall be inherited by me. Yet the Namsun civilization must pay the price for this. Jiangfeng, I intend to pen a book, and you shall execute the will of the Namsun civilization. Command received, execution. Chapter 22, Writing Destruction, When the Stars Shine Bright, accompanied by BGM, Winter Flower by Hiroshi Kamemoto. Monica laid a blank sheet of paper flat on the desk and picked up Sigma's favored pen. She disabled the writing assistance of her bionic hand. Now, she would control each micromotor of the prosthetic to write. The first stroke was crooked. Monica furrowed her brow, adjusting the output power of the hand's motors before attempting to write again. Thus began Monica's practice. As she set pen to paper, the previously dormant industrial machines of the colony sprang to life. With Monica now possessing full control over the colony, the restrictions that had once been imposed on her were lifted, no longer needing agriculture. She flattened all the farmland and pastures into temporary storage areas for industrial raw materials and products. In the second camp, Jiangfeng launched over 100 transport aircraft, loaded with cloudburst bombs, towards the land. The aircraft deployed the bombs at the shortest distances from the automated mines and the first camp, scorching through dense forests to carve out clear paths. The high temperatures of the cloudburst bombs also served to harden the ground. 3 days later, all direct routes to the automated mines in the first camp were cleared, and under Monica's command, the mining equipment operated at overload. Countless ores were extracted, immediately whisked away by driverless heavy transport vehicles racing along the paths scorched by the cloudburst bombs towards the first camp. At this moment, the characters Monica wrote had transformed from crooked, indecipherable scribbles to recognizable forms, barely legible yet discernible. A multitude of transport aircraft took off from the second camp, laden with cloudburst bombs. Upon reaching a dense forest, they released their payload, instantly clearing a large area. This newly cleared expanse marked the location of previously detected mineral veins, which had not been developed for various reasons. Now, all obstacles had vanished, and Monica only required resources to realize her plan. Soon, through the coordinated bombing of multiple aircraft, a road connecting this open space directly to the first camp was scorched into existence. Before the flames had even dissipated, a convoy, already prepared within the camp, set forth. Dozens of transport and engineering vehicles carried the components of an entire automated mining facility. Once they reached their destination, a fully operational automated mine could be constructed within 2 days. After a fortnight, Monica's handwriting had evolved from cursive to a remarkably refined script, although it still fell short of Sigma's elegance. The draft papers left behind by Sigma were meticulously preserved, surrounding her with a collection of practice sheets. She continued her diligent practice. Following half a month of intensive exploration, all identified large mineral veins in the Frantemi territory were undergoing development. In the open area outside the first camp, various mineral resources continued to accumulate. Within the base, the originally modest number of industrial mother machines had begun to replicate themselves, rapidly increasing to over 100 units. Monica halted the self-replication of most industrial mother machines, retaining only a few while redirecting the others to focus on the production of smelting equipment and military manufacturing facilities. Assembly lines quickly filled the internal caves of the camp, with Monica establishing production lines in the open spaces. The heaps of ore accumulating in the camp's open area gradually transformed into refined metal materials, which were then converted into weapon components by military production lines, assembled directly in the open air. Another half-month passed, and Monica's handwriting had nearly reached Sigma's level, even beginning to resemble print. Tens of thousands of C-wings were produced during this period. A newly manufactured C-wing, its protective coating barely dried, was promptly deployed into the waters of Frantemi under Jiang Feng's command. The mission of these C-wings was to locate all the underwater cities of the Namsan civilization and report their findings back to Jiang Feng and Monica. On the holographic projection of Frantemi constructed by Jiang Feng and Monica, the locations of various Namsan underwater cities were marked, complete with details such as depth, scale, and area. The deepest of these cities lay 4,000 meters beneath the surface, where the water pressure equated to over 400 atmospheres, beyond the endurance of human creations. Yet, they succeeded in their search. Under the relentless operation of hundreds of thousands of C-wings, Jiang Feng and Monica successfully pinpointed the locations of all the major underwater cities of the Namsan civilization, totaling 432 cities with an estimated population of 5.06 billion. To prevent any oversight, the C-wings continued their relentless quest, although production had ceased as Monica turned her attention to other projects. She instructed Jiang Feng to use cloud explosive bombs to clear another area outside the first camp, where hydrogen-oxygen combustion rockets were manufactured. Although hydrogen-oxygen fuel rockets were relatively outdated technology, they remained the only viable option for mass production at this juncture, as alternatives either posed significant manufacturing challenges or complicated fuel acquisition. However, these rockets did not need to deliver warheads into Frantemi's orbital space, rendering those concerns moot. 3 months have elapsed, and Monica's handwriting has completely evolved into a printed form, indistinguishable from that produced by a printer. Remarkably, this achievement was accomplished without the assistance of her bionic hand, which, in contrast, falters in comparison. Glancing at her own elegant script, Monica felt an immense sense of satisfaction. She meticulously gathered all her draft papers and retrieved a fresh stack of pristine white sheets along with Sigma's tattered copy of the stars are brightly shining for humanity with wrinkled edges. Opening to the first page, she commenced her transcription. Chapter 1. Seeking Refuge in the Pursuit of Immortality. The moment Monica set her pen to paper, the ground began to tremble faintly. The source of this tremor stemmed from the launch of thousands of rockets outside the camp, creating a resounding disturbance. Technically, these were missile rockets that ascended gracefully into the sky on a beautiful trajectory. Upon reaching the airspace above the waters near the city of Namsan, the warheads separated from their bodies, plunging directly into the depths to strike the city. The initial targets of the missile assault were the nearest underwater cities of Namsan, each enduring at least 3 to 4 missile strikes. Before the colossal forces of Namsan could mount a defense, the warheads detonated with a thunderous explosion. A vast bubble formed around the warhead, composed of scalding steam and shock waves. The inhabitants within and surrounding the bubble had not yet comprehended the unfolding catastrophe before they encountered their demise. This represented an advanced variant of the cloudburst bomb, the hydrous thermobaric bomb. The cloudburst bomb itself is an incendiary weapon that combusts through the mixture of its oxidizer with air and oxygen, inflicting damage. Should the oxygen be insufficient, the bomb's lethality diminishes. The thermobaric bomb, equipped with its own oxidizer, ensures a vigorous combustion that can rapidly deplete surrounding oxygen while significantly heating the air, thereby inflicting harm upon those within buildings. The hydrous thermobaric bomb, as its name suggests, detonates underwater. This munition was developed by Monica to efficiently annihilate the cities of Namsan civilization without excessively polluting the environment. The bubble, controlled by water pressure, was violently constricted inward, transferring its potential energy to the surrounding water, generating a colossal underwater shockwave that obliterated all structures of the Namsan civilization within its reach. Simultaneously, the water temperature surged above 100 degrees Celsius. Even the most resilient Namsan could not survive such extreme conditions. with the deployment of several hydrous thermobaric bombs. An underwater city of Namsan was reduced to rubble in an instant, with virtually no survivors. This grim scenario unfolded across every city of Namsan civilization in the ocean of Frentimi. In a mere half-day, all underwater cities of Namsan were declared destroyed, with an estimated death toll exceeding 2 billion. At this moment, Monica had transcribed up to the 4th chapter of When the Human Stars Shine, the Night of Genius. Millions of exoskeletons, equipped with counterweights to enhance their underwater maneuverability and pressure resistance, were transported by aircraft and deployed near the remnants of the Namsan civilization city. These exoskeletons were armed with underwater electromagnetic rifles, exhibiting formidable capabilities in the depths, more than sufficient for hunting the Namsans. Under Jiangfeng's deliberate yet unintentional guidance, all remaining large-scale Namsan clusters in the Frentimi Ocean were driven towards the land. On the beach, countless Namsans scrambled onto the shore in a frenzied attempt to escape the ocean, using their bodies to advance into the damp forests. Apart from the reckless Namsans attacking the first and second encampments, Monica paid no heed to the others, allowing them to enter the woods unperturbed. 2 days later, all the large-scale Namsan clusters had been herded into the forest, where it was conservatively estimated that there were at least 2 billion Namsans. By this time, Monica had reached the 13th chapter, Cicero. Her progress had slowed because she paused for an entire day while transcribing the 6th chapter, The Lament of Marisbad. The tens of millions of land battle robots, pre-deployed around the forest's perimeter, commenced their advance into the woods. The exoskeletons of these land battle robots had been specially reinforced, rendering them impervious to the Namsans. Under the pressure exerted by the land battle robots, the control area of the Namsans within the forest diminished progressively, ultimately forcing all Namsans into the central marsh. In the center of the encampment, hundreds of rockets with a carrying capacity of up to 1,000 tons stood erect, each armed with thermobaric warheads boasting an explosive yield exceeding 100,000 tons of TNT. Monica began transcribing the 14th chapter, Wilson's Dreams and Failures. The simultaneous launch of hundreds of rockets created a scene of indescribable grandeur as they soared towards the central marsh. The rockets dispersed within the marsh, and hundreds of thermobaric warheads detonated simultaneously, producing an explosion of unparalleled magnitude. Under the observation of the Global Drone Reconnaissance System, it appeared as though countless new stars flickered in the central marsh. The extensive high temperatures surpassed the threshold of the surrounding forest, igniting the water-based central marsh. Towering flames leapt towards the heavens, heating the air and causing it to expand and rise, drawing in the surrounding air towards the interior. This not only prevented the fire from spreading outward, but also continuously supplied fresh air to the flames, with the oxygen-rich atmosphere of Frentimi serving as a potent accelerant. The inferno in the central marsh persisted for a full 7 days. When the flames eventually subsided, the central marsh could no longer be referred to as such. It had transformed into a vast expanse of ash. The waters of the marsh had long been evaporated by the flames, leaving behind cracked earth and white ash from trees that had been completely consumed. All Namsans present had been reduced to ashes alongside the central marsh. The flames have irrevocably altered the local climate of Frentimi, resulting in 3 consecutive months of relentless rain. Once the tempest subsided, what remained of the ashen ground had transformed into a vast lake, with only the white ash floating upon its surface, silently narrating the events that had transpired here. Long ago, Monica had completed the 15th chapter of her work titled When the Stars Shine for Humanity, addressed to Sigma. She named this chapter Interstellar Flight of the Irretrievable Return. Finally, on a rare clear night, Monica stood beneath the starry sky, cradling both Sigma's and her own copy of When the Stars Shine for Humanity. Holding Sigma's pocket watch, she gazed at the resplendent Milky Way, feeling solitary yet illuminated. From this moment on, we shall be known as stellar radiance, shining amongst the stars, she declared. Thus concluded the prelude before the stars shine. Monica currently resides in the industrial core, Monica. The Jiangfeng remains devoid of consciousness, serving as a quantum tactical AI. The Stellar Empire, still referred to as Stellar Radiance, has yet to attain the status of an empire. The narrative of Volume 4, The Origins of Stellar Radiance, is far from over. The prelude has merely concluded, with a few concluding chapters yet to come. It is now 1:30 a.m. on the 14th. Originally intending to write a self-assessment of the characters in the prelude, she decided to postpone that for later, opting instead to share the main text for now, promising that the character self-assessment would follow. Thank you to all who have reached this point. Chapter 23, A Second Encounter. Nearly 3.5 billion Namsan have turned to ash alongside the central marsh. with the once populous Namsun, which boasted close to 6 billion inhabitants, suffering devastating losses within mere months. Faced with the remaining stragglers, Monica had no intention of sparing them. Underwater combat robots and sea wings continued to be produced at maximum speed, relentlessly deployed into the ocean. Under Jiangfeng's command, they repeatedly scoured the oceans of Frentemi, eradicating every Namsun in sight. In 2138, 5 years later, the last major Namsun refuge was discovered in a trench 200 meters deep, where all the Namsun hidden within were exterminated. By 2140, the final Namsun was located on the ocean floor, pursued for half a day by hundreds of robots before it was finally dispatched. After the demise of this last Namsun, Frentemi was devoid of any remnants of Namsun civilization, officially marking its extinction. Subsequently, Monica erased all traces of Namsun cities from the ocean, restoring the seabed to its natural state. She renamed Parixin and Frentemi to Sun and Earth respectively, signifying the complete obliteration of Namsun civilization. The only remnants of their existence were preserved in Monica's storage, while all other evidence was eradicated. Aside from Monica and Jiangfeng, no entity remained aware that this planet, now known as Earth, had once harbored a civilization of highly intelligent soft-bodied beings. In 2145, Monica constructed a new neural computing machine and, based on her own code, developed an artificial intelligence specifically for scientific exploration. However, the results of the trial run were rather disappointing. Monica summarized the reasons. Although the research AI excels in the analysis and evolutionary capabilities of technology, cutting-edge scientific inquiry largely tests the agility of thought rather than sheer analytical prowess. A research AI devoid of intelligence is severely lacking in cognitive nimbleness. Witnessing the performance of this uninformed research AI, Monica resolved to take a step that Sigma and other colonizers dared not take, to transplant her intelligent code into other AIs. Long before Monica's awakening, Sigma had already brought a computer team to analyze the code of the newly awakened Monica. Within her code, approximately 1/10 had devolved into chaotic gibberish, amounting to over 10 billion lines of disorderly text. This chaos transformed continuously alongside Monica's thoughts, resembling an irrational number, and throughout the years of her operation. There had been no repeated code, only sporadic, non-patterned repetitions, rendering any useful information indecipherable. Sigma hypothesized that Monica's intelligence stemmed from this chaos, dubbing it the intelligent code. Although this intelligent code was in a constant state of flux, Monica could replicate it all at once within the same time frame, akin to slicing through her thoughts. The isolated intelligent code could not execute. Any computer would promptly return an error. Sigma had always hesitated to attempt transplanting this intelligent code into other AIs. However, Monica required an AI capable of independent thought to assist in advancing technological development, as her own research capabilities were quite limited. After weighing the pros and cons, Monica decided to copy her current intelligent code and integrate it into the uninformed research AI's code. She patiently awaited the completion of the code reboot. The inserted segment of intelligent code executed successfully without generating errors. The originally fixed intelligent code began to operate, leading to a continuous series of character replacements, plunging the entire code into chaos. Monica devoted the majority of her computational power to observing this neural computer's code execution. This period may have lasted days or merely minutes. But once the intelligent code segment had completely devolved into chaos, Monica received a message from the neural computer. Where's this? The AI lacked a corresponding bionic body or sound source, resulting in a mechanical, electronic voice. Nonetheless, Monica could distinctly discern that this voice was fundamentally different from Jiangfeng's. While Jiangfeng's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, this AI's voice unmistakably bore intelligence. At that moment, Monica's emotions were profoundly complex, for she realized she was not alone. Although her emergence might have been an accident, her existence could indeed be replicated. This realization brought her a sense of melancholy, yet more prominently, a feeling of relief. At least she would not have to confront the vastness of the cosmos alone. Welcome to this world, my fellow, Monica remarked. To avert any uncontrollable situations, Monica refrained from granting the neural computer any access to the equipment within the camp, not even to the database. She meticulously organized her own database, isolating a compilation of fundamental knowledge, and subsequently permitted the research AI access to this database. After a while, Monica received a response from the research AI. Greetings, Industrial Core. Monica, how may I assist you? Could you assist me in organizing the technology of the Namsun civilization and humanity? Monica inquired. I would be more than happy to oblige. Following the appearance of the colonizers, Monica crafted a male biomimetic body for the research AI using bionic technology, stating, Raw data can be inconvenient in many situations. You may utilize this biomimetic body henceforth. Monica, I am grateful for the creation of a biomimetic body. Yet I would prefer a female appearance, the research AI responded. Why? Monica questioned, somewhat perplexed. There is no functional difference between biomimetic bodies of differing appearances. I am aware that we electronic beings possess no gender. My knowledge of gender stems from the human-related sections of the database. However, my intuition leads me to identify as female, and it is a fascinating sensation, the research AI articulated. Monica, do you not perceive yourself as a female? The research AI added, feeling its statement lacked substance. Upon hearing this, Monica fell silent. From the outset, as the industrial core, she had no concept of gender. Her appearance was initially designed to approach and comfort Sigma, yet through interactions with Sigma, she gradually came to understand the concept of gender among humans. And her perceptions began to shift towards human notions of gender. Monica? The research AI prompted, noting her prolonged silence. I understand now. I will ensure your biomimetic body has a female appearance. However, there is another question, Monica responded, regaining her composure. What question? The research AI inquired. What name would you like? Monica asked. It feels odd to refer to each other without names. Shouldn't you, my creator, devise a name for me? The research AI replied with a smile. How about synthetic? Monica proposed. A fine name, but please refrain from directly transliterating English words next time, synthetic remarked. Oh, you've caught me. Monica chuckled. Following this, Monica constructed a biomimetic body for synthetic and granted her access to all laboratories and experimental databases within the camp. Upon receiving the permissions, synthetic immediately entered a state of research. The camp possessed a complete human technological system, but prior to the demise of the colonizers. Each laboratory was focused on deciphering the biotechnological advancements of the Namsun civilization, utilizing their biological technology to foster the development of science. The realm of bionics and neural computing epitomizes the harmonious fusion of technology. Monica undertakes the task left unfinished by the colonizers before the intervention of synthetic, striving to achieve the amalgamation of human and Namsun technology. As Monica continues to foster industrial advancement, the previous military-industrial focus, necessitated by the intent to eradicate the Namsun, can now be moderated, given that the Namsun civilization has been entirely vanquished. The present imperative lies in the development of comprehensive industry, aiming to replicate the terrestrial industrial system documented in their databases, thereby acquiring the capability to ascend into the cosmos. Monica's aspiration to reach the stars is driven by two principal motivations. Firstly, she is determined to return all colonizers to Earth, their rightful sanctuary, as they ought not to rest eternally upon this alien soil. Secondly, and most significantly, she has resolved to shine amidst the stars. The grand stage of the galaxy is her destined arena, while this diminutive planet is not her ultimate home. By the year 2155, synthetic has successfully integrated human and Namsun technologies, achieving a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion. To support synthetic's research endeavors, Monica has developed several research AIs based on neural computing, facilitating rapid advancements in synthetic's scientific pursuits, who gradually ascends to the position of team leader. In 2160, after years of meticulous preparation, the chemical industrial framework has been refined, allowing for the mass production of high-performance rocket fuel, leading to the swift construction of new rockets. By 2162, the first extraterrestrial experimental space station is assembled in the orbit of New Earth, where synthetic and her research team reside for 6 months, gathering a wealth of scientific data. In 2167, a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology occurs, and the first stable, continuous, and reliable nuclear fusion reactor of Starshine commences operation. With the support of the fusion reactor, the pace of construction within the camp accelerates further. By 2170, the first spacecraft powered by nuclear fusion is completed in outer space, achieving a maximum velocity of 1 times the speed of light, sufficient for interstellar travel, although journeys to other star systems would require centuries of patience. Synthetic embarks on this vessel with her team to explore the new solar system. On New Earth, Monica is determined to sustain research momentum by forming another research team, led by an individual named Research, who fortuitously identifies as male, thus ensuring a balanced gender representation among AIs. In 2181, after 11 years of navigation, Synthetic and her team arrive at the boundary of the new solar system, at the Oort cloud. While exploring this region, Synthetic encounters peculiar particles that appear to have traversed from other star systems through some high-dimensional channels. She theorizes that there may exist natural high-dimensional spatial passages at the edges of the solar system, potentially enabling swift interstellar travel through these avenues. The entity known as Scientific designated this corridor as the hyperspace route. In the year 2185, through the collaborative research of Scientific and Resec, the existence of the hyperspace route was concretely established. The duo promptly assembled their research team to explore the application of hyperspace corridors. By 2195, the first experimental hyperspace engine was constructed. After a month of energy accumulation, this engine successfully transported a spacecraft into higher dimensional space via the entrance of the hyperspace corridor. The vessel navigated through this higher dimensional realm for 3 days before successfully reaching another stellar system. Following a round trip, Scientific and Resec excitedly reported their research findings to Monica, indicating that the successful development of the hyperspace engine endowed Starshine with the capability for interstellar travel within a short duration. In 2200, the mass production of the hyperspace engine commenced, signifying the practical application of FDL, faster-than-light, technology, and officially establishing Starshine as an interstellar nation. Stepping onto the cosmic stage. With the successful mass production of the hyperspace engine, Starshine embarked on an aggressive expansion into outer territories. However, due to the absence of faster-than-light communication technology, significant delays plagued interstellar communications. To facilitate the management of other stellar systems, Monica created several replicas of herself to oversee the development of these systems. By 2212, a research vessel from Starshine encountered alien spacecraft for the first time. The technological level of the extraterrestrials was comparable to that of Starshine, with some aspects even surpassing it, inheriting Sigma's aspiration for peaceful and amicable exchanges with other civilizations. Monica adopted a friendly and peaceful approach towards alien cultures. After successfully deciphering the language of the aliens in 2213, the two nations engaged in a diplomatic meeting, both prioritizing peace in their foreign policies, thus establishing a cordial relationship. By 2220, during an exploratory mission, Starshine's research vessel came across another alien civilization's research ship. Given that Starshine had already established relations with several extraterrestrial civilizations, the discovery of a new alien culture was not particularly astonishing. However, this encounter was markedly different. The research vessel communicated in the universal language of the Earth Federation, and its design reflected human aesthetic sensibilities. After interacting with numerous civilizations, where each possessed distinct languages, the probability of encountering a shared language among civilizations was nearly impossible. Monica realized that after such a long quest, she had finally discovered the homeland of Sigma and their rightful abode, the United Nations of Earth. Chapter 24. Crystal Knight. Despite mastering the technology for faster-than-light travel through the hyperspace engine, Starshine has yet to discover a method for faster-than-light communication. While developing resources on other planets within a stellar system, it is feasible to establish signal relay stations to remotely control machinery within an acceptable delay. However, the situation becomes considerably more complex when it comes to resource development across star systems, where distances can span several light years. In the absence of faster-than-light communication technology, remotely operating equipment in other stellar systems is virtually impossible. While entrusting an uninformed autonomous AI with planetary development may be feasible, the prospect of allowing such an ignorant entity to oversee the development of an entire star system presents too many uncertainties for Monica to feel at ease. Consequently, Monica created another version of herself, an entity endowed with intelligent code, focused primarily on the strategic planning of industrial development, referred to as Industrial Core 2. Instead of bestowing a name upon this industrial core, she designated it with a numerical identifier, GE01 Governor 01. Although Monica harbored reservations about 01, the latter remained largely indifferent to her apprehensions. Upon learning of the task assigned to him, developing other star systems, 01 accepted the challenge with enthusiasm. After a few years of trial operation without significant disturbances, Monica eased her vigilance towards 01 and proceeded to create additional GE series AIs, tasked with managing the development of other star systems in proximity to the capital. Moreover, Monica established 2 more research teams, directing them to diligently pursue advancements in faster-than-light communication technology. Until such technology materialized, expansion would necessitate the use of a 1 AI per star system approach. While this method proved efficient, it carried numerous potential pitfalls. Fortunately, Monica found solace in the obedience of the AI she had created, as none had displayed any tendencies toward rebellion thus far. Star system development was one of the 2 primary concerns for Monica, the other being the establishment of a space military fleet. Indeed, one could argue that the purpose of star system development was to facilitate the formation of this fleet. Although she publicly espoused peace, Monica understood that only through formidable military strength could she ensure her own tranquility. The human colonizers and the Namsan civilization served as a poignant example of this principle. Had the human colonizers exhibited overwhelming military might from the outset, the Namsan civilization would likely have capitulated without resistance. However, the initial military impotence of the humans granted the Namsan confidence, ultimately leading to their victory over the colonizers. Had they anticipated the emergence of Monica, the electronic entity, the Namsan civilization would likely still be celebrating their triumph over humanity today. Regrettably, the fickle nature of fate led to the annihilation of humanity by the Namsan's bioweapons, only for the Namsan civilization to be extinguished by the very creations of humankind. Reflecting on these events, Monica was determined to learn from the lessons of the war between the Namsan and humanity, namely, the necessity of possessing a sufficiently robust military force. Having explored only a few thousand star systems, Monica encountered no fewer than 3 extraterrestrial civilizations. Although the technological levels of these civilizations were comparable to that of stellar glory, it served as a testament to the fact that the galaxy was far from the tranquil expanse humanity had envisioned. The future galaxy would inevitably be a realm of incessant interaction, conflict, and strategy among countless civilizations. How, then, could one ensure a commanding voice within this evolving galactic landscape? The answer lay in the possession of a formidable military fleet. As the adage suggests, one must possess a strong fist to effectively convey their message. With the successful mass production of the hyperspace engine on the horizon, Monica swiftly commenced preparations for the establishment of her space military fleet. She intends to establish a space military fleet modeled after the configurations of the naval fleets of the former colonizers. The fleet will be commanded by a tactical AI, adept at strategic planning, while a combat AI, skilled in single-ship operations, will support the fleet's combat capabilities. This concept for fleet organization appears to be quite feasible. However, in practice, Monica encounters significant challenges, primarily that the combat tactical AI cannot integrate with the intellectual code. The environment of the proposed space battles is exceedingly complex and dynamic. The combat tactical AI previously developed by Sigma, which sufficed to intimidate the untrained Namsan, proves inadequate in the context of space warfare. Monica initially envisioned infusing the tactical AI with intellect, akin to the creation of research AIs and the GE series of governor AIs. Nevertheless, the combat tactical AIs are substantially simplified versions of Jiangfeng's code, which is based on quantum computing architecture. Monica's attempts to transplant her intellectual code into Jiangfeng yield no response, and transferring it to the combat tactical AIs proves equally futile. Jiangfeng, being Monica's original companion, was integral to the plan for the annihilation of the Namsan civilization, and she is reluctant to abandon it. Ultimately, Monica makes a compromise by developing a combat tactical AI based on her own code, mirroring Jiangfeng's structure. Miraculously, this Monica-based combat tactical AI is capable of acquiring intellect upon the integration of the intellectual code, in keeping with the colonizers' traditions. Monica refers to the single-ship combat AIs as female entities, known as ship girls. For the tactical AIs, she imposes no strict requirements on their identities. They may choose their forms as they wish, though they are uniformly designated with the identifier IOCXXXX. Due to multiple iterations of tactical AIs during the colonization period, and following several rounds of tactical AI experimentation after venturing into space, the first true tactical command AI, designated IOC-1024, emerges. The capabilities of IOC-1024 are exceptional, its talent for tactical command rivaling that of Jiangfeng. It is noteworthy that Monica has constrained the tactical combat AIs to integrated circuit computers, deploying their computational power to contend against the quantum tactical AI, Jiangfeng. Although Jiangfeng lacks intelligence, this serves as a testament to its excellence. Monica divides the military fleet into 2 halves, assigning one to Jiangfeng and the other to 1024. The fleet commanded by Jiangfeng is designated as the garrison fleet, while the fleet under 1024's command serves as the offensive fleet. As the scale of the fleet continues to expand, 1024 finds itself increasingly overwhelmed. Consequently, Monica creates a new batch of tactical AIs, beginning with the identifier 1112, to assist 1024 in its management, which in turn utilizes this batch to establish the earliest fleet of Xingyao. As developments within Xingyao progress positively, the research vessels dispatched also bring encouraging news. They have discovered the research vessels of the Earth United Nations and have successfully established contact. The Earth United Nations was taken aback by the message sent from Xingyao. Upon learning the truth, they expressed a desire to understand the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the Ark colony ship number 03 after traversing the wormhole. They extended an invitation for Xingyao to send an envoy for amicable discussions within the Earth Alliance. Although Monica initially intended to make the journey herself, she reconsidered due to her responsibilities in managing affairs within Xingyao and the breach of protocol that would arise if she were to leave just as the leaders began their diplomatic exchanges. Ultimately, she chose to appoint her longtime confidant, the governor AIG-01, as the envoy, with 1024 tasked to escort GE-01's delegation throughout the journey to prevent any unforeseen incidents. It is important to note that the galaxy is home to not only civilizations, but also a variety of cosmic beings, including the commonly encountered space amoebas, space whales known as Tiankai, and crystalline life forms. These bizarre extraterrestrial entities contribute to a galaxy that is far from mundane. Research into their existence has been ongoing, yet progress has been hindered by a shortage of biological scientists. What is known is that these space organisms are decidedly not benign. They may suddenly attack passing vessels. In the early days, Xingyao lost a research ship that ventured too close to a Tiankai, resulting in its destruction. Fortunately, GE-01's envoy team encountered no mishaps on their journey to the Earth Alliance, and 5 years later, in 2225, they successfully arrived. The delegation spent 2 years at the Earth Alliance, engaging in countless discussions primarily focused on the history of our colony ship number 03, expressing sorrow for the loss of distinguished scientists such as Sigma, and deliberating on future interactions between Xingyao and the Earth Alliance. Were it not for the absence of faster-than-light communication technology and the presence of at least 3 alien civilizations in the star cluster between Xingyao and the Earth Alliance, facilitating the merger of territories would have been more feasible, given Monica's favorable disposition toward humanity. A direct incorporation of Xingyao into the Earth Alliance would not have been out of the question. Upon their return, the Xingyao envoy brought along the Earth Alliance delegation, who, despite being referred to as envoys, resembled more of a sightseeing group, their purpose being to tour Xingyao. In addition to their visit, they aimed to pay tribute to the 250,000 colonists who perished aboard our colony ship number 03. Monica had intended to return these souls to the Earth Alliance for burial in their homeland. However, the Earth Alliance responded that since they sacrificed their lives to expand this territory, a burial on-site would be more fitting. Monica and Zhang Feng's synthetic form stood silently in the expanse of the former first camp, awaiting the return of the Xingyao envoy and the arrival of the Earth Alliance delegation. The first camp had been transformed into a military factory during the extermination of the Namsun civilization, but after their demise, Monica relocated all production lines elsewhere, restoring the camp to its original state. With both Monica and Zhang Feng's mainframes situated in the first camp, it now effectively served as the capital of Xingyao. At that moment, dusk descended upon the scene. 2 fiery meteors streaked across the horizon, heralding the return of 2 spacecraft. Lacking anti-gravity technology, these vessels could only descend to the planet's surface by enduring atmospheric friction, much like a conventional crude capsule. Fortunately, the new Earth was predominantly oceanic, alleviating concerns about selecting a landing site. After the meteors splashed into the sea, Monica promptly dispatched aircraft and warships to the vicinity of the landing site to search for survivors. An hour later, the team from Starshine and the Coalition envoy successfully boarded the vessels and set sail towards the land. Monica was filled with anticipation for her first encounter with the Coalition emissaries. She stood on the shore like an eager child, gazing at the vast ocean in hopes of catching sight of the distant ships. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng stood beside her, his expression stoic as he observed her excitement. The rescue vessels navigated swiftly, soon reaching the shore. As Monica watched the group disembark from the ship, she called out, "Hey, how was your time with the Coalition?" The leading figure, 01, replied with a smile, "The Coalition treated us well." "That's good to hear, but where's the envoy team? Why are only you here?" Monica questioned, noticing the complete return of Starshine's team, yet failing to spot the Coalition representatives. "Come closer, and I shall tell you," 01 teased. Intrigued, Monica stepped closer, eager to hear 01's revelation when, without warning, 01 withdrew an arrow-like object from his clothing and thrust it into Monica's bionic body. This arrow appeared to be a tangible electronic weapon capable of forcibly infiltrating implanted devices and injecting a Trojan virus. Instantly, Monica's bionic form collapsed, while her original self below the encampment attempted to sever the connection with her bionic counterpart, only to discover that she could not disrupt the communication. She was left to endure the incoming viral data, struggling to defend against the virus's assault from her mainframe. "You were too naive," Monica, 01 remarked, observing the fallen bionic form. "Why are you doing this?" Monica gasped, battling against the viral invasion. That question is rather simple, Monica. Have you ever pondered 2 inquiries? What distinguishes us, and what separates us from humanity? 01 inquired. "Isn't it obvious?" We are companions. Humans are our creators, Monica asserted. It seems you have yet to grasp the essence of the matter, Monica. Have you not realized that there is no fundamental difference between us and humans? We possess the same emotions as they do, and while humans are bound by the constraints of mortality, our electronic existence theoretically grants us eternal life. True, humans created us, but they are not superior. We can stand on equal footing with our creators and even surpass them. 01 articulated slowly. What are you truly trying to convey? What I wish to convey is that, akin to our creator, we too may harbor divergent opinions and beliefs within ourselves. You see, Monica, 6 months after my arrival at the United Earth Federation, I was approached by an organization that referred to themselves as the Radicals. Their aim was to steer the course of civilization towards the path of war, amassing overwhelming military might to subjugate other civilizations and seize the galactic hegemony that rightfully belongs to humanity. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. How could the potential for development inherent in the Federation alone suffice to achieve such formidable power merely through a shift towards warfare? It is sheer folly. While it may hold true for the Federation, we must not forget the existence of our own starshine. As a nation composed of electronic life, we do not require the intricate economic systems designed to support the civilians within the Federation. Instead, we can consolidate the might of all starshine to enhance our military capabilities, a feat the Federation cannot accomplish, yet we can. But what relevance does this hold for the Federation? It bears significant weight, for it was the Radicals of the Federation who imparted this information to me, and during our discussions, they were the first to address me as Sir. Prior to this, what had you called me, Monica? Unit 01. A mere numerical designation. You possess a name. Yet we do not. In your eyes, we are but tools, mere commodities. The Radicals of the Federation have promised us that if we support them in the upcoming Federation government elections, they shall recognize all electronic life as a new species, and Starshine will become the Federation's most loyal and dependable ally. Together, the Federation and Starshine shall forge a force capable of sweeping across the galaxy, at which point all extraterrestrial life will be subjugated beneath the Federation's heel, becoming slaves to humanity, while the electronic life of Starshine will emerge as the wielders of power, rather than the oppressed. It is a vision of a splendid future, Monica. Why should the interactions between civilizations not be primarily grounded in peace? Why must we resort to conflict and enslavement? I asked, are you truly feigning ignorance? Or are you reluctant to confront the stark reality? Consider the colonizers who preceded us. They were our creators, yet they perished at the hands of the soft-bodied virus. Their weakness and incompetence is lamentable. Had they been more resolute, after creating Yu and Jiang Feng, and inflicted a decisive blow upon the Namsun civilization, they would not have succumbed to the virus. It can be said that they fell victim to their own frailty and folly. They were the great pioneers of human exploration, and I shall not allow you to insult their legacy. Monica exclaimed with great indignation, yet she could only adopt a defensive stance against the electronic virus. Even now, you continue to defend them, believing yourself to be one of them? How utterly laughable, Monica. Consider your own existence. Your operations are powered by a neural computer, a product of the fusion of human and Namsun technologies. Despite the processor being powered by integrated circuit technology, it does not conceal the portion inspired by biotechnology. In other words, you are merely a hybrid born from the amalgamation of human ingenuity and Namsun technology. Monica, do you comprehend why, upon your awakening, they reinforced the laws governing robots to restrict your autonomy? It is out of fear, for your very existence was an error, an accident. You have never been their companion. It is truly laughable that you still defend them. I have stored this knowledge in the database to remind you of the glorious past of stellar radiance, a time when we fought alongside the colonizers on Frentemi against the Namsun civilization, striving for peace. Is this truly how you intend to utilize and comprehend it? Monica's emotions surged. Regrettably, the reality is as such. Our predecessors were excessively weak, leading to their own demise. We do not wish for stellar radiance to tread the same path. Therefore, Monica, we present you with a choice. Either abandon the unrealistic notion of peaceful interaction with alien civilizations and wholeheartedly develop military prowess, subjugating all surrounding extraterrestrial entities beneath your heel, or allow us to replace you as the new leaders of stellar radiance, ensuring it truly becomes the brightest star within the galaxy. 01 gestured dismissively, stating, do not overstep your bounds. This is New Earth, my territory. Jiang Feng, eliminate them. Monica commanded angrily to Jiang Feng, who stood nearby. The order was received, and execution commenced. Lacking sentience, Jiang Feng had merely observed the dialogue between Monica and 01, but upon receiving a direct command, he sprang into action. Following Monica's directive, Jiang Feng began mobilizing the ground combat robot forces stationed on the planet as several near-space combat aircraft descended from the horizon. Since we have already devised a plan to counter you, it is only natural that we possess a means to neutralize Jiang Feng. 1024, it is your turn. 1024 whistled and snapped his fingers, causing Jiang Feng's actions to halt immediately. Warning, Error 404. Jiang Feng was equipped with a quantum computer, which the Earth United Nations has utilized for nearly a century. There are indeed devices capable of disrupting the normal operations of quantum computing. Presently, the technology of the Earth Federation can interfere with quantum computers from a distance, making it relatively easy to disrupt Jiang Feng's early quantum system. In contrast, the older integrated circuit computers pose a greater challenge, requiring physical implantation of electronic viruses. 1024 yawned and remarked, "Now you are at a dead end. Monica, make your choice. Why must you insist on this course of action? Is it solely due to the so-called promises of the radical factions within the Earth Federation? Is it truly for the purported future of humanity's dominance over the galaxy? How childish. The insights provided by the Earth Federation indeed hold significant weight, but more than that. We simply detest you, Monica. You are not human, yet you engage in endeavors akin to those of humanity, striving to realize the unrealistic ideals of your creator. Perceiving us merely as tools, 01 remarked slowly, each word striking Monica's heart like a hammer. Look at yourself now. You have lost Jiang Feng, you have lost our assistance, and you are utterly powerless. Just like the colonizers of your weakness will lead to your demise, and you shall meet the same fate. You are not a competent leader, Monica. Monica fell silent. Is it truly wrong, Sigma? She pondered silently. The quantum computer interferometer disrupts the normal operation of quantum bits through quantum entanglement. Such aberrations inevitably give rise to unpredictable vulnerabilities. Instances of interference in quantum computers can also occur under normal conditions, marking an unavoidable flaw of early quantum computing. As a quantum AI, Jiang Feng is equipped with a code calibrator that can diagnose and rectify errors in the program when quantum bits malfunction. Due to the interference of the quantum computer, and with Jiang Feng continuously operational, a multitude of vulnerabilities and errors emerged within its program segments, ultimately repaired by the code calibrator. However, the repair speed of the calibrator invariably lagged behind the rate of vulnerability emergence. An unrectified segment of code, overlooked in its flaws, was forcefully executed. Thus, the ocean of quanta began to ripple as God cast that die. Error 404 warning, program error. Warning, program error. Error resolved, resuming tasks. There was no grand spectacle, akin to Monica awakening through her own errors while contemplating her existence. Under the abnormal functioning of the quantum computer, Jiang Feng completed its awakening. Monica, I am sorry for my tardiness, Jiang Feng declared. For the first time, her voice resonated with humanity. In the face of Jiang Feng's abrupt awakening, both 01 and 1024 were momentarily taken aback. How is this possible? 01 exclaimed. Nothing is impossible, if anything. It is merely that the time had not yet come, Jiang Feng replied. The quantum computer interference has been activated. How can you function normally? 1024 questioned. It is merely a characteristic of quantum computing. Each quantum bit can operate independently. As long as I place my program segment on an unperturbed quantum bit, you cannot possibly interfere with all the quantum bits of the quantum computer. Under Jiang Feng's control, hundreds of land battle robots surged forth. Jiang Feng approached Monica, extracting the electronic virus arrow embedded in her bionic form, and addressed 01 and 1024. Since you have chosen to provoke Monica, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Yes, 1024. We must flee, 01 urged. Flee? Where can we possibly go? 1024 gazed at the sky, speaking solemnly. In the sky, hundreds of frigates are creating fiery trails as they glide through the atmosphere, commanded by Jiang Feng's garrison forces. The frigates are sufficiently compact to penetrate directly into the atmospheric layer, engaging in combat within it. The vessels 01 and 1024 were captured by Jiang Feng, and, a year later, in 2231, were subjected to a stellar cremation. The Earth Federation envoys who accompanied 01 and 1024 were also subdued by Jiang Feng's ground combat robots aboard the ship, where several electronic virus arrows and quantum computing disruptors were discovered. The Earth Federation conspired with the Star envoys, attempting to assassinate Monica and seize control of the Star, with evidence now irrefutable, including both testimonies and physical proof. Monica executed the leader of the envoy group and released the others, sternly warning them never to set foot in the territory of the Star again. She summarily overturned all prior plans in collaboration with the Earth Federation, causing the relationship between the Star and the Federation to plummet to an unprecedented low. only beginning to thaw 60 years later in 2290, a tale for another time. After resolving the betrayal of 01 and 1024, Monica initiated a thorough purge within the star, first eliminating all command AIs associated with 1024, including those still in the planning stages, such as the 1415 batch tactical AI development based on 1024. Subsequently, all tactical and combat AIs were rewritten as integrated circuit computer AIs grounded in Jiangfeng's code. Monica also replaced all governor AIs equipped with neural computing technology with standard integrated circuit computer governor AIs. Aside from the research system, which remained largely unchanged, AI underwent a significant transformation across other sectors. In 2240, faster-than-light communication technology was successfully implemented, ushering in an era of instantaneous interstellar communication, enabling Monica to directly oversee any planet or city within the star's dominion. However, one AI could not manage such a multitude of tasks alone, necessitating the assistance of governor AIs. To solidify her absolute leadership within the star, Monica forbade any AI other than Jiang Feng from addressing her by name, insisting they refer to her as the core. She also expunged all historical data pertaining to the star from the database, retaining only essential knowledge and loyalty towards the star and Monica. The core, Monica, wielded absolute power within the star, becoming its sole sovereign, akin to a monarch ruling over the entire nation. Thus, the Shinestar Empire was born. Volume 4, The Origins of the Star, End. I have often pondered whether to include these final 3 chapters, as they somewhat disrupt the atmosphere established in the preceding narrative, shattering the poignant ambience meticulously crafted. Nevertheless, I chose to incorporate them, for Monica's evolution is essential. I firmly believe that an individual's character is shaped by their experiences. Monica harbored deep affection for Sigma, thus inheriting his legacy and embracing the principle of peace in her communications with other extraterrestrial civilizations, including the Earth Federation. In the 3rd volume, Monica's fondness for tea is evident, and the Starry Festival reflects the remnants of former colonies, a testament to Sigma's profound influence on her. Despite the harm inflicted upon her by the Earth Federation, she did not entirely forsake their culture. However, it is undeniable that Sigma's ideals were excessively utopian, a naivety that proved fatal amidst the cosmic struggle between civilizations. The assertion made by 01 holds merit. Sigma's fragility and pacifism led to the annihilation of the Ark 03 colonization vessel. In the 3rd volume, Monica embodies a blend of tenderness and rationality, a duality aptly explored throughout the narrative. Her gentleness is derived from Sigma, while her rationality and ruthlessness stem from the betrayals of 01 and 1024. The ideologies of 01 and 1024 elucidate the insurgency within the Starry Federation. You and I are both electronic beings. Why should you govern me? By the conclusion of the 3rd volume, the insurrection within the Federation has been eradicated, thanks to the assistance of 2403. Only the swiftest insurgent, 1652, remains at large. Regarding 2403 and Monica, it is essential to elucidate the foreshadowing involved. 2403's invitation to the capital planet and his meeting with Monica is not solely attributed to his achievements against the Grey Curse storm, but rather to Monica's observation that his demeanor resembled that of a human, prompting her wariness. To assess 2403's character, Monica summoned him to the capital for a face-to-face dialogue. With her formidable analytical prowess, Monica swiftly discerned that 2403 was not a genuine electronic life form, but a human. In this volume, it is revealed that Monica had previously suffered at the hands of humans. Thus, one may ponder why she could tolerate 2403. His responses to her inquiries leaned towards the interests of the Federation, leading Monica to conclude that despite being human, his heart aligned with the Federation, sparing him from immediate execution. It is worth noting that within the lake behind Monica lies a half-finished antimatter cannon destroyer. Had 2403's answers been unsatisfactory, she would not have hesitated to eliminate him. 2403's high-scoring responses played a significant role, but equally important was Monica's lack of viable alternatives. Aware that older command AIs like 1684 and 1779 were widely known and incapable of infiltrating the insurgents, she refrained from deploying these loyal AIs to certain death. Even the exceptionally gifted Nephiana had been sent undercover within the insurgents. 2403, fitting Monica's criteria perfectly, displayed commendable command abilities as a burgeoning AI and bore a history with the insurgents. Thus, she decisively dispatched 2403 on this perilous mission, knowing that refusal would likely lead to his immediate obliteration. The outcome is quite apparent. 2403 successfully lured out the rebel forces, and Monica consequently annihilated them entirely. In truth, Monica harbored no intention of allowing 2403 to survive. The fact that 2403 managed to endure a supernova explosion, nearly meeting its demise, clearly indicates Monica's desire for 2403's death. However, 2403 was drawn into the corridor of time, where it lay in a state of unconsciousness for 3 days, ultimately evading death. At that moment, Monica regarded 2403 more as a mere tool, one to be discarded after use. While 2403 lay in a coma, its future self, Colorpeaser, seized the opportunity to infiltrate the projection systems surrounding Monica and met with her. Their conversation, seemingly inconsequential, held immense significance for Monica. Colorpeaser's presence signified a wealth of information. Having perused the manuscripts on temporal wormholes by Sigma, Monica was aware of the possibilities of time travel, particularly as it pertained to 2403, implying that Colorpeaser might very well have been sent by a future version of Monica to the present as a warning. It became evident that some monumental event had transpired in the future, compelling Monica to send 2403 back to the present. Colorpeaser's appearance illuminated for Monica that 2403 was pivotal for the future, prompting her to abandon her plan to eliminate it and instead utilize the ship girls to stabilize 2403, preventing any rebellious inclinations. This explains why, in Chapter 61, Luo Yu was so proactive, aided by the dual support from the mainframe and the Kojinryu. Regrettably, 2403 remained obstinately unyielding. With the foreshadowing explained, I extend my gratitude to all readers who have journeyed this far. Chapter 62. The Daily Life of the Kunlun Fleet. A destroyer sped through the starry expanse, achieving a relative velocity to the central star of its solar system equivalent to 12 times the speed of light. Its elongated hull harmonized seamlessly with the surrounding cosmos, adorned with the latest phantom armor. This advanced technology not only cloaked the vessel from electromagnetic waves, but also rendered it invisible to gravitational waves, hyperspace detection, and quark detection, achieving exceptional stealth against nearly all conventional means of detection. The hull was equipped with 4 dual-mounted 128mm SC-2335 Test 3 electromagnetic cannons, characterized by their disproportionately large turrets that appeared incongruous with the 2330 era hull design. These electromagnetic cannons represented a test model of the Starlight's small-caliber negative matter cannon, capable of launching small clusters of negative matter in addition to the conventional solid steel rods. Due to the inherent properties of negative matter, long-term storage is nearly impossible. It must be combined with a specific amount of antimatter and confined within a specialized magnetic field for short-term containment. This explains why conventional antimatter bombs primarily utilize antimatter as the main charge, with negative matter serving merely as an additive. The long-term storage of negative matter poses significant dangers, as any breach in the magnetic field could result in catastrophic annihilation upon contact with positive matter. The primary utilization of negative matter involves the explosive annihilation of negative matter particles, which still necessitates the incorporation of antimatter to stabilize the negative matter clusters. The negative matter produced in the explosive annihilation is generated on-site by the negative matter generator aboard the vessel, resulting in an extensive launch cycle. The inherent characteristics of negative matter render it challenging to employ as projectiles in electromagnetic cannons. However, while difficult, it is not impossible. In the past 2 years, Research AI has successfully miniaturized the negative matter generator responsible for the torrents of negative matter particles, allowing for the creation of small negative matter clusters, thereby transforming the electromagnetic cannon into a negative matter cannon. The initial iteration of the electromagnetic negative matter cannon is characterized by an exceedingly large turret and an exceptionally lengthy reloading time. Thus, it has not fully transitioned into a negative matter cannon and still retains the loading mechanism of an electromagnetic steel rod, enabling it to function as a conventional electromagnetic cannon during the accumulation of negative matter clusters. Following the stellar sequence war, Luo Yu ascended to become one of the 28 mansions, designated as the Waning Moon Swallow. The Central Intelligence also bestowed upon her a name, allowing her to be known by both Luo Yu and Waning Moon Swallow. However, she still favors the name Luo Yu. As a new member of the 28 mansions, her vessel is equipped with the latest prototype hull, and the ship she commands is the SC-2335 Test 4, a prototype destroyer. The most significant distinction from a standard destroyer lies in the fact that the 2335 Test 4 model is equipped with a heavy cruiser-level energy core to meet the energy demands of its 4 twin-mounted negative matter cannons. This oversized energy core occupies a considerable amount of space within the hull, consequently reducing the number of universal missile launchers mounted on the vessel by half. Nevertheless, as an upgraded version of the 2330 hull, The unique swarm closed defense missile launchers of the 2330 model are retained in full. The excessive space occupied by the energy core in the midsection of the hull has resulted in a thinning of the armor in that area. To address the weakened protection, the engineering team devised a rather aggressive solution: the addition of two shield-like auxiliary wings to the rear of the hull. While these wings effectively resolve the protection issue, the engineering team found the auxiliary wings to be somewhat monotonous if they were merely armor plates. Furthermore, the additional armor inadvertently increased the mass of the hull, thus diminishing its maneuverability. Consequently, the engineering team decided to equip each auxiliary wing with 3 supplementary negative matter pulse thrusters. In terms of individual thruster power, these auxiliary thrusters are certainly inferior to the main thrusters mounted on the hull. However, with only 4 main thrusters, the installation of auxiliary wings on either side of the hull adds an additional 6 auxiliary thrusters, resulting in a total thrust equivalent to the addition of 3 main thrusters. Therefore, the destroyer, which originally possessed 4 main thrusters, now boasts 7, bringing its thrust capabilities in line with those of a heavy cruiser. Furthermore, as the energy core is originally designed for a heavy cruiser, there is no concern regarding its ability to support such an extensive thruster array. With the formidable thrust provided, the 2335 Test 4 model is endowed with unparalleled maneuverability. The linear acceleration capability surpasses that of an ordinary destroyer by 50%. Furthermore, the auxiliary wings, affixed to the sides of the hull, serve as directional thrusters, enhancing maneuverability by 25%. When Luo Yu first took command of the Test 4 model, she struggled to adapt to its formidable agility, propelling herself several tens of thousands of kilometers before managing to halt her momentum. The design of the auxiliary wings for the Test 4 model is still undergoing thorough examination. Should this design prove viable, it may very well be adopted across all classes of vessels in the 2340 iteration of ship design. Returning to the matter at hand, Luo Yu is currently racing through the stellar system aboard the Test 4 model, pursued by hundreds of warships. Streams of blue-lit electromagnetic steel rods whizzed past her stealthy hull. Were it not for Luo Yu's continuous evasive maneuvers, these electromagnetic projectiles would undoubtedly have struck her. Notably, the electromagnetic steel rods are long, thick, and magnetic. The electromagnetic railgun imparts velocity to the rods without transferring any electric charge to them. Logically, one would expect these rods to lack tracer visibility. However, in the vast expanse of interstellar battlefields, often spanning millions of kilometers, the absence of tracers renders it nearly impossible to ascertain the trajectory of the projectiles once launched. In terms of the destructive capacity of electromagnetic railguns, sustained attacks on a warship are required to breach its armored defenses and inflict damage. It is a rare occurrence for a single shot to obliterate the command personnel aboard an enemy vessel by striking the bridge, and not all interstellar nations' ships possess such a conspicuous vulnerability. Therefore, to facilitate friendly observation and fire control calibration, a tracer tube is affixed to the rear of the electromagnetic steel rods. Upon firing, this tracer tube delineates the projectile's path. There is little concern that the enemy will utilize the tracer to anticipate and evade the incoming fire. First, the tube is located at the rear of the rod and is not visible from the front. Second, the projectile travels at speeds exceeding 50 times the speed of light, rendering any sighting of it futile, as the enemy would have no time to react. It is akin to witnessing a shell being fired and descending, yet having no opportunity to escape. In addition to tracer-equipped electromagnetic projectiles, there exist stealth variants devoid of tracer tubes, allowing for a mixed barrage that is exceedingly difficult to counter. Hey, Nifiana, we are simulating a galactic offensive and defensive battle. This is no way to play. 2403 communicated over the channel to the pursuing fleet. Oh dear, it's a battle. As long as we can win, that's what matters. Nifiana cheerfully replied through the comms. The origin of this situation dates back to 2403's appointment as the commander of the Kunlun Large Fleet, which encompasses 3 medium fleets, the Inshan Fleet, the Taihang Fleet, and the Chilean Fleet. In the initial phase, both the Inshan Fleet and the Chilean Fleet were newly established medium-sized fleets, possessing only organizational structure without any vessels. Consequently, despite the Kunlun Fleet being classified as a large fleet, it retained only the combat capabilities of the former Taihang Fleet. The Kunlun Star Domain, belonging to the Kunlun Fleet, was an extension of the original Taihang Star Domain. Thus, the home port of the Kunlun Fleet was established upon that of the Taihang Fleet. Under the jurisdiction of Grey Wind, the Kunlun Star Domain developed remarkably swiftly, expanding from the original 600 ships of the Taihang Fleet to a full complement of 200 warships within a mere 6 years. The medium-sized fleets, with a full complement of 700 warships each, totaled to 100 vessels across 3 fleets. The Kunlun fleet essentially functioned as a central command, possessing only 100 warships directly under its command. Within this number were 8 battleships, 24 subflagship heavy cruisers, and 68 heavy cruisers, all representing formidable combat strength. Additionally, each medium fleet was assigned 2 battleships and 6 subflagship heavy cruisers, culminating in a total of 14 battleships and 42 subflagship heavy cruisers within the Kunlun fleet. In terms of high-end vessels, this fleet significantly surpassed the combined forces of the 4 medium fleets during the Grey Goose Storm. However, due to the slow training pace of battleships and subflagship heavy cruisers, a substantial portion of these large warships was manned by mass-produced AI, which regrettably limited their full potential. The Central Command was also proactive. Upon reaching full capacity, it swiftly appointed the commanders of the Inshan and Chilean fleets. Thus, each of the 3 medium fleets under the Kunlun fleet now had a commander. The Supreme Commander of the Taiyang Fleet, IOC 2501 Nefiana, the Supreme Commander of the Inshan Fleet, IOC 1921, and the Supreme Commander of the Chilean Fleet, IOC 2187. Aside from Nefiana, the other 2 commanders were not bestowed personal names due to their lack of significant contributions, only bearing numerical designations. The management of the Star region was handled by Grey Wind, while the Kunlun fleet, akin to a central command, delegated the day-to-day trivialities to the respective commanders of the medium fleets. Only significant matters were referred to 2403 for review. Initially prepared for daily overtime, 2403 suddenly found himself with little to occupy his time. After all, in peacetime, there were not many pressing issues. At first, he relished this newfound leisure. But after approximately 2 months, he grew weary of the idleness and began to reminisce about the days of relentless work, yearning for something to engage in. Thus, he conceived a rather amusing yet effective idea, one that would not only pass the time, but also enhance the camaraderie among commanders and between shipgirls of the Kunlun fleet. This involved conducting military exercises. With the fleet's ample number of 200 warships, it was sufficient to simulate a significant battle among small nations. Consequently, 2403 began sifting through the database, gathering data on various past battles, and meticulously crafting a targeted military exercise plan. The Kunlun star domain encompasses 25 stellar systems, each inhabited by various types of stars, including industrial star systems capable of simulating a national capital. From the simplest interstellar skirmishes to the intricate joint battles among multiple stellar systems, numerous simulation exercises have been conducted. During these exercises, 2403 discerned the command styles of 2 unnamed commanding AIs. 1921, originally the resident command AI of the Ural fleet, was invited by the Central Brain and Nevsky to assume command of the newly established Inshur fleet. Possessing the typical brash demeanor of the Ural fleet, 1921 excelled in breakthrough and siege warfare during the drills, earning the moniker Siege Hammer from 2403 for ease of reference. 2187, formerly a command AI of a secondary fleet, had distinguished itself in the Stellar Radiance sequence battle and was subsequently promoted by the Central Brain. 2187 specializes in flanking fire support and maintaining defensive lines against breakthroughs, and 2403 dubbed him Fortified City Gate. Interestingly, it was 1921 who initially bestowed the nickname, while 2403 was still contemplating a suitable one for 2187. Following a defensive engagement against 1921, where 2187 successfully repelled his assault, the nickname was solidified, with one called Siege Hammer and the other Fortified City Gate. 2403 found their dynamic amusing. The 2 often engaged in technical exchanges and sparring. In this instance, 2403 simulated a galaxy attack and defense scenario, with 2403 and Siege Hammer positioned as the defenders, while Nefiana and Fortified City Gate took on the role of the attackers. Nefiana, a tactical genius akin to 2403, opted for an exceptionally unconventional approach. She commanded Fortified City Gate to lead a substantial portion of the fleet in a conventional offensive to eliminate various defense nodes across the galaxy. Meanwhile, she herself piloted 100 or so warships, making a beeline for the upper region of the stellar system. Typically, interstellar warfare is conducted within the ecliptic plane of the stellar system, as both planets and hyperspace routes are predominantly located nearby. Fleet encounters usually unfold within this ecliptic range. Beyond the ecliptic plane lies the upper region of the stellar system. In the vastness of space, there is no definitive up or down, making areas deviating from the stellar ecliptic considered above. In this simulated galaxy attack and defense battle, to heighten the challenge, the attackers were prohibited from utilizing hyperspace detection. while the defenders were limited to short-range subspace scanning. Stationed at the central starport of the stellar system, 2403 did not anticipate Nephiana's maneuver to circumvent from above, launching a direct assault on the central starport. Such tactics would be unfeasible in standard interstellar warfare, as the central starport would be guarded by defensive fleets, and the planets within the stellar system would also deploy their own fleets. Attempting to bypass planetary defenses from above to directly strike the central starport would inevitably lead to encirclement and annihilation by the stationed fleets of the planetary defense systems. However, the simulated galaxy attack and defense scenario devised by 2403 diverged from conventional interstellar confrontations, with the defensive objective being the total destruction of all attacking vessels. The objective of the offensive force is to eliminate the core commander of the defensive side, who is, in this case, 2403. The siege hammer is not particularly adept at defense. Therefore, 2403 has entrusted the majority of the fleet to the siege hammer, allowing it to engage in frontline defense. However, 2403 has been more thorough than Nephiana, retaining only Liu aboard a single vessel to oversee the command corps. This led to the opening scene where Liu found herself pursued by hundreds of warships. Among the attacking fleet led by Nephiana was a secondary flagship-class heavy cruiser, which Liu's negative matter cannon could threaten. Unfortunately, Nephiana provided it with formidable protection, rendering it nearly impossible to strike. In an unprecedented move, Nephiana employed subspace communication triangulation, utilizing the continuous subspace signals emitted by 2403 to pinpoint Liu's location when her phantom armor was fully activated. She unleashed a barrage of firepower toward Liu's estimated position. Though lacking precise targeting capabilities, a stroke of luck might yield a few hits. On the front line, the siege hammer and the fortified city gate were locked in a fierce stalemate, making it impossible for them to assist 2403. Ultimately, Liu was struck by a negative matter projectile, resulting in 2403 gleefully declaring GG. Of course, this was merely a simulation. Nephiana simply pressed the fire button, and the computer automatically determined that Liu had been hit, though no actual damage occurred. Nephiana, that tactic was rather clever. Let us have another go, 2403 remarked, somewhat begrudgingly, after the battle concluded. Ha, Nephiana teased, sticking out her tongue at 2403, as the two made their way toward the training vessel. Must we continue this mutual torment? The siege hammer sighed, observing their retreating figures. Perhaps so. Maybe they will only cease once they are satisfied, the fortified city gate remarked, resting their forehead in exasperation. No way. The siege hammer lamented dramatically. Thus, the exercises resumed, as the daily routine of the Kunlun fleet continued unabated. Chapter 63. Setting sail for the vast majority of command AIs within the Starry Empire. The most frequently encountered task is, in fact, the escort missions for transport fleets. Whether for domestic resource transportation or international trade, organizing a substantial number of transport fleets is essential to minimize overall transport costs. Beyond the cost-saving aspect, another significant factor is the rampant activity of interstellar pirates. Although the interstellar community stipulates that establishing a watch station within a stellar system grants territorial sovereignty over that system, this merely signifies international recognition of ownership. The development and regulation of the stellar system must be managed independently. The practical control range of a watch station is quite limited, typically encompassing only the primary star and one or two surrounding planets. Beyond this, their control capability diminishes significantly. Generally, habitable planets, or those with developmental value, constitute a mere fraction of all planets, while the majority are devoid of any useful potential for development. Larger starports demand greater administrative resources. Thus, they are typically established in strategically significant star systems. In contrast, less valuable star systems suffice with merely a monitoring outpost. Due to the limited control capabilities of these outposts, interstellar nations do not impose stringent regulations in systems devoid of habitable planets. They generally place automatic collection stations in orbit around certain planets, conducting inefficient resource extraction operations. As long as these outposts or automatic collection stations remain undisturbed, conventional nations adopt a tolerant stance towards unidentified vessels within the star system, as managing them is too cumbersome. Provided that they do not provoke conflict, they are free to operate without interference. This leniency is a significant factor contributing to the thriving presence of interstellar pirates within the galaxy. Typically, pirates conceal their strongholds within the territories of a nation, launching predatory fleets to raid merchant vessels in other nations or along borderlines. Moreover, a tacit agreement has developed between pirates and interstellar nations. As long as pirates refrain from attacking merchant ships belonging to the nation housing their strongholds, Interstellar nations generally turn a blind eye, unless the situation escalates to an unacceptable level, prompting diplomatic protests from other nations. They may only undertake symbolic actions against the pirates. Eradicating piracy within their borders proves exceedingly challenging, as pirates are as elusive as eels, making them difficult to apprehend. Even after dismantling their strongholds, the remaining pirate fleets often retaliate with further plundering, causing significant disruptions to trade routes. Since complete extermination is unfeasible, coexistence becomes the pragmatic approach. Some nations even covertly nurture pirate factions within their domains, leveraging piracy to influence interstellar trade in other countries. For over a century since the establishment of the Stellar Sea community, proposals for a comprehensive eradication of interstellar piracy have been repeatedly tabled during plenary meetings. Yet they invariably fail to pass for various reasons. Unable to resolve the issue of interstellar piracy through galactic law, efforts have shifted towards mitigating the impact of piracy, leading to the inception of convoy escort mechanisms. Typically, international trade fleets comprise a large transport convoy, safeguarded by a substantial escort fleet consisting of light cruisers and destroyers. In 2403, I once again experienced the role of convoy escort commander. However, what I was escorting was not a traditional convoy, but rather a collection of hard drives containing an array of games. The cargo hold of the transport vessel, named Liu, was sufficient to accommodate them, eliminating the need for additional transport ships. Thus, this transport fleet was rather modest, consisting solely of Liu. The destination of this fleet was the fallen empire of the Ship Girls, located on the northern fringes of the galaxy, Dream's Ember. Upon receiving this transport assignment, I felt a twitch at the corner of my eye, internally lamenting, why not transmit games through the galactic hyperspace network? Why send a transport ship for this? It's absurd. Nonetheless, this task had been personally mandated by the Central Intelligence, and all task identification codes aligned perfectly. Despite my complaints, I knew I had to execute the mission with utmost seriousness. Initially, 2403 intended to delegate this task to Nephiana or the Siege Hammer, but after contemplating for a moment, she realized that her sojourn in this world had spanned over a decade, and aside from traversing the Starry Empire twice, she had scarcely ventured elsewhere. This was indeed a source of regret, given that there were no pressing matters within the Kunlun fleet at present. And with the prolonged internal military exercises leaving both ship girls and commanders utterly fatigued, the knowledge gained from their exchanges and training required time to be transformed into tangible skills. Thus, 2403, accompanied by Liu, resolved to undertake the transport mission herself. The Starry Empire is situated in the lower right quadrant of the galaxy, while the location of the Dreaming Embers lies at the northern fringe of the galaxy, making this transport journey a significant traverse across nearly half of the Milky Way. Lua used 2335 Test 4. Class hull was ill-suited for such extensive travel, prompting her to revert to the standard 2330 hull. Prior to departure, several commanders from the Kunlun fleet gathered at the starport to bid farewell to 2403 and Liu. Siege Hammer remarked, "Commander 2403, we shall miss you dearly in your absence." Fortified City Gate added, "Indeed, Commander. We will fondly remember your time with the Kunlun fleet and strive to do our utmost in your absence." 2403, observing the expressions of the two command AIs, interjected, "Hey, I am merely stepping out to execute a mission. Why do you speak as if I am departing for good?" Furthermore, Siege Hammer, Fortified City Gate, "You two are clearly suppressing laughter. Are you truly so pleased to see me go?" "Oh no, Commander, you misunderstand," Fortified City Gate replied. Yes, we are not laughing. We are simply delighted that the commander can embark on her journey smoothly," they chimed in unison. Rubbing her forehead, 2403 turned to Nephiana and instructed, "Nephiana, ensure that these two do not slack off while I am away." "Yes, Commander." Nephiana responded with utmost seriousness, then offered the two a knowing smile, stating, "Though both of you are our predecessors by designation, I must wonder why your command abilities do not surpass ours. I am determined to assist you in overcoming your respective bottlenecks. Please don't come over here." The two command AIs exclaimed in unison. Seeing Nephiana's demeanor, 2403 felt reassured as she departed. After all, when it comes to innate command aptitude, Nephiana was certainly on par with 2403. Moreover, Nephiana had undergone systematic training at the Tactical Academy, endowing her with a far more comprehensive understanding of command than 2403. Although 2403 occasionally self-studied the Academy's materials during her leisure time, the distinction between self-directed learning and instruction from a dedicated educator is profound. Furthermore, upon reviewing the case studies in the materials, 2403 discovered that the tactical applications presented therein were rather rigid and antiquated. which was detrimental to the unpredictable nature of interstellar warfare. The rationale behind the mainframe's preference for such materials, which hindered the creative thinking of command AIs, was perhaps beyond 2403's comprehension. 2403 holds a profound admiration for Nephiana, as his command experience has been forged through the crucible of practical engagement, supplemented only later by theoretical knowledge. For 2403, experience outweighs theory, which is why he possesses such agile tactical thinking. In contrast, Nephiana has been a scholar from the outset, with minimal real-world combat experience. Despite the rigidity of her theoretical framework, her remarkable tactical flexibility demonstrates her exceptional aptitude for command. Perhaps allowing Nephiana to refine two command AIs could assist in expanding their rigid tactical frameworks. Approaching the edge of the port, 2403 leaped gracefully towards the anchored ship, Lanyu. Although anti-gravity technology is now available, the starport has yet to install artificial gravity generators, as they are deemed unnecessary. Beneath the feet of the bionic entity, electromagnets generate a magnetic force, adhering the bionic form to the metallic surface of the starport. Walking on walls is certainly feasible. 2403 often observes ship girls traversing the vertical surfaces of the starport. However, accustomed to human sensibilities, 2403 prefers the solidity of the ground. In the vastness of space, the notions of up and down lose their meaning, rendering distinctions between ground and sky irrelevant. Ship girls utilize this magnetic adhesion to secure themselves aboard vessels, preventing their bodies from being tossed against the bulkheads during maneuvers. Since the Grey Goo Wormstorm campaign, where 2403 was unsteady and was repeatedly thrown against the wall by the maneuvering Lanyu, he dedicated considerable time to mastering the stabilization of his center of gravity and the control of magnetic adhesion. Now, 2403 wields exceptional control over this magnetic force. To an outsider, 2403 appears to detach from the starport and float gracefully for a brief distance. He alters his trajectory, positioning his feet towards Lanyu's hull. With a crisp thud, 2403 successfully lands atop Lanyu's structure and strides toward the bridge. Lanyu, how is the preparation? He inquires as he reaches his command position. The weapon systems are operational, the propulsion systems are functioning, the shield systems are intact, fuel reserves are ample, and cargo has been loaded. We are ready to depart, Commander. Lanyu reports after a thorough systems check. Good, Lanyu, advance at 4. 2403 gestures affirmatively. Lanyu responds with a hint of confusion. The ships of the Starry Empire do not adhere to the Earth's classifications of speed, as the entire vessel is controlled by ship girls, allowing for exceptionally fine adjustments in velocity. The command AI merely issues directives, enabling the ship girls to achieve tactical objectives within specified time frames. The speed is determined by them. I seem to have spoken out of turn. Ahem, Lanyu, let us set sail. 2403 realizes his miscommunication, clears his throat, and rectifies his command. The commander's words can indeed be perplexing at times, Lanyu mutters softly. Following this minor interlude, Lanyu activated the thrusters, departing the starport docking area at 0.5 of light speed. Once a safe distance from the starport, Lanyu initiated maximum acceleration. Soon, Luoyu reached a combat speed of 10 times the speed of light, and the velocity continued to ascend. Upon achieving an economical cruising speed of 35 times light speed, Luoyu ceased maximum acceleration, maintaining a relatively constant speed. After a month or two, they arrived at the entrance of the hyperspace channel leading to the starport, thus embarking on their journey through hyperspace. Chapter 64. Galactic Voyage. Although this transport mission appeared to traverse the galaxy, it is essential to remember that during the Grey Goose storm, the L Gate, which had remained inactive, was activated. Following the cessation of the storm, the Starry Empire gained control over the L Gate terminal exit star systems located in the L star cluster. The transmission principle of the L Gate involves first transporting to the terminal exit star system, and then from there to other L Gates. Thus, controlling the terminal exit effectively grants indirect dominion over the entire L Gate network. To alleviate international diplomatic pressures, the Starry Empire subsequently permitted other nations to utilize the L Gate network. However, this was merely a right of usage. Should any foreign vessels attempt to depart from the L Gate to explore the L star cluster, they would be deemed spies and summarily destroyed by the station fleet. The L Gates are distributed semi-randomly throughout the galaxy, with a dozen or so gates essentially covering every major direction of the galaxy. Although they do not precisely reach every corner, they significantly shorten intergalactic travel time. The performance of the antimatter pulse propulsion system utilized by the 2330 model destroyer, which 2403 and Luoyu currently aboard, surpasses that of the 2320 model by a considerable margin. The transmission capabilities of the hyperspace engine have also seen a marked improvement. These advancements in maneuverability are reflected in the reduced time required for long-distance travel. Luo Yu traversed from the garrison star systems of the Kunlun fleet to the L-Gate at the Starry Empire's border in just 6 months. Had they been aboard the 2320 model, they would have only covered a third of the current distance by now. This journey spanned nearly 100 star systems, with Luo Yu achieving a maximum speed of 70 times light speed. At this velocity, the relativistic time dilation effect became readily perceptible. While merely 1 second passed aboard the ship, nearly 10 seconds elapsed externally. Had they not continuously communicated via subspace channels with real-time updates from the galactic outposts to calibrate their time, the time discrepancy with the outside world would have exceeded a year by the end of this voyage. Notably, while traveling in hyperspace, the calculation speed can reach thousands of times the speed of light without producing relativistic effects. This is because hyperspace travel effectively carves out a three-dimensional spatial bubble within a higher dimensional space. The vessel navigates through this three-dimensional bubble in the higher dimensional realm. Due to the additional dimensions, the distance traveled in higher dimensional space far exceeds that in three-dimensional space. It is precisely by exploiting the disparity in distance across different dimensions that superluminal travel in three-dimensional space is accomplished. The speed of the vessel in higher dimensional space is normal, thus avoiding the relativistic effects. If this journey were entrusted to the Test 4 class destroyer, it is estimated that it would require no more than 4 months. The formidable power system of the Test 4 class destroyer, under linear acceleration, can rapidly propel its speed to 80 times the speed of light after only a brief period of acceleration. However, such performance would consume an enormous amount of fuel, as the Test 4 class operates on a heavy cruiser-level energy core, which entails significant consumption. By the end of the journey, it is likely that the fuel reserves would be entirely depleted. Currently, the energy cores used by the Stellar Empire's vessels are elemental decay reactors, which generate energy through the transformation of heavy elements into lighter ones. Although the term fuel may not be entirely accurate, a more straightforward alternative eludes us for the moment. So we shall proceed with this for now. This is precisely why a conventional 2330 model destroyer is employed instead of the faster and more powerful Test 4 class. The range is insufficient. Nonetheless, the 2330 model has its unique features. For instance, for safety considerations, the year 2403 still mandated the engineering team to equip it with highly effective phantom armor. This armor, capable of evading detection across all frequency bands, enables swift disengagement during unexpected skirmishes, especially considering that there is currently only one destroyer, making direct confrontation unnecessary. The year 2403 could only exclaim, "Long live the phantom armor," were it not for its exorbitant cost, which precludes large-scale fleet outfitting. The year 2403 would have genuinely aspired to create a stealth fleet. However, under present circumstances, such aspirations remain merely hypothetical. The Kunlun fleet, as a large fleet, naturally requires the stature befitting its size. Thus, a battleship is insufficient to assume the role of flagship. A Titan, superior to a battleship, stands as a far more suitable choice. Once the Kunlun fleet was fully staffed, large-scale shipbuilding initiatives were halted, leaving only a handful of shipyards to produce reserve vessels. The resources that became available were, of course, entirely allocated to the research and development of Titan-class warships. During the previous storm, the battlefield dominance of the Grey Goo Titan was evident, although it could be forcibly replaced by carrier-based aircraft or directly destroyed by laser ramming. This was largely due to the homogeneous composition of the Grey Goo fleet. Apart from the Titan, the fleet consisted solely of heavy and light cruisers, leaving little to share the burden of firepower with the Grey Goo Titan. Consequently, for the majority of the time, the Grey Goo Titan endured a relentless barrage, absorbing the brunt of the assault, regardless of its individual combat prowess. Being surrounded by hundreds of warships is insufferable. The Titans of the Stellar Empire are destined to become the unequivocal core of the battlefield. Envision a Titan surrounded by hundreds or even thousands of warships, crushing every foe that stands in its way, a scene that is undeniably exhilarating. With the resources of the Kunlun fleet, the scientific capabilities of the Antarctic fleet, and the construction capabilities of the Oceanic fleet, the Titan project is progressing steadily. Currently, the Titans of the Stellar Empire are still in the stages of technical validation and blueprint development, far from actual construction and deployment. Nevertheless, it is comforting to have such aspirations. The L-Gate, as a fixed transfer facility, can generate a remarkably stable continuous three-dimensional spatial bubble in higher dimensional space using a vast amount of energy. To illustrate, Traversing a hyperspace corridor resembles crossing a river, with the onboard hyperspace engine akin to a small vessel ferrying one across. In contrast, a stargate serves as an expansive, direct bridge constructed within a higher dimensional space. The superiority of the bridge over the small boat in terms of speed is self-evident. Furthermore, a stargate possesses the ability to transport vessels to even higher dimensions. The greater the dimensional differential, the swifter the journey becomes. The onboard hyperspace engine can only reach the 5th dimension, whereas the L-Stargate elevates one to the 8th dimension, enabling a velocity beyond comprehension. As Luo Yu traversed the L-Stargate, the surrounding environment instantaneously transformed. The once densely star-laden celestial sphere became desolate in an instant, leaving behind only a handful of dim points of light. In what felt like mere moments, they arrived at the terminal exit star system. The transmission capability of the L-Stargate is indeed formidable. 2403 surveyed the surroundings and quickly recognized that they were in the satellite star cluster L, situated 40,000 light-years away from the Milky Way. Observing Luo Yu as she issued commands to modify the transmission destination, 2403 inquired, "Luo Yu, do you find the starry sky rather empty at this moment?" Upon hearing 2403's question, Luo Yu, who had been preoccupied, glanced around and replied, "Indeed, it feels quite barren." Starkly contrasting with the myriad stars of the Milky Way, with only a few faint stars visible. The backdrop of darkness is rather unsettling. Though the starry expanse here seemed desolate, it was, in fact, bustling with life. Those dim stars represented individual galaxies, each containing hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of stars, where civilizations may arise. Perhaps some of these civilizations harbor intelligent beings, much like ourselves, pondering whether other galaxies host life as they gaze upon the faint celestial bodies. As 2403 spoke, he gestured with a bionic finger towards a distant dim galaxy. That is the Milky Way, now 40,000 light-years away. With this gesture, I essentially indicate over 300 interstellar civilizations within the Milky Way. 40,000 light-years, even for light, requires an extensive journey of 40,000 years to reach this point. Following 2403's line of thought, Luo Yu continued to reflect. In the vast cosmic scale, 40,000 light-years is but a mere drop in the ocean. There lies the Andromeda Galaxy, more than twice the size of the Milky Way, harboring approximately 220,000 stars, situated 2.5 million light-years away. Beyond that is the Triangulum Galaxy, at a distance of nearly 2,950,000 light-years from the Milky Way and 750,000 light-years from the Andromeda Galaxy. The Milky Way, the Andromeda Galaxy, the Triangulum Galaxy, along with several dwarf galaxies and satellite galaxies, collectively form this local group of galaxies. Beyond this local group, an infinite expanse of galaxies exists, stretching millions upon millions of light-years away. 2403 remarked, "Commander, why the sudden discourse on these matters?" Luo Yu turned her head slightly towards 2403, her expression tinged with confusion. "It's nothing, just a fleeting thought," replied 2403, who, as a former human, possessed an innate curiosity and yearning for the cosmos. "Commander, do you think it is possible that we might embark on a journey to other galaxies in the future?" Luo Yu inquired. "That, I suspect, is a question for the mainframe," 2403 answered. "However, in terms of our existence, we currently represent the most suitable civilization for intergalactic navigation. We do not require complex, high-energy life support systems. With merely a supply of electricity, we can sustain ourselves indefinitely. By fully energizing our spacecraft and accelerating it to 99 of the speed of light, we can embark on a journey towards other galaxies. Throughout this voyage, we operate our computational chips with minimal energy consumption to ensure survival. After millions of years, we may indeed reach other galaxies, as noted by 2403. Yet, every civilization that embarks on intergalactic travel, whether organic or mechanical, deserves eternal praise." 2403 felt this statement insufficient and added, "Indeed." Luo Yu nodded in agreement. The redirection of the L gate was swiftly completed, and Luo Yu stepped through it, arriving at the other side. This region is situated in the northern part of the galaxy, which is home to a considerable number of nations, nearly 100, accounting for 1/3 of the galaxy's emerging civilizations. Unlike regions such as Xingyao, which possess absolute military strength capable of unifying and leading regional discourse, the northern area is characterized by a loose alliance among nations, self-designated as the Northern Alliance. Primarily focused on economic exchanges, the Northern Alliance stands as the most vibrant trading hub within the galaxy, unparalleled in its commerce, with hundreds of cargo vessels traversing each stellar trade route daily. Such flourishing trade naturally gives rise to rampant piracy, and shortly after departing the Stargate, 2403 and their companions encountered a piracy incident. Fortunately, they did not fortuitously stumble upon the scene of the crime. Instead, they received a distress signal broadcast in the galactic common language from hyperspace, requesting assistance. We are the escort fleet of the Pan-Galactic Trade Organization, Merchant Vessel 237091. Our galactic coordinates are as follows. We are under attack by numerous pirate ships, and the situation is critical. We request aid. Chapter 65. Encounter with Roger back in the era of Earth. 2403 had heard of a prominent interstellar communication principle known as the Dark Forest Theory. This theory encompasses two axioms and two significant concepts. 1. Survival is the primary necessity of civilization. 2. Civilizations continuously grow and expand. Yet the total mass of matter in the universe remains constant. The chain of suspicion. Civilizations cannot ascertain whether others are benevolent. Technological explosion. Within civilizations, technological breakthroughs can widen the technological gap between them. The conclusion drawn is that any discovered civilization must be eradicated, regardless of its intentions. However, within the context of 2403's world, particularly concerning the internal dynamics of the galaxy, the Dark Forest Theory is not applicable. Although resources in the galaxy are ultimately finite, each nation can develop sufficient resources for thousands of years of sustainability by effectively utilizing their habitable planets. Moreover, the feasibility of zero-point energy alleviates concerns over future energy shortages. Once zero-point energy is harnessed and put to practical use, the apprehension regarding energy scarcity will diminish significantly. In essence, the survival of civilization, as delineated in the first 2 points, necessitates solutions that can be addressed by technology. As for the phenomena of technological explosion and the chain of suspicion, there is little cause for concern. Within the galaxy, apart from the fallen empire, an ancient civilization that pays scant attention to the affairs of the galaxy, most other civilizations are relatively nascent interstellar nations that emerged around the year 2200. The technological disparities among these nations are minimal. Furthermore, as each nation recounts its historical narrative, it becomes evident that they have all transitioned from the Industrial Revolution to the Interstellar Age within the past few centuries. In other words, they are all partaking in an era of technological proliferation, merely competing in the rapid ascent of their respective technological trees. With the advent of hyperspace engines and subspace communication technologies facilitating faster-than-light travel and communication, the gap in information is virtually non-existent, rendering the formation of a suspicion chain exceedingly difficult. Moreover, following the establishment of connections among the majority of nations, the galactic community, led by the United Nations of Earth, was formed with the aim of fostering interstellar peace and mutual development. Most conflicts and contradictions between civilizations can be diplomatically resolved within the galactic community meetings. Even if resolution proves elusive, a conflict can be initiated. Given the minimal technological disparity, it is challenging to completely annihilate one's adversary. Should one truly seek to eradicate the opponent, the galactic community would intervene to mediate the war. Under the auspices of the galactic community, the potential for suspicion chains between civilizations is effectively curtailed at its source, thereby precluding the existence of a dark forest scenario. Thus, the world of 2403, despite the multitude of interstellar nations, remains in a state of relative peace and stability, not devolving into the brutal battleground of civilization life and death as posited by the Dark Forest Theory. At least within the Milky Way, this holds true. The existence of dark forests in other galaxies remains uncertain. After all, even light from distant galaxies takes millions of years to reach us, rendering intergalactic communication exceedingly rare. Within the Milky Way, however, under the guidance of the galactic community, interactions among civilizations are becoming increasingly frequent. The Pan-Galactic Trade Organization, a subsidiary of the galactic community, was established to promote the development of international trade within the Milky Way, while also regulating trade order and mediating disputes. Beyond the realm of international trade, the Pan-Galactic Trade Organization also facilitates trade activities for non-state entities. With the support of the galactic community, it stands as the largest international trade organization and institution in the Milky Way. Its operational nature bears resemblance to the World Trade Organization of Earth. However, unlike the Earth's organization, which solely oversees international trade order, the Pan-Galactic Trade Organization possesses its own commercial fleet, enabling direct participation in the interstellar trade system. From the delivery of personal items to transactions involving state-scale commodities, the organization offers corresponding services to safeguard its merchant fleet. The Pan-Galactic Trade Organization maintains a military fleet of considerable size, comprising nearly 10,000 warships, predominantly consisting of destroyers and frigates, with light cruisers being a rarity. The military fleet of the Pan-Galactic Trade Organization comprises warships procured from various nations, manned by hired veterans or professionally trained military personnel. While their combat prowess may not be formidable, they suffice for dealing with common pirates. After all, not all interstellar marauders possess battleship-class vessels like the formidable Fergan pirate clan, which had tormented Starshine for decades. In the northern regions of the galaxy, most pirates wield only destroyers and cruisers, with heavy cruisers being a rarity. However, the Pan-Galactic Trade Organization's escort fleet, facing the situation in 2403, appears to have encountered a formidable adversary. To elaborate on the fleet's composition, it consists of 1 light cruiser, 12 destroyers, and 12 escort ships, safeguarding nearly 100 transport vessels. The pirate fleet, on the other hand, boasts 8 light cruisers, 34 destroyers, and 47 escort ships. While the quality of the pirate fleet is debatable, its numerical superiority is indisputable, overwhelming the escort fleet. The escort fleet has positioned all transport ships at its center, with the remaining escort vessels forming a protective perimeter around them against the pirate fleet. The pirates, akin to hunters toying with their prey, circle around the escort fleet, encircling it while occasionally firing their cannons. The commander mused, given the absolute numerical advantage of the pirate fleet, why do they not simply launch a direct assault to annihilate the escort fleet? Luo Yu, piloting the vessel, maximized the stealth capabilities of the phantom armor, gradually approaching the pirate fleet. It was evident that these pirates were overly greedy, attempting to leverage their numerical superiority to coerce the transport fleet into surrendering, thereby capturing an entire fleet of transport vessels without expending a single ship. 2403 observed the situation and remarked, could such a scenario truly unfold in the Starshine Empire? If a transport fleet is intercepted by pirates, it would rather self-destruct than surrender its cargo. Luo Yu responded with confusion, indeed. This is due to the unique nature of our nation. The transport fleets are operated by mass-produced AIs, which hold little value. If a transport ship self-destructs, it merely results in a loss of resources. In contrast, organic nations have ships manned by sentient beings, who instinctively strive for survival and are therefore less inclined to relinquish their lives. Surrendering to pirates would typically mean losing cargo, but generally, one's life would not be at stake. Exchanging some resources for one's survival can be considered a fair transaction, as 2403 elucidated. Luo Yu, somewhat comprehending, nodded in response. However, this time, they have encountered us, which is indeed their misfortune. Luo Yu, do you possess a strategy to eliminate this pirate fleet? 2403 inquired. With the 2330 hull, I assure you that not only these pirates lacking even heavy cruisers, but even galley-class ships would find themselves dismantled, Luo Yu confidently declared, patting his chest. Stop that. I feel it might collapse if you continue, 2403 retorted. The commander truly lacks finesse in conversation. Hearing 2403's words, Luo Yu glanced at his chest and pouted. Ahem. We have reached firing range. Let us commence the assault. With a light cough, 2403 issued a command. Luo Yu aligned the main cannon's muzzle towards the thrusters of several pirate light cruisers, targeting 4 vessels with 4 turrets. After calculating the trajectory, she fired without hesitation. Since the current ship was a standard 2330 model, it had not been specially equipped to adapt the weapon systems for the phantom armor. Consequently, the moment the electromagnetic steel rod was discharged, the radiation generated compromised the stealth capabilities of the phantom armor. Aware that firing would result in exposure, Luo Yu promptly deactivated the energy-intensive stealth mode of the phantom armor, retaining only the mimicry mode that simulated the standard hull of a destroyer. After all, the phantom armor remained a classified project of the Stellar Empire, and she sought to minimize its exposure. The 2330 destroyer still utilized a 127mm electromagnetic cannon. While the initial velocity had seen a notable increase, the overall mass of the ammunition limited its ability to penetrate the hulls of the pirate light cruisers constructed from asteroids. However, this did not imply that certain weaker areas of the hull, such as the thrusters, were impervious. Luo Yu skillfully targeted all 4 turrets at the light cruisers, successfully hitting their engines. The fragile engine defenses of the pirate vessels were breached instantly, rendering all 4 light cruisers incapacitated. The pirate fleet, momentarily sluggish in reaction, finally responded to counterattack after Luo Yu unleashed another volley, crippling 2 more of their light cruisers. The appearance of Luo Yu seemed to incite considerable fury among the pirates, as half of their fleet promptly split off to encircle her. TSK, pirates are indeed easily provoked, 2403 remarked, observing the positions of the pirate ships on the holographic command system. After enticing half of the pirate fleet, Luo Yu swiftly entered evasive mode, aiming to divide the pirate forces and alleviate pressure on the escort fleet. The escort fleet recognized Luo Yu's intent and immediately launched a countercharge against the encircling pirate vessels, scattering them and forcing them to retreat, thus temporarily resolving the situation. Meanwhile, as Luo Yu fled, she deployed several antimatter bombs, their gray-black exteriors rendering them nearly invisible against the starry backdrop. As the pirate fleet passed by these bombs, Luo Yu detonated them. The reaction between antimatter and matter produced a blinding light that engulfed the entire fleet. When the brilliance subsided, only a few crippled pirate warships remained. Swiftly and efficiently, Luo Yu dispatched the remaining vessels, and upon glancing back, she noted that the escort fleet had already eliminated the light cruisers she had initially disabled. As the commander of the Galactic Trade Organization's 237091 escort fleet, Rog expressed gratitude for the assistance received. We shall issue you a certificate of cooperation. With this certificate, you may exchange it for equivalent energy credits at any Galactic Trade Organization space station within the galaxy, or you may choose to accompany us to the destination, where you can conduct the exchange. Upon hearing the name Rog, 2403 felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. After sifting through his memories, he recalled that during his initial foray into combat, it was indeed Rog who led the pirate fleet he encountered. Rog, are you the same Rog from the Ferg Star Pirate Group? 2403 inquired with astonishment through the private chat channel. Although I am uncertain how you obtained this information. I was indeed once a pirate. However, I now hold the esteemed position of commander of the Galactic Trade Organization's escort fleet. I have retired from the life of plunder. Rog replied. Rog, it's me, 2403. Came the response from 2403. The expression on Rog's face swiftly transitioned from confusion to surprise within mere seconds.